Your son only needs to offend a strong opponent for you to become invincible. But your useless second-generation son hides in his room all day, afraid to show his face, and even avoids a mere chi-refining rat. Until one day, the princess of the Stone Baron dynasty suddenly comes to break off the engagement. Having recently awakened a peerless martial soul and received an invitation from the Soul Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Southern Baron. Learning all this, you are overjoyed. This familiar trope, this familiar feeling, you know your chance to grow stronger has arrived. Without hesitation, you instantly teleport to the main hall. But when you arrive at the hall, you see a beautiful woman holding her head high, proud as a swan, facing your son. He points at her with fury, and the next moment, he utters the classic line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the young for being poor. Hearing this, your heart races, combined with the golden ring on his finger. Isn't this the so-called chosen one? But when your son finishes the next line, you freeze on the spot, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully his father for being poor. Hearing this, your forehead twitches. After calming yourself, you step forward to face the delegation and declare boldly, if you want to annul this marriage contract, fine, but it won't be you breaking it off with my son. It'll be my son breaking it off with you. You're not worthy of him. With a single word, you decide life and death, using your finger as a brush to write a letter of divorce in the air. This move not only avenges your son but also provokes a stronger opponent, triggering the daddy system, a perfect 2-for-1. As expected, your words enrage Shirong. Why should this trash break it off with me? Today, it must be me, Shirong, who breaks it off with him, she retorts stubbornly, unleashing her Earth Yuan aura, her momentum no weaker than yours. But the next moment, with a thunderous boom, an elder behind her coughs lightly, shattering the void-written divorce letter with a surge of heavenly Yuan energy. A withered palm then thrusts forward, unleashing boundless spiritual power. Instantly, blood trickles from your lips as you stagger back several steps. Father, Xiao Tianming cries out in worry, glaring at Shirong and the elder with deep resentment. Yet, faced with such adversity, you burst into laughter because at last, the system notification arrives, detected that your child, Xiao Tianming, has provoked a heavenly Yuan expert. Your cultivation has instantly ascended to the Golden Core Extreme Realm, a full major realm above heavenly Yuan. As the system's voice fades, an overwhelming power surges into your body. Moments later, you glanced at the old man and cursed, that palm strike just now made me spit blood. If I don't beat you until even your mother can't recognize you, I'll take your surname. As the words fell, with a thunderous boom, the surrounding spiritual energy converged into a terrifying giant palm, arriving before the old man in the blink of an eye. Bang! Before the old man could react, he was slammed heavily into the wall, blood gushing out. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, several envoys from the Stone Wasteland dynasty and Shirong turned pale, exclaiming in shock, how could he defeat Elder Zhang? Elder Zhang is at the Heavenly Origin realm. Heavenly Origin is already the highest realm in our dynasty. My dad is this strong? Xiao Tianming was equally astonished. His father, who usually kept a low profile, was unexpectedly powerful today. Today, I've said it, this letter of divorce, whether you sign it or not, you will sign it. Your expression turned cold as you waved your hand, once again condensing spiritual energy into a letter of divorce, which landed before Shirong. The crowd immediately felt your spiritual pressure, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, their legs going weak. However, at that moment, the old man struggled to his feet. I am an outer sect elder of the Soul Sect. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid of our sect's retaliation? Kneel now and commit suicide to atone, and this matter can end here. Otherwise, when the Soul Sect's army marches on your eternal life dynasty, it will be flattened. Old fool, what are you barking about? Atone? How dare you shamelessly say that to me? Given the attitude you've shown today by coming to our eternal life dynasty like this, I think you should all stay permanently. Seeing no sign of remorse from them, you instantly unleashed the terrifying might of your golden core, spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. Boom! Before the old man could react, a single palm strike reduced him to dust. Witnessing this, Shirong's legs trembled, as did the rest of the Stone Wasteland dynasty's envoys. How dare he? That was an elder of the Soul Sect. To kill him so casually, doesn't he know the 4 great sects far surpass mortal dynasties in power? Once the Soul Sect delivers its judgment, the Eternal Life dynasty might be razed to the ground. Shirong's face flushed with anger. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? But now that she saw you had killed the Soul Sect's elder, what could she, a mere princess of the Stone Wasteland dynasty, possibly do? I'll sign. Shirong gritted her teeth and stamped her fingerprint on the document, then snorted coldly and turned away, storming out of the Golden Hall. The elders behind her quickly scrambled to follow, afraid you might change your mind and slaughter them all. After everyone had left, you glanced at the letter of divorce floating in the air, then casually snatched it and tossed it into Xiao Tianming's hands. Keep it. It's you, Xiao Tianming, who divorced her, not the other way around. Today, you killed an outer elder of the Soul sect. Given the nature of these major sects, they won't let this slide. They care too much about face. This means Xiao Tianming will inevitably provoke more powerful enemies, which is perfect for you. The stronger the foes, the faster your cultivation will rise. If he even angers a sect leader, you'll be overjoyed. With the rely on dad's system, you were invincible in the southern wastelands. At this moment, Xiao Tianming finally snapped out of his daze, staring at the divorce letter in his hand with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the 9 Revolutions War Body Origin, the Primordial Sword Ruin Physique, and 3 Teleportation Talismans. The 9 Revolutions War Body is one of the 9 sacred physiques of humanity. Each revolution multiplies combat power by its level. The Primordial Sword Ruin Physique is a supreme constitution, granting innate mastery of the sword path, where sword intent transforms into ruin, reducing all to nothingness. After considering the system's rewards, your eyes gleamed with a new plan. Your goal now was to boost your cheap son's combat power while ensuring he survived provoking powerful enemies. Without hesitation, you extracted the 9 Revolutions War Body Origin and infused it into Xiao Tianming with a single finger, while absorbing the Primordial Sword Ruin Physique for yourself. Xiao Tianming barely registered the change before a surge of energy erupted from his core, rushing straight to his crown. At that moment, his blood roared like a raging river, his physique reforged beyond measure. From the golden ring on Xiao Tianming's finger, an aged voice murmured, "The 9 Revolutions War Body, one of humanity's 9 sacred physiques. Just who is your father to possess such a treasure and bestow it so casually?" In the old man's eyes, your identity instantly became shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tianming also looked at his father, with whom he had lived for over a decade, with a complex expression. He never imagined his father had such a complicated identity. You, on the other hand, gazed at him with piercing eyes. This is a drop of saintly body essence. It can transform your physique into a saintly body, allowing your strength to grow beyond what others call trash. Today, you can embark on the path of cultivation. My child, since you stepped onto this path, there are some things I should tell you. At this point, your expression turned complicated, and you turned away, leaving Xiao Tianming with a broad, steadfast back. As for what to say next, of course, it was all a bluff. Now, you needed your son to realize how vast the world was and encourage him to venture out, make enemies if he must, and never back down from a fight. Just go all in. The more enemies he made, the stronger his old man would become. After listening to your elaborate bluff, Xiao Tianming was deeply moved. It turned out his parents were originally from the upper realm, but due to the schemes of villains, his mother was imprisoned, and his father's cultivation had plummeted until he ended up in such a state. Father, don't worry, one day, I will rescue mother. From now on, your son will grow stronger. Seeing Xiao Tianming's determination, a trace of satisfaction flashed across your face. You patted his shoulder heavily and said, "The path of cultivation is now open to you. The world is vast, go out and explore. If things get tough, remember your old man has your back. Just crush the 2 teleportation talismans I gave you, and I'll come to your aid immediately. No one gets to bully my son. The saying the young get beaten, the old come for revenge doesn't apply to you." Moved, Xiao Tianming nodded and then asked curiously, "Father, how strong were you in the past?" "Me, not that strong, I suppose. In your eyes, the mightiest in the southern wasteland are only at the saint realm, but to me, saints are like ants, and even emperors are barely fit to be my servants." These words shocked the old man residing in the ring to his core. Emperors as mere servants? A true master. Without a doubt, his strength surpasses even my peak. Seeing that your intimidation had worked, you figured the old man wouldn't dare attempt to possess your son now, given your display of power. With that, you bid Xiao Tianming farewell. Without delay, Xiao Tianming resolutely left the Eternal Dynasty to train in the outside world. Days after his departure, you grew frustrated. Your son only needed to provoke strong opponents for you to become invincible. Yet this useless second-generation heir hid in his room all day, even avoiding a measly chi-refining rat. But then, the princess of the Stone Wasteland dynasty suddenly arrived to annul their engagement. Recently, she had awakened a supreme martial soul and received an invitation from the Soul sect, one of the 4 great sects of the southern wasteland. Learning of this, you were overjoyed. This was the familiar trope, the familiar feeling. You knew your chance to grow stronger had arrived. Without hesitation, you teleported straight to the main hall. Just as you rushed into the grand hall, you saw a beautiful woman holding her head high, proud as a swan, while standing opposite her was your son. At that moment, he pointed at her with a furious expression, and the next second, he uttered the classic line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young for their poverty. Hearing this, Your heart pounded wildly, combined with the golden ring on your son's hand. Wasn't this the so-called chosen one? But when your son finished the second half of the sentence, you were instantly petrified. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully his father for his poverty. Upon hearing this, a dark line formed on your forehead. After calming yourself, you strode directly in front of the annulment party and declared domineeringly, "If you want to void this marriage contract, fine, but it won't be you breaking it off with my son. It will be my son breaking it off with you. You are unworthy of him." With a single sentence, you decided the matter of life and death, using your finger as a brush to write a letter of annulment in the air. This move not only vented your son's anger but also provoked a stronger opponent, thereby triggering the daddy battle system, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And just as expected, your words infuriated Shurong. "Why should this trash break it off with me? Today, it must be me, Shurong, who breaks it off with him." The woman refused to back down, and her Earth Yuan aura instantly erupted, her momentum no weaker than yours. However, in the next second, a loud boom echoed as an elder behind her coughed dryly. A surge of heavenly Yuan aura shattered the annulment letter in the air, followed by a withered palm thrusting forward, unleashing boundless spiritual power. The next moment, blood trickled from the corner of your mouth as you staggered back several steps. "Father!" Xiao Tianming cried out in worry, his face filled with deep resentment as he glared at Shurong and the elder. Yet, faced with such adversity, you burst into laughter because at last, the system notification arrived, detected that your child, Xiao Tianming, has provoked a heavenly Yuan expert. Your cultivation realm has directly ascended to the Golden Core Extreme Realm, a full major realm above the heavenly Yuan realm. As soon as the system's voice faded, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged into your body. Moments later, you glanced at the elder and cursed, "That palm strike just now made me spit blood. If I don't beat you until your own mother doesn't recognize you, I'll take your surname." With a deafening boom, the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a terrifying giant palm, arriving before the elder in the blink of an eye. Bang! Before the elder could react, he was sent crashing heavily into the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the envoys from the Stone Wilderness Dynasty and Shurong turned pale with shock, exclaiming, "How could he defeat Elder Zhang? Elder Zhang is at the heavenly origin realm. That's the highest cultivation level in our dynasty. My dad is this strong?" Xiao Tianming was equally stunned. His father, who usually kept a low profile, had unexpectedly revealed such formidable power today. "I said it today, this letter of divorce. You will sign it whether you want to or not." Your expression turned cold as you waved your hand, once again conjuring a letter of divorce with spiritual energy, which landed before Shurong. The crowd immediately felt your oppressive spiritual pressure, breaking out in cold sweat as their legs went weak. However, the old man struggled to his feet and snarled, "I am an outer sect elder of the Soul Sect. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid of our sect's retaliation? Kneel now and commit suicide to atone, and this matter can end here. Otherwise, when the Soul Sect's army marches on your eternal life dynasty, it will be razed to the ground." "Old fool, what nonsense are you barking? Atone? How shameless can you be to say that to me? Given the disrespect you've shown my eternal life dynasty today, I think you should all stay permanently." Seeing no sign of remorse from them, you unleashed the terrifying might of your golden core cultivation, spiritual energy surging like tidal waves. Boom! Before the old man could react, a single palm strike reduced him to dust. Witnessing this, Shurong's legs trembled, as did the rest of the Stone Wilderness Dynasty's delegation. How could he dare? That was an elder of the Soul Sect. He just killed him without hesitation. Doesn't he know the 4 great sects far surpass mortal dynasties in power? Once the Soul Sect delivers its wrath, the Eternal Life Dynasty might be wiped off the map. Shurong's face flushed with fury. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? But now that you had killed a Soul Sect elder, what could she, a mere princess of the Stone Wilderness Dynasty, possibly do? "I'll sign." Gritting her teeth, she stamped her fingerprint on the document, then let out a cold snort and stormed out of the Golden Hall without looking back. The elders behind her scrambled to follow, terrified you might change your mind and slaughter them all. After everyone had left, you stared at the letter of divorce floating in the void, grabbed it with a swift motion, and casually tossed it into Xiao Tianming's hands. "Hold on to this. It was you, Xiao Tianming, who divorced her, not the other way around. Today, you killed an elder from the Soul Sect's outer branch. Given the nature of these major sects, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. They care deeply about face. When the time comes, make sure Xiao Tianming provokes even stronger opponents. That would be ideal, as it will help you level up. If he manages to anger a sect leader, you'll be overjoyed. With the Daddy Boost system, you reign supreme in the southern wastelands." At this moment, Xiao Tianming finally snapped out of his daze, staring at the divorce letter in his hand with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. Just then, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, Host, you've obtained the 9 Revolutions War Body Origin, the Supreme Void Sword Physique, and 3 Teleportation Talismans. The 9 Revolutions War Body is one of the 9 sacred physiques of humanity. Each revolution doubles your combat power, the first revolution increases it by 1-fold, the second by 2-fold, and so on. The Supreme Void Sword Physique is a pinnacle constitution, granting innate mastery of the sword path, where sword intent transforms into the void, reducing all to nothingness. You pondered the physiques granted by the system. Then an idea struck you. Your goal now was to boost your cheap son's combat power while ensuring he could provoke powerful enemies outside without losing his life. Without hesitation, you extracted the 9 Revolutions War Body Origin and infused it into Xiao Tianming's body with a single tap, while absorbing the Supreme Void Sword Physique for yourself. Xiao Tianming had no idea what was happening, he only felt a faint warmth in his abdomen before a surge of energy erupted from his crown. At that moment, his blood surged like a raging river, and his physique strengthened beyond measure. From the golden ring on Xiao Tianming's ring finger, an aged voice spoke. This is the 9 Revolutions War Body, one of humanity's 9 sacred physiques. Just what kind of background does your father have to possess the origin of a sacred physique and bestow it so casually? In the old man's eyes, your identity instantly became shrouded in mystery. Hearing this, Xiao Tianming's expression grew even more complicated as he stared at the father he'd lived with for over a decade, now revealed to have such a profound background. Your gaze burned with intensity. This is the origin of a sacred physique. It will transform your constitution, elevating your strength so you're no longer the so-called useless trash. Today, you embark on the path of cultivation. Son, now that you've stepped onto this path, there are things you should know. As you spoke, your expression turned solemn, and you turned away, leaving Xiao Tianming with nothing but your broad back. Of course, what followed was pure bluff. You needed your son to realize how vast the world was and urge him to venture out, make enemies, and never back down from a fight, just charge ahead. The more enemies he provoked, the stronger his old man would become. After listening to your persuasive words, Xiao Tianming was deeply moved. It turned out that his parents were originally from the upper realm, but due to the schemes of villains, his mother was imprisoned, and his father's cultivation realm had continuously declined until they reached such a pitiful state. Father, don't worry, one day, I will rescue mother. With me here today, I will grow stronger. Seeing Xiao Tianming like this, you showed a hint of relief on your face and patted his shoulder heavily. The path of cultivation is now open to you. The world is vast, go out and explore. If things get tough, remember your old man has your back. Just crush the 2 teleportation talismans I gave you, and I'll come immediately. No one gets to bully my son. The saying the young gets beaten, the old comes for revenge doesn't apply to you. Moved, Xiao Tianming nodded and then asked, Father, I'm curious, how strong were you before? Me, not that strong, I suppose. In your eyes, the mightiest in the southern wasteland are only at the saint realm, but to me, saints are like ants, and even emperors are barely fit to be my servants. Upon hearing this, the old man inside the ring was utterly shocked. Emperor realm as mere servants, a true master, absolutely a master, his strength must surpass even my peak. Seeing that his intimidating goal was achieved, and estimating that the old man wouldn't dare attempt to possess his son due to your power, you then bid Xiao Tianming farewell. Without delay, Xiao Tianming resolutely left the Eternal Dynasty to embark on his journey of training. Several days after Xiao Tianming's departure, in the past few days, Xiao Jinyu had been feeling that there was something wrong with his body, and there was also some instability in his breath. It seemed that as long as he released this trace of breath, this heavenly dome would attract something, somewhat like a thunderbolt, as he stepped into the extreme realm and needed to cross a tribulation in order to stabilize his realm. Oh system, why is this happening? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled and questioned in his mind. Back to the host. This is caused by the extreme realm. There are a total of 2 ways to raise the host's realm. One of them is that through the divine spelling system, the sun meets a stronger enemy, and the system elevates the host to the extreme realm. The second is the host's own ascension, can also be raised to a higher realm through cultivation as unusual, but not as fast as the first one. As for the mission points that the host has previously obtained, you can draw prizes in the system mall, one of which is the purple gold carousel, which can obtain various prizes, such as physique, demonic pets, techniques, etc. The second is the fishing in the heavens, where one can obtain the top items from other worlds, physiques, origins, great paths, and great emperor fruit positions. So it is, Xiao Jinyu drifted off. This heavenly tribulation was better not to release it himself now. When the time came, in case a more powerful existence came to kill him, he could use the heavenly tribulation to exterminate the enemy. Under this thunderbolt, as a senior novelist, These things can be written in his pen quite a lot. And the biggest reason why he had allowed Xiao Tianming to go to the sect was that wherever the Heavenly Fate protagonist went, he would definitely attract the envy of others. And there would definitely be quite a few people coming to his door ready to punch the protagonist in the face. Then it's a flurry of reversals and reversals. And the protagonist definitely doesn't die anyway, but he meets a more powerful being. Either they messed with the grandchildren of the clan elders, or they bumped into the sons of the big families, killing the little ones and coming for the old ones. When the time comes, when Xiao Tianming can't beat it, he will crush the teleportation array card, and with a loud bang in the sky, his old man eye will make a shining appearance. Then his own realm miserably rose, all of which was within Xiao Jinyu's calculations. Hey! Fathers are kind to their sons, and fathers count on their sons. Chapter 5 The Eye of Luck. System Upgrade. A strong soul sect member comes to the door. Xiao Jinyu looked at the mall panel on the system and thought about what he should do. There are 2 levels of lottery, gold and purple gold. Gold 100 at a time, purple gold 500 at a time, and the angling of the heavens 5,000 at a time. Every penny counts and what you get is much more different. The 2 teleportation summoning arrays were in Xiao Tianming's hands, and he himself had to prepare some means of preserving his life now, in case he went out on a karma at that time. Then wouldn't this protagonist career of his own be gone as well? As for leaving the Eternal Life Dynasty, right now he had no such plans for the time being. His own strength was enough for him to walk horizontally in the middle of the dynasty, so why bother going out to find excitement and seek death? In case he ran into some great powers, he blew his own son's mind that way, but he still had to act in the midst of a dynasty. Otherwise, if he went out and ran into a saint realm, he would surely die. System These 1,000 mission points directly carry out 2 purple gold level draws. Xiao Jinyu didn't do too much hesitation. Getting some treasures for his body first was the way to go. In front of him, the mall panel quickly surfaced. A huge purple and gold carousel. 2 carousels on that dense endless business grids. The items on top of the grids are all different. Ding! The pointers on the system turned, and the 2 pointers rotated at high speeds, then slowly stopped and landed on top of 2 different grids. There is also a difference in the rewards of the purple and gold reels, which are divided into 4 levels from low to high. Purple, red, gold, and purple and gold, and the gold carousel 3 levels, purple, red and gold. As for the angling in the heavens, it is impossible to say. There are higher levels of existence, but it is also possible to fish for a piece of trash. 5,000 quest points to go down the drain. Ding, gold level item. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Chi. Ding, gold level item. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a system expansion section, compensating the host with an additional 1,000 mission points. System upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Xiao Jinyu froze when he looked at the 2 different rewards. The system panel was called up and had a detailed description. The Eye of Luck. It can detect the degree of richness of luck in another person and judge the future of that person by it. And it can see through all the illusions in the world and point to the essence. There are gradations of chi, from light to strong, gray, green, red, gold, purple gold, while the average wayfarer was gray. His own son had a golden aura. The system extensions panel, on the other hand, complements the spellbinder system. Previously, the basic function of the Divine Spellfather system was that when one's son bumped into a powerful enemy and messed with a powerful enemy, his realm would unconditionally rise to 1 level until he had the strength to crush the enemy, and now expanding to what kind of enemy his son had gotten himself into. If he had more than 1 occupation, then he himself would be a perfect replica. His realm career would be a bit higher. For example, if one's son messes with a powerful sword cultivator, then one will unconditionally become a sword cultivator, even if his sword path is coming to a higher level today. If his own son had messed with a Dan Master, his alchemy attainments would have come to be much higher than that Dan Master's, and the same strength would still remain the same as the original conditions. Xiao Jinyu looked at the introduction on the system panel and drifted off. Holy, that's a great sentiment. As long as my son messes with all his enemies one by one, doesn't that mean his old man I can become an all-powerful being? Xiao Jinyu now see these tips don't mention how happy. The heart prayed his son quickly get into trouble. Never be too cautious. Never pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. The same heart was a little chagrined. If Xiao Tiannian had kept his previous dude's character, how good it would have been. Ever since the matter of the Great Hall, those few days time he noticed that Xiao Tianmai's eyes were different. That was a sign of overnight growth. Properly transformed into a stoic protagonist. Regret. What's he pretending to be in the first place? But the good thing is that at least people want to get stronger. As long as they want to get stronger, they definitely have enemies. Countless dragon sets to the protagonist, and when the time comes, they will definitely beat up the small ones to come to the old ones. It was the confidence of his veteran novelist. Metaphysical tropes were nothing more than those, and he understood them all. Although this growth time may be a little slower, but this unconditional upgrade is still good. Patience and so on. Go in the dynasty is also considered good. Xiao Jinyu thought so, and his heart was somewhat comforted. By the way, if I just recognize a few more suns and take the initiative to let them mess with powerful existences, then does that mean I can just brush up my level by doing that? Xiao Jinyu seemed to have thought of something and stood up fiercely on top of the Great Hall with an infinite number of crooked ideas. I'm a genius. Ha. Xiao Jinyu's face then rejoiced when he thought of this, so that he could get stuck with the system's bugs, and the time for one's own upgrades would come much faster, allowing one's sons to all mess with powerful existences. Wouldn't that mean one was directly invincible? The ability to become a powerful being in the shortest possible time. Ding! Evil thoughts in the host's mind have been detected. The system needs to add a sentence here. This idea of the host is feasible, but it doesn't actively allow them to touch powerful existences, otherwise it's invalid. Requirements: the system will be triggered only when the enemy is indirectly, passively unbeatable. Xiao Jinyu looked at the sudden prompt from the system, and it was like a pot of cold water poured down. But soon, Xiao Jinyu came back to his senses and calmed himself. Even in that case, he actually had a method. Just now, he had drawn the Eye of Qi, and he was able to see through the intensity of other people's Qi. He himself specializes in picking those with a high concentration of Qi to lay his hands on and recognize as his son, and such a person is definitely the protagonist, right? While they can't be goaded into actively inviting powerful beings, will there be fewer dragon enemies on the protagonist's path to growth? A big catch: although it can't be directly invoke the powerful existence to upgrade as he thought before, but casting a wide net and fishing widely, his son more later still afraid of not messing with the enemy? Surely the speed is much faster than one of the original sons, isn't it? So this method definitely works as well. Xiao Jinyu thought of this and only felt a burst of brightness in his life. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he withdrew the system panel. His face had a deep meaning, not knowing what he was thinking. He is now as the king of the everlasting dynasty. First send people down to find within their own power to find whether there are any orphans, beggars and other existences. Then look at their Qi concentration. There will definitely be a protagonist presence by then. Boom! Right at this moment, a dozen powerful and terrifying presences enveloped the position directly above the Eternal Life Dynasty, and a dozen black-robed elders appeared above. Xiao Jin, you get the hell out. The sound rolls. Killed an elder of my soul sect, and now you're not coming out to cut yourself off in thanks. Asterisk. Forgot there was that. Oh son, you have gone too soon. When Xiao Jinyu heard this voice, her face instantly turned bitter. No, I still have the bottom card, Skyjack. Xiao Jinyu's face changed, and quickly regained its composure, feeling that she was fine again. Chapter 6, Invoking a Thunderbolt to Destroy the Enemy. Killing a Yuaning is like killing an ant. Above the dome of the sky, the aura of several soul sect powerhouses loomed over the entire Eternal Life Dynasty. That terrifying spiritual might was like a great mountain enveloping everyone's hearts and pressing above everyone's bodies. Most of the mortals within the Everlasting Dynasty did not have any cultivation. Being covered by this horrible pressure of theirs, each and every one of them were prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling with fear on their faces. Xiao Jinyu activated the Jindan aura on his body and left the Great Hall to float above this heaven and earth, co-hovering in the same heaven and earth with a dozen black-robed people in the distance. His gaze calmly in this confrontation with them, more than a dozen people with a faint soul pressure. Things should also have been formed into a Yuaning. Yuaning realm? Let alone a Yuaning. Even if a saint came, he would have to receive 2 slaps before leaving today. Xiao Jinyu's face had a faint smile as he glanced at the dozen or so black-robed men from afar and opened his mouth. What did a few of you old sticks just say? Make me cut myself? Why don't you old undead contraption show me how to just die in place first? I'm good to learn. Xiao Jinyu pulled out his ears with a careless look on his face, looking even a little beaten. Although his own son was not with him, and he could not allow them to mess with this group of enemies, but he had his own undercard, and there was absolutely no problem with the heavenly tribulation destroying all of these people. Now, it was just a matter of Xiao Jinyu opening her arms and saying to these old sticks, "Become Lin Bei's son." Xiao Jinyu's eyes flickered with a faint golden light as he looked at the dozen or so people who had faint chi clusters above their heads in a reddish color. I guess it's also a general character of Roadrunner B. It's been decades since I've been so humiliated, and you dare to say such things. Good. Now I will tell you how to write the word death. Today, not only will the old man get you killed, but all the people of this dynasty of yours will also have to die because of you. The faces of the dozen or so old men were filled with murderous intent, and their large palms pushed horizontally towards the front, bringing with them an endless amount of soul power. And within their sea of consciousness coiled a Yuaning. The difference in cultivation between the Yuaning realm and the Jindan realm was again extremely great. The Yuaning already had the power of a divine soul, while the Jindan had not yet been broken and had not yet coalesced into a Yuaning, which was a qualitative difference in the level of power. It was good that Xiao Jin knew he was at the Jindan extreme realm, not as simple as an ordinary Jindan. Looking at these dozen of large palms killing his own heavenly aura, he did not stay idle either. The same exuded endless spiritual energy, like a tidal wave fiercely bombarded and surged out, and these dozen of large palms cancelled each other out and collided with each other. Boom! The old clapper still wants me to die. All of you people will be buried here today. Xiao Jinyu's face was filled with murderous intent, releasing that trace of his aura directly without hiding it any longer. At once, the aura attracted heaven and earth. The heavens and earth darkened. The spiritual pressure around them increased violently, and endless black clouds covered up the top of the everlasting dynasty. Rumble, rumble. One dull sound after another was brewing above the dome of the sky, and one purple bucket-thick thunderbolt after another was faintly visible shining above the entire dome of the sky. How can this be? This is a thunderbolt. He clearly only has a Jindan mirror. Why did he trigger the lightning tribulation? Isn't it only when one certifies to be a saint that one induces a great catastrophe in heaven and earth? Where is he now? The dozen or so people were startled, and likewise they did not understand why Xiao Jinyu was able to resist their killing moves. It was just a matter of resisting the killing move of one Yuaning, but they were a whole 13 people. Xiao Jinyu raised his head and looked at the heavenly tribulation above him, so did not say anything, but instead dropped his gaze directly onto them. This glance made the 13 people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar, and they always felt that something bad was about to happen. In the next moment, Xiao Jinyu smiled, smiling brightly and harmlessly, but this smile fell into the eyes of the crowd, and it was the smile of death. This won't be dragging us to cross the tribulation together. The heavenly mind calamity is not strong if it is the person who crosses the calamity himself, but if other people are involved, the calamity will be many times stronger. Even the thunderbolt would erupt into an even more terrifying force, because the heavens were angry, and those who trespassed on other people's thunderbolts were regarded as harboring a sin, and the heavens would destroy them together with absolute power. However, for the transiting person, although the thunderbolt is a little stronger, but not so exaggerated, although not 10 deaths, at least it will still open a line of life. But for others, death is certain. Run, don't let him get involved in it. The 13 black-robed men shouted. Xiao Jinyu, the sky moved, directly turned into a stream of light and flew to their circumference, and by the time they wanted to leave, it was too late. The apocalypse had captured them, locking the breath. Bucket like thunder and lightning has become even thicker. The heavenly might seems to be touched. The rumbling thunder is getting louder and louder, and it already carries a hint of the breath of extinction. Boom! The thunderjack transformed into a beast, 10 feet thick out of the thunderjack from the heaven and earth to chop down. In an instant, it transformed into one thunder beast after another, roaring its body and opening its mouth wide, directly killing towards the 13 people without any mercy, full of killing opportunities. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to be killed by this brat today. I hate it. The 13 people were grimacing and snarling, their faces filled with fear. The divine souls of cultivators were fragile, and lightning tribulation was the greatest nemesis of the divine soul. They had only just reached the Yuaning realm when they were confronted with a thunderbolt. To them, they had never stumbled upon such a situation before, and subconsciously assumed that they would surely die, and had no desire to fight. One by one, they directly turned around and flew in all directions, wanting to directly escape, but being targeted by the heavenly tribulation, which had already locked their scent. Where could they run to? The 13 thunder beasts whistled, and in the twinkling of an eye, they had already killed in front of them, carrying out into their bodies and swallowing their flesh in one gulp. The terrifying lightning power was directly destroying what was left of their divine soul Yuan power, destroying it, turning it into nothingness, crushing it into slag, and dying beyond repair. The interfering thunderbolts were already dead in their entirety, and next several more purple thunderbolts as thick as buckets shot out from above the sky dome, killing Xiao Jinyu directly. Every single one of them slashed into his body. Xiao Jinyu did not flash or dodge, knowing that even if he flashed, he could not flash anywhere, and could not avoid, so he might as well just take it on the hard way. His own body, but the Tai Yi sword-ruined body, was originally the supreme physique. The strength of his flesh was unparalleled. This point of the thunderbolt was not difficult for him to carry off, with full confidence. Endless lightning strikes, slash after slash. Xiao Jinyu only felt a tingling sensation in her body, and then no other sensation. As for the soul-destroying power carried on the thunderbolt, Xiao Jinyu directly ignored it. The divine soul in his body was a sword soul, with an indestructible physique and an indestructible origin. Chapter 7 Avatar Heavenly Abyss Falling Sword Technique. Great Emperor's Sword. My son stirred up the enemy, and the sword realm was elevated. Xiao Jinyu carried down the entire 9 thunder tribulations and was unharmed. The 9 thunderbolts dispersed, and this part of the heaven and earth was once again calm. The thunderclouds slowly disappeared, and the 13 black-robed powerhouses that had just come were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Jinyu overlooked the crowd of people from the Changqing dynasty below and thought back to what those 13 people had just said, with a complexity on his face. lives are like grass, the world is heartless. He couldn't help but sigh and withdrew his gaze, walking slowly above the heavens and earth, returning to where his great hall residence was. It's time to get a grip on the chi protagonist these days, just by virtue of the heavenly destiny alone. If he grows, I'm afraid it will take a while until he establishes enemies. With his current character, he will definitely not crush the teleportation array card I gave him as a last resort. Plus now I have no more cards to fall back on. Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness when she arrived here. If the people of the Soul Sect come again, he now has no cards, and then a few more strong estimates of their own department within the. Now that I still have 1,000 quest points on me and the system hasn't enacted any other quests, go and do some raffle draws and see if there are any feats and weapons in my possession. Otherwise it always feels like something is missing. Xiao Jinyu himself once again opened the system's mall panel and conducted 2 purple gold level draws. The large purple and gold carousel began to rotate, and then slowly came to a halt, landing on top of 2 different business grids twice in total. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold level item, the divine ability, the heavenly abyssal falling sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold level item, the great emperor's sword, the nameless blood sword, heavenly abyss falling sword art, originating from the abyss. A sword summons a huge sword abyss, which can drop endless sword awnings into billions of sword rains, and when it is perfected, the sword abyss crosses the sky and destroys all the 9 heavens. Nameless blood sword, originated from the sword of a nameless powerhouse in another world. Since his transcendence, the blood sword has been free, and has now fallen into the hands of the host. Think what you want. Xiao Jinyu looked at the items given by these 2 rewards and was instantly overjoyed. With the great emperor's sword by his side, it was definitely not a problem for him to cross another 2 or 3 realms, and now that he had the avatar in his body, together with his sword body, he was definitely able to explode with even more power. Martial Dao had realms, and the same was true for Sword Dao. The 7 realms of Sword Dao, 1 realm and 1 heaven, Sword Chi, Sword Intent, Sword Power, Sword Heart, Heavenly Sword Unity, Sword Domain, Return to Source, and the Tai Sword market body on Xiao Jinyu himself was a special attribute Sword Dao power that could reduce everything to annihilation powder. Xiao Jinyu alone began to study this forbidden divine ability again, and asked Eunuch Hai to get on with what he had explained, to find out if there were any little beggars in the Changsheng dynasty and the surrounding dynasties, especially focusing the attention on somewhat little girl looking for her brother, some strong unyielding girl with a younger brother, and what's more on the boy who has to feed his sister. The younger he is, the more old-fashioned and stoic and mature he shows, the better, and such through and through he brings to the dynasty. According to his experience and years of writing novels, these were either reincarnations of heavenly destined empresses or momentarily fallen protagonists. The protagonist's sister may be suppressed and taunted by the villain, and then the protagonist rises to power. And those little girls are even more terrifying, looking for the protagonist for the reincarnation of the empress, helping the protagonist all the time, protecting the protagonist's path, and it's just right for someone like that to be accepted as a righteous son. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine spelling system mission. Detected that the host's son, Xiao Tianmian, has messed with the grandson of the Grand Elder, a villainous character possessing a green-colored chi. Among the outer gates of the sword sect, the host can obtain a higher sword talent than him and a higher cultivation level than him. Villain Character 1, Lu Wu, Realm Tian Yuan, Sword Dao Realm Jian Yi. Because this Lu Wu's realm wasn't as high as the one he came from, his realm didn't rise, but the Sword Dao realm was directly plucked up. As Xiao Jinyu thought about how to acquire this divine ability, this sudden voice from the system caused his face to flush with joy once again. This is the pillow that was sent to me when I dozed off and wanted to sleep directly moved the house. Just now the system had brought himself feats and weapons, and now this Sword Dao talent had come straight away, and the Sword Dao realm had also unconditionally broken through to sword potency. Tell me about this whole thing. The needle does not poke. Very good. Good boy. It's only been half a month now, right? And you've already joined the sword sect, so the kid will keep up the good work and try to mess with the Grand Elder, or just mess with the Patriarch. Good boy. Come on. Xiao Jinyu, who was millions of miles away, started cheering for Xiao Tianming, now that he had already messed with the grandson of the Grand Elder. When the time came, there might be some kind of conflict in a fit of rage, and he would decapitate the grandson of the Grand Elder, and subsequently mess with the Grand Elder. Don't you see it's getting better? The Great Elder's realm must be more than Jindan, right, at least Yuaning, so that one's strength can be raised again. Moreover, the system this was a remote-triggered mission, which meant that there was no need for Xiao Tianming to summon himself. As long as he messed with him, then he became stronger. Humanization. This is so human. This whole thing is, well, great. Yawn. Xiao Tianmian, who was in the middle of the sword sect, sneezed for no reason, rubbed his nose, and said in confusion, "What's going on? Couldn't father be thinking of me? Silly boy. Your old father isn't thinking about you. He's thinking about how you should get into trouble. Soul Clan. Somewhere in the clan's shrine, the soul cards of a dozen or so outer sect elders were all shattered, which included the 2nd to 14th elders of the outer sect, and the crowd had thought that this trip would be absolutely easy, but I didn't expect a dozen or so people to be dead. The soul sect thus held an emergency meeting with a group of senior members, which contained the only remaining grand elder of the outer sect, a dozen or so elders of the inner sect, as well as 2 vice patriarchs. The small mundane dynasty actually have such an existence. Can a breath of 13 infants will be killed together? Even the information cannot be transmitted back. To say the least is the realm of the Dharma phase. If it's the Dharma realm, that would be difficult. Our clan doesn't have many strong Dharma realm practitioners, and if we've landed on a Dharma realm casual cultivator for no reason, there might be some trouble when the time comes. Some of the elders of the inner sect were half worried. Their faces worried. Let's put this matter down for now. Don't mess with him again for now. I didn't expect that there would be a Dharma phase realm's underpinnings amongst a small dynasty. It's fine if it's a Dharma phase, but I'm afraid it's a venerable one. The 3 middle-aged men sitting right above the hall had some heavy faces, and seemed to have thought of something with some scorn on their faces, and they were the 2 vice sovereigns of the soul sect. First, go and poke around to see who the person who struck that day really was, and where his strength had gotten to. If it's the Dharma realm, if you can put things to rest, you can put things to rest, and if it's the venerable realm, you should make amends. If neither. Saying this, the soul sect vice sect didn't say anything more, and the rest of the crowd understood. If not, offending the face of the soul sect and killing a dozen or so of his soul sect's elders had to die. Chapter 8 Golden Chi, heavenly ordered protagonist, wants to be adopted as a righteous son. Because of this one thing, the soul sect hadn't pursued Xiao Jinyu for the time being, and was also still in the prying stage. When they found out that Xiao Jinyu had used the heavenly tribulation to exterminate these elders, it was expected that they would use even more powerful cultivators to come directly to exterminate Xiao Jinyu, and that just gave Xiao Jinyu a wave of time to catch his breath and develop. At the same time, above the main hall of the Stone Wasteland dynasty, Shirong's face became more and more gloomy. There are still a few days of time he is to go to the soul sect, but the more he thinks about it, the more unwilling he is. Why Xiao Tianmian that waste can be repudiated her. The more she thought about the humiliation she received above the great hall, the harder it was for her to sleep, and she tossed and turned at night. Wronger, thinking about it again? Above the great hall, the golden-robed middle-aged man looked at this precious daughter of his, so could not help but sigh. Although it is said that his realm came to Jindan, as long as we unite the 2 neighboring dynasties together against the everlasting dynasty, to suppress it, or even send out troops, we can annex it. By then you'll have joined the soul sect again and become a branch phoenix with even more strength. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to reach the Jindan realm someday? When you reach the Jindan realm and are able to fight against Xiao Jinyu, that will be the day that you and my dynasty will annex his eternal life dynasty. The man spoke slowly as he thought of something, a sardonic smile on his face. When Shirong heard what her father said, she nodded, a bit of satisfaction on her face, followed by a smile. Yes, this talent of mine has already reached the earthly Yuan realm by now. Wanting to step into the heavenly Yuan, or even the Jindan realm, definitely won't take more than a year. When that time comes, coupled with the unique soul power cultivated by the soul sect, one will even be able to step into the Yuaning in a very short period of time. When Shirong thought of this, the smile on her face grew even wider, and a touch of extremely deep resentment was hidden in her eyes. When the day she turned over, she would definitely make Xiao Jinyu, Xiao Tianming look good, and definitely let these 2 die. A few days later, Xiao Jinyu was alone in the middle of the back of the mountain, cultivating. Sword intent rose up in all directions on his body, rushing like a tidal wave. That horrible sword chi strand after strand, densely spread throughout the entire back of the mountain. The top of the back of the mountain has not any place intact. All are sword marks. Wherever the sword chi passed, it was annihilated powder. Wherever the sword intent remains, it turns into nothingness, and wherever the sword power rises, it flattens mountains and reclaims the sea. This was the terror of Xiao Jinyu's strength now. Your Majesty, the person that the King's Lord is looking for has been found, and is now waiting for the King's Lord's inspection in the large hall of the side room. Xiao Jinyu turned his head to look at Eunuch Hai, whose temples were already graying, and nodded, putting away the nameless blood sword and putting it into the Qian Kuan ring. Xiao Jinyu came to where the great hall of the Eternal Life Dynasty's side room was located, and there were already hundreds of small beggars waiting here. The oldest was no more than 15 years old, and the youngest was a little over 3. We have met the King Lord. Long live the King's Lord. Between the moment a group of children saw Xiao Jinyu walk in, they did not hesitate much to see him in his imperial robes, and they all knelt on the ground in unison. The face of the bird black, dressed in coarse clothing rags, are patches broken stripes, and even a pair of cloth shoes are not, just a pair of bare, black, long ago full of dusty feet. Xiao Jinyu's heart did not feel good when she saw the scene. During these years, He himself had focused his attention on his cheap son, and he hadn't actually done much ruling about mundane matters, simply as it was originally modeled. How the mundane dynasty was run, how it was run. And now, I didn't realize that there were still these children existing under his administration. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes as he swept in front of each of these children, and most of the auras of a group of children were all gray, with one or two of them having a ruddy color. This also means that most of them are drag queen characters who probably won't survive the cold winter months. Finally, Xiao Jinyu rested his gaze on the last child, who was also the oldest among these people, with a bone age of 14. However, the chi flickering on his body was surprisingly golden, the same color as Xiao Tianming's chi. Xiao Jinyu turned his gaze to this child. Although this child lowered his head, his face was extremely calm, not seeing any panic. This was definitely far beyond what people of the same age did not have. Xiao Jinyu looked toward Eunuch Hai and spoke, "Settle all these children well. Go and purchase some better clothes. Let them change into them. In the future, the Chongsheng dynasty, but all about the small beggar class, about the cloth-cold family, all emphasis on care. This year's tax levy was cut by 10%. We thank you, Lord King. Long live the King's Lord." When the group of children heard what Xiao Jinyu said, their faces were suddenly covered in joy. Eunuch Hai received the decree, bowed to Xiao Jinyu, and left with these children. "Boy, wait." Xiao Jinyu spoke to this last boy. The boy suddenly froze, somewhat at a loss for words, but still stood up and raised his head to calmly look at Xiao Jinyu, boldly locking eyes with him. There is actually a realm presence amongst these children, and they have also stepped into the Chi-Hai realm. It's definitely not simple to reach such a realm at this age. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. This child actually had strength on his side. At this age, compared to the silly boy Xiao Tianmian was still out in the wind at this age. Good heart. Xiao Jinyu gave a cry of appreciation in his heart, and with a kind face, he opened his mouth. "Does becoming a little beggar have any complaints?" The boy slowly shook his head. "Back to the King's Lord. No complaints. May I have something on my mind?" Xiao Jinyu once again asked. The boy shook his head again. "Back to the King's Lord not having a heart. Oh, how can one be reduced to begging without ever having a heart? Could it be that there are enemies?" Xiao Jinyu once again smiled as soon as he asked. At this point the man froze, and an extremely deep hatred was hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Xiao Jinyu took all of this in, and the smile on his face deepened. Sure enough, the familiar routine began. The protagonist either has his family wiped out and goes into exile himself, or he gets kicked out of his family and then one day comes out on top. Another idea came to his mind that it might be better for such a child to take him as a disciple, since it is a spelling system. One day as a teacher, life as a father. This is also a disguised spelling father. Right, master. If you can get a bug like this stuck, it would be possible to collect disciples this way. In addition to collecting righteous children, receive the righteous son, afraid to receive Feng Xian class A. A great man resides between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? I'll kill my righteous father. Ding, detected what's on the host's mind. If it is a disciple taken in by a master class that honors the host as a father, he can also trigger the screen patterning system mission if he angers a powerful being, with equal utility. Having received the system's affirmation, then what he now had to do was to buy the heart of the boy in front of him, so that he would sincerely treat himself like a father. Now is the time to solve the difficult problems. Just unraveling him, even avenging him, should do the trick. Xiao Jinyu opened her mouth with this thought. I can accept you as a disciple, and if you have a grudge I can help you avenge it. The boy was stunned, not understanding why Xiao Jinyu would say that, and there was caution on his face, but at the same time, it turned into a helpless sigh and shook his head. Thank you for your good intentions, but I'm afraid that this matter is difficult for the King Lord to do. Oh, the entire size of the Eternal Life Dynasty is under my control, and there is nothing I cannot do. Xiao Jinyu smiled and opened her mouth, her face similarly still as kind as it was just now. Only the smile fell on the face of a young face, and it always felt a bit strange. Then if I say that my enemies they are cultivator families and possibly even people from the clan, can Lord Wang also help me out? The boy raised his head with a self-deprecating smile at the corners of his mouth and a deeper hatred under his eyes. P.S. Here the protagonist began to fight. The protagonist realm will rise very quickly ha. Invincible ha. Everyone also please do not jump chapter slowly look duck. Chapter 9, Li Nanxian worships his master, makes enemies, breaks 3 realms in a row to reach venerable. Cultivator family? It's really almost as bad as I guessed. Xiao Jinyu was thinking about this one thing in his heart. In fact, as long as this child in front of him returns to his heart, or rather recognizes him as his master now, and then he himself will directly take him to the place where he wants to take revenge. He would definitely mess with these people anyway, and then make enemies and trigger quests, and then his own realm would naturally rise once again. So none of this is a problem. Xiao Jinyu gently stroked the boy's head and laughed. As long as you say it, not to mention the 4 great families. Even if it's a clan, I can help you take revenge. Xiao Jinyu smiled mysteriously and turned around, his hands attached behind his back, another mysterious and unpredictable aura on his body. The Tai sword ruined body aura unconsciously emanated out, transforming into billions of sword chi vertical and horizontal in the surroundings. An endless sword intent surged. Xiao Jinyu was wearing a royal robe, just like a king in the sword. The sea of swords in the sky drowned the two of them, but it didn't hurt the boy in the slightest. The boy's eyes sank slightly as he looked at Xiao Jinyu like this, and for a moment he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu's appearance fell into the boy's eyes, and undoubtedly became even more mysterious. Formation Clan, can you help me avenge my enemies, even if they're the 2 vice sovereigns of the Formation sect? The boy thought for a moment, gritting his teeth before speaking out. Right now he couldn't see any hope. His own strength was humble, and his enemies were the 2 vice patriarchs of the Formation sect. And it was they who had caused his family to be destroyed. Originally, he was a disciple of the Formation sect, with a notable talent in formation, and his father was also the vice patriarch. However, due to the fact that the old patriarch was always in seclusion, the 2 vice patriarchs had joined forces to brutally murder his father and then his entire family in order to obtain the Formation ancestral symbol. If he hadn't gotten away with it, I'm afraid he'd be dead too. So it was precisely because of this that he was reduced to being a beggar in the middle of the everlasting dynasty. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred, endless hatred when he thought of this. Oh, Formation sect, one of the 4 great sects of the southern wasteland? Xiao Jinyu was instantly a bit confused, looking at the boy's face with such an angry look. He turned his head. Yes, I can help you. What does the Formation sect have to fear from me? This continent isn't just the southern wasteland world. It's endlessly vast, and just the 4 great sects don't count for anything. Xiao Jinyu shook his head, his face filled with an inscrutable look. The boy saw Xiao Jinyu surprisingly said so, where there is still any hesitation. Hastily fluttered, legs violently kneeling on the ground, head, heavy kowtow. Boo! I still ask the king's lord to make a move. If Lord Wang is willing to make a move and can avenge me, I would be willing even if I were to be a servant and a slave for the rest of my life. Boo! Boo! The boy was so excited that he kowtowed 3 times so violently toward the ground that his forehead was bruised. Seeing him like this, Xiao Jinyu hurriedly helped him up inside in a low voice. I said I would help you, so why do you have to be like this? One of my veins is the heavenly formation vein. Little fellow, I see that you have a remarkable talent for formations. Join my heavenly formation lineage. In the future, you can use the 9 heavens as the foundation of the formation, the 10 earths as the formation, and all things in heaven and earth are formed by a single thought. Today, are you willing to join my heavenly formation lineage? Xiao Jinyu's eyes gleamed, and his body's aura became more and more mysterious, while the golden dragon robe on his body was windless, and his profound and inscrutable meaning deepened. What he certainly did was to find a reason to bluff him first. The boy was lost in his eyes when he heard what Xiao Jinyu said. Was there really someone who could do that? With the 9 heavens as the foundation of the formation, and the 10 earths as the feet of the formation. How big of a deal did this have to be? And wasn't the man in front of him the king lord of a mundane dynasty? How could he have such a great ability? In addition, the aura he was displaying now, whether it was his aura or his breath, all of them had completely bluffed the boy. The boy didn't have too much doubt at all, and directly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 3 times again. Speaking word by word, he said, "My name is Li Nanshuan. I pay my respects to master." Great! The smile on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened when he saw the man directly pay his respects. Li Nanshuan's face was filled with sincerity, piety. The vows that a young man makes at his age are for life. Once a teacher, always a father, and that definitely holds true in his case. Now that he believed half of what Xiao Jinyu had said, he gradually grew to respect Xiao Jinyu as well. It was also at this time that the system's voice rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. It was detected that Li Nanshuan had messed with the 2 vice sovereigns of the formation sect. The divine spellbinder system is activated. Protagonist enemy 3, Feng Qiu. Deputy head of the formation sect, Dharma phase circle, earth level formation master. Protagonist enemy 4, Feng Hui. Deputy head of the formation sect, Dharma phase circle, small completion, earth level formation master. Ding! Triggering a mission to avenge Li Nanshian, obtaining one of the random supreme physique, 2,000 mission points, and 1 divine ability. For the host realm enhancement in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a heavenly rank formation master. Formation masters likewise have levels, such as weapon feats, from high to low, Emperor Saint Zun Heaven and Earth Shenhuang. Each level is further divided into upper, middle and lower levels. Formation masters, unlike martial artists, were extremely rare, and even a mere Xian-level formation master could become a guest of honor for a clan in the southern wasteland. If it was Earth-level, it would be even more remarkable. There were only a handful of Earth-level formation masters in the entire southern wasteland. Xiao Jinyu had now unconditionally become a heaven-grade formation master, with an unknown amount of extra knowledge about formations in his mind, and even the speed of setting up formations was 100 times faster than others. Being able to form formations with a single thought, that's a good sentiment. It's true that recognizing a righteous son is absolutely right, and accepting a disciple is also right. Xiao Jinyu was overjoyed in his heart, but his face remained motionless and didn't show it, quietly waiting for the system to upgrade his realm. And the system this triggered a task that was meant to be his own thing to do. He could not only obtain the supreme physique, the task points, but also the divine power. Why not? Now, Xiao Jinyu was cool. His origin once again had a burst of dryness, and the 10 golden dawn within his dantian quietly ruptured at this moment. 10 jindans as big as pigeon eggs erupted in a burst of dazzling light. 10 different baby cries resounded in Xiao Jinyu's mind. In an instant, he formed a yuaning, and an oceanic sea of consciousness opened up in his mind, and the power of his divine soul accumulated. In the next moment, all 10 yuaning grew in an instant, all changing into Xiao Jinyu's current appearance. 10 different yuaning emitted 10 different auras of the great Tao, and each yuaning unexpectedly carried a vision behind it. Chaos Bell Green Lotus, Yin and Yang Life and Death Diagram, Brocade Mountains and Rivers, Heaven and Earth Mystery Gate and so on. Various visions filled Xiao Jinyu's mind. He only felt that his divine soul had skyrocketed a million times, his aura as deep as the abyss, and in an instant, he had reached the Dharma phase realm consummation. Dharma phase realm, mastering a type of heaven and earth Dharma phase. However, Xiao Jinyu was different, because of the reason that he had formed 10 yuaning. 10 yuaning carried 10 different types of Dharma phases, and this Dharma phases were again the top supreme vision of heaven and earth. Up to this point it wasn't finished, the Dharma phase wasn't exposed, but rather, it kept sinking and floating in Xiao Jinyu's sea of consciousness. At a certain moment, the sea of aura within the dantian unexpectedly condensed into substance, slowly turning into a gate of heaven and earth. The gate of heaven and earth opened, and the endless chi of heaven and earth overflowed, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he was able to invoke the power of this heaven and earth, and could borrow the might of the heavens. This power is the honored one. In an instant, Xiao Jinyu broke through 3 realms in a row and arrived at the early stage of Zunshur. Is this the power of an honored one? Xiao Jinyu enjoyed this endless power. The depth of his breath was as deep as an ancient abyss, and he looked askance out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 10, to the Formation Sect. Come out and lead your death. Xiao Jinyu's hegemony. This sudden change in his aura caused Li Nanxian to freeze. Just now, Xiao Jinyu's aura of respectability was as vast as heaven and earth, and Li Nanxian had the illusion that it was as if what he was kneeling before was not Xiao Jinyu, but rather, this side of heaven and earth. The man in front of him that he was facing was an abyss that literally had no end. However, thinking about what Xiao Jinyu had just said, using the 9 heavens as the formation and the 10 earths as the corners of the formation, he was then relieved. For someone who could speak such words, how low could his realm be? Definitely a hidden powerhouse, all right. And now he had gotten lucky and had people help him and take him as a disciple. As long as his great vengeance was avenged, in the time to come, he would definitely properly repay the kindness Xiao Jinyu had bestowed upon him. South Seeker, are there any preparations that need to be made? If not, we can head to the middle of the formation sect now. Xiao Jinyu's face had compassion on it, and with a large hand in the void, a soft spiritual force lifted Li Nanxian up. Li Nanxian looked excited, his eyes slightly red. Listening to what Xiao Jinyu said, he almost didn't kneel down again and kowtow to Xiao Jinyu for another 100 or 8 times. Today is like a dream. Is he really going to get his revenge now? During these 2 years, he was in a constant state of hatred, looking forward to the day when he would be able to take his revenge. But now that someone had told him that he could directly avenge his deaths and make those of his family members who had died as if they had been wronged, how could he not be happy about it? Nodding heavily, his head tilted slightly to look above the great hall, he forced back tears, his voice choking a little. When Xiao Jinyu saw his appearance, she gently patted his shoulder and spoke. Your clothes are not good. Go change. It would be decent to meet your dead relatives then, and it would be a disguised way of telling them that you're alive and well. Xiao Jinyu walked out of the hall, and after asking his subordinates to find a good set of clothes for Li Nan, the 2 of them set off. The Formation Sect, located in the east of the southern wasteland, guarded the aquamarine sky sea at the edge of the southern wasteland. With a wave of his large hand, Xiao Jinyu lifted up Li Nanxian, and the 2 of them transformed into a stream of light in the midst of this heaven and earth. Their speed was extremely fast. An invisible spiritual force enveloped the 2 of them, unaffected by the astral winds of space. This is the power of heaven and earth, and I'm flying through the air. Seeing that he was actually flying in the middle of the sky, Li Nanshuan's face held curiosity, and he was shocked beyond measure at Xiao Jinyu's ability to do so. This was the power of heaven and earth. To be able to use the power of heaven and earth, to say the least, Xiao Jinyu's strength had reached the Zunshe realm. If Xiao Jinyu was really an honored one, his great revenge could definitely be avenged. Mother, father, wait for me, the enemy will be in hell soon. Li Nanshuan closed his eyes, his heart heavy. After flying for half a day and spanning millions of miles, finally, under the guidance of Li Nanshuan, Xiao Jinyu and him arrived at the location of the Formation Sect. The Formation Sect, situated at the place where the 7 great mountains intersected, overlooked one palace complex after another standing on top of the 7 great mountains. In front of the door was a huge mountain gate, which was the gate of the Formation Sect, while the 7 large mountains above represented the 7 veins of the Formation Sect. In the center of the 4 big mountain position that represents the Patriarch and 3 Vice Patriarch. Only one of the Vice Patriarch a few years ago died strangely, and now has been attributed to the 2 Vice Patriarchs. Li Nan sought to look at everything below, once again returning to the place where he was born and raised, once again returning to the place where his dreams began. It was as if the death of his parents in the past was vivid in front of his eyes, and the slaughter of his loved ones was vivid in his mind. Endless hatred, anger, resentment, and unwillingness flashed up in Li Nanshuan's eyes again. South search, hard to find, where to find roots, fists unconsciously clenched, nails deeply embedded in flesh and blood, oblivious to the pain. Xiao Jinyu turned his head to look at Li Nansun, so he did not say anything, but instead looked downward at the Formation Sect. The silhouettes of the 2 slowly floated down from above heaven and earth. Feng Xiu, Feng Hui, come out and receive death. His voice was high-pitched and spread throughout the entire Formation Sect. Who is it? How dare you be so bold as to call the 2 Vice Patriarchs by their names, and to say it to receive death? I don't know. Look at the sky. The crowd of disciples followed the source of the voice and raised their heads in unison, seeing Xiao Jinyu and Li Nansun. Isn't this the senior brother Nansun from a few years ago? It's been a long time. Why are you back today? I don't know what the 2 Vice Patriarchs said before, but Li Nanshuan seems to be a traitor to the clan, and the disappearance of the clan's formation ancestral symbol has something to do with him, and because of that, Vice Patriarch Li has thanked him with his death. To die for your sins? Bull asterisk 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 thank you with death. That's a slanderous crime designed and framed by the 2 villains, Feng Xiu and Feng Hui. When Li Nanshuan heard what the group of disciples said, his face instantly turned red, veins rippled above his forehead and he nearly roared. And is the name of the Vice Patriarch not something you can shout about? Several outer sect elders rushed up into the sky, harnessing their auras and floating directly above this heaven and earth, urging up the power of the Jindan without a second thought. Terrifyingly large fists of spiritual energy transformed out, killing Xiao Jinyu in all directions, locking his aura in a death grip. At that moment, the blasts of several large fists were filled with killing opportunities. Xiao Jinyu glanced indifferently, the corner of his mouth contemptuous. With a thought, a force of heaven and earth strangely appeared in front of him, directly erasing the dozen or so large fists in front of him, as if they had never appeared. In the next moment, a terrifying soul pressure was released from his body. The divine soul pressure coalesced into a substance that didn't carry any letdown at all. Boo, boo, boo. The sky was suddenly filled with a few more mists of blood. Just now, several elders merely surfaced on this heavenly ground, and in the next moment, they had already been crushed into blood mist by this soul pressure. Taking the liberty of making a move, without being told, is a killing move. Then Xiao Jinyu has no intention of being polite with them. Those who kill people are always killed. So these elders died. Since when do mole crickets dare to come out and venture out? Xiao Jinyu glanced at these blood mists, and a faint sense of blood emanated from the air for a long time. Bold! How dare you commit murder in my formation sect? Are you tired of living? Daring? How dare you call me by my name and ask me to come out and lead me to my death? What do you think you are? Above the heaven and earth. Several more voices came out indifferently. From above the 2 high mountains in the center, 2 men with a dozen black-robed elders surfaced above this heaven and earth, standing at the same height as Xiao Jinyu. How? It's you little, you didn't even die. The moment Feng Hui and Feng Qiu saw Li Nanshuan, they were also slightly surprised, but they quickly regained their composure and turned their gaze to Xiao Jinyu. Li Nanshuan's realm was only a district Qihai, not even an earth element, not enough to worry about. Want to kill him merely need to release a trace of breath. But Xiao Jinyu was actually able to kill more than a dozen Jindan elders of his clan, so Xiao Jinyu's realm was yawning to say the least. Chapter 11, Heaven and Earth Dharma, Yin and Yang Life and Death Diagrams. The elders are all dead. You're the one who told the 2 of us to come out and die. You're quite bold, to dare to fight your way up to my formation sect's doorstep. It seems that you really don't know how to write the word death. Think you can do whatever you want just because you have some realm strength? Feng Hui and Feng Qiu looked at Xiao Jinyu with a sneer on their faces. They were able to tell that Xiao Jinyu wasn't very old, so his strength couldn't be strong either. One must know that both of them had been cultivating for hundreds of years before they were enough to reach the Dharma phase realm. Xiao Jinyu was only at the Dharma phase realm at the end of the day. Plus this was their formation sect's home turf, so there was nothing to be afraid of at all. Go! The few of you will take him down, and when the time comes, you will sharpen him into a human stick and hang him in front of my formation sect, letting the world know that not just anyone can come to my formation sect and pop up a few times. Feng Hui waved his hand forward, and a dozen black-robed elders behind him received orders and turned into several streams of light and flew out. Their realm was at Yuaning, and their endless soul power was like a tidal wave. Several other elders began to lay down killing formations, wanting to trap Xiao Jinyu with them. Let you escape at that time. Today you can't fly with your wings. Feng Hui looked at Li Nanxuan's face with murderous intent. What happened before must not be exposed. The grass must be cut and the roots must be removed, or else he will be found at his door like today. Feng Hui's body crushed out a terrifying soul pressure, like a great mountain cover, wanting to use this to directly crush Li Nanxuan into blood mist. A dozen black-robed elders killed towards Xiao Jinyu, while Feng Hui similarly killed Li Nanxun. Xiao Jinyu's face was calm, and from the place in his sea of consciousness, a Yuaning opened its eyes, and the heaven and earth visions behind it moved for it. Within Xiao Jinyu's dantian, endless aura burst out, and since the aura turned into liquid in the gate of heaven and earth, spiritual pressure was formed. Before these divine soul forces could even get close to Xiao Jinyu's side, they were dispersed by the power of this heaven and earth. Several elders had already begun to form a formation, and formation pattern after formation pattern flew out from their hands, surfacing where Xiao Jinyu's side was, and the grand formation was already halfway complete, and the soul pressures blasted out by Feng Hui were counteracted one by Xiao Jinyu and did not harm Li Nanxian. Xiao Jinyu turned her head and looked at Li Nanxun and spoke. Today, are you afraid that I won't be able to defeat them, but instead I'll drag you down to die here together? Li Nanxian raised his head, listening to Xiao Jinyu's words that were like a joke, shook his head, his face extremely firm. Not afraid. Ha 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 ha. Yes, in that case, great vengeance. And these guys, well, behind Xiao Jinyu, a terrifying vision emerged from above heaven and earth. Endless white chi came from the eastern heaven and earth, and endless black chi surfaced from the western heaven and earth. At this moment, the black and white chi that filled the sky covered this heaven and earth to the point that the heavens and earth were darkened. The two different black and white chi fused with each other, slowly rotating in a clockwise fashion. The one black dot and the white dot strangely surfaced on, surprisingly forming a huge Tai Chi diagram. This was Xiao Jinyu's Dharma phase, or the heaven and earth vision. The yin and yang life and death diagram. The black and white heaven and earth were constantly rotating, and two swimming fish were vaguely emerging. When the power of yin and yang came out, endless life and death were reversed. The power to kill is now in the hands of Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu extended his large palm and slightly pressed it into the void. Several chi of life and death shot out from the huge and incomparable black and white swimming fish behind itself, carrying the endless might of heaven and earth, which could not be resisted at all. Phew! Before the dozen or so black-robed elders could react, their pupils stared blankly, and their bodies had already been penetrated by this black and white chi, the extreme power of life and death. Touching their bodies, their skin faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, endlessly pale, like that 10,000-year-old tree bark. Their eyes caved in deeply and their breath weakened for an instant. Obviously there are still thousands of years of life, but their life expectancy at this moment were all deprived of the power of life and death. Flesh and body into blood and water, soul was crushed by heaven and earth, as much as death. At Xiao Jinyu's side, the formation that had not yet been formed was broken at this moment, and his dragon robe was wrapped up in the chi of life and death, blowing in bursts. Between heaven and earth, the poise of that golden robe became more and more dazzling. When Feng Hui and Feng Qiu reacted, the group of elders behind them had long since died. The two looked at the huge heaven and earth vision behind Xiao Jinyu and lost their voices. What kind of phantom is this? How can it be so huge to such an extent that it can even invoke the pressure of heaven and earth? He's in the same Dharma realm as us. The two men had a look on their faces like they'd seen a ghost. The group of elders behind them would die strangely. They had not expected such a situation today. Right now, the formation sect had lost a dozen elders, 10 of whom were Yuaning and 7 of whom were Jindan. With the loss of vitality, their formation sect would have to recover for thousands of years. Harpies, you must die today. You must die. Daring to be so reckless in our formation sect, you're the first person in thousands of years. Feng Hui and Feng Qiu's faces were so gloomy that they were able to come out of the water. If the old patriarch came out to see today's situation, the two of them will definitely not be able to avoid a scolding. And at that time, if the blame is down, it is difficult to protect the position of the vice patriarch of the two of them. From behind the duo, the same phantom manifested. Feng Hui's Dharma phase was a book of formations, while Feng Qiu's Dharma phase was the 10,000 Fires Great Formation, both of which were related to formations. The Dharma realm aura emanated as three different Dharma phases faced each other on three sides. The phantom behind Xiao Jinyu alone had already occupied this half of the sky dome, while the two of them each occupied the remaining 1/4. 10,000 fires burning the sky. Die. Formation transforms ghosts. 10,000 ghosts kill. Feng Qiu and Feng Hui shouted at the same time, and the phantom of the Book of Formations flipped and landed on top of one of the pages. Thousands of strands of black evil souls flew out from them, and an endless aura of resentment surfaced above, killing Xiao Jinyu straight away, bringing gusts of ghastly winds and wolfish howls with them, chilling people's backs. Above the 10,000 flames grand formation, an unknown number of blood-colored flames spread out in a matter of moments, burning up half of this heaven and earth, turning it into a sea of fire, and similarly killing Xiao Jinyu directly. There was a sardonic smile on the faces of the two, and they could already think of Xiao Jinyu dying under their killing spree. After all, in their opinion, Xiao Jinyu's realm was only at the Dharma phase realm's great completion, so how strong could he be if he was the same as them? The crowd of disciples below were all lost in thought. Who would have thought that in the twinkling of an eye, a dozen or so elders who were still high up in their clan would be dead in the next moment with not even a bone left, and the two vice-patriarchs also struck out as a result. This was all a little too dramatic. Who exactly is this man that Li Nanchuan brought? He was actually able to fight two vice-sovereigns. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was the formation sect's eldest disciple or a group of inner disciples, they didn't dare to breathe. When the gods fight, mortals are afraid of suffering. Chapter 12. Black and white swimming fish transforms into a dragon. Crushing, the old patriarch appeared. Xiao Jinyu's face was unusual, and there was no hint of panic on his face when he saw these killing moves coming to kill him. In the yin-yang taiji diagram behind him, the black and white swimming fish that was visualized by the black and white chi roared its body and killed out. For a brief moment, the black fish and the white fish flashed with the light of life and death. Bathed in the light of life and death, the body of the black and white swimming fish unexpectedly changed. The body began to become slender, and since the position of the two sides of the body bizarrely gave birth to 4 limbs, manifesting 4 claws, the fish's head changed directly into a dragon's head. The fish tail transformed into a dragon's tail. His body was slender, his fish scales transformed into dragon scales, and his face was filled with indifference. An instant fish turns into a dragon. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the entire sky, as the black dragon and the white dragon roared out as they each soared 100 or so feet, swinging his powerful claws at the front end. He met head-on with the roar of 10,000 ghosts and the sea of fire in the sky. There was no expected mutual offset, nor did the crowd guess to persist for a long time, but instead, like that knife-cut tofu in general, the black and white two dragons carried the momentum of destroying everything, with the black and white chi of life and death permeating above their bodies, destroying everything. The white light represents the power of infinite vitality, the heavenly gram of these 10,000 ghosts. The 10,000 ghosts touched the power of life, like snow touching the blazing sun, and melted into nothingness. Hiss, one after another. The unwilling screams of the severe ghosts rang out, and all of them were turned into flying ash, while this white dragon did not reduce its speed, waving its claws and roaring its head to kill Feng Qiu. The other black dragon carried the extreme power of death, and would die when touched, like those elders just now, who would be deprived of all their lifespan the moment they were touched. Roar! The dragon's head is indifferent, and the dragon's beard flutters. The huge dragon body roared. 10,000 fires in this moment, in this horrible power of death, just like a tiny flame touched the ocean. Touching the flame will be extinguished. This is the power of crushing. Before this sea of fire even appeared in front of the black dragon, it was doused into nothingness by the power of death that the black dragon carried on and behind it, without even passing out ashes, and killed straight towards Feng Hui. Such a terrifying anomaly, coupled with the killing aura of the black and white two dragons directly locking onto the two of them. Under this strike, the two of them would surely die, and there was no way to avoid or escape. The pupils of the two men opened wide and had become somewhat lax, their eyes lost in thought, seemingly in disbelief, muttering, "How? What kind of power is this? Why is his Dharma phase so much stronger than ours? And what kind of Dharma phase heaven and earth is this black and white two dragons?" There was resignation on the faces of the two, but it was to no avail. They wanted to make a resistance, to struggle a little more, but in the blink of an eye, the black and white two dragons had already killed in front of them. The terrifying dragon's claws were about to fall, and they were looking at the end of the line. Why is this necessary? Little friend, an old sigh rang out, and the entire formation sect erupted with dazzling light from above and below, as 10 pillars of light rose up into the sky, enveloping the formation sect. An invisible protective shield enveloped the duo of Feng Hui and Feng Qiu, only to see the black and white two dragons' dragon claws fighting each other. The protective shield even briefly resisted. Kaboom! Boo! In an instant, the transparent protective shield was close to shattering, and the black and white two dragons seemed to have exhausted the power of life and death, transforming into black and white chi and dissipating between this heaven and earth. But that terrifying chi of life and breath of death eventually ran into Feng Hui and Feng Qiu, and the aura of the two of them plummeted drastically, just like those black-robed elders just now. The skin dried down rapidly and the eyes were deeply sunken. In a short moment, it will be transformed into only skin and bones. The line will be wooden, become a dying old man, like a candle in the wind, blowing that is extinguished. The two men also flew backwards as a result, blood constantly spilling from the corners of their mouths, blood flowing from the 7 orifices of their eyes, and the law-oriented heaven and earth behind them violently shattered at this moment. Boom! Their breath no longer supported the two of them to use phantasmal heaven and earth again, nearly half dead. Even if the two of them were like this, the yin-yang taiji diagram behind Xiao Jinyu still had no intention of dissipating. The huge yin and yang swimming fish was still swimming above, and what had just coalesced was only 1/1000th of its breath. One must know that what Xiao Jinyu had condensed behind him was not a phantom, but a heaven and earth vision, much more advanced than a phantom. Above this heaven and earth, there was an additional pale silhouette. He leaned on his wooden staff and walked downward step after step from above heaven and earth. The 10 pillars of light did not diminish, and the terrifying power of the array still covered and suppressed the entire array clan. This was the Thousand Mountain Protector Formation, which had been the backbone of the formation sect for thousands of years, and could withstand an attack by an exalted, or even a strike by a saint, but it was open today for the sake of Xiao Jinyu. Little friend, does my formation sect have any hateful relations with little friend? Why did little friend kill my formation sect's elder in such a manner today, and also decimate my formation sect's 2 vice sect members together? There was a huff on the old man's face. Originally, he had been in the middle of his seclusion, but this terrifying movement of Xiao Jinyu today, coupled with the heavenly and earthly phantoms behind him, directly woke him up. By the time he appeared, he realized that his 2 vice patriarchs were already on the verge of death, and if they were to harden themselves against those 2 black and white dragons, the 2 of them would surely fall here with hatred. If that was the case, it would definitely be the biggest blow to his formation sect in 1,000 years, in 10,000 years, damaging the foundation. To know that this is 2 Dharma phase realm the bottom of the level of existence, such as the loss of words, the Array clan may be squeezed out of the ranks of the 4 clans. So he showed up. Moreover, in order to withstand this terrifying strike from Xiao Jinyu, he had specially evoked the Great Protector Formation technique. What made his heart palpitate was that 1/10 of the power of the Protector Formation was just barely cancelling each other out with this black and white 2 dragons. We must know that this protective array is able to withstand the full force of the Honored One to kill. If so, this person in front of us, his realm is. The old man had been a little afraid to think about it when he thought about it. He feared it was really as bad as the worst ideas. He hundreds of years of seclusion, in order to impact the Honored One realm, but has been fruitless, and now there is a real Honored One in front of him. Me and the Formation clan? There is no hatred, but my disciples have some hatred with the Formation sect. Xiao Jinyu spoke out faintly, and behind him, Li Nansun took a step towards the front and bowed to the Formation sect elder. I, Li Nanshuan, son of Li Yong, have met Patriarch. During these years when the Patriarch was in seclusion, the 2 of them, Feng Hui and Feng Qiu, in order to snatch the formation ancestral symbol that the Patriarch had kept in my father's possession, used treacherous tactics to falsely accuse my father, Li Yong, of colluding with other sects and designing a trap against him. In the end, the 2 joined forces to brutally injure my father, Li Yong, and killed more than 80 of my family's old and young with him. Dare I ask the Patriarch, is this feud a blood feud? A blood hate? Li Nanshuan's voice was indignant and his face was filled with hatred. The nails of his hands had long since sunk deep into his palms. It's hard to imagine what this 14-year-old kid is carrying around. If there is no Xiao Jinyu to back him up, perhaps if there is no other chance in his life, he can really only be a little beggar, and he can't take revenge for the rest of his life. Chapter 13, The Power of the Earth Exalted One. Killing the 2 of you is not negotiable. What? There's even a reason for this. Is he telling the truth? It's no wonder that Patriarch Li disappeared for no reason some years ago, and all the disciples of the Li family lineage have been eradicated from the sect. I didn't realize that senior brother Nansun had such a tragic past. Was it really done by the Vice clan? The crowd of Formation sect disciples below were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. No one had expected the 2 Vice sect members to do such a thing. One by one, they raised their heads to look at the 2 of them, Feng Hui and Feng Qiu, who were extremely weak and still bleeding from their 7 orifices, as if they were questioning. Their eyes were like thorns, in search of an answer. If the 2 vice patriarchs of the Formation sect were such villains that they would do anything to achieve their goals, then this vice patriarch they would absolutely disown. If they are able to do so for the sake of profits, they may one day have this butcher's knife extended to them. A group of Formation sect's disciples are not cuties, and the same enmity was clear. The Formation sect elder was stunned. listening to what Li Nanxian said, and for a moment, it was hard to tell if it was true or not. He turned his head toward the near half-dead Feng Hui and Feng Qiu duo, his gaze blazing, his breath floating as he questioned, "Is what he said true?" When Feng Hui and Feng Qiu raised their eyelids, they expended all the strength in their bodies. Their breath was weak, their voices were hoarse, and their faces were flustered. "Patriarch, what he said is false. He's bloodthirsty. We didn't do that. Lion's death was an accident." Of course the two of them couldn't possibly admit it, and now the only one who could save their lives was the old patriarch. If the old patriarch didn't shelter them either, the two of them would definitely die today. The old man's gaze was like a knife, sticking directly above the faces of the two. Under the scrutiny of this glance after glance, there was clearly a trace of panic on the faces of the two men, and it was obvious that what Li Nanxian said was true. The old man understood, closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, not making a decision for a moment. Those 10 pillars of light around them were still floating in this heaven and earth, and the protector clan formation had not been removed and still existed. The duo's hearts still had a fluke in them. As long as this patriarchal formation wasn't withdrawn, it meant that the old patriarch was still interested in sheltering them, and that they would be able to live on for a while. They had lived for hundreds of years, they valued life and death even more, and feared death even more. Who wouldn't want life if they could live? Xiao Jinyu could see the entanglement of the old man in front of him, and Li Nansun was likewise the same, gritting his teeth and no longer saying anything, his face calm. At this moment, he had a stronger perception of the world again. The golden robe on Xiao Jinyu's body slowly floated, and behind him, the yin-yang taiji diagram was still emitting a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Xiao Jinyu withdrew the yin-yang taiji diagram behind her, and the shocking vision that had obscured one side of the heavens and earth slowly dissipated. A soul baby in his sea of consciousness closed its eyes and continued to sit in silence above the sea of consciousness. His aura changed, and before, he had used the power of the Dharma realm, wanting to play with them, and now that the power of the Dharma phase was converging, it was replaced by the power of the heavens and earth of the exalted realm. Today, no matter what this old man in front of him said, he would definitely kill these two people, and he would also kill those who were related to this matter and had any karmic connection. The emperor was ruthless, the world was ruthless, and he, Xiao Jinyu, was naturally the same. It's only right to kill to pay for what you've done. Xiao Jinyu took a step towards the front, and suddenly there was a sound in this heaven and earth. Dang! This voice was like the beating of the laws of heaven and earth, like the sound of heaven and earth. Xiao Jinyu took another step forward, and this ringing sound resounded once again. At some point, the hearts of the crowd even levitated at this moment. The ringing sound was as if it was the sound of their hearts, and every time Xiao Jinyu took a step forward, their hearts would root and beat a little. It seemed that their lives and deaths were in Xiao Jinyu's hands at this moment. An invisible heaven and earth pressure descended. The old man's face became more and more unsightly as he opened his eyes, turbidity flashing above his old face. His voice low, "Little friend, do you really want to do this today? Do the two of them have to die?" Xiao Jinyu ignored the old man and didn't even look at him squarely as he took one step after another, walking towards the heaven and earth where the duo of Feng Hui and Feng Qiu were. It was clear that Xiao Jinyu had only taken a dozen steps forward, but he had crossed 100 miles. Xiao Jinyu walked straight past the old man's side and arrived in front of the duo. When Xiao Jinyu passed by, the old man's face became more and more ugly. He naturally understood what kind of realm Xiao Jinyu had reached. He had no intention to stop it. He was powerless to stop it. All kinds of unwillingness eventually turned into a long sigh up to the sky. He turned around, as if he couldn't bear to see what was going to happen next, and the clan protection formation still didn't have the intention of withdrawing. "Patriarch, Patriarch, you have to save us. You have to save us. You have to believe us. We really didn't do this." When Feng Xiu and Feng Hui saw that the old patriarch had turned away from them, they panicked and shouted in this direction. Xiao Jinyu walked up to the duo with an extremely indifferent expression. The left hand and the right hand directly clamped down on their necks and lifted the two of them up, and with the slightest force from the big hands, the two of them felt that they couldn't catch their breath. "Leave us alone. Let go. Let go. Let us go, please." The skin of the two was deeply sunken. Their 7 orifices were still bleeding, and their voices were extremely weak, bitterly begging. He prayed that Xiao Jinyu would let the two of them off the hook and not kill them painfully. "Letting you guys off the hook? Ridiculous. Did you ever think about letting others off the hook when you killed them before?" Xiao Jinyu's face had a sneer on it. His big hand exerted force, and with a click, he directly broke their necks. Hiss, ah, sharp sound resounded. 2 divine souls emerged from the two of them, which had already lost their breath, and the transparent blue-green divine souls flew off into the distance, wanting to escape directly. But how could Xiao Jinyu do what they wanted? The big hands threw their bodies out to the sides like dead dogs, stretching out his hand toward the heavens and earth. A terrifying force of the heavens and earth appeared, like a sandwich that heaved together, directly erasing these 2 greenish divine souls. At this point, Feng Hui and Feng Qiu had officially fallen. Before the two divine souls escaped, there was a look of celebration on their faces, and the same was accompanied by extremely deep resentment. After the two wisps of divine souls had run off to other places to take over others, they would definitely want to avenge today. But this expression of theirs was merely frozen on top of their divine souls, and they didn't even have time to react before their divine souls were crushed into slag, with nothing left, and they died extremely cleanly. After doing all this, Xiao Jinyu turned around and looked at Li Nansun with a smile. Are there any other people related to this matter? Just point it out and I'll slaughter it for you. These words are very light, but in the ears of the crowd, it is the whisper of death. The old man panicked. The Array clan at this time has died 2 deputy patriarch, dead dozens of elders. If there are casualties, his Array clan to nearly several thousand years to be able to restore vitality. Elder this? Seeing that the people have been killed, can you stop there? The old man instantly panicked and turned to look at Xiao Jinyu, even changing his address. Strength is everything. Xiao Jinyu shook her head at the old man, her gaze calm. Life and death are footprints left by destiny visiting the fair. For a moment, the old man was speechless. Chapter 14, When Things Are Done. Xingui Hegemony Heavenly Body, Underworld 9 Shadows. Li Nanchuan looked at the crowd of disciples below, and glanced at the old mountains and rivers of the formation sect, with emotion in his eyes and complexity on his face. The people who had a grudge against him were mainly Feng Hui and Feng Qiu. All the things were done by the two of them. As for the other elders concerned, they were almost killed by Xiao Jinyu alone. He shook his head slowly. There is no more hatred, Master. Xiao Jinyu nodded and walked out a few steps toward the front, coming directly in front of him, and opened his mouth to ask, is the knot in your heart solved? Is it possible to have an acquaintance here? Or is there something else to do? Go ahead. I'll be here to help you with the pressure. No one will dare to touch you in the slightest. With me here, I'm not afraid of the sky collapsing. Xiao Jinyu gently patted Li Nansun's shoulder. Li Nanchuan raised his head. There were already tears in his eyes, endless gratitude that could not be expressed in a single word. Li Nanchuan slowly walked down and landed unharmed on the formation sect earth. How familiar, the place where he had been. Now he was going to visit his parents' graves, or to see the place he had once known, I suppose, and it was all up to him. The task that Xiao Jinyu had to do today had been completed. The old man saw that Xiao Jinyu had no intention of going on another killing spree and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Xiao Jinyu would mess up, and if he killed a bunch of people indiscriminately again, then that would really be the end of it. Xiao Jinyu's realm was that of a Zunshur, while he was merely a Dharma phase perfection, a huge step away from being a Zunshur. So how could he be Xiao Jinyu's opponent? The clan protection array was the most effective when used externally, and Xiao Jinyu had come within the range of the clan protection array, so the effectiveness would be halved by a lot. He stood alone with an imperial robe. No one dared to look at him more than a few times, and even the crowd was scared by his terrifying aura and lowered their heads. The formation sect patriarch's face was filled with complexity. Today was a nightmare for his formation sect, regardless of when and how many years in the future. He would remember today's moment, when 2 vice patriarchs died, and a dozen elders died horizontally on the spot, with no bones left. He did not have the intention of wanting to take revenge. Not only that Xiao Jinyu's realm is an earth exalted, but also that this is right and wrong. It is also as a race sect that these people are wrong in the first place. Therefore, what face does he have to take the initiative to talk about revenge? At this moment, the old formation sect patriarch's face seemed to have aged another 10 or so years, his hair turning white in an instant. He knew that the formation sect was considered finished at this moment, and with the death of such an underlying presence, its status among the 4 sects was in tatters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining one of the supreme taboo physique, the Xingui Hegemony Heavenly Body. Xingui Hegemony Heavenly Body. Legend has it that the body that exists in the 9 hells is the body of the master of the 9 hells, possessing Xingui strength and hegemony heavenly strength, can evolve the 9 sepulchral heavens and earth and that song heavenly world by virtue of his physique, the specific strength of which is unknown and needs to be developed by the host himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 quest points and obtaining the stance aptitude. Underworld 9 Shadows. 9 shadows of the underworld, in the form of 9 false bodies, each of which can surely block a killing chance for the host before the host is injured. And after the 9 bodies have finished, the divine ability expires, with no cooldown. Xiao Jinyu looked at the supreme physique as well as the body technique avatar that the system had prompted, and was instantly overjoyed. The Xingui Hegemony Heavenly Body allows one to evolve 2 worlds. The endless world power could be far beyond the boundaries of what a great Earth Exalted could use, and the specific battle power would definitely be much stronger than one's own strength right now. The exact strengths are yet to be developed on their own. Once again, he had one more type of undercurrent in his repertoire. The Taiyi Sword Ruin Body allowed him to master the power of the Sword Dao, while this Xinjia Hegemony Heavenly Body could allow him to have unparalleled strength in his physical body. and stepping into the extreme realm with his physical body was definitely not a problem. About the 9 shadows of the underworld, it's not bad either. Especially the 3 big words "no cooling" at the back are extremely conspicuous. That meant that as long as he was fast enough and had enough mana, then he would be able to evolve 9 false bodies again before these 9 false bodies died out. Repeat this back and forth and get hurt for yourself. In this way one would not have any injuries and would be in a state of total victory at all times. So who could fight with oneself? This was too perverted. Even Xiao Jinyu himself couldn't help but be staggered. So the feeling of being invincible was so wonderful. A source of origin merged into Xiao Jinyu's body, and his aura deepened once again, as vast as the age-old heavenly abyss. The old man seemed to have sensed something and gave Xiao Jinyu a puzzled look. Just now, he had the illusion that Xiao Jinyu seemed to be even more terrifying, and the void around him seemed to be unable to carry his physical body, and even began to collapse layer by layer. One must know where Xiao Jinyu's realm had only reached. Earth exalted. Those who could make space collapse were at least in the realm of saints, and among the southern wasteland, the Earth Venerable was already the strongest on the surface, and saints hadn't come out for 100 years. It was probably only in the middle of the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, the place where demons gathered and heavenly prides gathered, that the sage realm existed, and there were even higher cultivators that existed. Xiao Jinyu had stood above the sky dome for nearly an hour, while the crowd of Formation Sect disciples below had likewise stood here for an hour, not daring to breathe. The Formation Sect master had not yet removed the sect protector formation, fearing that Xiao Jinyu would mess up again. When an hour had passed, Li Nansun returned, holding a formation ancestral symbol in his hand with a self-deprecating look on his face. The formation ancestral symbol that Feng Hui and Feng Qiu had been longing for. I didn't expect to find it until after their deaths, and it's been by my father's grave. Xiao Jinyu's figure slowly floated down and landed in front of Li Nansun. Are things all settled? It's all been settled. The Formation Sect no longer has anything for me to stay. Master, let's go. Li Nanxuan nodded, his eyes red and swollen, so he thought he should have cried a lot. Xiao Jinyu took Li Nanxuan's hand and walked slowly toward the sky and earth above, stepping falsely in the air, leaving the Formation Sect and fading away in the sky. The group of Formation Sect cultivators all raised their heads and looked up at Xiao Jinyu and Li Nansun as they left, with yearning on their faces. Just now, Li Nanxuan had addressed Xiao Jinyu as his master, and following such a powerful existence, his future would have long surpassed theirs by far. The crowd was envious in their hearts. When the Formation Sect patriarch saw this scene, he once again sighed and turned around, his back slumping as he returned to the top of the Great Hall and began to organize the Formation Sect. All these years he has been in seclusion, which has led to the emergence of so many things. In the end it is all his Formation Sect's own doing. Who can blame him? His Formation Sect was destined to have such a calamity, and now that the calamity retribution has come, it can be considered as a lesson. No one is allowed to say anything about what happened today. The two of them once again returned to the middle of the Eternal Life Dynasty, and Xiao Jinyu's divine sense radiated downwards, sweeping out like a tidal wave. In 10 or so breaths of time, he covered all the civilians of the entire everlasting dynasty, with golden points of light flickering in his eyes, checking out their chi. Chapter 15 Master Shifu's 4 to 6 second enemy crack. Before, it was because the realm was not high enough and the divine sense was not opened, so he could not view the group of civilians of the everlasting dynasty. And now that he had reached the earth exalted, grasping the power of the earth, it could be said that he could walk horizontally throughout this entire southern wasteland. Even if a saint appeared, with his 2 supreme physiques, he would be able to touch base with them. If he encountered one in the same realm that pissed him off, he would definitely chop his dog's head off. Unfortunately, Xiao Jinyu shook his head and checked the circle, finding that within his Chongqing dynasty, the best person's chi was only purple, and this man's bone age has reached 57. It can be his father. Li Nanxuan was puzzled in his eyes, not knowing where this sentence of Xiao Jinyu's pity came from. Xiao Jinyu took Li Nansun's hand and returned to the top of the Great Hall of the Eternal Life Dynasty. He looked at Li Nanxuan with a kind gaze and spoke. All matters have been resolved. The hatred has been resolved, and it's time to let go of these things. Understand? You can't let all this hatred stay with you. It will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Xiao Jinyu half squatted down, his expression very serious. Li Nanxuan nodded and handed over the Formation Ancestral symbol held in his hand to Xiao Jinyu. Master, this is the Formation Ancestral symbol that was actually passed down by the Formation Sect. Does Master need to take a look at it? Xiao Jinyu immediately froze. The Formation Ancestor talisman inherited from the Formation clan. Hearing this one ancestor word, one would know the difference. And I didn't expect Li Nanxuan to bring him back and hand him over directly to himself. This disciple in front of me has potential. At a young age he knows to take other people's things for himself. Good. such a disciple. He likes. Such a disciple would only be able to cause trouble in the future, to cause stronger enemies, so that he could also become stronger as a result. He really hadn't been wrong about Li Nanxuan. Xiao Jin, you picked it up, and golden light flashed in the pupils of his eyes, sweeping through all the records on this formation ancestral symbol, whether it was the heaven and earth grand formation or the landscape grand formation. They were all imprinted in his mind word for word. Moreover, now that he was a celestial level formation master, all of the great formations in it, excluding the ones above the Zune level that might not be able to be set up, he was able to form formations with a single thought. I didn't expect this Eye of Chi Fortune to have such a function, being able to directly memorize all with a single glance. Such complicated formation runes, all the details memorized word for word in my head. It seems that this formation sect is definitely not simple. The knowledge of the Tao of formation recorded in this formation ancestral symbol is somewhat vast, and there is even something about an imperial killing formation in it. Never heard of it in this southern wasteland. If today's formation sect's protector formation is the Emperor's extreme killing formation, then one may also be hanging. Xiao Jin, you could not help but sigh, and after memorizing all the knowledge, he shook his head, and in a short breath of time, he handed the formation ancestral symbol back to Li Nanxuan's hands. This formation ancestral symbol is somewhat interesting, which master does not need. Into my heaven array lineage, all you have to do is to train well on the line. Array lineage, you have talent. The same martial realm above you cannot fall behind, can be slow, but must be forward. Understand? Li Nanxuan nodded ignorantly and sighed with emotion. Worthy of being a master, definitely a man of the world. He doesn't even want the formation ancestral symbol that has been passed down for a long time by the formation sect, even looking away, merely glancing at it and giving it back to himself. It really does have the demeanor of a nobleman. How much of this formation ancestral symbol can you see through, and how much can you comprehend? Xiao Jin, you once again asked. Li Nanxuan raised his head in thought and spoke. Right now, I am merely a Xian-level formation master, and can only barely comprehend some Xian-level formations and Earth-level formations, and the rest will be harder to learn about. Yes, Xiao Jinyu's face was overjoyed. Ha, is this good? Master, am I being too foolish? Li Nanxuan naively scratched his head, puzzled. Obviously, his realm was not high and his sense of formations was not deep, so he did not understand why Xiao Jinyu would say a good word. Xiao Jinyu's complexion was a bit embarrassed. His face snapped, and he accidentally exposed his true feelings. The reason he said it was good was because Li Nanxuan unexpectedly couldn't see through the more advanced grand formations among the formation sect ancestral symbols, and before he bragged that he was a lineage of heavenly formations, the awesome boast was a bit big, and it was difficult to round back for a while. Now that he couldn't even see through one of the advanced formations, then it was all good. Yeah, he can see through it. Heaven level array, Zune level array, the Emperor level array countless, then he can rely on these to impart to Li Nanxuan his own identity of this high man, and once again back, is not considered to be a snub. What the master means is that having such a realm at such a young age is already good. Going slowly one step at a time is absolutely excellent. Xiao Jin, you didn't move. Still explaining himself, Li Nanxian still nodded in confusion. These days, my master will impart some more knowledge of the formation path to you, leading you forward slowly, and then sometime in the future you may be needed to go out alone to make a break for it. You may be able to do that? Back, master, I can do it. Li Nanxuan had a determined face and directly half-kneeled. Disciple will absolutely live up to master's expectations of disciple. Li Nanxuan's face was serious and full of solemnity. Hey, no, you haven't gotten to the point for the master. My disciple out there is not to be wronged in any way. You can dislike the sky and the air. Let me ask you, what if you can't beat them? What if you run into a bully? Xiao Jin, you asked rhetorically. If you can't fight, then run. If you can't run, then hide. Life comes first. Wait until the enemy is seriously wounded. That's when I'll make up a blow to him from behind. Li Nanxuan thought about it and cocked a small head, but still answered truthfully. Xiao Jin, you listened with great satisfaction in his heart. This Nima definitely has the qualifications of a top old 6. At a young age, he would even memorize the great law of Thorn. Yes, Xiao Jinyu's face was old. It's not bad, but there's an easier way. Just summon the master, especially if you run into those who beat up the little ones and come to the old ones. Summon the master directly. Don't hesitate. The master will back you up. If the younger generation is really unable to fight, you can also summon your master, and all of your masters can help you. The master can go 4-6 with anyone he encounters. Ah, even one as powerful as master is only 4 or 6? Li Nanxuan's head was even more crooked, and his eyes were puzzled. Wrong, it's within 4 moves. Between 6 seconds, the enemy cracks. Xiao Jinyu raised his head and turned his back, a lonely as snow expert stance. Li Nanchuan listening to what Xiao Jinyu said. The eyes suddenly sprang up countless little stars. The heart also seems to have an old sixth door is slowly being opened. In the years to come, Xiao Jinyu realized that he had many virtues, the biggest of which was obedience. Every time you can't beat them and call out to them, Li Nanchuan is the most active. My father Xiao Jinyu, shouting that called a smooth. Sure enough, there is no tree that covers the sky in the world. Only old six can lower it. Chapter 16, Xiao Tian's life is in danger. My son's accident sword sect is buried with him. In these days, Xiao Jinyu really did teach Li Nansun about formations and style. The same also gave him a lot of spirit stone resources, gathered the cultivation resources of a small half of the everlasting dynasty, and directly took it to Li Nanchuan for cultivation. The number of spirit stones in it was 100,000. In the Xian fantasy world, spirit stones were hard currency, and it was the same in the Eternal Life dynasty. Previously, it was Xiao Tianming that loser who possessed so much, and now that Xiao Tianming was out, these benefits naturally fell on Xiao Jinyu's only disciple, Li Nansun. 10 days, Xiao Jinyu found that Li Nansun's talent was almost demonic. As long as it was a formation he taught, Xian level, even if it was an earth level formation over and over again was able to learn. Within the span of 10 days, he had directly jumped to become an earth grade formation master, and was already able to roughly set up a few earth grade formations, the power of which could kill a Jindan and level a Dharma phase. Formation masters had an extremely powerful ability to cross the border, but they also had a fatal drawback, which was that the pre-shake time was too long, and it took quite a bit of time to set up a formation. That was why these days Xiao Jinyu was also working on improving Li Nansun's aspect in terms of the speed of deployment. Xiao Jinyu was able to form a formation with a single thought, while Li Nansun was far from it. Another short period of time passed, and Li Nanchuan's attainments in formations grew higher and higher, and his realm was steadily rising. Xiao Jinyu was likewise not idle, and every day he freed up a small portion of his time to go to other places, relying on the eye of Qi, trying to look for whether or not there was a heavenly pride type of existence, but finding it is now tentative and undiscovered. Then it was to develop the two major physiques and cultivate the two divine abilities. Xiao Jinyu realized that when his son messed with his enemies, he would also gain a higher level of enlightenment than his enemies, but divine power was at least divine power, and right now, he had only learned 1.5 moves, and couldn't do it with complete ease. In the Stone Wasteland dynasty, Shi Rong left the territory of the dynasty early and rushed to the Soul sect to start practicing. Before parting, her gaze was extremely firm. The insults of the past will be returned 10,000 times over someday. And next, when Shi Rong entered the Soul sect, other chain of events would arise. The people of the Soul sect viewed that day Xiao Jinyu was through the heavenly tribulation to exterminate a group of elders of his Soul sect, and then Shi Rong assumed an important role in it again, leading the elders of the Soul sect to kill the elders in front of the everlasting dynasty. As for how strong Xiao Jinyu was at that time, and how high the grass on their graves must be, this is of course all an afterthought. Why do my eyelids flutter wildly? I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Xiao Jinyu stood at the top of the back of the mountain. His face was heavy. Recently there was always a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. It seemed that there was an important person beside him who was going to have an accident. Right now, there were only two people that mattered to him, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan. Li Nanchuan in the Chongqing dynasty in the middle of the peaceful cultivation. Then the only possibility is that Xiao Tianmian to be out of the matter. This unlucky kid wouldn't rather die than crush the teleportation array card I gave him. That look in his eyes when he left that day was too resolute. It seemed to be a look of extreme desire to prove himself. Xiao Jinyu always felt that something was wrong, and there was worry in his gaze, although he wanted this cheap son to constantly make enemies and become stronger. But in the end, after all, it was his own child, the world's parents, who is not willing to let their children become better. No, it always feels like something is going to happen. I have to go to the sword sect to take a look up. Xiao Jinyu was uneasy, and a thought was transmitted to the top of the great hall. Master has something to go out for a while and will be back soon. You practice. Li Nanxian received this piece of information, nodded, and continued to start working on setting up the formation. Now that he had begun to try out an earth grade medium grade grand formation, Xiao Jinyu transformed into a stream of light and hurried toward the sword sect. His speed increased to the extreme. If we were to travel at the speed of the journey, it would take a day and a night to travel to the sword sect, which, even more distant than the formation sect, was situated in the north of the southern wasteland. But now that he had reached the Earth Exalted One, rushing to the sword sect merely took half a day. Ding! Detected that the host's son, Xiao Tianmian, has angered the sword sect's Grand Elder. The Spellfather mission is released. Villainous Enemy 4, Hanzong, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the sword sect, with a great accomplishment in the Dharma phase and a sword Dao realm of the sword mind realm, boosting strength for the host in Ding! Congratulations to the host Sword Dao for breaking through the shackles and reaching heavenly sword unity. Because the host's strength has already reached that of Azuni, the original realm will not be upgraded. Resolving the enemy for Xiao Tianmian will earn you 3,000 mission points and 1 complete supreme law. This time when Xiao Jinyu heard the system's prompt, his face didn't bring any color of joy, but instead became more and more gloomy. This one thing indicated that Xiao Tianmeng had definitely encountered a big problem. After messing with the great elder of the sword sect, in these nearly 2 months, how far could his realm have risen from the original Sea of Qi? Even with the protagonist's aura, he would be able to reach the Tian Yuan realm. Coupled with the fact that the current 9 revolutions sacred body has not been fully developed, over 2 realms would already be the limit. Able to fight with the infants is very impressive. And talk about the phantom? He's definitely in danger. There were too many of these unknowns for Xiao Jinyu to dare to gamble, so he pushed the aura on his body to the extreme, shortening the time to rush there once again. Within an hour, it was necessary to reach the sword sect by crossing a distance of 10 million miles. If anything happens to my son, the entire sword sect will be buried with him. Xiao Jinyu's gaze was frighteningly calm, and his speed was catalyzed to the extreme. The sword sect. Xiao Tianmian stood above the square, holding his sword in his left hand, his face unusual, a mountain-like pressure directly covered and pressed down, landing heavily on Xiao Tianming's body. Above this heaven and earth, the white-robed old man had endless grief and indignation in his eyes. Xiao Tianmian, how dare you hurt someone within the sword sect and injure my grandson's origin and waste his cultivation? You have great guts. An unknown number of sword sect disciples on the side of the plaza were watching from afar, not daring to approach. But there was a rare anger on the faces of a group of disciples. They all knew the original cause of this matter, the ins and outs. It was Han Mu, the grandson of the Grand Elder, who took the initiative to provoke Xiao Tianmian, wanting to bully and suppress him, and even secretly laying a black hand on him. Ever since he had entered the sect, he had tripped on him all the way. The reason for this was that the inner sect eldest sister favored Xiao Tianmai, and as a result, he was red-eyed and offered to fight Xiao Tianmai. The grandson of the Grand Elder was at the Jindan realm, and Xiao Tianlian was but a Tian Yuan, but he still defeated him with the 9 revolutions sacred body that had reached the level of 2 revolutions, and he defeated him with the reverse felling. This battle was thought to end here, but who knew that the grandson of the Grand Elder, Han Mu, was still unforgiving, and even made a black move to try to use this to sneak up on Xiao Tianmai and cut him down. It was good that Xiao Tianming reacted at the first time and stabbed him with his hand, directly piercing his dantian and nullifying his cultivation before the present scene. Let me ask the elder. A fair fight in the ring. Han Mu he has already lost. I'll let him go. But he sneaked up behind me and tried to decapitate me, and I had no choice but to return the favor by piercing his dantian with a sword. If he did not sneak attack in the first, and how could this thing happen? And ask the elder, where is the fairness? Where is the justice? This thing wrong cause can be in me? Xiao Tianming's gaze was like a torch. His face was not the least bit fearful. His left hand was holding a sword, his white robe was like snow, and his back was resolute. Joke, in the clan fellow disciples to cause injury and disability is a felony. He killed and you avoid it, and why waste his dantian? As for fairness, what I say is fair, and what I say is just. Han Zong's words are plain. His eyes have flickered with killing intent. His implication is that I am strong, I am fair, I make the rules as fair. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Am I just going to stand there and let him kill me? Good. What a fair, what a justice. Xiao Tianming was furious and smiled back, knowing that there was no other fairness to speak of today. The only thing left was a battle. Chapter 17. Don't let go when the sky falls. I'll take you in despair. Grand Elder is so despicable. It's obvious that Han Mu was at fault first, but he even blamed it all on Xiao Tianmian. Who says it isn't? Keep your voice down. By the time the Grand Elder hears and blames us, you and I will both be dead. The crowd of sword sect cultivators, even the few who were close to Xiao Tianmai, were filled with indignation at this moment, but they could not do anything. They were as strong as ants and couldn't resist the Dharma realm at all. No matter how unwilling, no matter how indignant, they can only hold it in their hearts. Father, I will be your pride, I will be on my own, even if this situation is not solved today, Xiao Tianmai muttered, his gaze growing more and more determined, gripping the long sword in his hand tightly, his aura climbing up at this moment. The 9 turns battle body was directly activated. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, battle power is 8 times greater than the original. Master Pill Heaven, please lend me your breath, Xiao Tianmeng muttered to himself in his heart, and within the gold ring carried on his right ring finger, the face of the old man addressed as Tian Lao was complicated. This wisp of my breath lent to you will fall into a long period of slumber. You must take care of yourself. If you are really outmatched, be sure to crush the token your father gave you. He can definitely save your life. I know you're strong-minded and don't want to rely on your father, but as a last resort, life comes first. After the heavenly elder said a few more words, a wisp of his body directly added to Xiao Tianming's body, and this wisp of his residual soul became more and more transparent, slowly slumbering over, and it was at this moment that Xiao Tianming's aura skyrocketed by hundreds of times. The realm also climbed all the way up from Tian Yuan Xiao Chang, De Chang, perfection, Jin Dan perfection, and came directly to Yuan Ing realm De Chang, a firstborn? It's a pseudo-realm, but it's enough. With the 9 transformation battle body, one can definitely draw with this old thing in front of me. Kill Han Mu today, then directly leave the sword sect and head to other places to make a break for it. This was Xiao Tianming's decision. As for crushing the teleportation array card to call out Xiao Jinyu, right now he didn't want to. What's the point of all this grinding when you've been out on the road for just 2 months and you've taken it upon yourself to summon the other fathers to set things right for him? He doesn't want to be a flower in the greenhouse anymore. He doesn't want to be sheltered by Xiao Jinyu anymore. One day he is going to break out of this world. He is going to pick up his mother and reunite their family. Good brat, even with a secret method that allows strength to climb, then today it will be even more difficult to keep you. The killing intent in the eyes of the great elder Han Zong has climbed to the big palm toward the bottom of the fierce cover pressure. The breath is not the slightest concealment. To the bottom of the fierce blast out, spiritual pressure was like a great mountain, once again falling heavily onto Xiao Tianmu's shoulders. His gaze sank, and his entire body rushed up into the sky. His breath aura was weak, but he still swung up the long sword on his left hand and slashed upwards. Sword chi erupted and sword intent rose in all directions. This sword is meant to be used against destiny, against all odds. Turn the tide. A sword chopped out, cutting down this spiritual pressure, and without losing speed, he killed directly in front of Han Mu. This sword killed out flat, the sword light rising, killing intent to Han Mu's head. How dare you try to kill my grandson? Han Zong was furious, and behind him, a huge broadsword immediately appeared in this part of the world. The sword momentum on his body was urged. A heavy sword intent, thick as yellow earth, fell violently. The space sank here, and the sword momentum was like a mountain. This was his phantom, the yellow earth heavy sword. Xiao Tianming made a fierce chop towards the top. His sword was weak as dust compared to this yellow earth heavy sword, but he was unwilling, he was unyielding. After more than 10 years of silence, he was no longer the original weak Xiao Tianmian. Against all odds, Xiao Tianmai shouted as the sword light slashed towards the sky above. The steel longsword held in his hand, heavy, dead against the might of the Dharma phase. Veins rippled above his forehead. The pseudo-Yuaning erupted with 4 times its battle power, pushing right up against the Dharma phase. A sword broke through the sword momentum carried by the yellow earth heavy mountain, breaking the sword momentum with sword intent. Han Zong also did not expect Xiao Tianmai to be able to break through his sword, and before he could expect it, the sword had already closed in on his grandson and arrived in front of this grandson of his. Han Mu's face changed dramatically and he panicked. Han Zong's beard rose in anger and growled, "How dare you, harlot!" Xiao Tianming's face was covered with killing intent. "See if I dare." This sword was about to decapitate Han Mu's head, but the next moment, even more terrifying sword chi fell, like the sword of the earth, heavily bombarding his body. "Wow," he said, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Abdominal position, a huge bloody mouth through. The whole person flew backwards. Boom sound, heavily smashed on the floor. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were thus shattered, and the Xian iron heavy sword in his hand also flew out. Xiao Tianming's gaze was fixed dead center on a certain place in heaven and earth, where the figure of a middle-aged man slowly appeared. "Xiao Tianmian, clan killing is already a serious offense, and now that you're trying to assassinate a clan elder, it's an even greater offense. What happened before? Now a write-off is so forgettable. This farce ends here. Vice Patriarch, we have met the Vice Patriarch." When the disciples of the sword sect saw the man who had arrived, they all spoke out respectfully. Seeing that his grandson was unharmed, Han Zong let out a soft sigh of relief, the killing intent on his face still unabated. Looking at Xiao Tianmai, who was already seriously injured, his face was icy cold as he quietly transmitted his voice, "When the Vice Patriarch leaves, I will have ways to get you killed." Sword heart perfection. Xiao Tianming stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with a deadly stare as he opened his mouth word by word. The location of the wound in his abdomen connected to his origin, bringing him heartbreaking pain. This sword chi seriously injured him, and if he didn't have a physique that was different from normal people, if he didn't have the 9 revolution sacred body, he probably would have died on the spot with that sword just now. This strike didn't show any mercy to the Vice Patriarch, and even had the implication of wanting to cut himself down here, only to see that the blow was fruitless, so he still had to make a show on the surface, saying that this one thing ended here. Xiao Tianming quickly realized the ins and outs and had a sneer on his face, protecting each other at the top. What a reality! It was impossible for the Vice Patriarch to offend the Grand Elder for the sake of his mere disciple, knowing that the Grand Elder was at the Dharma phase realm, and was much more valuable than one of his his heavenly yuan mirrors. Even if his grandson did something within the sect and was arrogant and domineering, the higher echelons of the sword sect would turn a blind eye because of that tier of great elder status. Xiao Tianmai staggered to his feet, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, and the 5-inch-long blood scar at the location of his abdomen was still there. Blood flowed out in a steady stream. His face was pale, his lips trembled, and his breath was weak. Today, I, Xiao Tianming, quit the sword sect and have nothing to do with the sword sect since then. Xiao Tianming opened his mouth word by word, his gaze fixed on the two people above him, disappointed in this sect. Quit? Since you're not a disciple of the sword sect and you've injured someone from my sword sect, you're guilty as charged. When Han Mu came back to his senses, his face immediately became livid. Holding a long sword in his hand, he stabbed viciously towards Xiao Tiannian's back. This sword was going to end him. The Grand Elder's face likewise had a grimace on it, and the aura of the Dharma phase realm once again emanated out, directly enveloping a remnant of Xiao Tianmai's body and preventing him from moving. This move was going to allow his grandson to be able to just finish him off with a sword, engaging in sneak attacks again. So despicable. When the crowd saw it, their hearts were filled with indignation. But one by one, they all closed their eyes, seemingly unwilling to look at the misery that was to follow. Vice Patriarch watched from the sidelines without the intention to make a move. How this situation today, from the moment of injuring Han Mu, has been doomed. Xiao Tiannian's face was unwilling. Just now he was still in his prime and was definitely able to resist this realm aura. But now that the pseudo-realm he had borrowed had dissipated as much as it could, with this 9 revolutions sacred body struggling to recover, it was difficult for his body to move. A token appeared above his right hand at this moment. He would not crush this teleportation array plate until he had to. He wanted to make his own way after leaving the sword sect, but now he was forced to. Will father be disappointed to see me like this? The corners of Xiao Tianming's mouth were bitter, and quietly, the array sign crushed. Ha ha ha, die. Han Mu could already see Xiao Tianming dying under his sword, and the smile on his face deepened. At the top of the sword sect's mountain, a woman broke free from the cage. From heaven and earth above, the flying out of the face of pathos, stretching out his hand, despairing and shouting, "No!" Han Mu glanced at the woman from afar, the killing intent on his face to the extreme. His speed instead urged even faster, and a sword immediately cut out. Shua! The sound of a sword piercing through flesh rang out. The expected situation of Xiao Tianmai being chopped under the sword did not appear. Instead, Han Mu's head, for some reason, strangely moved. A headless corpse, holding a long sword in its hand, stopped at a position 3 inches away from Xiao Tianmai. His head rolled to the ground, and there was still disbelief in his eyes, not understanding how he had died. Don't let go in despair. I'll take you when the sky falls. A mellow voice rang out, and a golden-robed man stood great in this part of the world. Chapter 18, Hurt my son, take your life. What is crushing? Xiao Tianming's face instantly glowed with joy. Wasn't this voice Xiao Jinyu's? Luckily, I got there in time. Xiao Jinyu slowly descended from above heaven and earth and came to Xiao Tianming's side. Seeing him in this miserable state, his face was calm, but underneath this calm exterior, only he himself knew how deep his anger was hidden. The woman who shouted from afar heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiao Tianmai was unharmed, and without realizing it, her back was actually drenched in cold sweat as well. She stood in the middle of the crowd and looked at the dragon-robed man on the side of Xiao Tianmai. The two of them surprisingly had a 7% resemblance. Father! Xiao Tiannian's face turned pale and he forced a smile. This smile spilled blood from the corner of his mouth again. Didn't I tell you? There is any danger, sooner crush the summoning array plate. Ah, silly child. Today let you suffer. Xiao Jinyu's face was filled with heartache when she saw Xiao Tianming like this. Father, Xiao Tianming was about to say something else when Xiao Jinyu shook his head, interrupting him, and several strands of origin breath were ferried out of his body, integrating into his body. His abdominal injuries are slowly recovering. His face has more than a trace of blood, but also presented not to the miserable white. Revenge with a vengeance. The old thing across the street bullied you, for father to help you bully back. Xiao Jinyu turned his head, killing intent rising up on his face. No, Muir, how could this be? You killed Muir. The sardonic smile on Hanzong's face instantly froze on his face and was replaced by monstrous anger. Just now, it was clearly a situation where Xiao Tiannian was bound to die, but now it had instead turned into a white hair sending black hair. The killing intent on his body rose up in all directions as he flew out from his original position to kill Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Tiannian. Behind them, the tip of the huge broadsword was pointed at the two, and the phantom once again tripled in size, reaching the level of 50 feet. The sword heart realm was combined with the heavy sword behind him, the heavy sword without a blade, and the great dexterity as an attack. A sword fell like a mountain, breaking through the air to kill. The sword sect's vice sect leader obviously hadn't expected such a situation either, and by the time he reacted, Han Mu had long since died. Looking at Xiao Jinyu with scrutiny on his face, he wanted to see how strong Xiao Jinyu was, that he dared to take the initiative to come to his sword sect to cause trouble and kill his sword sect disciples. If Xiao Jinyu doesn't give him an explanation today, both of their masters will all stay here. Kill or be killed. What can you do to me? Xiao Jinyu's voice was flat and he raised his head. The power of the earth venerable one moved in this instant, and this earth was like his incarnation. The large palm impatiently jerked towards the void, and at once the terrifying force of the earth's core rose up from above the earth, covering and suppressing the Grand Elder's body. Before the heavy sword that broke through the air landed on Xiao Jinyu's body, before it even came close to Xiao Jinyu's circumference, it was instantly worn down and disappeared by this terrifying power of the earth. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically as he realized that the terrifying power of the earth's core on his body had surpassed the power of his Dharma phase realm. Then there is only one possibility, that the only one who has transcended the Dharma phase is the Earth Venerable One. You also taste what it's like to be capped by someone with a realm. Xiao Jinyu's voice came out like a god of death, and the next moment his figure violently disappeared in place, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at the position directly above Hanzong. A large hand fiercely probed out and clamped down on Hanzong's neck in a deadly grip. The endless force of the Jingue hegemony heavenly body crushed his neck, and with a friction sound, he couldn't speak the slightest bit of words at all. Hanzong couldn't even catch his breath, his face turning blue as the force of the terrifying prison bastard body prevented him from resisting, his feet stomping powerlessly in the void. The mighty pressure of the heart of the earth pressed the realm within him to catalyze the slightest. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. Unbridled. How dare you commit murder in my sword sect? The vice patriarch reacted to the fact that the power of the earth's core on Xiao Jinyu just now did not target him, now seeing that Grand Elder Hanzong was actually pinched in the hands of an outsider. Like an ant. What kind of behavior was this? Set out their sword clan face are nearly lost. Today so many disciples watching. The power of the sword heart realm was released, and a long sword was quietly held in his right hand. The sword and the heart were in harmony. Endless sword chi was like a waterfall. Sword intent was like a tide. Tens of thousands of sword chi like a tiny long sword formed from the air and directly killed Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu raised his eyelids, contempt on his face. He was in the same sword mind realm. All the aura in the void was the sword in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Boom! The heart of the earth was a sword, and heaven and earth were swords. This was his Xiao Jinyu's sword heart realm. The sky was filled with sword intent like rain, and the endless sword chi was as vast as the sea, erupting in an instant with torrential rain and pear blossoms. In the short blink of an eye, millions of spirit swords had already converged in the void, clashing heavily with the more than 100,000 spirit swords that the vice sect had manifested. Boom! The result was, needless to say, a one-sided crushing. The spirit sword condensed by the power of the earth's core was extremely strong in killing and destroying, and the terrifying killing power spread. The vice patriarch's face changed slightly, and the same behind him, a heavy sword phantom quietly appeared, combining with the phantom to produce a resonance, and the sword heart was once again able to make a breakthrough. The long sword in his hand fiercely resisted in front of him, and the Dharma phase behind him resisted in front of him. Boom! Millions of spirit swords were like waterfalls in the sky, one after another killing each other on top of the phantom. The vice patriarch deadpanned the Dharma phase realm. All the spiritual energy in his body was consumed at this moment, and his body was blasted back a whole thousands of meters away in the air, his face equally unsightly. I didn't expect that under one move, the two would be judged by their highs and lows, and what shocked him even more was that Xiao Jinyu was actually a sword cultivator as well, and he had also reached the sword heart realm, and it looked like his sword heart realm was much more terrifying than him. He could only manifest hundreds of thousands of spirit swords under a single thought, but Xiao Jinyu was good. He manifested millions of swords in one person, crushing him with a single move. With just this one move, he was defeated, and there was a blush on his face. He was the high and mighty vice lord of the sword sect. Where had he ever been in such a sorry state? He was still resisting to the death. It was difficult to do resistance, and he simply didn't have the heart to divide his hands in saving the Grand Elder. Xiao Jinyu's free left hand exhaled a fierce slap toward Hanzong's face. Snap! Crisp slaps rang out, bullying the small with the big. Deserve to be beaten. Snap! Indiscriminate. No distinction between right and wrong. Deserve to be beaten. Snap! Old undead bullying my son. Deserve to be beaten. Snap! Slap after slap. Hanzong was slapped into a pig's head by Xiao Jinyu. The force of this horror. Each palm shocked his head dizzy. A palm down. A mouth of old teeth were slapped flying out. Face bone fracture. Hanzong was already a bit delirious and was simply powerless to resist. Trying to kill my son is even more deserving of death. Xiao Jinyu's last sentence, like the voice of a god of death, rang out as he clenched his left hand into a fist and fiercely blasted out towards the front. With this punch, there was no holding back. The physical strength exploded as much as it could, and a dragon roar could be faintly heard. Boo! The head burst into plasma and became a headless corpse. Hanzong's soul slowly floated out from the corpse, and the green soul's face was covered with fear and resentment. He was truly afraid of the killing star right in front of him. He was simply powerless to resist with that crushing strength. When he wanted to leave, Xiao Jinyu snapped his fingers towards heaven and earth, and the center of the earth, like a pressure plate, slammed together from the bottom up. Boo! Hanzong's remaining lingering divine soul was crushed. Chapter 19, The Sword Sect's higher-ups arrive. Dharma phase, sky and sea drowning the vault of heaven. The Grand Elder, he's dead? Yes, dead. The crowd of Sword Sect disciples below stared blankly at the demonic, godlike gold-robed man above the sky dome, directly crushing Grand Elder Hanzong to death with the most domineering stance, a punch that shattered his skull, a palm that crushed his divine soul. This kind of tactic far exceeded the Dharma phase realm. The crowd guessed what kind of strength he had reached again. This was their great elder, and he even said that he would kill him. Father, Xiao Tianming was lost in his eyes, looking at what Xiao Jinyu had done for himself, and seeing the domineering side of him just now. He naturally knew that this was all for the sake of avenging himself. Just now, Grand Elder Hanzong had used his power to oppress people, and Xiao Jinyu had returned all of it bit by bit, making him also feel what it was like to be oppressed by someone's power. So he's protective and so overbearing. Once again, I let my father take a shot. Obviously I possess a holy body, but my body is still so weak. The guilt in Xiao Tianming's heart deepened, and his desire for strength deepened. Looking at Xiao Jinyu's broad back, his heart had endless peace at this moment. As long as his father is here, there is nothing that cannot be solved, and this is his father. Damn it, dare to kill someone within my sword sect, and kill my sword sect's Grand Elder. Today, if the two of you don't die here, I'll take your surname. After the vice sect master of the sword sect barely managed to resist this move bombarded out by Xiao Jinyu, he took out a few pills from the Qinkuan pouch that was attached to his waist and directly swallowed them. The empty aura on his body skyrocketed in just a few breaths, and the aura in his body that had been empty at a loss was restored to full strength at this moment. Earth-grade top-grade elixir, Bao Ling Dan. The commotion of Xiao Jinyu killing the Grand Elder naturally caught the attention of the other sword sect executives, and another dozen or so inner sect elders stepped out. All of their realms were at Dharma phase minor. Holding swords in their hands, they glanced at each other. Battle, lined up in a row, floating heaven and earth. Somewhere in the sword sect's hidden scripture pavilion, an old man raised his cloudy eyes, which seemed to have not moved for a long time, straightened up and walked out of the pavilion. Right hand, I don't know when quietly more a long sword, body breath climbing, an instant unexpectedly came to the Dharma phase realm consummation, and even still elevated. Half a step Zun sure. The surrounding aura was transformed into a long sword in his hand, and the moment he gripped the sword, his breath changed completely. Has someone come to haunt my sword sect today? Come to think of it, or the man who called himself Sword Demon came here thousands of years ago. The old man raised his head, his voice hoarse, and his figure slowly emerged from within the hidden scriptures to the outside. Fellow Daoist killed my sword sect's Grand Elder today. You must give my sword sect an explanation, or else it might be difficult to walk out of my sword sect alive today. Another three voices rang out. From the sword sect's eastern heaven and earth slowly emerged walking out three people, 2 men and 1 woman. Each of them carried a long sword behind their backs, and their auras were all at the perfection of the Dharma realm. The 13 sword executing elders, and the 2 vice patriarchs. Patriarch, they've actually all appeared. Today, the top echelons of the sword sect, excluding the dead Grand Elder and inner sect elder, are all here. Xiao Tianming stared dead on at such a lineup of the sword sect above the sky dome and shocked out word by word. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the crowd indifferently and landed his gaze on the vice patriarch who had just made a move. Just now, he had wanted to kill Xiao Tianmai. If Xiao Tianmai did not possess the 9 revolutions sacred body on his body, he might have fallen here today with a grudge. He, Xiao Jinyu, has always been the one to take revenge for revenge, and to take revenge for revenge, and today he will definitely die. And if the people of the sword sect want to stop him, then killing is the way to go. Today you will die, and it's useless to call for help. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Jinyu violently disappeared into thin air. In his sea of consciousness, one of the Yuaning opened his eyes and stood up, and the heavenly and earthly visions emerged behind him. A bright moon climbed up to the dome of the sky, and the rolling sea of heaven came rushing in from the far side, like the yellow river descending to the west, like the roaring of a long dragon, wide open and powerful. The boundary river comes west to touch the heavenly gate, roaring for 10,000 miles to swallow the moonwheel. The heavens and earth were thus darkened, leaving only the tidal moonlight and the endless great rivers rushing by. Above the sea of heaven, The heavenly dragon is hidden. The moon is like a hook with all the solemnity. The heavenly dragon is like a ghost. A vision of heaven and earth. The heavenly dragon swallows the bright moon, and the heavenly sea floods the sky. The entire dome of the sky is flooded by the endless sea of heaven. This scene is extremely shocking. The endless sea of heaven with the vast heavenly power, such as this side of the heavenly Tao Pro. Tao Wei brilliant. The faces of the people on the dome of the sky changed as they felt that when this heaven and earth Dharma phase came out, that heavenly might was actually suppressing their strength. The realm of the crowd was actually suppressed by as much as 50% at this moment, falling directly from the Dharma phase perfection realm to the Dharma phase minority realm, and it was even still falling until the Yuaning realm before it slowly came to a halt. Above this round of bright moon, the aura of solemnity that it carried was like a needle stabbing their skin. Raw pain. Endless aura of solemnity. Sharp gold aura skyrocketed. Everyone was affected by this terrifying abnormality on Xiao Jinyu's body, and he had already appeared in front of the vice patriarch who had just struck out at that moment, his face indifferent and his killing intent determined. How can it be so fast? This vice patriarch's face was stunned, never having thought that Xiao Jinyu's speed could be as fast as this, and that his strength could be as strong as this. Right now, he could be in his heyday, but he was also affected by the heavenly river bright moon diagram behind Xiao Jinyu, and fell hard to the Yuaning realm. Just now, you killed my son a swordlight. Now, I return 100 punches to you. Roar! The sound of a dragon roaring resounded within the body once again. The Xingui hegemony heavenly body, Xingui Jin, carried billions of killing machines. The aura of the Earth Exalted One enveloped the sword sex vice sovereign. At that moment, his body was like falling into an ice cellar. His face was shocked, and when he opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, Xiao Jinyu stretched out his right hand. As with just now, just like the same, the large hand carried a domineering force above it that was irresistible, directly clamping down on the vice patriarch's neck. This path dominates the heavens, and not the heavens can resist it. Ah! The powerful force directly twisted his neck, and a cry of pain rang out. When the group of sword sect executives in the distance saw the scene, they hurriedly unhooked the long sword behind their backs, and their sword Dao aura began to catalyze. They are sword cultivators, although the specific martial realm has a certain impact on them, but as long as the sword is there, the person will be there. The sword is in the body, the power will be there. Let go of him, otherwise you will die today. Xiao Jinyu didn't pay any attention to these people at all as a ghostly aura quietly appeared above his left hand. Blood-red vortexes floated above the fist, carrying a 9 heavens and 10 earths Jin domain aura. This is Jin jail power, suppressing the strength of hell. A fist slammed out. No one saw how he threw the punch. The fist cracked and the blood-colored vortex deepened. Boom! Layers of space collapsed and black space debris appeared. No! The vice patriarch's face was fearful. At this moment he finally panicked, a sense of certain death in his heart. Chapter 20, Destroying the Enemy with a Single Punch. Heavenly Sea Divine Dragon. Invincible Strength. Unfortunately, panicking did not help. Xiao Jinyu's fist had already landed, carrying a force that crushed everything, directly blasting at the head of his face. The horrifying Jinjalan crushed his head. Even the Yuaning divine soul in his body was not spared, crushing and tearing his divine soul into pieces and crushing it into slag powder. With nothing left, a vice patriarch fell on the spot. Waste, can't even catch a single punch from me? I was going to throw 100 punches, but it's cheaper for you. Xiao Jinyu loosened his right hand and threw this headless corpse towards the square below casually, his face sneering. No! Damn it! He even killed my vice clan. You don't have to give us an explanation today, you have to die here today. The faces of the sword sect patriarch and the 2 vice patriarchs were so gloomy that they were able to drip water. He had just been disturbed by this Dharma phase behind Xiao Jinyu, and his strength was reduced. However, with just a hint of hesitation, one of their sword sect's vice patriarchs was blasted into slag by Xiao Jinyu, turning into a headless corpse. Now, they must kill Xiao Jinyu. Kill me? With you losers? Xiao Jinyu turned around and looked at the several people far above the sky dome, the mockery on his face intensifying. The long swords held in the arms of the 13 sword executing elders stabbed toward the heavens and earth, turning into 13 different sword lights pointing directly at Xiao Jinyu. The 13 directions of endless sword chi around him came out, and a sword light formed a sword formation in a short instant. The 13 sword executing elders fiercely folded their hands, and the sword intent on their bodies resonated with the 13 long swords. The long sword trembled and blossomed with the sound of a sword chime. Clang! 13 exterminating sword formation. Sword out into formation. Die! The 13 sword executing elders shouted at the same time, their sword hearts trembling and their sword intent resonating. 13 different killing opportunities erupted from above the 13 long swords, together cutting out hundreds of sword lights, which stacked up to be thousands. Each direction was chaotic and could be said to be covered with the 4 directions and 8 elephants of heaven and earth. The sword sect patriarch and the 2 vice patriarchs each transformed into 3 sword lights, their sword intent spreading across the landscape as they killed Xiao Jinyu straight away. following closely behind these 13 pieces of sword formations. They had already blocked all of Xiao Jinyu's retreats. Xiao Jinyu looked at this killing move after killing move with calmness in his eyes, and behind him, the heavenly sea roared and rushed, a heavenly dragon constantly soaring on the surface of the sea. A dragon roar resounded as it disappeared into the sea in an instant and surfaced in an instant. Roar! Xiao Jinyu raised her hand slightly, raising it above her head and holding it toward the void. At that moment, the entire heavenly sea seemed to have fallen into his hands, and he violently pressed downward. Boom! The endless heavenly sea sank from above the sky, the void shook, and all was silent. The sky and the sea flood the sky. The heavenly dome rumbled and roared as a sea of boundaries emerged to carry through. In the boundary sea, it was like the might of the heavens, violently suppressing towards the bottom. The 13 sword formation that was trapped around Xiao Jinyu had not even touched the corner of Xiao Jinyu's coat. It was merely set up, but in the next second it was rushed by the roiling sea of boundaries and dispersed and drowned, covering Xiao Jinyu's circumference. It just didn't touch the corners of his clothes in the slightest. A drop of celestial water weighs 10,000 pounds, and the endless sea of heaven falls to the 9 ghosts. Boom! 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 The sea of heaven poured down and fell on top of the ground below. Xiao Jinyu urged up the spiritual energy in his body, and within his dantian, the aura of the earth emanated from the heaven and earth Xian gate, wrapping around Xiao Tianming's body. A protective shield formed outside of his body, preventing the waves of this endless heavenly sea from reaching him. The roiling heavenly sea continuously bombarded the square below the sword sect, and with each fall, an earthen pit was blasted out, while this endless heavenly sea fell and flooded the entire martial arts arena. It even smashed a huge hole tens of feet deep under the martial arts arena, and the hole was filled with the heavenly sea. But this roiling ocean was just too much, and the sky was not simply falling rain, instead it was pouring down like a waterfall. Damn it! The sword light transformed by the sword sect patriarch and the 2 vice patriarchs was just about to touch Xiao Jinyu's circumference. The sword was already out of its sheath, and it was intended to be pointed directly at the location of Xiao Jinyu's 3 death points. However, it was blocked out by this endless sea of heaven around him, making it difficult to enter the slightest bit further. Run! Run! This heavenly sea is infinitely powerful. If we don't run a little, we'll all die in this sword sect. Xiao Tianmeng's mouth slightly opened. To what extent is father strong? The vice patriarch said he'd kill, and now he's caused such a terrifying vision. The crowd of disciples panicked and harnessed the aura in their bodies to fly towards the distance. It's true that when gods fight, mortals suffer. When Xiao Jinyu saw the 3 of them storming back toward the distance, the corner of his mouth lifted up as he once again stretched out his finger and pointed it outward. Heavenly dragon swallowing the moon, roaring and slaying. Jin! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the heavenly dragon that was hidden within this boundary sea moved. Its figure was like a ghost, soaring with a huge body of 1,000 feet. The terrifying dragon body jerked outward, carrying an unknown amount of dragon power, and slapped heavily on top of the path the 3 were retreating from. The card points are stuck just right, and the timing specifically captures the moment. Boo! 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 The terrifying power of the dragon's body slapped at the 3 of them, and even though the 3 of them had already transformed into swordlight and couldn't grasp the entity, they were still slapped and flew away, becoming 3 streams of light. Under this terrifying slap of the dragon's tail, the faces of the 3 of them suddenly twisted, the chest cavity was deeply sunken, and the internal organs and bones were broken in an unknown number of ways. Even a single breath would cause endless pain. Xiao Jinyu looked on from afar as the 3 of them barely managed to stabilize themselves in the void, with 3 more different longsword phantoms behind them. One handle is as dazzling as the great sun, one handle is as thick as Lus, and one handle is as rich in thousands of vitality as 10,000 trees. Life sword chi, great sun sword chi, yellow earth sword chi. 3 different kinds of sword intent transformed into green, red, and yellow different sword chi surrounding the 3 of them. Especially the life sword chi directly restored the wounds on the green-robed woman. Moreover, their aura had actually climbed up, from just being suppressed to just the Yuaning realm, unable to make out their phallic strength to now recovering everything. What they seized was also this moment when Xiao Jinyu was loose. The heavenly sea above did not envelop the heavens and earth again, but instead poured out around him. Then the great force of heaven and earth that had suppressed them disappeared. The realm was restored to this moment, and their strength increased once again. The 3 of them held the hilts of their long swords with both hands, raised them high above their heads, and chopped violently to the front. And behind them, those 3 different 100-foot phallic giant swords similarly chopped to the front. In this move, the 3 swords wished to cut down the celestial dragon. The 3 gigantic swords fell, and the endless sword chi cut straight through the gigantic heavenly dragon in front of them. Swish! But the next moment, this heavenly dragon unexpectedly turned into countless moonlight and disappeared into the heavens and earth, hidden within the heavenly waterfall above Xiao Jinyu's circumference. Chapter 21, Desire for Peace? Heavenly Sword Unity. Chopping you up is not negotiable. Boom! 3 swords in the air heavily chopped down, chopped alonely. Even the body of the sky dragon did not hurt. Xiao Jinyu looked at this scene with a teasing face. All of this was naturally intentional on his part. He knew that if he protected this phantom around himself, the pressure on the 3 would plummet, but he didn't care. As far as he was concerned, the 3 would have been decimated long ago if he had immediately wanted to. As he had said before, 4 or 6. The enemy cracked open 6 times in 4 seconds. Killing is also an art. People have to be killed one by one, from the smallest to the oldest, from the youngest to the oldest. Kill the lower positions first, then kill these higher positions. As for the sword sect's group of disciples who had no grudges against him, he wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, but these people had already struck out at him, so how could any of them be able to survive? Today, the sword sect must be stirred up because of him. The heavenly dragon hidden in the heavenly waterfall roared out in the opposite direction of the 3. Another dragon roar, soaring its massive body. The dragon's head was indifferent, and the 2 claws in front of his body were wide open, the sharp claws flashing with a cold light. The moon hung in the sky pouring down, one moonlight after another making Tianlong's body appear even more ethereal and cold, aiming straight at the 13 sword executing elders. That's what he's really after. The heavenly dragon had already killed in front of them, and the 13 sword executing elders' faces changed drastically. The long swords they were holding in their arms had just been rushed by the endless celestial waterfalls of Xiao Jinyu's weekly depths to the 100 feet of deep pools of celestial water below, making it difficult to summon them back, and they were suppressed to death. Now that they were swordless, their battle power shrunk by half to come even more. Quickly go save Elder Sword Executioner. The Sword Sect Patriarch and the 2 Vice Patriarchs were even more panicked when they arrived at this scene. The Sword Sect had already lost a Grand Elder and a Vice Sovereign, a heavy loss. If they lost another 13 sword executing elders, this time their sword sect would definitely bleed heavily. Once again, the 3 of them once again transformed into 3 swordlights and rushed out, wanting to save the 3 of them. But how could Xiao Jinyu do what they wanted? Fingers pointing out, the sky of water behind him once again condensed into one pouring waterfall after another, forming a wall of water in heaven and earth. From below, the 100-foot heavenly water pool dragon sucked up and stood as a heavy wall of heavenly water, blocking the front. Boom! The 3 of them rushed straight within the heavy wall of Tianshui, and in the next moment, they were pressed down by this endless force of impact, the Tianshui Wanjun gravity, and blasted away into the ground, smashing heavily into the land below, and struggling to get up. At this time, the water dragon roared and killed in front of the 13 sword executing elders. The dragon's claw swung through, a cold light flashed, and heaven and earth were once again brightened. The sky briefly lit up. Enough! So much for this farce. An old voice rang out, and the old man from the Pavilion of Scriptures finally made his move. Holding a wooden sword in his hand, he made a chop towards the sky. A half-moon sword light chopped out. At first, it was only about 10 feet in size, and then the sword light continued to expand, and was as dazzling as the full moon above the dome of the sky. In a short moment, it unexpectedly transformed into 10 feet of sword light, 100 feet of half-moon sword light, 500 feet of half-moon sword light, chopped down to the top and blasted at the body of this water dragon. Boo! The water dragon's head was chopped off halfway, and its body split into 2, turning into a roiling sky of celestial water that once again merged into the celestial waterfall beside Xiao Jinyu. Most of the killing power of the water dragon was chopped down by this remnant moon sword light, cutting it down to nothing. However, that light of a dragon's claw had been swung out long ago, and the 13 sword executing elders were thus also affected, receiving heavy blasts. The bodies of the 3 people who were close to the water dragon turned into 2 halves. Their physical bodies were destroyed, and their divine souls flew out from within them. The other 10 had pale faces, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Those who were seriously injured were seriously injured, and those who were unconscious were unconscious. This is Elder Hidden Scripture. I didn't expect Elder Him to be so strong. Below, the Sword Sect Patriarch and the 2 Vice Patriarchs shocked out at the sight. Oh, the Elders of the Hidden Scripture Pavilion Grid are really like the novels I've written, but all such mysterious old men are hermit powerhouses. Sweeping monk or not, the old man of the hidden scriptures, or the nameless mixed old beggar. Xiao Jinyu had a curious look on his face as he gently pushed his hands to the sides, and the heavenly waterfall wrapped around himself flew upside down in a single breath, hanging in the sky and the earth. Everything was back to the way it was just now, and the greatness of heaven and earth suppressed and swept in once again. The Sword Sect Patriarch and the 2 Vice Patriarchs' faces changed once more. Their Dharma phase realm strength was once again unable to catalyze. All of this was so lightly in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Everything was under his control. Fellow Daoist, my sword sect has no grudges against you. Can this all be put to rest? Before my sword clan's great elder and vice clan wanted to kill your son. Now the 2 of them have been killed by you. There is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. Everything out of the hospital is over. so don't make too many killings, okay? The old man's cloudy eyes have a rare gravity. Obviously he also can't see Xiao Jin use specific strength sector, and now wants to directly use this to calm things down. No offense? Before, your sword sect's grand elder and also the vice sect master were very powerful, bullying my son's tiny a sword sect disciple. Although the two of them are dead, the vice sovereigns of the sword sect are really godly, indiscriminately killing directly at me. Won't this hatred start? They wanted me dead, now I want them dead. It's as simple as that. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the three people in the distance and shrugged indifferently, his body's aura unabated. Fellow Daoist, is there really no discussion? Must everything be divided into life and death? The old man of the hidden scripture pavilion's face became more and more ugly, and his right hand unconsciously gripped the wooden sword tighter. Elder, he killed Vice Clan Shan, also Elder Hana. If we don't settle them, today my sword sect's face will be disgraced. Another Vice Clan below shouted. Stupid. Shut up. The old man of the hidden scripture pavilion was furious as he heard what the sword sect's vice patriarch said below. At once, he cursed in his heart. Three assholes, could they still find it impossible to feel that his realm is that of an earth exalted? Bunch of idiots. But where Xiao Jinyu's realm wasn't an earth exalted, he would have gotten on long ago. Where would he still need the three of them to force their hand here? His realm was also only a half-step exalted, and with this heavenly sword unification realm of his, he could barely fight with an earth exalted. Honestly, he didn't have much certainty, which is why he took the initiative to beg for peace. Not negotiable. Today if I were weaker than you guys, I would have died in the hands of the three of them long ago. And where would I be in the current situation? Xiao Jinyu shook her head. The old man clenched his teeth at the sight and his body jerked upright. His pale body erupted with thousands of sword intent, and the heavens and earth unexpectedly resonated with his body at this moment. Well, in that case, let's fight. The old man's tone was resolute as he fiercely chopped out a sword towards the front, his sword hanging like a river. Xingtsong has a sword, and this sword is heaven. Heavenly swords unite, human swords resonate, the old man shouted. A wisp of heavenly might gradually merged into it. This sword light was 1,000 times faster, and in less than the blink of an eye it had landed in front of Xiao Jinyu. Chapter 22, Heavenly Moon Vision as a Sword. One sword whistling at the Dragon Gate, 10,000 swords toward the sect. Kendo power? Heavenly sword unity? Coincidentally, so would I. The smile on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened as he calmly watched this heavenly moon sword light kill towards him. Indifferent, just standing there with no intention of dodging. Boom! It broke through the air and killed him, chopping at his body. Looking at this sword light falling onto Xiao Jinyu's body, the old man's gaze was heavy, not knowing what he was thinking. The faces of the three sword sect executives below rejoiced, thinking that Xiao Jinyu was stupid and arrogant enough to carry this sword light hard. They were clearly able to sense that this sword light from the old man of the Tibetan scripture pavilion had already reached the realm of heavenly sword unity. If they took a step further, they would be able to cut down a venerable. And although they couldn't see through Xiao Jinyu's realm, they felt that under this sword, Xiao Jinyu would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. Xiao Tianming's gaze had been falling on Xiao Jinyu's body, and he didn't feel anything unusual about all the overbearing behavior of his father just now, as well as what he had said. This is how the world is. Strength determines everything. He only has his father in his eyes. As for the life and death of the other people in the sword sect, what has he got to do with it? It's not like he's his own father. In his eyes, his father was a marvelously powerful being, and he must have his reasons for not moving with this sword, and he was more convinced than anyone else of Xiao Jinyu's strength. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. Not only did Xiao Jinyu's body not bear any injuries, but instead, when a sword fell into his body, his aura strengthened by more than double. Tai's sword ruining body. That is to turn all the power of the sword Dao into nourishment for one's own body. It could be said that with such a physique, there was no one among the sword cultivators who could injure him. As long as the strength of the realm, the sword realm difference is not too much too big, all the sword power cannot hurt him, will only be absorbed by his full power into the body. This is too easy. Sword ruins body of the hegemony. I took one of your swords, then you take one of mine. Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly, with his right hand raised flatly forward. He slightly clenched it in the void, and the full moon standing in the sky above the dome of the heavens transformed into a ray of moonlight that flew above Xiao Jinyu's right hand. A thought of the full moon becomes a sword, using the moon as a sword. What a tactic! The three people below were truly shocked by Xiao Jinyu at this moment, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, their eyes almost not protruding out. Such a means, even a saint couldn't do it, right? To use the heaven and earth visions as a sword, to use the full moon in the dome of the sky as a sword, was this really something that could be done by the means of a cultivator? Sword light as a ruin, one sword whistling Dragon Gate. In just this instant, Xiao Jinyu's body also emanated an ancient heavenly might that resonated with heaven and earth. The round moon-long sword held in his hand was more than 3 feet long, and the whole body was flashing with the cold light of moonlight. Xiao cold as snow, a sword flatly slashed out. The heavenly might was vast, and the sword roared through the heavens. This sword light indistinctly turned into a long celestial moon dragon, condensed from the moonlight. A long dragon roared above the sword light. A dragon's roar resounded, and at the forefront of the sword light was the claws of the divine dragon, its mouth roaring, and behind the sword light was the swaying body of the divine dragon. Wherever the sword light passes, wherever the divine dragon passes, the void freezes, the aura of heaven and earth turns into ice, and everything is frozen. This is the power of the moon's cold. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the Tai sword ruin body was added on, and that wave of sword void power caused the entire sword light to carry blood-red sword ruin swirls on it. It was the power to turn everything into annihilation powder, and it was a golden miniature sword ruin. The sword ruins, the graveyard of all sword paths, and the heavenly gram of all sword paths. This was the power of Shao Jin Yu's sword. All of the disciples of the sword sect discovered the abnormalities in them at this moment, regardless of whether it is a sword, or a sword held in the arms of the good, but also unconsciously occurred a stream of the sword sound. Seems to be trembling, seems to be cheering, seems to be leaping. It was as if they were celebrating the birth of the King of Swords. The longsword actually flew out of the host's grip unconsciously. Even the sword sect's patriarch, the two vice patriarchs, their matching swords in their hands were the same. Surprisingly, they also flew to Shao Jin Yu's side in unison. On his own accord, he followed the edge of the sword light that Shao Jin Yu had chopped out and took the initiative to kill the old man from the scripture pavilion. This sword, 10,000 swords. With this sword, they were making a pilgrimage to the monarch of swords. My sword, oh sword of mine. The sword sect disciples shouted towards the distance, watching their matching swords fly away. How is it possible? 10,000 swords. Heavenly sword unity. The old man of the hidden scripture pavilion and the three sword sect executives in the distance are even more shocked at this moment. Shocked out. Especially the hidden scripture pavilion elder, whose face had long since changed drastically. He had already tensed his entire body and mind the moment Shao Jin Yu uttered those words, deadly brewing his most powerful strike. This was already very high on Shao Jin Yu, but he didn't expect Shao Jin Yu to once again exceed his expectations, and he didn't expect Shao Jin Yu to also be in the heavenly sword unification realm, and it can also be done with all the swords. He had a feeling that he would be seriously injured if he didn't die under this sword. The old man hastily urged all the power in his body, once again reaching heavenly sword unity and human sword fusion, making the strongest strike of his life's mastery. The veins on top of his forehead violently rippled. His body's spiritual energy was pushed to the extreme, and he shouted, "Sacrifice the sword with my blood." Heavenly pale one sword, a flash of bloodlight and the Cthulhu fell on the sword. Above the heaven and earth, a long sword broke through the sky and chopped down from above, carrying half of the blue light of the sky. Beneath the heavens and earth, the dragon of the celestial moon roared, freezing 10,000 miles, turning the void into snow, and 10,000 swords facing each other. The golden sword ruin spun and buried everything. The moment the golden sword ruin's power was added, this outcome had already been predetermined. No matter how powerful the old man from the hidden scriptures had been, it was a pity that he had encountered Shao Jin Yu, who had stumbled upon the sword market Tai body. Boom! The two killing moves heavily clashed. Two different heavenly mights collided, and the heavens and earth briefly erupted with a heavenly light for the ages. A dazzling white light erupted where the two killing moves bordered each other, illuminating the sky and earth. The old man of the Tibetan scripture pavilion's pupils shrunk into pinpoints. His face panicked, and he shouted towards the three people underneath, "Quickly invite the sword exalt." In the next instant, this sword light blasted out by Shao Jin Yu carried a devastating crushing force, crushing his heavenly pale sword into nothingness. The golden sword ruins rotated and all the power of the sword Tao dissolved. The speed of this heavenly moon divine dragon and the 10,000 sword dynasty that followed behind this sword light did not decrease, but instead accelerated, directly penetrating through the old man's body and blasting him away. In the sky, the world is dead silent. Elder, elder, the three senior members of the sword sect shouted towards the distance, having already looked at the weakness of the old man's breath in the hidden scripture pavilion. But still, according to the old man's command, he bit his tongue and violently spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, spitting it on top of the earth in this area. Essence blood slowly burned and turned into several wisps of white smoke and merged within the ancestral land of the sword sect. A terrifying aura awakened, and the earth trembled at this moment. Shao Jin Yu's gaze was calm, having anticipated all of this. As for what the three of them did, he didn't stop it, his mind ancient. The old man's breath withered for a moment, his face was pale, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his abdomen, and the sword he held in his hand fell down powerlessly. The corners of his mouth smiled bitterly. "I can't even catch a single sword from him. How strong is he, and who is he? The southern wasteland has never heard of his name in these nearly thousands of years. Today, my sword sect is destined to have a disaster." Chapter 23, Sword Sect Ancestor Jianzun, Shao Tianming's Worry. Shao Jin Yu becomes a saint. The old man of the hidden scripture pavilion's body was already a bit cold, and there was no more blood on his face. Under this sword, Xiao Jinyu did not withdraw his hand, and he did not receive this sword. His life is not long. My sword sect is in trouble? Who came to my sword sect to commit a crime? A deep, thick male voice resounded throughout the sword sect. He came out from the ancestral land of the sword sect, carrying 3 long swords of different styles on his back, 1 broadsword and 2 long swords. With every step taken since above the vault of heaven, the earth trembles with it. Endless earth power was added to him, and the heavenly sword unification sword Dao realm triggered the power of the heavens and earth to accompany his body, and his aura was strong to the extreme. Surprisingly, on the surface it looked much more powerful than Xiao Jinyu. Sword Father, you've got to do right by us. Elder Hidden Scripture is already on the verge of being killed by him with a single sword, and he also killed one of my sword sect's vice patriarchs and the Grand Elder, and is now seriously injuring 13 of my sword sect's sword executing elders. All of this today is a calamity for my sword sect. Sword Father. The moment the green-robed woman saw Sword Father, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and flew directly to heaven and earth, with tears on her face as she cried about everything about Xiao Jinyu. Earth honored one great success? A small realm above me. Xiao Jinyu's gaze landed on this Sword Zune man. Sword Zune was the Earth Zune of the Sword Sect, who used the sword as his path, hence the name Sword Zune. This one piqued his interest a little. Although his realm was at the early Earth Exalt stage, his 2 physiques were too invincible. His Tai sword ruined body heavenly grasped all sword cultivators, and his Shingui hegemony heavenly body granted him endless power. The power of his physique hadn't even been utilized. The 9 secrets heaven, and the prison suppressing heaven could be summoned, and even his 2 divine aptitudes hadn't been used. Now that there was finally an opponent who could warm him up a little, he wanted to experience how strong he was. Although the aura on the Swordfather's body was even more terrifying than his own, that was because he had not outwardly released his Earth Exalted's aura, which is like this hair in front of me, tawdry and full of energy, and to invoke the power of the earth and the power of the heavenly sword. Whispering pussy, isn't your pussy full enough? Behind the Tian High, Tian Long, where is your pussy high? When the old man from the hidden scripture pavilion saw Sword Zune coming, he hung on for dear life and barely stood up, sending out a thought that fell into Sword Zune's mind, recounting the ins and outs of how it all happened. A moment later, a sudden realization dawned in the eyes of the Swordfather and he looked at the green-robed woman with a change in his face. Today, the Sword Sect is in trouble because of the Sword Sect's own actions. The Sword Sect has no rules, bullying the small with the big, and the high level protects each other. And now the 3 of them fools even still want to be in the death and fight with the gold-robed man in front of them to cause all these things nowadays. Get out! Pop! Sword Sect slapped the green-robed woman with a palm and sent her flying without any softness of hand. He was one of the several founders of the Sword Sect, only that his life expectancy was coming to an end, so he was sleeping in the ancestral land. Don't wake him up until you have to. And today, because it was one of their own people made to summon him out, he thought it was the Sword Sect that was going to be destroyed. Who knew that it was actually this ridiculous thing? The moment all the Sword Sect cultivators saw the Sword Sovereign, there was eagerness in their eyes. Who doesn't know the legend of the Swordfather? This was the Earth-honored one, and now he was standing in front of them alive. Now the crowd of sword cultivators were all curious as to whether Xiao Jinyu was stronger or Sword Exalt was better. Xiao Tianming was slightly worried when he saw how terrifying the aura of the Swordfather was. However, the next moment it strengthened its mind. My 9 transformation sacred body origin can self-detonate, and the power of this self-detonation is definitely superior to the power that has surfaced from his body. If Father is in trouble today, even if I spell out this little life to blow myself up, I will die with the man to keep Father in peace. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Detected that the host's son, Xiao Tianmian, wanted to kill Sword Zune because he was worried about your safety. The Divine Spellbinder system is activated. Unconditional realm enhancement medium for host. What? The Divine Order was actually worried that I would die, and then sprung a killing spree? Xiao Jinyu froze as he listened to the sudden beep from the system in his mind, and in the next moment, he felt his origin breath rise once more. The realm seemed to have started climbing upwards from Earth Exalted. Don't ya! My current strength already has the battle power to crush him. I still want to try the divine power. Xiao Jinyu cried out in his heart. But the next moment there was a pause and a sharp slap to his forehead, awakening to self-reflection. Xiao Jinyu, what are you pretending for? Of course the higher the realm the better. All you have to do is to get stronger and stronger, not to test how strong the strength is. Isn't it good to directly crush it with strength? I can't believe I'm even starting to worry about this. What a stupid ing chant. Oh system, just take that one sentence as me farting. Xiao Jinyu hemmed and hawed in his mind. Ding! Lifting for the host is complete. The realm has reached that of a land saint. Saints are further divided into two realms, land saints and heaven and earth saints. Warm tip: converting from a land saint to a heaven and earth saint requires proof of the Tao, and there will be endless visions at that time, so please take good advantage of it. Of course the system can also help, but this is the key readout. If the host can complete it on his own, that would be great. Friendly reminder: the host's realm enhancement is based on the system's subjective consciousness judgment. The realm will only be enhanced according to the enemy's specific realm enhancement, and it will not be enhanced because the host's battle power can be leveled. Even if the host is not willing to realm raise is still invalid drops. If the host's original battle strength is really weak to burst, raise one big realm is not enough to crush the enemy. The system will help the host to raise a few more realms, until the host has complete invincible crushing power. This is the divine spelling system. It is also my strength. Not every system dares to call spelling father drops. The system that dares to call must not be simple. Help the host to ascend to the top as soon as possible. Children and grandchildren of billions. The system's beeps are still arrogant. Xiao Jinyu looked at the hints on the golden system panel in front of him, revealing the system's arrogance in every word, and couldn't help but shake his head with a lost smile. Again, that's more fun. The more arrogant the system is, the better it is, especially in this case. If you're weak, you can still raise yourself a few more realms. The thing about realms, who would mind if he had too many of them? The more the merrier. The more the merrier. He loved it. As for the friendly reminder in front of the system, he naturally saw that the current him had already reached the land sage. When he returned to the Eternal Life Dynasty this time, he would directly set up to break through the heaven and earth saints and reach the strongest in the southern wasteland. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu's breath was once again 10,000 points deeper. His breath was deep and profound, and that heaven and earth Shenmen gate in his body's Dantian was completely opened at this moment, and a heaven and earth power was added to his body. The Dantian in his body had completely transformed into a sea of heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth Shenmen gate stood there. On the other side of the Dantian, another heaven and earth Shen gate emerged, two whole ones, with endless heaven and earth chi emanating. Both heaven and earth metaphysical gates were in an open state, and a colorless long bridge connected these two gates, which was the most obvious sign of breaking through to sainthood. A bridge of laws appearing in front of the heaven and earth gates. This colorless bridge did not have any color, indicating that Xiao Jinyu had not yet mastered a single law, but was already completely capable of borrowing the power of heaven and earth. When he mastered a law, the bridge of this law would change color, and at that time it would be the sign of formally stepping into the heaven and earth saints. Chapter 24: 3 Lives for 3 Moves. Swordfather chills. The heavenly abyss falling sword was like annihilation. Fellow Daoist, can we just let today's matter go? How about giving me one more point? The sword exalt was just about to utter the sentence in its entirety, only to merely utter the first half of the sentence, and the second half of the sentence got stuck in his throat. When he froze, the rapidity of Xiao Jinyu's breath change and the depth of his concealment caused him to only briefly capture it for an instant. But it was also at this instant that the hairs of sweat on his body shrugged and his divine soul actually trembled. The power of that short moment of realm elevation had leakage, so he clearly captured the saintly aura. Saints and venerables are worlds apart, and they completely have the strength to crush him. So the last sentence, he swallowed back hard, not daring to say it again. Where does a saint need to give her face? He'd be lucky if he didn't give the saint a knee. If Xiao Jinyu was really a saint, then today his sword sect would definitely die and be destroyed, and he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to a saint. This was an existence that could slaughter him together. In the southern wasteland, saints are the strongest. Swordzun's face became more and more ugly. Today the sword sect seems to be finished, but to be destroyed like this, he was a bit unwilling. These 3 people were his old friends juniors. Gritted his teeth, hardened his head or opened his mouth. Elder, how about this? How about the lives of the 3 of them today in exchange for you making 3 moves, and me catching 3 of your moves corresponding to the lives of the 3 of them? If I can't catch it, I'll die for them. Please also let them go. Senior. What? Even the Swordfather actually called him senior, so how strong must he be? Who the hell is he? What kind of existence have we gotten ourselves into today? Surprisingly, even the Sword Exalt could only say that he could only receive 3 moves from him in exchange for the lives of the 3 of them, instead of stopping the battle with a battle. Then this side-by-side reflected the strength of Xiao Jinyu. The 3 senior members of the Sword Sect finally woke up at this moment, their faces complicated to the extreme, looking guilty. If our deaths can exchange for peace in the Sword Sect, we are willing to die. The 3 of them gazed at Xiao Jinyu, and their gazes were instantly firm. If even the Swordfather addressed as senior, then Xiao Jinyu's strength was definitely far beyond their imagination. Only now did they realize what a terrifying existence they had messed with, as cold sweat continued to flow down their backs, and their minds and bodies began to tremble. Seniors? Senpai. All the disciples of the Sword Sect were shocked, as if they could not believe that the famous sword venerable, one of the founders of the sword sect, would call Xiao Jinyu a senior. As for Xiao Tianming, he was also stunned. Although he was very confident that his father was very strong, he was a little flustered when the sword exalted had just appeared for the first moment, and it was only now that he slowed down and recalled what Xiao Jinyu had said to him earlier, that he had killed people who had been to the upper realm. So how can this little south be difficult for him? Although his father's realm has damage, but the man who can kill to the upper realm will not be difficult by a little bit of realm injury. Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. One's eyes are still too small, one's mind is unstable, and one is prone to panic. What Xiao Tianmeng did not know was that Xiao Jinyu was happy in his heart, because he had started this killing. His realm had directly increased by a large realm, and he had directly become invincible in the southern wasteland. His old man himself was now a saint, and he, the second generation of saints in the southern wasteland, could walk sideways. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the 3 senior members of the sword sect in the distance, and also glanced again at the distant old man of the scripture pavilion, as if he was pondering the feasibility of this one thing. Finally, an indifferent nod. Yes, the sword venerable nodded, his right hand fiercely gripping his sword as the sword intent on his body climbed up. Sword chi transformed into sword intent. The light points of the sword Dao flew in the sky. A guardian momentum gathered. The heart of the sword trembled. The long sword clanged, and the heavenly sword was won. The power of the earth venerable one combined with the power of the heavenly sword, and the heart of the earth pooled around him, deadening his surroundings. In front of him, the power of the heavenly sword covered up the sky, and millions of guardian longswords suddenly appeared behind the sword exalted, with sword tip after sword tip towards Xiao Jinyu. For this strike, he was prepared for everything. Even with this move, he didn't hold back anything, and the moment he made a move, it was a killing move. It wasn't that he wanted to kill Xiao Jinyu, but rather, he detected the terrifying aura of a terrestrial saint on Xiao Jinyu's body, knowing that if he didn't put out his full strength in this battle, he might not be able to receive even 3 moves, and it was highly likely that he would die under Xiao Jinyu's sword, and it was precisely for this reason that he attached such importance to it. Xiao Jinyu saw such a battle of sword zone, especially the sword intent and sword power emanating from his body revealed a peculiar color in his eyes. Guardian sword intent? It's a bit of fun, too, but it's also only somewhat interesting. If the man in front of him he was not a sword exalted but some other exalted, he might still be able to carry his own move. He who possessed the Tai sword void body was invincible, a heavenly gram sword cultivator, so he naturally wouldn't hold back with this sword. The greatest respect given to a strong man is to give him a strong blow. Xiao Jinyu slowly closed his eyes, and the moonlight emanating from the long sword of the full moon held in his right hand grew colder and colder. At a certain moment, Xiao Jinyu's body emitted a heavenly sword roar, as if he was a supreme sword that came out at this moment. Heavenly swords united, human swords united. Heaven and earth coexisted with him, and the earth was unique with him. With this sword, Xiao Jinyu did not use the power of the saint realm, but merely used up the power of an exalted. Otherwise, he was really afraid that with this sword exalt in front of him might die without even a corpse left. Even under this sword, it was possible that all of the entire sword sect would be swept away, and everyone would die under this sword as a result. Today, he had come merely to stand up for his own son, not to kill innocents indiscriminately. So Xiao Jinyu had still collected a billion wisps. Holding the sword in his right hand, he violently raised it above his head and slid it toward the sky above. At that moment, the roiling heavenly sea in the sky was slashed with a 1,000 feet long crack. At that moment, above the 1,000 feet long crack, a black abyss descended silently, and a terrifying devouring power, crushing power, and surprisingly, an endless demonic aura emanated from that crack. A heavenly abyss continent quietly descended at this moment, hovering above the heavens and earth. This was the heavenly abyss of death, or also known as the heavenly abyss of the sword Dao, one of the divine abilities that Xiao Jinyu had obtained, the heavenly abyss falling sword art. Today he would try how strong this divine ability was. Boom! Sword chi spread across the sky, billions of sword awns covering the sky. A dragon robe was grinning as it was blown by the sword intent, and a back was peerless. The sword was opening up, and the sword was like a rainbow. The aura of the sword Dao emanating from the sword abyss thickened in the short blink of an eye, and the entire heavenly sea was filled with endless sword intent. Each sword carried an unrivaled sharpness. The sky and the earth are even more dim. The sword chi flies horizontally. The black crack in the middle position exudes the sword intent even stronger. Such a scene is like the destruction of the world. There is a sword in the heavenly abyss, and its name is Falling Sky, Xiao Jinyu murmured, and the long sword that was raised high in the air slammed downward at this moment. Above the dome of the sky, billions of sword chi sword tips were pointed downwards, and the sword awnings were infinite. Death sword chi transformed into death sword intent, heaven opening sword power, death sword power, and everlasting silent sword power all came out, wanting to level the world with one sword. This sword, Xiao Jinyu wasn't too skillful with it yet, so he only felt that it might only exude 1% of the power of this divine ability. But this horrible scene, 1% of the power is already ridiculously strong. Chapter 25, Terrifying World-Destroying Heavenly Abyss. Swordfather powerless. The old man died in his place. The rain of swords in the sky fell as much as it could, just like the name of the divine ability, Heavenly Abyss Falling Sword. All the sword chi in the entire heaven and earth, whether it was the sword momentum or not, all descended downwards, carrying the power of the Earth Exalted One, carrying the power of the heavenly sword in unity. It was impossible to avoid it, or even to receive it. The Swordfather's face had changed between the moment he felt Xiao Jinyu exude this move, as he lifted his head to look at the endless sword chi in the sky, and the aura that was deadlocked on his own body. His face changed drastically. The billions of sword chi from the heavenly abyss fell into the world, as if it was destroying the world. Under that terrifying sword intent flying across the sky, under the heaven-opening sword power, the sword exalt was also physically and mentally trembling at the moment, and was simply powerless to resist. Realm, Xiao Jinyu crushed him, and although the sword Dao realm Xiao Jinyu was almost as bad as him, his heavenly sword unity resonated greatly with this heaven and earth. Even here his power was derived from this heaven and earth, coupled with the fact that this divine technique had long been far beyond ordinary feats by an unknown amount, and its power was unknown how much stronger. Being crushed by everything, he was simply powerless to resist. With what? Fight back with your head? If you resisted with your head, it would have moved a long time ago. At this moment, even with his sword exalted state of mind, his body unexpectedly unconsciously began to tremble, his eyes dull, as if he had completely given up. Crushing strength, the strength gap is too great to catch. Above the dome of the sky, not only was that roiling sword intent falling, but likewise there was also that black heavenly abyss that was 1,000 feet long and so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. The moment the abyss of the sky fell, the layers of the void crumbled and space shattered. Since the broken fragments, the space winds flew horizontally, and the fragments of the void fell down one after another, landing heavily on the ground. Today, that sight is extinction. Swordfather closed his eyes powerlessly at this moment. He had already smelled the crisis of death, especially when the sword abyss fell. He was simply powerless to resist. His sword Dao power was reduced to nothingness under the sword ruins. Even if the layers of preparations made in front of him, all turned into flying ash, dissipated a little bit left, can only let the sky of sword chi attack and kill him. At this moment, he couldn't raise any resistance. At this moment, the hand holding the long sword had begun to tremble. After thousands of years of cultivation, for the first time, he had encountered such a desperate situation. The strength gap is too big, the heart is in despair. At this time, death may be the best relief. The Swordfather felt it the most deeply because all these opportunities were directed at him. Billions of heavenly abyssal sword chi. The crowd below was likewise filled with stupefaction, and the three sword sect executives were already dumbfounded, even closing their eyes, ready to wait for death. Under this scene, their sword Dao power could not be catalyzed at all. Their martial Dao power was completely suppressed, and the 10,000 opportunities were locked. In the face of absolute power, all things seemed so pale. Xiao Tianmeng stared blankly at this terrifying vision above the sky dome, never having thought that his old man was actually a sword cultivator, and the power of the sword is terrifying to such an extent. This world-destroying scene from above caused his legs to unexpectedly go a little soft as well, while all the sword sect disciples in the distance, not to mention, were in an even deeper state of embarrassment. Some of them had been scared out of their wits and were kneeling on the ground with weak legs. Some even began to close their eyes and pray. I don't want to die yet. I'm still young. I don't want to die under the sword. The gods are fighting. What's it got to do with me? I mortals suffer. I seem to have seen my great-grandmother, and he seems to be waving to me from heaven. Don't tell me. I think I've seen my great-grandfather too, and he's waving at me. Many disciples murmured, their eyes lost in thought. There was a light in front of them, shining down from heaven and earth, as if it was the gate of heaven beckoning to them. How could this be so? He's even strong to this extent. Today is indeed a great calamity for my sword sect. My sword sect has been evergreen for 10,000 years without fail, but today it was destroyed in the hands of one of our own, because of the mismanagement of a powerful man. How ridiculous. Dead and wounded. The old man of the hidden scriptures was holding his broken body. His breath was already weak, like a broken candle in a broken wind. It might go out in the next moment. His life came to an end. He didn't receive Xiao Jinyu's sword just now, but instead, he was seriously injured and his origin was damaged. Although it was said to be Xiao Jinyu's sword without killing intent, its power was still terrifying to the extreme. If there had to be one person to bear all the consequences of this, it would be him. Also a handful of bones, live or living enough. His duty is to guard the Sword Clan. Now the Sword Clan is in trouble. He must step forward. The old man took a step forward, his body weak, and shouted towards Xiao Jinyu above the sky dome. Today, there is a cause and effect to all of this. It is my sword sect that is at fault first. I still request that Senior can be magnanimous and let my sword sect off the hook. Today, these 3 children have offended Senior. I alone will die in their place. Please let them live, and please let the sword sect live. After the old man from the hidden scripture pavilion finished the sentence, his aura surged. At his own dantian, a light flickered, and then his breath swelled, enveloping the old man's body, becoming more and more powerful. In the next moment, there was a boom, and something seemed to break inside the old man's body. He severed his own heart chakra, his heart ruptured, his flesh died, and his life came to an end, and his divine soul had just come close to perishing under that sword of Xiao Jinyu. Now, the heart chakra had damaged itself, and the last trace of breath was naturally gone. The old man closed his eyes feebly, his body shook, and he fell forward feebly, facing the ground. Boo! It fell heavily to the ground. The old man in the hidden scriptures falls. No! Elder! 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 The voice of the old man from the hidden scripture pavilion was not loud, but it resounded throughout the entire sword sect. The 3 senior members of the sword sect opened their eyes when they saw the scene, their faces pained and remorseful. Today, all of this is because of the 3 of them, and now they want the old man of the Tibetan scripture pavilion to take the blame for them, exchanging his life for the 3 of them to live. What a shame! They're guilty. The 3 left tears of grief in the corners of their eyes. Xiao Jinyu sighed helplessly when he saw the old man like this. It was true that the old man had no grudge against him, but if he were to die for the 3, then this karma was settled. With a wave of his large hand, the land sage realm aura emanated out, the heavenly might enveloping him in an incomparably volatile manner. The avatar was withdrawn by him, and the black heavenly abyss quietly disappeared. Above the dome of the sky, the billions of sword chi in the sky slowly dissipated. This side of the heavenly sea was still there. Everything returned to calm, and the world-destroying scene just now disappeared. One black hole in the void after another, one piece of space debris after another falling down, is telling the crowd, just now, that the extinction scene is not a dream, it is real. And now that Xiao Jinyu had withdrawn the heavenly abyss, they were all saved and did not have to die under this terrifying divine ability. Chapter 26, Xiao Jinyu withdraws his hand. He can be spared a death and a life after the robbery. The aura that had suppressed the sword exalt dissipated. Unconsciously, the back of the sword Zune was completely drenched in cold sweat. Beads of sweat flowed down from the forehead, and there was a palpitating color in his eyes. The feeling of despair just now was something he had never experienced since his debut. Similarly, there was also a complexity on the Swordfather's face. The heavens and the earth were so big, and he was still too weak. Seeing the hidden scripture pavilion elder do so, he similarly shouted softly, "Senior!" What the old man of the sword sect did today was worthy of everyone in the sword sect, calling him a senior. To die in the place of one's offspring, such a deed, great! The faces of the group of sword sect's disciples had a sense of being saved from the calamity and were filled with gratitude. They were just a small step away from meeting their grandmother and grandfather, and the feeling of death had never been so close. Although Xiao Tianming has the shelter of Xiao Jinyu, but that horrible heavenly might he naturally also felt, in this moment only realized over how strong his old man seems to be hanging in the air. Today, my grudge with the sword sect is all but over at this point, with nothing to do with it. The 3 of you are spared death. Xiao Jinyu turned his gaze toward the sword sect's patriarch and the 2 vice-patriarchs. The 3 of them sat helplessly on the ground, hot tears rolling down their faces, and then together they ran to the side of the old man of the hidden scriptures and lifted up his body. A small smile was still frozen on the face of the old man of the hidden scriptures, as if he was happy because he was able to do something for his juniors. Elder! The 3 of them choked on their voices as the sword sect patriarch carried the corpse of the elder of the scripture collection on his back and walked towards the sword graveyard one step at a time. They had already had enough of this farce today, and they had no complaints even if Xiao Jinyu killed them. The 2 vice-patriarchs raised their heads and looked at Xiao Jinyu's face filled with complexity. No hatred, no killing intent, only endless remorse. If they could go back in time, they would definitely not mess with Xiao Jinyu, and they would even step in early to put things to rest on this one matter. Unfortunately, there is no if. Everything is not time back. People only in the loss of time is to know how to cherish. People can't teach people. Things can be taught once and that's enough. Having learned today's lesson, the sword sect would definitely not have what happened today happen again in the future, and would probably become better in the future. Of course, these were all afterthoughts, and anyway, they had nothing to do with him, Xiao Jinyu. At that time, he didn't even know where he had traveled to, so he might have long ago ascended in place and become immortal. For what Xiao Jinyu had just said, the 2 of them clasped their fists and gave an apologetic salute, turning around and following the sword sect patriarch to bury the old man of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The sword father retracted his gaze and looked deeply at Xiao Jinyu, similarly giving him a salute to express his gratitude. Xiao Jinyu let himself off the hook. he definitely couldn't receive the sword move he just made, and even had a premonition that under that divine move, he would definitely die. And now the sword Zune old man with his body in exchange for the sword clan patriarch, and the two vice clan life, but why not still have his life? Xiao Jinyu nodded as a greeting, accepting this gift from him to himself. After doing so, Sword Sovereign turned around and flew towards the direction that the old man from the scholarship collection, whom the sword sect patriarch had just carried, had gone. The old man had also saved his life, and it was only right that he should show his gratitude, though the man was dead. Why does everything make me look like the villainous bad guy? Xiao Jinyu gave a slanderous cry in his heart as he watched this scene. Just now the old man of the Tibetan scripture pavilion did not receive his own that sword. In fact, Ben has been seriously injured. It will not take long, absolutely must die. So he took advantage of the fact that he was so, knowing that he wouldn't live long. He might as well trade the remaining remnants of his life for the complete 3 lives of the trio. How do you think you can make money on such a deal? Xiao Jinyu naturally saw this, but he didn't say anything about it. For the Tibetan scripture pavilion old man, he also has a trace of admiration in his heart. So this one thing, so rest in peace, will be good. Originally, the 3 people on their own killing intent to kill their own. He will certainly also be 3 people along with the extermination. But now let the 3 people a horse has been very facetious. Do a personal favor to go with the flow. Xiao Jinyu turned around and took a step down from the sky above. The poise of that dragon robe was truly imprinted in everyone's heart. I'm afraid that after today's battle, no one will be unaware of Xiao Jinyu's name. No one will be unaware of what Xiao Jinyu has done, and Xiao Jinyu's reputation will surely spread to the southern wasteland. He walked in front of Xiao Tianmai and extended his hand, his slight smile contrasting with the decisive and overbearing man who had just killed him. It was as if that terrifying sword just now wasn't killed by him, as if the scene of annihilation just now wasn't done by him, as if he was harmless. Xiao Tianming came back to his senses, and he naturally lamented the death of the old man from the scripture pavilion, but did not think much about it. After all, this was his own father, and he would definitely be more toward his own father, so he couldn't just elbow his way out and then toward an outsider. He extended his hand and held Xiao Jinyu's hand tightly. Xiao Jinyu turned around and led Xiao Tianming up to the sky dome, slowly leaving the place where the sword sect was located and disappearing into the sky. From the crowd, a woman watched Xiao Tianmai leave, lost in her eyes, and muttered, "Will we meet again?" At first, she was also very shocked that Xiao Tianmai had such a powerful father, but after thinking about it, she cared more about Xiao Tianmai than Xiao Jinyu. She doesn't want to be Xiao Tiannian's mother, she wants to be Xiao Tiannian's daughter-in-law. However, after today, it was estimated that there were quite a few women who wanted to be Xiao Tiannian's mother. A dragon robe, overbearing as a god or devil. The incomparable chaos of the sword sect returned to dead silence. All the sword sect disciples in the crowd did not know how to feel. Their faces were complicated to the extreme. There are feelings of envy, admiration, fear, etc. intertwined with each other. Today's matter, even if the sword sect intends to conceal it, it won't take long for it to spread throughout the southern wasteland. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, earning 3,000 quest points and 1 random supreme law. Random supreme law, complete law of creation. The system's voice rang out in his head. Xiao Jinyu did not focus on this, and when the time came to return to the Eternal Life Dynasty, he would slowly organize these rewards. At that time, directly from the land saints into the heaven and earth saints, strength can be raised again. Is not it beautiful? May you feel that my father is too ruthless today, killing people just as they say? Xiao Jinyu spoke softly, her gaze leveled ahead. Xiao Tianming slowly shook his head after merely freezing for a moment in the face of this sudden question from Xiao Jinyu. No. The cause of other days, the fruit of today, everything is based on strength. If father wasn't strong enough to come and save me today, perhaps the sword sect's patriarch and the 2 vice patriarchs would have already laid down their assassins and chopped father to death. Where would there be today's situation to speak of? Maybe I would have died in the middle of this fight, and what my father did was not wrong. Listening to what Xiao Tianming said, Xiao Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you recognize that it's all changed for the better. Today, father will tell you one more thing: everything you have is based on having enough strength. Today, if you continue to wander outside the world to go on a journey, touch something, want to save, want to help on help, ask the heart is not guilty then good. The only crime of becoming a king or losing a king, of profit and fame, is in the 1,000 years. My child is taught. Xiao Tianming listened to all of it carefully, keeping these words tightly in his heart. Chapter 27, Even the sword immortal needs to lower his brow when he sees me. Fishing for the heavenly pool of opportunity. In the future, if the path you want to follow is the way of the sword, the only thing in your hand will be the sword. If one is to follow the pure martial path, To prove the way with force, then one should constantly develop the 9 revolution sacred body. The physique is a powerful aid, but at the same time it is also a shackle in the back. That's one sentence I hope you understand. Xiao Jinyu's voice was leisurely and progressive. Xiao Tianming nodded. Father, how strong is your sword Dao again? Just now that like a sword is like a scene of annihilation, today my recollection still has palpitations in my heart. Xiao Tianmian smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone, patting Xiao Jinyu on the back. Ha, your father, me, if I dare to say second in sword Dao, no one will dare to say first. If one day you run into a powerful sword cultivator and think he's strong, just greet him with the words, "Are you as strong as my father?" and then my father will come. Xiao Jinyu was half joking and half serious when he said this. The implication was that he wanted Xiao Tianmai to mess with some more powerful sword cultivator powerhouses. With a fathering system like this, not to mention the Sword Emperor, even if the Sword Immortal comes, as long as he Xiao Tianmian messes with him, he, Xiao Jinyu, is the only true immortal in this world. I don't care what kind of sword fairy, knife fairy or gun fairy you are, just step aside. Father, it was once said in a book that a sword immortal was able to chop the sky with a single sword, and that a single blade of grass was able to chop the sun, moon, and stars. Can father be able to do that? Xiao Tianmeng was still curious beyond measure. After all, he was also a sword cultivator, even though his sword power was a bit weaker. But that was a sword immortal, who wouldn't aspire to that, even if he likewise had the heart to become a sword immortal. A sword fairy? Half of the sword fairies on earth are my friends, which maiden is not shy to see me, ha ha ha. Xiao Jinyu's pretentious cancer was back, gently patted Xiao Tianming's shoulder and flew towards the front, leaving him with an endlessly flamboyant back, which really sounded so much like the same thing. Together with the battle power that Xiao Jinyu had just displayed, it had really bluffed Xiao Tianming. All the sword fairies in the world are friends of father? What girl wouldn't be pouting at the sight of her father's demeanor? Father's words are also a little too immortal, right, worthy of being a character who has broken into the upper realms. I must also become like father. Ha, that's not right. Father knows girls under the sky. He's not going to find me some stepmothers, is he? Xiao Tianmu was stunned and thought wrongly. But then looking at Xiao Jinyu's departing winged posture, with little stars in his eyes, his heart awakened something else at. As soon as they arrived at the Eternal Life Dynasty, Xiao Jinyu talked to Xiao Tianming about the matter regarding Li Nan's son. Xiao Tianmian did not have any objections. Instead, he regarded Li Nanxuan as his own brother to see. After all, he was his father's great disciple, and in the future, he also counted as having a companion with himself. His eldest sister and second brother were taken away to who knows where at a very early age, and he is now in line to become the Grand Prince. As for these days, he didn't intend to go out and make a break for it, staying honestly in the everlasting dynasty for a period of time first. Moreover, his father was a strong man, so it would be better to let his own father guide him, so why go out to wander? Is he stupid? Is there something wrong with your brain? Thinking of this, Xiao Tianmian was remorseful. If he had known this, he would not have gone out. Knowing that one's father is so strong, if one lets him give guidance would be good. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianmian's eyes suddenly glanced at Xiao Jinyu with a ghostly grudge. Xiao Jinyu understood he and didn't say anything. Seriously, he let Xiao Tianmai go out to wander around in the beginning with this move. If he didn't go out to wander around, he really didn't have such strong strength and wouldn't have become a sword cultivator. The more and more the two kids just mess with the enemy, and the more variety they mess with the enemy, the more and stronger their careers will be. So teach the two of them for a period of time. It is time to go out or go out, and he himself will not stay in the everlasting dynasty for a long time. With the strength of the saints, it is time to go out to see some of this vast world, and accept the righteous son. When the time comes to establish a party of your own, the court of righteousness? It's not really a no-no. In these few days, Xiao Jinyu then taught Xiao Tianming all of the essence of some of his sword Dao heart technique without any conditions reserved. Even he was about to hand over all of his heavenly abyss-falling sword technique aptitude to Xiao Tianmu, but the system seemed to not allow it and gave a special tip. Reminder, any benefit given by the system, divine ability or not, gongfu or not, or physique or weapon, if the host is the first to use it, it will have absolute uniqueness. As the name implies, only the host alone can use it, not even his own son can pass it on, unless the host doesn't cultivate this avatar in the first place, and passes it on to the person to whom the host wants to give it. After getting the prompt from the system, Xiao Jinyu was a bit embarrassed. This whole thing that does not mean that he is a good skill cannot be passed on? But in fact, the problem is not big, because at that time and the take some magical powers of their own do not cultivate is, directly disliked to their own children cannot? Nurture their skills first, then let them go out into the world. With him as a saintly father, who dares to make trouble here? System, I still have 5,000 quest points on me. so I'm going to do a direct fishing trip to the heavens. Xiao Jinyu stood alone on the top of the back mountain, muttering to himself in his heart. The system mall panel in front of him opened, and a huge heavenly pool of opportunity appeared. He quietly had a wooden pole in his hand, and it seemed that he had to fling it into this heavenly pool of opportunity in order to see what could be fished out. Without any hesitation, Xiao Jinyu directly clenched his hands and flung them forward, the fishing line falling into the celestial pool and slowly sinking underneath it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the line dropped downward and seemed to catch something and pull upward. Xiao Jinyu's face was delighted. So soon? With both hands, he pulled violently upward. A long bridge is hard to be hoisted up by himself. On top of this long bridge, there is a black stone egg. Chapter 28: The Law of Everlasting Life, the Law of Creation, and the Saints of Heaven and Earth, right now. What the hell? Xiao Jinyu froze. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 complete law. The complete laws will appear in the form of long bridges, just like the colorless long bridge within the host's dantian that connects the 2 heaven and earth metaphysical gates. Law of eternal life, the law is immortal, the host lives forever. Theoretically, the host can live for a long time. Of course, it is also possible to utilize the longevity breath to increase the lifespan of others, with the length of the lifespan increasing as the host's strength increases. Law of creation, can find where the innate creation is located, and can create the creation of the corresponding realm within the host's ability, giving others hints at a certain place and helping them to rise quickly. The premise is that this was originally a copy of the place of creation, except that the host has added more of what the host has created, and that the given person needs to find out where this creation is on his or her own. Restrictions: everything will not take effect until the host integrates these 2 complete laws into his body and certifies that he is a saint of heaven and earth. With the host's present realm of a land sage, it is not enough to activate it. Xiao Jinyu looked at the hints in large golden letters on the system panel and nodded. Anyway, it wasn't difficult for him to prove that he was a sage of heaven and earth. It was just a matter of incorporating these 2 laws into a few bodies. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 of the mysterious stone eggs carried above the long bridge of laws. Upon inspection, it is a supreme divine beast, and we need to wait for the host to hatch it before we can understand what kind of divine beast it is. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a fishing trip to the heavens, with an additional bottle of Zune ranked Great Restorative Dan. Zune level Great Restoration Pill, eating it below the Zune realm unconditionally raises a large realm without any side effects, and also replenishes the lack of a divine soul. I didn't realize there was such a reward for performing a 5,000 angling session. Although it's true that all the quest points are gone, these prize pools aren't a loss, and when the stone eggs hatch, it's expected that there will be powerful divine beasts. It sure pulls a lot of weight when you go out as a mount. Xiao Jinyu had already fantasized about riding a divine dragon, riding a phoenix, and riding other divine beasts to go out and act like a bully in the future. A bottle of Great Restoration Pill, just give it to Heaven's Destiny as well as Nansun, so that their realm can be raised by another step. Then under my guidance, break through another great realm, and they can go out and make waves again. Xiao Jinyu already had an idea of how to distribute these pills. Divine order, Nan seek come to me. A Xiao Jinyu voice transmission came to the Great Hall of the Eternal Life Dynasty. The 2 were cultivating when they heard Xiao Jinyu's voice and opened their eyes, leaving the main hall and coming above the back mountain. Seeing the 2 come, he directly handed out 8 pills that fell into each of their hands. The 2 were puzzled in their eyes. Master, Father, what kind of elixir is this? An exalted level Great Restoration Pill is unattainable. Eating 1 capsule will allow an unconditional breakthrough of 1 major realm. The 2 of you, 1 of you is at the heavenly Yuan realm and 1 of you is at the earthly Yuan realm. Eat them both and you can at least directly break through a large realm. And the 2 of you will be able to climb up again in battle power as a result. Oh yes, 4 grains for 1 person. As to whether the effect of this medicine will be weakened by eating another one, I do not know. You 2 study it by yourselves. Xiao Jinyu gave both of them this bottle of elixir and had 1 left on himself. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Father. The duo's faces were delighted as they hurriedly put it away and bowed to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 2 of them like this, shook his head and scolded with a smile. Why are you still so polite to me? Go taste what it tastes like. The 2 of them sniffed, and thus excused themselves. Xiao Jinyu looked at the only remaining Daihuang Dan in his hand, sniffed it, and with an aroma, directly swallowed it. It tastes as sweet as sugar snap peas, chews crunchy, and a refreshing flavor bursts open in your mouth. A pure spiritual energy traveled through his limbs and bones, and then, there was no then. He was already at the Land Saint realm now, and this unconditional realm elevation condition was under the exalted realm, which he had long exceeded, so it wasn't really useful. It only felt that the sea of its heaven and earth within his dantian had thickened a tiny bit, and nothing else. As for why he swallowed it, it was mainly because he was greedy and wanted to taste what kind of texture this Zuni-level Great Restoration Dan had. The flavor is okay, just chewy sugar snap peas. Xiao Jinyu commented and proceeded to prepare for a direct breakthrough to heaven and earth sage. It was time to certify the Tao, incorporating these two laws into his body. The sooner he improved his strength, the better it would surely be. Xiao Tianming had just returned to the Great Hall, and instead of cultivating, he returned within his room. Listening to what Xiao Jinyu had said, these 3 pills had the effect of replenishing the power of the divine soul, and previously, Medicine Elder had sacrificed a strand of his divine soul for him, while now he didn't know if these 4 pills would be enough. He directly threw it into the golden ring carried on his ring finger, and Pill Elder seemed to unconsciously sense the Zune-level Great Soul pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The divine soul had surprisingly recovered a tiny bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be that 100 years have passed? Why does my head hurt so much? Pill Elder's voice rang out, rubbing his transparent divine soul. Medicine Elder, you've awakened. Xiao Tianming's face rejoiced when he saw the old man in the ring awaken. Heaven's mandate, how is it that 100 years have passed and your realm is still merely stuck at Tianyuan? The old man was confused. It shouldn't be by reason. It's only been a few days that have passed, and I've come back from the sword sect safe and sound. It was Father who saved me. And this elixir was also given to me by Father him, saying that it could replenish the power of the divine soul, so I threw it into the ring at the first opportunity. Xiao Tianming's face had joy on it, and after getting along all these times, he had long since viewed Medicine Elder as a highly respected senior, like a grandfather. Xiao Jinyu, Grandma, inexplicably the generation is smaller, but also taken advantage of. Is that the senior? The Medicine Elder's complexion immediately condensed when he heard what Xiao Tianmai said. He did not feel that Xiao Jinyu would give Xiao Tianmai such a valuable elixir for no reason. Those that could replenish the power of the divine soul were all extremely rare, especially in the middle of this lower world continent, where they were definitely scarce. But when he said that he gave it, he must have known about himself, knowing that he had lent his divine soul power to Xiao Tianshi, and then he sympathized with himself, so he used this as a name to allow Xiao Tianshi to give it to recover for himself. Sure enough, an elder is an elder, and this is all in his eyes. It seems that in the future, it's better to help this child of heaven's destiny properly. Maybe I don't even need heaven's destiny to help me with my revenge, Senior will help me to complete it. The old man could not help but sigh and did not voice his thoughts to Xiao Tianming. In fact, the heavens can tell that these are really just unintentional acts of Xiao Jinyu. He really didn't know what had happened to the old grandpa in the ring. All of this was in his head. Xiao Jinyu said he was dumbfounded. Chapter 29, 3 Dynasties Allied Army Attacks, Northern Realm in Danger? The two of them, Li Nanshuan and Xiao Tianmian, stood at the side of the back mountain, looking at Xiao Jinyu, who stood at the very top with little stars twinkling in both of their eyes. They had already learned from Xiao Jinyu's mouth that he was going to break through a minor realm today, and there might be some visions coming out. When the time came, the heaven and earth aura contained in the vision was extremely remarkable and might be beneficial to them, allowing them to absorb as much as they could during their own breakthrough. The two of them were even more admiring of Xiao Jinyu, just breaking through a small realm, and would appear heaven and earth anomalies. What if they broke through a large realm? Does that mean Xiao Jinyu will bring even more dissension? Two people think of here has been some dare not think, for them, Xiao Jinyu's strength-specific collection in which they do not know. Especially Xiao Tianmian, in his eyes his father was a supreme powerhouse. Xiao Jinyu stood at the highest place in the back of the mountain, a white robe like snow, today specially combed his hair in a bun and put on a jade crown. His face was full of the majesty of the king's lord of a dynasty. Report, it's no good. King Lord, something big has happened. Xiao Jinyu was on top of the hill at the back of the mountain, his robes being blown by the wind, and Eunuch Hai's anxious voice came from far away. What's the hurry and what's the panic about Eunuch Hai? Xiao Jinyu had just been preparing to break through to sainthood when he was now interrupted by this anxious voice of Eunuch Hai. He turned around in confusion, and Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanshuan were similarly puzzled in their eyes. Eunuch Hai's face was flustered as he shouted, the Stone Wasteland Dynasty, the Heaven's Fury Dynasty, and the Sea Swallowing Dynasty and their 3 dynasties have joined forces. Today, they suddenly sent their troops south to blitz the north of my dynasty. In just half an hour, Jiangbei pressed the border for 30,000 miles, and now it's almost 40% of the Everlasting Dynasty's land. Now that everyone in the Great Hall has come, all that's left is for the King's Lord to make the final decision. Eunuch Hai's face was filled with anxiety, and Xiao Jinyu's face slightly changed before regaining its composure upon hearing this. A fight between dynasties? The highest realm was nothing more than heavenly yuan. He could crush all of these troops with a wave of his hand. There was nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Jinyu turned his gaze to Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun and spoke with a smile. Can the dynasty's army be able to handle it? Back to father, no problem, 1 against 1,000,000. Back to master, no problem, once the earth level formation is out, it can kill millions. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan were slightly excited, knowing that this was their chance to perform. Xiao Jinyu smiled, then go. To the west and east of the dynasty, there should be the Heaven's Fury dynasty as well as the Sea Swallowing dynasty. Take down the armies of these two dynasties well and repel them. As for the Stone Wasteland dynasty, they're all old friends, I'll come personally. The two of them understood and turned into two streams of light heading towards the east and west of the dynasty. Eunuch Hai couldn't help but feel a little worried at the sight. Will the prince and the second prince be able to do it? Don't worry about it, what's going on above the Great Hall? I'll go and take a look up, and I'll slaughter as many of his Stone Wasteland dynasty's armies as he kills me today. Xiao Jinyu stepped forward, patted Eunuch Hai's shoulder, and quietly ducked in a wisp of heaven and earth aura. Eunuch Hai had followed him for quite a few years, and had done his best for the entire 30 years since he was a little kid. Although it was said that he wasn't a cultivator and his realm wasn't high, it was only the chi-gathering realm. However, this strand of heaven and earth aura was enough to increase his lifespan by 50 years, and it was not a problem for him to live to be 200 or so years old. Xiao Jinyu took a single step and flew high above the back mountain towards the dynasty hall below, leaving Eunuch Hai standing alone on the back mountain. Just how strong is the King Lord? He's been like a different person since his accident with the Great Prince. Needless to say. Since the ancient times, when literature dies to admonish, and martial arts die to fight, this will be my last battle. Above the Great Hall, an old general, nearly 50 years old, looked solemn, with a long sword at his waist, his face full of determination. He had already fought for the Changqing dynasty for dozens of years, and now how could he see other dynasties annexing his Changqing dynasty? To live is to be a member of the Eternal Life dynasty, to die is to be a ghost of the Eternal Life dynasty. Today, we are only waiting for the King's Lord to give the order. If the king wants to fight to the death, then we will fight to the death. Above the entire hall, no one is not determined to kill, but no one has the intention to surrender, even if the three king dynasties to join hands to kill. Good, it is good that all the beloved ministers have such a realization. The three great royal dynasties are nothing more than dirt chickens and ants that can be destroyed with the wave of a hand. Today, I alone am enough. Everyone wait here, it won't be long before the Stone Wasteland dynasty falls. Xiao Jinyu's bright laughter resounded above the Great Hall. Just coming to the door of the Great Hall, he heard the ministers do so. What did he want? Turning around, he directly flew towards where the northern border of the Eternal Life dynasty was. The ministers had just turned around when they heard Xiao Jinyu's voice, and in the next second, Xiao Jinyu flew away, not understanding what the word Xiao Jinyu had just said meant. Did Xiao Jinyu want to fight against the entire border army alone? Although they knew that Xiao Jinyu had already broken through the Jindan, the underlying presence within the dynasty's territory definitely had a Jindan. One by one, you look at me and I look at you, looking at each other, they are still uneasy and are ready to send troops to the north to help Xiao Jinyu. Generals, all kill for me. Breaking this everlasting dynasty is this day. Today is our territory. After breaking the city, the column of soldiers will be at your disposal for 7 days, as you wish. Aha, kill. Kill. The 100 generals of the Stone Wasteland dynasty stood on top of their horses, followed by the Blackened army entering the northern border. They took almost nearly over 10% of the north for themselves at lightning speed, and burned and pillaged their way to the top. If it wasn't for the sake of killing the everlasting dynasty's hinterland faster, the number of people they killed would probably be even higher. Above the sky dome, two people stood, a woman and a man. The man naturally needed no introduction, the king lord of the Stone Wasteland dynasty, Shi Jiang, and the woman was Shi Rong. Today's move to send troops was naturally authorized by the two of them. I didn't expect Xiao Jinyu to kill the soul sex elder with the heavenly tribulation. It's really heaven's help. Now that the soul sex elders to come out, as long as we lure out Xiao Jinyu, my soul sex elders and will come and exterminate him in a thunderous manner. Today, it will be difficult for him to escape with his wings, and this everlasting dynasty will be ours in the bag. Shi Rong had a sardonic smile on his face, and Shi Jiang did likewise. The two of them hovered above heaven and earth, contentedly watching the killing of the generals below. The screams of a living being were like that most pleasing of music. On his face, there was a sickly grimace. Shi Jiang in order to annex the Eternal Life dynasty, and Shi Rong in order to avenge the shame of Xiao Jinyu's humiliation on top of the earth that day. As for what Xiao Jinyu had done in the sword sect and the formation sect, because the news of the two was well preserved, only a hint of it had been transmitted. Plus, the four clans were each located in the four extreme locations of the southeast, west, north and southwest of the southern wasteland, so it would still take some time for news to circulate. They didn't know how strong Xiao Jinyu was, or else they wouldn't have dared to take the initiative to kill to the everlasting dynasty even if they were given 10 guts. Chapter 30 Miserable Warfare, Xiao Jinyu's arrival, millions of troops kneeling. Help! Help me! Ah! Woohoo! Shout after shout, cry after cry of pain rang out. The sound of running for your life, the sound of powerless cries, the sound of crying, the sound of searching for help. This is what the people were like when the border war started, and it was all so brutal. The generals stationed at the border had already been killed by the Stone Wasteland Dynasty's army because they hadn't had time to react, leading to the fact that the civilians were now unguarded and could only be reduced to fish and meat on top of his chopping board. Above the streets, a crowd of civilians fleeing in panic had helpless faces. The next moment, the butcher knife fell. One slashed down, and an extra bloodstain appeared on their back. A girl in the distance was trampled into a bloody flower when the horse's hooves fell because she didn't have time to escape. Aha, kill. Brothers, kill them all. Advance quickly. A group of generals sitting on horseback waved their long swords, and the faces of a group of generals were excited, as if killing people was their pleasure, especially abusing unarmed civilians. In a dozen breaths of time, Xiao Jinyu arrived at the northern realm. Having just arrived here, looking out from afar, he heard the endless cries, the sounds of despair, and saw the battle raging in the distance, and his face sank. It wasn't true that he was a cultivator, but in the same way he was the king lord of the Eternal Life Dynasty. The territory of the Everlasting Dynasty is full of his people, and now that his people are suffering and being massacred by others, the only way to stop the killing is to kill, to warn the spirits of those who have died. The aura on Xiao Jinyu's body emerged, a terrifying might of heaven and earth enveloped them, and all the generals and soldiers of the Stone Wasteland Dynasty only felt that their blood froze at this moment and their hearts stopped beating. The butcher's knife that was about to fall stopped in the void, and it was difficult for them to move another step. A great force of heaven and earth like a heavy mountain pressed down on their bodies. Boo! 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 Millions of generals' legs broke, their leg bones stabbed out and snapped hard, and they knelt on the ground in unison. Ah! Ah! The faces of the generals went pale, blood flowed from their knee positions, and they cried out in pain. The refugees of the Everlasting Dynasty, however, sensed something strange and realized that the generals behind them who were chasing them had actually knelt down and their leg bones were broken in unison, and were shocked, but they accelerated their speed and fled into the distance. Xiao Jinyu appeared. He showed up. Shirong and Shizhang's gazes stared and landed on Xiao Jinyu in the distance. They hadn't felt this holy might, so they didn't know how strong Xiao Jinyu was, thinking that this was the pressure of his Jindan realm. Although he was a bit shocked to be able to make these millions of generals kneel in unison at the same time, but after thinking that the Changqing dynasty would be destroyed today, and that his Xiao Jinyu would die, he also became bold. Shouting towards Xiao Jinyu, today your Changqing dynasty will definitely lose. Messing with the soul sect and killing an elder of the soul sect is self-inflicted. Ha 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 ha. Shizhang laughed. Shirong stared at Xiao Jinyu's face in death. Everything that had happened that day above the Great Hall was vivid in her mind, and her face was infinitely resentful. How did you dare to humiliate me that day? How did you dare to make me sign that letter of repudiation that day, to be fixed off by that punk? He deserves it. Shirong's face was gloomy and her gaze was resentful, like that of a poisonous scorpion staring at Xiao Jinyu in death. Xiao Jinyu listened to what the two of them said. His face was unusual and didn't make any waves. Their realm was too weak. He could crush the two of them to death with a wave of his hand. Originally, he thought that even if Shirong was repudiated, he should not start a war with his own Eternal Life Dynasty, and at least cultivate in the Soul Sect for a period of time before coming. But I didn't expect them to kill the door today, but it was my own mistake. If I had known that, I should have not let him go. Or directly kill the Stone Wasteland Dynasty and exterminate these two. Xiao Jinyu took a step forward from above the sky, spanning a distance of 1,000 miles, and took another step, only 1,000 meters away from the two of them. That saintly might on him released a trace of it, and the duo similarly felt a terrifying heavenly might that weighed heavily on their bodies. Boo! Boo! The silhouette of the two heavily smashed into the ground below. The stock of horrible holy might they simply could not resist. Until the time they came back to their senses, they had already heavily kneeled on the ground. Xiao Jinyu didn't release it completely, or else the duo would have been directly crushed to death by just this wisp of Land Sage's pressure that he released alone. Since this desperate massacre was brought about by the two of them, Xiao Jinyu would return the favor in the same way as he did. Show them what desperation is too. And then die in despair. Don't they have a lot of men? They've brought 1,000,000 soldiers. What if those 1,000,000 soldiers die? Don't they call people? There must be someone behind them. What if the person they're relying on is also dead? Giving you hope, crushing hope, and giving you endless despair. In terms of ruthlessness, he, Xiao Jinyu, is a great devil. In fact, if the two of you have any hatred to come to me directly, I will look at you, but in such a way. Xiao Jinyu looked down, and he was the only one in heaven and earth. Do you think the two of us came unprepared today? What do you think we came today knowing that you have the Jindan realm for? Soul Sect elders, please. Shi Rong's face grew more and more livid, and Shi Jiang did the same, shouting in unison. Behind the duo, there was a shift in heaven and earth as a dozen or so Soul Sect elders appeared. They were inner sect elders, all of their realms were in the Dharma phase. The Tao they cultivated was not the martial Tao, but the Soul Tao, which was somewhat different. Kid, you should never have done anything but kill my Soul Sect elder. Don't pay the price today, your dynasty will be overthrown because of this, and you will become the dynasty's sinner for the ages. So you might as well die. The killing intent in the eyes of the dozen or so elders was determined. The Soul Sect was still going to poke around for some days, wanting to see exactly where Xiao Jinyu's realm had reached. If it is a Dharma phase, directly send someone to exterminate it. If it's an honored one, then befriend it, or even make amends and put the matter to rest. After Shi Rong entered the Soul Sect and learned about this matter, she directly found the Soul Sect's senior management and then spoke with them about what had happened that day. Xiao Jinyu was only a term Jindan, so how could he be able to kill a Yuaning across a large realm? There must be some other hidden agenda. After that, the people of the Soul Sect viewed that day the everlasting dynasty had a thunderbolt, and all the elders of the Soul Sect were killed by the thunderbolt. So today they came, and with the inevitable intent to kill. They didn't want to set up a big enemy for no reason, so exterminating it as early as possible was definitely the wisest choice. Chapter 31, Killing All the Stone Wasteland's Million Soldiers, the killing feast begins. Ha! It's interesting that so many people have come today, all for the purpose of killing me. Xiao Jinyu disdain, a dozen or so Dharma phase realm elders behind a group of Dharma phases floating, in front of them all of a sudden all kinds of strange martial souls appeared. Thorn martial spirit, mighty tiger martial spirit, sky wolf martial spirit, barbarian elephant martial spirit, sword martial spirit and so on. The soul power was like a tidal wave, and it was much more terrifying than the unusual Dharma phase realm, with the soul power nearly 5 times stronger. The phallic phase behind him was identical to the martial spirit in front of him, and the two resonated as the martial spirit fiercely grew larger, and the phallic phase did the same. In a way, they possessed 2 phases of Dharma. Various killing moves were blasted out, aiming straight at Xiao Jinyu. The dozen or so elders were already able to predict Xiao Jinyu's death under their strike with smiles on their faces. Shi Rong and Shi Jiang did the same, and their carnal smiles became more and more vicious. The millions of generals kneeling below knew that this man must be the king lord of the everlasting dynasty, and as long as they took him down or they had the Soul Sect elder on their backs, they would definitely win this battle. As for this broken leg bone, when the time comes to take some elixir and wipe it, it will naturally be able to recover as well. This is the world of monks, broken bones, broken legs, broken bones, as long as they are not cut down by people are able to connect. More than the phantom? Seriously, this kind of thing I have a whole 10 of them, and each of the phantoms is far more terrifying than yours. It's better not to bring this mole power of yours to disgrace yourselves. The chill on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened and he shook his head, his face growing impatient. The aura of a land saint on his body violently crushed down, a horrifying heaven and earth vastness, the heavens and earth brilliant, the heavenly momentum like 10,000 mountains. These killing moves were crushed into nothingness before they reached Xiao Jinyu's face. Boom! The might of heaven and earth enveloped their bodies, and the Dharma phase and martial souls in front of and behind them were violently nullified. At this moment the Dharma phase was crushed, and the martial souls were crushed. Ah! A dozen or so people were subjected to an extremely powerful backlash, and only felt that their Dharma realm roots were actually being nullified at this moment. And their proudest martial souls, even the avenues they were going to follow in the future, were abolished at this moment. The Dantian was bizarrely shattered, the sea of consciousness was shattered, and the endless cracks were densely packed, spreading like a spider web. Boom! A dozen or so people were similarly pressed into the ground by this terrifying divine might, their legs kneeling on the ground. On the dome of the sky, only he, Xiao Jinyu, stood alone, as if he was the master of this heaven and earth. How? There was still a sardonic smile on Shirong and Shirjong's faces, but the next moment it froze on their faces in disbelief. It's nothing really, since you want to start this war, the death of these civilians, the despair they felt, then let you experience it again. Don't you guys like to start wars? Alright then I'll show you how your proud generals of the Stone Wasteland dynasty turned out. Killing people from my Eternal Life dynasty, you guys have some guts. Xiao Jinyu's face grew colder and colder as he looked down on the millions of generals below. The generals and Xiao Jinyu's glance at each other was like falling into an ice cellar. They had already smelled the breath of death, their pupils began to slowly lax and their faces were in a great panic. No, please, leave us alone. Leave us alone. We're just following the king's orders. I beg the king's lord to be lenient, we surrender. The souls of all the generals were about to be scared out of their wits. Who could be able to remain unperturbed in the face of life and death? What's more, today's situation has already been determined. I thought that the back of the Soul Sect, with the Soul Sect's elders sitting in the town, there is no doubt that I will win. But who knew that the elders had been suppressed, let alone them? It is right to obey the king's order, but it is a pity that all of your hands are stained with the blood of my Eternal Life dynasty's subjects. The despair they just experienced, it's only natural that you should experience it again as well. Since ancient times there has only been a life for a life, where is the surrender? Xiao Jinyu smiled, and this smile was so icy cold. The voice he speaks of is the final judgment of death. The holy might on his body deepened and the heavenly might intensified. Boom! Just now, he had merely emitted a trace of it, and it had subdued them all. And now, in front of Shirong and Shijiang, he was going to shatter both of their confidence and reliance one by one. Experience what true despair is. The feeling of a broken home? The people of his Eternal Life dynasty had already experienced it, so how could the two of them not go and experience it? Boo! 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 A sound of explosion rang out, and one blood splatter after another kept appearing on the field. The fog of blood was extremely thick where the millions of generals were kneeling. It has even been turned into blood slowly flowing on the ground, and the smell of blood spreading in the air makes people want to vomit when they smell it. Millions of generals in the short blink of an eye, in an instant, blossomed into a demonic mist of blood in place, turning into blood flower after blood flower, too dead to die. After Xiao Jinyu finished killing these millions of people, it was as if he had done something insignificant. His face was calm, and he turned his gaze toward Shirong and Shijiang. I have killed millions of soldiers in the Stone Wasteland, and the sword in my waist is still fishy. No! My heart's blood, my generals. Shijiang's eyes were wide open. Shirong's face had a trace of dullness, not understanding where this had gone wrong. He lured Xiao Jinyu to appear and then asked the Soul Sect elder to help exterminate him, but why was the Soul Sect elder unable to defeat Xiao Jinyu? Wasn't he only at the Jindan realm? Why was he able to suppress the phases of the law? Was he not an earth venerable? Xiao Jinyu's control of his breath was very good. Up until now he hadn't revealed a single trace of the holy breath on his body, and even his Zuni breath hadn't leaked out. This caused the crowd to not be able to see through Xiao Jinyu's realm, thinking that he was also only at the Yuaning or Jindan realm, or thinking that he was at the Dharma phase realm. As for why Xiao Jinyu was doing this, it was naturally to see if his soul sect wanted to be his enemy. Look at his soul sect's determination to kill him. Of course, today appeared this dozen elders naturally also must die, to their own killing intent has arisen, and how to talk about letting go of the word? If you don't get rid of the roots of the grass, the wildfire won't be able to destroy it, and it will grow again in the spring breeze. If the entire soul sect wants to deal with him, then he will slaughter the entire soul sect. Isn't your dependence on these dozen old things? The end of their appearance today is already predetermined. Xiao Jinyu looked down and smiled gently at the dozen or so soul sect elders. Just now, you guys said that you want to destroy my Chongqing dynasty and make me a sinner in the history of the Chongqing dynasty? Whether I become a sinner or not I don't know, but right now you definitely don't get to see it. A dozen or so soul sect elders hurriedly and secretly crushed a dozen or so distress tokens. As long as the soul sect's higher-ups received this distress token they would surely come to their rescue at the first opportunity. Xiao Jinyu noticed their small movements and did not stop them, but let them be. He waited until the word was completely out before he made his move. Boo! 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 Another dozen or so demonic blood flowers exploded in place. Their divine souls were crushed by this heaven and earth pressure and died as much as they could. Chapter 32, giving you despair and crushing hope. The top echelons of the soul sect were out in full force. Until their deaths, the dozen or so elders did not understand what level Xiao Jinyu's realm was at. And how did they die? Only to know that in life they felt a horrible pressure, like a death grinder descending on their bodies. A great mountain came crashing down, crushing their flesh into a puddle of blood, while their divine souls were naturally not spared under this terrifying pressure. Are you satisfied with the results now? Xiao Jinyu looked at the only two left on the field, Shi Rong and Shi Jiang, and sneered on his face. The two men's faces became more and more stagnant, and their pupils were filled with disbelief. A million troops from their own dynasty died like this, and the dozen or so soul sect elders they relied on today died as a result. How come everything is like a dream? Xiao Jinyu was strong to such an extent. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. This must be a dream today, it must be a dream. You're only at the Jindan realm, how could you possibly be able to kill the Dharma phase realm? I don't believe it. Ha 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 ha. That madness on Shi Rong's face is even greater, and it seems that there is already a hint of going off the deep end. Shi Jiang was still filled with disorientation, seemingly also unable to believe everything that had happened today. He came here with full confidence, but in the battle, all were killed and wounded, to the extent that both of them were suppressed here. Xiao Jinyu shook his head, seeing the two of them like this did not say anything, much less have any pity. Despair isn't over here yet. With his hands behind his back, he gazed into the distance as if he was waiting for something. Just now, they had transmitted their voices back to the Soul Sect. If the Soul Sect stopped today and came back to make amends to him, then his grudge with the Soul Sect would be over. If they were to send out a more powerful existence as a result, to the point of being the Soul Sect Vice-Sovereign Soul Sect Sovereign, then sorry about that, he, Xiao Jinyu, was not as talkative as he had been in the Sword Sect before. If you kill all. To kill, you must kill until others are chilled. To kill one man is a sin, to slaughter 10,000 men is a king, and to kill 1,000,000 men is to be the king of kings. From his 10 years of being a metaphysical novelist, with the urbane nature of these great clans, what they cared about the most was face. It is estimated that it is impossible for them to put down their faces to make amends, just as the Sword Sect did before. Behind Xiao Jinyu, the people of the Eternal Life Dynasty who were fleeing for their lives seemed to have discovered something, and one by one, they stopped running away. Turning around, looking at the stone wasteland army that had once killed them was dead, not even their corpses were visible, and there was only a river of blood flowing in the distance. Each one of them hid their faces and lost their voices. That hell-like experience a few minutes ago, that feeling of being hunted down, they didn't want to go through it again. There is endless despair in it, endless pain, like a pig or a dog being oppressed by others at will. Now the man who was after them is dead. Long live the King's Lord! Long live the King's Lord! Long live the King's Lord! The crowd of refugees cried tears of joy and chanted Xiao Jinyu's name. Above the dome of the sky, a white robe was still like an immortal. Even after killing so many people, the white robe was not stained with a single bloodstain. Except for the threefold snow of the gentleman's body, who in the world is worthy of white clothes. Boo! 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 The distress signals from the dozen or so elders had just reached the Soul Sect's senior management, and in the next second their soul tablets shattered one after another. The dozen or so inner sect elders that my Soul Sect sent out are actually dead. That's a whole dozen of the Dharma phase realm. How strong is he? Wasn't it said that he used the heavenly tribulation to exterminate the Yuan-ing realm? Could it be that today he can still use the heavenly tribulation to exterminate the small success of the Dharma phase realm? One of the Soul Sect's patriarchs and 4 vice-patriarchs stood on top of the main hall, looking at the broken dozen or so soul cards in front of them, their faces so gloomy that they were able to drip water. The Soul Sect patriarch was furious and hysterical. These were a dozen or so of his Soul Sect's elders, thousands of years to cultivate such a number of people, and now they were all dead. A dozen or so outer sect elders had died, and there were only a few inner sect elders left in the entire Soul Sect now. There are only 3 elders in the Yuan-ing realm, and the rest are all dead. Excluding the 5 of them, the Soul Sect's top echelons were as dead as they could be, exterminated by Xiao Jinyu alone. Nice guy, the clan killer. After killing the Array clan to kill the Sword clan, after killing the Sword clan to kill the Soul clan. In this comparison, the number of Sword Sect elders who died was smaller. Although the flesh of those 13 sword executing elders was shattered, and those who were seriously injured fainted to death, their flesh could be recast, and it would just take a bit of time. As for the ones with serious injuries that can also be conditioned. In addition to the Great Elder, there were several insignificant and miscellaneous elders who died, plus the hidden scripture pavilion elder, which was the most crucial figure. In fact, the Sword Sect had the least number of elders who died. Then Patriarch, what about this matter? Shall we avenge them? My Soul Sect has lost a great deal of face today, and will only be laughed at by the other 3 sects if word of this reaches their mouths. A vice clan opened his mouth, killing intent already on his face. Since we have already done so, if he grows up, he will definitely be a great enemy to my soul sect. Even if he's at Dharma phase perfection, even if he's at the exalted realm, we'll have to make a move. If we don't drive him to extinction today, my soul sect will lose even more in the future if he retaliates. The other few vice patriarchs were also as mean as the first person who spoke up, wanting to chase after Xiao Jinyu. The Earth-honored one? He has already killed so many people from my soul sect today. Even if it's an Earth Exalt, even if we call out 1,000 Soul Exalt, we will kill him. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was slightly chilly with killing intent. The Soul Sect Patriarch had already made up his mind at this moment, and was likewise upholding the idea that a wildfire could not be burned, but that it would grow again in the spring breeze. Since we have already made enemies and have pursued them to this point, there is no possibility of reconciliation, and if we want to kill, we will exterminate all the aftermath. To get rid of must get rid of any trace of their soul sect has a threat to the possibility. They've already sent 2 rounds of elders to kill people. Is reconciliation possible now? Even if they were Xiao Jinyu, they felt that this was absolutely impossible. It would be better to kill it once and for all and send out the bottom to cut it down. After he dies, if he is an Earth Exalt, we'll have the 1,000 Souls ancestor refine his corpse into a puppet. This is also considered to have a line of exalted puppets that can make up for the loss of so many elders who died in our soul sect. The soul sect patriarch opened his mouth and glanced at the other 4 vice patriarchs, crushing the teleportation array plate and rushing off following the guidance of the distressing scent he had just called for, aiming straight for the everlasting dynasty. Coming? I knew that with the pissy nature of these clans, I guess it's impossible for this matter to end well. You have made your choice, so you will have to carry this killing feast to the end. Xiao Jinyu's words were ghostly and the atmosphere was even colder. The blood emanating from the air was certainly at its peak at this moment. Chapter 33 Heaven and Earth Dharma Brocade. Power of the world. You are allowed to shake people. You're the one who killed a dozen elders of my soul sect? 5 voices came out from the sky, followed by several figures slowly emerging. At the head was a middle-aged man with stubble all over his face, and behind him were 2 men and 2 women, all wearing soul sect clothing. The realms on them were all at the Dharma phase realm perfection, excluding the stubbled man at the head of the group whose realm was slightly higher, at the step and a half step of exalted. The gazes of the 5 received scrutiny as they continuously looked back and forth over Xiao Jinyu's body, wanting to see where his exact realm was. If it was an Earth-honored one, they would simply call out to the old ancestor. If not, then it's okay to just start killing. The 5 of them were different from the dozen or so inner sect head teachers, who were a dozen or so times stronger, and more skillful in the use of martial souls and Dharma phases. When Shi Rong and Shi Jiang raised their heads dully, looking at the soul sect's patriarch and the 4 vice patriarchs who had unexpectedly arrived in person, they returned to their original appearance. A glimmer of hope began to grow in his heart again. The soul sect patriarch himself came to kill Xiao Jinyu. He'll die for sure. Although it was said that his Stone Wasteland dynasty's army died today, as long as he, Xiao Jinyu, lived and died, then everything would be worth making. Shi Zhang's resentment toward Xiao Jinyu has reached the extreme, and he hates to kill Xiao Jinyu for 10 or 8,000 changes, but he has forgotten who took the initiative to stir up this dispute. Xiao Jinyu also had no intention of talking more nonsense with them and spoke faintly, "War or surrender?" The harlot is arrogant. As the 5 listened to what Xiao Jinyu said, the 4 vice patriarchs flew out directly, their auras floating, and the 4 types of martial souls capping out behind them. Heavenly Elephant Martial Spirit, Mountain Moving Ape Martial Spirit, Soul Devouring Gun Martial Spirit, Stone Nirvana Wall Martial Spirit. At the same time, the 4 phases came out in unison, mirroring their martial souls. With 8 soul Dao killing moves, the Heavenly Elephant extended its savage elephant foot and stepped down from above heaven and earth. The Mountain Moving Ape Martial Spirit swung up the large mountain held in its arms and suppressed it downwards. The Soul Devouring Lance carried an unrelenting momentum, the tip of the lance flashing with black light as it stabbed directly at Xiao Jinyu's face and head. The Stone Disc Wall Martial Spirit instantly layer by layer extended outward superimposed, such as that stone wall will be several of them in the sky above the dome of the sky surrounded and trapped together, as that the Colosseum in the corner of the fight, do not allow Xiao Jinyu to escape. The last kind of martial soul, pure chicken ribs. Instead of trapping Xiao Jinyu, he trapped himself in it. Xiao Jinyu's face was incomparably playful as he looked at the group of Dharma phases that were killing towards him with a whole of 8 types. The aura of the Earth Venerable and Land Saint on his body didn't reveal a single bit, but instead, he also used the power of the Dharma phase realm. It was naturally incomparably easy for him to kill the 4, but similarly, he also wanted to see the power of his other 8 phases. It was too much to look down on them to use 8 at once. Move a kind of see has what kind of power and said, at that time will all of them slaughtered, see the Soul Clan has no more powerful existence, let oneself try their hands properly. He could guarantee that he would definitely not use the power of the Earth Exalted One, not even the power of a saint, and would purely battle the more powerful existences with his physical strength. A Yuaning within the sea of consciousness sat up, and the vision behind him then moved and floated behind Xiao Jinyu. The mountains and rivers stretch for 10,000 miles, and the colorful air floats for 3,000. An unbroken line of brocade mountains appeared behind, and a river stretching outward flowed quietly here. Cloudy and misty, thousands of mountains are like a fairyland. The vision, the brocade mountains. Buzz. The great powers of the heavens and earth were invoked by Xiao Jinyu one after another at this moment, and the pressure of this heaven and earth deepened as the power of the heavens and earth shifted and transformed into the power of the world. Boom! The heavens and earth had an additional party of suppression, and the world was like the heavenly Tao itself, and it was clear that Xiao Jinyu did not activate the heavenly might, but it was extended autonomously from behind him on top of the power of the Dharma phase. The world suppressed forward, and this mountain and river pressed down towards heaven and earth, and the world sank, and the earth shook here. The void roared and erupted. Boo! The phallic martial soul power emanating from the four killed Xiao Jinyu, but it was covered by the power of the said world, and the phallic phase was crushed once again. It's all simply a descending blow. Ah! The power of the world is different from the power of heaven and earth, more domineering. The power is a party of the world, not only limited to this world. The brocade mountains and rivers, just a hint of the cover pressure below, the four vice-patriarchs were crushed into blood mist, their martial souls disappearing as much as they could. For para-patriarchs, d. It all just happened so fast. When the soul sect patriarch reacted, his mind had only just lingered on the moment when the four vice-patriarchs had killed Xiao Jinyu, and the fact that there was an additional side of the heaven, earth, mountains and river behind Xiao Jinyu. That strong? No, I still want to test the specific passages of this Dharma image power. I didn't realize that what he represents is actually the power of the world covers and all is crushed. This unnamed is also too domineering. Xiao Jinyu could not help but be staggered by this scene. Whoever came was killed in seconds, whoever came was killed in one move, it was too boring. Xiao Jinyu looked at the stubbled man in the distance and asked tentatively, how about something stronger, like calling out your old ancestors? You're too weak to raise any interest at all. The soul sect patriarch's face flushed red. This was naked humiliation, endless shame. After Xiao Jinyu had just crushed a few of his vice-patriarchs to death, now he was saying these words. What was it if not mockery? What a strange shame. When had his soul sect been so humiliated since its establishment? How could he endure this? He didn't say any more mocking words. With the death of the four vice-patriarchs, the beam between his soul sect and Xiao Jinyu was truly buried today. He was also afraid that he was saying something. Xiao Jinyu also crushed himself to death, and took advantage of Xiao Jinyu's carelessness to let himself call someone he directly called. 1,000 years ago, the Formation sect and my soul sect had a certain amount of friendship, and today when my soul sect is in trouble, he Formation sect will definitely come to help. 3,000 years ago, his sword sect once came to my soul sect to take a few divine soul treasure pills, and now this favor should be returned. The soul sect patriarch's face became more and more hideous, and 2 more teleportation tokens appeared in his hands, which the sword sect patriarch and the Formation sect patriarch had left behind in his place earlier. Without any hesitation, it was directly crushed. Today, he called the sword sect master along with the Formation sect master. The sword cultivator's battle power was unparalleled, and the array cultivators thought of forming an array made that horrifying killing even stronger, plus he could engage in side attacks on the side, absolutely killing Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu did not have any action, just waiting in the sky. The southern wasteland has been silent for too long, the situation should change. Chapter 34 Sword Sect and Formation Sect Masters? Is this your savior? At this moment, the Formation Sect Patriarch was stunned, and before his eyes, a voice transmission came from above his formation plate. Old man Zhang, my soul sect is in trouble, save it quickly. The soul sect is in trouble? How can that be? Who would come to the soul sect to cause trouble? Forget it, I owed him a favor from the soul sect before, so I'll return it now. The old patriarch of the Formation sect crushed the teleportation array plate and disappeared into the Formation sect. Sword sect, the sword sect's patriarch was still in the midst of endless grief, kneeling in front of the old man's grave and the scripture collection. Behind him, the 3 vice sect masters of the sword sect were all clad in white onyx, and this sudden transmission of sound broke the dead silence of the atmosphere. The soul sect is in trouble, save them quickly. Old man vengeance is looking for me? The sword sect patriarch was stunned at first, but after thinking about it, he stood up. The favor had to be returned. By now, in their realm, the matter of commitment is even more important, and it is natural that they all know each other to be able to become the head of a clan. Now that the favor from 3,000 years ago has been repaid, then they owe no one, and in the future, well water does not interfere with river water. I leave for a journey, and you remain on guard here. With a low sigh, the Sword Sect Patriarch crushed the teleportation array card and disappeared into a sword light. His hair had turned white after this battle, and there was an extra touch of sadness and vicissitude in his eyes. The man didn't say any more harsh words, but quietly waited for reinforcements to arrive. Shirong and Shirjiang had watched in complete stupefaction as their confidence was repeatedly rubbed and ravaged by Xiao Jinyu on the ground. Previously, they were full of confidence, then they were crushed by Xiao Jinyu, and the next arrival of the Soul Sect's strongest person once again built up their confidence and had hope. But soon there was a reversal, and he alone crushed these 4 vice patriarchs to death, like crushing a mole cricket. Their confidence collapsed once again, jumping back and forth horizontally between hope and despair. Their Dao heart had collapsed and their bodies were worse than death. Xiao Jinyu floated above heaven and earth, quietly waiting for the Soul Sect Patriarch to call out. Phew! 2 rays of light arrived and 2 figures slowly emerged. When the duo appeared in front of Xiao Jinyu's face suddenly turned odd. The duo are old acquaintances of their own. Similarly, the two of them, the Sword Sect Patriarch and the Formation Sect Patriarch, had just arrived in this heaven and earth when they sensed an extremely dense aura of blood. After looking at the Soul Sect Patriarch and watching the unwilling hatred as well as various complicated expressions intertwined on his face, he also looked at Xiao Jinyu on the opposite side of the room, and his face was so odd. The Soul Sect Patriarch wouldn't be punking them, would he? The person they were asked to deal with was Xiao Jinyu, so weren't they coming over to send them to their deaths? Patriarch Xiao, the difficulty in the Soul Sect that we were called to come and speak of today is because of this lord across the street? The face of the Formation Sect Patriarch was very ugly as he glanced at the Soul Sect Patriarch, and the Sword Sect Patriarch saw that the tone of the Formation Sect Patriarch's voice seemed to be a bit off, and even addressed Xiao Jinyu as an adult. Could it be that Xiao Jinyu had also been to their Formation Sect to cause trouble? Lord? Soul Sect Patriarch immediately realized the difference in the tone of the Formation Sect Patriarch's voice. His face became more and more ugly, and he coldly snorted. Could it be that you and the little kid on the other side of the street have any relationship? I asked you to come here today to return my favor, not to put you on the same side as him. After saying that, the Soul Sect Patriarch coldly turned his head to look at the Sword Sect Patriarch. Patriarch Su, you must help me today. If the 3 of us put our hands together, we will definitely be able to suppress this curmudgeon in front of us. He killed dozens of my Soul Sect's elders and 4 Vice Sect members, and now that my Soul Sect has nothing to lose, we must avenge this blood revenge. The more the Soul Sect Patriarch spoke, the more agitated he became, his face flushed red and gloomy. No way! This hanging hair is harming us. The Sword Sect Patriarch and Formation Sect Patriarch both cursed in their hearts at the same time, their gazes locking in the air, able to see the odd intent in each other's eyes. According to this, Xiao Jinyu had not only killed a bunch of elders in their sect, but now he had even killed the Soul Sect's elders. And view this situation, the 3 came together. It seems that the 3 clan elders have all been killed by Xiao Jinyu. This is a nifty generation of killers. Shock solidified on the 2 men's faces as the Sword Sect Patriarch shook his head, not intending to make an enemy of Xiao Jinyu. This little life of his had been exchanged for the death of the old man from the scripture pavilion, and how could he be an enemy of Xiao Jinyu after becoming clear about his strength? Unless he's living out of his mind. The Formation Sect Patriarch was likewise the same, and there was still a great shadow in his heart today from the events of that day. The 2 made a bow with both hands to Xiao Jinyu. Senior, this matter today has nothing to do with us now. If we had known that it was this matter, we definitely would not have come. Please be magnanimous and let the 2 of us go, Senior. The Sword Sect Patriarch and Formation Sect Patriarch too spoke directly, and the Soul Sect Patriarch froze when he heard what the 2 said. What? The 2 are actually leaving. They summoned the duo here after all their hard work, and they're running away? Trying to shake 2 powerful existences to help themselves, they don't help but instead now elbow their way out, and the clown turns out to be myself? Xiao Jinyu waved his hand. The 2 of you leave here. This matter has nothing to do with the 2 of you. The 2 were relieved, the heaviness on their faces disappeared, and without any hesitation at all, they turned around and ran straight away. Running extremely fast, an instant without a shadow. Now they were terrified at the sight of Xiao Jinyu in their hearts. Xiao Jinyu is a generation of killing god, whoever touches him is unlucky. Their little lives weren't enough to kill Xiao Jinyu, and this stupid lack of the soul sect master even took the initiative to mess with this fatal star. What was it if not looking for death? But all the same, before they left, the two of them quietly reminded through a voice transmission, which could be considered returning the favor. Don't ever mess with him, such as if this matter can be put to rest now, otherwise your soul sect will be in great trouble. If today is not a life and death situation, apologize and admit your mistake, or your little life will not be guaranteed. The soul sect patriarch was in a state of rage at this time, so how could he listen to the two of them and break into a rage? Two assholes, who owe my soul sect a favor, this is how they repay it now. Good, what a white-eyed wolf, what a sword sect in formation sect. Good nah. Today I won't believe that you are really that strong, today my soul sect's elder even died, and the vice sect all died, it's already dying in name only. My soul sect will be reduced to a joke in the southern wasteland if this matter spreads out, but you must die, even if it means awakening the old ancestor. The soul sect patriarch's state at this moment was becoming more and more like going off the deep end, his eyes scarlet red, his long hair turning to blood, and he once again crushed a formation sign in his hand. Biting his tongue and spitting out a large mouthful of heart blood, he shouted, "Please, Thousand Souls ancestor. I beg for the help of the old ancestor, the latter-day soul sect is in trouble, the true soul of the old ancestor has descended." True soul, what realm is this? There should be more realms than just Earth Exalted, there's some meaning to it. Xiao Jin Yu raised some interest again and quietly waited in anticipation. Chapter 35 Hell World, Physical Strength. Shin Guillotine Strength. All death. Today this farce could have ended earlier, but the opposite side wants to play, wants to keep calling for people to destroy themselves, then he deserves to be accompanied to the end. As for the Shi Rong and Shi Jiang duo on the side, he subconsciously ignored them. When he had exterminated all the ones in front of him that they thought were their backers, he would exterminate them all together. Wandering between endless despair and hope is the most torturous of all. Boom! A green divine soul descended on this side of heaven and earth, surprisingly huge with a whole 1,000 feet, just like the real body of the Dharma phase. The soul sect patriarch raised his head, his face agitated as he watched the green soul old ancestor's divine soul descend and shouted, "The old ancestor is this kid across the street. He annihilated dozens of my soul sect's elders and killed 4 of my soul sect's vice patriarchs, you have to do it for my soul sect old ancestor." Oh, that's the kid? Huh, I can't even see through his realm. The 1,000 souls old ancestor was instantly startled, his current strength was somewhere in the middle of the earth exalted and land saints, but now he couldn't see Xiao Jin use specific details. Forget it, you little brats don't have much bone age, I don't think you're any stronger, will you cut yourself or let me do it? The 1,000 souls old ancestor's voice was faint. Above this divine soul's large face, there was indifference, and that look at Xiao Jin was like looking at a mole cricket. Cowboy tiny, breath hanging. Xiao Jin slandered in his heart, he was able to tell that the old man's strength was not even close to that of a terrestrial saint, nearly stepping into a marvelous state with the soul Tao. Roughly between an exalted and a land saint only, stronger than an exalted but weaker than a land saint. It seems that your soul sect doesn't have any tricks up to this point, if your soul sect's old ancestor is only at this level, you guys might as well die. Xiao Jin was greatly disappointed, I thought that one of the heritage will be somewhat different, the soul clan will be on a what soul ring or what soul beasts, the original on this That's it? That's it? There was more than a hint of impatience in his voice. Already made enough noise, I thought how strong the soul sect's old man was, but now it seems to be just like that. Holding the thought of trying out how powerful one's prison-suppressing hegemony heavenly body was, his mind slowly moved, and the imagery of the brocade mountains and rivers behind him dissipated since then. The one within the sea of consciousness sat down and continued to close its eyes. On his right hand, a shadow of the underworld hell slowly emerged, and a blood-red vortex bloomed with cross-light. A fist blasted out in front of him, and the blood-colored vortex pushed out flat like a piece of the world in front of him, constantly illuminating. Scarlet world shadow more and more solid, as if a real geographical world presented here. The endless blood-colored continent, the sky was filled with greenish-green ghosts standing, evil spirits roaring, and behind them were hell jade wardens clad in blood-red armor, holding hellish spears to subdue these evil spirits. Now, the hellish aura spread a touch, and the bloody aura of that side above the heaven and earth was deeper, and the bloody intent was thicker. Roar! Roar! Endless evil ghosts roared out of the blood-colored hell world, and the jailer above also came out of the blood-colored hell, gripping the prison suppression spear in his hand and stabbing fiercely towards the bottom. Jin Jail Power. The evolution of the visions of this geographical world was the evolution of Xiao Jin's physical strength. The aura of hell, the aura of dead souls, the aura of endless evil spirits, and the suppression of that hellish jailer, everything was more powerful than the heavenly might. It was much stronger than the heaven and earth apparition behind Xiao Jinyu before. When the green-colored divine soul saw this scene, its face immediately trembled, no longer the same as it was just now. The soul sect patriarch felt the deathly aura of hell at this moment and panicked. Feeling the thousands of evil ghosts roaring and killing towards him, killing to his eyes, tearing at his flesh, tearing at his divine soul, endless pain. Such as that 10,000 ants devouring the body, such as it, the body into the frying pan of pain, tearing feeling let him cannot help but let out one after another miserable scream, hissing, sound miserable. Ah! Ah! The green-colored thousand soul venerable immediately manifested endless divine soul power on his body, and a giant with 1,000 eyes stood against the front, wanting to use it to block the attack of the prison suppressing strength. The giant's eyes blossomed with 1,000 divine souls of deadlight. Unfortunately, the next moment, the endless evil spirits roared out to swallow this 1,000-eyed giant in one gulp, and the 10,000 ants ate it up. In a few short breaths, the 1,000-eyes giant was gnawed down to just a thin sliver. The 1,000 souls old ancestor also suffered a backlash, spitting out a large mouth of fishy blood. His face grew paler and paler. I thought that this was the strike of Jin jail power, but the hellish jailer was following behind me. The hellish spears they hold in their hands are like the last judgment of the god of death, the last stroke of Hades' judgment, a cross on your name, and today you will surely die. The countless hellish jailers held their spears in both hands and stabbed fiercely underneath the heavens and earth, thousands of blood prisons suppressing, force climbing the dragons and elephants, as vast as the heavens. The power of the hell world far exceeded the power of heaven and earth, and its power was even above that of the saints of heaven and earth, and this was the terror of Xiao Jinyu's physique. Absolute power pushed out horizontally, and the 1,000 souls old ancestor smelled a hint of certain death as his divine soul's true body began to become transparent. The soul sect patriarch finally woke up at this moment and understood why the sword sect patriarch and the formation sect patriarch had to say something like that before they left. It turned out that the man in front of him had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger from before until now, and his strength was far beyond that of a great earth exalt. His battle power was already comparable to that of a saint, or even higher. He realized this, but it was too late. With thousands of evil souls devouring his body, his flesh had long been tattered and broken, leaving only a white bone remnant, and his divine soul had been gnawed away. The soul sect patriarch fell in this way. The 1,000 souls old ancestor knew that under this strike, he would surely die, and now he directly sought the help of others, burning up a trace of his divine soul, his power shouting fiercely towards the heavens and earth above. Swordfather, help me! The voice was mournful. As he watched this hell world advance, Xiao Jinyu had an odd look in his eyes when he heard the words spoken by the 1,000 souls old ancestor. The sword exalted he was talking about couldn't be the one he knew. Especially to see if this was the case, slowed down his breath a bit. Originally he was bound to die under this blow, but now it was hard for him to delay for more than 10 seconds. Once the 3 breaths of time were up, the sword light landed. Clang! Endless sword roars rushed to the sky. The man came directly above this heaven and earth. This sword venerable was naturally the sword sect venerable that Xiao Jinyu had run into earlier. And now that he had just arrived in this heaven and earth, seeing that the enemy that venerable 1,000 souls was facing was actually Xiao Jinyu, he didn't have any hesitation and turned around to run directly. This back and forth was very swift, just in the blink of an eye, coming and disappearing quickly. Karma. The 1,000 souls venerable one was confused and dumbfounded. Why did his former best friend see death in this? 1,000 souls, love. Senior, this matter today has nothing to do with me. I'm merely passing through. Swordfather's voice came from the sky, and the man ran 10,000 meters away. Xiao Jinyu shook her head helplessly. Was the world really so small? How is it that you run into people you know? In the next moment, the breath was crushed out completely. The hell world covered the pressure, and the prison suppressing strength fell completely. Thousands of blood spears penetrated the body of the 1,000 souls old ancestor, and his divine soul was transparent, turning into nothingness in the end. A generation of honored ones fell. Chapter 36, A Great Defeat to Dynasty. Xiao Jinyu's deeds spread. Look at this whole thing. Xiao Jinyu shook his head and withdrew the power of the prison buster heavenly body. It was only then that this horrifying vision of hell in front of him slowly disappeared. He had a clear perception of this physique of his again. Crossing 2 or 3 orders of realms was definitely not a problem, and his true battle power was much stronger than his current apparent realm. The crowd of Eternal Life Dynasty subjects behind them all lost their eyes when they saw this scene. They were witnesses to all the battles today, and naturally witnessed Xiao Jinyu's endless divine bravery. A white robe stood in heaven and earth, and killing was nothing but a breeze. This whole farce is over. Do you two have anything else you want to say, and even if you do, you're going to die? Xiao Jinyu slowly stepped down from above heaven and earth and arrived in front of Shi Rong and Shi Jiang. The two have tears of blood in their eyes are lost in thought, their faces are downcast, they seem to be laughing and crying, and they keep asking themselves rhetorical questions. It must be a fake, it's all a dream. It must be a fake, I don't believe it. I'm the king of the Stone Wasteland Dynasty, I'm the king of the Scavenging Wasteland Dynasty, pariah, why don't you kneel down for orphan, beware of orphan executing your 9 clans. Shi Jiang's head was cloaked, and blood was constantly flowing out of his 7 orifices. Looking at this appearance, he should have already gone crazy. Shi Rong was no better, her tone still as resentful as ever. I'm a soul sect disciple, I still have a great life ahead of me. Why is it such a light today? I don't believe it, I, Shi Rong, am a proud daughter of heaven, how could I die under today? Everything is a dream, yes this is all a dream, it must be a dream. Xiao Jinyu shook his head when he saw the two doing so, his face expressionless as he pressed his large hand downward. Boo! Boo! The two men directly turned into a bloody mist, blood burst out, did not stain his white robe in the slightest, what kind of before when he came, naturally what kind of after he left. Turning around, he looked at this part of the world filled with blood, his brows slightly wrinkled, seemingly displeased. The holy might shrouded out and wiped out all of this blood river. The northern territory of the Eternal Life Dynasty had once again returned to its original appearance. Only the dead were difficult to resurrect. Xiao Jinyu looked at the crowd of Everlasting Dynasty's people behind him with an apologetic face. In the future, there will be no more wars in the southern wasteland, so all of you can live here in peace. This sentence was Xiao Jinyu's promise to them. An invisible earth's breath enveloped the surviving civilians, and the injuries on their bodies recovered as much as they could at this moment, while their lifespans quietly increased by more than 10 years. In the days to come, even though they were civilians, they would be much less affected by diseases, which could be considered Xiao Jinyu's compensation for them. Though this compensation is very weak. Xiao Jinyu left after doing this. On the front foot, he dissipated in the northern location and returned to the Great Hall of the Eternal Life Dynasty, and on the back foot, all of the civil and military officials above the Great Hall came as far as they could. They led hundreds of thousands of troops from the Eternal Life Dynasty to press into the northern border. But when they came here, one of them was dumbfounded. At this time, there was no war in the northern border. The Stone Wasteland Dynasty's army was gone, and apart from the broken houses, there was nothing else, not even a single corpse to be seen. Has the war subsided? Where's the Stone Wasteland Dynasty's army? The old folks? A military general asked towards the northern masses. It's the King Lord, he helped us with all. One palm killed 1,000,000 troops, withstood the attacks of those powerful cultivators, and killed them all. The crowd of troops were confused, they had rushed here because they were worried about Xiao Jinyu's safety, and now it seemed that all the situation had been calmed down by Xiao Jinyu. They lie down and win? In the western location of the Eternal Life Dynasty, Li Nanxuan descended like a heavenly god. He quickly set up the formation in just 1 minute, repelling the 800,000-strong army of the Sea-Swallowing Dynasty and decimating 300,000 of them with the Earth-grade lower-grade Grand Formation with Stream Trapping and Killing Formation. At the eastern border location of the Eternal Life Dynasty, Xiao Tiannian was incomparably majestic with a green robe and a long sword. In the battlefield above the body like a ghost, straight as a swimming dragon, in the army to take the head of the enemy general, killing nearly half an hour long. His surroundings had long been covered in corpses, and with one swing of his sword, thousands of generals died. From the flowing green robes of the past, to the blood dripping from his clothes after the battle. After this battle Xiao Tianmai killed hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, killing the enemy troops and having to withdraw to the Heaven's Fury territory as a result. The two began to rise as a result, their hearts transformed, and only the strongest who have truly bathed in blood grow. There isn't a single strong person who didn't step on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In half a day's time, this alliance of 3 dynasties was resolved by Xiao Jinyu, Xiao Tianming and Li Nanxun. Everything tends to be quiet again. The southern wasteland, located in a remote part of the continent, occupies 10% of the continent's land. However, it was cut off by 4 major dynasties, with 4 major clans guarding the 4 corners of the south. The land occupied by the 4 sects was not large, and it was still mainly divided among the 4 major dynasties. The Everlasting Dynasty occupied the smallest land, followed by the Heavenly Fury, Stone Wasteland, and Sea Swallowing. Above the main hall, a group of civil officials and military generals all returned, and the two of them, Li Nanquan and Xiao Tianyan, stood on either side of Xiao Jinyu's body. After this battle, the prestige of the Eternal Life dynasty had resounded throughout the southern wasteland, and Xiao Jinyu's name was loud and clear throughout the southern wasteland continent. In particular, what Xiao Jinyu had done in the three clans had shocked the entire southern wasteland, both cultivators and civilians alike. The legend of Xiao Jinyu spread throughout the entire southern wasteland, and for countless years to come in the southern wasteland, there would still be people who would make this a regular topic of conversation after meals. Accepted disciples joined the formation sect. One person pressured the formation sect to raise their heads, did justice for the disciples, and angrily killed the two vice patriarchs. In order to save his son, into the sword clan, the vision of the sky and the sea cover the world, heaven and earth are dark, with the full moon as a sword to chop all the world sword cultivators all bowed down, a sword to defeat the sword zone. The Everlasting Dynasty was attacked by a joint attack of three dynasties and suffered an active attack by the Soul Sect, with an absolute crushing force, one person destroying 1,000,000 armies. Killing the King Lord and Princess of the Stone Wasteland Dynasty, killing a dozen Dharma phases of the Soul Sect's elders, destroying the 4 vice sects, and killing 1,000 soul venerables with a single punch. These various deeds made Xiao Jinyu's reputation even louder, and I don't know how many southern wasteland women have become dream lovers? There are thousands of women in this southern wilderness. Which girl is not shy when she sees him? This sentence has since become a real thing, and everyone wants to be Xiao Tianyan's stepmother. A few days later, the Eternal Life Dynasty held a general meeting. All of them learned about some of the legends about Xiao Jinyu's deeds, and their faces were that much more respectful. Father Ah, look at the golden dragon on this dragon robe of yours merely only has 4 claws not 5. Xiao Tianming opened his mouth and blinked, looking at the golden dragon tattooed and engraved on Xiao Jinyu's dragon robe as if it was reminding him of something. Where did the people above the Great Hall not understand these words? Xiao Jinyu now had the strength to crush absolutely everything, overriding the entire southern wasteland. With this kind of strength, he can directly unify the southern wasteland. Why don't the 3 great dynasties include him in the Chongqing dynasty? The crowd of civil and military generals raised their heads and looked at Xiao Jinyu with burning eyes, just waiting for Xiao Jinyu to give the order. Ouch! What are you doing? This is hurting me. No. Xiao Jinyu's face twisted. In the next moment, when no one saw it, his right hand gently landed on top of the 4-clawed golden dragon tattooed on his robes. The 4 claws become 5 claws, alluding to the number of 9 or 5. 9 to 5. Ha! Why do I have an extra claw on this golden dragon? Gee, you say this whole thing, God wants me to do this, it's really not working. Xiao Jing in helpless Asai, stood up, directly open mouth, do not serve just model, the emperor phase more and more majestic. The unification of the southern wasteland is today, and there is no time to lose. Chapter 37, the Sage of Heaven and Earth, the earth gushing gold, the purple breath coming from the east, and the Qilin bestowing blessings. But before I unify the southern wasteland, I still have things to do, and all of you are the witnesses to today's history. The saying that there are no saints in the southern wasteland has been going on for too long, and it's time for a saint to truly appear. Xiao Jinyu looked at the crowd in the great hall with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Tianyan and Li Nanquan. When the time comes to restore the realm, there will definitely be endless heaven and earth visions. Regarding this heaven and earth aura, you can absorb as much as you can. After the words fell, Xiao Jinyu rushed up into the sky and arrived at the position directly above the Eternal Life Dynasty. What he just said was to restore his realm instead of breaking through, naturally for the sake of maintaining the image of a high-ranking person, telling the two of them that your father master I am very strong, go and get into trouble quickly, don't be afraid. These few days of war, the Chongqing dynasty will make the people panic, and now he breaks through the Sate realm if he triggers the heaven and earth vision, there is a role in stabilizing the people's hearts. Moreover, by the time his realm broke through to the heaven and earth sage, it would also have a great advantage for him to master the unification of the 4 dynasties in an instant. In the name of a saint, unifying the southern wasteland, the name is right and the words are smooth. Soul Sect dead and wounded, when the time comes to directly take over, let him confiscated, become his royal clan. Xiao Jinyu slowly closed his eyes and took out the 2 complete laws given by the system and integrated them into himself. Within its dantian, the 2 heaven and earth Shenmen doors connected by that colorless bridge were aura opened at the moment. 2 laws, one for the law of everlasting life and one for the law of creation, were integrated into the law bridge, and the colorless long bridge was flickering with 2 different lights at this moment. The left half was golden, the right half was cyan, and the two intermingled and fused with each other, and the entire long bridge of laws was the color of green and gold. Xiao Jinyu's aura began to climb and float in layers. The heavens and the earth changed, an endless heaven and earth aura fell from the dome of the sky and merged into Xiao Jinyu's body. Where the eternal life dynasty is located, from the earth below, one after another golden bud grows from below, slowly floating to the sky and earth above. The buds bloomed and a golden lotus bloomed. Golden light shone in the world, with thousands of laws, enveloping the entire eternal life dynasty. All the people of the eternal life dynasty, no matter where they were, raised their heads to look at the visions above the dome of the sky, and looked at the visions around themselves. Golden light erupted from beneath the earth, and the vault of heaven was filled with golden lotuses. Such a vision was still expanding, enveloping the stone wasteland desolate dynasty, the sea-swallowing dynasty, and the heavenly fury dynasty, and naturally, it had also spread to the four sects. The entire southern wasteland saw the vision of Xiao Jinyu certifying as a sage of heaven and earth. The purple qi spread 30 million miles from the east, carrying strand after strand of imperial qi, wrapping around Xiao Jinyu's body. His golden dragon robe was tainted with a wisp of capital richness at this moment, and there were countless more purple qi in his body. The hair is slightly purple, and the face is more majestic, a saintly appearance. The qi of eternal life surged above his left hand in a greenish color, and his lifespan plummeted at this moment. Originally, the lifespan of reaching a land saint could be up to 5,000 years, but now the breakthrough to a heaven and earth saint directly came to 10,000 years. Moreover, this lifespan roundwheel was still increasing. Theoretically speaking, as long as the law did not die out, he would be able to keep on living and live forever. The qi of creation surged above his right hand, and Xiao Jinyu's eyes glittered with green and gold qi. The entire southern continent was in his sights. The sea of consciousness expanded once again reaching billions of feet. The Dharma phase yuaning within the sea of consciousness that was coiled within stood up, and surprisingly, his body also carried the colors of purple and gold, and green and gold. Behind them, the 10 Dharma phantoms of heaven and earth came with heavenly might, sublimating into a scene of heaven and earth in an instant, and instead of being a vision, they became real existences. A single thought enveloped out, and the divine soul was like a tidal wave, covering the everlasting dynasty and spreading towards the heaven and earth in a constant stream all around. His body around the huge UFA, in the whole piece of heaven and earth above Xiao Jinyu's magic image of the golden body shrouded a small half of the dome, the entire southern wasteland people at the moment to be able to see her. The aura of heaven and earth was so dense that it was substantial, and the earth's qi carried by the golden lotus in the sky climbed up. One man's righteousness, and a chicken and a dog's head, that's what this anomaly is all about nowadays. All the cultivators in the entire southern wasteland closed their eyes and absorbed this heaven and earth qi, the earth essence. Each and every one of their cultivation levels had loosened at this moment. The two of them, Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanxuan, also closed their eyes and began to absorb the earth's qi, melting the qi of heaven and earth into their bodies. Xiao Tianmeng's aura began to climb and his realm began to improve, breaking through the heavenly yuan and merging into the Jindan. Li Nanxian had broken through the earthly yuan and reached the heavenly yuan realm. The four southern wasteland sect, sword sect, soul sect, formation sect, and Dan sect. All of the remaining elders and patriarchs looked in the direction of the eternal life dynasty. From within the ancestral lands of the four clans, the three exalted masters rushed up into the sky and came to the perimeter of the everlasting dynasty, looking at the man in purple and gold robes from afar above the celestial dome, their divine light glittering. Sword Zun, Formation Zun, and Dan Zun, the three sects' underlying ancestor-level existences. As for the Soul Father, it's already in the department. Their realms had not yet reached the level of land saints, but now they were fortunate enough to be able to witness the appearance of heaven and earth saints in the midst of their southern wasteland. It's a saint. And it's a sage of heaven and earth. My southern wasteland has actually seen a sage of heaven and earth today, and it's actually this senior. The Sword Father sighed, not much surprised by this. The last time Xiao Jinyu came into the middle of their sword sect, he had felt Xiao Jinyu's overflowing sage aura, and at that time, he had already been clear about Xiao Jinyu's realm. Now that he had broken through, the heaven and earth saints backfired on him. There was shock on the faces of the two elders, Formation Zun and Dan Zun, and old tears were faintly visible in their eyes. Their excitement was no less than that of the Sword Father. The appearance of a saint would be of great benefit to their entire southern wasteland. The southern wasteland hasn't produced a saint for 10,000 years. Now there's finally a saint sitting in the town. They could also make use of this opportunity and might be able to break through the shackles of today and step into the land sage realm. This was also the purpose of their coming here today. One man's success, a chicken and a dog's success. One man enters the Holy Spirit, and the southern wasteland ascends to heaven. The sky was filled with golden light like a sea, and the golden lotus was a whole 3,000. Within the present refinement, there seemed to be generations of sages, generations of land sages, sages of heaven and earth, sitting within chanting the Tao of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, the Shenmen, 10,000 great worlds. 100 honored saints have become saints, refining me as a text. Outside of the ancient world, the holy mighty is brilliant. Above heaven and earth, saints pass through the heavens. A piece of Dao Shao Jin Yu listened intently. The dantian in his body was already as big as 100 million zhang, and now the golden Dao text and the green Dao text were sealed on it, presenting subtle Daoist runes. Shao Jin Yu did not have time to check these for the time being, and focused on his own climbing strength. Right now, his battle power had changed drastically again compared to before. He could borrow the power of this heaven and earth, as if he were this heaven and earth. His word is holy, the golden rule, the law is enforced. The law of longevity gave him an endless lifespan, and the law of creation gave him the ability to find what others couldn't find that wasn't chance, and of course to give chance to others. Although these two laws were not strong in actual combat, Shao Jinyu had two top killing physiques, and this law was not unique. He could cultivate multiple laws in one and enhance his battle power. The green sky is transformed into the Tao, and heaven and earth are unique. The law was like a rainbow, and heaven and earth gushed with gold. Roar! A lifetime of beastly roars spread across the heavens. A qilin that was bathed in the light of the laws throughout its body and shimmered with a purple-gold aura slowly descended into the world. The head was born with double horns, the face was like a dragon's head, the robust body revealed divine handsomeness, and the golden scales and armor were regular and neat. Breaking through to the saints of heaven and earth, the unicorn grants blessings. From the qilin's mouth, it slowly spat out a giant golden egg, which fell into Shao Jinyu's dantian. This giant egg was almost as bad as that black giant egg, and both seemed to contain a terrifying divine beast's ferocious might. It's a unicorn egg. When the qilin eggs merged into Shao Jinyu's body, he felt it and his heart and mind shook. What two different divine beasts on their own now? If this hatches, it's going to be huge. The heaven and earth visions had not ended by this point. Instead, something else was brewing. Chapter 38, Zhenkun and the Earth, the Sun and the Moon, the world existing within the body, the heavenly boundaries sacred body. After the golden qilin spat out this qilin egg, the heavens and earth continued to emit a golden glow and endless auspicious qi surged. The power of one law after another appeared in his body, and the earth and sky thus turned into colorful colors. The tides of aura turned into liquid throughout the sky, the golden light of the earth continued to emerge, and all the beings in the southern wasteland felt physically and mentally at peace. At this moment dropped all guardedness, with a peaceful face, closed his eyes, and stood still to receive this square of holy light. Shao Jinyu's body was clearly standing between this heaven and earth, floating in this heaven and earth, but the crowd had the illusion that it was as if this heaven and earth had fused with Shao Jinyu as one. Heaven and earth are Shao Jinyu, and Shao Jinyu is this heaven and earth. The holy might on his body was brilliant, and it was clear that he hadn't intentionally released it, but the immense pressure of a saint still made the crowd only feel the urge to kneel down and submit. Boom! Boom! The dome of the sky changed again, and from the east there was a long green dragon coming with 7 colored clouds. In the Western world, there is an auspicious phoenix with a purple color on the top and bottom of its body, bathing in the fire of Tsangsha. The western heaven and earth were as fiery red as the remnants of the sunset, the eastern heaven and earth were green, and the 7 colors shone in the dome of the heaven of all elephants. Another heavenly vision, and it's a dragon and a phoenix. The pale dragon soared with its huge body looming in the midst of those 7 colored clouds, and a dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The purple haze phantom phoenix bathed in the phoenix flame spread its wings and flipped over that sea of fire heaven and earth. The gazes of the two kept falling onto Shao Jinyu's body, as if they were waiting for something, expecting something. The dragon spirit and the phoenix spirit appeared, and this heaven and earth were completed at this moment, and all the signs of the world changed completely. The golden light of the earth blossomed even more from the cracks in the earth, and the earth was transformed into a kingdom of golden light. The heavens and the earth quietly turned transformed, and the sky and the dome of the heavens presented millions of stars, twinkling with dots and stars. Obviously at this moment it was still daytime and the stars could not be seen, but he was able to bizarrely feel the stars of the heavens above his head shining, illuminating, and releasing endless starlight. The celestial sun of heaven and earth is still in the east, on a par with the celestial dragon. The western position does not know when, the moonlight light shining more, completely not lose the eastern sky dome, and the pale haze phoenix seems to be fused into one. The sun, moon, and stars are all present. Shao Jinyu's gaze fell all the way to the endless visions on the dome of the sky. The scene was too spectacular, the entire southern wasteland was bathed in a golden world. Many of the cultivators closed their eyes, the golden light was too strong for them to open. And this roiling vision was only visible to those with high cultivation levels. Sword Zune, Array Zune, and Dan Zune seemed to have grasped some opportunity in their hearts, but they didn't fully grasp it, scratching their hearts. The three knew that this was their chance to step into the Land Saints, but it was a pity that the time still seemed to have not yet come. However, there was already a little sprout, and it was believed that under constant exploration in the future, there was a chance that they would also be able to step into the Land Saints. The three of them straightened their faces and raised their heads, looking up at the endless visions of this heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars strangely appearing, and the earth glowing with golden light. Is it really such a big deal to break through a heaven and earth saint? Why is the entire southern wasteland, the entire heaven and earth having such a terrifying vision? I remember that in the history of my southern wasteland where even some saints have come out, it seems that their visions were only purple chi stretches and golden light in the void. And where does that leave the unicorn granting blessings, the sun and the moon? The Dan Zune and Formation Zune duo murmured out in disbelief. Sword Zune also had the same expression, the three of them looked like they had seen a ghost, but they still stared at this vision with a deadly stare, unwilling to miss a single moment. At this moment, they were witnessing the birth of something extraordinary, witnessing the first step of Xiao Jinyu's rise to power. Within Xiao Jinyu's sea of consciousness, a Dharma image unconsciously appeared. It was the beautiful mountains and rivers, it was the country's prosperity. A square of mountains and rivers stood, and above the void, a square of heavenly rivers flowed, circling around the great mountains, and the mountains and rivers were great, and heaven and earth were at peace. So far, everything forms a whole. Wow! Including the sun, moon, and stars above the dome of the sky, or the golden light kingdom above the earth, plus the brocade mountains and rivers behind Xiao Jinyu, the three were resonating at the moment, merging into one. All of the world's visions disappeared in an instant, turning into a stream of light that rushed directly into Xiao Jinyu's body and merged into his dantian. The dantian once again expanded infinitely. The two heaven and earth metaphysical gates were still wide open, and the bridge of laws stood in the center position. The golden light kingdom was spread out, the sun, moon and stars were reflected in the sky above the dantian. At this time I should say that it was not a dantian anymore, but a side of the world, complete world. The mountains and rivers are covered in pressed, and the mountains and rivers stand and roam the sky. The stars shone brightly, and the phoenix and dragon spirits of the western and eastern heaven and earth unexpectedly followed them in, soaring within the world. Xiao Jinyu had a feeling that it seemed like he could directly control the power of this phoenix spirit and dragon spirit, summoning both to fight for him. And their strength will increase as their battle power increases, uncapped. When the influx of this world came in, Xiao Jinyu's body had a great change, whether it was his physique or his blood, or his origin tinted with a hint of holy radiance. These visions came and disappeared as quickly as they came, to the point where they slowly calmed down. Xiao Jinyu stood above the heaven and earth in a purple and gold dragon robe, looking inward at the dantian within his body, which had now evolved into a world, endlessly expanding without end. The aura stored within his body had long since transformed into the power of the world, where a divine dragon and phoenix soared, and the sun and moon shone together. The Qianquan is in order, the universe is boundless. Qianquan and the earth, the sun, moon and stars, and Moro. The heavenly border saint body. World saint. In Xiao Jinyu's mind, a sound of heaven and earth rang out like a bell. World saints? What does that mean? Could it be stronger than the saints of heaven and earth? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled and asked about the system. Back to the host, world saints can be seen as the extreme realm of saints. Because the battle power that the system raises for the host is all raised to the extreme perfection of a realm. In this way it can be seen that at this point the host has already broken the limit of the battle power of the saints of heaven and earth, and has long since far surpassed the saints of heaven and earth, directly reaching the level of the world. Coupled with the fact that this small world brewing within the body is complete, and can contain living things and evolve living beings on its own, the host is the master of this world, and so the host is truly a saint of heaven and earth at this time. Removing the inability to create living beings, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the current host is the heavenly Tao of the world within. Good Lord, breaking through a saint realm, doesn't that mean I'm invincible now? Xiao Jinyu was also shocked by what the system explained and endlessly scat his tongue. He slowly landed on top of the back mountain with a purple and gold dragon robe, and all the civil officials and military generals in the Great Hall had long since rushed out. They couldn't stand the golden light when the vision was halfway through and closed their eyes in unison. Now that the vision was over, when they opened their eyes, they realized that it seemed like their King Lord's aura had changed drastically at this moment. The face was even more divinely handsome, standing at the top of the mountain without anger, as high as heaven and earth. The golden light behind him was so solemn that the entire southern wasteland was able to see it. Chapter 39, World Sage, congratulated by 10,000 peoples, wants to unite the southern wasteland. A witness saint, I did not expect to come directly to the extreme world saint, and how different from the heaven and earth saints, when the time to find two rivals to touch a touch will know. It's time to unify the entire southern wasteland. Xiao Jinyu has unlimited ambition in his eyes. The southern wasteland has no master, then naturally it will be in his own hands. Since his own life, since he was the king lord of the eternal life dynasty, he would expand this eternal life dynasty and expand it to the entire southern wasteland. Or even, one day, an entire continent. Where the sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers shine, there is no place under heaven that is not the king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. The king was appointed by heaven to live forever, so the king was called everlasting life. Xiao Jinyu's ambition was all over the place, and the blood in his body rushed like a great river flood. Ha! My blood has actually taken on a faint hint of a seven-colored hue? Xiao Jinyu sensed the abnormalities in his body and suddenly realized that his body carried a vast heavenly might between his hands and feet. The blood changed, and the origin surprisingly turned into a sacred body origin. Recall just now in the mind, that party such as the universe vast sound recall, said he seems to be what the heavenly frontier holy body. Doesn't that mean that one now has an additional physique, and in addition to the two supreme physiques, one directly possesses the holy body? System, is this sacred body a transformation of the physique of every sage who was able to break through the land sage, heaven, and earth sage realm? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled. Back to the host, not really. A saint possesses a holy body, which is different from the holy body possessed by the host. The saint is not the other saint. The physique possessed by a saint is seen as blood, and the origin is unified, while the host is different. The host's saintly body is capable of exploding into a more terrifying battle power. Just like the 9 saint bodies of the human race, this type of saint body is independent of the 9 saint bodies but possesses endless world power, similar to the Tsungtian hegemony body but even more powerful. The Tsungtian hegemonic body is limited by the heavenly Tao, by the heaven and earth. Unlike the host, the source of power of the host's heavenly border saint body is this 9 heavens, this cosmic flood. So top. When Xiao Jinyu heard the system's reply, his face was expressionless and his heart was ecstatic. Li Nanchuan and Xiao Tianmian both opened their eyes one after another, their realms breaking through a large realm, and settling down again to break through another realm. The two of them looked at the man standing on top of the heavenly mountain, and gold stars were coming out of the eyes of the two of them. This was their father, master. All the subjects of the entire everlasting dynasty looked towards the direction where Xiao Jinyu was, and they could feel the presence of an endless divine might there. Even if they had no realm, even if their realm was low, they had heard the legends of saints. Now the king lord of their everlasting dynasty was actually a saint at this moment. 10,000 million people knelt in unison, looking pious and respectfully chanting the name of Xiao Jinyu. Long live the king's lord, long live the king. All hail the saints, all hail the saints, all hail the saints. A chorus of chants and shouts was especially neat. Not only in the Eternal Life Dynasty, even in the Sea-Swallowing Dynasty, Stone Wasteland Dynasty, as well as a group of people in the Heavenly Fury Dynasty are all the same. O saint, who does not know who dares not kneel? At this moment, the hearts of the masses of the 3 great royal dynasties were already a bit shaken. No, I should say that they were directly on one side. At this moment, if it wasn't impossible to emigrate, I'm afraid that I would have run to the Everlasting Dynasty long ago. The king lord of the Everlasting Dynasty is a saint, so what about the people of the Everlasting Dynasty? Being under the patronage of a saint would definitely make a huge difference, not only in terms of fame or longevity. Such an effect was naturally what Xiao Jinyu wanted to see. We congratulate Senior for stepping into the realm of the saints, to be on par with the heavens, and to have a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. We respectfully send our seniors off, stepping into the realm of the saints, aligned with the heavens, with longevity equal to that of the heavens. The Sword Zune, Dan Zune and Formation Zune trio appeared in front of Xiao Jinyu, several body lengths below him, clasping their hands and bowing. It wasn't just the 3 of them, but in the next moment, the Dan sect's old patriarch, vice patriarch, and a bunch of elders appeared. The only remaining elders of the Formation sect and the Sword sect appeared here in unison, all of them clasping their fists and bowing. We congratulate Senior for stepping into the realm of the saints, to be on par with the heavens, and to have a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Xiao Jinyu looked at the crowd and smiled, not saying anything. For the Soul Clan did not come, he did not feel surprised how much. He will be the soul of the existence of high-level existence of all the Soul Clan slaughtered, the rest of a group of elders hate him still too late, but also to congratulate him? But all the same, it gave Xiao Jinyu a chance to wipe out the remaining elders altogether. Today you come to make amends properly, it is his big day to enter the saints, all the past sins will be forgiven. But the soul of the remnants of the party did not do so, then do not blame him for being unsympathetic, the soul of the clan's demise in the present day, and all the heritage confiscated, and merged into his longevity of the dynasty. Everyone, today I wish to unify the southern wasteland, do you have any opinions? Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly, but that majestic sage face made the crowd not dare to have any rebuttal. When the three venerables heard what Xiao Jinyu said, they naturally understood the meaning of what Xiao Jinyu said and shook their heads in unison. We have no objections, so senior can just go ahead and unify. The southern wasteland has been silent for too long, its power is scattered and its martial arts are backward. Now that we have seniors to lead us, we will definitely be able to rise in the fastest time possible. The three exalted masters spoke at the same time, not giving the other elders of the sect a chance to say something in the meantime. And besides, would they dare say a word? Xiao Jinyu's realm was that of a sage of heaven and earth, and a single wisp of breath might be able to crush them to death. Those who knew the time were wise, so if they agreed, at least they were sheltered by Xiao Jinyu above their heads, which meant that they also had the opportunity to back someone else. It's a great chance to have a saint on your back. Maybe a word from a saint helped them break through? So in that case, it was thought that even if the southern wasteland was unified, even if their sects were merged into the everlasting dynasty, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's only endlessly beneficial to them anyway. Very good. Xiao Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanshuan's faces flashed with excitement, and so did all the civil officials and military generals outside the Great Hall. The historic moment had come. Xiao Jinyu's gaze spanned a distance of 10 million miles, covering the entire southern wasteland, and his voice was ghostly, like the sound of heaven and earth. His figure was magnificent, appearing directly above the entire heaven and earth. Xiao Jinyu slowly opened his mouth word by word, each word carrying a terrifying heavenly might. Today, I, Xiao Jinyu, enter the saints. The southern wasteland has been saintless for 10,000 years, today I wish to unify the entire southern wasteland. Stone wasteland, sea swallowing, and heavenly fury are merged into my everlasting dynasty. All the subjects of my eternal life dynasty can be sheltered by this heaven and earth, increasing their lifespan by 100 years, and their realm unconditionally breaking a small realm. At the same time, there is only one imperial dynasty that exists in the southern wasteland, and that is the eternal life imperial dynasty. P.S. The boss of the Watchers try not to jump chapter ha. We join the bookshelf slowly look at the pre-dated is quite important. We also have to rely on the boss of the Watchers lining. This book is a spelling invincibility text, the next plot will be faster and more intensive. Turnips and greens each have their own favorites, you all see the great light spray. The first few chapters will probably be slightly modified to have the main character have one or two more children in other parts of the continent ha, and then when the time comes to get out of the southern wilderness the plot can be expanded even more ha. If it is after the rewatch of the Watchers can be ignored, and now still watching the Watchers bosses pay attention to specific modifications in the first chapter, and not much, just add some things. Chapter 40, only one hand to level the three dynasties, the holy might to suppress the 8 wastelands. Xiao Jinyu's voice rolled and directly spread throughout the southern wasteland. And whether it was the crowd of dynasties that heard his voice, or the cultivator residents from all corners of the southern wasteland continent, they all had different looks. Some were so endlessly delighted that they were close to outright agreeing. While some were a bit difficult, like the group of royal powerhouses of the Heaven's Fury dynasty, and the royal family of the Sea Swallowing dynasty and so on. They don't want to merge their dynasty's 1,000 years of foundation into the everlasting dynasty, but the saint's name is in the sky, they don't dare to disobey, and everything is so difficult. The 4 clans, except for the Soul Sect which was a bit reluctant, the 3 clans didn't have much of a problem, after all of their top brass were already here. Now, it was the time for Xiao Jinyu to strike. His figure took a step towards the front and directly disappeared into the middle of the original place, coming first to the familiar sky above the Stone Wasteland dynasty. Nowadays, after the Stone Wasteland dynasty had gone through that battle a few days ago, the kings and powers of the dynasty had long since scattered and fled for their lives. When Xiao Jinyu arrived in the sky above the Stone Wasteland dynasty, a terrifying holy might covered the sky, and all the people of the Stone Wasteland dynasty had solemn faces. Just now, they were still making a pilgrimage to Xiao Jinyu, and now that Xiao Jinyu had come directly to them, each of them looked excited. Looking at the 10,000 people like this, Xiao Jinyu knew that it was absolutely right for him to take the step of entering the Sage of Heaven and Earth first. Now that the 10,000 people had returned to their hearts, it didn't matter whether the powerful members of the Stone Wasteland dynasty's Pawn clan agreed or not. He looked towards where the Stone Wasteland King's palace was, and then towards where the territory of the noble side of the Stone Wasteland King's city center was, his voice rolling out, his holy words like the heavens. Gentlemen, are there any objections to this? If there is, just mention it. Xiao Jinyu smiled with an indifferent expression. When the crowd of princes and dignitaries heard Xiao Jinyu's voice, where did they dare to have any objections, and they ran and rolled out of the great hall of the king's city, kneeling on the ground. His body trembled, his head shaking like a rattle drum. We have no objections, ah. Don't look at Xiao Jinyu as now smiling, but they have the feeling that as long as they feel a word of no, that heavenly might will crush them into a bloody mist. This matter was originally their Stone Wasteland dynasty's fault for taking the lead in sending out troops. Although it was the idea of their king's lord, but with the same as a camp, this implicated crime is absolutely less. Throughout history, have there been fewer cases of the emperor's heart and mind driving him to extinction? Very well, since that's the case, my Eternal Life dynasty will take over your Stone Wasteland next, and from now on, this area will be called the Stone Wasteland Province. And the 100 cities of the Stone Wasteland at the edge of this are all subsumed into my everlasting King City, helping it to develop into a prosperous commercial zone. After explaining all this, Xiao Jinyu left. In fact, it is an order, which carries no intention of consultation at all. Cold sweat continuously flowed down above the foreheads of the crowd of Stone Wasteland dignitaries, and their backs had long been drenched in sweat. I didn't expect them to survive under a saint's word. Since this is the case, if the dynasty is gone, it is gone. Small life is important, immediately went to follow Xiao Jinyu's account to do. Immediately after that, Xiao Jinyu directly annexed the Sea-Swallowing dynasty and the Fury dynasty in such a method. The land was ceded and the city was ceded to be integrated into the everlasting dynasty. In just 100 breaths, Xiao Jinyu traveled around the 3 major kingdoms and amicably negotiated everything. As to whether or not they will rebel and whether or not they will revolt in the years to come, even if they were given 100,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. The word saint was like a heavenly mountain pressing down on them. Here is the world of cultivators, and not a mundane dynasty. The number of people is not useful, strong strength is the hard truth. Soul Sect. Today's Soul Sect was extraordinarily chaotic. They naturally sensed the vision of Xiao Jinyu certifying as a sage of heaven and earth, and a bunch of disciples had long ago fled for their lives. The few remaining elders of the sect still held fast. The current Soul Sect was merely an empty shell cloaked as a sect. If not for the strength of these elders being in the Dharma phase in Yuaning, perhaps the Soul Sect disciples would have revolted as a result and directly rebelled against the Soul Sect's treasure trove. Xiao Jinyu came to where the Soul Sect was, carrying a roiling golden light behind him. The 7 Soul Sect elders had been waiting here for a long time, and they knew that Xiao Jinyu would definitely unify the sect today, without exception. And they, the Soul Sect, were definitely in the first position where the blade went. Xiao Jinyu glanced faintly at the entire Soul Sect. The tree had fallen into a sinking ship, and only a few of their old guys were left to stick around. In fact, he does not have any grudges with these people. Their death or not is to see how they behave. The Southern Wasteland has a sage of heaven and earth today. We are sincerely happy for the Southern Wasteland. I believe that in the near days of the coming years, my Southern Wasteland will definitely become stronger and stronger, and the martial way will flourish, so we hereby wish Senior to step into the sage realm. The 7 old men bowed to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu accepted it openly and did not say anything, but waited for their next words. We have been born in the soul for 1,000 years, and the Soul Sect is our last homeland. Regardless of whether it's the 1,000-soul Venerable One or the Patriarch's Vice-Patriarch, the cause of the other day is the result of today, and all grudges and hatred have since dissipated into smoke. I also ask Senior not to make things difficult for the disciples of my Soul Sect who have already fled. They have already left the Soul Sect and have no ties with the Soul Sect. We hereby thank Senior again. The 7 old men once again bowed. Xiao Jinyu nodded as a response, agreeing to their statement that they would not make things difficult for any Soul Sect disciples, nor did he have the heart to bother with them. The strength was too weak to get into his eyes. Today, when we know that Senior is going to unify the Southern Wasteland, we will definitely unify the sect as well. We were born in the Soul Sect, and we will certainly die in the Soul Sect. If we die, please ask Senior to leave a relic of the Soul Sect. All items within the Soul Sect can be taken by Senior. This is only one request, please Senior fulfill it. The 7 old men bowed once again. 3 times in a row, it seems to be a prayer, it seems to finish the last thought. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 7 old men inside so. There was ultimately no shortage of characters like these old men on this side of the earth, like the old man of the Tibetan scriptures he was also. Now that their grudge has been settled, but the 7 are dead set in their minds. For their request, Xiao Jinyu granted it. With a wave of his hand, he swept up all the countless collections of books within the Soul Sect, whether it was the other sect treasures or not, and included them all in his own small world. As for everything else about the Soul Sect, including some of the secret realms of martial arts practice places or not, Xiao Jinyu did not destroy them. After doing this, he rushed up to the sky and left the place where the Soul Sect was located, and today the Soul Sect, in name and in reality, died. As for their 7 people are dead or alive, all depends on their will. Xiao Jinyu no longer do too much care, can die or not die. We thank you for your success, senior. The 7 old men once again bowed when they saw Xiao Jinyu leave. Only after this bow fell, their 7 orifices began to bleed, their heart veins damaged themselves, and their souls fell. The 7 corpses fell forward and knelt in front of the Soul Sect, a sort of guilt for not being able to guard the Soul Sect. A sigh rang out from heaven and earth, and 7 golden lights enveloped the bodies of the 7 people, burying them within a certain cemetery in the Soul Sect, which could be considered to let them rest in peace. Ashes to ashes, death carries no grudge or enmity. On this day, the Southern Wasteland achieved great unification, and Xiao Jinyu became the true master of the Southern Wasteland. Only his hand leveled the 3 dynasties, and his holy might pressed down on the 8 wastelands. Chapter 41, The Law of the Heavens and the Earth. One step further, soul transformation of the heavens and the earth. In the following days, all of the Soul Sect's techniques and secret books, as well as weapons and resources, all fell into the everlasting dynasty's resource pool. Especially the cultivation resources, Xiao Jinyu left 30%. The other 70% he divided into 20% for Li Nanchuan, 20% for Xiao Tiannian, and he kept the remaining 30% for himself. After all, he still needed to improve in the future realm. World saints were not the end of cultivation, the long road was endless and still needed to be explored continuously. The Changxing dynasty has since risen in rank and become the Changxing imperial dynasty. Nominally, the Sword Sect, the Dan Sect and the Formation Sect were under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty, and only followed Xiao Jinyu's orders. Even the nobles of the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty had no right to interfere with their operations. The division of nobles in the Changxing dynasty is also much simpler, and those who were previously in the Changxing dynasty, as long as they were of royal power, still retained their original authority. As for the 3 major provinces of Stone Wasteland, Heaven's Fury, and Sea Swallowing, they were all remote royal clans. Although the power difference is almost the same, but there will always be some difference in the name, and the real power is definitely weaker. As for the future will not have to change, that is all unknown. Xiao Jinyu would not stay here for too long, and soon he would leave the southern wasteland and head to the Middle Kingdom, where the continent was even more expansive. As January passed, Xiao Jinyu used his sage power to raise the lifespan of all the masses in the entire southern wasteland by 50 years one after another with the words of a sage and the power of the law of longevity. Moreover, it also helped Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan's martial realms to rise, unconditionally instilling a large realm, and the 2 of them came to the Yuaning realm and Jingdan realm respectively. Xiao Jinyu studied the Gongfu about the Soul Sect and Sked. It should be said or not that this cultivation method of the Soul Sect is still somewhat interesting. The power of one's own soul to stir up the spirits of dead and dying artifacts, demons, and gods between heaven and earth, this is what is known as the martial soul. Moreover, martial souls do not dissipate on their own, and their power is tied to the power of one's divine soul. The stronger one's divine soul power was, then the power that erupted from one's martial soul would naturally be stronger. But if it was a force that absolutely crushed it, like the saintly pressure that Xiao Jinyu had exuded before that, it was something that could directly destroy its soul Tao foundation. Interesting. There are 10 holy infants coiled within my sea of consciousness, each of which carries a kind of heaven and earth dharma after it. The biggest difference between dharma phase and martial soul power is that one has the ability to communicate with the power of heaven and earth, while the other doesn't and is tied to the power of one's divine soul. It stands to reason that if one's divine soul is endless, then this martial soul power is also endless, so that means this upper limit is a bit higher than the dharma phase in the long run. But what if I combine this martial soul with the dharma phase? With my heaven and earth phantasm as my martial soul, then it will grow with my power, a phantasm that can grow. Holy, how fierce that would have to be later on. Xiao Jingyu's inspiration increased tremendously in this instant of spiritual light. Rubbing his chin, he moved to practice. There are souls in heaven and earth that float around recklessly, so take my divine soul and gather it into the way. Xiao Jinyu silently recited the Gongfu technique. Within the sea of consciousness, the 10 holy infants stood up, their pupils blossoming with holy light. The endless sea of consciousness erupted with billions of divine soul chi, enveloping the 10 heaven and earth visions behind him. The power of the divine soul combined with the visions, penetrating and fusing with each other, eventually merging into one. In the heaven and earth at the back of the everlasting dynasty, a heaven and earth metaphysical gate was wide open, seemingly leading to other worlds. The sea of heaven floods the firmament, the full moon rises, and the great sun climbs to illuminate the ocean. A black and white yin and yang taijutsu emerged, and black and white swimming fish transformed into dragons, soaring above. Embroidered mountains and rivers, heaven and earth are the same, colorful mountains and golden light, meandering Tianjiang River. The 4 types of Dharma phases up to this point had already reached their limits, and this piece of heaven and earth was stuffed to the brim, with no other extra space. The 4 visions were interspersed with endless divine soul power, drawing the power of the heavens and earth while also combining with Xiao Jinyu's divine soul power. The stronger the divine soul power was, then the divine soul power would feed back on the Dharma phase heaven and earth power. If the power of the soul is weaker than the power of heaven and earth, then the power of heaven and earth overflowing from the Dharma phase will feed back into the power of the soul. Xiao Jinyu had discovered an unbelievable shortcut path. In other words, as long as the power of one's divine soul was weaker than that of this heaven and earth, then if one released the Dharma phase, one could use it to absorb the power of heaven and earth and increase one's divine soul. It can achieve the effect of soulizing heaven and earth in the shortest possible time. Even with Jinyu's state of mind today, he couldn't help but get excited and closed his eyes, directly borrowing the power of the world from this side to feed back towards his divine soul. Billions of sea of consciousness space expands again, divine soul liquefies into an ocean. This party of terrifying visions should have been created by the Holy Lord. Who else but the Holy Lord? In the future, my eternal life imperial dynasty will only grow stronger and stronger, and maybe one day it will be able to move towards the entire continent. The crowd of civil officials and military generals standing around the perimeter of the everlasting imperial city looked at the vision on the sky dome with anticipation in their eyes. Following behind Xiao Jinyu, there was definitely meat to eat. For this side of the vision? Has long been strange. These days Xiao Jinyu made a lot of visions. At first the crowd is still shocked, and then gradually numb, but also accustomed to it. Half a month later, Xiao Jinyu's divine soul power had reached saturation, and the sea of consciousness had been transformed into a boundless and endless ocean of heaven and earth. Within the Dantian, swimming dragons played with the phoenix, the heaven and earth metaphysical gates were wide open, and the long bridge of green and gold laws stood silently. Xiao Jinyu's gaze peered into the distance, directly leaving the southern wasteland and looking toward where that central divine state was. A dense aura, the laws of heaven and earth perfected. It's about time. I wonder how the oldest son and second daughter are doing. Taken away by that bull Holy Land, saying it's some kind of human holy body, saying it's some kind of physique that's rare to see in 10,000 years. Before, it was because I wanted you guys to get out of the southern wasteland and not be a wimp like me, but now the world of cultivators is full of deception and deceit, so how can you guys who are still young get a foothold there? If you have a good life, it's just a matter of being able to make some enemies and letting my father help you get rid of them is the best, he he he. If you don't have a good time there, my father will help you level the Holy Land. If something happens to you guys? Xiao Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous color. Although he was usually playful, he was now a father figure. There are definitely saints in the Middle-earth divine state, unlike the southern wasteland, which is so remote, but there are no saints as strong as him that the answer is definitely no. Xiao Jinyu saw that the entire Changsheng imperial dynasty was thriving and calm, and made a mind to leave. Of course he had left behind quite a few backstops. He was a heaven-grade formation master and had built quite a few formation tiles and set up quite a few heaven-grade formations. If the other 3 local provinces were to rebel, this heavenly grade formation would activate on its own, destroying the 3 central royal cities that were to rebel. Its power was comparable to a strike from a land sage. Chapter 42, Arranging the Inheritance, Middle-earth Divine Region, Second Sun Leaves. Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, that location has a secret realm. It seems to have the inheritance of a higher realm cultivator. Heaven's destiny now lacks a battle secret method. That secret method seems to be called something like the Supreme Battle Technique. 3 battles can increase the battle power by 9 times. It's just good enough to be paired with Heaven's Destiny's 9 Revolution sacred body. Xiao Jinyu stood on top of the head of the back of the mountain, his eyes gazing out in a certain direction of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, his eyes emanating a golden light of chi and a greenish golden light of longevity and creation. The laws of creation would allow him to search for the location of quite a few inheritance lands. He had swept around the southern wasteland, and the strongest was only an earth exalt, which was too much for him to look at. It was too weak for Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan to use. There is a secret realm that will be opened there. Counting the time, it should be in the last few days. After settling down in the imperial dynasty for these days, Heaven's mandate should also go out for a walk. And my realm, well, I have to raise it too, he he he. The latter sentence is the real idea of Xiao Jinyu, the world saint of the realm of power he has stabilized down. The realm, who will be too much for him to promote too fast is not it. That area also has a sage relic that will be opened. It seems to be called something like Soulborn Sage. It seems to follow the line of formation and the line of divine soul, which is just right for Southern Seeker. Weeks near just a few forces are also going to go. South seeks cleverness. It is estimated that if you can't beat it, you will be the old 6th metal, very suitable to go to explore in it. Xiao Jinyu turned his gaze to another location on the edge of the Middle-earth Divine Continent, and the direction in which the two were going to leave had already been determined. Within these hours, Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Tianming talked a lot, and then asked him to make sure that things were accounted for before he left. If you cannot beat it, must call out to yourself, and these hours of talk seemed surprisingly cordial. Xiao Tianmian's eyes have a different kind of light. The look that seemed like he couldn't fight and he would definitely call someone out suddenly opened up. This made Xiao Jinyu also feel relieved to let him leave, and by the way, he built dozens of teleportation array tiles, so that if anything went wrong, he would be the first to go forward and upgrade. Ah, no, the first rush to the rescue. Almost gave away the real idea. Father, Master, the two of us intend to leave the Imperial Dynasty to go out and train. The southern wasteland is too small and no longer suitable for us to grow. We want to travel to the middle of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom and go further. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan both looked very solemn as they half-kneeled on the ground. Aya, unlucky child, we're all family, what's the salute? Xiao Jinyu looked at the two of them, so the corner of his mouth twitched. A fresh breeze whisked past and helped the two of them up, his face satisfied. It just so happens that my father has also helped the two of you find a good place now, where there just so happens to be these two saintly inheritances that will be opened, most suitable for the two of you, however. After saying that, Xiao Jinyu directly waved his hand with a majestic force of heaven and earth, the force of a saint, and sent the two of them from the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty to a remote location in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. It was delivered right in the neighborhood where the inheritance would open, not a bit too much, not a bit too little, just right. The speed was so fast that before Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan could react, they were already flying in the sky. Why is father more anxious than I am? Xiao Tianmian was confused, and as he flew through the air, his right hand rested on his cheek and his left hand held his forehead, extremely puzzled. It could be that the senior knows that this sage ruin is going to be opened, and that it will be of great use to you, so he doesn't want you to miss it. And the reason why the elder didn't he himself to strike was probably because he wanted to take into account your emotions, knowing that you wanted to grow on your own. Sure enough, seniors are seniors. Medicine old man, who was within Xiao Tianmai's golden ring, sighed out. Right, that must be it. Father knows that this sage relic is of great use to me, so he's afraid that I'll miss out on the chances therein. Father really does have good intentions. Aha, don't worry father, I'll never let you down. Although my current realm is still low, the sacred body has come to a small completion. It won't be long before I'm your right-hand man, and we'll save mother together as a master. Xiao Tianmu was incomparably determined, his gaze flashing with a resolute color. There's always something weird about that last sentence, but I can't put my finger on where. Never mind. A saint's inheritance? It must be mine. Xiao Tianmeng landed precisely where that relic on the edge of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture was located, and there were still 2 days before it opened. Among them, Xiao Jinyu had specially utilized the law of creation to create some origin power out of thin air, which could allow Xiao Tianming's physique to develop once again for 1 to 2 revolutions. Although Li Nanchuan is a year younger than Xiao Tianmian, but at this time his old 6 heart is much better than Xiao Tianmian. Master teleported me beyond the sage ruins with great intentions. Master's strength has always been a mystery. Anyway, Master has already paved the way for me, so what Master said must be right, so I'll just go on like this. As usual, Li Nanchuan was very obedient and didn't think east or west. Even if he couldn't beat someone else, the first thing he would do was crush the teleportation array card to call Xiao Jinyu over. He is not much good. The biggest advantage is obedient, understand things, know that if you can't beat it, call someone, not lack of heart. Stomach suddenly got hard, no? Li Nanchuan was still flying in the air when his face changed, and the pain in his belly was unbearable, which seemed to be the reason why he had eaten too many pills recently. He skimmed around. Now this was flying above heaven and earth, and there weren't any cultivators to see it. Gritting his teeth, he was still ready to do something about it. Little but cheeks exposed, fly in the process of flying, there is no one else. A few moments later, bombs fell out of thin air from the sky, and it was unknown who had hit them. The real Shoko. The two of them were already in place, and Xiao Jinyu stayed in the everlasting dynasty for a few days to account for everything before leaving directly. Eunuch Hai, you should have been following me for more than 30 years. I've been assisting my father since I was a little kid, and now I'm living to be over 100 years old. I will be leaving for a period of time next, and all the chores of this everlasting imperial dynasty will still require you to take more care of them. Before Xiao Jinyu left, he spoke with Eunuch Hai, patted his shoulder, and once again ferried out a strand of eternal life chi. His lifespan increased by an additional 500 years out of thin air at this moment, and his realm broke through to reach the earth element. 3 days later, Xiao Jinyu officially left, and the southern wasteland thus fell silent. Originally, the wind and clouds in the southern wasteland would not have changed so quickly, but Xiao Jinyu's appearance changed all that. The south is also the starting point for Xiao Jinyu's rise, and his strength and realm will only increase in the future. Chapter 43 Stone Egg Breaking Shell, Pink Piglet? Fierce Beast Chaos. After Xiao Jinyu left the southern wasteland, he directly aimed straight for the center of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. There is a natural barrier at the border between the Middle Kingdom and the other 4 directions of the continent, and only after crossing it can one come to the Middle Kingdom smoothly. Moreover, the gravity of the Middle Kingdom and the density of space will be even greater, so the difficulty of flying in the air will naturally increase. Like in the southern wasteland, as long as one has the heavenly Yuan realm, one can fly in the air, while in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, one needs to reach the Yuaning realm and use their soul power to fly in the air in order to be able to do so. Of course, these were no hindrance to Xiao Jinyu. Now that he was a saint of heaven and earth, where could he not go? It directly broke through the boundary barriers and came to where the fringes of the central universe were located. As for Xiao Tiannian and Li Nanxuan, let the two of us first go to the wave. Anyway, out of danger, pinch the array card themselves will be the first time to rush to go to upgrade. At the edge of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, the aura of heaven and earth was better, as much as 10 times that of the southern wasteland, and the laws were perfect. Xiao Jinyu felt it even more deeply, reaching the realm of saints, cultivating the power of heaven and earth, the power of laws. Spiritual energy, which had long since gone out of rank, made this an excellent place to cultivate. The colorful clouds in the sky, the cloud haze filled the sky, the spiritual light overflowed, the precious light bloomed. It really was a bit like the secret world of the immortal pool in the pen of that own novel. A huge mountain stood in front of them, and by crossing this stone wasteland mountain, they would be able to find the city where the human race cultivated. Since Xiao Jinyu had broken through to the sage of heaven and earth, he was also more clear about the future path to the next realm, and he knew how to go about it. There are 3 kinds of saints: terrestrial saints, heaven and earth saints, and heavenly saints. The current him was a heaven and earth saint. In fact, his strength and battle power had long since come to a heavenly saint. It was not too much to say that he was a heavenly saint, and as long as he took one step further, he would be able to break through another realm. The path of cultivating immortality above the saints refers to ascending to immortality after detaching from the mortal body and feathering. The next step is the Sea of Wheels, the Palace of the Tao, the Violet Mansion, and the Imperial Realm. System: open the character panel. The huge golden panel in front of him quickly displayed up detailed information about himself. Xiao Jinyu. Physique: heavenly border sacred body, jail buster heavenly body, Tai sword market body all have not yet reached minor success. Cultivation: sage of heaven and earth extreme realm. Task points: 0. 30 years of cultivation short of the next realm. Possession: 2 divine beast eggs. Xiao Jinyu's head turned big when he looked at the fact that he was so far away from the next realm breakthrough that he needed to cultivate himself for a whole 30 years. I was thinking of making another breakthrough on my own, but now I think it's better to forget about it and just go back to my old job of fooling people into accepting them as disciples. Widely accepting disciples makes them mess with the enemy a little faster. Click 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 click. Within Xiao Jinyu's world, the black stone egg had a little bit of movement at the moment, and the black eggshell on the surface shattered here. The ebony light blossomed and a chaotic aura spread out. The divine beast inside the eggshell quietly came out at this moment. Xiao Jinyu hurriedly internalized among the world inside himself, liberating all his attention on the black egg that had already broken its shell. The chaotic aura filled the sky, transforming into endless chaotic black clouds that densely covered the dome of the sky. The two, the dragon spirit and the phoenix spirit, flashed with curiosity in their eyes as they stared inside the black egg, as if they wanted to see what this thing was. A dark light flashed, and the divine beast within the eggshell emerged. Luckily, it was placed in his own world so that the imagery of this party would not trigger a disturbance in heaven and earth. Otherwise, this endless chaotic light covered the whole world, when the time will definitely attract the attention of others, if it causes the coveting of strong people that is not good. Now Xiao Jinyu's strength, although extremely strong, want to find some opponents is to try the hands, but not yet so want. After all, this was the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. There were definitely many powerful cultivators, and meticulously developing was the way to go. 4 pink fleshy wings fluttered about his body, and above his miniature fleshy body grew 6 little fleshy pink legs, similar to suckling pig's feet. Above the face were no eyes, no nose, just a small pink head, above which were born two small meat bags. The look was kind of like a pink piglet with 2 wings and 2 extra legs. Chaos. Xiao Jinyu's gaze froze and he spoke out in shock. He didn't expect that what hatched in this black egg was not a divine beast but a ferocious beast with the same name as Porchi and Taodai, Chaos. Chaos, one of the 4 evils of the ancient world, the fierce god. Mastery of the power of space, speed time extremely 1, because it is still a young child body, so the illusion of today's appearance, wait until the growth of the host, is a great help. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu's face became a bit odd. He's a bit of a misnomer with this party look. Legend had it that Chaos was an extremely vicious beast, an extremely evil beast, but where in front of us was the Chaos with the majesty of an extremely vicious beast? Just a mere 3 feet in size, the fleshy body was round and pink in color. 4 pairs of small meat wings constantly fluttering, seems to want to fly up, but due to the size of too heavy, very difficult. 6 little legs on the ground constantly running happily, because the face is not eyes, so cannot find the specific direction, always bumping into the wall, which is so cute to the point of bursting. Besides, mastering the world's greatest speed? With this fleshy little piggy in front of you? Originally Xiao Jinyu fantasized that the first divine beast hatching is not a divine dragon, at least also come to what the White Zephyr class, put so right out to have a row. Now turned into a pink piglet, even if he had the will to do so, at this point he was completely disabused of the idea. What are you doing out on a pink piggyback? Are you crazy? Being a boar rider? And a pink piggyback rider? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled and grabbed the little gadget out and put it in front of himself, with a suspicious face. Hoo. Put. The little guy fluttered his wings and struggled to fly. He seemed to have sensed Xiao Jinyu's questioning emotions, his pride was greatly insulted, and he fluttered his wings with great effort. That little meaty wing fluttered even more cheerfully, a terrifying aura of dark light blossoming from its body, and its figure grew violently larger. Originally just a little over half a meter, the body size now changed violently. On top of its appearance, there were more red-like stripes, a long red stripe was imprinted on it, and the whole was streamlined, like that of the tossing fire cloud. The 2 pairs of wings became larger, no longer flesh wings, but instead grew plumes, showing a greenish-gray color. The body at this moment became more lightweight. Although the body size also followed the large, but 6 slender, robust, and powerful long legs violently stepped down, this side of the space even followed the collapse. The breeze whistled past, and the next moment the little guy disappeared in front of Xiao Jinyu, not knowing where he was going. Even Xiao Jinyu, in this instant, surprisingly only captured a small trace of the chaos that had just disappeared. Chapter 44, Robbed by a Little Girl? Pale purple gold Chiluk, the system sends out a mission. Holy, found a treasure. With this world's extreme speed, in the future, even if I run into those I can't beat, I'll be able to run on chaos. Xiao Jinyu's thoughts changed once again. As for the piggyback ride and other people's opinions, what's the top 6? It's important to save your life, face and all that, how much is that worth? Men are always fickle, and changing faces is equally like turning over a book. Xiao Jinyu's face suddenly had a smile on it, and chaos flew back to Xiao Jinyu after clearly sensing his emotions. The body became 100 feet, a huge body, but with such extreme speed, coupled with the huge physical strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with saints. And with this speed it was estimated that even stronger cultivators couldn't help it. Just now, Xiao Jinyu clearly captured this space with a changing appearance, especially the space nodes, which seemed to be controlled by chaos. Now Xiao Jinyu did not know for the time being where the name of Chaos, the fierce god, came from, but the name of this extreme speed, the god of space, was indeed true to its name. Xiao Jinyu patted Chaos back and gently stroked his body. The touch is as soft as cotton, like the water balloon touch, extremely bouncy. In the future, you can hold it in your arms and rua on a rua, absolutely comfortable. I was wrong to underestimate you just now. Little one, you'll be following me from now on. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Dun, harmonizing with chaos. Xiao Jinyu smiled and directly made amends. At this time this appearance is a bit like a strange uncle who wants to abduct the neighbor's child. Chaos was surprisingly well coaxed, his body shimmering with an ebony light as he transformed right back into his original form. Those 4 pairs of little meaty wings fluttered hard, expressing his ecstatic emotions, transmitting and sharing them to Xiao Jinyu's body. When it's really rare, this emotion can even be shared. Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but TSK and TSK as well, leading the Chaos Duo directly across this large mountain to a huge cultivator city. Now he's going to ask around and find out where that so-called holy is. And then go and meet your 2 kids to see how they're doing, and if they'd missed their old daddy all these years ago? It's uncharacteristic to come back and see their old father after a decade. Fortune City? Why is that name so worldly? Xiao Jinyu floated underneath a huge city gate and looked at the three big words above him with a somewhat strange face. Many of the cultivators coming and going did not stop here, and seemed to have known the origin of the name of this wealthy city, directly entering within the city gates. In a radius of 10,000 miles, this cultivator city was the largest and connected to the eastern plains, where many cultivators sought to gather and develop. Most of their realms were also only at the Jindan realm only, the Yuaning realm, and the Dharma phase realm as well, but not many. Earth Exalted were even rarer. Xiao Jinyu only perceived them within this fortune city, and there even seemed to be 2 sacred breaths present within the city. Worthy of being the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture in the South Ascent is extremely rare, and no one has even broken through in 10,000 years, but here there are at least no less than 2. Xiao Jinyu called it strange. A little bit of wariness flashed in his eyes. He was equipped with 3 kinds of physique. Now this kind of invincible loneliness, who understands awe? Life is as lonely as snow and in desperate need of a rival. When the crowd of cultivators walked past him, they would all look at Xiao Jinyu in awe because the holy breath on his body was simply too terrifying. It was clear that there was no deliberate release of holy might to the outside, but it was comparable to the vastness of heaven and earth. Outside the city gates of Fortune City, a 9-year-old female child with brocade robes and jade clothes and a pilgrim's braid looked around, not knowing what she was looking at. Her gaze was constantly scanning above the incoming and outgoing cultivators, and when she caught her eyes on Xiao Jinyu, she was first stunned by his appearance. A cloud satin brocade clothes, the corner of the mouth with a smile, the dragon pupil contains 3 points of pressure and 3 points of unruly, a pair of handsome face more than a scholar Confucianism, but this face is comparable to the holy face of heavenly prestige. Obviously a small white face, but if there is a great majesty, even if you look at him will not explode, there will be unparalleled pressure. After the girl in the brocade dress with the pilgrim's braid paused on Xiao Jinyu's body for a few breaths, she then looked at the winged, faceless pink piglet behind Xiao Jinyu. In just this instant, the young girl's eyes erupted with thousands of golden lights, and she fell in love with this pink piglet at a glance. Quickly, floating in front of Xiao Jinyu, his hands crossed in old. This mountain was opened by me, this road was planted by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money to buy the road. Holy, I can't believe I got mugged one day? Xiao Jinyu froze at the sound and looked ahead flatly, realizing that no one had spoken. His face suddenly turned somewhat grave. Transmitting a voice from 1,000 miles away without seeing the person, this must be an expert. Manual slip, dog head guard. Hey, did you hear me? This fortune city is run by my family, and if you want to cross it, you'll have to leave something behind. The little girl in the brocade dress tied with a pilgrim's braid pointed her hand high at Xiao Jinyu and spoke out indignantly. Xiao Jinyu sniffed as the voice came from below and lowered his head before he saw the girl in the brocade dress. Only to see that she had 18 shinkuan pouches around her waist, and the 10 shinkuan rings she carried on her hands were golden and glittering. Good guy give, Xiao Jinyu's eyes are looking straight. And today I was blackmailed by a little girl? Xiao Jinyu's face became even more odd. No, without looking, I'll look shocked. In front of this only with 9-year-old girl, the realm in her body even came to the Tian. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanchuan, it's the wrong payment after all. You can't find it anywhere, but it's all a waste of effort. He was going to have to look for a heavenly destiny protagonist like this one, but he didn't expect to be sent to the door himself. Xiao Jinyu squatted down, smilingly said, Little girl, you wanna how to rob the law, this toll and what ah? Xiao Jinyu tried his best to present his tone as very gentle and guided. Chapter 45, Miao Xiaonan wants to get chaos, Xiao Jinyu lays a trap. Hey, the robbery fee is naturally this cute little pink pig behind you, Uncle Dan. As long as you gift me this pink piglet, I can guarantee for you that no one will dare to touch you within Fortune City. Anyone who dares to touch you in the slightest, just report my name, Miao Xiaonan, and I'll cover you. The brocade-clad girl with the pilgrim's braid patted her chest with conviction and old age. The passing cultivators who looked at this appearance all shook their heads, while a touch of envy hid in their eyes. Who didn't know that he, Miao Xiaonan, was the youngest daughter of the Lord of Fortune City and had gathered thousands of favorites? Moreover, as its name suggests, Fortune City is extremely rich in resources, and the owner of the city originally came from the Eastern Plains, and is himself the first big family of the Eastern Plains. The family runs the Chamber of Commerce, which is spread all over the Eastern Plains and is very rich. Now that Xiao Jinyu was going to get involved with Miao Xiaonan, at least in the aspect of cultivation resources, there was absolutely no worry. Oh, want a piggyback? Unfortunately, the piggy is the good companion of Uncle Dan. The two of us grew up together since childhood, dependent on each other. Is Uncle Dan important companion, is not for sale to the public. Oh. Xiao Jinyu's tone is even more gentle. This story is easy to read, directly open editing. Hidden in his eyes was a touch of otherworldly color, already thinking about how to lull the brocade-robed Chaotian braid girl in front of him and take her as a disciple. The system mission rewards are just too generous and give too much. Well, that's fine then. How much do you want for this little pink piggyback? You name your price. Follow me, and in the future it will have endless glory and wealth, and enjoy all the pleasures of a strange man. Miao Xiaonan specially stretched out her hands, showing off her hands that were full of Qiankuan rings, as well as the Qiankuan bag that was attached to her waist. Good lord, little rich girl. This is if we take him as a disciple. Doesn't that mean that the aspect of resources won't be a worry either? What's wrong with charging a little tuition for being a master? Is that too much? It's not too much at all, is it? Xiao Jinyu had a difficult look on his face and shook his head, holding Chaos, who was fluttering his little wings behind him as he floated suspended above heaven and earth, in his arms. Embarrassed, he said, this little fellow was passed down from generation to generation from my master's clan, and has been with me for more than 30 years. Nowadays, let me sell it as definitely not willing to give up, or how about this, you worship me as a teacher, and in the future, you will learn to cultivate by my side. Then this little guy can play along with you too. What do you think of that? Chaos, if it weren't for the fact that I'm not spiritually intelligent and can't speak, I would definitely poke through your lies. Xiao Jinyu directly opened the door and wanted to take the Miao Xiaonan in front of him as a disciple. Not to mention how her nature and demonic level was, just to say that her bandit character alone was very much to Xiao Jinyu's liking. That's the kind of person who can cause trouble. Moreover, he could see that a child like Miao Xiaonan was a stubborn child. If she went to mess with someone else, given enough background, she would definitely dare to mess with them, though not beyond a certain line, but messing would definitely be the way to go. Just like in the novels he had read in his previous life, the daughter of a certain Great Chu Emperor was recklessly selling Great Chu specialties among the heavens. Maybe the future Miao Xiaonan is this kind of character, no different from it. And she just needs to establish in Miao Xiaonan's mind that he's strong, and with this master, it's okay to go and rob if you want, as long as it doesn't lead to anything with any lives. Kids, what's wrong with having fun? As long as that was the case, then this disciple he had raised. But my father, he's just as strong, just learn from him if you want to learn, you don't need to worship you. And Quan Shuobi, you're not as old as my father came to be, and your strength looks just that much stronger. Miao Xiaonan raised her head, her child's face full of innocence. And I already have a guaranteed place in the Holy Land a long time ago, and in some time I will go to study in the Holy Land, where stronger cultivators exist. Weird Uncle Dan, are you good at fighting? It seems that this child's father should also be a saint. Sacred Land, just good, by the time it will be accepted, we'll follow her along with the Sacred Land, may be able to directly inquire about the two of them specific information. Xiao Jinyu's heart grew more and more joyful as she listened to this. This coincided with his own pathway, but on the surface, he remained motionless. The strength of my strength is unimaginable to others. Do you know what this is? Xiao Jinyu made a gesture, her palms comparing as 9 and 1, her face full of confidence. Miao Xiaonan was again surprised. People in the doubt deeper. 9-1? Xiao Jinyu's face stiffened as he listened to what Miao Xiaonan said. What is it about those two words that always feel a little weird when you say them? How is it that you can still hear these two words in the world you're traveling through, and it's not like it's the same site he was on before? Urban Life, check out the related video. No, that's not true, it's 1-9 open. Xiao Jinyu quickly regained his state of calm and spoke out faintly. 1-9 open? Doesn't that mean that odd uncle's strength only accounts for 10% of your strength, and your chances of winning others account for 90%, so you're still not very weak? So weak, you can't protect the pink piggy. Why don't you give it to me to raise? How about I protect him? Miao Xiaonan had no intention of worshipping the master with her thieving heart, she merely wanted this pink piglet now. The cuteness was very appealing, and it wasn't like she lacked the heart to sell herself for a pet. Mostly, I've never seen such a rare pink piglet with no eyes or mouth, just a face side. 2 small points of horns sprouted from his forehead, and there was something ugly about the look. Chaos, there are offended. How about this? If you don't think the price is enough, how about I take all the spirit stones inside these Qiankuan bags to you? Miao Xiaonan unlocked several Qiankuan pouches, which contained entire millions of spirit stones, as well as mountains of pills that had accumulated. Xiao Jinyu glanced at it and her eyes almost went straight. Spirit stones are hard currency here. No matter what level your cultivation level has reached, spirit stones can be used for cultivation. The speed of absorption would vary from person to person, but he was in possession of 3 special physiques, and wanted to absorb them in just a split second. And a few million spirit stones were enough to reduce himself to 1 year of hard cultivation, although it was a short period of time, but if the quantity was huge, he was also able to directly break through a large realm. The color of satisfaction in Xiao Jinyu's eyes deepened, but he still did not move. As long as he took this Miao Xiaonan back as his disciple, plus he was so rich, he had as many spirit stones as he wanted. Although it was not nice to say out loud that he spent his disciples' money, his Xiao Jinyu's main focus was a shameless, thick-skinned one. At that time, when Miao Xiaonan was in trouble and turned to him for help, he would know how high this master of his was pushed. Hipsters on weekdays are merely pretending for big occasions. Oh no, show up for important occasions to save the day. They will absolutely adore themselves then, and will change their impression for the better. No, this is a 1-9 open, which means the opponent cracks in 9 seconds within one move. Xiao Jinyu looked very serious. I don't believe it. Miao Xiaonan looked suspicious and loudly denied it. She didn't believe that Xiao Jinyu was that strong. Her own father was a saint, and the aura on Xiao Jinyu's body was not as strong as his father's. If you don't believe me, fine, why don't you just find an opponent for me, and what's the harm in the master demonstrating it for you? Xiao Jinyu stood up, his face mysterious. He let go of Chaos in his arms, who continued to flutter his little wings, showing off an ugly feeling every now and then. How about this, I'll find you an opponent. If what you say is true, I would like to be your disciple, and this pink piglet you will hand over to me to play with for a few days. If what you say is false, I don't have to be your disciple, and this pink piglet of yours will be handed over to me unconditionally. What do you think? Miao Xiaonan's eyes flashed with a cunning light, not too old and quirky. Either of the two claims she had made, she was not at a disadvantage. The goal was chaos, and she got it all. Xiao Jinyu naturally understood the little plan in her heart, smiled and nodded, and did not refuse. In his opinion, even if there were saints in the city, so what? Will it be better than him? Jokingly, once the physique was activated, no matter what kind of terrestrial saint or heavenly saint you were, all of you would kneel down and sing conquest. Chapter 46 City Lord Miao Yuan Dao, Sage Battle. Good, then it's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Miao Xiaonan's face was overjoyed as a summoning teleportation formation plaque appeared in her hand, directly crushing it and transmitting her voiceover, "Pops, come quickly." The crowd of cultivators on the side looked at this nonsensical bet between a young man and a little girl in front of Fortune City and couldn't help but shake their heads out of laughter. They were still very optimistic about Xiao Jinyu, but the next person Xiao Jinyu had to face was the city lord of Fortune City, an existence of the Saint Realm, and they felt that it was unrealistic. There were shakes of the head as a joke. Standing aside from each other outside the gates of the city, with no intention of leaving, one held the mind of watching the mind. Shoo! A terrifying aura descended outside the city gates, thick eyebrows and dragon eyes, country face, endless majesty. The brocade-robed man appeared above the city. He looked towards Miao Xiaonan, puzzled in his eyes, and his face instantly lost any look of majesty and turned into a smile. What's wrong, baby girl? What are you calling your father for? The crowd has already seen this contrast and is not surprised. It is known that the city lord of Fortune City is a daughter slave, extremely oriented towards his daughter. Father, this strange uncle in front of me says he wants to be my master, and I have made a bet with him. He said that no matter who he meets, he can go 9-1 with one, and within one move, make his enemy crack in 9 seconds. Father, did you fight him? I'll get that little pink piggy back if I win. The brocade-robed man smiled, dotingly stroking Miao Xiaonan's head as he turned to look at Xiao Jinyu. The moment he felt the sage's breath on Xiao Jinyu, the smile on his face tightened and he suddenly became stagnant. Miao Xiaonan couldn't feel Xiao Jinyu's strength, but he could. His current realm was that of a land sage, but Xiao Jinyu's aura was as deep as the sea, and this sage face alone was much more majestic than his. Although his breath was not visible, he was slightly terrified of facing his terrifying heavenly might directly. The mighty pressure had condensed into substance and came crashing down on his face. The higher the level, the deeper the feeling will be. The man clasped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Jinyu. I, Fortune City Lord Miao Yuan Dao, have met fellow Taoist. Miao Yuan Dao was able to sense that Xiao Jinyu was definitely stronger than him, not bragging. As for the enemy cracking in 9 seconds under this move, I don't know. He was a land saint, and he was not yet unbearable to this extent. Of course, this salute was merely a salute from his peers, and he roughly guessed that Xiao Jinyu's level of strength should be between that of a land saint and a heaven and earth saint. As for the Tongtian sage, it was also possible, unless Xiao Jinyu was hiding extremely deep and profoundly, and he didn't see it in a moment of blindness. Xiao Jinyu smiled and similarly bowed with both hands. Xiao Jinyu. Sort of in return. Fellow Taoist, this way please move to my city lord's mansion, this place is crowded and not a place to talk. Niao Yuandao was surprisingly good at talking, sidestepping his reach and extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Xiao Jinyu nodded and the two of them took Miao Xiaolan and disappeared outside the city gates, appearing inside the city lord's mansion. The crowd only felt a pang of pity. They would have liked to watch Xiao Jinyu fight with the city lord. Saints fighting, rare to watch. A huge courtyard, incomparably empty, small mountains and flowing water gazebo, incomparably cozy, secluded and very quiet. When the two came to this quiet little courtyard, Miao Xiaonan couldn't wait to raise her head, look left and right, and opened her mouth to say, "Daddy, do you fight with this weird uncle? This little pink piggy I really want, hey." Pink piggy? Niao Yuandao froze. He suddenly realized that when they had just crossed heaven and earth and arrived directly in the middle of the city lord's mansion, this little pink piglet, Xiao Jinjin, who was following behind Xiao Jinyu, had not been brought along. However, in just this instant, this pink piglet seemed to have arrived at the city lord's mansion one step ahead of them. This kind of speed then destined this pink piglet to be uncomplicated, and such a rare and uncommon pig was something he had never seen before. 6 feet, 4 wings, and a chaotic blur around the face. What kind of species is this? Why has he never been seen? Xiao Jinyu saw that Miao Yuandao was observing Chaos, so he wasn't worried that he would be able to tell Chaos' true identity. Nowadays, Chaos' appearance is this mutated pink piglet with wings, which is hard to associate with the fierce god Chaos. Fellow Taoist Miao, how about the two of us fight as little Nui said? If I have not achieved what I just bet, this pink piglet will be handed over to Nui Nui. If I achieve what I said Nui Nui, how about worshipping me as a teacher? Xiao Jinyu smiled and opened her mouth, her body's aura deepening. The 3 different body strengths were all activated at this moment, and the heavenly border saint body granted him a world-like vastness of greatness. Taiyi's sword market body will be all around all the aura into his hands of the long sword, the heavenly sword unity, heaven and earth resonance, the sword is the tide. The Xingure hegemony heavenly body was activated, and the space of this world collapsed under the pressure of his physique. The space at the original standing position fell off and a huge black hole appeared, unable to withstand Xiao Jinyu's terrifying physical strength. With just a hint of this emanation, this heaven and earth briefly darkened, an endless golden light streaked across. The terrifying holy breath in Fortune City crushed down, and the crowd of cultivators only felt their legs soften, their souls trembling, and they unconsciously knelt down in the direction of the godly city lord's mansion. Miao Yuandao's face instantly froze when he observed Xiao Jinyu's breath being terrifying to such an extent, as well as his 3 different saint realm powers. Now he did have faith in what Xiao Jinyu had just said. He was merely a land saint, not even a heaven and earth saint, but Xiao Jinyu was different. His side of the aura seemed to be much more terrifying than that of a Tongtian saint. And this flesh power and sword power, he really can't carry it. For a moment, Niao Yuandao was a bit embarrassed, riding a tiger. If you lose, you have to let your little girl be his teacher. If you win a pig? He looked to the side at Miao Xiaonan's expectant gaze with a helpless sigh. Good, since you, fellow Taoist, have an interest, then I'll be obliged. How about we each make a move and split the victory in one move? Yes. Xiao Jinyu nodded. Miao Xiaonan's eyes widened on the sidelines with a look of watching the fun as she ran far to the side of the courtyard. Fellow Taoist, please. Miao Yuandao stepped aside, the body of the holy breath catalyzed, the whole city master's mansion all kinds of formations catalyzed, the two slowly emerged above the sky and the earth. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Even a casual strike from a saint would be enough to destroy this side of the city, flying above heaven and earth to fight and reduce the impact. All of the cultivators in Fortune City were still being pressured into kneeling down by the terrifying holy breath on Xiao Jinyu's body. One by one, they raised their heads and watched as the city lord and the young man who had just emerged into the heavens and earth, and they came to be extremely interested. Although their vice appearance had a billion some woes, but saints fighting, decades rare to see, especially with the city lord a battle. Holy, that cultivator who was just robbed outside the city is actually a saint. I didn't expect the senior's realm to be that of a saint, and to have to fight the city lord. We were all blinded just now, not realizing that the saint was here. The eyes of the crowd watching outside the city almost didn't fall to the ground, not realizing that Xiao Jinyu's realm was so high. P.S. A few chapters of excessive, now turn to the Middle Kingdom chapter. The plot will only be more exciting and rich. The next forced King Xiao Jinyu will have a hot blood scene, but also please continue to read. Chapter 47 Great anger at Tianhao, drawing sword to chop the sky. Xiao Jinyu stayed his hand. The two of them glanced at each other in the void, looking at each other from a distance. Above his hands, the holy light was monstrous, and he fiercely closed them in front of him, shouting, "Holy Dharma, great wrathful heavenly Hao." The surrounding space began to transform, and the endless heavenly might above the dome of the sky condensed a giant silhouette that was very similar to the martial soul. His hideous body ruthlessly stepped forward, and the terrifying heavenly might covered and pressed down with it, wielding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. In an instant, the terrifying eruptive force around him brought bursts of air-breaking rattles, and the void slightly trembled at this moment. The moment Xiao Jinyu saw this move, instead of counterattacking first, he was suspicious in his eyes. Why was this strike so weak? He remembered that he wasn't this weak when he was a land sage. The man in front of him couldn't even invoke a complete heaven and earth resonance, only able to cause the power of the earth's center in some of the heavenly dome, making it difficult to combine the two into one. Of course, he subconsciously ignored the fact that he was a hungover person. It's not by anything else that he got to where he is today, it's by him letting his kids spell it out step by step. Xiao Jinyu exhaled heavily and stopped thinking about this, since he had just said that he would make his opponent crack within 9 seconds within one move. He would definitely do it. When the time came, he would close his hand a little and save his life, otherwise Miao Xiaonan would definitely not recognize himself as his master. After all, he had slaughtered his father. If you become a father killer, then everything will be over. The power of the heavenly border's sacred body emanated out, and the boundless world within the Dantian added to his body, and the power he possessed at this moment was no longer simply the power of heaven and earth, but the power of the world. It is also the origin of the saints who tread the world. All sorts of mountains and rivers were visualized around this side of the heaven and earth, and the Jinqiu mountain and river Dharma phase was completely integrated into it. The high mountains are flowing, and the green hills are thinly clouded. The huge heavenly mighty giant in front of him killed in front of Xiao Jinyu, and Xiao Jinyu merely said faintly, "Scatter." The words of the sages, the golden rule, are the order of heaven and earth. And under the cover of this world, he, Xiao Jinyu, is the true master of this world. Regardless of what level one reaches and how high one reaches, they all have to be affected by his side of the world. Those with a high realm are weakly affected, and those with a low realm are completely under his control. One word, and the giants scatter. The endless might turned into nothingness at this moment, as if it had never happened. Niao Yuandao was horrified in his eyes. This is his sage's law? His saintly killing move, it was just dispersed by Xiao Jin's words. How was this possible? Xiao Jinyu saw Miao Yuandao's shock and smiled faintly. Glancing at Miaonan below, he also found that she was raising her pillared head, looking at that mountain and river vision above the dome of the sky, with a different kind of luster flashing in her eyes. Xiao Jinyu knew that for this strike, he had to get a pushy one to directly bluff her, and then it would be easy to accept her as a disciple. Coupled with his own ability to be the king of making up stories, it wouldn't be a piece of cake to try to trick him, a 9-year-old girl, into becoming his disciple? Seeing that Miao Yuandao was still in a daze, Xiao Jinyu's voice faintly came out, "City Lord Miao, you can catch this sword well, or else something big will happen." After saying that, Xiao Jinyu's right hand made a weak grip towards the void, and the great mountain rose up and transformed into a heavy mountain longsword that landed on top of Xiao Jinyu's right hand. With a grip of his left hand towards the back, the far river hovering above the great mountain also transformed into a blue scabbard that appeared in Xiao Jinyu's hand. The right hand slammed closed within the sword case, clang. The mountain is the sword and the river is the sheath. The long sword was sheathed, and in the next moment Xiao Jinyu raised his head, his body slightly flanked towards the distance, and the sword intent on his body climbed up. Sword gas into sword intent into sword potential, such as the might of the mountains, such as the grandeur of heaven and earth. Towards the front, he violently drew out his sword, carrying an intention to cut the sky, carrying an endless momentum of warring the sky. Draw your sword and cut the sky. Clang! A heavenly sword sound resounded through the clouds, and an eerie black light enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The world went dark here, and everyone lost consciousness, as if they couldn't stand the glare and couldn't withstand the power of the sword pressure. One by one, their pupils began to lax, and the crowd of cultivators below with weak cultivation levels fainted to death as much as they could, having their minds messed up by the effects of this horrifying heaven-beheading intent, and faking their deaths on the ground. And those with high cultivation levels all closed their eyes, only to feel a tingling in their skin, even as their bodies had begun to bleed. This sharp sword chi was clearly not aimed at them, but it affected them. The ebony sword light flashed in the black world, like a sneaking ghost, and in an instant, it had killed Miao Yuandao's eyes. Miao Yuandao was just about to resist when he realized that this terrifying move had locked his aura in a death grip. The crippled moon-shaped black light had already chopped in front of his eyes, and before he could do anything, the black light directly chopped on his body, piercing through. There was a very shallow line of blood above his neck, dripping outward. Boom! Behind him, a huge black crack that was 1,000,000 feet long was cut out from the original place by this sword light, and the endless space winds overflowed in blue. Space was chopped in half in an instant, and the world became even darker. A sense of certain death lingered in Miao Yuandao's mind. The battle was won and lost. Xiao Jinyu waved his big hand and withdrew everything around him, and this dark world was transformed into an ordinary appearance. Miao Yuandao lowered his head for a moment and returned to his senses. He had just somehow managed to get this sword through his body, and right through his neck. He dully stroked the bloody mark on his neck, realizing that there was no injury on his body, just a slight scrape of skin here and there on his neck. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Jinyu in the distance, his face complex to the extreme. He cupped his hands in a salute and sincerely said, "Many thanks for being merciful, fellow Taoist. Under this strike, if it wasn't for the mercy of fellow Taoist, I would have died." Now truly convinced of what the Taoist said about the 1-9 openings, Xiao Jinyu was enough to control the power of this sword path so well, the sword light traversing through his body without leaving any damage to him. This hand, it could be called a ghostly work of art. He grasped power to the extreme, and Miao Yuandao asked himself that he would never be able to do so. And the huge 1,000,000-long space crack behind him was telling every moment that what had just happened was not fake, but real. Xiao Jinyu really had the strength to be able to cut himself down, only that he had stayed his hand. Xiao Jinyu nodded and laughed lightly, whereunder, it was merely a momentary fluke. Of course, that's the polite way of putting it. With a wave of Xiao Jinyu's large hand, the power of the world emanated, filling up the huge black abyssal crack behind him as much as possible. The two of them slowly descended from the sky above and returned to the courtyard. When Miao Xiaonan saw that her father had actually lost, there was no other meaning on her face, and she directly trotted all the way to next to Xiao Jinyu's clothesline. Stretching out her small pink hand, she tugged at Xiao Jinyu's dragon robe, her large eyes blinking and blinking as she lifted her head and smiled sweetly. "Master, that little pink piggy can be given to me now, right?" Chapter 48, Successful Acceptance of Apprentice, 10,000 Tribulation Divine Body, Pit Child. Miao Yuandao looked at Miao Xiaonan so the corner of his mouth twitched. This cotton jacket of his own seems to be a bit leaky. Seeing that his old man was defeated, the first thing he said when he came back was surprisingly not to comfort his old man, but to go to Xiao Jinyu to ask for a pink piglet. Sure enough, a father's love isn't worth as much as a pig. When Xiao Jinyu heard this sound of master, he burst into laughter. "I didn't expect Miao Xiaonan to be so uptight. Good. A good disciple. Come on, Piggy will follow you around lately and show you the ropes." Without any hesitation, Xiao Jinyu directly grabbed the wing-fluttering chaos behind him in both hands and handed it to Miao Xiaonan. Chaos, after all, it was a mispayment, no love. Between the moment Miao Xiaonan grabbed chaos, she touched the texture of chaos's body, which was soft, like a balloon filled with water, QQ bouncing. And the appearance of a pink fluffy body, from time to time, exudes a little bit of heat, is simply portable hand warmers. Miao Xiaonan ran to the side of the courtyard to play with chaos in her arms, directly ignoring her father. Seeing this scene, Miao Yuandao couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, knowing that Miao Xiaonan's nature was such that she was very playful. This sage fight ended here. Xiao Jinyu defeated his enemy with one move and even let a lot of water out of the tank. The entire Fortune City was restored to its original state, and the fainting cultivators recovered from their state of fake death and stood up, raising their heads with a confused look on their faces. Looking at the empty place in the sky, he was puzzled. Where is the city lord and that sage senior just now? Where did it go? Is the battle over? Those cultivators who did not faint looked at these people like this. Black lines were frequently appearing above their foreheads. You guys just fainted and died and still looked at a fart. They just faked their own deaths and would be damned if they could see it. And the faces of these people were that wonderful. They didn't expect the number one powerhouse of Fortune City, Miao Yuandao, to be defeated, and so completely, not even a single move had been taken. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that sword move if Xiao Jinyu hadn't withdrawn his hand. Perhaps the city lord of Fortune City would have to be replaced today. The poise of that sword, the figure that drew it, was deeply imprinted in their minds. Many men had become Xiao Jinyu's little fans, and many women had moved on to other things, wanting to be Xiao Tianming's mom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and successfully discipling Miao Xiaonan, who possesses light purple gold chi, and obtaining one of the random supreme physiques, the 10,000 Thunders divine body. 10,000 calamities God's body, innate to encounter 10,000 calamities, referred to as the body of a decaying god. Not to the small into before, endless tribulations, drink cold water was choked, practice on fire into the devil, every day by the lightning, want to do something not lift, and so on a series of things. Xiao Jinyu was blinded. Was it easy for him to obtain a bit of supreme physique in order to complete his mission? How did you get this bad god physique? And it declined to such an extent before it reached minor success. It didn't matter if he was struck by lightning, it didn't matter if he choked on his water, his could not drink or cultivate anyway. But he's a little topsy-turvy without lifting this one. System don't bring that, you're punking me. Xiao Jinyu's heart suffered greatly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a random physique minor accomplishment card and 5,000 quest points. The random physique card took effect successfully, and the 10,000 searches divine physique reached minor completion. A small completed 10,000 calamities divine body, it can control the power of calamity, and by definition it can also control the power of thunderbolt, destined to strike people with lightning. Can be given to other people, so that others will suffer endless suffering, such as choking to death on water, choking to death on food, doing aerobics sudden death. Of course, the system warmly suggests that it is also possible to control the strength of this calamity chi, and it is not necessary to instill all of it. For example, by using only a little bit of the power of the calamity, you can make this person's recent bad luck some, but without going beyond a certain range. If you meet certain enemies early, turn around and meet them. This back and forth system of pulling and pulling makes Xiao Jinyu confused. Just now the physique has not reached a small success decline is their own. And now the physique small into decline is someone else, and also can let others keep declining. This physique is somewhat interesting. Xiao Jinyu changed his appearance just now and looked at the last sentence on the system, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh. So you like to mess things up, system. The next moment, a long O of realization dawned. Oh system, aren't you asking me to pit my own children? How can I do this? I am their father and master. Xiao Jinyu's face was full of grief and intolerance. The host is wrong. A throw of the power of the calamity will not be out of the question. At most, other people meet love around the corner, the host's children meet the enemy around the corner, running away from the enemy well. This way the host realm can also be raised faster now? Besides, how can you see the rainbow without going through trials and tribulations? Filial sons come out from under the stick, and growth is seen in the midst of trials and tribulations. For some reason, the system's beeps changed at this moment in turn, as if there was a person rubbing his hands together in front of his eyes, following the advice of Xiao Jinyu and exhorting him to do so. The system is suddenly obscene. Really? It can't hurt their lives and roots. Xiao Jinyu asked rhetorically with suspicion in his heart. Of course it won't, the system guarantees with the host with the system's duty mission. The system's voice was genuine and sincere. Well then, it's just going to have to be hard on me as a child without a mom. Oh, and Nansik, the disciple rejoices with his son. Children, grow up well. Ggggggg. Xiao Jinyu very no sense of propriety directly ready to use up the 10,000 sacrifices godbody on their own sons to lay hands on. The old sixth system and old sixth's father hit it off at this moment and came to a direct agreement. This moment just confirms that phrase. When there is no danger, my father is the greatest danger. When there is danger, my father is the greatest safety. Xiao Jinyu carried out this sentence to the extreme, sublimating it to the extreme. Of course, the father's kindness and the son's filial piety here is there, and in the near future, the son's filial piety will also be there. Upgrade path of the 10,000 robberies divine body, it needs to undergo 9,999,000 lightning strikes in order to grow into a great success, and then it can master the power of endless thunder, as the king of thunder. And this body of the decaying god, involving the law of decay, the avenue of decay, the host can be directly with the mastery, the specific details of how to wait for the host to slowly develop. The system alerted again, resuming its original form without a trace of emotion. It seemed that only when Xiao Jinyu was allowed to pit his child and the father was kind and filial would he reveal the essential side of this old sixth. Struck by lightning 9,999,000 times. Holy, off the charts. Xiao Jinyu looked at the few large words on the system panel, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Chapter 49 3 Great Holy Places, Entering the Vault of Heaven. Enrollment Trial. As the origin of the 10,000 tribulation god body entered his body, Xiao Jinyu's aura was once again several points stronger. Miao Yuandao watched from the sidelines. The more he watched, the more others' breaths weakened, the more they fought. Xiao Jinyu on the contrary, just by fighting for a single move, he now felt stronger instead. And this is not an illusion, it seems like this is like an awakening for him. Fellow Taoist, if you want to take little Nui as a disciple, I have absolutely no other intentions, except that little Nui may have to head to the middle of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land sometime later. Does this thing look like a collision to you? Miao Yuan Dao arched his hand, somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Jinyu laughed softly. No, this is actually just right. Which Holy Land is little Nui going to? I just happen to be able to accompany before together. With me behind little Nui, no one will be able to hurt her in the slightest. Xiao Jinyu swore with conviction, and as for how many holy places there were in the Middle Kingdom, he did not know. Now it was just a matter of inquiring, and condensing some useful information out, and anyway, he was going to look for his eldest son and second daughter in the Holy Land to see if they were doing well. Little Nui will be heading to the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground in 7 days, so if we have a fellow Taoist to escort us behind us, then it would be perfect. In this line of work I was worried that little Nui would cause something to happen, and that there would be some chaos within the Holy Land, such as if you are here, all of this is troublesome for you. Miao Yuan Dao bowed once more, extremely sincere. In the Holy Land, there are naturally saints, and the depth is extremely deep, and there are many saints above. The lowest level elders were all at the level of earth-honored ones. The Heavenly Vault Holy Land, aren't a few other holy places going? Xiao Jinyu once again asked, ready to steal some news out. Fellow Taoist doesn't know, among these several Holy Lands, only the Heavenly Vault Holy Land is the most suitable for little Nui to go to. I'm not going to hide it from you, Taoist, but little Nui's physique is special, and even I haven't seen exactly what kind of physique it is. The Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground just happens to have an origin stone that can distinguish exactly what kind of physique little Nui has, which is why I traveled to whether it's the Southern Underworld Holy Land or the Green Dragon Holy Land, they are all considered, but after thinking about it, it's still the Heavenly Vault Holy Land that's the most suitable. 3 holy places? That would be good. When the time comes, we'll first go to the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground to take a look and poke around. And if not, go directly to the other 2 sacred grounds? Xiao Jinyu had already thought of a thought within himself. Fellow Taoist, may I be excused for inquiring why you want to take little Nui as your disciple? Miao Yuan Dao is still uneasy, as a father naturally worried about his daughter's Anwei. If Xiao Jinyu was the bad guy who abducted Miao Xiaonan, wouldn't that be a big dereliction of duty on his part? Xiao Jinyu understood Miao Yuan Dao's concern and smiled. I won't hide it from you. I precisely saw the unusual nature of Xiao Nui's physique. It just so happens that my seat is sparsely populated, so I can include Nui Nui in it. I don't want to leave my mantle uninherited. At my age, I'm already halfway into the ground, so it would be a shame if no one inherited this skill. Xiao Jinyu's face had an endless sense of depression as he used his borderline saint body for a few days to change his age origin directly to 9,000 years. That's a pretty good way to put it. Xiao Tianmian, and his big sister and second brother, Li Nanchuan, then what are we? So we go? If there was an actor great emperor in the middle of this Xian fantasy world, then it was none other than Xiao Jinyu. It dawned on Miao Yuandao that this would make everything work, and he viewed Xiao Jinyu year's breath really surprisingly have this 9,000 more loads. Poor almost also want a half into the ground. Now can look at Miao Xiaonan as his blessing. Dare I ask to what extent your strength has reached nowadays, that you are able to invoke the power of the heavens and the earth? And could it be that you are able to tell what kind of physique Nui Nui has? Miao Yuandao looked at Miao Xiaonan in the distance with endless doting intentions in his eyes. Xiao Jinyu turned her back, hands attached to her head behind her back, slightly lifting upward by 3 points. There is a god 3 feet above her head, and the god himself is happy on earth. My strength? It's been too long. No one has been able to force me to use my true strength for too long. It's been too long to tell exactly where that has been. As for little Nui's physique, there have already been a few guesses. If the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground is able to test it out completely, then it would naturally be best. Xiao Jinyu didn't answer directly, but instead took a detour, and the heavenly border saint body aura on his body emanated out once again, and at that moment, the entire person was as vast as an endless world. Miao Yuandao's looked at Xiao Jinyu in this manner. This breath, he believed it. A few days later, Miao Xiaonan and Xiao Jinyu set off to the middle of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, during which Miao Yuandao personally escorted them. Only after the 2 of them arrived at the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground unharmed and outside the door of the sacred ground did they feel relieved to go inside. In fact, the main reason was that he was uneasy about Miao Xiaonan and was afraid that Xiao Jinyu would do something. And within the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground there are people he knows. What Miao Xiaonan and Xiao Jinyu are doing he will be able to get an insight at the first time, to see if Xiao Jinyu will use the identity of the protector of the road to accompany Miao Xiaonan's growth. Xiao Jinyu naturally understood this and saw through it without saying anything. If he let his daughter follow an outsider and recognize a stranger as her master, he wouldn't feel at ease, and it was normal to have such concerns. Today, It just so happened to be the day that the Holy Land was recruiting disciples. In front of the gate of the holy place, there was a huge crowd of people. The heavenly vault sacred ground stood above the heavens and earth, with a cluster of palaces standing and a heavenly staircase leading straight in front of the gate. As long as a group of young disciples were not more than a year old, they were all able to be referred to as the younger generation and could undergo the Holy Land trial. Those who passed the trial joined the heavenly vault Holy Land to become a member of the Holy Land. The road to cultivation is long, and a saint has a lifespan of nearly 5,000 years, or 10,000 years if he goes further. You kind of conversion more than 1,000 years old only just reached the young and strong when playing years. Dozens of also was only a baby. Miao Xiaonan raised her head and looked curiously to the left and right. The group of young men were all older and stronger than her. With the little pink chaos in her arms, Mariko had curiosity on her face. Master, what if I can't pass this trial? Miao Xiaonan raised her head and looked at Xiao Jinyu. Can't get through? Don't worry about it. Anyone else might not get through, but you're the least likely. With Master here, when the time comes for Master to beat them all up, you will definitely be able to pass. Xiao Jinyu smiled, harmless and looking very sunny, but this one statement he made was indeed true. The strength of these young disciples is no more than a district of Jindan, although they are only 15 or 16 years old. The big ones were in the 40s and 50s, with realms in Yuaning, not even saints, and he alone could crush this group to death. And besides, he himself fits the bill perfectly. Undoing an ace, isn't it? After that, with the addition of the two, the muddy waters of the entire Holy Land were stirred up by them, especially Miao Xiaonan. When she learns that Xiao Jinyu is ridiculously strong, she is that chaotic little witch who goes wherever others are afraid of. Chapter 50. A wisp of holy breath presses 10,000 people. First in the trial. The Holy Land trial was actually quite simple. As long as one climbed this heavenly staircase in front of them, and traveled to the entrance of the Holy Land's gate above the heavenly vault, they would be fine. This stairway to heaven had 999 steps, and the gravity of each step would be superimposed on the previous 10%. Everything seems to be not difficult and the trial is simple, but this Holy Land trial is disgusting in the sense that his quota is limited. If there are 100,000 disciples participating in the Holy Land trial today, then in the end only 10,000 people will join them, and the elimination rate will reach 90%. That is to say, you not only have to have the ability to get on board, but also have to come fast and eliminate others, which is the simplest law of competition of the weak and the strong. The crowd of young disciples rubbed their fists with anticipation in their eyes as they raised their heads to look at the 999 steps of the heavenly ladder that was slowly falling from the dome of the sky. Master, can we make it with so many people? My strength seems to be a bit weak. Hey. Miao Xiaonan held the chaos in her arms, slightly worried. With her talent, at this age, she should have taken the special enrollment path, and was directly brought in by the heavenly vault sacred ground. After all, 9 years old at the Jindan realm, this Nima was more of a demon than anyone else. Most of the young disciples on the field in front of them were 15 or 16, 17 or 18, and their strength was only at the Jindan realm. Their immersion in the realm would definitely be a bit higher as well, and their strength would naturally be that much stronger again. Don't worry about it, it's just a small scene today. Master told you, don't be afraid of anything when you're out and about. With Master around, you just go ahead and dislike. If someone tries to bully you, just give him a good scolding, then report Master's name, and Master will immediately appear and help you teach the bully a lesson. Xiao Jinyu smiled and opened his mouth, with a big hint of coaxing a child. Miao Xiaonan nodded her head in confusion, memorizing this sentence in her mind. Boom! The heavenly ladder completely fell, and at this moment, all the young cultivators turned into a stream of light in unison, directly rushing into the sky and flying upwards. The first to bear the brunt were naturally those cultivators in their 50s and 60s, each of them at the Yuaning Dharma phase, and had come here in order to go one step further. Those in the midstream stage were cultivators in their 30s and 40s, with their realm at Yuaning Dashang, and were constantly settling down. The last group is naturally these youngest cultivators. This trial is actually not fair, no matter how old you are, strong or weak, as long as you can enter the identity of the previous 10,000 to the door of the Holy Land even if successful. Naturally, there were also quite a few elders of the Holy Land secretly observing and watching the performance of the disciples in the shadows, and if they were able to gain their approval, they would naturally be able to join the Holy Land. In a sense, it's kind of fair. Only after everyone had rushed up to the sky did Xiao Jinyu slowly step onto the first rung of the ladder without slowing down, pulling Miao Xiaonan's hand. Today, I must join amongst the heavenly vault sacred ground. No one can stop me. The place in the Holy Land must be mine. I'm coming. The leader of the dozens of cultivators shouted. Top of these gravity, the pressure directly to the forefront of the ladder position. From the highest point of the ladder is only a few dozen steps will be able to reach the top. They seem to have seen their way to the top. Behind them, followed by a huge group of young cultivators. They all came to the middle section of the ladder, which is just like a locust transit, densely packed. Boom! Xiao Jinyu took Miao Xiaonan and stepped onto the second level of the ladder. Miao Xiaonan raised her head and looked at Xiao Jinyu in disbelief. Master, why don't we just fly up there instead of walking up? Won't this be slower? Xiao Jinyu lowered her head to look at Miao Xiaonan's curious eyes and smiled, pointing her finger ahead. Look! They've also slowed down and can't move. After saying that, a terrifying world saint's holy might enveloped his body like the heavens and the earth, and this side of the void was suddenly stagnant. Everyone on the field only felt that their blood froze at this moment, and the holy breath as vast as the heavens and earth fell on their bodies trembling a little uncontrollably. One froze in place, having trouble moving. Nah, look at these big brothers and sisters, didn't they stop and give way to us? They think you're younger, honor your age, and let you pass. Xiao Jinyu pulled Miao Xiaonan's hand and continued to walk upwards unhurriedly, step by step, ascending this 999-story heavenly ladder. Miao Xiaonan nodded with seeming understanding, and politely thanked him. A group of people's face is incomparably dark. They do not have the intention to let if not this holy breath on the body shrouded they cannot move, has long rushed up to grab the first. All of the cultivators had their gazes fixed dead center on Xiao Jinyu and Miao Xiaonan, who were now having trouble moving, and couldn't even make a sound. Being enveloped by this holy breath, a sense of death had already lingered in his heart. In the entire occasion, the only uncontrollable are these two people, excluding the little girl tied with a daydream braid in front of the eyes. The biggest possibility is that the man in front of the eyes did it. The man in front of me is a ING saint. A saint came to participate in the Holy Land's assessment trial. He's trampling mad. The crowd's hearts were filled with the look of having seen a ghost. Which saint came to participate in the Holy Land examination? You're a saint. Wouldn't it smell good to be an elder in a holy place? What's the point of fighting with them young kids? In the past, this kind of situation had never occurred in the Holy Land examination. Xiao Jinyu was not interested in what was in the hearts of the crowd, and merely brought Miao Xiaonan to climb up to the highest point of the Holy Land stairs. In front of him, there stood a heavenly gate, and as long as one walked in, they would be able to reach within the Holy Land. All the cultivators on the sidelines had endless unwillingness in their hearts, and the most irritating thing was that there was nothing they could do about it. Xiao Jinyu took a step inside the sacred gate, and only then did the sacred pressure that enveloped the entire heaven and earth slowly dissipate. The crowd regained their physical mobility and once again flew towards the front, competing for this Holy Land quota. After stepping through the door to the Holy Land, there was another set of Kojin, appeared in front of the eyes of a huge martial arts plaza around the sides. That is a stand in the sky edge of the Golden Hall. Continuous. The farther one looked, a holy mountain stood, 9 whole ones. There were already dozens of disciples and several elders waiting in front of the martial arts square. When they saw that the first place winners who broke through the gate of the Holy Land were actually a young man and a little girl, each of them had a look of surprise in their eyes, but in the twinkling of an eye, it turned into a warm smile. Congratulations to the two of you on your success in becoming a member of my Heavenly Vault Holy Land, and it's still at the level of first place, which can be awarded with the rewards that my Holy Land has prepared for the two of you. This is the disciple token for the two of you. You only need to brand your breath on it. There are already 5,000 Holy Land points above. With these Holy Land points you can go to the various halls to exchange some items for cultivation purposes. Xiao Jinyu took it and handed one to Miao Xiaonan, branding his breath on it, successfully entering the Holy Land. The next step is to look for those two unfilial sons, who didn't know to come back to see me after so many years. Chapter 51, Disciple? Directly as an elder. Eldest son Xiaopingji. Next, one after another. Quite a few people also broke through the gate of the Holy Land and came above this martial arts square, and the numbers soon reached 10,000. Immediately after that, the dozen or so elders hidden in the void also observed quite a few good seedlings and brought thousands more to join the Holy Land. Those others who were eliminated would have no chance of getting a place in this year's Sun Dome Holy Land trial. Above the martial arts plaza, more than 10,000 people had all received their own disciple tokens, and the residences were those golden halls in the distance. The golden hall is all about how good or bad the roster is this time around, and there are solo rooms and naturally crowded rooms. Elder, I'm not convinced. Why was he able to bring the Protector in with him? And the Protector made a move to suppress us, which allowed the first place to be taken by the two of them. On what grounds? A middle-aged man stood out directly, pointing his finger at Xiao Jinyu and Miao Xiaonan with an unwilling face. With the man's outburst, the other two were not happy and chimed in. Yes, Elder, if the Protectors were able to make a move, I would have let my Protectors make a move if I had known. What's the point of having someone to help? And what's the point of this trial if the Protector of the Way is out of the picture? We were directly suppressed and could hardly move. This trial is not fair at all. The crowd of disciples, whether they were old or young, were all filled with righteous indignation. Oh, seeing the crowd do so, a few elders glanced at Xiao Jinyu suspiciously and realized that they couldn't even see through Xiao Jinyu's realm of strength. However, his bone age they were able to see clearly, just a little more than 30 loads. It can be said that this age realm is definitely in line with the enrollment trial requirements. You guys are smart enough to know to snitch in front of a group of elders. Xiao Jinyu turned around and smiled gently. The aura of a saint on his body instantly thickened. This side of the heavens and earth violently pressed down. The world sank, and the faces of all those who had just uttered their voices changed drastically. With a bang, he was heavily suppressed on the ground, making it difficult to move. Xiao Jinyu smiled and spoke with a kind face. My age meets the requirements for enrollment in the Holy Land, and I'm even a bit younger than a few of you old things. You see, how can I be considered a protector of the way in this? If you don't want to, just hold it in, and if you want to do it, just come on. Right at the moment Xiao Jinyu spoke, the crowd that was suppressed on the ground only felt another sense of certain death in their hearts. As long as they dared to shake their heads and say a single word of no, or even dare to make any movements, it was expected that the next one would die on the spot. Listening to what Xiao Jinyu said, he was now momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. His years were even younger than their own, and his strength was so much stronger than theirs. One of them really saw a ghost's expression, extremely ugly, as if he had beeped a dog. A saint comes to take the trial test? A saint of less than a year. Even if you start cultivating from your mother's womb, it's not this fast. Even the record of the youngest saint in the entire Middle-earth divine realm was 4 AHS. Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? Now that Holy Land enrollment has rolled up to this level, you have to be in the saint realm to come to the test? So do they have to go back and rebuild something too? At this time all the young disciples' confidence was struck too, and a group of cultivators with the highest years of age only felt that they had lived to a dog's body for a number of years of cultivation. Only after doing this did Xiao Jinyu turn around. The faces of the dozen or so elders became even more grave, and they naturally felt the heavenly might emanating from Xiao Jinyu. Although they didn't target the others, they were also suppressed to the point that it was difficult for them to move. After all, the strength of these elders was only at earth exalted. Where could they resist the sage's pressure? This, elder, you see that this disciple status is definitely not suitable for you. Why don't you directly talk to the higher-ups, and at least have an elder as well? But this discipleship, you see, the elders had exhorted and could not mention any elder's stance to Xiao Jinyu. After all, Xiao Jinyu was even stronger than them, and directly called up seniors. Strong people are respected by the crowd no matter where they are. Oh, that's okay? Xiao Jinyu held her chin and felt that this matter was feasible. In the future, he will be Niao Xiaonan's backer, and if he becomes an elder in this heavenly vault Holy Land, it will be convenient for him to take care of Miao Xiaonan in the future. That way, he'd also dare to go out and mess with some other people. Could be. Xiao Jinyu nodded, and he felt feasible about these elders' proposal. Okay, senior, please come with us. A few people held out their hands in an inviting gesture. Xiao Jinyu pulled Miao Xiaonan towards a distant elder peak and flew away, leaving the remaining group of disciples alone, dumbfounded and confused in the wind. You look at others. From the disciple as soon as they came in directly to sit in the position of the elders. As for those higher-level disciples, people do not care. This is what separates people from each other. The crowd that just came in couldn't help but be lost in thought, with a forlorn face and a bitter smile at the corners of their mouths. Soon, Xiao Jinyu brought Miao Xiaonan to complete all the formalities of being an elder, becoming an elite elder and learning about the distribution of forces in the entire Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, the 2 great divine halls, the 3 great holy places, Heavenly Vault, Southern Brightness, and Green Dragon, the 4 great heavenly palaces, and the 5 great clans. In terms of heritage are only a little bit worse. To fight can destroy the entire Middle Kingdom. But in terms of combat power, naturally the 2 pantheons are a bit stronger, followed by one to the back row. Every 10 years, there would be a great competition of the 3 Holy Lands, and every 100 years, there would be a Heaven's Pride competition, ranging across all the powers. As for the specifics of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground, Xiao Jinyu also understood almost as much. The 9 great veins are the main focus, supplemented by the great halls, in which there are countless cultivation places and dozens of secret realms. The entire Heavenly Vault Sacred Land has 1 million disciples and nearly 1,000 elders, most of which are in the earth exalted, as ordinary elders. A small number of them were in the saint realm, with the 3 realms of land saints, heaven and earth saints, and heavenly saints varying, and were elite elders. After that, it was the 9 veins peak elders, and their status was naturally higher. After that, there was the Vein Lord, with the Vein Lord's realm coming a bit higher. And finally, the biggest of all, of course, was the Holy Lord. There were also levels among the disciples: ordinary Holy Land disciples, elite disciples, pro-disciples, those of the 9 chakras, and a host of sacred sons. He found a name he was very familiar with, Xiao Pingji, among the crowd of disciples. Isn't that the name of his own cheap oldest son? I heard that the mix is good. The wind and water. More than 10 years of rapid rise, by virtue of the physical quality to become a prodisciple. Now, it would be coincidental, just as he had come to the heavenly vault sanctuary himself, so he could also go and see where he was. Now that he is an elder of the heavenly vault Holy Land, it is not too much to give his eldest son a small stove and open the back door. Right, although the level is not as high as he is, then it is always fine to defect to his son, and address residence. Xiao Jinyu brought Miao Xiaonan in here. At the first sight of this disciple's residence, Xiao Jinyu's brows frowned slightly, because this residence was too shabby. Compared to the huge golden hall of himself and Miao Xiaonan, it was like a heaven and a hell. Sparse brickwork, completely faded moss, wind-eroded remnants of bricks, left on. The whole house, from the outside, appeared to be a stone house, not even much better than a hayloft, with a leaky roof. Where is this where a prodisciple should live? It can't be that this son of mine is being bullied, can it? According to the routine of writing one's own novels, either one is ostracized by the others for displaying talent in this holy land, or one has messed with whichever disciple with a powerful background is being targeted. And that's about it. Xiao Jinyu's face sank and he put away his playful smile. Now, seeing the young ones being bullied, how can the old ones stand it? Must bully him back. Chapter 52, White-haired Xiaopingji, Bone-digging Vengeance, Hidden Will. Miao Xiaonan looked at Xiao Jinyu's breath that was a little off, and was very good at not being mischievous. Quietly holding onto Xiao Jinyu's hand and hugging chaos tightly in her arms, the duo slowly walked up to the dismal stone house and knocked on the outer door. Boom boom boom. Every knock, the broken wooden door was shaken out of a layer of ash. Apparently also a long time no one has been here, and no one has cleaned up. Is it Senior Brother Wang? Inside the door, a deep, thick male voice rang out. Xiao Jinyu heard this voice also cannot help but have some strange. The eldest son nearly 17 years away from home, from that only 2 or 3 years old more little doll, also became now this appearance? Xiao Jinyu did not respond. The man inside the door seemed puzzled, stood up and opened the door. First look, meet with Xiao Jinyu. When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Pingji's current state, his pupils contracted violently. Even his saintly state of mind at the moment couldn't help but tremble fiercely. The man in front of him was clearly only 20 years old, but he had a different kind of vicissitude added to him. Stubble all over the face, although not cultivated, but still can see that the eyes of the remnants of perseverance, and his own appearance has 5 points of similarity. But, a white hair behind him was extremely conspicuous. I have been away from home for 17 years, and my hair has turned gray when we meet again. Who understands this feeling? It was like a punch that pounded heavily on top of Xiao Jinyu's heart. Xiao Pingji saw that the visitor was actually his own father. His eyes suddenly lost focus, opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse, and his pupils were instantly moist. Father, child. Xiao Jinyu walked forward and heavily embraced Xiao Pingji, placing his hand on top of his shoulder. Cough cough cough. The two embraced each other, but Xiao Pingji coughed up several puddles of blood, staining Xiao Jinyu's robe red. Seeing Xiao Pingji like this, Xiao Jinyu was afraid that it was his own problem, so he hurriedly loosened his hand, feeling the weak aura on his body, especially his current realm, which was only just Qi high. Xiao Jinyu's body degree into countless longevity Qi. The essence Qi as if it did not need money to pour into Xiao Pingji's body as much as possible, restoring his injured breath. In front of his chest, blood flowed out once again, as if the wound had not healed for a long time. Xiao Jinyu looked flatly at Xiao Pingji's chest position, where there was a bloody hole that was continuously flowing blood outward, and it seemed that a bone was missing. What's going on? Why do you have such a large wound there on your chest? Xiao Jinyu's words were already slightly heavy, and he was roughly able to guess the causes and consequences. According to the novel sets he had written before, he either possessed a physique or a bone. Having one's physique taken away, or having one's supreme bone dug up, was commonplace amongst novel plots, and now it seemed to have happened to one's own son. Father, Xiao Pingji opened his mouth, as if it was difficult to speak, somewhat hesitant. Today, my father has come. You just tell me all about it, and I will avenge any hatred or enmity for you. Xiao Jinyu's face was calm. His tone had an unspoken dominance, but his sentences revealed layers of warmth. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu was already a bit different from the past, Xiao Pingji was stunned. He realized that his father's realm he couldn't even see through. When facing his father, it was as if he was facing the vastness of this world, and it came to be even more terrifying. Gritting his teeth, he said it anyway. Formerly, I was brought to the Holy Land by the old thief Zhao Tsong, who said that I had an emperor bone in my body, such that if I developed it properly, my entire body would turn into an emperor body. At that time, wanting to step into the middle of the emperor realm is merely a matter of time, and that's what he promised me, bringing me into the Holy Land, while treating me like a son for the next few hours. Endless resources were given to me to cultivate, but in the end, I underestimated the determination of the old thief Zhao Tsong, and underestimated the danger of the human heart. Xiao Pingyi's face was filled with indignation, and at the same time there was a hint of pain. Ding! Congratulations to the host's son, Xiao Pingji, for generating a murderous intent towards the 5th Vein Peak Master, Zhao Tsong, triggering the Divine Level Spellfather quest. One of Xiao Ping's enemies, Zhao Tsong, great achievement of the Chakra Sea Realm, Peak Master of the 5th Chakra, Zhao Dao, Dharma Phase Realm great accomplishment, son of the 5th Chakra Peak Master, now in the middle of unconditional elevation for the host. The realm breaks through the limit of world saints and reaches the perfection of the Chakra Sea Realm. Trigger a mission to avenge your son's death. You can obtain 5,000 mission points, a random physique minor accomplishment card, and a random physique essence. Xiao Jinyu paid no attention to the voice emanating from the system. When Xiao Pingji finished, he would then count this new hatred together with the old. The origin in his body was glowing hot and his sea of consciousness had changed. He but did not make the first inquiry but continued to listen to what Xiao Pingji had to say. Anyone can think of, such as if there is a person to you very good, and lasted for several years, and then one day betrayal. This kind of taste who do not feel good. Xiao Jinyu quietly listened, and it simply could not be said to be exactly the same as what he had expected, but could only be said to be 9 out of 10. It was only that this supreme bone had turned into an emperor bone. Xiao Jinyu did not disturb what Xiao Pingji said, although it was more or less the same as what he expected, but the revenge should still be avenged. And his own son overnight whitehead just now that feeling, like a million arrows through the heart. Next they waited until my physique was almost as bad, to the extent that the emperor bone could already be dug out after it had grown. And when I was 13 years old, the emperor bone was dug out, and my cultivation roots were wasted as a result. If it wasn't for the fact that disciples aren't allowed to die in the Holy Land, I'm afraid that my little life would have been killed by the two of them that day. And my emperor's fruit has been moved by the old thief Zhao Song to his son Zhao Dao, and the two of them are working in tandem. Xiao Pingji's face had endless bitterness, anger, resentment, and unwillingness when he uttered these words. And did he ever lay a hand on you next? Send someone to make things difficult for you? Xiao Jinyu asked calmly, but the killing intent in his heart had already begun to spread. This was no greater than the hatred brought about by Xiao Tianmai's withdrawal. If it was just being withdrawn from the marriage, he could not kill the other party. After all, this was also his own side of the nest in the first place, and the world is so valuing the strength. Being withdrawn from the marriage is not strange. Now this involves the abolition of the root killing. The Holy Land is destined to set off a storm of bloodshed. How could it not be? I don't know how many disciples of the Holy Land have been commanded by them, and all of them want to try to drive me out of the Holy Land and then kill me. But the good thing is that I've also made a few genuine friends who have sent me some cultivation resources behind my back, and that's how I got to where I am today. Xiao Pingji had a rare hint of a smile when he said those few friends. That's how it's said that love in times of trouble is true. Silly boy, why don't you come back to your father then? A dozen years. Heartache flashed in Xiao Jinyu's eyes. I am the eldest son of my family and the pillar of the future. I have to carry the sky when it collapses, and even if I die, I have to die in the pursuit of great strength. One day, I will be able to repair back to the peak and get this revenge back. During these years I accidentally stumbled upon some good fortune, and felt that the location of the Emperor's bones in my body seemed to be about to grow a second one, and restoration of my cultivation was just around the corner, which is why I stayed again. When Xiao Pingji said this sentence, his eyes burned with burning ambition. He did not want to go home now this wimpy look. He wanted Xiao Jinyu to be proud of him, and one day, when he became a giant on one side, Xiao Jinyu would follow him into the light. His tattered body was as magnificent as the heavens and the earth at this moment. Obviously, the aura emanating from him was not strong and weak to the extreme, yet Xiao Jinyu was able to see a new star of destiny rising. Suffering will not take away Ling Yunji's will, and if you don't die, you'll have a chance to make a name for yourself. Yes, father is proud of you. You've done well, kid, but next it's time for revenge. Xiao Jinyu patted Xiao Pingji's shoulder, and countless eternal life chi fused into his body, helping him recover from his injuries and stabilize his realm. Chapter 53 Revenge on the Present. A group of disciples, the laugh of death. Xiao Pingji raised his head in doubt. Father, but how can this hatred be avenged? He's the lord of a peak, and I haven't recovered my strength yet. Just hold back for a little while longer. 5 years. No, it won't take 5 years. I will definitely return to the realm I was in, or even stronger. What they owe me, I will repay. Xiao Pingji spoke out indignantly, word by word, with unparalleled firmness. Miao Xiaonan was watching from afar, listening to what Xiao Pingji said. Maru's face unexpectedly also had heartache. I didn't realize that Master had a son, and that Master's son was having such a miserable life. Fortunately today Master he came. This big brother can also get a big revenge. Miao Xiaonan's eyes were so teary that she was close to crying. Listening to these hateful resentments, she could clearly perceive Xiao Pingji's aggression, helplessness and unwillingness. It won't take 5 years, and today's great revenge will be avenged. Those who bullied you that day, those who insulted you, all of them will be returned today. those who want to put you to death, the ashes are raised for him, and the two old dogs, Zhao Tsong, Zhao Dao, are bound to die. Don't worry, I'll carry the sky when it collapses, and for my father to come here today, there's no reason for you to be aggrieved. Now recover from your injuries, change your clothes, and now you'll be taken to revenge. Xiao Jinyu opened his mouth flatly, his killing intent already surging in his heart. The sage's breath in his body restored Xiaopingji's injuries, and his aura was saturating at a speed visible to the naked eye, his shattered realm recovering point by point. The Qi Si climbed up and returned to Tian Yuan, and it did not rise again up to this point. It was thought that the mutilation of this emperor bone still had a great impact on his foundation, and Xiao Jinyu would find a way to restore him when the time came. Xiaopingji was filled with confusion as he listened to what Xiao Jinyu said. Feeling the realm recovering on his body, his face was delighted and he raised his head incredulously to look at Xiao Jinyu. Father, what you are asking will be explained to you in detail when the time comes. Now this revenge cannot wait a moment. Will you change this appearance? To revenge naturally also want to restore the old days of Heaven's Pride style, is not it? Xiao Jinyu patted Xiaopingji's shoulder, and after leaving a few sets of his usual change of clothes, he walked out of the room, letting Xiaopingji change into them himself first. Xiaopingji was stabilized by Xiao Jinyu's overbearing words, and his heart was instantly at ease. I didn't expect that I would run into this kind of thing just after coming to the Heavenly Vault Holy Land today. Luckily I came early and bumped into Nui. Otherwise it's already impossible to say what will happen in the future. After this one, Matter Xiao Jinyu heart has a sense of crisis. After dealing with this side of things, he was going to take a look at the other two Holy Lands to see how his second daughter was doing. Little Nui, when the time comes, if Master tells you to close your eyes, you will close your eyes, There might be some rather unsightly images that will cause some damage to your young mind. Be obedient. When the time comes, Master will teach you some great skills, and you will be able to defend yourself against the enemy when you go out. Xiao Jinyu squatted down and looked at Miao Xiaonan with a very serious look and a soft gentle voice. Miao Xiaonan nodded ignorantly, incomparably well behaved. Okay, Master. Good boy. Seeing Miao Xiaonan in this state, Xiao Jinyu smiled and touched her head. After a small moment, Xiaopingji walked out of the dilapidated stone house. Dressed in a green robe, he trimmed the stubble all over his face, and returned to the appearance of the young man who had once shown his first signs of promise. Inheriting Xiao Jinyu's good genes, this embryo was definitely not bad. In terms of this appearance alone, pulling it out would attract an unknown number of women. Father, who is this? Xiaopingji looked at Miao Xiaonan in puzzled question. Since Miao Xiaonan had appeared at Xiao Jinyu's side just now, could it be that she was her own sister? The nature of his own father's youth, though he was still young, was known. Xiao Jinyu smiled. This is my father's disciple, called Xiao Nui. When the time comes, find a time for you to get to know each other well. Right now revenge is important. Now, whoever has bullied you in this Holy Land, or whoever has ever been ordered by Zhao Tsang Zhao Dao to the duo and wanted to drive you out of the Holy Land to kill you, give me a list, and now I'll help you avenge this hatred. None of the bullies that have bullied you will escape. Xiao Jinyu spoke faintly, using the calmest voice to utter the most murderous remarks. Xiaopingji only saw his father in this state, and immediately felt a little different. In his reflection, his own father's cultivation realm within the Eternal Life dynasty was not high, although in the past, he loved the few of them very much, but most of them were still indulgent, which also led to Xiao Tianmai's own sinking. But nowadays, Xiao Jinyu is completely different. Not only his self-confidence or temperament, like a different person. These differences, of course, all come from the difference in a person's strength. With the bottom of the center, do things confidently. Xiaopingji nodded. He naturally remembered clearly the people who had oppressed him during these years, the unknown number of people who wanted him dead, the whole 1591 people, everyone he could name, even some specific things he remembered. A list had been coalesced with spiritual energy, and Xiao Jinyu nodded when he saw it. Xiao Jinyu accurately locked onto these people by means of a sage's voice transmission, calling out their names one by one, and ordering them to gather on top of a remote martial arts arena in his capacity as an elder. The crowd was still in disbelief, but hearing that it was an order from the elite elders, Mo didn't dare to disobey, and one by one, they gathered. When they saw each other, their faces were slightly odd. They naturally all know each other. After all, they were all instructed by Zhao Tsang and Zhao Dao, and now they are all called up again. Is it that they are being asked to make it more difficult, and make it harder for Xiaopingji again? The crowd guessed so. After they had completely gathered, Xiao Jinyu, Miao Xiaonan, and Xiaopingji landed on top of the martial arts square. We have met the elder. I don't know what the elder summoned us here for today. Is it going to be hard for that loser again? This punk is here today as well. The elders couldn't have gathered us together and asked us to beat him to death. Ha 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 ha. The people thought that Xiao Jinyu was from Zhao Tsang and Zhao Dao's side. Otherwise they wouldn't have clearly gathered all of them together and even brought Xiaopingji. Now, there is a great possibility that it is as they say. That being said, you trash are still dressed like a human today. Whether you quit the Holy Land yourself or get killed by us again today, choose one yourself. The crowd of disciples looked at Xiaopingji teasingly. Xiaopingji's face was unusual, seeing that the realms of these people who had once oppressed him had all reached Jindan. The killing intent in his heart had been slightly unstoppable. Ha ha ha, you guys. Xiao Jinyu followed suit and laughed out loud, waving his finger at the crowd as if they were laughing together. He listened to the cry of waste after waste, and it stung extraordinarily. When the crowd of disciples saw Xiao Jinyu laughing so loudly, like them, they thought that they were also laughing at Xiaopingji, and laughed even louder and more unrestrainedly. But unbeknownst to them, death had already hung the scythe above their necks. Chapter 54, Laugh enough and be on your way. Debt collection today. Funny? Had enough laughing? Laugh enough then hit the road. Xiao Jinyu's tone was cold. His expression changed, and the atmosphere around him sank. Karma. The smiles of the crowd of disciples froze on their faces, not understanding what Xiao Jinyu meant by this. He had just joined them in mocking Xiaopingji. How come now he had directly changed his face? Just like a changed person. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you come today to let us scrap this punk? Why did you say that? The crowd had sensed a hint of something wrong, and their breath began to catalyze, but they still asked a rhetorical question. Xiao Jinyu ignored them and turned her head to look at Miao Xiaonan, saying softly, Xiaonan, close your eyes. Oh who? Miao Xiaonan nodded obediently and hurriedly picked up chaos in her arms, blocking it from her eyes. The holy breath on Xiao Jinyu's body shrouded out in an instant, and the terrifying heaven and earth sage aura covered and pressed down like a great mountain, covering the bodies of a group of disciples. A sense of powerlessness arose in his heart, his body began to tremble, and the thought of certain death lingered in his heart. The crowd panicked, shouting, Elder, do you know that killing is forbidden in the heavenly vault Holy Land? If you want to kill us today, then you definitely won't be able to survive either. The one we rely on behind us is the fifth Vein's Vein Master. Have you thought about the consequences? The crowd roared and shouted, cold sweat running down above their foreheads, hoping that they would be able to use this to induce Xiao Jinyu's scorn and let them live. But apparently, it was they who thought too much. I never do anything without consequences, only I kill people. No one kills me. Xiao Jinyu's face smiled, and at this moment, the smile was somewhat reckless. Big palm toward the front of the void downward pressure. The front row of 400 disciples in this horror under the pressure. Bang sound directly into a blood mist. Blood burst open, splashing onto the bodies and faces of the people behind them, and an extremely thick bloody aura emanated. No, no, no. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. This is the heavenly vault sacred ground. How can you kill someone? Could we have messed with the elder in any way? Please give us clarity. We were wrong. We were wrong. Elder, please let us live. The crowd panicked. Their cheeks were covered in blood, and the rich bloody odor lingered at the tip of their noses, making them want to vomit. Wrong? How could you possibly be wrong? If you want to kill someone, you have to pay for it. Attempted murder. But when the intention to kill comes together, naturally, you have to pay for it, don't you? Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly as his large palm fell once again, and hundreds more people were hardened and crushed into snow mist. Although this was a corner of a remote martial arts arena, the death of the crowd of disciples would surely attract the attention of many people, and there were already quite a few people who had noticed the abnormalities on this side and began to report back to the higher-ups. In this way, Xiao Jinyu's boldness remained undiminished. What he did today was to seek justice for Xiaopingji, and what he did today was to slaughter Zhao Tsang and Zhao Dao. Well, the crowds have gone on their way, and there's also the last of you left, so you might as well die. My words are plain enough. Xiao Jinyu's last words were the judgment of death. No, 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 Elder, we were really wrong. We shouldn't have done those things to Xiaopingji. We were instructed by someone. We really know we're wrong. Please let us go. Elder, please. The remaining group of disciples shouted. Their legs began to tremble, and there were even a few whose crotches peed in fear. In the face of life and death, no one can maintain their original composure. How loud they laughed just now. How loud they begged for mercy now. Their faces endlessly panicked. Unfortunately, Xiao Jinyu has no intention of letting them go. The reason why they have to die in batches is naturally for them to experience a deeper level of despair. Another palm fell. All the remaining disciples died. Blood flowed into a river, and the aura of blood mist spread all over this side of the martial arts field. It's all over. This side of the ledger is done, and it's time to go for the big one. Xiao Jinyu turned around, and the power of the world wiped away the remaining metal of the blood mist that permeated the void. The smell of blood in the original place was still there, and the corpse and the remaining blood mist were nowhere to be seen. Father, wouldn't this be a bit too presumptuous? At that time, if a group of senior officials from the Holy Land come looking for them, I'm afraid. Xiao Pingji's eyebrows were slightly worried, not about his own safety, but about his father's safety. Miao Xiaonan held chaos off her face, looked at the crowd that had disappeared from the scene, and listening to Xiao Jinyu's voice, she probably knew that it was presumed that all of these people had died. Xiao Jinyu shook his head. Today, my father will teach you this valuable lesson in life. Prestige is self-made, and fairness picks up on the basis of strength. Today, as long as you dare to mess with anyone and dislike high-level powerhouses, even if it's the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land, my father will be able to seek justice for you today. Xiao Jinyu spoke faintly, half-truths and half-falsehoods within this one sentence. The last sentence exposed his intentions. He naturally wasn't a brainless, reckless fool. He didn't know how much the Holy Land had in its depths, but it was definitely stronger than the strength he was showing now. The atmosphere had already been baked here, and with his own son present and his own disciple, even if the higher-ups of the Holy Land appeared, when the time came, they would let Xiao Ping go before to confront them. As long as one messed with and disliked these powerful people, one's realm could certainly follow suit. So all of this today was also calculated by him step by step, not so much counting on his eldest son, with his well-being in mind, but arranging it all in disguise. Listening to what Xiao Jinyu said, Xiao Pingji nodded, still deciding to trust his father. The current Xiao Jinyu he couldn't see through completely, as deep as that abyss. Reporting to the elder, it's bad. Elder Xiao, he killed someone. Killed more than 1,000 disciples of my holy land, and it seems like his target is pointing directly at where the fifth vein master is. I saw it with my own eyes and recorded the evidence, so please ask the elder for clarification. Quite a few disciples on the side hurriedly reported this matter to the higher echelons of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground. The bloody scene just now was like a nightmare that haunted them. A thought of exterminating 1,000 disciples, too terrifying, killing without blinking. A few people now think back. Their legs are still a little shaky. Many of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land received the small reports from the disciples below and also saw the images they transmitted. And one by one, their faces changed. In particular, the law enforcement elder of the law enforcement hall had already left the law enforcement hall at this moment and was rushing towards where Xiao Jinyu was, to arrest him according to the rules and even sentence him. The fifth mountain range, situated at the right-hand position of the 9 great mountains, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the fifth mountain range, each with a minimum realm of Yuaning, and all of them were Zhao Tsong's disciples. After worshipping into the Peak Master's lineage, one could naturally learn the skills of the Peak Master's lineage nominally. Chapter 55, Xiao Jinyu's anger. Fist for fist, storming Zhao Tsang, Xiao Jinyu brought Xiao Pingji and Miao Xiaonan under the fifth mountain range. The three of them raised their heads in unison and looked at the mountain that towered above the clouds and stood above the dome of the sky. Xiao Jinyu was the first to let out a loud curse. Old dog Zhao Hook, get the hell out of here. Its voice rolled, its aura rushed to the sky, carrying a sense of anger, and this was the first time Xiao Jinyu had lost her temper. Even though he used the everlasting chi from his own body to cross into Xiao Pingji's body, his black hair was still white in color, and it seemed to be the reason why this root had been damaged and was slow to recover. Bold, who dares to address the vain master in such a manner? Are you tired of living? Unbridled. Several voices rang out, and they all transformed into streams of light and rushed up to the sky, killing Xiao Jinyu directly without any further ado. Sky Sunflower Deadwater. Fall. Ghosts of Death. Kill. Golden Granite Yuan. Chop. 3 Yuaning realm powers killed straight down, targeting Xiao Pingji, Xiao Jinyu, and Miao Xiaonan. One person and one move just right. How dare you? Xiao Jinyu laughed, merely letting out a single word. He was going to behead the three of him, not even Miao Xiaonan. Moreover, the ones who struck out were surprisingly only 3 mole crickets of the Yuaning realm. Xiao Jinyu's large hand waved impatiently towards the front. A terrifying force of heaven and earth was released, and the force of heaven and earth transformed into a large palm that slapped towards the three. At that moment, the large palm fell, and the 3 people's moves were directly slapped into nothingness. The 3 people's bodies were slapped into a bloody mist, and their divine souls were crushed, and they couldn't die anymore. What a face for you. Xiao Jinyu looked at the dead trio and skimmed his lips. Bold, how dare you injure a disciple of my mountain range? Do you know your offense? Defile my name, and afterward knowest thou the sin? You will die today. At the highest point of the 5th mountain range, a black-bearded old man slowly walked down from the sky above, landing in front of Xiao Jinyu with killing intent on his face. When he saw the faces of Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Pingji, he was stunned. It's you? He recognized Xiao Jinyu. Previously, he had discovered the difference in Xiao Pingji's physique while traveling in the southern wasteland, and had taken Xiao Pingji away after making some explanations and assurances with Xiao Jinyu. I didn't expect such as. Today, Xiao Jinyu actually came to the door. and directly found the Holy Land to come. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Jinyu's previous strength was only at the earthly Yuan realm, right? Now the breath on his body exuded a strong holy breath, and after not seeing him for more than 10 years, he had directly reached the sage of heaven and earth. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Do you remember how you promised me in the beginning? How was the assurance made with me? Guarantee that my son will not be harmed, that his life will be safe, and that he will not be treated unfairly in the midst of your holy land. And now, seizing his emperor bones and trying to abolish him, you're making a good guarantee. You've been a good example of a master. Xiao Jinyu's gaze was dead set on Zhaotsong, and word by word, irony came out. His words like a pen. Zhaotsong laughed lightly. On that day, I did make such a promise. It's just that he's not as skillful as his physique. So what does being wasted have to do with me? Imperial bones? What emperor bone? Does he have such a physique? Why didn't I know? Obviously one's skill is inferior to others. Fighting with others, and then losing, and being wasted under carelessness. What does it have to do with me? On the contrary, if you kill a disciple of my lineage today, I have the right to directly execute you here, regardless of whether or not you're an elder of my holy land. Zhaotsong smiled very sinisterly, a look that made Xiao Jinyu sicken. Xiao Pingji saw Zhaotsong like this. His eyes wanted to spit fire. He had already recognized this hypocritical face of his. His fists clenched, hating himself for being too weak. Well, what a failure to remember people. What a slip of the tongue. Then today, I will you this slaughtered, but also your son accidentally wasted. See how you win. Xiao Jinyu laughed, smiling brightly, with killing intent in his eyes. The sea of knowledge made by the holy infant coiled within his body had long since transformed into the sea of chakras. A bright moon climbed up within the soul world, and a side of the sea of consciousness transformed into a small world, similar to the situation in his dantian, with which it was illuminated. The power had increased by an unknown number of times at this moment, and that round moon was Xiao Jinyu's divine soul power. Clear, cold, and stern. All the oceans of divine souls within the sea of consciousness were Xiao Jinyu's reliance. You're merely a saint realm. What are you going to fight me with? Zhaotsong laughed. His body violently disappeared from its original position and appeared in front of Xiao Jinyu. A fist blasted out, and terrifying soul power scattered in all directions. Within his sea of consciousness, there was likewise a full moon rising. That moonlight power was the power of the Sea of Wheel realm. Not only did it carry the endless power of heaven and earth, but it also had a qualitative change when combined with the power of his divine soul. Xiao Jinyu's mind moved. Chaos, take the two of them away from here, lest they be affected. Chaos received Xiao Jinyu's command and swept out green-colored streams of light from his body, enveloping the two of them, and those pinkish wings violently lengthened at this moment. The body grew larger in order to carry the two, and in the next second God appeared in the corner of the sky without being affected by the waves from this side. Xiao Jinyu similarly clenched his right hand into a fist and did not utilize the power of the Wheel Sea realm, simply using his Xingui hegemony heavenly body. Wanting to cross over a large realm was definitely not a problem. Today, what he was afraid of was the realm above the Sea of Wheels, but not the Zhaotsong in front of him. Blood-colored vortexes appeared in his hands, and cross-bloodlines appeared on them as he fiercely blasted towards the front. It was as if there was a blood-colored world evolving, endless evil souls roaring. A fist blasted out, space shattered, and a huge black hole appeared on the spot. Boo! Boom! This punch of the two clashed heavily, like a great mountain crashing into a great mountain, erupting with endless might. A terrifying impact blasted above the fists of the two of them, reaching within their bodies as a dark force shook in their internal organs. Under the terrifying force, Zhaotsong's entire body flew backwards for 100 meters before he barely managed to stabilize his body, his face unsightly as he stared dead at Xiao Jinyu. And Xiao Jinyu didn't move a single inch from his original position, still maintaining the gesture of swinging his fist, looking at Zhaotsong in the distance with a sneering gaze. Is that all the strength you have? With this waist, he's still the head of a mountain? If I were you living this half year, I would take a block of tofu and crash it at the earliest. Some of the years have been practiced on the dog. After saying that, Xiao Jinyu violently disappeared in place as the prison suppressor strength was activated and the hegemony heavenly force appeared. Heaven and earth seemed to be transformed into his home field. Endless heavenly might like the heavenly Tao in person, and its power seems to be like the heavenly zone with the absolute power of crushing everything, like the heaven itself striking out to erase everything. With this punch, he wanted to directly blast a large hole in Zhaotsong's body and even explode his head. Boom! A fist fiercely blasted out, and heaven and earth sank here. The power of the entire heaven and earth was setting off Xiao Jinyu's punch. The prison-suppressing strength continued to shine with a blood-colored hellish light above the surface of the fist, carrying with it the power to erode the souls of the gods. A cold hellish breath emanated out and surrounded Zhao Cong's circumference, and his entire body was suddenly like falling into an ice cellar. The hegemony force enveloped and deadlocked his aura, and under this punch, his face panicked. Chapter 56 Law Enforcement Palace Strikes. Heavenly Frontier Sacred Body. Heaven and Earth Shift. Zhao Cong's face changed drastically when Xiao Jinyu threw a punch. Burning up the blood on his body, he pushed his own power to the extreme. All the power of the heavens and earth and the soul power in his sea of consciousness burned out without any reservation. Sacred Artifact. Heaven's Crippling Blade. Sacred Law. 9 Injuries Kill. A sage's weapon appeared in his right hand, and with both hands gripping the hilt of the blade, he made a heavy slash towards the front. Endless blade intent erupted, carrying a momentum that broke through everything. The light of the blade spread out and the head of the blade chopped down, kneading Xiao Jinyu hard. He was still smart, and did not carry Xiao Jinyu's strike with his own physical strength. Just now in the two of them physical body competition power, he had already occupied the disadvantage. Now that he had taken out his weapon to fight against the enemy, he could be unharmed himself, and since the sharpness of this holy weapon was extremely high, the probability was that Xiao Jinyu would be injured. The blade light split into 9 and appeared at Xiao Jinyu's side, heavily confronting Xiao Jinyu head-on. Boom! A loud boom resounded through the heavens and earth. Under this punch, the hegemonic heavenly force that carried the power to crush everything, in the most overbearing posture, suppressed these 9 great swords at the speed of light. The Jinpu Jinin landed on Zhao Cong's body and smashed on top of his body. His body transformed into bloodlight and exploded violently. Endless ghosts appeared and tore at his body. The cross-blood light chopped at his upper body. A cross-bloodline appeared thereafter. The cross-bloodline became more and more huge, chopping through his body, directly penetrating. A miserable scream resounded as Zhao Cong's body stretched from his abdominal position to his chest. A cross of bloodlines ran through his body. Endless blood and broken flesh flowed horribly, and the terrifying hellish breath eroded his wounds, like thousands of evil souls tearing and billions of ants wrapping around his body. One strike and it fell again. Xiaopingji saw that Xiao Jinyu was so raw, his mouth slightly opened above the floating heaven and earth. Niao Xiaonan likewise had this expression. The two of them had not thought that Xiao Jinyu was actually strong to this extent. A defeat of the Lord of a Vein. This vain lord was at least at the strength of the Wheel Sea realm, but Xiao Jinyu had defeated him so easily. Where exactly is father's strength, terrifying as it is? Xiaopingji sucked in a breath of cool air, and there was pain in his eyes. Father, above the 5th mountain range, a young disciple flew out. His body had an extremely faint emperor's might, and a point of light emanated from his chest position. He flew out and picked up Zhao Cong, who was seriously injured and flying backwards, and looking at Zhao Cong in this state, he directly crushed the formation plate. Pointing his finger at Xiao Jinyu, he shouted, "How dare you! How dare you hurt my father? If you come to my heavenly vault sacred ground today, you will definitely die and have no return, and I will definitely dismantle you to avenge the hatred in my heart and the pain of hurting my father." Zhao Dao's face had an endless amount of resentment, and his teeth were on the verge of crunching as he pointed his finger at Xiao Jinyu. Xiaopingji's face sank as he looked at the imperial light on Zhao Dao's chest. That emperor bone clearly belonged to him, but he, Zhao Dao and Zhao Cong, had dug it up hard. On that day, a long knife stabbed into his chest and pulled violently, pulling out this imperial bone alive. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs is still fresh in his mind. The sardonic, triumphant smiles of the two that day were still imprinted in his mind. Now that enemies were meeting each other, his killing intent blossomed once again. How daring of the vertical sun, to dare to come and injure someone in my heavenly vault sacred ground. What kind of purpose do you have in coming to my heavenly vault sacred ground? First you killed 1,000 of my disciples, and now you've injured a vain master. I can't let you stay today. Above the void, dozens more elders appeared. They were subordinate to the law enforcement hall and were law enforcement elders. And looking at Xiao Jinyu being so hurtful and murderous, there was no need to go through any procedures, and they could just directly put him to death here. Elder, you finally come. You must do right by my father, and a bunch of disciples from my 5th mountain range. This son killed people here when he appeared indiscriminately, and now he has injured my father. So please ask the elders to value justice, and if he is brought to justice, please let me carry out the execution at the end. Zhao Dao cried miserably, with a handful of snot and tears. The dozens of law enforcement elders nodded, and in unison, they turned their gazes toward Xiao Jinyu. Do you know your sins today? And will you be put to death today? The 3 black-robed elders walked out and looked at Xiao Jinyu flatly with expressionless faces. Know your sins? What's my crime? Ambush? How am I to be ambushed today? But his father and son bullied my child first, ordering a group of Holy Land disciples to bully him, humiliate him, injure him, and even force him to withdraw from the Holy Land before wanting to kill him again. Let me ask you, if someone does this to you, will you let others attack and kill you without taking revenge? Xiao Jinyu's words were calm, the corners of his eyes were open, and his dragon robe still embodied endless dominance. A back figure surfaced in heaven and earth, as magnificent as this world. Niao Xiaonan and Xiaopingji were so dumbfounded that they actually looked dumbfounded. If there is such a thing, we will investigate thoroughly. But today, you are guilty of killing my heavenly vault sacred land disciples, and it's a fact that you injured the fifth vein master. Besides, Xiaopingji is not dead right now, and what you said about that doesn't hold water. The three leading law enforcement elders shook their heads, not moved by what Xiao Jinyu had said about the flow of emotions. The law is the law, and the law is greater than emotion, greater than everything else, and this is the philosophy they have always carried out. If you put it another way, they're actually right. However, if we put ourselves in Xiao Jinyu's shoes, he is naturally not at fault. What's wrong with avenging his son's death? Only those who kill people are always killed, although they have not been killed. But does it mean that we have to kill the person after to take revenge? There is no such thing in heaven. If they really let them have their way, the entire Holy Land would have to be buried with them today. Seeing that there was nothing to say about everything, Xiao Jinyu's breath pushed out from his body. The combined aura from the 33 law enforcement elders was even stronger than Zhao Tsang, and at this moment, Xiao Jinyu moved for real. The 33 law enforcement elders formed a large formation, and the auras on each other's bodies climbed one after another, raising from the Sage Realm to the Sea of Wheel Realm. Moreover, it had doubled 33 times above the power of the original Wheeling Sea Realm. Formation? I will kill whoever stands in my way today. These two dogs must die. Xiao Jinyu looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye as he directly killed out towards Zhao Tsang, his physique moving at this moment. The worldly aura carried by the heavenly border saint body shrouded out, and this heavenly dome transformed into Xiao Jinyu's home ground. With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth shifted. Zhao Tsang had just been in the same place, but the next moment he disappeared and bizarrely appeared in front of Xiao Jinyu, with a large hand toward the front. He clamped down on Zhao Tsang's neck and lifted him up from the void. No good. The 33 law enforcement elders' faces changed. They had not expected Xiao Jinyu to have such a trick, to be able to perform the heaven and earth shift and directly move Zhao Tsang to him. They had to make their move at this moment, or else the fifth vein lord would definitely die, and they wouldn't be able to give a good account. The death of a vein master was definitely a major event for the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, and this kind of thing should never happen. Chapter 57, Zhao Tsang's Death. Emperor Bone's Might, Chaotic Extreme Speed. The 33 law enforcement elders moved, several types of auras carrying down their bodies, like a separate heaven and earth. The power connected by 33 saints. And 33 times on top of the original foundation. This power could be imagined. This heaven and earth was not under Xiao Jinyu's control and influence. It was created by their 33 saints joining together, and the power of the heaven and earth, which was independent and outside, killed Xiao Jinyu straight away, wanting him to put down his assault on Zhao Tsang. The Sages-ons united by the 33 saints transformed into one long line after another, like heaven and earth cages slamming down and landing on Xiao Jinyu's circumference. The 33 long lines superimposed themselves into the distance and spread out in all directions, directly transforming into a trapping and killing cage, sealing Xiao Jinyu inside at an extremely fast speed. This is the great formation practiced by the 33 saints united. Well, that's somewhat interesting. A secret method to enhance strength, from saint to wheeling sea, and also to increase battle power. A good formation. Xiao Jinyu's voice sounded from the other side of heaven and earth. Just now, he had utilized his divine ability, the underworld 9 shadows, and what they had trapped was nothing more than a detached remnant of himself. What? How is that possible? The 33 law enforcement elders were shocked, not understanding how Xiao Jinyu had managed to do it. Just now they had clearly sealed all of Xiao Jinyu's aura, yet they still allowed him to escape. The speed and power of their decapitation was independent of the power of this heaven and earth, and the speed was as much as 33 times that of the original, and this still allowed him to run away? Zhao Dao's eyes were almost protruding from the distance. He had thought that his father should have been saved by this, but now it seemed that he was still not out of danger. In fact, all of this today would have only required the killing of 2 people, but your appearances have added an extra wave of unknowns to this one. Holy Land? Haven't broken through yet. Let's break through today. If the clan can be killed, what can't the Holy Land kill? Xiao Jinyu's face became more and more domineering, and his 100,000 black hair was even stained with a faint reddish blood at this moment. Originally, when he saw Xiaopingji in such a state, he already had unleashed killing intent in his heart, and now there were 33 law enforcement elders blocking the way. He wasn't going to hold back any longer, but rather, he was going to let go of his strength and make a big kill. Zhao Cong saw that the killing intent in Xiao Jinyu's eyes was thick to the point of substance, and for some reason his heart panicked for no reason. Being clamped on top of Xiao Jinyu's large hand, the terrifying force unexpectedly imprisoned all the power in his own body, and it was difficult to move with the hegemonic heavenly force suppression. At this moment, he realized just how strong Xiao Jinyu, who was only at the Saint Realm, was. At the same time, the heart is puzzled. Obviously he is so strong. Why would he be assured that Xiao Pingji will go with himself before? Is it not good to stay by his side and teach? With a strength like his, surely the same could have seen the difference in Xiao Pingji early on, but he didn't stop it. Why was that? He couldn't figure it out. Have you ever regretted what you did to Heiji? Xiao Jinyu indifferently looked at Zhao Cong. His right hand firmly grabbed Zhao Cong's neck, the terrifying force strangling his face red. Repent? And what do I regret? I have no regrets in order to make my child stronger. Ha ha ha, even if you kill me today, you won't be able to walk out of the Holy Land. And even if you kill me today, this emperor's bone has long since been incorporated within Dao's body. Cough cough cough. Zhao Cong didn't have any remorse. Instead his face grimaced and laughed. He knew that today he would die if he fell into Xiao Jinyu's hands. Seeing that he did not show any remorse, Xiao Jinyu nodded and did not say anything more. The large hand violently squeezed, and the hegemonic heavenly force completely enveloped it. Ka-ching! Zhao Cong's neck was pinched hard. Woo! Zhao Cong directly swallowed his breath. Around where Xiao Jinyu was, that world force was like two partitions that violently pressed toward the center, and Zhao Cong's flesh was crushed into a bloody mist. His holy soul that tried to escape was not spared and was directly crushed to death. No! Father! When Zhao Dao saw this scene, his eyes were filled with grief and anger. His eyes were wide with rage, and his monstrous hatred rose up to the sky, and his entire body flickered with endless blood intent. Killing intent intertwined as much as it could be. You have destroyed everything I have, then I will destroy everything you have. Xiao Pingji, I hate that I didn't directly crush you to death in the first place, and I'm still afraid of the rules of some bull ****** Holy Land. If I had known that I would have killed you, where would there be so many things today? The killing intent in Zhao Dao's eyes turned into a sea of blood, and that emperor bone in front of his chest flickered with endless light. A faint emperor might was induced out by him, and the void thus shook. A ray of terrifying imperial breath erupted from his body, sweeping across a small half of the sky dome. This power was above saints, above the sea of wheels, and surprisingly bore a one-point resemblance to that emperor realm, representing absolute power. His figure violently disappeared in place, not even in the blink of an eye, directly appearing 100 meters away from Xiaopingji, his right hand holding the heavenly crippling knife, swinging towards Xiaopingji's head. The 33 Ming law enforcement elders had just wanted to stop Xiao Jinyu, but it was already too late, which was why it constituted Zhao Cong's death. Since the dead were already untraceable, this side definitely couldn't die one more, and all the disciples of the Holy Land were under the shelter of their law enforcement hall, now that they wanted to stop Xiao Dao. According to the rules, even in this situation nowadays, they absolutely couldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. The 33 law enforcement elders moved, and the great formation formed once again blasted out an endless amount of saintly power, independent of heaven and earth. Boom! 33 long lines intertwined, golden light flickered, and a huge cage wanted to cover Zhao Dao. Wanting to stop his figure, Zhao Dao raised his head, a majestic imperial light flashing in his eyes, and the imperial bone in front of his chest emitted endless imperial might as he shouted. Scram! The power of the imperial Dao laws appeared, and the light dimmed. The imperial Dao laws trembled. Buzz! The heaven and earth was like a lake with several more ripples. The cage condensed by the 33 people shattered, and his speed did not decrease. The sardonic smile on Zhao Dao's face grew thicker. A blade. When he saw that it was about to blast onto Miao Xiaonan and Xiaopingji's bodies, chaos moved. His body once again became larger, and there were countless more green-colored plumes at the tip position of his wings. The god of space, the extreme speed of the world. There was nothing like it. A blade chopped down from its original position, blasting out a spatial black hole and falling short. The duo's silhouettes had long since disappeared, and chaos stirred his wings, carrying the two to appear in a different corner of the sky, and leaving them unharmed. This was Chaos' ability to dodge at extreme speeds and extremes. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the 33 law enforcement elders from afar, recognizing some of this approach of theirs, and the killing intent in his heart subsided. If they didn't stop themselves, these 33 people could stay alive. Moreover, he was able to see that these 33 people were really wasted. The power of 33 saints looked strong on the surface, forming a formation and being able to explode 33 times its power, but it was not. Cannot even trap themselves? Even a small aphalic realm cannot be trapped. What is the use of wanting them to be broken by others? Throw out. If he hadn't left behind a backhand, I'm afraid he would be grieving today. Xiao Pingji's face was calm as he watched from afar the emperor bone that was flickering with light in front of Zhao Dao's chest. The location of the bone that was mutilated in his chest cavity was a little itchy. It seemed that an emperor bone was going to be born again. So what if I'm using the power that belongs to me? If my father wasn't here, it wouldn't take 10 years for my emperor bone to regenerate, and I would definitely behead you. Chapter 58. Capturing the Emperor's Bones. Law Enforcement Hall concedes. Zhao Dao realized that his killing blow was actually dodged by Xiao Pingji. His face became more and more irritated, and his resentment climbed even higher. He turned around once more and turned into a stream of light to kill Xiao Pingji. The 33 elders had already reacted and were constantly on guard against Zhao Dao. His act of hurting people today had already violated the rules of the Holy Land. The holy light on everyone's bodies surged up once more, ready to condense the next killing move to trap Xiao Dao. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the 33 elders and shook his head without saying anything else, turning his gaze back to Zhao Dao with a ghostly voice. This farce should also end. The emperor bone on your body is not yours after all, and there is always a contradiction in using it, and it is time to return what is now owed to Heiji. After saying that, Xiao Jinyu's figure strangely disappeared into this world. The heavenly border saint body had turned this heaven and earth into its own home ground, and he himself was the master of this world. Heaven and earth shifted and moved themselves in front of Zhao Dao. The aura of the prison hegemony heavenly body emanated out, and a heaven and earth hegemony force shrouded down and covered Zhao Dao's body, and his body froze, and he was unexpectedly fixed in place and could hardly move. Zhao Dao's face panicked, not understanding what kind of power this was that was able to restrict his emperor's Dao laws. Xiao Jinyu once again extended his hand once more, exactly the same as the action he had just taken to kill Zhao Tsong. His right hand's large length clamped down on Zhao Dao's neck in a deadly grip, and lifted his entire body up. How? I am in possession of an emperor bone. Why would I be defeated by a mere saint like you? How can that be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ah! The color of resentment on Zhao Dao's face grew deeper as he hissed under his breath. But under this horrible force clamp, the face has become more and more red, iron green. The light emanating from the imperial bone in front of his chest became stronger and stronger, and the power of the imperial Dao laws stretched out in all directions, wanting to break free from Xiao Jinyu's grip. When Xiao Jinyu saw him do so, the disdain in his eyes deepened. In the final analysis, the emperor bone is merely the bones of an emperor realm powerhouse. To put it plainly, isn't that what it is? The three supreme physiques, and the one extreme realm saint body. Which one of them was not stronger than this one bone of his? The power of the Jingue hegemony heavenly body was like the endless suppression of heaven and earth, and the power of the ancient hegemony heavenly body that stretched across the dome of the sky had been deeply pressed on his body. Zhao Dao's face became more and more twisted, and the emperor's Dao laws that he had just activated were hardened and crushed by this terrifying force. Well, save it. The emperor bone is not yours after all, and you naturally can't emit the power that this emperor bone originally possessed, and now it's time to return it to its original owner. Xiao Jinyu's face was cold, and his left hand was inserted hard into Zhao Dao's chest, holding the glowing emperor bone. Ah! Zhao Dao let out endless screams. His face was pained, and his face immediately rose to the color of a pig's liver. His face pale. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Now do you also feel pain? And do you also feel fear? Have you ever been afraid as well? Xiao Jinyu's indifferent eyes grew colder and colder. Ka-ching! His left hand violently pulled outward, and a whole emperor bone was yanked out hard. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Zhao Dao's cries of pain became even more mournful and resounded throughout the clouds. As this emperor bone was pulled out by Xiao Jinyu, his entire body was as powerless as if he had lost the strength to support it, paralyzing above the void. If it wasn't for Xiao Jinyu clamping down on his neck, he probably would have fallen off as a result, the fist-sized bloody hole in his chest still dripping blood outward. The golden emperor bone held in his left hand was glittering, and on top of the emperor bone was engraved with some kind of complicated heaven and earth patterns, resembling runic seals, resembling seal scripts. Xiao Jinyu threw this emperor bone towards Xiao Pingji, and the power of the saint wiped out all of Zhao Dao's blood above him and removed any aura about Zhao Dao. Now, this emperor bone had once again become pure and incomparable. Xiao Pingji caught the emperor bone that Xiao Jinyu had thrown out and looked at the small section of bone in his palm with a complicated expression. An extremely strong sense of affinity arose. Very strange, as if this emperor bone also wanted to return to his own body. Gritting his teeth, he directly tore open the costume on his chest, where there was still an unhealed bloody hole, and with a push of his big hand, he hardened and melted this emperor bone into it. As for the pain in this, force yourself to keep quiet. When this emperor bone melted into Xiao Pingji's body, the wounds were surprisingly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the shattered root essence was slowly rising. Instead of connecting to the original location of his own broken bones, this imperial bone connected to another location. It seemed as if the emperor bone that was originally located was going to extend a second one, and it made way for the second one. The emperor bone melted into his body, his breath was restored, and his realm was climbing, but the white hair behind him was still incomparably conspicuous, and had not been restored as a result. Zhao Dao's eyes were godless, and blood was still flowing out in a steady stream from the bloody hole in his chest. He knew the game was lost for him, lost for them as father and son. Today, his father died, and he guessed that he was not far from death, with endless mockery at the corners of his mouth and endless desolation on his face. That's what happens when you become a king. Xiao Jinyu's face didn't show any pity. If he had known this would happen, why did he bother? That's the way it is with hatred. It has to be a matter of death. The 33 law enforcement elders saw that Xiao Jinyu had not yet killed him painfully, so they hurriedly spoke again to dissuade him. If you kill him again, you will definitely incur heavier sins. At that time, my law enforcement hall will absolutely not be able to spare you, and the heavenly vault sacred ground will also order you to be wanted for this. If Elder Shao stops here, according to the causes and consequences that Elder Shao said earlier, my law enforcement hall might be able to let Elder Shao live, but deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins are hard to escape, so please ask Elder Shao to go with us to the law enforcement hall to confess his sins. Ha, these little cuties, I can't believe they know how to be flexible. Just now it was that kind of talk, now it's this kind of talk. Xiao Jinyu curiously raised his head and glanced at these elders of the law enforcement hall. It then dawned on him that as his strength increased, his status naturally became different. That strike they had just made did not leave any injuries to Xiao Jinyu, and they had witnessed Xiao Jinyu's power for all to see. It was absolutely unrealistic for them to try to kill Xiao Jinyu on the spot today, and they might even be killed by him a few times in return. To be on the safe side, it would be better to stabilize Xiao Jinyu first and listen to what Xiao Jinyu said before convicting him. Rules are dead. People are alive, and a little life is all that matters. Unfortunately, if they were facing someone else, they would have gone with them, but they were facing Xiao Jinyu, who was right in the first place, so why should they admit to being wrong? He's not guilty, so why should he plead guilty? Chapter 59, Lord of the Eight Veins. The thunderbolt in the sky. Will I live or will the Holy Land die? Sin, why do I need to travel to the law enforcement hall to confess my sins to you if I am not guilty? If today, you want to fight me, then fight. Xiao Jinyu's words had an indescribable dominance, and there wasn't any hint of softness at all. After saying this sentence, Xiao Jinyu snapped Zhao Dao's neck in front of the three law enforcement elders, and the power of heaven and earth crushed his divine soul into smithereens, killing people in front of their faces. If they were to battle with themselves, several, if not all, would surely die. Just now these old men what they did let Xiao Jinyu recognized some. To be honest, he did not want to be enemies with these people, but if they want to be enemies with themselves, then only kill her. Today, the people he kills are the people who should be killed. Zhao Tsang Zhao Dao must die, and this is the will of the purpose that he has said long ago when he came here today. The 33 law enforcement elders' faces sank when they saw Xiao Jinyu like this. Naked provocation, killing people in front of their faces. I was going to go for the soft one, but now it looks like I'm going to have to go for the hard one. Elder Xiao is not very old, but his strength is so strong. That's a good skill. On the sky and earth, a male voice rang out, and a green-robed man slowly walked down, his face warm. The breath on his body could not see through the depths for a moment, his hand holding a folding fan lightly shaking, with a smile on his face. Behind the man were another 8 different individual vein masters, who had long since sensed the commotion over here, only that they didn't make a move for a while, but instead watched from the shadows. They wanted to see to what extent Xiao Jinyu's strength was strong, but the more they watched instead, the more alarmed their hearts became. Xiao Jinyu's strength had gone from the sage realm that he had originally exuded, to the Wheeling Sea realm, to above the Wheeling Sea, and even approaching the battle power of the Dao Palace. When the 33 law enforcement elders heard this voice, they immediately looked at this green-robed man with solemn expressions and respectful faces. The green-robed man slowly walked up to Xiao Jinyu, just 100 meters away, and opened his mouth with a smile. Elder Xiao has come to my heavenly vault Holy Land with this strength nowadays simply to seek justice for his own son? Or is there something else in mind? The man stared at Xiao Jinyu's gaze with a smile, but within those eyes was an endless indifference. As Xiao Jinyu he killed. Xiao Jinyu saw this and shook his head. The aura of this green-robed man in front of him, he was able to surmise it to the 7th degree, around the Dao Palace, or even above the Dao Palace. If it was the Dao Palace realm, he didn't have any pressure. If the man was a Zifu, Xiao Jinyu might have to use his bottom card to fight to the death. Or it was to let Xiao Pingji dislike him and make himself a million times stronger. Today I came to the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground originally by chance to send my disciple Nui Nui in to protect the Tao for her, but to see that my son has been so humiliated, how can I bear it? The people killed today are all those who deserve to be killed. If you have seen those disciple transmission shadow images, you should have already understood this. Xiao Jinyu said something expressionless and wasn't prepared to explain more. Looking at his Heavenly Vault Holy Land's choice, if he wanted to fight with him, then he would just facilitate the entire Heavenly Vault Sacred Land to go to war. If you want to befriend him, then this matter ends here today, and he kills all the people he should kill anyway, and everything ends, and the two get even. But Elder Xiao, you killed the head of a lineage of my Heavenly Vault Sacred Land, and you also killed his son. There are also many disciples from my Holy Land. If today's matter were to spread out, it might not be good for the reputation of my Heavenly Vault Holy Land, and the only way this can be kept completely secret is, when the green-robed man said this, the smile on his face ceased. Instead, his face turned slightly cold, and he stared at Xiao Jinyu with a deadly stare. The implication of his words was that the mouths of the dead were the strictest, and that if this matter was not to be spread out at all, Xiao Jinyu might not be able to walk out of his Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground with a few people in Xiao Pingji. Xiao Jinyu's face was getting calmer and calmer, while Xiao Pingji and Miao Xiaonan's faces were a bit worried. They naturally understood the implication of this sentence. Xiao Pingji had already activated the Emperor Bone Breath on his body, and although his origin had recovered some of his battle power, he was still powerless in the face of the Dao Palace powerhouses. But remembering what Xiao Jinyu had said before, and looking at how unusual Xiao Jinyu's face was now, he boldly got up and was ready to directly dislike the green-robed man in front of him. He knew that the man in front of him was definitely the highest level of existence in the Holy Land, either the Holy Lord of the Holy Land or one of the two Vice Lords. What followed behind him were the 8 Vain Masters, and now within the mountain peaks underneath this piece of heaven and earth where himself and the others had surfaced, countless of the 5th Vain's group of disciples raised their heads and looked at everything that had happened today. As long as the green-robed man on the opposite side gave an order, they would fly out in unison and kill themselves and the others. Or rather, the disciples of the entire Holy Land would be like this regardless of their cultivation realm, and this was the benefit of the home ground. Dead men have the strongest mouths, don't they? Xiao Jinyu suddenly smiled. Very strange, and there was a hint of madness in his expression. Today he will not die. With Xiao Pingji here, all one needed to do was to dislike the strong man in front of him. But now, there is another way out. This side of the situation is not completely desperate. If desperate, then you need to Xiao Pingji exit. Oh, when the green-robed man saw that Xiao Jinyu had actually taken the initiative to say this sentence, his face immediately had a smile on it again, and the 8 Vain Masters behind him glanced at each other, similarly having a smile on their faces. As expected, their Heavenly Vault Holy Land's prestige was still there, and the man in front of him seemed to have already made his realization and knew what to do. It's good to save them the effort. Xiao Jinyu saw through their thoughts and his smile deepened. When the 10,000 tribulation god body became small, he was able to master the power of the tribulation in the world. It was even able to control the thunder tribulation in this side of the heavens and earth. Hint after hint of the power of the tribulation emanated out, and strand after strand of the power of the 10,000 thunderbolts shot straight up into the sky and merged into the clouds. The heaven and earth changed at that moment. Endless black clouds covered the sky and the earth darkened. Boom! Boom! In the midst of the black clouds, a dull thunderclap soon rang out, one after another unceasingly. Boom! A purple-colored thunderbolt as huge as a bucket split open in the sky, briefly blooming with purple light. The endless heavenly might was getting thicker and thicker, and the area of influence covered by the thunderbolt was still expanding, and in just a few twinkling of an eye, it had already covered the entire Heavenly Vault Sacred Land. All the people of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land were covered within the thunderbolt. This side of the thunderbolt felt the number of disciples of the Holy Land, the realm strength of the uneven, and did not have any convergence of meaning, but instead more and more violent. Since the original power is about 100 times stronger out of thin air, it is able to directly deal with the Sea of Wheels, or even the Dao Palace in this way. This sudden abnormality caused the green-robed man's face to change drastically. The heavenly apocalypse filled the entire Holy Land. The heavenly might covered the world. All the disciples raised their heads one after another at this moment. There was fear in their eyes, and their legs trembled. The heavenly tribulation has been heavenly to all cultivators since ancient times, specifically targeting the cultivator's divine soul and physical body strength. Saints needed to cross a tribulation to witness the Tao, but because Xiao Jinyu was a heavenly border saint body, he was already representing the will of a world, so he directly skipped it. The look of madness on Xiao Jinyu's face increased. Today, if they want to let themselves die, then the entire Holy Land will be buried with them. Chapter 60, Heavenly Tribulation Threat. Compromise. Innocence promoted to Vain Lord? Boom! Boom! The endless thunderbolts became more and more violent above the sky dome, and the purple thunderbolts that ran through heaven and earth one after another were 1,000,000 feet long. The aura carried by the top could easily kill a piece of Holy Land disciples, and even come more. Even though the 8 vain masters could resist under this terrifying thunderbolt, they would be seriously injured after resisting it. Dead men have the tightest mouths. How about this? If I bury the entire Holy Land in its entirety, no one will say anything about today's matter, and the majesty of the Holy Land will still remain. Xiao Jinyu raised his head, looked at the green-robed man, gazed into his eyes, and grinned a harmless human-animal grin. But this smile fell into the eyes of all the disciples below, the eyes of the 8 vain masters, and the eyes of the 33 law enforcement elders in the distance. This was the smile of the god of death. Nyat, how can anyone slaughter the disciples of an entire Holy Land at the drop of a hat? Is this person in front of me a devil in the world? To what extent is he crazy? The green-robed man has long since ceased to be the appearance of a fluttering gentleman when he just came, with a smile on his face, and his face is becoming more and more gloomy. Xiao Jinyu's methods were too bizarre. He was able to summon this side of the heavenly tribulation, and it seemed as if it was still being used for him. What kind of ability was this? Isn't the heavenly tribulation something that only heaven and earth can invoke? The reason why cultivators breaking through to higher realms will trigger the heavenly tribulation is because heaven and earth are targeting these high cultivation chi to give extermination. When there are more powerful cultivators, the demand for this heaven and earth will naturally become more, and the damage to the balance of this ecosystem will become greater and greater, and only then will there be the saying of the tribulation. If he passes through peacefully, then heaven and earth can do nothing to him. But until the Emperor realm, who can confidently say that they will be able to pass through the heavenly mine heavens without any injuries or deaths? At least in his opinion he absolutely cannot now, although not die, but hurt bones absolutely want. And now this heavenly tribulation targets the entire Holy Land. If the heavenly tribulation falls, even if it is to open the Holy Land Grand Formation, today will also be dead and injured more than half. Such a loss was something that he, the heavenly vault Holy Land, was unwilling to see or bear. Boom! The terrifying thunderbolt in the sky has risen another level again, and the thick purple thunderbolt that is more than a bucket of water has even changed completely, transforming into a roaring thunder beast. They stood hissing at the edge of the sky, a whole 100 of them, with a fierce light flashing in their eyes, lifelike, carrying the power of the world-destroying power of a calamity thunder, incomparably furious. Thunder arcs bursting outwards, purple thunder threads spreading across the sky. Hidden within that sky of black clouds is the boundless sea of thunder. If the sea of thunder descended, the entire Holy Land might be half destroyed, not to mention these disciples with slightly lower realms. Below, whether it was the disciples of the 9 veins or other ordinary Holy Land disciples, one by one, they raised their heads, fear on their faces, and the feeling of death lingered. They had never felt so close to death. At this moment, they again seemed to see a white kingdom descending from the sky, with ladder after ladder tugging them toward it. In this moment, it's like I'm meeting my tits. At this moment, it's like I'm seeing my great-grandfather again. Why did I say the word again? At this moment, it's like I've met my ancestors. Many disciples were lost in thought and muttered. Xiaoping's Miao Xiaonan was the only one in the whole field that was not affected by this thunderbolt. The thunderbolt breath was all over the sky, only it did not target the 2 of them, and even intentionally avoided the 2 of them. This was the uniqueness of the 10,000 Thunders Divine Body Small Town. The thunderbolt could be controlled by Xiao Jinyu, but it was only a small portion. If this entire sea of thunder descended today, it was estimated that this thunderbolt would also split even him together. If only the part of the thunder beast is descended, it is estimated that if there are 100 thunder beasts, 99 thunder beasts may kill to the opposite side, and 1 thunder beast may kill to itself with a backbone. It's not the same with splitting thunderbolts, which you control at your own whim. The exact amount of control over the intensity of the thunderbolt and the proficiency of this ability would also depend on the physique of this 10,000 tribulation godbody of his own. The green-robed man closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. In the next moment, his eyes opened, his facial expression returned to normal, and he spoke. How about ending everything Elder Xiao has done today? You can leave unharmed and even be able to be a party vein master in my heavenly vault Holy Land. I, the heavenly vault Holy Land, will not hold you responsible for any more things. Instead, the resources of the heavenly vault Holy Land can also be shared with you. When the green-robed man uttered such words, the eyes of the 8 vain masters instantly stared in disbelief, not understanding why he would say such a sentence. Not only did he not take into account his former enmity, but he also had to give Xiao Jinyu the benefit of the doubt and let him become the head of a lineage. Oh, there is such a thing as a good thing? Xiao Jinyu didn't believe it and asked a rhetorical question. Then I will open up the window of the sky with Vain Master Xiao today and say the right thing. This strength of Vain Master Xiao nowadays would have long exceeded what a Vain Master can have. Even being able to infinitely approach my battle power, if I'm even stronger in the future, maybe this position of mine will also be that of the Xiao Vain Master. Every year a vein of the Lord of the Resources to enjoy countless secret skills, techniques, resources all have salaries to receive, and is ordinary elders, elite elders of 100 times, 1,000 times more to come. Moreover, today, Elder Shao has demonstrated such a powerful strength, why not shake hands and make peace, disregarding the former enmity, which is also beneficial to you and to my heavenly vault sacred ground, isn't it? The green-robed man didn't have any pretense, and directly said what was on his mind, which boiled down to the word strength. Xiao Jinyu thought about how he still had to borrow the origin stone of the heavenly vault sacred ground to check Miao Xiaonan's physique, and have a salary every year to receive, when the time comes if he caused any trouble, but also let the heavenly vault sacred ground wipe his ass seems to be good. As for the heavenly vault holy land, this physique is okay. Xiaopingji thing they should not know. Otherwise the law enforcement hall, this strict degree of fear has long made the corresponding measures, coupled with the fact that Zhao Tsang and Zhao Dao both didn't dare to kill in the Holy Land. It was evident just how strict the regulations for killing in this Holy Land were. Then you don't think it matters that I killed so many people today? Xiao Jinyu once again asked. Although Elder Shao killed people, those disciples were all instructed by someone and were already guilty. Zhao Tsang and his father and son were likewise guilty, and an exception can be made for today's killing. The green-robed man spoke again. Xiao Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. May. After saying that, he removed the thunderbolt from the sky, and everything returned to its normal appearance. The heavens and earth once again turned white as the roiling robber clouds disappeared and white clouds appeared. The feeling of certain death disappeared as it enveloped the crowd, and all the disciples heaved out a breath. The green-robed man didn't make one more step and directly handed over the position of the fifth vein's vein master to Xiao Jinyu. Of course, just what the green-robed man said, to make an exception once. Unbeknownst to him, wait until Xiao Jinyu in this heavenly vault sacred ground in the days to come. Make an exception countless times. Moreover, the storm clouds of the Holy Land in the future would still be stirred by Xiao Jinyu alone, but the heavenly vault Holy Land would also feel grateful and even become stronger because of what they did today. Chapter 61, Invincible Father Xiao Jinyu. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Today, what happened in the heavenly vault sacred ground quickly spread out, especially the matter of Xiao Jinyu's divine bravery. To avenge his son's death, he annihilated 1,000 people in a fit of rage, chopped off the vain master with a single punch, and in the end, he even managed to induce a heavenly tribulation, wanting to die with the entire heavenly vault sacred land. For a while, the name of the crazy elder and the invincible father spread, especially in the heavenly vault sacred ground. The crowd of disciples hadn't expected Xiao Jinyu to be able to directly become a pillar of a vein, and most tartly of all, to be the vein master of the fifth vein. These days, the first thing Xiao Jinyu did after becoming the vein master was to drive away all the disciples of the fifth vein, and a huge heavenly mountain was empty, with only 3 people. Although the crowd of disciples were unwilling, they did not dare to say anything. After all, Xiao Jinyu's fierce reputation was still there. The previous appearance of the endless heavenly tribulation enveloping the entire heavenly vault sacred ground, they still had palpitations in their hearts to this day when they thought back on it, and they couldn't wait to get out of sharpening Jinyu's control earlier. Who knows if he'll destroy them all in a fit of rage. So hurry up and run now. After the crowd left, the trio enjoyed countless resources. Let's start with the spirit stones. You can get millions per year. The more time you have, the more disciples you have, the more this amount will increase. As for the resources of Gongfa, no matter if it was earth level, heaven level application, all of them were difficult for Xiaopingji to access before, and now relying on the name of Xiao Jinyu, the Vein Master, unlimited enjoyment, weapons, formations, and cultivation grounds not to mention. As long as Xiaopingji wanted to use them, this door was open for him at any time. Miao Xiaonan's character was quirky, and ever since she saw Xiao Jin's strength was so strong being seen by him, her eyes rolled straight up and she didn't know what she was thinking. Soon afterward, he held chaos and walked in the middle of the heavenly vault sacred ground, and when the people saw her, they naturally recalled one of the 2 people Xiao Jinyu carried behind him that day, and when they saw Miao Xiaonan, they hid far away, not daring to mess with her. Chaos possessed the extreme speed of the world, and Miao Xiaonan definitely wouldn't be in any danger with it, and even if she was, she would be able to run away at the first opportunity. That's why it's absolutely excellent to have a backer when you're out and about. The entire 5th heavenly mountain was completely reduced to Xiao Jinyu's stronghold, and when the matter of the secret realm of Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun duo was completed, if they were willing to directly take over, of course, the best thing would be for them to be out traveling, so that they would run into more people and wouldn't grow up under their own shelter. Is the integration of this emperor bone of yours harmonious? Are there any obstacles? Xiao Jinyu stood on top of the grand hall of the 5th heavenly mountain and looked at Xiao Pingyi, who asked from the side. After these days of adjustment, the aura on Xiao Pingji's body had been restored and the broken origin was slowly condensed by the emperor bone. Apart from a white hair that was still conspicuous, it was already no different from the ordinary, and even the realm had climbed another big step, and the emperor bone in his chest emitted a faint emperor's might. Back to father. Already all are safe and sound, and my realm is slowly climbing up. All thanks to you, father, otherwise it would be hard to have my today. Xiao Pingji's expression was extremely sincere, and his face was emotional, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to find her way directly into the middle of the heavenly vault Holy Land. It must have been an infinitely tortuous journey, from that one little place to the central universe. His face was apologetic and worried at the thought. Actually, he's the one who overthinks it. Xiao Jinyu where there is any drudgery running around, all the way to fly over more than anyone else to get comfortable, and the cultivation realm miso climb. As long as his sons were powerful and caused enemies outside, his realm climbed faster than anyone else. Bottlenecks? Shackles? For him there is no waiting for me, not at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, earning 5,000 merit points, a random physique minor accomplishment card, and a copy of the physique essence. Random physique card is in effect. Congratulations to the host. The town prison hegemony heavenly physique has reached minor completion. Awakening the town prison blood. Hellblood, one drop can suppress a heavy heaven. The sea of blood is floating. By virtue of the horrible hell breath and hell power, suppressing everything, unstoppable. Xiao Jinyu looked at the tips given on the system panel and was instantly confused. With the appearance of this Shinjail blood, he felt that the blood in his body was once again flowing even faster. Like a great river rushing, the Jingui gene quietly appeared in the body, and a terrifying hellish power covered this side of the void. Xiao Pingji was stunned when he saw such a strange condition on Xiao Jinyu's body. The state of Su on Xiao Jinyu's body right now was much more terrifying than he was coming from awe. The emperor bone in front of his chest was once again flickering with a faint glow, slowly resisting the prison-suppressing breath that Xiao Jinyu was emitting. If he didn't have this emperor bone, I'm afraid that he would have been brought to his knees by the blood pressure of this prison town. A moment later, Xiao Jinyu put the breath back, and that one copy of the physique origin he did not use at will. Xiao Pingji already had 2 emperor bones in his body. It was only a matter of time before he rose to prominence in the future. And now it was time to go to the Holy Land on the other side to see his daughter. If the daughter is doing well, then all is well. As for Xiao Pingji, they talked a lot these days, and naturally instilled the idea of letting him go out despite the trouble. And he took the blame. Fortune City. Miao Yuandao looked at the information in front of him all stunned, his mouth wide open in disbelief. The Xiao Jinyu he had seen earlier had actually caused such a big mess in the middle of the heavenly vault Holy Land. He was worried that Xiao Jinyu would do something unfavorable to Miao Xiaonan, but he didn't expect that people would directly turn the entire heavenly vault sacred land upside down, and invoke the heavenly tribulation, threatening the heavenly vault Holy Land's vice holy lord to kill a vain master in anger. Who could do such a crazy act? That was the Holy Land, the behemoth of the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, and he even dared to shake it up with a straight face. This time, Miao Yuandao was completely relieved. The person who can do this for his own son, then for his own disciples surely can also be so. Coupled with this powerful strength of his, trying to shelter Miao Xiaonan was definitely not a problem. Now that he had become the head of a vein, Miao Xiaonan could definitely walk horizontally in the heavenly vault Holy Land, with countless resources and a bright future. At this moment, Miao Yuandao only felt that his original decision was really damn right. What do you think? Are you really letting him become the head of a lineage in my heavenly vault Holy Land? He also drove out all the disciples of that 5th chakra time. Above the heavenly vault Holy Land's council hall, 2 men and 2 women were sitting on the 4 sides of a round table, discussing this matter. It's not like you haven't seen this strength of his. It's much stronger than the Lord of Avain, and the means to be able to trigger the Thunder Tribulation is something that none of us have ever possessed as far as we're concerned. Just 30 more years of age has already reached the Sea of Wheel realm. With such talent, if the heavenly vault's sacred ground doesn't accept it, is it possible to let the other 2 sacred grounds collect it? This will only be a great loss for my heavenly vault Holy Land. The green-robed man's tone was unusually resolute. It was true that he embraced the Holy Land, but it was also true that he was equally looking out for the Holy Land. And at a glance, he could tell that Xiao Jinyu was different. The other 2 women fell silent and nodded without objecting to what the green-robed man had said, thinking that they also saw this unrivaled talent of Xiao Jinyu. Rules are dead, people are alive, and as long as they bring benefits to the Holy Land, it's all worth it. Chapter 62 The Second Daughter. Xiao Ruoxue, Man of the Divine Hall. Happy New Year. The matter of Miao Xiaonan's physique came to a short end first. After he found out exactly where his second daughter was and made sure she was safe from each other, he would see what this physique of hers was. Xiao Jinyu was still really a little worried that the same thing that happened to Xiao Pingji would happen to his second daughter, which was something he could not tolerate. Xiao Pingji seemed to be able to see Xiao Jinyu's worries and wanted to find his second sister, and spoke Father, don't need to worry about the second sister. She isn't in the Holy Land, instead she's within the Divine Hall, with an extremely high status, and having become one of the 10 candidate goddesses of the Divine Hall. Today's realm of strength has long been much stronger than mine. When Xiao Pingji spoke of his sister, he could not hide the pride on his face. If that's the case, she hasn't visited you in all these years? How did you still end up here? Xiao Jin, you queried in disbelief. Xiao Pingji shook his head. Ruoxue, she came to see me several times. Seeing that I was in a bad state, she left me many cultivation resources for recovery, but every time, they come quietly to come. And there are rules in the temple that you can't go out in private, so no one knows about this one thing. And with my pride, I didn't go to her after realizing that the other emperor bone in my body was going to be born, and I've been dragging my feet until now. When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Pingji say so, he didn't ask more questions. If he was Xiao Pingji, he definitely wouldn't go to join Xiao Ruoxue either. It's all this damn pride. A man's best face is a man's best face, and he knows that. In that case, Xiao Jinyu was relieved. Only after confirming again and again that Xiao Ruoxue really wasn't in any danger did she completely rest assured. Raising a son is not the same as raising a daughter, either. No, really. Don't worry about it. Could I be joking about my second sister's well-being? It's not like I'm the kind of person who screws over the loved ones around me. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu was still uneasy, Xiao Pingji could not help but smile helplessly. The corner of Xiao Jinyu's mouth twitched when he heard the last words Xiao Pingji said. He really wasn't. But your old man I am. It was absolutely impossible for Xiao Jinyu to say these words. Isn't the pit to make yourself stronger? Blah, blah, blah. Sleep poking. Isn't that what makes you strong enough to be able to protect your son? In the end, he still loved the children. Since this is the case, my father is relieved that your little brother has now grown into a man and has also come to the middle of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. Right now, it's searching for a chance within the secret realm, and you should meet again in a while. And as father has taken in another disciple, you will meet more of him then. It's not difficult for you to raise this strength now. Now that my father is already the head of a lineage in the heavenly sacred land, any difficulties will come directly to me. Remember, it's me you've got your back against, and there's no one who's a bigger backer of you than me. Life takes it easy. Take it or leave it. Xiao Jinyu heavily patted Xiao Pingji's shoulder and turned to leave, going to look for Miao Xiaonan, now to see what kind of physique she had, and then take some time to visit Xiao Ruoxue in the Divine Hall. Looking at Xiao Jinyu's departing back, Xiao Pingji's eyes were again lost in thought. His father had always been like that, a back of unparalleled magnificence that had always stood against him, shielding him from the wind and the rain. It was like that when he was a child, and it's like that now in his most critical moments. His eyes were slightly red and his voice choked. Father, don't worry, I'm the eldest son of the family. I definitely won't let you down. The emperor bones in my body should have completely fused, and the second emperor bone will soon grow as well. And I will definitely excel and give you a long face at the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture's feast in a few months' time. Xiao Pingji's gaze was resolute to the extreme. Within the holy land of the Vault of Heaven, a sneaky figure with a thief's head, she looked at the resources on a passing disciple and hemmed and hawed. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this way, leave your money behind. A few of you are passing through my 5th mountain range, and you want to leave without being prepared to give me some favors? Miao Xiaonan crossed her arms and was a small child, followed by a pink four-winged piglet that stirred its wings and flew. The few disciples passing by immediately turned ugly when they saw that it was Miao Xiaonan who was blocking them, thinking that she had Xiao Jinyu's back, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Slightly reluctant, he still honestly handed over 3 Qiankuan pouches with thousands of spirit stones inside. This was already half a month's worth of cultivation resources for them. Seeing this scene, Miao Xiaonan nodded with satisfaction, and after receiving it with her small hand, she gave way and said with a smile, "Not bad, very up to speed. In the future, when you go out, just say that you are my Miao Xiaonan's people, and with my Miao Xiaonan's shelter, no one will touch you. Big deal. Find my master." Miao Xiaonan's eyes rolled straight up and brought out Xiao Jinyu. The smile on her face couldn't be pointed out, and she directly collected these 3 Qiankuan belts into her waist. Received +3 today. The 3 of them didn't take Miao Xiaonan's latter sentence seriously, only feeling that today was particularly bad luck. They directly fled the spot. Miao Xiaonan looked at the trio's departing figure, waved her small hand, and shouted towards the distance, "Remember to come often. Next time I'll charge you cheaper." When the 3 of them heard Miao Xiaonan's sentence as they ran, their bodies grinned and almost didn't fall on the spot at once. Face darkened, mind slandered. "Come? I won't come next time. I'll be robbed of a few thousand spirit stones for no reason, and then I'll be a dog." This scene all fell under Xiao Jinyu's eyes. He watched Miao Xiaonan do so, and instead of stopping it, he acquiesced. "Anyway, it's just a toll. It's nothing else, and it's not harmful. What's the big deal? Besides, What Miao Xiaonan said about the shelter in the latter sentence was true. If something really happened, he might really be able to ask for his help, and he himself would also make a bit of a move when the time came, to exchange a few thousand spirit stones for begging for the shelter of the Lord of his vein. How to look at it, how to make a blood profit. Only the crowd didn't realize this. Good child, definitely has the potential to be the daughter of a great Chu emperor to sell great Chu specialties in the scattered sales of the heavens. One day, Shao Jinyu also walked into the heavens. Then Miao Xiaonan will definitely rob the people of the heavens. Although the Eternal Life Dynasty was only in the southern wasteland now, maybe in the future, the continent would all be the Eternal Life Dynasties? Apprentice brother, let's go. Take you to see this physique origin of yours. In the void, Shao Jinyu appeared and patted Miao Xiaonan's head. Miao Xiaonan was a bit weak when she heard Shao Jinyu's voice. She had just moved out Shao Jinyu was her name. Even turned his head in hand and hawed. Master, this cry, that was so sweet and affectionate, directly pounced into Shao Jinyu's arms. Chaos flew in a farting manner and landed beside Shao Jinyu, and also pounced into Shao Jinyu's embrace as Miao Xiaonan had done. Shao Jinyu smiled and led a man and a pig to where the origin stone of the heavenly vault sacred ground was located. Chaos, are you polite? You're the pig. Chapter 63, Is the origin stone broken? Shao Jinyu's physique measurement. The origin stone, located in the highest place in the northern part of the heavenly vault Holy Land, where the first vein is located, is guarded by the vein master of the first vein and a group of elders in search of the day. In the first chakra, the clouds and the aura became a mist, which was a much better condition than the upper fifth chakra. Shao Jinyu brought Miao Xiaonan to the bottom of the first mountain and looked up at the first mountain peak so with a glint in his eyes. It shouldn't be a problem to ask him for this one mountain someday. Forget it, just ask for the Holy Land some other time. Shao Jinyu produced countless bandit ideas in his heart, and the aura of the Wheeling Sea realm was released without concealment. A terrifying fluctuation resounded, and all the disciples of the entire first mountain sensed the abnormalities over here and looked towards where Shao Jinyu was. This side of the unusual movement, and even attracted the attention of the first mountain peak vein master, behind him followed by a dozen elders, floating down. Seeing that the visitor was Shao Jinyu, he was instantly on guard in his eyes, secretly urging up his body's equanimity aura and tensing his body. Pulse Master Shao, what is the reason for coming to my first peak today? I don't think I, Feng, have messed with Vein Master Shao, and the disciples under my sect have never dealt with Xiaopingji, let alone bullied him. The first chakra master spoke out directly, his face tense with fear of provoking this fatal star in front of him. Shao Jinyu's deeds had long been spread, and the faces of the group of elders behind him were incomparably scornful, fearing that Shao Jinyu would act recklessly, and even had many more sound transmission tokens in their hands. As long as Shao Jinyu dared to mess around, they would immediately send a message to the Holy Lord to prevent Shao Jinyu from going on another killing spree. Ha, is that what I am? Relax, we don't have any grudges, and we're only bringing my disciples here today, so don't be afraid, everyone. Shao Jinyu naturally saw the crowd's abnormalities and revealed a harmless human-animal smile. When the crowd heard what Shao Jinyu said, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the breath on their bodies was still secretly urged, and the token in their hands had no intention of being put down. What Shao Jinyu did that day has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and who doesn't know the name of Shao Jinyu as a madman? Meanwhile, the mind slanders, if you're not such a person, who is? Who is it that wants to invoke a lightning tribulation to exterminate the disciples of the entire Holy Land at the drop of a hat? Miao Xiaonan raised her head and blinked, looking at these strange marshmallows in front of her who were so scared, and then looked at Shao Jinyu, hugging the chaos in her arms tightly, with a similarly harmless smile on her face. Hey, only the meaning of this smile was much more than Shao Jinyu. Surprisingly, even the people of the first vein were afraid of Shao Jinyu. Then isn't it true that she can walk horizontally from the first to the ninth vein of this heavenly vault Holy Land in the future? I am merely borrowing the origin stone of the first mountain range to check out Nui Nui's physique, so don't worry about doing anything. Shao Jinyu laughed lightly and brought Miao Xiaonan with him as he directly transformed into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky, aiming directly at the place of the origin stone at the highest peak of the first mountain range. Shang. There was also no hint of discussing with them, and when the first vein master and the group of elders saw Shao Jinyu acting in such a bandit-like manner, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they didn't do anything about it either, letting him be fine. As long as they weren't here to kill anyone, they were truly afraid of the bogeyman in front of them. The crowd hid in the shadows, observing Shao Jinyu and Miao Xiaonan, only begging him not to do anything else. A huge green stone stood at the top of the mountain peak. The endless winds rustled and blew, but it did not affect the huge green stone in the slightest. Is this the origin stone? A stone that can view the origin physique. I'm curious as to how it's going to view it. Can you tell what kind of physique you have by putting your hand on it? Shao Jinyu was a bit unconvinced, but still brought Miao Xiaonan here. Nui Nui Ah. This is the origin stone. Put your hand on it and see if you can check out your physique. Xiao Jingyu half crouched down, a faint sage's might emanating around his body, blocking the astral winds from outside, making it difficult to affect him and Miao Xiaonan in the slightest, as if they were walking on flat ground. Oh who? Miao Xiaonan nodded ignorantly, and without putting down the chaos in her arms, she trotted all the way up, walked up and stretched out her hand, gently touching it on top of this green-colored boulder. Wow! A clear light flickered faintly, enveloping Miao Xiaonan's body, and a weak, pale light emanated from the entire verdant stone. The faint green light soon dimmed, and the entire huge lapis lazuli did not make any more noise. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a long silence from the spot. Miao Xiaonan blinked her eyes and felt that there didn't seem to be any strange movements on her body, while the huge stone in front of her calmed down and didn't say what kind of body she was. What does that mean? Why is it suddenly not moving? Is it broken? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled in his eyes. This green-colored stone didn't say what kind of physique Miao Xiaonan had. This origin stone isn't broken, is it? Why doesn't it show any body? Xiao Ping sensed the auras of the group of elders and the first vein master hiding in the shadows, and directly condensed his spiritual energy into a sound and transmitted it. The fact that the origin stone doesn't have any movement means that Miao Xiaonan doesn't have any system and is merely a mortal body. The first chakra master transmitted it in the same manner, his spiritual power transforming into sound. What? A mortal body? Didn't Miao Yuandao say that Xiao Nui's physique is very special? Could he be swindling my words? And yet I do feel a different energy fluctuation in Nui's physique as well. The puzzlement in Xiao Jinyu's eyes grew. Miao Xiaonan was a little embarrassed when she saw no movement for half a moment. Jogging all the way to Xiao Jinyu's side, he forced himself to hold back the panic in his heart, and with a slight disappointment under his eyes, he hugged the chaos in his arms tightly. Xiao Jinyu took in this scene and looked toward the origin stone in the distance with disbelief in his eyes. Little Nui, let Master help you first to see if this broken stone is broken. Maybe it is broken to view your physique, and then Master will help you to check it again. Miao Xiaonan nodded her head as she looked at Xiao Jinyu's back as he walked towards the front and didn't say anything. The child minded her had been instilled with high expectations by her own father from a young age, and she had not failed to live up to her father's expectations, breaking through directly to the Jindan realm by virtue of being 9 years old. Her father had always said that she had a special physique and that one day she would be able to shine and become a rising star in the world. She felt the same way, and was inevitably a little disappointed to find out now that it differed from the truth, but soon figured out. In fact, it is nothing. He now has a good master on the line, with their own master slowly cultivation, which will not let their father disappointed. Xiao Jinyu placed his hand on it, with 4 supreme physiques in his body. He first slightly activated the heavenly border saint body to see what was going on. Chapter 64 Endless Visions. The crowd panics. The origin stone explodes. A majestic world force emanated out, and a complete world of heaven and earth seemed to emerge behind Xiao Jinyu. The beautiful mountains and rivers, the yin and yang taiji, the dragon spirit soaring amidst the clouds, the phoenix spirit encircling the mountains. The terrifying vision had just appeared in this world, and the crowds hiding in the dark couldn't sit still, and were directly forced back out by the power of the world. They hid 1,000 miles away from the distant mountain peaks and watched from afar, not wanting to get involved in any way with Xiao Jinyu, the bogeyman. I didn't expect his body to have such a terrifying physique vision. What kind of physique does he possess? Is it a metaphysical body, an earthly body, or a celestial body? The first vein master and a dozen other elders uttered out in disbelief. The vision here soon caught the attention of the other remaining peaks, and they all stood at the top of the peaks, looking out from afar at what was happening over here. The 3 vice saint masters of the Holy Land, as well as a saint master, floated above the heavens and earth, and together they watched what Xiao Jinyu did. The green-colored origin stone slightly trembled and buzzed twice, and from within the origin stone, a terrifying holy light erupted, rendering a sight of heaven and earth. The golden light spreads. Outside the origin stone, the golden light condensed 2 words. A closer look is actually the word holy body. The holy body. How can it be? He's actually a saint body. Sacred bodies are hard to come by in 10,000 years. How many have I seen in the history of my human race? Sacred bodies all have a life that belongs to their invincibility, and now my heavenly vault sacred ground has even gained an additional sacred body, and it's also the 5th vein's vein master. The lords of the 8 veins were stunned at the sight of this scene, and shocked out, sucking in a breath of cool air. What is the concept of the Eucharist? De Chang Sacred Body War Emperor. This sentence in the cultivation history of the human race has been circulated for an unknown period of time, rolling over an unknown number of times. Our past rotten. As for whether this emperor was the continent's limit emperor realm, or a great emperor who was known as a higher realm, that was unknown, and the continent had never seen the term great emperor. The green-robed man's mouth twitched when he saw that the one who had triggered this endless vision today was Xiao Jinyu again. Whenever Xiao Jinyu did something, it would always attract the attention of the entire Holy Land, and the vision made today was definitely no less than what he had done the day before. A saint body appeared in the heavenly vault sacred ground, and tomorrow it would spread throughout the entire Middle-earth divine realm. Sure enough, what I did was right, the green-robed man muttered to himself in his heart. Fortunately he had not made an enemy of Xiao Jinyu, or else one day their heavenly vault sacred ground would definitely be destroyed. Thinking of this, the green-robed man's cold sweat ran down his face as he continued, turning his gaze towards Xiao Jinyu, watching what he was going to do. He was actually able to really measure the heavenly border saint body that I possess, but why can't he measure little Nui's physique? Could it be that little Nui's physique is so advanced that the origin stone can't see through it? Xiao Jinyu guessed again in his heart. He collected the aura of the heavenly border saint body, and then blossomed the origin aura of the Tai Yi sword void body, ferrying in a strand to see if this green-colored origin stone would directly tell what kind of physique he had. The Tai Yi sword ruined body was catalyzed by himself, and the mountain and river visions in the sky changed in unison. Countless mountains and rivers of brocade were transformed into sword mountains, an ocean of sword chi, revealing all sorts of austere and murderous aura, its intent rushing to the heavens, and its sword power condensed. The rapidity of the transformation of the vision made the crowd not have time to react, and when they came back to their senses, they immediately retreated violently into the distance by as much as 10 million miles again. The people have a feeling in their hearts, if they are a little closer, that the sword mountain sword see such as if targeting it's them. I am afraid that today they will be directly without. The people do not want to see a lively will be their own little life on the wrong awe. The aura of the Tai Yi sword ruined body infused, and a faint black light emanated from within the origin stone. This black light had difficulty rushing out of the surface to form words, and immediately a forbidden force shook out within the green-colored origin stone. A tiny crack from the center of the origin stone burst upward, but did not spread out. From the appearance of the original appearance, no movement, no word. Xiao Jinyu eyebrow slightly raised. See their own fairy into the breath of the green origin stone surprisingly detected not, for their own hearts conjecture more and more recognized. Perhaps Niao Xiaonan's physique was too advanced, so the green-colored origin stone could not be viewed. Try again. Xiao Jinyu muttered to himself in his heart and withdrew the aura of the Tai Yi sword ruined body, transforming into the 10,000 tribulations divine body. Behind him, that sword mountain sword sea changed once again, transforming into an ocean of thunder and lightning. Boom! One thunderclap after another rang out, hidden in the clouds, floating above the entire first vein mountaintop. This wisp of breath crossed into the origin stone, and the violet aura of calamity once again turned into black light, and another forbidden force pressed it down, preventing the origin stone from surfacing the name of the 10,000 calamities divine body. That crack extended upward violently for another 3 inches, just a hair's breadth away from the top of the lapis lazuli, and this origin stone would crack from the center. Master Xiao Pulse, calm down. Calm down. We didn't do anything today, and no one from my heavenly vault sacred ground is messing with you. Master Xiao Vane must think twice. Talk things over. Don't use the thunderbolt. The green-robed man flew out again from the void, his face flustered, when he saw a sea of thunder emerge behind Xiao Jinyu. He thought that Xiao Jinyu was going to destroy their heavenly vault sacred ground again, and he thought that something had happened with the friction, and that was a panic. Hastily taking the role of peacemaker, his face was kind. When the crowd of Vane masters saw this scene, their hearts were in their throats, especially the first Vane master, who had this sea of thunder floating above his mountain today. Could it be that Xiao Jinyu wanted to exterminate the entire first Vane? It was all well and good when I came here. Why are you backtracking now? The group of disciples of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land who were practicing well below felt the endless sea of thunder on the first mountain range, and the sense of annihilation reappeared, and it was as if the crowd saw the gates of heaven opening for them once again. It seems to be meeting up with their great-grandfather and grandmother again. The disciples' great master and great-grandmother. What's going on lately? Why are you walking around by yourself so often? Don't worry about it. I didn't mean that. I'm just trying to see if this origin stone can check out my physique. Xiao Jinyu raised his head and withdrew his gaze after glancing at the green-robed man, collected the aura of the 10,000 tribulation divine body from his body, and began to activate the prison suppressor heavenly body. The thunderbolt disappeared as much as it could and everything was restored, and only then did the crowd exhale heavily at the sight of it. Yama, strange. Why do these people keep jumping back and forth sideways in front of the ghost gate? When Xiao Jinyu injected this last trace of breath, it was the last straw that crushed the camel, and violently, with a loud boom, the entire origin stone exploded apart. Boo! The green-colored origin petrified into countless pieces. Xiao Jinyu's hand remained in the same mold it had just been in, stretched out in front of him, with infinite doubt in his large eyes, and his face similarly dumbfounded. How did it blow up? Chapter 65, Mortal Body? Be yourself and those who love you will naturally love you. A good test of a physique. How come the stone messed up and chipped? This stone is too undurable. One look and you know it's not made in China. Xiao Jinyu came back to his senses and saw that the stone in front of him had crumbled, shook his head and retracted his hand, withdrawing his prison suppression breath along with it. It had just appeared for just an instant, and the prison suppressor aura spread rapidly. The vision behind Xiao Jinyu was even more terrifying. The thunderbolt had disappeared, and in its place was a ghost gateway that rose up from the ground. A blood-red gate was branded with countless blood-colored palm imprints that seeped beyond compare, and strand after strand of ethereal aura emanated from it. A blood-colored heaven and earth emerged, the endless earthly jailers holding hellish spears in their hands, overlooking the crowd of people in the Holy Land, their eyes flickering, the intent on their faces seeming as if they wanted to detain all of them into hell. The disciples had just breathed a sigh of relief one moment, but the next moment, when they felt this hellish aura of death, the hairs on their bodies stood up, and the feeling of death was even greater. More heart palpitations, more cold sweat flowed down, and the clothes behind him had long been completely soaked. The lords of the 8 veins, the 3 deputy Saint Masters, and the heavenly vault Saint Master were all dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. Although they were terrified of this vision, Xiao Jinyu's visions had surfaced too many times, and there was some slight numbness. What they were more concerned about was the fact that the origin stone of their heavenly vault Holy Land that had stood here for nearly 10,000 years was now shattered just like that. It's one of the foundations, and now it's gone? Did Xiao Jinyu's physical fitness test make you collapse? Origin stone, I also didn't want to survive for 10,000 years, but today I didn't survive and died at the hands of this brat. The origin stone. This is the greatest treasure of my first vein. Countless feelings of anger immediately surged in the eyes of the first vein master, and his beard blew in anger. However, as he thought about Xiao Jinyu's ferocious might and the previous thunderbolt, half of his anger disappeared. Thinking about the deathly aura of the 9 hells just now, and thinking about Xiao Jinyu's terrifying strength, as well as his saint body, all of this last anger disappeared and dissipated. This is not only a bogeyman, but also a murderer. He couldn't fight, he couldn't scold, and he was afraid that he would summon another thunderbolt to bombard himself at that time. At this moment, the first vein master only felt suffocated, with nowhere to vent his anger. It was a difficult situation. Xiao Jinyu knows that today's events are their own shortcomings. Looking at the sky above so many people, once again revealed a simple, kind, innocent, sunshine smile. From his Qiankuan bag, he fumbled around and found a spirit stone as big as a pigeon's egg, placing it on top of where the original origin stone had been. Both hands pinched and towered above. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. However, the next moment, the wind just blew at the top of the mountain, and this spirit stone was blown down by the wind. And when the crowd saw this, their faces were even darker. The 3 deputy Saint Masters and the Saint Master had already seen Xiao Jinyu's unparalleled saint body potential, as well as the 4 different visions just now. So what could they do? Call it out, but don't let it go. Fight. Maybe you can't beat them again. His future potential is strong, and now his side is really comfortable in case he wins. When he grew up and thrashed some of his own people again, they would certainly have no power to fight back. So what can be done? Forgive him, of course. Right now, this one is a little grandparent now. Seeing that the crowd didn't show any indication, Xiao Jinyu directly dropped a Qiankuan bag in place, which had 1,000,000 spirit stones in it, which was considered to make up for the first vein lord. Trotting over to Miao Xiaonan's side, he turned into a stream of light that shot up into the sky and directly disappeared, returning to where his 5th chakra was. At the same time, the mind began to ask about the system. Is Nui Nui's physique really just a mortal body? Or is it that her physique is the same as mine, a supreme physique, only that it wasn't surveyed by the origin stone didn't give it away? Back to the host. Miao Xiaonan's physique is indeed a mortal body no less. The reason she was able to reach such a high realm at such a young age is because when she was very young, it is estimated that there was a person with an extremely high cultivation level who ferried in a strand of origin chi for her. This origin chi has helped her realm climb upward, and the potential is still there. Before the origin chi is used up, Miao Xiaonan doesn't need any cultivation, and her realm will continue to rise. This person's realm, her strength is at least above the purple mansion. After receiving the system's answer, Xiao Jinyu was dazed. So that's how it is. No wonder there's still a residual aura of power within Nui Nui's body. The 2 of them had just returned to the 5th mountain range. Miao Xiaonan's small hand pulled at Xiao Jinyu's robe, still somewhat uneasy, her voice glutinous. Master, am I really a mortal body? Does that make me ordinary? Then will you still want me, Master? Xiao Jinyu looked at Miao Xiaonan's appearance and squatted down with a smile on his face, gently stroking Miao Xiaonan's head and tenderly saying, "Silly boy. Of course, you're my disciple. Does it have to be different? Do you have to become better than everyone else? I don't think so, yo. To little enamorada, you don't need to look at you, this is so cute. This is already a difference for you. Just be yourself. Those who love you naturally love you. Xiao Jinyu was incomparably gentle, and in this cruel world, these words were incomparably rare. It was also a rare case where he didn't pit his children and raised Miao Xiaonan as a daughter. When Miao Xiaonan heard what Xiao Jinyu had said, there was a gradual luster in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly lifted in surprise. Really? Of course it's true. If little Nui wants to embark on the path of cultivation, Master can help you. Who is Master? Master's realm is very high. What physique you want isn't at your fingertips. If little Nui doesn't want to cultivate and wants to be an ordinary person, then Master naturally respects your wishes. With Master here, I'll be the one to carry the sky even if it falls. Xiao Jinyu dotingly rubbed Miao Xiaonan's head. These words did not carry any purpose, but really wanted Miao Xiaonan to grow up happily. Xiao Jinyu's concept of parenting has always been upholding just that. So when Xiao Tianmian was growing up, basically he didn't do much to interfere too much, but rather let him develop and set himself up behind him for the things he messed up. Miao Xiaonan was happy. Having such a sentence from Xiao Jinyu was enough. A child's mind, simple and single, will always take the words of adults to heart, affecting her for a long, long time. Miao Xiaonan was relieved to hold chaos and ran off to play in the distance. Her heart was still the same as it was back then, and she had started doing her old job again in the heavenly vault sacred ground, endlessly robbing, and getting bolder and bolder. What Xiao Jinyu didn't know was what a marvelous empress daughter he had set up for himself in the future with this thoughtless remark. Once a teacher, always a father. Moreover, her ability to mess with the enemy was first-rate, and she was able to raise her realm very quickly thanks to her. Strange, why has Brother Wang disappeared these days? Xiao Pingji had searched the entire heavenly vault sacred land and still had not found Wang Xuanji's figure, as if he had never appeared. After delivering the origin technique man for himself, he disappeared, and he hasn't properly thanked him yet. Xiao Pingji's eyes were very puzzled. Oh yeah, in a few days it will be the day of the second sister divine feminine election, so it would be good to bring father along to support the second sister at that time. The second sister is among the divine hall forces, and although she is one of the candidate divine maidens, she is still a bit thin compared to those with deep backgrounds. But now that father is here, he will definitely be able to fight for a lot of victory for second sister. Chapter 66 Unlucky 2. Outside the divine heavenly palace. What's with all the bad luck lately? Running into people all the time? Every time I fled around a corner I ran into an endless pursuit. Fortunately with the 9 turns battle body, or else I guess I would have been stripped of my skin even if I didn't die. Xiao Tianliang was somewhere in the secret realm, palpitating and patting his chest, with many injuries of all sizes on his body. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy wasn't catching up nowadays, he hastily knocked out a few pills to restore the breath in his body. Pill Elder, why are these people in this secret realm always chasing after me, like mad dogs? And every time I turn a corner, I encounter these people. It seems like this entire secret realm is targeting me. Xiao Tianming couldn't help but complain. I don't know. It could simply be that your luck hasn't been very good lately, but the good thing is that the final inheritance has already arrived. The complete saint's inheritance, coupled with his divine abilities, you'll be able to increase your strength by several times again. And in the midst of the ordeal, haven't you noticed that your realm has risen particularly fast? It's directly elevated by a large realm. Pill Elder opened his mouth, his face satisfied. It's a bit of a decline, but the boost is gnarly. Also, Xiao Tianmai nodded, having the complete saint's inheritance on his body, as well as the secret techniques of his gongfu. Although this line of work had killed quite a few people themselves, after all, they were the ones who moved to kill and seize the treasure in the first place, and it was normal for them to kill back. As for whether or not there would be a beating up of the little one to come back to the old one, Xiao Tianmeng didn't think it mattered. After a previous incident he had looked away and called the old one across the street, then he called his father. Let's see if it's you calling the old undead strong or my side. Ah blah blah blah, old father strong. On the other side, Li Nanchuan also stumbled into this situation, and has been having bad luck lately. Even if he win the old 6 go up, wait until the crowd to get the inheritance after wanting to go to the backstabbing time. He unexpectedly stomached suddenly a pain, did not hold back, let a fart. Bu. The entire room was deathly silent as a group of disciples reacted violently, turning to look at Li Nanchuan and fixing their eyes on him. The scene was so awkward that he was about to get his backstabbing in, only to have it spoiled by a fart. Luckily, he had already laid down the heavily extreme formation and barely managed to wipe out these disciples in one fell swoop, taking away the last of the inheritance. How come? I've been unlucky lately. Ouch, my stomach hurts again. Li Nanchuan was still muttering to himself in disbelief 1 second, but in the next second, he suddenly covered his stomach and took the inheritance and turned into a stream of light to crouch towards the distant uninhabited jungle. Li Nanchuan just squatted to release. In the distance a big black dog came to smell the smell, looked at Li Nanchuan's ass, and his eyes bloomed with a golden light. Ow! A trotting snarl tore towards Li Nan's son. Ouch, how did that happen? How can a person be so unlucky as to be in this condition? Li Nanchuan ran and shouted while carrying his pants. The situation on both sides naturally had nothing to do with Xiao Jinyu. He and the system hit it off, and the two old sixes directly pitched up their sons and disciples, but it also really just boosted the strength of the two, and allowed them to quickly spell out their father. After they tasted the sweetness of fighting for their father, the number of times they had Xiao Jinyu back them up in the future would only increase. Ruoxue got a selection. Go, of course you have to go. Of course I have to back her up. With Pops I'm here. I'm Ruoxue's biggest dependence. Xiao Jinyu listened to the information given by Xiao Pingji and immediately patted his chest. With such a thing who would go if not him? His own strength was not high right now, but it was a divine temple, which was explicitly stronger than a holy land. At that time, if Xiao Ruoxue bumped into some strong person, such as a rival's protector, her own realm could be as high as the rival's protector's realm, right? This was another opportunity to raise his realm's strength, so how could he let it go like that again? Pingji, just tell me the address of the shrine directly. I'll go alone. You take care of Nui Nui. Xiao Jinyu patted Xiao Pingji's shoulder. Why don't I tag along? It's been a long time since I've seen my second sister. Xiao Pingji also wanted to follow along, but was rebuffed by Xiao Jinyu. You still have breath in this form nowadays. It's better to cultivate properly as the main thing. Wait until one day is strong enough. Surely you can see it. Don't worry about it. Besides, isn't there the 3 Holy Lands competition in a few months? When the time comes to blossom on top of the Holy Land competition, Ruoxue will definitely come as well and will definitely be proud of you. Hearing Xiao Jinyu say this, Xiao Pingji was silent, then nodded with a firm gaze. After determining the location of Xiao Ruoxue's divine temple, Xiao Jinyu directly appropriated 10% of the resources within the 5th mountain range treasure trove. Turning into a stream of light, he rushed up into the sky and disappeared within the crowning vault Holy Land. The two major divine halls, Xianxiao and Xinxiao, had been situated in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture for a long time, already having a history of hundreds of thousands of years, with countless reserves. These few days were the days when the 10 candidate goddesses of the Divine Heavenly Hall would become official goddesses. Each goddess will bring a protector to help her seize the most favorable conditions to help her become a goddess, and the power of the Divine Maiden in the Divine Heavenly Temple could be considered extremely great. Only under the Divine Temple's Hall Master, and above 10,000 people. The 3 holy places were located in the southern part of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom, and the 2 great divine halls were truly situated in the center. It is worth mentioning that Xianxiao is to the left and Xinxiao is to the right, and that Xianxiao is mostly male disciples and Xinxiao is mostly female disciples. By virtue of the power of heaven and earth, soon Xiao Jinyu rushed a small half-day's journey across a distance of 10 million miles to arrive outside the Divine Heavenly Palace. The Middle-earth Divine Prefecture was even more vast than he had imagined, and just coming from the south to the central region was already tens of millions of miles away. If you cross over to the north of the center again, it will only take longer. The magnificence of the Divine Heavenly Hall was much more extravagant than the Holy Land. A green golden hall stretched endlessly, each with several times the height of his eternal life Imperial Dynasty's royal hall, even more expansive. The material used for the building was surprisingly still special Shen iron fine gold. A splendid temple gate stood outside. The golden gate was tattooed with 2 divine dragons, and the gate was tightly closed, as if outsiders were not welcome to visit. I heard Pingji say that no one can enter the shrine without an invitation or they will be hunted down and killed. Oops, came too fast. Forgot to say with Ruoxue, now I have to how to go in low? Xiao Jinyu floated outside the golden gate, stroking his beardless chin. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and he activated the golden eyes of Qi. A terrifying power of divine sense dispersed out in all directions like a flood, sweeping through a small and incomplete half of the divine hall. Soon, all the colors of Qi above the heads of the people emerged, worthy of being from the divine hall. Most of them are actually red-colored Qi. That is to say that although they are not Heaven's Destiny protagonists, they can still mix it up in the middle of the novel as a passerby, or at least make an appearance. There might even be some drama, Xiao Jinyu murmured, in which an extremely rich golden-purple aura attracted him. Ruoxue should be that lucky. Just go straight in and find her. Xiao Jinyu murmured in a low voice and followed the spatial node to where a large hall he had just viewed was located. Chapter 67, Oolong? Looking for the wrong person. Second daughter. Xiao Ruoxue, father and daughter meet. The invisible power of the world enveloped Xiao Jianyu's body, and it was as if he had fused with this heaven and earth, his breath imperceptible. Even if someone inadvertently glanced this way, they would subconsciously ignore him. Soon, Xiao Jianyu came directly within this large hall. When his figure had just surfaced above the heavens and earth, clump after clump of hot air in front of him blocked his vision. The air around them was slightly high. Ha, that's not right. What's going on? Xiao Jianyu was stunned, but still looked downwards. All of them were at the Saint Realm. These water mists were naturally negligible. The moment Xiao Jianyu had just lowered her head, a woman just happened to raise her head to notice someone coming. In this instant, the king looked at the green bean in matched eyes. It was also at this instant that Xiao Jianyu instantly realized that something was wrong, and that this person of golden chi was not Xiao Ruoxue. Moreover, the most fatal thing was that in this cultivation hall, this white mist was not heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was water mist. The woman in front of him was actually bathing within the great hall. Although it was only a glance, it was also a complete look, and if I really wanted to describe this scene, I could only summarize it in a poem. The clouds and mists are removed to see the high mountains, the sky towering peaks like Snow White. The jade clam under the mountain is holding a precious pearl and wants to play hide and seek with the water dew. Ah! A sharp yell resounded through the hall, and the woman reacted, her spiritual energy catalyzing her robes to cover her body, her face suddenly scarlet, flickering with a faint huff, an extremely terrifying might of heaven and earth covered and pressed down, which also carried all sorts of law power and divine soul power. Xiao Jianyu's face changed and he shouted in a hurry, "No, no, don't do it, let's talk about it, I'll let you see it once." Xiao Jianyu's face was grave. The woman in front of him was actually at the Purple Mansion realm. Saints above the repair is the immortal road, and the mundane completely decoupled. The Wheel Sea repair immortal soul, Dao Palace repair life, Purple House repair immortal base, the Emperor realm is the limit of the continent, and then further ascension. He was only barely wheeling the sea now, and if this woman really wanted to fight him, he would definitely not be pleasing to him, and it was still on someone else's home turf. He got up today to support Xiao Ruoxue, not to do other. When the woman heard Xiao Jianyu's voice, her face reddened even deeper. What did she mean by showing her once? Denizens! The woman let out a low gulp as her power violently crushed down. When Xiao Jianyu saw this scene, he hastily activated the power of the underworld 9 shadows, the heavenly border saint body. It directly disappeared above the great hall, leaving behind 9 residual shadows alone. 9 split silhouettes appeared here, and in the next moment, that terrifying purple mansion pressure shrouded down, directly crushing these 9 silhouettes into nothingness. With nothing left, the woman looked at the hall without any footprints. The anger on her face did not diminish. She grew up to be so big. How had she ever been seen naked by other people? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not going to kill him off. The woman froze, her anger half gone, and for a moment she didn't grasp the intensity. The powerful violet mansion power is able to erase everything, even the divine soul, even the physical body. Just like Xiao Jianyu directly erased that million army. Not a single bit left, not even a trace. Xiao Jianyu's figure had just appeared outside of the grand hall, and sensing that quite a few people were rushing this way, the aura of the heavenly frontier's sacred body quickly diffused itself, allowing itself to have the greatest degree of concealment. I should have known to use the front door and let someone else give a briefing. Now that this whole mess has been made, I just hope that her identity isn't too high. Otherwise, at that time, if she becomes Ruoxue as a protector, it would be disastrous to be recognized by her. But Xiao Jin knew how to think. How unrealistic. Purple House realm, less said, is the Vice Saint Master level of existence. In the Divine Temple, status is certainly not low. For now, Xiao Jinyu had no choice but to pray for this, but the big thing was to wear a mask when the time came. And besides, who would take a bath within a practice hall? Isn't that a lack of heart? Xiao Jinyu face indignation, but know that he is unreasonable, and also appreciate some different scenery. So no more words, even if the chase is also lost value. After all, death under the peony's skirt. Cough cough, digress. Xiao Jinyu's eyes once again flickered with a faint golden light as he looked toward the remaining half of the divine heavenly hall. One of them also had an aura of purple and gold. This time, Xiao Jinyu learned her lesson and tentatively checked outside first to see if there were any other movements inside, and only appeared within the main hall when she confirmed that there was no mistake inside. A woman, with sadness in her brows, her right hand resting on her fragrant cheeks, propped up on the ancient wooden table, not knowing what she was thinking about, sighed in a low voice. I didn't expect their protector to grab it so quickly, bringing a bunch of elders within the divine hall, and not leaving me at all awe. Originally coming late to the party with little depth, now it seems that this divine maiden position is out of the question. Her locks of beautiful hair fluttered slightly, and her slender willow eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making her look pitiful. A pair of eyes look forward to charming, show straight yao nose, jade cheeks slightly red, white as snow, the dimple of crystal like jade, petite, gentle nicknames. A wide-sleeved loose-end dress shows off the color of a young girl. Xiao Jinyu also looked at the woman in front of her with some uncertainty, because Xiao Ruoxue had already been away from home for too long, when she was still young, plus the fact that the women have changed so much that they can be said to be not at all relevant to their previous appearance. Only the soulful eyes seem unchanged. But Xiao Ruoxue knew Xiao Jinyu. After all, he was her father. Even if his breath changed again, his appearance was still the same as before, and the years had not left any traces above his face. At first, she had the intention to be wary, but when she saw that the visitor was actually Xiao Jinyu, endless surprise surged on her face. "Father, what brings you here?" Xiao Ruoxue directly stood up, changing her just now sorrowful appearance, her eyes slightly red. More than 10 years have not seen. Up now this meeting, this feeling only she understands. Directly jumped into the arms of Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu froze, with a loving fatherly smile on his face. His big hand gently fell on top of Xiao Ruoxue's back, gently patting her back, as he did when he was a child. He rocked the cradle and sang children's songs to lull her to sleep. His daughter had grown up, and now that she had even directly become a goddess candidate of the divine hall, his old father's face was filled with endless pride. "Father, when you came into the middle of the divine temple, why didn't you tell me so I could go and fetch you? How have you been doing on your own all these years? How's third brother doing?" For a moment, away from the points, Xiao Ruoxue inquired to learn about what had happened over the years. Heaven's mandate, he has gone out to practice, and counting the time, he has come to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture now. As for my father, you see how bad it can be to be so energetic? The two of them separated. Xiao Jinyu smiled. His body's aura was not concealed, and the sea of wheels radiated out. At the same time, he directly activated the power of the three types of physique, and his breath was as deep as the sea, and not as simple as the sea of wheels emanating from the surface. "Father, this realm of yours, you are?" Xiao Ruoxue was blinded, not expecting her father to be so strong, but there was soon heartache in her eyes. Xiao Jinyu's realm was not high when she was a young girl, only at the earth element realm, and now that he was so powerful, how many trials and tribulations must he have suffered? How many mountains of corpses and seas of blood did he have to go through on this journey of cultivation before he could cross the barriers between the Middle Kingdom and the South to come directly to her? There was a slight reddening of the eyes, a slight reddening of the nose, a fighting of tears, and a lump in the throat. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart when he saw this. Not bad for a father's little coat, it's so cozy. Seeing Xiao Ruoxue like this, Xiao Jinyu was almost moved to tears from watching. Look at them, they're so sweet. Then look at Xiao Tianming, that rebellious son. The things he did in the previous 10 years or so were called a bastard. Invincible rebellious son. Fortunately, now grown up. But grown up is not the time. Now he wants the previous rebellious son of trouble-spelling father. Everything according to his contrary wishes to. Fortunately, the child grew up, and the old father rejoiced. Hearing from your elder brother that you're going to participate in the Divine Maiden election, my father has rushed over to support you. Now that I am here, the Divine Maiden election, you can just let go of 100,000 hearts. Chapter 68, the Divine Feminine election. She's actually the Divine Hall Master. Xiao Jinyu confidently patted his chest and swore, "But father, this protector is going to make a move in the end, and it could be dangerous." Xiao Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Don't worry, my father's realm is incomparably high. You'll know when the time comes. If you're still not assured, my father will give you a bottom. I'm invincible under the Emperor realm, 1 for 1 above the Emperor realm." Xiao Jinyu summoned the dragon spirit and phoenix spirit from within the Dantian world within his body, transforming them into two divine beast silhouettes that were only as big as the palm of a hand. Circling around in the center of his hand as the dragon and phoenix presented themselves, the anomaly looked extremely subtle, and the divine beast aura emanating from the two of them, the majestic dragon breath. The majestic phoenix breath was not in the least bit weaker than the wheeling sea great success, even the Dao Palace realm. "Father, your strength in this body has actually increased to so much." Xiao Ruoxue was instantly shocked as she looked on, and there was curiosity in her brows. Hearing Xiao Ruoxue chatting about this, Xiao Jinyu instantly became mysterious and shook his head, his face sullen. "This is a long story. Naturally, my father is not as simple as you appear to be. All of my father's realm has been sealed in relation to your missing mother. We'll talk about these in detail when the time comes. At the moment, your goddess election is important. As for my father's strength, I'll ensure that you'll be able to sit in this goddess position." The playwright is at it again, and it's true that life is like a play. Xiao Ruoxue's heart trembled fiercely as she listened to the word mother spoken by Xiao Jinyu. She saw the endless depression on Xiao Jinyu's face again and only felt a pang of heartache. These years father alone must be very lonely, right? Not with their company, but one person hard worked to raise them to adulthood, but also to take care of Xiao Tianmian. Now, it's time for someone to take care of him, too. With this thought in mind today, in the future, no, I should say in the following time, the sweet little cotton girl did a very filial thing. build bridges and red ropes for your own father. Shinsha Divine Hall has little else, but many women, disappearing mothers, or you might as well delete me. Xiao Ruoxue nodded. For this position of goddess he didn't think much of it. Her original plan was that when she became a goddess, she would return directly to the southern wasteland to see Xiao Jinyu. I didn't expect Xiao Jinyu to come directly to her now, and with the position of Divine Maiden in the Middle-earth Divine Realm, she could also do more in the days to come. It was time to lighten the burden for her father. Regarding Xiao Ruoxue's disappearing mother, Xiao Jinyu did not talk about it again, and the two of them chatted about the things that had gone on with each other during these years, in a miscellany of ways. Of course, they also chatted about this Divine Maiden election. Xiao Ruoxue's current realm was lower than her people's to come, merely only in the exalted realm. She cultivation just reached 20-something, its other goddesses than her older than more than 2 or 3a. Realm naturally also to come much higher, mostly in the realm of saints. Cultivators have a long lifespan, and even at 60 they can maintain their cardamom face, which is considered incomparably young. Every 1,000 years there will be a new term of goddesses to take office, leading a group of disciples. As the leader of the divine heavenly temple, the grand competition is divided into a total of 3 races. First, the battle of the goddess. Second, the battle of the protector. And third, the goddess joining with the protector to convince the remaining disciples. Dang, dang, dang. The ringing of the temple bell signaled the start of the divine feminine election. Xiao Ruoxue stood up, looked out of the hall, and whispered, "Here it comes, it's starting." Turning around, "Father, I'm going to have to trouble you on this one." Xiao Jinyu laughed and shook her head. "What kind of words are these? Isn't it natural for a father to protect his daughter from harm?" Xiao Ruoxue nodded heavily, and the two of them walked out of this golden hall with Xiao Jinyu, who smoothly took out a golden mask and put it on. The Divine Hall Plaza, the 5-tiered ring, was filled with young disciples of the Divine Hall today, all hoping to see who the Divine Maiden of the future would be that would be able to command their Divine Maiden Hall. Everyone had everyone's supporters. Xiao Ruoxue was the youngest and hadn't spent much time in the Divine Maiden Hall, so she was undoubtedly the least. 9 women had already stood in the square, each in a different, graceful shape. Should not say that cultivators are just different from ordinary people. Every woman has more spiritual beauty. Handsome men and women are countless. The 9 candidate goddesses were more or less followed by 2 to 3 Tao protectors on their sides. Most of their realms were at the Tao Palace realm, with very few will sees and even less violet mansions. Xiao Jinyu took a cursory glance and realized that the woman who had just been there was not in the ranks of this, nor was she in the group of Tao protectors, and secretly sighed in relief. "Ha, if it isn't Sister Ruoxue? Sister Ruoxue has found a protector, and it's a man?" Among the 9 people, a woman spoke out, with curiosity in her eyes as she looked toward Xiao Jinyu. The woman had just opened her mouth, and the remaining 8 women and the group of disciples from the Divine Hall also looked over, their faces varying. Women were in the majority in the Divine Heavenly Hall, while men were few and far between, and elders, needless to say, were even rarer, with the highest realm being no more than the Wheeling Sea. Because it was a goddess, the protector naturally had to be a woman at best, and Xiao Jinyu and this man with the goddess walked so close, the crowd inevitably guessed 1 or 2. There will not be any deal it. Xiao Jinyu naturally understood the meaning of this, and a cold light flickered in her eyes. This woman is so targeted. The moment she comes, she makes things happen. Alright, the Divine Maiden election will begin today. Just as the crowd was still guessing which elder Xiao Jinyu was, a majestic female voice resounded from heaven and earth. A purple robe as powerful as a phoenix, long and trailing the ground, hair a 7-treasure coral hairpin, reflecting the face like hibiscus. Her face is gorgeous but not lose dignity. A pair of phoenix eyes charming heavenly, but also awe-inspiring power. A head of green silk combed into a Chinese bun, luxuriant and graceful. The woman was the hall master of the Divine Heavenly Hall of Gods, and was the most powerful existence in the Hall of Gods in plain sight. The woman had just arrived, and the faces of the people were respectful, saluting one another. "We have met your highness, Hall Master Manhwa." The woman nodded indifferently, full of the majesty of a superior. Aw, bad. It's not good to run into anyone but her. Xiao Jinyu's eyes stood out the moment he saw the woman. Wasn't this the woman who was bathing within the hall he had just mistakenly entered? Now she's actually the temple master. Something big is going on. If he was recognized, he might even implicate Xiao Ruoxue. But now Xiao Ruoxue doesn't have a single helper by her side. If he doesn't make a move, this position of goddess is directly gone. Damn it! Now Xiao Jinyu was riding a tiger. Gritting his teeth, he still decided to take a gamble. Anyway, he was wearing a mask, only revealing an eye. This always can't recognize himself. And before he left he had specially changed his attire, from his original white robe to a golden robe. The woman floated in the sky, glancing at the protectors around the 10 candidate goddesses, and after a slight glance at Xiao Jinyu's body, she withdrew her gaze. First choice, strength and luck. Goddesses should be strong, and naturally, they should have good fortune. Among them, with 2 of them can directly take a turn and get a win. Chapter 69, Drawing of the Lottery. The Breath of Havoc manipulates the match. Wheel of Fortune wins. The 3 rounds of the election are based on a point system, and whoever gets the most at the end is naturally the goddess of the temple. The winner of the first round accumulates 3 points and the loser 1. The second round of the Protector of the Road goes out with 3 points to the winner and 1 point to the loser. In the third round, it depends on the influence that the goddess and the Protector of the Way have accumulated under these 2 rounds with the usual, and if there are more supporters, they will get 3 points directly. The final winner is chosen in this manner. To put it bluntly, the first round depends on how strong and lucky the goddess is. The second round depends on how strong the people supporting you are, and the third round depends on how popular you are. We can't pick someone who is weak and unpopular to be the goddess. It's against the rules, isn't it? Okay, pick a sign. Above the dome of the sky, there are 12 wooden sticks, 2 of which have a wheel, written with the word free, and 10 of which are war. Luck, not 100%. If you are not lucky, the 10 lots drawn are all war, so the battle is still inevitable. With Ruwashue's golden aura, it shouldn't be difficult to win directly by wanting to take a turn, but to be on the safe side, it's still necessary to do something small. Xiao Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of the 10,000 tribulation god body on his body quietly dispersed, a decaying aura spreading towards the 9 people in the distance. This scene was so unnoticeable that no one noticed. The 10,000 tribulation divine body was also extremely useful at this moment, and no one could even detect the tribulation aura unless they had special heavenly eyes. 9 different decaying god auras fell onto the bodies of the 9 candidate goddesses in the distance, and Xiao Jinyu only used a trace of them. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Jingyu exchanged a glance and nodded as she took the lead in floating towards the top of the sky dome, with the remaining 9 following closely behind. Casually grabbed a covered wooden sign, held in his hand, removed the cloth covering the wooden sign, pulled open to see, surprisingly, is the word free. This also meant that Xiao Ruoxue had a direct turn in this round, winning 3 points directly without a fight. The remaining 9 expectantly unveiled the cloth covering them, but all that was written was the word battle, which meant that the 9 of them would have to fight, and one of them might have to fight twice. Xiao Ruoxue had delight on her face as she returned to Xiao Jinyu's side. Xiao Jinyu smiled and nodded. Only the smile was hidden under a mask and did not show. The purple-skirted woman opened her mouth indifferently when she saw this scene. 9 of you will fight, and 1 of you will take a turn. Immediately afterward, the purple-robed woman looked at Xiao Ruoxue again. Ruoxue, feel free to fight with any one of them. Win in to add 1 point for you. Lose and you'll still have 3 points as usual. Xiao Ruoxue arched her hand in a salute and smiled sweetly. Okay. In fact, this 1 point can be seen. Is the Hallmaster's special care Xiao Ruoxue? She is only out of a hand white 1 point, because she is the age of the smallest among the women, and still by the Hallmaster personally brought up. Ha! This tiger even opened the back door for Ruoxue? Xiao Jinyu froze. The 9 candidate goddesses naturally didn't dare to say anything more, only that their hostility towards Xiao Ruoxue had increased by 1 point. Who asked them to be older than Xiao Ruoxue? The battle quickly unfolded, with each of the 10 men choosing a ring, and the winner could be divided in 1 round. The opponent that Xiao Ruoxue was facing, coincidentally, was a woman who had just voiced her opening. Ruoxue's sister. Don't let go of the water. Oh, sister is not going to be merciful. Zhang Hongyan smiled. A faint sage sure emanated out, and immediately the power of heaven and earth thickened, the ring sinking slightly downwards. Above her right hand, she held a 3-foot-long sword, with a side that was very different from her identity, and her face was suddenly frozen. Xiao Ruoxue nodded. In terms of strength, she might not be able to beat the Zhang Yanhong in front of her, but she would have to fight one of them. Zhang Yanhong fiercely disappeared in place and slashed out with an endless forceful power. A long emerald green sword appeared in Xiao Ruoxue's hand and one up. The two exchanged 3 moves, but Xiao Ruoxue had been in a disadvantage. The power of the heavens and earth continued to slow her down and suppress the power of the exalted one in her, and there was still a disparity between the two. Xiao Ruoxue is not a little cutie. She naturally knows that Zhang Yanhong's ill intentions, but still want to fight with one. Then even if it is no longer good to admit defeat on the good. Anyway, that 3 points themselves are secure to hand. She wanted to do well in front of her own father. Over the years she had grown up and become equally strong. Zhang Yanhong's blade became more and more fierce. Each blade carried the force of 100 pounds, leaving wound after wound on the ring, going 3 points deeper under the ring. She's trying to get me seriously injured. Xiao Ruoxue's eyes narrowed slightly, the battle intent in her heart burning more and more, and her eyes glowing fiercely. Ding! Congratulations to the host's daughter. Xiao Ruoxue, for triggering the divine spell father system. Detected that she is unwilling and wants to fight with Zhang Hongyan for the host to enhance the realm in. Congratulations to the host for stepping into the Tao of the Blade and reaching the Heavenly Blade Unity Realm. Enemy, Zhang Yanhong, Terrestrial Sage Realm, Blade Heart Realm. The way of the knife is the same as the way of the sword. One realm, one sky, knife chi, knife intent, knife power, knife heart, heavenly knife unity, knife domain, return to the source. This can be triggered. Xiao Jinyu froze as he listened to the sudden system beep. For this realm he didn't feel that there was much so-called. It was just one more blade path. His sword Dao could work with his physique to be able to explode with even more power. The battles on the other four sides of the ring were fought, with the might of the saints spreading across the world and the power of the heavens and the earth dispersed in all directions. Various moves came out in unison, and endless radiance filled the air, and the crowd of female disciples from the divine hall were all dazzled. This doesn't have good intentions. That sardonic smile in her eyes means she wants to seriously injure Ruoshua. The divine feminine competition cannot result in maiming, crippling, or death, and violators will be expelled from the temple. Xiao Jinyu clearly captured the wrongness of Zhang Yanhong's expression, and the aura of the 10,000 tribulation godbodies tribulation emanated once again, and this time, it was increased in intensity. Before it was luck, now it's the body. More horrible calamity spread, controlled under a good intensity. He did not diffuse all the calamity chi as much as he could, or else by then it might be discovered by the purple-robed woman that he had made a move. Soon, the aura of calamity enveloped Zhang Yanhong. At once, Zhang Yanhong's face changed, sensing that something was wrong. Her abdomen felt like it was turning over, and it was hard as hell. This saint realm of hers was clearly fated from the mortal body only, but she would still feel a wave of discomfort, and even this uncomfortable feeling gathered at her pelvic bone location. Something seems to be breaking out of its bonds and flying free. This feeling intensified. Zhang Yanhong's face became more and more unsightly, even suffocating. The swelling red, legs soft, finally felt that it was unable to block, hastily shouted, "I admit defeat." After that, she turned into a stream of light and flew off into the distance, and sent a message to her protector about what she was going to do. This sudden anomaly made the crowd just feel clouded, especially Xiao Ruoshue. Just now she was still fighting well. How come Zhang Yanhong suddenly surrendered now? Not just her. Everyone had such an expression. Even the purple-robed woman was a bit confused. Xiao Jinyu secretly smiled. This 10,000 Thunders godbody is really good. It is simply a must-have when going out. Now that Xiao Ruoshue had easily gained 4 points, the next battle between the protectors of the Tao would depend on his performance. Although his realm was one rank lower than these people, with his physique, he would have no problem chopping them up. In front of her own daughter, Xiao Jinyu was ready to shine with her strength. That's a move that would be cool. Chapter 70, Protector of the Way Battle. Targeted by everyone? The other four sides were soon split, with the winner accumulating 3 points. However, Xiao Ruoshue was different because she had defeated Zhang Hongyan and gained an extra point, which equaled to saying that she was now higher than everyone else coming in. As long as we win a city here in the Protector of the Road, if we accumulate 3 points, we have 7 points, and in the end, this is already 80% stable. Winner, Xiao Ruoshue, Yun Wuxi, Su Zhizhi, Tan Shutsue, Chu Yenran. The purple-robed woman directly called out their names. The crowd of Divine Hall disciples watching from the sidelines immediately had a fervor on their faces as they looked at the five. Clearly their fame had gone up a level as a result. Although it was strange to say that Xiao Ruoshue had won, the result was a win, and the process and whatnot didn't matter. Goddess Ruoshue, thoughtless goddess, Huma goddess. Shout after shout rang out like a wave. The first selection ends here. Half an hour later will be the start of the second selection. The purple-robed woman's face was expressionless, and after saying this sentence, she closed her eyes and began to recuperate. The main thing is to give the 10 candidate goddesses their protector time to react. The goddess's second general election is much simpler and rougher than the first one is going to come. The melee. At the top of the ring, the 3 who stand to the end accumulate 3 points, and the remaining losers accumulate 1 point. Father, this battle is up to you. Xiao Ruoshue stood very obediently at Xiao Jinyu's side and spoke softly. As for whether or not Xiao Jinyu could take first place, she was beyond convinced. The aura that Xiao Jinyu had just revealed was full of unrivaled mystery. At least she had been bluffed by him, and with his rendering of some slovenly emotions, the title of acting emperor was not for nothing. Don't worry about it. Wait for my father to show you a move. Watch with wide eyes. This move will be awesome. Xiao Jinyu smiled. Of course she had to behave well in front of her own daughter. Zhang Yanhong came back in a short while. Her face was very ugly, Who would have thought that she had conceded defeat because she had a stomachache and went to the toilet? Such a ridiculous reason made her wonder for a moment if today was a dream. But no matter how unwilling she was, she could only blame her bad luck today. Now in the protector of the Dao battle, she had invited 5 entire protector of the Dao elders, and had the absolute largest number of protectors on the field, and the battle was still a melee, which definitely had an unrivaled advantage for her. She looked at Xiao Ruoxue's face with endless unwillingness, and secretly said in her heart, "Just now, I let you get the advantage, and now the battle to protect the Dao must squeeze you off the stage. I've been waiting for hundreds of years for the Divine Maiden election. How could it possibly fall to a yellow-haired girl like you?" The other 8 candidate goddesses all glanced at each other, with special intentions in each other's eyes. Now that Xiao Ruoxue was ranked first in terms of points and only had 1 protector, she was undoubtedly the weakest in this, so it was absolutely right to pull her off the stage first. The 9 people each transmitted their voices and made good decisions with each other's protectors, directly forming a large alliance to pull Xiao Jinyu down first, and as for the battle afterward, they would divide it up when the time came. Women's League, unanimous. Half an hour quickly passed, and the ring on the field once again changed, with 5 large void rings merging into one. A faint array glow flickered around them to prevent these Dao protectors from killing each other and spreading to others. The battle of the protectors of the Dao was more than the background of the Divine Maiden. It was more than the depth. The ring had just been formed, and the group of Dao protectors had transformed into a stream of light and stepped onto it, as Xiao Jinyu walked unhurriedly towards the top. Today's battle cannot kill, cannot be disabled, cannot be killed and maimed, but for him is a little difficult to get, because he was afraid that he would turn his battle power on full blast and accidentally slaughter all of these people, and then that would not be good. Listen to this. Is this human talk? The second general election. The battle of the protectors of the Dao officially begins. With the fall of the purple-robed woman's voice, there were nearly 50 protectors of the Dao on the field, and their steps were surprisingly consistent as they turned around and approached each other, standing in a row. Each and every one of them looked at Xiao Jinyu, their eyes flickering. Xiao Ruoxue's face was a bit unsightly when she saw this scene. Although he had thought that he might be targeted, he hadn't realized that everyone was targeting her. Nearly 4 dozen defenders of the way, targeting her father, just to pull her off the stage. The purple-robed woman's gaze flickered as she looked curiously at Xiao Jinyu, wanting to see what he would do. Wanted to see what kind of ability the protector Xiao Ruoxue had invited was capable of? Xiao Ruoxue, as she watched grow up, can be said to treat her like a daughter like pro, in public and private. She is more favored Xiao Ruoxue, want to let her on the stage. However, for the sake of fairness, it was still necessary to have this competition, and if Xiao Ruoxue failed this time, then she would help Xiao Ruoxue grow up in the very short time to come, when she becomes the strongest of the younger generation of this divine heavenly hall, in aiding her to the throne. Although this journey will be difficult, with your physique, it's ultimately unrealistic to want to become an ordinary person, and you'll be the pride of my divine temple. You'd be proud of me, and I'm proud of you. An inexplicable motherly love appeared on the purple-robed woman's face. She has no children under her seat. Xiao Ruoxue was received at the age of 3 when she was received in the divine temple, all of which she watched grow up, and has long treated her as a daughter. I knew for sure that I would be targeted first. It's true that strong people are feared by the crowd wherever they go. Xiao Jinyu was very stinky and thought so in his mind. Will you go down yourself or will we ask you to? The 5 Dao protectors on Zhang Yanhong's side directly spoke out and opened their mouths. The power in their bodies already catalyzed, and the endless divine souls in their sea of consciousness emanated, combining with the heavens and the earth and transforming into a unique melody. In the Dao Palace, the wheel of life rotated, and the battle power was once again twice as strong, his breath climbing. The other middle-aged women did not say anything, and it was clear that they meant the same thing. In the divine heaven's sacred ground, because of the large number of women, and because the cultivation techniques were all based on women, a situation of yin and yang, and female superiority and male inferiority, was vaguely formed. Of course, in the next door Xianshao Divine Hall, although not as serious as this side of the gender discrimination, but also almost the same, male superiority and female inferiority, the yang flourishes and the yin declines. 2 pantheons, 2 extremes. Why don't you guys invite me down? Xiao Jinyu laughed, his voice indescribably playful, although with a golden mask, but this line is very dazzling. Gold robe and gold mask, even the hair is a light gold color. A gold. When the 5 women heard what Xiao Jinyu said, they stared in their eyes and instantly disappeared in place, and by the time they reappeared, they had already killed in front of Xiao Jinyu. The terrifying soul force was like a tidal wave, and the large palms killed towards the front, bombarding Xiao Jinyu's 5 directions, 2 palms attacking the chest, and 3 palms protruding the back. The remaining Dao protectors didn't have the intention to make a move. In their opinion, Xiao Jinyu's revealed aura was only of the we'll see. While they were all at the Dao Palace realm, 5 people together had already looked up to him. Where else would they need to be at it? This time, Xiao Jinyu did not hide his clumsiness, because his true realm is really only the Wheeling Sea. The aura of Xiao Jinyu's body emanated out, and the heavenly border saint body evolved a side of the world, with brocade mountains and rivers, and a green sky and white sun. A terrifying world force swept out, roaring out like a heavenly torrent, and the aura of the prison suppressor hegemony heavenly body catalyzed a terrifying hegemony heavenly force that covered like an endless mountain. The ring below sank violently and surprisingly shattered. The terrifying breath was like an angry dragon roaring to kill. Boom! The five people's faces changed as the heavenly soul power they carried was unexpectedly counteracted by Xiao Jinyu. Moreover, this terrifying aura forced them directly backward for more than 10 steps to stabilize their bodies. The five people had just made a move, but they were actually directly scared back by his aura. Xiao Jinyu looked at the five with a serious expression. I have two faults in my life. For one thing, he never hits a woman, and for another, he doesn't discriminate between men and women. How dare you engage in a sneak attack? Deserve to be beaten. Chapter 71 Realm Rising to the Purple Mansion. A gentleman wields a sword. A hero wields a sword. Xiao Jinyu moved extremely fast, and the side of the world that evolved behind him directly suppressed it. The brocade is as big as a mountain as an entity suppressing it. The heavenly river kills, and every drop of the water of the heavenly river carries thousands of killing opportunities. Damn it, do it! There's more to him than just the sea of wheels he manifested on the surface. He was actually able to directly force back the Dao Palace. His battle power far exceeds what he revealed on the surface. The remaining Dao protectors' gazes condensed as they killed out one after another. The faces of the five people who were forced back by Xiao Jinyu's aura did not look good. Seemingly because of the loss of face, their faces became more and more gloomy, and they directly began to use their killing moves. They didn't want to kill or invalidate Xiao Jinyu. After all, breaking the rules would result in expulsion and disqualification from the Divine Hall. But it didn't say that they couldn't seriously injure him. The five men drank low. Dao Palace Law. Dharma will grinding world. Their body breath climbed again. Within the sea of consciousness, that the palace of the road, an age wheel appeared, such as a millstone general forward crushing kill out. Gobble gobble. With an odd sound, the space faded as five huge white grinders ground the space and slowly advanced forward. The remaining 40 or so Dao protectors each manifested a different divine ability technique on their bodies, and their heavenly soul power was not the least bit weaker than the visions manifested behind Xiao Jinyu. After all, they were a big realm higher and there were many of them. The great mountain covered the pressure, and the 24 or so Dao protectors jointly killed the heavenly soul ocean against each other. The divine soul ocean was monstrous. The great mountain stood without collapsing, and the two were unexpectedly strangely frozen. On the other side, the heavenly soul ocean, heaven and earth power plus law power plus lifespan power, which was jointly killed by the 24 Dao protectors, collided with the side of the brocaded heavenly river behind Xiao Jinyu, and was even more violent than the other side to come. The weight of water and the momentum of water coalesced to create its unique killing move. The heavenly soul ocean with its heaven and earth killing machine and divine soul killing machine deadlocked the heavenly river vision, and the two were frozen in a stalemate. They were clearly outnumbered, but it was strangely difficult for them to advance the slightest bit. Xiao Jinyu's side of the brocade mountains and rivers carried more of a sense of the heaviness of the heavens and the heaviness of the celestial waters. Where the two strokes bordered, they dissolved and abraded each other. In the blink of an eye, the five killing moves had already reached Xiao Jinyu's face, and the five people also followed after these five destiny mills, drawing five long knives in their hands and killing Xiao Jinyu once again. A blade light chopped down, clear and cold as snow, and five curved moon blade lights killed, adding 7 points of Xiao Cold killing machine. At a single glance, Xiao Jinyu had a life mill in front of him, and was locked in all directions by the endless sword chi, and was bound to lose the game. Deceitful, to unite against father. Zhang Yanhong and the protector of the road, you guys are doing well. Xiao Ruoxue looked on with her pink fists clenched and the anger on her face deepened. If one day she ascended to the position of goddess, she would remember today's offense. Ding! Detected Xiao Ruoxue's heart is unwilling to unconditionally raise the realm for the host in. Enemy, Zhang Yanhong's 5 Dao protectors. All of their realms are at the Daogong de Chang. One's Dao realm is Heavenly Sword Unification. Ding! Boost complete. The host's martial Dao realm has been raised to the Purple Mansion, reaching the Purple Mansion minor achievement, and the Blade Dao realm has been raised to the Blade domain. Trigger the quest. Defeat the 5. Wish Xiao Ruoxue to obtain the position of goddess. You can obtain a random physique minor achievement card. 5,000 quest points, and a Divine Beast Rapid Growth card. The system's voice rang out in Xiao Jinyu's mind. He had waited for this moment, not realizing that it had come early. The sea of wheels within the sea of consciousness expanded endlessly. The divine soul transformed into liquid and filled up as much as it could. One step further from breaking through to the immortal soul, and even 10,000 times stronger than the sea of wheels realm of others. Above the sea of wheels, a palace emerged. The 10 holy infant villains melted in and floated above the great hall. Behind the 10 holy infant infant villains, the 10 visions changed, and all of them merged into a white wheel of life. Which was the wheel of life? Xiao Jinyu's life expectancy at this moment is again endless growth. I do not know to what level. Has long broken through more than 10,000 years. Plus he has 10 holy infant villains superimposed. Is more than 100,000 years. Above the golden hall. It was tainted with the purple Hongmeng Qi, transforming into a mansion that changed into the purple mansion. Now, cast up the place of the immortal soul and set up the foundation of the immortals. The Dantian world similarly changed, reflecting a purple mansion emerging in the middle of heaven and earth, with the dragon spirit and phoenix spirit surrounding the circumference of the purple mansion. The bridge of the everlasting creation laws in front of him led to the gate of the mansion, and the other side was connected to 2 heaven and earth metaphysical gates with a deep aura. Strength skyrocketed 1,000,000 times. At the moment the sharpness wants to show up as much as possible. Xiao Jinyu's face was joyful but expressionless as he calmly looked at the killing moves coming towards him. Zhang Yanhong skimmed a glance at Xiao Ruoxue in the distance, her face triumphant, her heart secretly saying, "By what right can you, a yellow-haired girl, participate in the divine maiden election? Just now you were only allowed to win by a fluke. Today you will surely lose, and the position of goddess will definitely be mine." The remaining 8 goddesses looked at the top of the ring with expressionless faces, as if Xiao Jinyu's defeat was already doomed. Although Xiao Jinyu was now able to withstand the attack of these 40 or so Dao protectors, it was only for a moment. His power will eventually be exhausted, but there are more than 40 people on their side. It seems like everything has been predetermined. Zhang Yanhong's 5 Dao protectors had smiles on their faces, as if they were already able to see the next ending. Xiao Jinyu's face was hidden under the mask. His current self was endlessly powerful. Endless power slowly emanated, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. At that moment, a terrifying purple heavenly power, the power of heaven and earth plus the power of hypostasis plus the power of long-lasting lifespan plus the power of the laws plus the power of a throwback pseudo-mortal, violently covered and pressed down. This power, with a qualitative breakthrough, was a higher level of power, above the power of all of them. A purple mansion aura erupted out without concealment, and the whole place was filled with purple mansion might. The 5 destiny mills, which still had not come close to Xiao Jinyu's Zhou Shang, were directly erased by the purple power in a hard manner. From Xiao Jinyu's body, an invisible blade domain manifested and opened, and everything around the ring was reduced to a field kingdom under his control. With endless blade might running rampant, the blade rushes to the sky. The faces of the 5 Dao protectors changed, and a terrifying blade power rushed up into the sky, and the sky above was instantly chopped in half by an invisible celestial blade as the clouds broke off. The 5 thus flew backwards once again, the blade shattering the robes they were wearing. The other 40 or so Dao protectors felt the sudden violet mansion aura as well as the blade domain aura, and as a result, they fell back as much as 100 steps. Their chi and blood churned, their faces turned pale, and their heavenly soul power was directly broken. The faces of the crowd briefly flashed with fear, sensing the purple mansion aura on Xiao Jinyu's body. There was shock in their eyes, and their hearts briefly stuttered at this moment. There were shocked voices. Purple mansion realm. Equally shocked, there was also the purple-robed woman. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Jinyu. When did a male elder of the purple mansion realm appear in the divine hall? How does she not know? Could this be Xiao Ruoxue's backhanded move? Without a sound, it is a shock, and directly invited the purple mansion level protector to be almost as bad as she is. If that was the case, then Xiao Ruoxue was bound to become a divine maiden in this competition. Likewise, she was a little more curious about Xiao Jinyu. In fact, you guys are really weak. If I use the power of the purple mansion realm, you guys will definitely die. Xiao Jinyu's expression was calm, and his pair of dragon pupils emitted a devouring light going. Originally, he had many ways to be able to defeat his enemy, but since the system had given him an elevated realm and an elevated Tao of the blade, there was the simplest way to crush him. The faces of the 9 alternate divine females below turned ugly, especially Zhang Hongyan, as ugly as they could be, practically as if they had beeped a dog and eaten Shang. No one expected that the protector Xiao Ruoxue had invited would be so ruthless as to invite the purple mansion, hidden so deep. Nearly 4 dozen of the Dao protectors' faces turned ugly at this moment, listening to Xiao Jinyu's sarcastic words, but they did not refute them. The purple mansion was above them. They couldn't do it to cross the realm, and the further they got to the later realms the harder it would be to cross the steps. As Xiao Jinyu said, as long as Xiao Jinyu wants, the purple mansion does have the power to crush them, and the end of all this today seems to have been predestined. But I promised Ruoxue that this move would be cool. So, you shall see how this blade defeats you. A gentleman with a sword. A hero with a sword. Chapter 72, 30 years of wearing stars and moons. This blade wastes away. Endless blade might. All the women are in a daze. Heroes with swords? My father is the greatest hero in the world. When Xiao Ruoxue saw Xiao Jinyu like this, her eyes were sparkling with gold stars and blossomed with endless luster. and the world was left with only that gold-robed back. The purple-robed woman savored what Xiao Jinyu had said, and the color of interest on her face intensified. With a wave of Xiao Jinyu's large hand, that side of the brocade mountains and rivers above the sky dome disappeared, turning into a stream of light that formed the heavenly sword in Xiao Jinyu's hand. The great mountains are thick and heavy as the body of the sword. The heavenly river moves as the head of the sword, and heaven and earth are the handles. This strike, as much as possible, was enough for Xiao Jinyu to ensure that he would seriously injure all of these Dao protectors and not waste their foundations or cripple them to death. If the power of the Purple Mansion realm was utilized, it would be impossible to say. Maybe under no control, they would directly crush them to death. After all, they had only just been elevated, and there was still a hint of unskillfulness in the realm. Within the domain of the blade was Xiao Jinyu's blade thoughts, and when one thought came out, the heavenly blade arrived. The biggest difference between the domain and the heavenly blade unity was that the domain could maximize the power of the Tao of the blade, and all that was within the domain was the idea of the blade. Moreover, the original base power was increased several times, and the speed was unknown how much faster. The sword is the head of 100 soldiers, and the sword is the commander of 100 soldiers. The terrifying power of the Tao of the blade climbed up layer by layer. The chi of the blade was the blade. The idea of the blade traversed across the entire ring, and the ring was shattered in every way possible. Blade thoughts transformed into blade momentum, moving forward with unparalleled dominance. Heaven and earth were united with Xiao Jinyu. The sword was Xiao Jinyu, and Xiao Jinyu was as a sharp and heavy sword. Wherever the blade goes, the enemy's head falls. Holding a long sword in his right hand, the sky changed and the floating clouds were halved. 30 years of wearing the stars and the moon, the bright moon and the blue sky are in my arms. This sword, the name is wasted, Xiao Jinyu whispered, and his sword carried the momentum of a whale sucking in everything. Wide open and rippling, it seems to encircle heaven and earth, and seems to take the 9 heavens into the body. This slash is Xiao Jinyu with feeling. From his original cultivation waist to golden finger to, then to the transformation of Xiao Tianming, to the current reunion of his son and daughter, all endless sighing, he had lived for more than 30 years. His life was incomparably magnificent and wonderful, and this knife was the manifestation of half of his life. A blade slashed towards the front. This blade did not carry any divine ability moves, did not carry any realm power, and was solely executed with the power of the Tao of the blade. The long sword transformed by the heaven and earth, mountains and rivers slashed violently towards the front, and the ring immediately shattered into powder, spreading underground 10,000 feet deep. The knife idea is overbearing, the idea of depression, the intention of wasting time, show the entire knife domain. No one can be spared, no one can avoid. As soon as the blade fell, a huge broadhead sword was similarly visualized above the sky. The blade was 1,000,000 feet long, and it slashed down. Boom, boom. The power of the sword is superior to the heavenly awnings. For dozen people pupils lacks, dead catalyze the power of the body, burning up the body realm breath, want to fight to the death, but the realm strength difference is too big. A thought of certain death was born, the blade domain, which corresponded to the battle power of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, although this blade that Xiao Jinyu had killed was not a divine ability, it was even better than a divine ability, using half a life wasted as a move. The purple-robed woman's face changed drastically when she felt this terrifying slash from Xiao Jinyu, and she hastily urged up her body's aura to bring all the watching disciples on the side millions of meters away from the distance. Boom! A loud sound erupted. More than 40 people did not have any room for resistance. The blade landed on their bodies. Their clothes were shattered. Countless blood marks appeared in front of their bodies, densely packed, and they flew out upside down. This was only the prelude to this blade. The sharpness of the blade had not yet arrived. Before the dark and overbearing long sword shadow in the rear arrived, and before the power of the heavenly sword falling from the sky above the dome of the heavens reached their bodies, Xiao Jinyu used the power of her purple mansion to offset as much as 99% of it. Now that they had been seriously injured and lost their battle power, he didn't want to exterminate these people and then lose his qualifications. If it's a fight to the death, he doesn't care so much. Whether they die or live will depend on their destiny. More than 40 Dao Palace Realm Dao Protectors, eyes rolled over, face pale, while throat is sweet, spit out a large mouth of fishy blood. The internal organs of the 5 viscera and bowels were broken by an unknown amount. An extremely conspicuous scar wound appeared in front of his body, 3 inches deep. The crowd fell out of the ring, fainted and seriously injured. Immediately afterward, Xiao Jinyu took the initiative to emanate her purple mansion aura, sheltering them. It wasn't that Xiao Jinyu had a clear conscience, but he was truly afraid that they would die. After all, he hadn't quite finished this cut. The sound of the knife falling broke the sky. This state is like the collapse of the sky. This state is like the destruction of the world. Even more terrifying, even more domineering. The rest of the blade power violently blasted out towards the front. and the formations laid out around them were shattered. The terrifying blade might stretched forward, chopping out a 10,000 feet long blade abyss, and the 100 feet deep valley was hardened by a blade which cut out flat. All the buildings in front of them were turned into annihilation and fell to the ground. A straight line abyss appeared. All the temples in the straight line position shattered, and everything around, even the floor, was not intact, broken. Countless smoke and powder flying with countless dust. The sound of this explosion resounded in the sky for a long, long time. The sharpness carried by the heavenly sword that manifested above the heaven and earth did not diminish, and the black abyss that had just been cut out expanded tenfold. Endless spatial winds whistled from the abyssal cracks, and the heavens and earth were constantly being repaired, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of being destroyed. This was because there was still quite a bit of blade intent remaining on the side of this black blade abyss. Half a moment later, the dust settled. In the distance, there were only the figures of these 40 or so protectors of the Tao. Only they were buried in the ruins of the ring, hidden underneath, just enough to ward off the naked bodies. Only a corner of the entire ring remained, and that was where Xiao Jinyu was standing. The ruins were bleak, the sky and earth were bleak, and only that corner of the stage was incomparably dazzling. He was holding a sword in his right hand, and his golden robe was as magnificent as heaven and earth. That domineering sword just now, and that vicissitude of words just now, added countless mystery and vicissitude of years to the man in front of him. A golden robe dazzled, a golden mask added to the mystery, and a heavenly sword dominated. Truly, it is like the Lord of the descending devil in heaven and the God of the ages on earth. If the white-robed Xiao Jinyu holding the sword is the exiled immortal of heaven and earth, then the golden-robed Xiao Jinyu holding the sword is the imperial lord of this heaven and earth. Even the crowd of female disciples of the divine hall all lost their minds in unison. Such men are undoubtedly the most attractive, mysterious and powerful, adding to their fantasies in unknown ways. Even the purple-robed woman was more curious about Xiao Jinyu, wanting to understand what kind of past this man in front of her had, wanting to see the man's face under the mask. It's all over. In this battle, there was no doubt that Xiao Jinyu won. Not only did he not violate the rules, but he also blasted everyone out of the ring with a single move. So there was no such thing as the three of them getting the points together in the end. Big lead. He alone gets everything, and the remaining losers lose everything. Isn't that a kind of hegemony here? Most of the female disciples of the Temple of God were single women. Where had they seen a man look like this? At this moment, the eyes were flooded with florals, and now they couldn't wait to merge into Xiao Jinyu's embrace. The women had already begun to fantasize about the scene of their left hand being swept into Xiao Jinyu's arms, and him holding the heavenly sword in his right hand. Just thinking about it, their eyes began to redden, their legs became softer and softer, and they could not stand up. What kind of man is most attractive in this world? Powerful, mysterious, domineering, and with a sense of vicissitudes of the story. Which is the most deadly? 99% of women can't resist. Xiao Jinyu also didn't expect that he had unintentionally become a shade, and it was also because of this slash that won him the support of an unknown number of female disciples in the third round. Moreover, a frenzy of searching for Xiao Jinyu ensued, with each one of them wishing to become friends with him. Father really didn't lie to me. This slash is indeed handsome. Xiao Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were briefly lost in thought, and her mind was filled with Xiao Jinyu's poise with this blade. All the men of heaven and earth lost their colors at this moment. Inferior to him by 3 chips. Chapter 73, admired by all. The meat and potatoes Xiao Jinyu. The purple-robed woman flew back with all of the disciples who had just left, floating above the heavens and earth and slowly landing on the other intact side of the divine hall square. The 9 candidate goddesses had just witnessed the entire process of Xiao Jinyu cutting down this blade, and although they were unwilling to do so, they had never imagined that Xiao Jinyu had the crushing power to be able to defeat all 9 of their protectors in one go. Even the faces of the other 8 candidate goddesses all flashed with different meanings. Like ordinary disciples of the divine temple, the temple of God is allowed to couple with someone of the opposite sex. No matter how high the status, all have the power to do so. Xiao Jin used poison that strike just now. How many men in the world could do it? He himself was at the Purple Mansion realm and had mastered the blade domain, which in itself already stood above all 99% of the cultivators in the entire continent. What if they snatched Xiao Ruoxue's protector? By hitching themselves as a condition. When Xiao Ruoxue's protector turned against them, then with this battle, not only would they be able to get Xiao Jinyu's people, but they would also have a chance to fight for the position of goddess again. A few people had already observed that nowadays, throughout the entire divine hall, almost all of the female disciples were very enamored with Xiao Jinyu, and obtaining Xiao Jinyu would be the same as pulling in all of these female disciples. Then, one's approval rating will absolutely skyrocket as well. Although they had lost in front of them, a few of them still had points, and even though Xiao Ruoxue was ahead, as long as they got a group of female disciples from the divine hall to support themselves, they could still stalemate for a moment or two more. The 8 candidate goddesses are not little cuties. Having lived all these years and cultivated for so many years, the ins and outs of this, the grasp of the human heart, was quickly able to analyze it. Of course, except for Zhang Yanhong, who at this moment was filled with unwillingness and her eyes were lost in thought. She recognized that the power Xiao Jinyu had just carried with that blade was the power of the blade domain, which was much stronger than what she had to come by. How could she not have expected that the protector of her greatest enemy was above her protector? No matter whether it was in terms of strength or in terms of the realm of the Tao of the blade, this battle, she lost completely and utterly. Her eyes lost their concentration, her face was unwilling, and finally turned into an endless long sigh of despair. She lost the power of the blade domain, the power of the violet mansion. He must not be an elder of my divine heavenly hall. My divine heavenly hall definitely doesn't have such a powerful man. It's highly likely that it's someone from amongst the Xianxiao divine hall next door. But the purple mansion realm is hard to imagine having anyone other than those few old undead. But what's with this blade Dao realm of his? Most of Xianxiao cultivates swords. No one practices swords. Could it be that Ruoxue still has friendship with these people? It's really strange. The purple-robed woman watched Xiao Jinyu from moment to moment, observing Xiao Jinyu, speculations in her eyes, her beautiful eyes growing more and more curious, looking at the straight-line position in front of her to be turned into annihilating powder god's heavenly hall. The purple-robed woman's mouth twitched, not expecting Xiao Jinyu's move to be terrifying to such an extent. She asked herself, if the entire blade fell, she might only be able to barely catch it, and might even be seriously injured. It was an absolute miracle that the 40 or so Dao protectors were able to survive this move. Just now Xiao Jinyu's body exuded the power of the purple mansion, and it was obvious that he should have stayed his hand. Send a few elders to bring down the 40 or so Dao protectors for treatment. The woman's voice was faint, and there were dozens more women's figures in the void, and the power of heaven and earth enveloped the small piece of ruins, taking them away along with the stone. After all, the crowd is still naked state, buried by the rubble. Now bring down timely treatment will be. As for the injury, then, also can be treated as much as possible to recover. Today, the divine hall was shattered into this condition by Xiao Jinyu's blow, and it can't be helped. Anyway, her divine hall is a big family, so she will just repair it again when the time comes. The long blade held in Xiao Jinyu's hand slowly dissipated, and heat sked in his eyes. Honestly, regarding the power of his slash, he hadn't thought that it would be able to reach such strength. This knife he had thought was the power of water release, and then make a sound to pretend to be on the line, leaving it dashing back to Xiao Ruoxue. But who knew that the randomly chopped blade not only didn't release any water, but instead came to be much more terrifying than if he had used the power of his violet mansion. This whole thing, forget it, whatever. It's fine if Ruoxue can get first place in this grand competition anyway. Xiao Jinyu turned around and took a step towards the front, jumping off the only remaining corner of the ring and slowly floating to the side of Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue returned to her senses when she saw Xiao Jinyu come and looked at Xiao Jinyu with a different gaze that was full of admiration. With this glance, Xiao Jinyu's vanity exploded. Showing off in front of his own daughter was what he wanted to do. Of course, there are also his own billion points of selfishness. First for his daughter to establish the invincible style, such as in case his daughter later to fall in love. It is also possible. He does not stop. Bring it to him first. Let's see how many times that man can carry him. Let's see if that male can be able to resist these four supreme physical qualities. Look at the irony of this man's head. When the time comes, Xiao Jinyu will treat him well. Well, did my father just pull off this slash? Xiao Jinyu laughed out softly. Xiao Ruoxue nodded her head, like a chicken pecking at rice with a face of excitement. The father-daughter duo seemed to have returned to the years of their early childhood. Of course, what Xiao Jinyu had just thought was completely overthought. Since today, even if Xiao Ruoxue wanted to look for a Taoist couple in her heart, the guideline she set was that she had to be stronger than her own father. But in the future, with these rebellious sons' death-defying efforts to fight for their father, Xiao Jinyu's realm would only be infinitely stronger, and one day reach the top of the entire Huanwu, overlooking the life and death of all beings, the brightening and dying of the world. What man can be stronger than him? As the father-daughter duo chatted over here, the gazes of the endless female disciples around them fell on Xiao Jinyu's body every now and then. With that look in their eyes and that expression, they couldn't wait to pounce on it right now and eat it up. This battle, Xiao Ruoxue wins and accumulates 7 points. The last match will take place in half an hour. The purple-robed woman spoke out faintly, mainly to let the 9 candidate goddesses be making some preparations, but the big picture seemed to be set, and it was already a fact that Xiao Ruoxue had become a goddess. The first 2 general elections have 3 points each, and the last one has 4. Now there were still 4 candidate goddesses who had a chance to tie, as long as they were able to pull in Xiao Jinyu. By getting 7 points this way, not only would you be able to gain the position of goddess, you would also win Xiao Jinyu. How can you think of it? How can you make money? The four women's minds had already begun to come alive, thinking about what to say, thinking about how to persuade Xiao Jinyu to use them and become their protector. But they didn't realize that Xiao Jinyu was Xiao Ruoshua's father, so how could they possibly help them? Even if the offer they make is tempting, the purple-robed woman's face became more and more curious, and the faces of the female disciples on the field also became more and more flushed. Just now Xiao Jinyu's voice did not seem to be old. This also means that Xiao Jinyu's face under the mask is definitely a young man's appearance, coupled with the cultivation to such a realm. Ugly men are simply few and far between, most likely, a handsome prince. It should be said not to say, these women, but whenever they move their minds, the speed of brainstorming or speculation is simply unbeatable. Chapter 74, The Four Divine Females' Pursuit. Xiao Jinyu's rebuff. Xiao Jinyu seemed to have a sense that the eyes of the surrounding women seemed a bit off. His face changed slightly. The mind wondered, what's going on? Why are these female disciples seeing me with such eyes? Could it be that I just mesmerized them with that slash? Xiao Jinyu's heart was once again stinky. Only this time he was really stinky, right? There's no way around it. People are just that good. Xiao Jinyu once again stunk in his mind and was not moved by it. For these female disciples, he didn't have the slightest feeling, although they were very soulful looking. If they can be in their own just cross the age of years, that is, 17 or 18 years to come to the Changqing dynasty, may be able to open every day in part. Cough cough cough. The present self is reformed. As for how much of that statement is false and how much is not, manual slip, only he knows. The two of them, Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Ruoshua, started chatting again, chattering about some family matters. All the women of the pantheon on the sidelines still looked on with such eyes. The 8 candidate goddesses, besides Zhang Yanhong who had completely given up, 4 were unwilling, and there were movements on the faces of the 4, because they had won the first battle and gained 3 points. Now they only needed to pull in Xiao Jinyu again, so that he would turn against them on the brink. Candidate goddess Yun Wuxi, her posture was the best among the 4, so she had relative confidence and directly and secretly transmitted her voice to Xiao Jinyu. I wonder if Senior can help me directly capture the final victory. If Senior is willing to help me, I can give my body in return, and even after becoming a divine maiden, if there is any upward mobilization of resources, Senior can share 50%. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Jinyu froze, and his face, hidden under the golden mask, suddenly became odd. Is he going to seduce himself with a beauty plan? Who are you? He's a decent man. In a crisis? No, not in a crisis. He also made a point of glancing towards Yun Wuxi. When Yun Wuxi saw Xiao Jinyu looking at him, his face was happy and his heart was dark. There's a chance. Naturally this scene also fell into the eyes of the other 3 candidate goddesses. They were all human characters now and immediately saw through what Yun Wuxi had in mind. Very tacitly and vainly glancing at each other, looking at the shocked intent frozen in each other's eyes, they quickly understood. It's amazing how much they think the same way. Yun Wuxi saw that there was something wrong with the atmosphere of the several candidate goddesses' chi at the side, and immediately her face drifted off, and she cursed angrily in her heart. Holy, despicable. These little tie-hooves are trying to abduct seniors to their side by means of color seduction. No, I have to step up my efforts. Similarly, the 3 candidate goddesses also had a sense of urgency. One of the women was bolder and more direct with her transmission. I would like to be Senior's Taoist. I only ask that Senior help me in the 3rd selection. I'll share the rest of the Divine Maiden's resources with Senior. So how about it being a common property between the 2 of us in the future? Immediately afterward, the other 2 candidate goddesses also expressed themselves in such a way, with similar meanings, both transmitting their voices to Xiao Jinyu. Have these women all gone crazy and given themselves away in order to get the Divine Maiden position in the Divine Maiden election? Xiao Jinyu's heart was shocked, but he who had always been a bit of a stinker had subconsciously ignored how strong his slash was just now, and how fatal the attraction to these women was. Xiao Jinyu sighed in a low voice when he saw the 4 of them like this. Why is this necessary? We don't really have any emotional foundation and getting along is tasteless, isn't it? Of course this transmission split into 4 and went straight back to them. The 4 of them froze, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to rebuff so dryly. Xiao Ruoshua and the purple-robed woman above the celestial dome sensed something wrong over here, especially the purple-robed woman who had deep meaning in her eyes. If they were really able to dig Xiao Jinyu over, she couldn't care less, except that she didn't want to see such an outcome. Sentiently and reasonably, she still wanted Xiao Ruoshua to be the goddess of the divine hall. Xiao Ruoshua's face was full of relief, not at all worried that Xiao Jinyu would abandon her. Xiao Jinyu was her own father. Anyone could betray her, only Xiao Jinyu could not. Full of confidence, quietly waiting for this half-hour to pass, and in order to show her sovereignty, Xiao Ruoshua even walked over to Xiao Jinyu's side and wrapped her left hand around Xiao Jinyu's right hand. If she hadn't grown up and so many people were watching her, she would have wanted to ride on top of Xiao Jinyu's broad and powerful shoulders as she did when she was a child. looking out over the mountains and rivers. A father's shoulder is the strongest continent. This scene fell into the eyes of the four women. Their pupils tightened and the sense of crisis in their hearts deepened. Sure enough, they must have a deal too. I knew it. A few women clenched their teeth. No matter what, they were ready to come to special means. Soon after, candidate goddess Tan Shutsue secretly transmitted her voice. Senior, isn't it possible to cultivate without feelings? You feed me a mouthful of kanji. I feed you a mouthful of soup. Isn't that how relationships are cultivated day in and day out? This one sentence may seem plain, but it carries a myriad of meanings. Who is Xiao Jinyu? But the old driver who had traveled through the country, how could he not understand the meaning of this sentence? The corners of his mouth hidden under the mask twitched straight. Is it really appropriate for a girl like you to say such things? What shocked Xiao Jinyu was more than that. The other two candidate goddesses had powered up. In order to compete for this candidate goddess position, one by one, they no longer wanted the so-called face, they only wanted to compete for Xiao Jinyu. After all, in their opinion, Xiao Ruoxue must have given something to be able to get Xiao Jinyu's help. Countless bold statements all out. Fortunately this is the sound transmission rather than say it, otherwise it will only make this side of the world more silent. Elder, when the window cloth is pulled back, birds will go exploring. Where the sun doesn't shine he shoots, and the darkness the sun doesn't touch it illuminates. Finally, until it hits the wall. If Senior wants to, we can explore the mysteries tonight. Su Jiji's face had a scarlet red color when she said this. Throw. That's true. Xiao Jinyu's heart was incomparably shocked. But soon, the next sentence he heard went straight to numbness. Elder, I have a killing technique that kills invisibly. The first kill, the lips and tongue, the upper good plan, can be based on 3 inches of tongue, kill hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers and generals. The second kill, the abyssal heavenly cave, the weapon of swallower, even the emperor's warrior, the spear, and the black lance, are no match for me, and within 2 hours, I will be able to kill the senior in surrender. As long as senior is willing to hold my hand, after today, I will definitely let senior have daydreams and night dreams. Xiao Jinyu's face was odd to the extreme, the corners of his mouth twitching and black lines covering his forehead. In his experience as a teacher, every word they said, reception with extra meaning this makes the old man slightly unable to top it. Fortunately the old man's power is deep and he can barely top it. It's just a small scene. Xiao Jinyu's heart was dark, but he still rejected them outright without even thinking about it. Today, no matter how much they say, no matter whether or not they can do it today, Xiao Jinyu does not care, and he only wants to help Xiao Ruoxue to become the goddess of the divine hall. Chapter 75, 9000 Generation Goddess Xiao Ruoxue, Dao name Woyo. He is the one who doesn't listen to what's going on outside the window and only reads holy books. Just kidding. He, Xiao Jinyu, was a reader of spring and autumn, would be overwhelmed by a mere beauty. Moreover, Xiao Jinyu transmitted his voice back, rebuffing them together with an extremely skillful and dry remark. The book says that a woman who lowers her head and doesn't see the tips of her toes is the best color on earth. But the 4 of you are still too far-fetched, so don't bring this matter up again. And there's absolutely no way I'll betray Ruoxue to help you. And everyone is a special existence. Surely we'll find the one who likes each other. So the fairy also please self-respect. The 4 women's faces reddened when they heard Xiao Jinyu's rebuff, especially the big words about not seeing the toes of their feet when they bowed their heads. Doesn't Xiao Jinyu mean that we're not qualified? Killing to kill, that's what it's all about. The 4 girls were not willing, lowered their heads to see, suddenly stunned, but also really can only see the toes, and the entire surface of the foot to see clearly. Small lotus only show the tip of the horn. For some reason, when Xiao Jinyu had just finished saying this sentence, the scene he had mistakenly seen an hour ago surfaced in his mind. That's a real wave. That's a real wave. The horizontal view of the mountains is different from each other, and the heights are different from near and far. I don't know the true face of the snowy mountain, but I am here in the mountain. Xiao Jinyu was instantly confused. How did she think of this? Quickly will be in the mind of this unrealistic ideas to erase and go. At that time if to reveal the cracks to the purple-robed woman found, then he can be finished. Now hide the important. Xiao Jinyu refused very dryly, directly turning around and putting his right hand on Xiao Ruoxue's hand. This action Xiao Ruoxue understood straight away that it must be Xiao Jinyu who had balked them. As expected of Pops, that's a handsome turn. Xiao Ruoxue once again marveled in her heart, and there was a wry smile on her face. With Xiao Jinyu, she was always able to return to her original childhood appearance, carefree. The 4 women's faces were incomparably complex, with annoyance at what Xiao Jinyu said, and more than a drop of warmth in their hearts all the same, especially the last sentence. Seeing Xiao Jinyu turn around with such determination, the 4 of them knew that this divine feminine election had nothing to do with them anymore. Their faces were slightly despondent. They sighed in a low voice and said no more. The remaining 5 did likewise, standing very consciously together, as if this was the loser's camp. The purple-robed woman took in all of this scene and didn't say anything. For some reason when she saw Xiao Jin use back this turnaround, she always felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember a little. After all, in her subconscious mind, an hour ago the little thief who broke into the hall was directly wiped into nothingness by her failure to reincarnate. Besides, if that little thief has the strength of Xiao Jinyu now, what may happen in the Great Hall is not simply just to be seen like so simple. The purple-robed woman had a touch of happiness in her heart as she thought this, and her gaze kept falling on Xiao Jinyu's body. Half an hour passed quickly and it was time for the final general election session. The winner of this goddess position will now be revealed. The third selection begins. All disciples need only call out the name of the goddess you support. The purple-robed woman faintly opened her mouth, looking down, with a rare smile on her face. Obviously, this election has had a final result by now. Elder Heavenly Blade, Elder Heavenly Blade, Elder Heavenly Blade. Countless Divine Hall women shouted fervently, red hearts flickering within their gazes as they stared deathly at Xiao Jinyu. Yokohama, shout after shout, resounding to the heavens and the earth, like a tidal wave, rising and falling, stretching on and on. The Heavenly Sword Senior, naturally, was talking about Xiao Jinyu, about Xiao Jinyu's poise in displaying that blade just now. Plus, they didn't know Xiao Jinyu's name, so they used it as a term of endearment. Karma. A smile had just appeared on the purple-robed woman's face before it disappeared in the next moment, the corners of her mouth twitching as her face darkened. She told these disciples to shout out who the goddess they supported was, instead of flirting with Xiao Jinyu here. Elder Heavenly Sword? What the hell is this? Asking Xiao Jinyu to become a goddess? Xiao Jinyu was just about to shout out Xiao Ruoxue's name as well, but in the next moment, he was choked by the sound of the Heavenly Sword Senior, and his face froze. Xiao Ruoxue heard this sudden Heavenly Sword Senior laugh and joke, secretly transmitting her voice. Father, it seems like they want you to be this goddess even more. Why don't you stay and leave this goddess position to you? Xiao Jinyu's face darkened even more when he heard Xiao Ruoxue's jab. The women of this Divine Ascension Divine Hall are all bewitched, aren't they? How come the 4 candidate Divine Maidens are abnormal even if they are not? And now this Divine Ascension Divine Hall slew of female disciples are also abnormal? What a hell of a thing to say. Choose the goddess. Seeing that the momentum was a bit off, the purple-robed woman's voice sank and used a trace of the power of the purple mansion to calm these women down a bit. The frenzied women suddenly felt a small mountain pressed on their bodies, this time really awakened. Careless what they thought directly to the shout-out. The women immediately changed their colors and shouted, Goddess Ruoxue! Goddess Ruoxue! Goddess Ruoxue! Only this raw cry was more like a soulless machine, extremely reluctant, as if it was done for that support of Xiao Jinyu and the girls. The purple-robed woman saw the scene then nodded with satisfaction. Only then did Xiao Jinyu's face have a smile on it. Now everything he had done had finally helped his own daughter to ascend to the position of this goddess. Today is really a good day to be floating, since all the people's expectations have been met, combining the first 3 general elections. This time, my Divine Heavenly Hall's Divine Maiden election will come to an end. The position of this goddess, as expected by all, is Xiao Ruoxue. Do you all have any objections? The purple-robed woman majestically swept a glance at all the female disciples, including the 9 candidate goddesses. The 9 people shook their heads in unison and did not say anything. Success or failure has already been decided today. There is nothing to say when the skill is inferior. Strong background is also a kind of strength. In this world is so realistic. Luck, noble help, background, strength, all are indispensable. Good. Then Xiao Ruoxue will be the 9,000th generation goddess of my Divine Hall. Ruoxue, have you thought of a good Dao name? The purple-robed woman's face changed with a hint of kindness and a gentle voice. Xiao Ruoxue froze, not realizing that there was even a Dao number for this. Each Divine Feminine has a Dao name as the name of the future Dao, which will not be changed once it is taken. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at Xiao Jinyu, softly inquiring, Father, it's better for you to take this Dao number. Xiao Jinyu thought about it and thought about all the literary knowledge he could use in his 8 lifetimes, and thought about all the beautiful imagery he could remember from among the ancient books he had read before crossing over. Finally, there was a decision. Spit out 2 words softly. No worries. 2 words, simple and straightforward. He only hopes that his daughter along the way carefree, safe and sound, with his old father in front of her to cover the wind and rain will be enough. Good. Then listen to father. Xiao Ruoxue smiled and nodded, lifting her head to look at the purple-robed woman and smiled. Back to master. My Dao number will be named Worryless. The purple-robed woman closed her eyes, and the power of the purple mansion on her body triggered the resonance of the entire Divine Hall, and a subtle power of the great Dao slowly emanated from within the ancestral land of the Divine Heaven's heavenly temple. transforming into a golden light that merged into Xiao Ruoshua's body. Her realm was climbing up at this moment, and a sound of heaven and earth slowly resounded from the heavenly dome. 9,000 generations of goddesses. Carefree goddess. The voice was like a flood of bells, constantly ringing out. Chapter 77, Tai Body Small Achievement. Ruoshua's father? Little Cottonwood's idea. From above the heaven and earth, all sorts of heavenly light emerged, pouring downwards like a willow floss and merging into Xiao Ruoshua's body, resonating with the little bit of golden light she had just entered. Her strength had risen one step above her original base. Originally just a venerable realm, now the realm has two kinds of subtle power surprisingly directly uplifted to land saints, and there is also a hidden energy in the body. All that was needed was for her to set up her own Tao again, to determine what law she would take as her Tao in the future. Even if she was able to break through the saints of heaven and earth to the point of opening up the sea of wheels, the youngest saint was even more demonic than himself. Good lord, this is the benefit of being a shrine goddess, being able to unconditionally ascend two great realms. That's why these candidate goddesses are going crazy fighting for this spot, right? Xiao Jinyu was staggered to see this scene. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining a Divine Beast growth card, 5,000 quest points, and a Physique Minor Achievement card. Since this moment, all of Xiao Jinyu's quests were completed and the quest rewards were issued. The system rewards were issued, and without any hesitation, Xiao Jinyu directly used up this Divine Beast growth card. With the Physique Minor Achievement card, one just happened to be for that unicorn egg inside of him, while the other was just enough to give his physique a minor accomplishment. Now, only the Heavenly Border Sacred Body and the Tai Sword Void Body were left without any refinement, and the others were pretty much done. Ding! Random Physique Minor Achievement card in use. Congratulations to the host. The Tai Sword Market Body has reached minor completion. A small success of the Tai Sword Market Body, it can emit the power of Tai, one of the 5 Tai of the innate heaven, and is no longer limited to the way of the sword against the enemy. The host can use the power of Tai to return the enemy's strokes to the original and most essential power of the heavens and the earth. Like an invincible blade technique that has been reduced by the chi of Tai is just an ordinary blade chi, such as a kind of fire law power. After the reduction of the chi of Tai is just an ordinary flame. Restrictions: if the opponent's strength exceeds the host's by 3 major realms, it is invalid. And if the opponent's power level is higher than the host side of the world, it is invalid. Ding! The unicorn is growing at an accelerated rate. Within 3 days, it will surely break its shell. The system quickly gave hints, including his own ability to become a minor success with this physique. When he saw these 2 big words Tai, and the ability of Tai, Xiao Jinyu's eyes bloomed with thousands of golden lights. Nice guy. He's straight up nice. This is too sick. Isn't this the reduction of all power to its original and most pristine elemental composition? As for this limitation, he had long since ignored it, being higher than his own realm by more than 3 great realms. Was it possible? Wouldn't it be better to let your sons mess with it for a while, and wouldn't you be in a higher realm than them? And this power level is higher than a world, and he is not ascending. That is to say, in the entire continent, everyone's tricks, arts and crafts are all invalid to him. Even if it did, it would be minimal. It was a moment of immense joy with excited hearts, trembling hands, double happiness today. As for the unicorn egg, when the time came, it was directly hatched for him. Although it is said that chaos has the ultimate speed of time, but if you ride out on weekdays, it is not very windy. Riding a unicorn is called handsome. Chaos dang dang small pet to raise a good. Recently followed the little girl is very close. When the time to go to the heavens fishing or the system carousel in the middle of the extraction of a few more. Let's see if we can get a set of Divine Beast family photos and give them all to his several children. He couldn't be biased, could he? But, generally, the probability is that these children may find a different chance on their own. After all, they are the protagonists of heavenly destiny. As far as Xiao Jinyu's experience as an old metaphysical novelist was concerned, several of his own sons had acquired either a big black dog or a small wangba, or a small blue cat. Daughters, most of them favor the Divine Phoenix category. Xiao Ruoshua felt this different abnormality on her body. Her face was overjoyed, looking at Xiao Jinyu with a smile on her face. Choo choo lovely. The two were so intimate, making the crowd of female disciples of the Divine Hall on the field eat their words. They would like to replace their identities and positions with Xiao Ruoshua. The 9 candidate goddesses who lost the battle all left the field forlornly at this moment, leaving this revelry to Xiao Ruoshua alone. They were people of the same power, and a loss was a loss, which they were much more open about. The purple-robed woman clearly captured a hint of difference between the two, wondering why the two would be so intimate. Could it be that they were not Tao couples? But then again, it didn't seem like it either. What they were doing now was in line with etiquette. There wasn't any step of pinning. It seemed more like brother and sister. The purple-robed woman secretly transmitted her voice to Xiao Ruoshua. Ruoshua, is this gold-robed man not your elder brother? And to what forces does he belong? When Xiao Ruoxue heard the purple-robed master's voice transmission, she looked over at the purple-robed woman and smiled. Without any intention of hiding anything, the purple-robed woman treated her extremely well, like a mother, and it was thanks to the care of the purple-robed woman over the years that she was able to grow up quickly in the divine hall. So, without thinking, off the top of my head, this is my father. Oh, father! These two words caught the attention of everyone in the arena. When a group of female disciples of the divine hall heard these two words, their eyes immediately bloomed with thousands of lights. Wouldn't that mean they had a chance? The purple-robed woman thought about it. At that time, Xiao Ruoxue was brought to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture from the southern wasteland by one of the elders in the divine hall. Xiao Jinyu's realm at that time was no more than earthly yuan, but now he had already reached the purple mansion. How is that possible? How long has it been? In just over 10 years. It's just a matter of closing the door once. The purple-robed woman was stunned and began to check up on Xiao Jinyu's bone-age breath, and was even more shocked when she did so. A 30-something-year-old Zifu, with a lifespan of just over 30 years, arriving at the purple mansion at such an age. Heavenly indulgent demon, supreme demon. No wonder it was possible to give birth to Xiao Ruoxue, who had such a physique, and it all made sense. But thinking of this, the purple-robed woman was even more puzzled. And that was for Xiao Jinyu to be cowering in the southern wasteland when she had such a powerful realm. That place can take the word desolate. Can imagine how backward the civilization of martial arts. 100 years without Saint's Awe. The purple-robed woman's face was incomparably curious, and her heart immediately had a different feeling. Father, doesn't that mean Xiao Jinyu already has a Taoist partner? Right. Xiao Ruoxue seemed to have thought of something. Looking left at Xiao Jinyu and right at the purple-robed master on the dome of the sky, her eyes were straight and quirky. In this world where strength is honored, a Taoist can have more than one, just as a powerful male cultivator can have more than one female Taoist. Naturally, powerful female monks can also be accompanied by many male dowsers. His own master's father never seemed to have married and was always single. Their own father has worked so hard all these years to take care of them and no one to take care of him. One was a father and the other was a master. Both were the people closest to him. If they were together, wouldn't this be beautiful? Today, that would be a double. Oh no, triple. Quadruple celebration. Today she met with Xiao Jinyu's father and daughter. She became a goddess. Her father found a mate, and her master found a mate. The little cotton-padded girl was suddenly incomparably sweet at this moment, and having thought of everything, she was ready to set up the two of them. Xiao Jinyu and the purple-robed woman. Chapter 78, One Hand of God. Mask removed. Hearing what Xiao Ruoxue said, Xiao Jinyu's face remained very unusual. I think it should be this woman who just transmitted her voice to falling snow. Fortunately, Ruoxue just told me my identity, so it's not a big problem, as long as I don't meet up with this purple-robed woman. That's right, hurry up and collect your breath first. Xiao Jinyu heart dark, unconsciously between the forehead cold sweat flowing down. Not that he was afraid, just a little bit of weakness just. The purple-robed woman kept sizing up Xiao Jinyu, but unfortunately, this golden mask was shrouded with a heavenly frontier world atmosphere. Even if she exuded her divine sense, she couldn't detect Xiao Jinyu's face under this mask. Xiao Ruoxue's gaze had been lingering on the two of them, especially when she saw that the purple-robed master's gaze had been fixed on her father's mask. The mind came alive, and in his heart, he said, Master wouldn't have some meaning for father. That slash of father's just now was indeed handsome. Plus Master Teacher has been turning his gaze towards father from time to time since father chopped out that slash just now. I think it's going to work out 9 times out of 10. Choose a day to meet first. And father is really, obviously extremely handsome. Why do you have to wear a golden mask? Seriously, when Xiao Jinyu first met her, she was also extremely stunning at first glance, and after not seeing her for more than 10 years, this father of hers is instead growing younger and younger, and growing more and more handsome. Natural because of the reason of being a traveler. From the ancient star of China, itself carries that point of light bookishness, coupled with the fact that it is the lord of a dynasty. Confucian show but not lacking in majesty and dominance, coupled with the breakthrough of the saints, the reason for the physique addition, whether it is the temperament or appearance or are all a masterpiece. At this time, Xiao Jinyu had not yet detected Xiao Ruoxue's wrongness and focused all of her attention on the purple-robed woman, watching out for her to the death. The next moment, a sneaky little hand crept closer to Xiao Jinyu's side. Xiao Ruoxue's left hand wrapped around Xiao Jinyu's right arm, and her right hand was already ready at all times to take the golden mask off. It is definitely possible to remove it with just one upward pull. Father, I've worked my ass off today for your future happiness. Hey, don't thank me too much for this. Xiao Ruoxue couldn't hold back the elation on her face and had laughed out, her right hand landing on top of Xiao Jinyu's mask very quickly. For a millionth of a second, Xiao Jinyu's pupils tightened, seemingly sensing that Xiao Ruoxue was going to do something. and when he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Xiao Ruoxue's right hand was plucked upwards, and Xiao Jinyu's face was completely exposed to everyone's sight. The smooth, white face was coldly handsome with sharp angles. The deep dragon's eyes flickered with ebony light, as deep as a dead pool, with sword eyebrows and a high nose, all of which flaunted nobility and elegance. The contours of the features are clear and deep. The corner of the eyes look out of the corner of the eye, more wild and uninhibited. On the saint phase, the golden dragon robe, all the Jin Gui's color. Although there was a slight difference between this appearance and the domineering slash that Xiao Jinyu had just chopped out, but with such a look, it added a few more points to his charm. This face completely outshone the men of the world by an unknown number of degrees, and his temperament was unrivaled. Karma. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu's heart seemed to stop briefly, and there was a slight sense of suffocation. How could he not have expected that today his sweet little cotton would give him this one of God's hands? His aura had been paying attention to the purple-robed woman to prevent him from recognizing himself, and he had even used other means, all ready to employ the power of the 10,000 Thunders God body. But who knows that it's hard to prevent home invasions day and night? Wow! Xiao Jinyu's mask was uncovered, and a group of female disciples looked even more mesmerized, completely in line with the appearance under this golden mask that they had fantasized in their minds. Even more, it's going to come more perfect, out of the world and overbearing. One by one, the women's faces looked even more out of place, their beautiful eyes like ripe peaches, delicate and dripping. The wide and incomparable martial arts plaza was abuzz with all the female disciples. Xiao Ruoxue's head was raised high. There was pride on her face and anticipation in her eyes, as if she was already able to see the day when Xiao Jinyu and her purple-robed master met and then slowly cultivated their relationship. It's you! The purple-robed woman had just seen Xiao Jinyu who had been revealed. Her pupils fiercely shrunk, and her body's purple mansion breath unexpectedly leaked out because of her anger, and the heavens and earth sank. As for the killing intent, it has weakened quite a bit, but there is still. After all, Xiao Jinyu is the first person to see her body naked. Crap! Something bad is going on. When Xiao Jinyu heard the woman say so, he felt the purple mansion aura from her body and hurriedly exuded purple mansion aura to counteract it. Only then did they come to peace with each other, and an invisible wave of breath rippled through the air, eventually slowly dissipating. Xiao Jinyu's face was a bit ugly, and now it was neither right for him to leave nor wrong for him not to leave. Go then he was afraid that this purple-robed woman will just his own faults to Xiao Ruoxue's body. If he does not go then, wait a moment he has a sense. Will certainly fight with this purple-robed woman. He's really riding the fence now, thanks to this leaky little jacket. Xiao Ruoxue listened to what the purple-robed master said. It seemed as if her own father and the master knew each other but looking at the master's face this does not seem to be very good. The father is also difficult to look at. Is it possible that they have not had a festival? At this moment, Xiao Ruoxue's heart has regret. Had known that should not be so hasty, just was excited to the mind. A moment want to quickly facilitate the two people. Xiao Ruoxue herself hadn't thought that good intentions had done bad things, but then again, it was also under this misadventure of hers that she actually made this bad thing into a good thing. There was an apologetic look on her face as she opened her mouth, her gaze evasive, not daring to look at Xiao Jinyu, like a child who had made a mistake. The purple-robed woman then looked over at her and shook her head at her, signaling that everything was fine. Xiao Jinyu's right arm unconsciously wrapped around Xiao Ruoxue's left hand more tightly, fearing that the purple-robed woman was going to do something when the time came to implicate her anger in Xiao Ruoxue so that he could take a defensive stance. The purple-robed woman also realized her own disorder. Being in a high position for an unknown number of years, her state of mind was far from being owned by a very human being, and now this occasion was not suitable to go and beat up Xiao Jinyu. After all, his beloved disciple is here and so many people are watching. Calming down the anger in his heart, the waves of the mountains seemed to be slightly undulating because of the anger, and soon tended to calm down again. Expressionless, now finish Ruoxue her goddess, and he's still Ruoxue's father, so he can't be slaughtered. Wait until everything is done on Ruoxue's side, then we'll properly settle the score with him. The purple-robed woman kept hypnotizing herself in her mind. Hey, he really calmed down his anger and looked at Xiao Jinyu from afar, snorting coldly. Ha, it's okay? Xiao Jinyu had doubts in her brows, not understanding how this tiger in front of her could possibly put things to rest like this. Just now if he did not run fast, almost caught by this tiger lady, maybe by then the one who will die is himself. Ruoxue, let's go. Now I'll take you to complete the goddess's next registration ceremony, and this goddess election will end here today. The purple-robed woman opened her mouth, her face not seeing anger or joy. Her feelings for Xiao Ruoxue remained the same. Hearing the woman do so, Xiao Jinyu locked his right hand tightly and had no intention of loosening it. Xiao Ruoxue felt Xiao Jinyu's nervousness and understood his concern. Gently smiling, "Father, don't worry about it. Master would not harm me. She treats me like a daughter." Really? Xiao Jinyu had doubts in her eyes and was still uneasy. Xiao Ruoxue smiled. Of course it's true. Seeing Xiao Ruoxue say so, Xiao Jinyu sized up the purple-robed woman for a few moments. And indeed, there was no killing intent or anger in sight. Before he slowly loosened his hand, the purple-robed woman snorted coldly at the sight, not wanting to see Xiao Jinyu again for fear that she would not be able to contain her anger when the time came. She took Xiao Ruoxue and flew directly into the middle of the divine heavenly hall to complete the next ceremony. Xiao Jinyu stood still and rubbed his nose awkwardly. On the side, countless gazes fell on Xiao Jinyu's body, the eyes of each one, as if they wanted to eat him, such as being scrubbed white and washed sheep, thrown into the wolves in general. Chapter 79, Xianxiao Divine Hall's Intentions. 9 Spectre Heavenly Demon Pupil. Xiao Jinyu stood alone and placed somewhat awkwardly, looking at all the female disciples of the Divine Hall on the field with a glance, and smiled at the crowd. In the next moment, the entire person disappeared in place and directly shot up into the sky, flying towards Xiao Ruoxue's address. He had no other intention of opening an impart for a host of temple women, and he didn't want to. The Xianxiao Divine Hall was very close to the Divine Xiao Divine Hall, and the two could reach each other with only an hour's journey. Today was the day that the Divine Heavenly Clouds Divine Hall would select the Divine Maiden, while a month ago was the day that the Xianxiao Divine Hall would select the Divine Sun. There is a slight difference between the two systems. The goddess can only have one, while the son of the god can have three, respectively, leading the three veins of the Xianxiao Divine Hall. Standing on top of the golden hall of the Xianxiao Divine Hall, the middle-aged man, with a country face and a majestic expression, looked down at the divine sons of the Sanning Xianxiao Divine Hall and opened his mouth. Today is the day that her divine heavenly hall of gods will elect a divine maiden, and no matter who it is, I want you to travel with her to befriend her, and it would be best to ask for her hand in marriage today, and request to be a Taoist couple, regardless of who among the three of you is able to do so. In the future, the position of this hall master will definitely be his. The man's voice was low and resounded through the hall. The three young men standing below looked suddenly agitated. Who didn't know that when a candidate divine maiden officially became a divine maiden, her physique would change and she would become extremely strong? Moreover, all the women who can ascend to the divine feminine are not extremely beautiful, and they are eager to be married to them. Now that the condition of being able to become the lord of a palace was also attached, the three young men's faces became even more excited, and they hurriedly nodded their heads and arched their hands. We will live up to the expectations of the palace lord. Definitely take down the divine sky divine hall goddess. The hall master of the Xianxiao Divine Hall nodded, deep meaning in his eyes. The two great divine halls had been situated in this continent for far too long, and his realm stuck at purple mansion perfection had likewise been far too long. It was time to make a change. All the successive goddesses of the divine heavenly hall would inherit the power of the divine heavenly palace, combining with it and being able to unconditionally break through another great realm. I heard that her temple master Huangfu Nianzi took over the temple for a long time, so far still single. The man's gaze deepened, and he began to prepare for some action as well. Today, he would take the three divine sons of the Xianxiao Divine Hall and march into the Divine Xiao Divine Hall, wanting to court the Divine Hall Master and Divine Daughter, aiming to take them down through and through. Unfortunately, Xiao Jinyu, the biggest variable in this, when he returned to Xiao Ruoxue's residence, Xiao Jinyu found a chair to sit down and internally viewed the Dantian world within his body. A faint golden light floated on the surface of that golden Qilin egg, and it would be able to hatch within 3 days, so I don't know if there would be any visions at that time. Xiao Jinyu opened the system, and the panel had specific information about himself on it. Host, Xiao Jinyu. Cultivation level, Violet Mansion minor accomplishment. Profession, Swordmaster, Heavenly Sword Unity. Blade Master, Blade Domain. Formation Master, Heavenly. Physique, Heavenly Border Sacred Body. Jail Buster Heavenly Body, minor. Tai Sword Market Body, minor. 10,000 Sacrifices Divine Body, minor. Laws, Law of Eternal Life, Law of Creation, Law of Space. Spirit Pet, Fierce Beast Chaos. Mission Points, 15,000. 15,000 mission points? There are quite a few good things in the system's raffle. There are pills for unconditional realm breakthroughs, and there are heavenly treasures that can directly cross a large realm. The two of them, Heaven's Destiny and South Seeker, are still too low in their realms, and since I'm very fast on my feet right now, it won't be good for my upgrades if their cultivation doesn't keep up a bit. Xiao Jinyu had thoughts in her eyes, made up her mind, and opened her mouth. System, spend 5,000 mission points and draw them all in the purple gold prize pool. Remaining 10,000 mission points to perform fishing in the heavens twice. Ding, for the host in the purple and gold lottery. Ding, for the host of the heavens fishing in. In front of Xiao Jinyu, a large purple and gold carousel appeared, and the upper carousel rotated 10 times in a row, and Xiao Jinyu's left and right fingers each appeared on a wooden boom. In front of the picture is the picture of the quiet number of times changed into a party of chi. Tianchi fishing rod down. Began to start fishing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial level spirit ascension elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious talisman seal, which contains the inheritance of a mysterious and powerful person. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor Realm weapon, the Dragon Seeker longsword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial level spirit ascension elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mysterious demon egg X3. Soon, the purple and gold level lottery rewards fell into Xiao Jinyu's hands, none of which were of much use to himself. The celestial grade spirit ascension pill could allow the realm below the saint to unconditionally break through one rank, and this was the list had a whole 4 pieces. The realms of Heaven's Destiny and South Seeker are still too low, and although it's good for Nui to reach Jindan, the same can be done for him to raise another point. These can put up their realm first. Ruoshua has already reached Saint at this point, a big step ahead of them. Plus with the backing of the Divine Hall and countless resources, it shouldn't be difficult to go further. Xiao Jinyu had an idea in her eyes, and had already figured out how to distribute these elixirs in a way that would allow her own kind of children to grow rapidly. By the way, the demonic beast eggs will also be one by one, and chaos will be given to little Nui to raise for the time being. That way he could also upgrade quickly. He, Xiao Jinyu, really didn't spend quest points for them in order to upgrade himself faster. Really didn't. Soon, the right and left hand of the god's angling rod stirred and quivered slightly. Xiao Jinyu pulled upwards, and the 2 items flew straight out and landed in Xiao Jinyu's system treasure trove. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the forbidden divine pupils of the heavens. The 9-specter heavenly demon pupil, ungivable, autonomous binding. 9 specters heavenly demon pupils, source unknown, eyes shoot demonic light, can transform the demonic abyss and summon demonic warriors, but whether it will help the host is unknown. With its own magic power, the magic light of life and death, which can kill when touched or reverse life and death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete law of time. The pupils of Xiao Jinyu's eyes were somewhat burning hot, as if there was a pitch-black demonic flame constantly burning. The pupils of his eyes became even darker. It was the ultimate black, dead black to the extreme. Even a single glance with it would make one's heart tremble. An entire complete law of time merged into Xiao Jinyu's body, mastering the power of time. Time is king, space is honored, and the laws of space come from chaos. He contracted with chaos, and naturally this spatial law was shared to him, and now he had mastered both powers. The aura on Xiao Jinyu's body changed once again. The apparent realm did not increase, but the strength was once again strong to the extreme. Chapter 80, Xuanqiu's visit. Marriage? Qi Yuan shows purpose. Ruoshua, tell me, is that really your real father? Why was his strength able to reach the purple mansion? And I heard the elders of the Divine Hall say that back then. He was only at the earthly Yuan realm. Could it be that he was hiding something before? After the purple-robed woman pulled Xiao Ruoshua to complete a series of divine maiden-related things, the 2 of them stood on top of the Great Hall, and instead of going back at the first opportunity, they instead inquired about Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Ruoshua nodded, unwavering. It was impossible for her to recognize her father wrongly. I wouldn't know about that. He didn't tell me exactly how strong my father was, and why his previous realm wasn't high, and it seems that my father's strength doesn't stop there. Xiao Ruoshua only stated what she herself knew. As for the rest, she was not clear about any of it. These are still a few hours ago, when Xiao Jinyu and she just met. Xiao Jinyu pretended then. The purple-robed woman nodded. Her face had a puzzled look on it, not understanding why Xiao Jinyu was doing this. If Xiao Jinyu's realm was really powerful, at least she would never be able to catch the blade she just blasted out herself. What was his purpose in breaking into the middle of her cultivation room? Just simply to peek at her bathing? But his strength is so strong that he can even do something else. This thought was very puzzling to the purple-robed woman. Can't you see yourself? The purple-robed woman somehow had this one thought for no reason, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly arose. With indignation on her face, one's own posture is definitely the world's first class, and regardless of all aspects is simply excellent. Xiao Jinyu is not a monk? Surprisingly, I don't feel any interest. What gives him the right? If Xiao Jinyu knew what the purple-robed woman was thinking right now, he would definitely cry out in his heart that he was wronged. Ah, big sister, I really didn't just break in there to snoop, merely got lost and found the wrong person. Quickly put away that unrealistic thought in your mind quickly. I just went in and you're going to slaughter me. It's too late for me to run. What else can I do? Does Master really have a grudge against Father? Why did the 2 of you have such an ugly expression on your faces the moment I took off my father's mask? Xiao Ruoshua sidled her head, with disbelief in her eyes, and still asked what she wanted to ask. The purple-robed woman, also known as the Divine Heaven's Heavenly Temple Master, named Huangfu Nianzi, Was the previous divine temple goddess? Her specific origin unknown, and she seemed to have appeared out of thin air as well, and she resigned her position after a time phase of just over 20 years as a goddess. The former divine heavenly hall master was a man, but it seemed that he had an interest in Huangfu Nianzi and wanted to do something untoward. But Huangfu Nianzi's strength was extremely terrifying and he directly slaughtered him. Then Huangfu Nianzi herself became the divine heavenly hall master, and fixed the elders within the divine hall. Originally there were extremely few men, and now after she took office, there were pitifully few, not out of 5 fingers. Grudges? Can't be counted on. There is a little bit of a squash, but rest assured, it's not a life and death feud, and there's not much of a grudge. Huangfu Nianzi gently patted Xiao Ruoshue's head with love on her face. For Xiao Ruoshue, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and completely treated it as her own daughter to raise. As for the exact size of the feud, it's unknown. Oh, Xiao Ruoshue nodded ignorantly, her heart relieved. That's good. She still wanted to make things happen for her master and father, and if they had hatred, they wouldn't be able to get things done then. When the time comes, she will definitely unravel the hint of dispute between the two first, and then facilitate the two. The thoughts in Xiao Ruoshue's heart did not abate, but instead intensified. Is Temple Master Huangfu available? My name is Qi Yuanhu, and I have brought the 3 divine sons to pay my respects. Just as the two of them were still discussing, a deep, thick male voice resounded throughout the divine heavenly hall. The Xianshao Divine Hall Master Qi Yuanqiu arrived with 3 divine sons from his hall and was fully prepared to arrive in the middle of the divine heavenly hall. When they had just arrived at the divine heavenly hall, they looked at the golden hall that had fallen into ruins in a straight line position and froze, thinking that they had gone to the wrong place. In his impression, the divine heaven's divine hall was extremely luxurious. So how did it change to a broken battle-damaged wind today? Soon, calming down the astonishment written on their faces, the 4 of them floated above the heavens and earth quietly waiting for Huangfu Nianzi to appear with this session of the divine feminine. Huangfu Nianzi's face had doubts. What is this old thing doing here today? Nothing good can come from nothing. Huangfu Nianzi let out a light eep, not feeling much favor towards Qi Yuanqiu. She always felt that he was plotting against this divine heavenly temple, or had this idea about himself. His years had lived for more than 2,000 years. To argue about the years could be her ancestor's ancestor. Old cow eating young grass. Go to hell. However, out of politeness, she floated outside of heaven and earth, looking at Qi Yuanqiu from afar, her face expressionless. Hallmaster Qi can just open his mouth and tell me what he has to do in my divine hall today. Qi Yuanqiu's eyes flashed with amazement when he saw this cool look of Huangfu Nianzi. Although Huangfu Nianzi's age is small, but his strength is extremely strong, and he has already reached the Purple Mansion great success, and he was able to detect that Huangfu Nianzi's age is definitely not more than 100 years old through the age of his bones. The Purple Mansion realm can live an even longer lifespan, straight through 10,000 years, up to a maximum of 20,000 years. It is said that she was originally stronger, but seems to have suffered an irreparable Dao injury that has weakened her strength. Mr. Qi heard that today is the day to select the goddess. It just so happens that my Xianshao Divine Hall and Divine Xiao Divine Hall have been in a friendly alliance for 100,000 years, so why don't we let this relationship go further today? One of the 3 divine sons of my Divine Hall can form a marriage bond with the Divine Xiao Divine Maiden, and with both of our strengths joining forces further, we may even have the hope to directly break through the boundaries of this continent and ascend to the upper realm. I heard that Royal Palace Master has also been a person for many years. It just so happens that I am also the same. Why don't the 2 of us also both become Dao couples and explore the avenue ahead together? Qi Yuanhu smiled and opened his mouth, directly stating the purpose of his visit. Most of the monks were like that, incredibly direct. The 3 divine sons following behind him walked out at his gesture, and each one of them was considered to be plump and handsome, with good looks. The 3 of them made sufficient preparations, and even went to the ancient books to copy dozens of paragraphs of love words, and prepared many thick gifts, just to win the heart of the contemporary goddess. 1. Naturally, was that he wanted to become a Taoist couple with the contemporary goddess? They naturally knew that dual cultivation with a goddess had extremely high benefits for the male party, unconditionally raising a realm ah. And the second, well, the natural change is the Xianshao Palace Hall Master position, the power and beauty accompanied by the body. Why not do it? Huangfu Nianzi's face was cold. She didn't like Qi Yuanhu as a person. She could clearly feel that Qi Yuanhu was looking at herself in the wrong way. It's even less of a conversation to talk about it now. The uneasy water in her Qi Yuanhu's stomach before was just as she had guessed. The Divine Heavenly Hall of God has always advocated freedom and love between men and women. And the same goes for the goddess. If she doesn't like it, no one will be able to force her to do so. Huangfu Nianzi shook her head. If that's the case, it's better to forget about this today. I don't think Ruoshue would agree. Without any emotional foundation, Everything is empty talk. Huang Fu Nianzi directly rebuffed with a single word. And the two of us don't really have much of a chance. So Hall Master Chi might as well give up that thought. Don't be so rigid. We can cultivate our feelings slowly, right? Why don't we first let the contemporary goddess come out a piece to talk about life with the three godsons of my divine palace and enjoy the wind and moon? As for taking our time, Qi Yuanxiu smiled and opened his mouth. With no intention of giving up, he was going to finish this matter today. At least one thing had to be done, such as getting his own divine son to befriend the divine daughter of the divine temple. This way they concluded their feelings, and there was a chance that he himself would be able to get closer to Huang Fu Nianzi, and the chances of him and Huang Fu Nianzi coming together would be greater at that time. That's his little. Chapter 81, Can You Block My Blade? Huang Fu Nianzi's Dao couple, Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu within the hall naturally heard what the few people above the sky dome said. At first he did not draw attention to it, merely the next door to the Xian Xiao Divine Hall's hallmaster. Even if they were going to talk about something, it would be a matter for the top echelons of the two great divine halls to discuss with each other. So what did it have to do with him? However, he was surprised to hear that this asshole with three asshole boys wanted to marry his own daughter, and at this moment he was not happy about it. Just now he was still thinking that in the future if anyone wants to marry Xiao Ruoxue, they must have to go through themselves, but he didn't expect it to come straight now. Xiao Jinyu left the great hall and floated above the heavens and earth, his voice traveling far before he even arrived. This marriage, no matter what you guys say, Ruoxue won't agree to it. Xiao Jinyu appeared above the heaven and earth, glancing at Huang Fu Nianzi. The hostility on his face collected some, not expecting that Huang Fu Nianzi had just directly rebuffed for Xiao Ruoxue. This point made Xiao Jinyu feel much better about her in vain. The three divine sons saw Xiao Jinyu's face was not good. Xiao Jinyu refused for Xiao Ruoxue? The contemporary goddess didn't even say anything. What the hell did he say? Who does he think he is? The most crucial thing was that a man had appeared within the divine heavenly hall, and he was still a complete stranger, one they had not seen before. Could it be that there was something fishy about it? Could it be that he also wanted to marry the contemporary goddess as he and the others did? When the three divine sons thought of this, their faces suddenly became gloomy, and their gazes toward Xiao Jinyu grew more and more unfavorable. Dare I say that this was a rival? Who are you? And who are you to make a decision on the marriage of a contemporary goddess? The three divine sons spoke out directly. Qi Yuanxiu glanced at Xiao Jinyu before withdrawing his gaze, seeing that his realm was at Purple Mansion minor achievement, but if you compare it to your own great success, it is still much worse. The difference between the small realms is a world of difference, and the later this difference will become more and more prominent. He's my father. This one thing today I have no intention of being a Taoist couple with all others, so please go back to the three gentlemen. Xiao Ruoxue appeared above the heavens and earth, her voice clear and cold. A group of disciples from the divine heavenly hall of gods were watching from the sidelines, eating melons. Xiao Ruoxue's face was slightly cold, mainly because she had seen these three people disrespecting her father, and what was already not much of a good feeling had now turned into disgust. What? Father? Qi Yuanxiu and the three divine sons looked at Xiao Jinyu with disbelief. The man in front of them whose appearance looked even 1 point younger than theirs was actually the father of the contemporary divine maiden. Is there a mistake? Although as the cultivator's realm continues to rise, the face will all be fixed for a short time, but it is not fixed so hard. The more you grow, the younger you get. Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Ruoxue come and nodded at her. Her body's breath slowly mobilized, and at some point above her right hand, she had already condensed a heavenly sword. Since his own daughter did not have this interest in these three people, if they dared to mess around, let's see if the sword in his hand agrees. His own precious daughter can't just be given away by these three stinking pigs. Of course he does. It's hard to say if he'll arch someone else's daughter. After all, he is so talented and beautiful, majestic, handsome, graceful, phoenix table dragon capital, the breath of the language Xuanxiang. This is Xiao Jinyu's own stinky double standard. Anyway, no matter what, he just can't allow other men to stain his own daughter. He's such a rogue. Who asked him to be the main character? Unless the two of them truly love each other in the future, Xiao Jinyu may only be slightly difficult. Like these three punks, he will definitely not agree. If the three of them still want to say something, first give them a taste of the knife in their hands, to see if their heads are iron. Can they catch his knife? There's no mercy in this moment. Xiao Jinyu is different from the past. Before those who have a grudge to resolve the innocent people aside, he will not be angry at its implication in them. And at this moment, he will slaughter these three people. The group of female disciples from the divine heavens ward divine hall below watched as Xiao Jinyu's hand took hold of the heavenly sword again, and there was a look of excitement on their faces. They were able to watch Xiao Jinyu's poise as he chopped out that blade again, completely watching the scene. Huang Fu Nianzi's eyelids jumped, looking at Xiao Jinyu's stance and the faint killing intent exuding from his body. He always felt that something bad was about to happen. Qi Yuanxiu's gaze sank. He sensed something wrong with Xiao Jinyu, a long sword held above his right hand. This stance looked like it was going to be a fight. This fellow Daoist, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that today, the disciples of my Xianxiao Divine Hall don't even have a chance to have intimacy with the Divine Lady of the Divine Xiao Divine Hall if they want to? It's not even okay for a bunch of them to talk about young people and the continent. But instead, do you want to hold up your long knives and slash at each other? Qi Yuanhe's gaze sank. His face no longer had a smile on it, and the aura of the Purple Mansion Great Achievement faintly emanated from his body. He was on constant guard against Xiao Jinyu making a move. After all, he was a Violet Mansion Minor Achievement, while the three divine sons of his own divine hall were nothing more than land saints simply unable to defeat Xiao Jinyu. Even under Xiao Jinyu's aura emanation, the three divine sons would probably be crushed to death, and the long knife he held in his hand should be pointing its blade at himself. Xiao Jinyu's face was extremely bland, but his face was as domineering as possible, and he spoke faintly. Do you need to go on your own or should I give you a ride? There is no room for negotiation on this one thing today. Now he was annoyed looking at the three boys. As for Qi Yuanxiu against him, so be it. What can you do? However, it is just a district Purple House Great Chang, not to mention the Purple House Great Chang. Got today even if the Emperor Realm came to dare to force people, he will also be slaughtered. Qi Yuanxiu's face was cold. Xiao Jinyu will have nothing to do with himself, and he also gave an expulsion order. If this wasn't the Divine Heavenly Hall's home turf, he would have made his move a long time ago. He looked at Huangfu Nianzi and opened his mouth. Hall Master Huangfu, could this be your hospitality of the Divine Heavenly Hall today? Allowing an outsider to clamor and take over here? My Xianxiao Divine Hall and Divine Xiao Divine Hall have always been on good terms for generations. Are we going to let this one outsider ruin this alliance feeling of ours? Qi Yuanxiu questioned loudly. At this point in time, as long as Huangfu Nianzi didn't tear his face off with him, then he would directly suppress Xiao Jinyu. Huangfu Nianzi glanced at Xiao Jinyu and had another idea in her heart. He is not an outsider to my divine temple, but my future Daoist. Now that you are already a member of my divine temple, what is the point of clamoring to take over the master? Ruoxue is my disciple and his daughter. We will naturally be able to handle the two of us with Ruoxue's affairs, and Hallmaster Qi is being aggressive today. Does he think that I, Divine Heaven, am afraid of Xianxiao? Chapter 82, A Sword Cuts Through Your Life. The four fled. The reason why Huangfu Nianzi said this was simply to take Xiao Jinyu out as a shield. Although she disliked Qi Yuanhu and the three divine sons, today was not enough for her Divine Heavenly Hall to completely tear her face off from the Xianxiao Divine Hall. It wasn't worth it for this one thing at least, and although the two had been in a superficial alliance for a long time, this relationship needed to be maintained. Below them, there were still the three great holy lands and the four great clans watching intently. If the two ever ceased to be in an alliance, perhaps the three great sacred lands and the four great heavenly palaces would join forces and attack them as a group. Only the two major divine halls could resist it jointly. If they were to separate, one of them would definitely be taken down. The causality involved is so intricate that it's impossible to tell for a while. The cultivator world was capable of doing anything for the sake of resources, and the resources held by her divine hall were as much as 50% of the entire Middle-earth divine prefecture, and the interests involved were enormous. Plus the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture Splendor Conference in a few months, which several powers would be attending, was held by the two major divine halls. To put it bluntly, it is to highlight the young generation of disciples, to see how much young blood of the various forces, on behalf of the future forces will be able to go on for a long time. There will be no fault. There was still a need for the two of them to join forces again here, and when this event was over, the relationship with the Xianxiao Divine Hall would not be as so-called when it was severed at that time. Now, moving Xiao Jinyu out would directly shift this conflict to Qi Yuanxiu and Xiao Zhenyu, which had nothing to do with her divine heavenly palace. What she had just said, on the surface, appeared to be maintaining a relationship with Xiao Jinyu, and on the ground it was merely for show. Huangfu Nianzi was able to figure this out, but it didn't necessarily mean that the current Qi Yuanhuan was able to figure it out. Hearing that the woman he was going to form a Dao couple with had been taken by another man one step ahead of him was a feeling as if he had been given a little green hat and warmth in his face. How could this Qi Yuanxiu endure? Huangfu Nianzi's words could not be described as immortal, and even Xiao Jinyu, whose face was filled with a murderous aura, was stunned, his eyes glaring. He turned his head to look at Huangfu Nianzi in disbelief. He didn't understand how this tiger in front of him changed her face so quickly, and when did he become Huangfu Nianzi's Dao couple? How did he not know that there was such a good thing in the world? Ah, no, is there such a thing in the world as inexplicable? But soon, Xiao Jinyu figured out the ins and outs. Huangfu Nianzi wanted nothing more than to use herself, but today their goals were the same. As for this somehow being taken advantage of, there is no such thing in heaven. Interest is something to be recovered. As for what kind of interest, when this one thing was over, Huangfu Nianzi would pay accordingly. In the future, Human hitchhiking will certainly be rare. Xiao Ruoxue was likewise incomparably shocked, not having thought that her master had directly spoken about this matter. How come she didn't know about this? How come his own father hadn't told him about this? And when was it set in stone? What the hell? It turns out that the two have long known. Just now the two of them face ugly. I'm afraid that is before there is a love-hate relationship. The two quarrel bed head and bed tail. It is estimated that this is the case. Xiao Ruoxue in the heart so think. Look at the two people's eyes will be grudging up. Feelings for their own for the two people redline in vain. The two people's redline has long been inextricably linked. Regardless, it was definitely a good thing that her own father had become a Taoist couple with her master, and it was perfectly in line with what she had expected to see in her heart of hearts. Below, a group of female disciples only felt their hopes dashed. The mood was a roller coaster. Originally thinking that Xiao Jinyu was the Tao couple of the goddess, they didn't expect it to be the father of the goddess, and they saw a glimmer of hope. Now, the hall master was saying that it was her Tao couple, and this hope was completely and utterly extinguished. Not even the slightest possibility. Who dares to steal a man from the master of the palace? Do they think they've lived too long? Yes, yes, yes. He said 3 good things in a row, so you can imagine how angry he was. Angry men are irrational. Now, he transferred all of his anger onto Xiao Jinyu. Good boy. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. That's all the more reason to keep you. Qi Yuanhu was resentful in his heart and had already moved to kill. Huang Fu Nianzi had to be his. The emperor realm he wanted to break through all depended on Huang Fu Nianzi. Now, still able to check out Huang Fu Nianzi face full color. The brow of the place is still like the original court model, indicating that her body is not broken. Now that Xiao Jinyu had been killed, so that Huang Fu Nianzi would have no future Taoist couple, this future Taoist couple candidate could only be him. Xiao Jinyu's face grew more and more impatient. He didn't change what Qi Yuanhu thought, nor did he care what the 3 divine sons thought. Right now, all he knew was that what he had just said Qi Yuanxiu and these 3 didn't take it seriously, so he had no choice but to slaughter the 4. The aura of the heavenly border sacred body emanated out, and another world emerged behind him, with the black and white Taiji diagram slowly rotating, and the black and white swimming fish transforming into a long dragon of life and death roaring at his body. The gates of heaven and earth are wide open. Endless power was added to his body, and his breath was not concealed. The power within the Dantian world was activated. The power of the Sea of Consciousness was activated. And at this moment, Xiao Jinyu's killing intent climbed to the extreme. And for the first time, his strength was not hidden. Another terrifying blade domain aura erupted, and the entire heaven and earth was reduced to Xiao Jinyu's world, which was the slaughterhouse. Xiao Jinyu held a long knife in his hand. He was the butcher, and the others were the pigs in the slaughterhouse, to be slaughtered by him. The heavens and earth thus darkened, and an endless abyss of blades appeared. The heavenly blade floated upwards, and with a gaze, he slashed fiercely towards the front. In the Xianmen gate of heaven and earth, the power of endless worlds suppressed, brocade mountains and rivers fell, and long black and white dragons roared out. Boom! Space was shattered in every way, time was turned into a swamp, and a heavenly blade fell down, as if it was the most terrifying life and death blade in the world. The god of death dropped his scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives of all, and the poise of the blade was again seen by all. Qi Yuanhu's face changed drastically. Feeling this sudden strike from Xiao Jinyu, a sense of certain death arose in his heart. The power of the heavenly frontier sacred body was augmented, and endless visions appeared. The long dragon roared, and the blade domain enveloped him. Even his purple mansion De Chang's aura felt unable to withstand it at this moment. A formation talisman appeared in his hand and violently crushed it, enveloping the Sanning divine sun along with him, transforming into an extremely swift stream of light and disappearing far away. The 4 of them appeared 100,000 miles away from heaven and earth and ran back into the Xianxiao Divine Hall with undiminished speed. The killing intent of that blade just now condensed into substance. Taking it would surely lead to death. 4 people escaped as a result. Boom! This blade fell completely, accompanied by the black and white 2 dragons soaring out. The divine heavenly temple, all the golden halls in front of the whole are reduced to a piece of rubble. Before it was a straight line position, now the eyes can see a large area. That blade abyss above the heavens and earth chopped out even deeper. The heaven and earth Xianmen stood still, and the brocade mountains and rivers were situated. As far as the eye can see, the eye is reduced to nothingness. Fortunately, the female disciples of which took out to see the fun, or how to die do not know. This blade was even more domineering than the previous one. If the previous slash had been deliberately slowed down by Xiao Jinyu in order to release water, then this slash was meant to kill. A knife chopped out even faster. Without dragging his feet, the knife chopped out life. Unfortunately, they still let them get away with a means of saving their lives. The divine hall's depth is still quite deep. Xiao Jinyu's gaze was deep, the killing intent in his eyes unabated. Said, resume unusual, this side of the matter is resolved. it should also deal with the identity of their own this Taoist couple. Chapter 83, Taking Advantage and Taking in the Arms. Qi Yuanhu's Calculations. The group of female disciples of the Divine Heavenly Hall looked at Xiao Jinyu above the sky dome with little stars in their eyes. Even more so, in his mind, there was the same sigh. Pitifully, such a perfect man was the Hall Master's Tao partner, not theirs, endlessly regretful. Xiao Jinyu turned around and looked at Huang Funianzi, seemingly smiling. The heavenly sword held in his right hand disappeared. There was an unkindness in his eyes, and he walked over very naturally. Before, he still had a trace of guilt for looking at Huang Funianzi's body. Now that he was now using him as a shield, this was all naturally cleared up. Secretly, he transmitted his voice, using me as a shield. That's a good tactic. Huang Funianzi froze when she heard what Xiao Jinyu said. When she wanted to do something more to explain, Xiao Jinyu had already walked to her side and wrapped his right hand around her waist very naturally. The bloodline of the Jin prison bloodline in his body began to run, and his blood has been boiling ever since. As the power of heaven and earth suppressed and landed on Huang Funianzi's body, the strength in her body was surprisingly 10-7 at this moment. Big hand domineering a sweep, beside Huang Funianzi directly planted into his arms. Soft fragrance pillow jade in the embrace, a light floating fragrance scattered in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu also cannot help but be a little fluttery. Huang Funianzi reacted fiercely, only to feel that above her waist seemed to be wrapped up in a pair of strong, large hands, and not waiting until she was about to do something, she was unexpectedly swept directly into Xiao Jinyu's arms. Has she ever been treated like this? The body had been innocent for decades, and now not only had it been seen by a man, but now it had fallen into his hands instead, with a rare sense of condemnation. This scene fell into the eyes of all the female disciples below, endlessly sighing with admiration. The groom and the daughter. If Xiao Jinyu was dressed in a golden robe with a majestic saintly face like the lord of the Huanyu heavenly court, then the temple master of the divine heavenly hall of God was like that royal wife above the 9 heavens, an incomparable match. Coupled with the fact that the lord of the divine heavens palace was again swept up in Xiao Jinyu's arms, how had the lord of the palace, who had always been high and mighty, ever had such a sight as to be snuggled up in a man's arms right now, and exposed to them? All the women disciples looked on. Tut tu tang. This pair, surprisingly, knocked it out of the park. Xiao Ruoxua watched the two of them do so with incomparable satisfaction in her eyes. Pops had taken care of her for several years, and now that she finally had someone to take care of her, and the divine hall master was her master, it was incredibly beautiful to see that now that the kisses had been added to each other, it was even further. Xiao Ruoxua couldn't stop the smile on her face. It was so proud. Had enough hugs? Had enough of the cheap shots? Take up enough and let go. Huang Funianzi knew that this was Xiao Jinyu's revenge, but it was indeed her who had used Xiao Jinyu first, so she didn't put up any resistance. It's just the first time you've been held in your arms. Consider it piggybacking. She's not that pretentious. Originally, she could see the strength of Xiao Jinyun's knife, and the purple mansion De Chang definitely couldn't catch it, and her own strength was guaranteed. Considering again the moment Xiao Jinyu and Qi Yuanshou faced each other, the contradiction shifted, thinking that with her own shelter, it was expected that nothing would happen and his life would not be jeopardized. So she did so. After all, he is the father of his own disciple. Can't just give him death. However, she did not expect Xiao Jinyu to be even more berserk, directly chopping away with his sword. But no matter what, a mistake is a mistake, and now the two of them are barely in the clear. When Xiao Jinyu heard what Huang Funianzi said, he was very roguish and just wouldn't let go of his hand, his two eyes skimming toward the distance, with a diffident face. That meant as if he was saying again, "My daughter-in-law, I love to hold her for as long as it takes." This scene made Huang Funianzi's teeth itch, but there was nothing she could do. "Your Highness, could this matter be left at that? If word of today's retreat by his / spreads out, I'm afraid that my Xianshao Divine Hall's reputation will stink as a result." Above the Great Hall, Qi Yuanshou and the 3 divine sons fled back to the Xianshao Divine Hall in an uproarious manner, their faces very ugly, and one divine son was unwilling. Not only did he not get Xiao Ruoxua, but on the contrary, he was beaten up by Xiao Jinyu today. That humiliating slash had directly decapitated them and ran away, losing an unknown amount of face. Qi Yuanshou stood on top of the Great Hall. His face was deep. He did not speak, and there was deep meaning in his eyes. Just now he was in the midst of his anger, so much so that he lost his mind, and now that he was back on top of the Great Hall, and recalled what Huang Funianzi had said, he realized that there was something fishy going on. If Xiao Jinyu was really Huang Funianzi's future Taoist partner, then why hadn't he heard of it before? And if this Xiao Jinyu is really Xiao Ruoxua's father, why hasn't there been any sound in the past 10 years? Then, the biggest possibility was that Xiao Jinyu was pulled out as a shield by Huang Funianzi, in order to cut himself off from becoming a Taoist couple with him. then the matter of Xiao Jinyu being Xiao Ruoshua's father was also false in all probability. Xiao Jieyu's realm was a violet mansion minor completion, incomparably high, and his age, though it was completely normal for him to give birth to Xiao Ruoshua by the eyes of a mortal. But they are monks. The higher the realm, the harder it would be to bear an heir, and accordingly, the stronger the heirborn would be. Then this is a little strange. The Purple House realm want to have a child without 10 years of farming absolutely cannot do, because the probability of which is extremely small. To be able to win the odds of incomparably low, Qi Yuanxiu was worthy of being the head of a hall. Thinking well, and there was a great possibility that this was the case. Unfortunately, only half a guess, because Xiao Jinyu is indeed Xiao Ruoshua's father. The reason why his realm is so high is that he has the so-called crooked melon. When this was all thought out, Qi Yuanhu's face instantly returned to its previous cloudy appearance, smiling as he looked down at the three divine sons and shook his head. There's no way this is going to go away. On top of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture's grand competition in 3 months' time, I want you all to ascend to the top 3 positions of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture's grand competition in the strongest position. Then he will propose to Xiao Ruoshue, and on such an occasion, if he wants to refute the face of my Xianxiao Divine Hall, then my Xianxiao Divine Hall and his god sky will be severed from this point on. If he, Huang Funianci, is not afraid of the consequences involved, and is not afraid of the Divine Hall being isolated and attacked by other forces, he will definitely not refuse. And you can still form a Dao couple relationship with Xiao Ruoshue. A shadowy smile appeared on Qi Yuanhu's face, as if everything was in his calculations. At that time, no matter whether it is the trend, or personal wish or not, are not by her Huang Funianci and Xiao Ruoshue, everything is in the palm of his hand, with personal feelings on one side and an entire coalition of forces on the other. Countless situations throughout history have proven that it is better to give up feelings, join forces, and solidify alliances. This is a young plot. Although Xiao Jinyu's strength was very strong, he would bring along a group of supreme elders from the Divine Hall to suppress Xiao Jinyu when the time came. You are as strong as you want to be, but you are only in the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you can kill a Zifu Dicheng, so what? How can you be so strong in front of the Emperor's realm? He was the master of the Xianxiao Divine Hall. No matter whether it was sophisticated or calculating, he was good at all of them, and now he had prepared everything, only waiting for the last 3 months after the feast. After 3 months, you, Huang Funianci, will have to become a Taoist couple even if you don't marry me. At that time, if he, Xiao Jinyu, lives or dies, let's see what reason you have to shrug it off. Will you choose to befriend my Divine Hall or be isolated? If one thought is alone, when the time comes, my Divine Hall will then unite with other forces to annex your Divine Heavenly Hall. The result will likewise be the same. And you, Huang Funianci, will still not be able to get out of the palm of my hand. The Emperor realm is just around the corner. There was a smile under Qi Yuanhu's eyes, as if everything was within his grasp. Chapter 84, Mysterious Huang Funianci. Xiao Tianmeng's request for help. Time passed bit by bit, and the two of them hugged each other for nearly half a quarter of an hour above the sky dome. Huang Funianci's face grew more and more wrong, and there seemed to be an aura in her body that was about to explode, to break through Xiao Jinyu's suppression. Yeah, this tiger is not easy. Xiao Jinyu felt that it was almost time to stop. Taking advantage of a little is good. The two of them are now considered completely clear. No one owes anyone. The aura on Huang Funianci's body was incomparably terrifying. It was actually pushing towards the Emperor realm, and even seemed to be coming higher. This power was hidden within her essence, yet it was incomparably weak, as if it had been injured, and it was an injury of the great Tao. Xiao Jinyu keenly captured this and glanced at Huang Funianci with great meaning, his heart darkening. It seems that this tigress' origins are not simple. From the experience and routine of my old metaphysical novelist, I reckon that the biggest possibility is that the proud daughter of heaven who escaped down from the last session has come to the middle of the continent to escape from the Union. Either the family was exterminated, and rose up stealthily to take revenge, or the eldest young lady in the family rebelled and fled, wanting to break out on her own, but was accidentally injured, and came to recuperate in the middle of the indigenous continent. Xiao Jinyu already had a guess in her heart. Xiao Jinyu let go of his hand. At that time, if Huang Funianci really had to fight him, it was expected that he would also have a great headache. After all, Xiao Ruoshua has incomparable respect for this master, raised Xiao Ruoshua for more than 10 years. Not a biological mother, but more than a biological mother. As the saying goes, the gift of procreation is greater than man, and the gift of nurture is greater than heaven. Although Xiao Ruoshua's mother didn't intentionally abandon her, and also had unavoidable hardships, but being raised by Huang Funianci for so many years is a fact, and it's impossible for their 10 years of feelings themselves to cut them off. Xiao Jinyu understood this and naturally wouldn't be gracious enough to return the favor. Thinking of his two missing daughters-in-law, Xiao Jinyu's head suddenly ached. Those two women appeared by his side out of nowhere like a joke between God and him, like the plot of a novel. The two were originally not very strong, and were the daughters of mundane families, who were then married to themselves and rightfully became the queens of the everlasting dynasty. A daughter gave birth to a son, Xiao Tianming. A woman gave birth to a son and a daughter, Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue, and then the two of them just seemed to snap out of it. Hey, guess what? It's the same as if NM had opened up, the realm rising miserably, a setup with the reincarnated empress. Only the two empresses seem to have given birth to 3 children and then gone. Before he left, he gave himself a very complicated look, a look that he still couldn't forget. There is reluctance in the eyes, there is complexity, there is heartache, attachment, all kinds of inexplicable various emotions intertwined together, and finally broke through the air and left this continent. Those words he had spoken with Xiao Tianmian that day were half true and half false. It is true that his mother did break away from the continent and leave for a higher world of heaven and earth. The falsehood was that he was really just the king lord of a party dynasty, not as sensational as he had previously described, without the dogged plot of going up to the 9 heavens to save people and going down to the 10 earths to retrieve them. He also had no other origin, background, and was naturally not strong. Thinking of this, Xiao Jinyu lowered his voice and sighed, with his own strength rapidly becoming stronger. One day, he would find the two of them. A family should always be reunited, shouldn't it? Shaking his head, he shook off those thoughts and came back to reality once more. As for Huang Funianxi's own words, coupled with the fact that he was in the wrong before, this time it was even. Seeing Xiao Jinyu let go of his hand, the terrifying aura on Huang Funianxi's body slowly dissipated, her face becoming more and more flushed. The manly scent hit her, and a slight sense of alienation ran through her mind. This was the first time she'd been so close to a man, body to body. Daughter-in-law, if we accomplish this early, it will be good for Ruoshua's child in the future, won't it? In the future, let's have a few more chubby babies and raise them together, okay? Xiao Jinyu opened her mouth with a smile, still taking some advantage of her mouth, and he really got the idea. He realized that if he gave birth to a few more, and waited some years ago, by the time they grew up and ventured out into the world, the possibilities of this upgraded realm of his own would become even greater, and the professions would be covered even more comprehensively. As for when it will be implemented, that's unknown. We'll see then. Anyway, just now Huang Funianci said that he was her future Dao couple, so now he would first sit this one down first. There's a bargain to be had. When Huang Funianci heard this rogue's words from Xiao Jinyu, her face became even more flushed and she scolded in a low voice. Rascal, who wants to give birth to a few white and fat babies with you? Xiao Jinyu's face smiled deeper. See Huang Funianci this appearance. Somehow, this expression fell in his eyes. Inexplicably has a point of lovely? This stupid woman in front of me is a completely untouched piece of white paper. Except for practicing, the cheeks were crimson, all the way down to her neck. Such a look, such as is a delicate peach. Really want to let people bite. The crowd of Divine Hall disciples below watched the two of them look like this, and in their eyes, this was clearly flirting and spreading dog food in public. Nice guy, got fed straight up. Just now he was snuggled up in his arms, a little birdie, and now he's flirting in public. What if it's longer later? Maybe there really is a white and fat baby, and in the future, these disciples of the Divine Temple will have to call out to the young temple master when they see them. Xiao Ruoshua's eyes blossomed with endless golden light as she listened to what Xiao Jinyu said, and it was clear that she took this sentence seriously. At home he had an older brother, Xiao Pingji, and a younger brother, Xiao Tianmian, who was about 2 years younger than himself. But life would be a lot more interesting if she had a human cub to keep her company now. When Huang Funianci saw how roguish Xiao Jinyu was in front of her, she was furious and her heart itched, really wanting to nibble hard on his cheap face a few times. This sinful love affair also began to gradually transform itself from a sinful love affair to a good one. With so many things intertwined, it seems that this moonbeam's red thread is starting to pull. Father, later I may be finished. If you don't want to see your sweet, moving little son die, save it quickly. Just when Xiao Jinyu was still preparing to get high, the spiritual power transmission voice sounded directly from above the token that Xiao Jinyu was holding at her waist, and this voice was Xiao Tianming's. Good boy knows his stuff. He even knows to just yell for help and let me through. The sign formation breath has been pulled, and it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time for me to get there. Good old son, here comes my father. Xiao Jinyu's face did not move, but his heart was overjoyed. A voice transmission was sent over to Xiao Ruoxue. Your third brother is in danger. My father first dares to go and save him, and when that time comes, I may need to make another trip back to the Heavenly Vault's sacred ground to help your big brother recover his cultivation. We'll see you again in 3 months at the Bloom of the Middle Kingdom. Oh yes, within your great hall, father has left some small gifts. Remember to check them out. Xiao Jinyu left after transmitting his voice. Before he left, in a swift move, he also used one of the god's hands, inadvertently, drawing an arc in the air. He lightly pinched above Huang Funianzi's plump and softly bouncing buttocks. In the next moment, with a haha, his body was directly transported away by the teleportation formation. Huang Funianzi's body stiffened violently, as if she had been touched by an electric current. A strange feeling tickled her heart. When he came back to his senses, his face reddened to the extreme, and all of a sudden, his face was filled with anger again. Xiao Jinyu. A scream that resounded over the divine heavenly temple was the first time she had lost her temper. But this time, somehow there was no longer the killing intent that had been there when they first met. A different transformation that even she herself hadn't noticed. Chapter 85, Easily Destroying the Enemy. Li Nanxuan's call for help. The crowd of disciples were looking at them in a clouded state. Why was Xiao Jinyu leaving now? And after Xiao Jinyu left, the divine home master was so excited? The crowd sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, this little couple is as sweet as glue. Just a moment of separation and our hall master can't stand it anymore. It seems like our hall master is completely a love brain. Usually looks majestic. I didn't realize. Sure enough, women in love. Hey, not much more to say. It's not like it's them and Xiao Jinyu. They can't talk about it. Heartbreaking. Ding. Congratulations to the host. His son Xiao Tianmai has messed with a group of disciples and elders of the Heavenly Sword Valley. Because the host's realm has long since far surpassed theirs, this time there will be no enhancement for the host, but 5,000 quest points can be gained. At this time, Xiao Tianmeng had killed some people because he had killed some people in the secret realm, so the classic scene appeared, killing the young ones and coming to the old ones. Outside an empty valley, Xiao Tianming stood calmly in place. He had just crushed the teleportation array sign, and it was estimated that his old man would come here in no time. That's right, it's this brat who killed more than 10 of my Heavenly Sword Valley's disciples. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and all of them died at the hands of this brat. A Heavenly Sword Valley disciple pointed at Xiao Tianmai with an ugly expression on his face. Behind this disciple were 10 elders of the Heavenly Sword Valley, most of them floating at the earth-exalted realm, and a few of them were terrestrial saints. In the middle of the Middle Kingdom, although the civilization of martial arts was high, saints were not casually visible. Not only that, this time the saint's inheritance was also taken away by him, and now this kid's realm has directly climbed to the Dharma phase realm. The battle power is even more terrifyingly boundless. Elder. Several more Heavenly Sword Valley disciples opened their mouths, their faces indignant. The first few elders nodded and looked at Xiao Tianming and spoke. These things have been found out. Killing my Heavenly Sword Valley disciples naturally needs to be repaid with their lives. After saying that, they even glanced at Xiao Tianmai specifically, wanting to see if he had any other backhanded attempts to make a struggle. But unexpectedly, this kid in front of him is surprisingly calm, without any panic in his eyes. His face is ancient, as if this life and death in front of him is not important. That's odd. Is it just a case of being scared out of your wits? The crowd speculated in their minds. Boom! A terrifying aura descended from the sky. A golden-robed man descended directly above this heaven and earth. His terrifying purple mansion aura was not concealed, covering and pressing down like a great mountain. All the Heavenly Sword Valley's disciples as well as the 3 sage elders at the head or not. All of a sudden, their legs went soft and boom, kneeling on the ground in unison. Father, you're here? Xiao Tianming's face was delighted when he saw Xiao Jinyu come. Father, this aura seems to be even more terrifying. Xiao Tianming had a darkness in his heart and always felt that Xiao Jinyu's strength had been refined again nowadays. All of the Heavenly Sword Valley's elders or disciples, the bean-sized cold sweat on top of their foreheads continued to emerge. The feeling of certain death in their hearts arose. Their divine souls trembled, and their bodies trembled. Right now, this was actually a purple mansion powerhouse. You have to know that within their Heavenly Sword Valley, there are no purple mansion powerhouses to be seen, and at the top of the day, there is only the Wheeling Sea Realm. The Heavenly Sword Valley was nothing more than a small force on the edge of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom, not even comparable to the Holy Lands, Divine Temples, and clans. Xiao Jinyu surfaced to Xiao Tianming's side and turned his gaze to these Heavenly Sword Valley people. These are the people who tried to kill you. How about Father slaughtering them all? When the people heard what Xiao Jinyu said, they were even more panicked, and their faces were full of fear. Xiao Tianming thought about it and nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this. That's how the world of monks is. You hunt me down, I hunt you down. Since they chose to kill themselves, naturally they will have to pay the price, although the price is not their own charge. But, is their own father, who receives are not the same well. Xiao Jinyu nodded, and the aura of the Purple Mansion realm completely enveloped the area, and immediately a dozen or so people didn't even have time to let out a single miserable scream. Boo! 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 Everyone was directly turned into a puddle of blood mist. Xiao Jinyu's face was slightly odd. I didn't expect Xiao Tianming to be just so destined with the sword. Before it was the sword sect, and now it's the Heavenly Sword Valley, born to have trouble with the sword, right? As for the other elders or patriarchs within the Heavenly Sword Valley, if they want to take revenge, feel free to come. Xiao Jinyu was waiting for them in the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground, as long as they thought they had lived too long. Xiao Tianmian had already looked down on life and death a lot since he killed his enemies at the border of the Everlasting Dynasty, and he had long since seen nothing strange about killing people. After all, he had killed quite a few of them himself. Just now, my father has seen your big brother and second sister, so I will take you to your big brother now. Now that my father is the head of a lineage in the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground, you will cultivate well in the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground and strive to increase your strength even more. Oh yeah, 3 months from now when the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture event opens, maybe you can also go and participate a bit, together with your big brother. Xiao Jinyu turned around and patted Xiao Tianming's shoulder with a smile. Holy Land? I didn't expect my father's pace to be so fast, and he's still the vain master of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. Father is worthy of being a father. Xiao Tianming sighed endlessly in his heart, then nodded heavily. He came from this Middle-earth Divine Prefecture and had naturally heard of the mighty names of the 2 great divine halls and the 3 great holy places, but I didn't expect that now with his own father, he could directly and unconditionally enter into the Holy Land. This backdoor feeling is simply not too good, and today there is a difficulty directly call Xiao Jinyu, let their own father for their own smooth. Such a feeling seems, as if, seemingly, perhaps very not poka. In the future, if you can't beat them yourself, you should be able to call someone, right? The youngest in the family himself. My old father couldn't just see him die, he couldn't just watch his dear, sweet little son die. Xiao Tianming thought so in his heart. This scene completely inherited Xiao Jinyu's shameless character. Not bad, just half a month's time. You've come to the Dharma phase realm in this realm. It won't be long before you can break through to Exalted. It just so happens that my father has a little bit of elixir here that can help you grow. Xiao Jinyu had just finished this sentence, and in the next moment, another voice transmission came. Master, help! They don't talk about martial virtues to engage in sneak attacks, bullying me, a little comrade who was only 14 years old. Xiao Jinyu was confused. He had just finished saving this side when Li Nansun's voice sounded on the other side. As the aura of the formation enveloped itself, Xiao Jinyu directly grabbed Xiao Tianming's collar and led him away from the original spot together. With a swoosh, he was instantly teleported away. Chapter 86. Where is your power? Point me in the right direction. Li Nanshuan's situation is almost the same as Xiao Tianmian's, only because this old six likes to backstab. He has angered even more people. He really did it inside a circle. Outside a circle was surrounded, the field of a whole several hundred people. Each face is angry intent. Li Nanshuan, this kid. In the secret realm, he trapped everyone with a formation, but this kid changed in that he didn't kill these people, but instead, he was to badgering them with badgering. Their bodies were coated with the juice of a heavenly material that attracted a certain kind of demonic beast, and when they were trapped within the formation, those demonic beasts pounced on them as if they were in a frenzy. Fortunately, these people have a bottom card in their hands to cut them down, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Think about the ass tightening Therefore, today, there is also this scene now. They beat the small ones, not came the old ones, but called a bunch of small ones. One group of small ones called another group, and under such a cycle of repetition, thousands of disciples surrounded the place. Each of their faces had a vicious look, a teasing look, but only no killing intent. Something to talk about, something to discuss. Just now it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Nanshuan hurriedly waved his hand, his face embarrassed. Misunderstanding? You were the one who trapped us within the formation just now, weren't you? And you were the one who coated our bodies with the stone vine flower medicinal liquid, weren't you? And now you're telling us about misunderstandings? Kid, I'm going to beat you up and make you scream for your mom today, and I'll let you feel good about it then. 2. The faces of the crowd were incomparably grim, with the celebration of having survived a robbery, and their faces were filled with vengeance, as were all the young disciples around them. Don't come over here, you guys, Li Nanshan shouted. Call? No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. There were sardonic smiles on the faces of the group of young disciples as they approached Li Nanshan step by step. Phew! A stream of light surfaced in the sky, and the figures of 2 men slowly landed. The purple mansion aura on Xiao Jinyu's body once again shrouded out. This time he didn't kill all of these people in the first place. He looked towards Li Nansun and his face darkened. He had actually arrived a while ago just now, and had been listening to the ins and outs of things over here. No one had expected that this bastard kid would do such a thing. If something really happened, wouldn't it be worse than killing them? Boom! The terrifying aura of the purple mansion pressed down on all of them like a mountain cover, and their legs instantly softened, kneeling on the ground in unison. Incomparably neat. Cold sweat flowed down above his forehead. His back was drenched in sweat, and the feeling of certain death arose once again. Everyone's face immediately panicked, not knowing where they had actually messed with the great power in front of them, and observing their aura was actually in the Purple Mansion realm. For the Purple Mansion to want to crush them was as simple as crushing an ant. Do they need to be killed? With a word, Xiao Jinyu looked at Li Nan's son. Of course there was a hint of something else in that same statement. He wanted to see what Li Nanchuan was going to do. The two do not have absolute life and death hatred. Li Nanchuan did not kill people. The same these disciples surrounded Li Nanchuan. Simply want to use their own way to cure their own people. The face did not surface killing intent. If Li Nanchuan want to choose to kill, he will respect Li Nanchuan's choice, pull back to do some ideological work, but in the future may get his help will become less. Although the disciples he took in were to cause trouble, they were not unforgivably evil, or at least their hearts must be right. It doesn't matter if people kill you and you kill them back. It's only natural. No, 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 master, you mustn't kill them off. Today is merely a joke. It's not for you to save me. Li Nanchuan hurriedly spoke up, stopping Xiao Jinyu. Today, he called for Xiao Jinyu to come, naturally to save himself, not to kill these people. In the end, they didn't have much hatred, and it would be fine for this matter to end here today. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jinyu's face had a smile on it. Alright, then as you say. A group of disciples kneeling on the ground. Their faces were a little pale, their lips trembling. Where had they experienced such a situation? Just now they want to screw others, and now the next moment in turn, they are going to die. This life ups and downs are too horrible, more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Luckily, the man in front of him had a bit of a conscience after spoofing them and didn't kill them, otherwise life would probably have to restart. Xiao Jinyu stepped forward and looked at one of the disciples with a kind smile on his face. Little fellow, where are your forces? Point a direction. Xiao Jinyu blinked with a harmless face. This disciple had just seen Xiao Jinyu's ferocious might. How could he dare to say no? His lips trembling, pointing to a party of forces not far away. Well, good boy. It's not right to go out and fight in a group. After saying that, a celestial blade appeared in Xiao Jinyu's hand and made a chop towards the distance. A terrifying blade light landed far above the center hall of the power that the man had just pointed out. Boom! The force of this blade was incomparably precise. The strength was well controlled, and the location of the great hall of this power was chopped to pieces by Xiao Jinyu, but there were no casualties inside. A small lesson. My disciples do not bully one by one, no problem. Group beating is your fault. Today, fortunately, they did not call the old one, did not reveal the killing intent. Otherwise, no cannot be a large hall. Only after withdrawing the Violet Mansion aura from their bodies did the group of young disciples feel relieved and heaved a sigh of relief, collapsing helplessly and softly onto the ground. They don't know what's going on yet, and will probably wait until they're back within their own forces to find out. Xiao Tianming was quietly watching from the side. This scene he and Xiao Jinyu were of the same mind. Since he was not guilty, he would release. If he was guilty, he would kill. Pale Heaven, who was hidden within the golden ring, watched as Xiao Jinyu's strength strengthened several more times, and the same divine body aura as Xiao Tianming actually appeared on his body as his face drifted off. I told you that this child of heaven's destiny has a divine body. Its father, how could he not? Divine body, bloodline, passed down from generation to generation. Sure enough, a great power is a great power. To be able to hide your breath so well, I'm not as good as that. I don't know if the great power still accepts disciples. If so, can you help me also hold a hatred? Pill Heaven is very uncouth to think of this. Since it can accept Li Nanchuan, it should be possible to accept a few thousand years old little old man. After doing this, Xiao Jinyu took the two of them and directly disappeared back into the heavenly vault Holy Land. He had a feeling that the Qilin within the Dantian world seemed to be about to hatch out. Chapter 87, The Sacred Ground's higher levels are shocked. 1 egg per person. Broken shell. Xiao Jinyu walked slowly and leisurely since he was above the celestial dome. The left and the right side were carrying Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan respectively, and the three of them returned directly to the heavenly vault sacred ground, and the trip lasted nearly 2.5 days. As for why it was so slow, it was mostly just enjoying the scenery and people along the way in Middle-earth, and acquiring some local specialties. To put it bluntly, it was actually Xiao Jinyu's gluttony addiction that was guilty of coming from China and wanting to taste everything. The aura of Xiao Jinyu, who had broken through the Purple Mansion, was extremely terrifying, and it was clear that he had already converged a lot, but the aura of the Purple Mansion was still exposed, not yet returned to the Holy Land. That breath has long been completely distributed. 100,000 meters away from the person has not yet seen their people. Purple house breath has been the first to arrive. The purple mansion aura on Xiao Jinyu's body quickly attracted the attention of a group of high-ranking members of the Holy Land, regardless of whether it was a group of elders from the Holy Land, the 8 Great Vane Masters, or the 3 Deputy Holy Masters who all walked out. Among them was the green-robed man that Xiao Jinyu was familiar with, and the faces of all of them were incredibly grave. One must know that even among the 2 major divine halls, only the Divine Hall Master was at the Purple Mansion realm, and the other elders within the Divine Halls were at the Purple Mansion with merely 1 or 2. And the Holy Land's ostensible depth was a bit weaker than the Divine Hall, with just 1 person, the Holy Lord, being at the Violet Mansion realm, and most of the others being at the Dao Palace realm. I don't know which senior is traveling here. Please stay overnight and let us do our best as landlords. We have already prepared spiritual melons and fruits to wash the dust for senior. A deputy Saint Master spoke out, bowing in the direction of the distance, and the other 8 Vane Masters did likewise, following suit. The crowd of Holy Land disciples felt this terrifying as a mountain, as vast as the sky. One by one, their faces were grave, and they hurriedly stepped out of their place of cultivation, following the example of the 8 Vane Masters and the 3 Deputy Holy Masters, and bowed in the direction of the distance. Miao Xiaonan and Xiaopingji naturally felt it as well, only that there was a familiar color in their eyes. The source of this aura was too familiar to them. Isn't this Xiao Jinyu? After a breath, Xiao Jinyu's figure had surfaced above the entire heavenly vault sacred ground, and everyone could see the face of the man above him, as well as the 2 young disciples he was carrying around. The 3 Deputy Saint Masters and the 8 Vane Masters were stunned, and all the disciples of the Holy Land were shocked. Wasn't this person the 5th Vane Master Xiao Jinyu? How is it that the aura of the Purple Mansion is emanating from him? He had only been gone for 2.5 days, right, and now he had stepped into the Violet Mansion realm? Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? There was great confusion on the faces of the crowd, especially the 3 Vice Saint Lords. Even if Xiao Jinyu was high on hundreds and thousands of bottles of elixirs, he wouldn't be able to improve so quickly, right? Why is that? A group of people racked their brains and couldn't figure out why. Yo, no, I'm back today. Whole such a big battle just to welcome me back? That's a good feeling. Xiao Jinyu smiled as he watched the crowd below him do so, and immediately brought Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun back into the 5th mountain range. The faces of the 8 Vane Masters were ugly. Originally, they hadn't treated Xiao Jinyu very well. Now, that bearish look just now had completely fallen into Xiao Jinyu's eyes, and his face was disgraceful, but at the same time, there was endless shock hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Was Xiao Jinyu's sacred body that terrifying? More than 2 days of realm climbing so fast, directly raising from the Sea of Wheel to the Purple Mansion, crossing 2 great realms? There were also a group of sacred ground disciples and the 3 Vice Sacred Lords who had such questions, but of course no matter how much they thought about it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out, and Xiao Jinyu wouldn't be able to answer it either. He can't say it's his hang-ups that are doing it. You are? Xiao Tianmian looked at Xiaopingji, who he had not seen for more than 10 years, especially his white hair. His pupils shrunk violently and he lost his concentration in his eyes. Xiaopingji shook his head inside, not saying more about this matter. Instead, he spoke. Little brother, I didn't expect to have grown into such a shape after so many years. We haven't seen each other in years, and we've grown up with each other. Xiaopingji and Xiao Tianmian's faces have feelings. When they first met as playmates, Xiao Tianmian followed Xiaopingji's back. Everything has him this big brother cover. With the departure of Xiaopingji there was only him, Xiao Tianmian, and now that they met again, there was endless warmth and endless emotion. Next, the 5th mountain range was abuzz with activity as Xiaopingji and Xiao Tianmian met as brothers, and Miao Xiaonan and Li Nanxuan both sympathized with each other, both being Xiao Jinyu's disciples. And then, it was unbelievably joyful. Pingji, do you feel that this emperor bone of yours has almost recovered? Xiao Jinyu watched as Xiaopingji had almost recovered, except for the white hair that was still conspicuous. His realm had unexpectedly climbed rapidly to the earth-exalted realm within the past 2 days, and there was a second empyrean bone growing out of his chest, which had already grown by a hair's breadth. It's almost there. Basically no major problems. I have a feeling that if I refine my training some more during these 2 months, and if I have enough resources, I can quickly step into the saint realm, or even higher. The emperor bones in the body contain endless energy. Xiao Jinyu nodded in satisfaction and sighed in his heart. It's true that he deserves to be the son of heaven's destiny, no matter what kind of supreme bone, emperor body, sacred body, bloodline, or divine pupil, whichever one he possesses will be able to quickly rise to power. That's good. One's pace is just too fast. The Middle-earth Divine Prefecture event in 3 months. When that time comes, a few of his own disciples will still have to show their faces. As for him, he's not very interested. Oh yes, there is the Xianxiao Divine Hall side. Not that he is afraid of its Qi Yuanxiu. Want to kill him is just a knife thing. The main thing is still thinking of leaving this side of the continent as soon as possible. Father, There are quite a few things obtained in the secret realm, and the most eccentric of them all is this demon egg. I can feel the unusualness of it, and it seems to be about to hatch. Xiao Tianming directly moved the large black egg within his Qian Kuan ring. Ha! Big brother Heaven's Destiny, you actually have demonic beast eggs too? Li Nanchuan looked at the huge black egg and also moved the huge green egg from his Qian Kuan ring. I knew that a trip to the secret realm of the heavenly fate protagonist would definitely be accompanied by a demonic beast egg. The old metaphysical cliché. Xiao Jinyu's face flashed with an expression that was really like that. As for what could be opened in it, Xiao Jinyu actually guessed 7 or 8. Nothing more than those. Coincidentally. In fact, within my father's Dantian world there is also a golden egg. Now that all 3 giant eggs are about to break their shells, let's see what kind of divine beast it is. Xiao Jinyu moved the Qilin egg out as well. The surface of the unicorn egg was already flickering with faint golden light patterns, as if breaking the shell was imminent. This demonic beast egg is actually about to break its shell as well? Xiao Jinyu again noticed one of the demonic beast eggs, which was earned from the system's purple gold draw, and took him out together. Influenced by the Qilin's egg, the black egg that Xiao Tianming and Li Nanchuan moved out, and the green egg surprisingly flickered with black and green light on top of its appearance. The demonic beasts inside at this moment along with the Qilin egg together with the broken carving, since the body of the 3, at the same time bloomed endless light, rises up to the sky, transformed into 3 different colors of light columns. Black, gold, cyan. Chapter 88, the eggs break their shells. The Qilin descends to the world, sharing the 3,000 laws. The vision on the 5th mountain range caught the attention of everyone in the entire Heavenly Vault Holy Land. Just now, Xiao Jinyu made such a big commotion, and now that he was back on top of the 5th mountain range, he didn't stop and shot out 3 more pillars of light. What exactly was he going to do? The crowd of disciples, the crowd of elders, the crowd of vain masters, and the holy lords of the Holy Lands were again unconsciously tugged by Xiao Jinyu and looked towards where the 5th mountain range was. Click, click, click. The exterior of the 3 huge stone eggs began to shatter, endless cracks spreading down like a spider's web from above, rupturing layer by layer. The huge Qilin egg was the first to erupt in a burst of intense and dazzling golden light, and the heavens and earth changed as a result. Golden light shone in the world, and a golden lotus bloomed. In the void, a faint aroma drifted from nowhere, seemingly awaiting the descent of this Qilin. 7 colored light floated into clouds, and the long bridge of laws stood tier by tier in the sky. Long bridges of Dao emerged, constructed on the edge of the sky, in which there were countless laws, and the number of long bridges was specifically around 3,000. A miniature golden light shot out from the unicorn's egg, and within the golden light contained the newly born unicorn. It swiftly floated above heaven and earth, landing right in the middle of the roiling heavenly vision, recklessly absorbing this visionary chi, heaven and earth aura, an endless golden lotus into his body to help him grow. The breath grows in an instant, the body grows in an instant. The surface bore pale golden scales, regular and neat, with long, slender limbs and strong, robust thighs. The unicorn had just been born, and surprisingly, it had already taken on its first majestic appearance. The little guy was incredibly handsome. His body reached 100 feet, and his strength was completely no less than that of a saint, or even above a saint. Only just born cub, already so strong. The future of his growth potential will only be higher and higher. Layers of golden scales covered it, like that divine general lord. It raised its lofty head and looked down, and the first thing it saw was Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu's body had an extremely affectionate aura, and with this glance, he regarded Xiao Jinyu as a relative, roared up to the sky, swallowed the long bridge of 3,000 laws floating in the sky into his body, and his strength was refined again. Kirin is a mythical beast. Compared to the dragon and phoenix, he has more control over the category of arts and crafts. The Phoenix clan is in charge of nirvana and reborn from the fire. With their powerful and terrifying physical bodies, the dragon race ranked at the front of the line among the 10,000 races of the heavens. Although the Kirin is not as good as this side of the long, but in the ranks of a group of divine beasts, if you say who is more proficient in the law of the road, then it must be the Kirin undoubtedly. 3,000 laws enter the body of the Kirin, and endless visions are collected in the body of the Kirin. He stepped down slowly, step after step, since he was above the dome of the sky. Every time it fell, heaven and earth trembled, and the world was resonating with it. This was the heavenly beast, the world's auspiciousness. The Qilin surfaced in front of Xiao Jinyu, and the cold look in his eyes was no longer the same as it was just now, but instead, he was friendly and incomparable. With a slight arch of intimacy, he carried Xiao Jinyu on top of his back. A golden divine light emerged from within him and merged into Xiao Jinyu's body. This was the Kirin Rui beast's innate light, and when it was integrated into Xiao Jinyu's body, it also meant that it was both honored and harmed with Xiao Jinyu. When Xiao Jinyu is born, Kirin is born. When Xiao Jinyu dies, Kirin dies. Not recognizing the Lord, But even more so, the little one was born with a very high spiritual intelligence, at least much higher than chaos. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the Chilan Rui beast for completing the binding, and can share the 3,000 laws with the host. Divine Light Unicorn, pure-blooded juvenile body, now with the physical strength of a Tongtian saint, mastering the 3,000 laws, with a battle power that can transcend the 3 major realms. The specific aptitude still needs to be developed slowly by the host himself. Waiting for the Chilan to grow, Xiao Jinyu looked at the prompts on the system panel in front of him, and again felt that there seemed to be an endless amount of power within his body again, as the 3,000 different law rays merged into his Dantian world as much as they could, and were filled by the endless long bridge of laws. Laws of life and death, laws of fate, laws of karma, laws of heavenly fire, laws of heavy water, etc., etc. Countless laws were at his disposal at this moment. It was well known that saints only cultivated one type of law, and if they were to cultivate both types as well as multiple types, it would only become more difficult in the future realms. Refining one takes countless hours and effort, not to mention multiple. But now Xiao Jinyu directly gained something without any effort, binding a Chilan and directly sharing the 3,000 laws that the Chilan had mastered. Aw, baby, love you. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jinyu was inevitably excited, and directly on the Chilan's back, very ungentlemanly boo. The Chilan sensed Xiao Jinyu's joy and let out a very humanized sounding low chirp that seemed to convey its own joy as well. Miao Xiaonan looked at the incredibly handsome Chilan in front of her, and then looked at the little pink piggy in her arms, and at this moment, it suddenly felt like the little pink piggy didn't smell very good anymore. The unicorn was so divinely handsome in this appearance that all the demonic beasts in the world would be ashamed of themselves in front of him. Chaos seemed to sense Miao Xiaonan's fondness for the old and the new, and grunted twice in dissatisfaction. Miao Xiaonan came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly, stroking Chaos and coaxing gently. No, I like Piggy the most. Miao Xiaonan tenderly stroked the Chaos in her arms and immediately coaxed the Chaos into a good. After thinking about it, I still think that Chaos is more adorable. The Kirin is a divine steed, but Chaos changing into its physical form is naturally not bad. That body full of scale armor was equally incomparable. Countless disciples looked at Xiao Jinyu in such a manner with longing on their faces. The 8 vain masters, all the top echelons of the Holy Land including the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, were all startled by this, looking at the unicorn beast above the dome of the sky, each with their mouths open in disbelief. It's the divine beast Kirin. I haven't seen a divine beast in my Middle-earth divine prefecture for more than 100,000 years, and I didn't expect it to come out today in my Heavenly Vault Sacred Land. The visions on this side naturally stretched to the entire small half of the Middle-earth divine realm, and the people from the Holy Lands in the other 2 directions noticed the visions on this side at the first opportunity. A group of executives hid in the void, secretly observing and not appearing at the first opportunity. Li Nanchuan and Xiao Tianmian looked at Xiao Jinyu in such an imposing manner, standing on top of the golden light Kirin in a golden robe, simply pulling the strings to the extreme. They gazed expectantly at the 2 stone eggs they had brought with them, rubbing their hands together as a golden light blossomed in their eyes. Xiao Tianmian muttered to himself, I don't have the luxury of being like my father the entire Chilan divine beast. As long as it's a heaven-ranked demonic beast it's fine. At the very least earth-ranked is fine. Influenced by the Chilan's descent, the greater the light that bloomed on the exterior of the great black egg and the great green egg that Li Nanchuan and Xiao Tianmian had brought with them. Click, click, click. Since the top of the 2, the eggshells began to fall off layer by layer, and the figures of the 2 little ones broke straight out of the shells at an extremely fast speed. With the joint breaking of the shells of the 2 demonic beasts, the demonic beast egg that Xiao Jinyu had brought with him naturally broke its shell as a result, transforming into a white light that shot up into the sky. With the birth of the 3 little ones, in the southern part of the heaven and earth, endless black clouds densely spread and shrouded, and the heaven and earth were slightly darkened, influenced by the descent of the Kirin from the central heaven and earth. It still shone with golden light, where the northern sky and the earth are. Clap, 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 clap. A sound of waves rang out, and the heavenly sea slowly emerged from the sky. Like Xiao Jin used sun-high vision, the ocean roared in, the waves lapping and rolling. Where the western heaven and earth were concerned, there was surprisingly more of an endless aura of solemnity. A sound like jingoism converged into a golden heavenly sword. Chapter 89, Big Black Dog, Little White Cat, Little Bastard, Heaven Swallowing Beast, Xuanwu, White Tiger. The hearts and minds of everyone in the entire Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground were tugged and moved by these 3 visions. Before there is Xiao Jin Yu hatching Chilan riding on the Chilan lunatic. Now these 3, although the vision movement is small, but it is estimated that it is also extremely strong demonic beasts of the same type. The crowd looked at the 3 with immense anticipation and curiosity. The light enveloping the 3 little ones dispersed, and the faces of the three were completely revealed to the public. The demonic beast whose body was filled with black light was actually a large black dog, with a body that was 1 meter long and half a meter tall, the black hair, the eyes as cute as Zara, a pair of black tail wantonnly swaying. This appearance, in addition to the simple, cannot think of a second word to describe. The demonic beast shrouded by the green light of the southern heaven and earth was surprisingly just a small turtle that was only the size of a palm, with those dull eyes that revealed clear stupidity. Where the last white light dispersed was a soft white cat just the size of a small half-arm, with silky fur and a snow-white body. Big black dogs, little white cats, little kingpins. What the hell is this? I don't know. Did it hatch wrong? Wasn't it a divine beast Qilin before? How did such a thing hatch? Ha 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 ha. The crowd of people from the heavenly vault sacred ground had odd expressions on their faces, and some disciples couldn't even help but burst out laughing outright. I thought I could hatch something, but I didn't expect to hatch 3 ordinary demonic beasts from the mundane world. No, not even a demonic beast, just a pet. Karma, Li Nanchuan and Xiao Tianmian were dumbfounded. They had thought that they could ride into a divine beast like Xiao Jinyu, but now the demon beast eggs they brought only hatched out these 2 contraptions. What is this? Going out on a big black doggy? Xiao Tianming's face was pitch black as the fur of this big black doggy. His forehead was covered with black lines, and 100,000 crows flew by above his head. But in the next moment, Xiao Tianmian seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Li Nanchuan, realizing that his face was even more unsightly than his own. Schadenfreude, with a hint of comfort in his heart. At least the big black doggy can still be ridden, while Li Nanchuan is miserable. A small wongbang, only the size of a palm. 1 foot will trample to death. He still rides a fart, forcing a laugh. His face was as odd as it could be. Li Nanchuan's face was incomparably ironic. How could he not expect it to be this thing? The green-colored stone egg he brought out was as tall as 2 people, and now it just hatched out such a small thing. Originally, the 3 actually hatch what does not matter, but the bad is bad in their descent with the unicorn together. The atmosphere are baked to this, and now the whole of such a contrast. Who see the heart will have a huge gap. Xiao Jin, you look like this big black dog, the little white cat and this little bastard with a strange face. Is it really such a coincidence? Are all the world's rules the same now? It's all a bastard plus a cat plus a dog. Is the magic power infinite? Not right. These 3 were born with heaven and earth visions, although the heaven and earth visions are not big, covered by the Qilins, but their bloodline is definitely not simple. Let's look at it first. Xiao Jinyu activated his Qi double eyes, and soon, the specific origin and detailed information of the 2 was directly dissected. Big black dog, a heaven-swallowing beast that swallows everything and turns everything into its own sustenance, equal in strength to the Tao Tai of the 4 ancient evils, with a juvenile appearance that can be transformed into its own body during battle. Sacred beast Xuanwu, due to bloodline mutilation, resulting in early descent, premature baby, juvenile body. The subtle lines on the tortoise armor for the formation of the ancestral text, slowly growing, the bloodline will be slowly purified. Sacred beast white tiger, bloodline unknown, a god of killing, hatchling, abilities unknown, wields the power of the western sharp gold. I knew it, the weirder the look, the stronger the strength. This is common amongst metaphysical sets. Xiao Jinyu's heart was clear, and he looked at this big black dog and the little wangba. The little white cat didn't say anything more. Heaven's destiny, South Seeker, you keep these 2 well. The great black dog is a heaven-swallowing beast. Nothing can be swallowed. His future growth is extremely high. As long as you invest enough resources as a companion beast, he will absolutely reach the peak with you. The little turtle is the sacred beast Xuanwu, only the bloodline is crippled. The formation ancestor text on the turtle armor just matches your identity as a heavenly formation master. Study it more and cultivate it more. In the future, both of you will rise along with these 2. Xiao Jinyu directly transmitted his voice to them, instructing some things first, so that these 2 douchebags would not directly throw these 2 away. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan received Xiao Jinyu's voice transmission, and their faces changed from their previous obscure appearance, suddenly revealing smiles. Father, the master teacher would never snub them and screw them over. The duo was convinced of that. Moreover, one is a heaven-swallowing beast and one is a holy beast Xuanwu. It's actually good to think about it like this. If you can train a full-bodied one, you'll still be able to ride it and show it off. Riding a turtle is humiliating, but riding a basilisk? Pulling a good batch alright. Riding a big black dog isn't pretty, but if it's a sky-swallowing beast? Handsome bunch. Xiao Jinyu told Xiao Pingji about the little white cat, transmitting his voice to him. This white cat, don't look at it like this. It's actually a holy beast white tiger. This is also your chance. When raised as a companion spirit beast, the future will definitely be of great help to you on your way to growth. Heaven's Destiny and South Seeker, they both have divine beasts, so naturally you must have one as well. Little Nui already has a chaos As for Ruoxuef, her father has also kept one. I think it shouldn't be that bad. Xiao Pingji nodded, and the three of them walked to the side of these three at the same time. The little white cat seemed to be sensing the aura of the emperor's bone on Xiao Ping's chest, and intimately came to his side, floating a white light from his body, melting within Xiao Ping and signing a contract with him. The big black dog's tail wagged wildly as it looked towards Xiao Tianmai and ran around him for a while, spreading joy and being incomparably happy. The two have thus entered into a covenant. Li Nanchuan stretched out his right hand, and the little turtle slowly floated down and fell into his palm, and the king looked at the green beans, and in an instant, they matched eyes. At this point, the 4 demonic beast eggs hatched as much as they could, and although there were some twists and turns, the process was still good. Xiao Jinyu rode the Kirin towards the heavens and earth above slowly, the Kirin striding proudly as it landed at the highest point of the entire sky dome. Xiao Jinyu's voice rolled out, his purple mansion aura unconcealed. What? Do you 2 great holy lands covet my Qilin? Could it be that your 2 great holy lands want to go to war with my heavenly vault holy land? The words that Xiao Jinyu said, his tone was undying, and in terms of these 2 sentences alone, it was as if the heavenly vault sacred ground was his, and he was the holy lord of the heavenly vault sacred ground in general, coupled with the innate kingly aura, with the majestic saintly phase, riding at Qilin and the purple mansion realm, the 2 great holy places hidden in the shadows favored to still feel really like that. Chapter 90, Drinking Back the Wolves, Occupying the Mountain. The storm is coming. Ah. Oh little ancestor, you're really my ancestor. That's something to say. My heavenly vault holy land hasn't thought about going to war with the other 2 holy lands yet. When the green-robed man and the holy lord of the heavenly vault holy land heard what Xiao Jinyu had said, their hearts were so shocked that their eyes bulged out and their hearts thumped. They were truly afraid that Xiao Jinyu would talk nonsense and actually start a war with the other 2 holy lands. The pattern of the Middle-earth divine state has been stable for a long time, and there has not been a war for tens of thousands of years, so they don't want to confront the 2 great holy places because of Xiao Jinyu's words. Hurriedly rushed to Xiao Jinyu's side. At this moment, where was there any holy lord's stance? Deputy Holy Lord's Majesty. Cold sweat continuously emerged on his face as he hurriedly whispered, "This is a nonsense statement from the Xiao Vane Master. Our holy land is not ready to go to war." Yes, be careful what you say. Okay, I know, I have it in my mind. You guys stand down. Xiao Jinyu nodded and waved her hand. It was as if their identities had been switched in this look. With this stance, Xiao Jinyu seemed to have completely solidified the name of the Lord of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land. When did Xiao Jinyu become the Lord of the Holy Land, and how did they not know? The two were confused and their minds were a bit scrambled. Wasn't this the purpose of Xiao Jinyu joining the Heavenly Vault Holy Land? Take some resources first. Would have liked to cause some trouble and have them wipe their asses for them, but I didn't realize that my realm had risen too quickly, and that I was able to take care of any trouble I caused. So where was the need for them? Looks like we'll just have to take over the mountain for now. The aura on Xiao Jinyu's body was incomparably terrifying, and the Purple Mansion realm, along with the binding with the Qilin, had actually directly stepped from a minor accomplishment into a major accomplishment, only one step short of consummation. In short, the benefits of a Kirin descent bound to a Kirin are vastly superior. The faces of the holy lords of the two great holy lands, the deputy holy lords, who were hiding in the shadows, flickered, and they mainly turned their gazes to the Qilin that Xiao Jinyu was riding. As for the three little things, they had checked them out for a long time without finding out anything. In the end, it was simply abandoned and relegated to the ordinary bloodline of kittens, puppies, and turtles. This was a divine beast that had not been seen for more than 100,000 years, and now that it had appeared in his heavenly vault sacred ground, this could be an opportunity for his heavenly vault sacred ground to rise to prominence. The three holy lands were originally each checking and balancing each other, and now that it seemed like the scales were about to be tilted, they were definitely not prone to such a thing happening. However, Xiao Jinyu's aura was really too strong, and it was not good to tear his face off for a while. Plus, with the Qilin accompanying him, this battle power was even more unparalleled. Without making too much hesitation, the two withdrew directly. The probability is that it is time to think long and hard about discussing the alliance, and it is bound to make some moves on top of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom event in 3 months' time. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land and a group of executives secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the people of the two great sacred lands hidden in the shadows leave. Seeing Xiao Jinyu in such a state, it was not good for them to say anything. What can they do? Choosing to forgive. Of course. Put up with it. Who told you people are strong? Realm. And now that he had directly broken through to the Purple Mansion, could it be that they were going to drive Xiao Jinyu away? Unless the brain has bubbles. Such a talent must be good to stay in their Heavenly Vault Holy Land. Just a little anti-bone. As for today's aggravation, count on it. My ass. If Xiao Jinyu was happy, he would directly give Xiao Jinyu the position of Deputy Holy Lord. As for the Holy Lord's side, It might not be too easy to say. The green-robed man thought so, bent on the rise of the heavenly vault Holy Land. Alright, everyone disperse? It's just a mere little Qilin descending into the world. Nothing to see. Xiao Jinyu gave a direct expulsion order. Up, where the crowd of disciples do not understand, hurriedly dispersed, only before leaving, or reluctantly glanced at the divine light Qilin, is too powerful and handsome. What a dream for all male disciples. The corners of their mouths twitched as they listened to Xiao Jinyu's little Qilin. If they could have a Qilin to accompany them, they would be willing to lose half of their lifespans. How is this Xiao Jinyu's life so good? The crowd dispersed, the heaven and earth visions disappeared, and all things returned to peace. This side by the unicorn descending caused by the vision. Naturally not only the 2 great holy land detected, the same 4 great heavenly palaces, the 5 great clans also noticed, are secretly in the discussion of something. Presumably, it was targeting Xiao Jinyu, wanting to obtain this Qilin in his hands. After all, this was a divine beast. Cultivating it would be endlessly useful to one's own power. Anymore, if you can't get it yourself, you can't leave it in someone else's hands. It was unknown where the upper limit of divine beasts was, but it must be higher than the Emperor realm just to be sure. The Middle-earth Divine State Conference in 3 months is your chance to perform. By the way, this is some Sue's pills, and miscellaneous things. You all take them and share them. It's best to be able to break through the realm earlier. If you need anything, just let me know. This 5th mountain range. Oh no! The resources of this entire heavenly vault sacred land, you guys can just go and take whatever you want. Just report my name when something goes wrong. Xiao Jinyu directly threw out a bunch of treasures obtained from the purple gold carousel, including that Emperor Realm's longsword, pills, talismans, and so on. The 4 of them hurriedly took it, with a delighted look on their faces. Is this fatherly love? The potpourri of fatherly love. They felt it. A period of pomp and intrigue surrounding the Middle-earth Divine Assembly had since begun, and these 3 months were the quiet before the storm. And 3 months from now, that's when the real mess will be made. Miao Yuan Dao, I'm the one who's your father. Miao Xiaonan, that's not true. A master is also a father. Why don't I share some with you? My Ao Yuendo, my daughter has grown up. Don't forget each other if you're rich. Manual slapstick. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue, who was far away in the divine heavenly hall, had just returned to her own residential address hall when she discovered the countless cultivation resources left behind by Xiao Jinyu, as well as a demonic beast egg. This demonic beast with a reddish-green surface broke its shell today along with the Qilin. The entire divine heavenly temple heaven and earth turned into a sea of fire. It was fortunate that Huangfu Nianxue opened the grand formation in time and didn't spread this vision out. Originally, Qi Yuanxiu was supposed to be the one who would have noticed the side, but since the visions on Xiao Jinyu's side were just too terrifying, he went to check out the visions of the heavenly vault sacred ground. The vision released on this side goes unnoticed by others. Within the red stone egg, the demonic beast that hatched out was merely a ball-furred strange bird. Its entire body was bare. Even its buttocks were a bare piece. Above his head, a green bird feather grew. The little guy was so spiritually intelligent right out of the womb that he knew to take the 2 pieces of broken eggshell and cover his butt in front position. Seemingly shy, Huangfu Nianshue's mouth tugged at the corners when she saw such a contraption opened up right in the middle of this demonic beast's egg. Xiao Ruoxue smiled helplessly when she saw how comical it was. When she saw the first scene, she thought it was a little strange, but thought that it was her father who had left it, surely not without an original reason, and raised it. In just 3 months, its appearance has changed dramatically. Its transformation into its original form was likewise a type of divine beast, the Green One. Chapter 91, Sacred Treasure Trove. Little thief, robber, bandit. This is the clan's forbidden land. Idle people are exempted from entering. The 2 guards held their lances in their hands in a crossed position, their faces grim. Above the dark golden hall, the 3 words Resource Depot are clearly written, and in the void, a dozen elders are hidden to prevent outsiders from intruding. It's my father who said that if you don't have the resources to cultivate, you can come here to get it. Xiao Tianmeng blinked, his face a look of innocence. Which is your father? The 2 guards still had no intention of releasing him. Xiao Tianming smiled and spoke. Xiao Jinyu, the pulse master of the 5th mountain range, is my father. This smile was very sunny and simple and harmless. When the 2 guards heard the 3 words Xiao Jinyu, their faces instantly stiffened and their bodies trembled as they thought of the scene that day when Xiao Jinyu rode a Qilin and was the only existence at the Purple Mansion realm among the 9 vain lords. The 2 guards' faces eased a bit torn. The elders hidden in the void were the same, but whenever a different elder descendant came, they were able to block out even if 8 vain masters came. But Xiao Jinyu was the only one whose identity was too special. And please wait, let's escalate to the top and see. The faces of the 2 guards softened and were not as icy as they were just now, and Xiao Tianming nodded. Soon after the voice was sent up, the higher-ups responded, and the Holy Lord of the Holy Land himself ordered that if he wanted to keep Xiao Jinyu's heart, he would have to keep the hearts of his son and disciples. Today, no matter how much his disciples or sons take, turn a blind eye and hide those 10 treasures first, and whatever else. The elder and the 2 guards in the void had received the Holy Lord's order, so how could they dare to say a word of no? His face immediately fawned, and with a smile, he put back his crossed lance and extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Mr. Shao, please, in the future, you can just come and say so directly. You don't have to come here in person. We will send the resources over to you. The way the 2 guards looked now was a stark contrast to just now. Xiao Tianming smiled and nodded as he walked into the sect's resource treasury. He looked at the overwhelming amount of heavenly treasures all sealed in the grids, his eyes glowing. At this time, what you want to take directly will be fine. The palm of the grip at this moment quietly more than 10 Qian Kuan ring. Xiao Tianming looked at the entire resource treasury grin. Father used to say that having a bargain is a good idea. In the future, the entire Holy Land will be my old Xiao family's, so it shouldn't be too much to take some cultivation resources in my own home right now. Xiao Tianming moved, like a hungry ghost, but all the resources he could see were collected into his pockets. After a little more than half a quarter of an hour, the treasures in the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land's resource treasury were 1/10 less. Xiao Tianmian walked out contentedly, and the 2 guards respectfully escorted Xiao Tianmian away. When they checked up on the resources within the treasure trove, their eyes widened in disbelief. The treasure trove of resources was surprisingly 1/10 less. Don't look at this amount as small, but the resources in it are the savings of an entire Holy Land for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. And now being one person has taken out 1/10 of it. All don't know how many heavenly pride can be cultivated, but remembering the Holy Lord's instructions, the few people didn't say anything. It had nothing to do with them anyway. The higher-ups above had said so. What could they, the minions, say, and obediently carry it out? After Xiao Tianming left, Miao Xiaonan hugged Chaos in her arms, her face full of innocence. Today, dressed in a small floral dress, very cute, tied 2 small pills, trotting all the way to the front of the resource treasury. The moment the 2 guards saw Miao Xiaonan, they immediately released them. Thanks. Miao Xiaonan saw that the 2 marshmallows in front of her were surprisingly so nice to talk to, and with a sweet smile, she directly walked in. When the 2 of them saw this adorable smile of Miao Xiaonan, their hearts melted and their faces followed with an involuntary giggle. Hey! The 2 giggled. The elder hidden in the void looked at these 2 foolish old men in such a state and shook his head. It's hopeless. Sometimes it's important not to be fooled by appearances. Miao Xiaonan has done a lot of things these days. To and fro do not know how many disciples screamed bitterly. Were robbed by her, but these disciples have anger do not dare to say In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Miao Xiaonan came out, still holding Chaos in her arms and 10 golden Qiankuan bags on her waist. Thanks Uncle Dan. Bye. Gently loosened the hand holding Chaos, hands gently holding the shattered dress. A salute to the 2, and then held Chaos away into the distance, bouncing, in a good mood. The 2 men saw Miao Xiaonan in such a sweet and lovely manner. The fierce man's heart melted, waved, and with a delicate voice, also greeted, bye. It was only after a little more than half a quarter of an hour that the 2 of them calmed down, and in the meantime, they went to see how much less resources were in the treasure trove. Without going in, I was shocked. My eyes stared blankly. My eyes almost didn't protrude, and the whole person froze in place. Previously, Xiao Tianming had gone in and used a small half-quarter of an hour to take away 1/10 of the resource treasury. They had thought that Miao Xiaonan was still young, with a cute appearance and a pink piglet in her arms, and that she should not take much for the short time she was in there, but at most she would take some meaning. But who knew this little guy had a heart of gold? Took 1/10 as well, only a few dozen breaths. This speed was hundreds of times faster than Xiao Tianmu's. The hearts of the 2 sluggers fluttered hard at this moment. What they didn't know clearly was that although Miao Xiaonan had gone in for a short period of time, the one she was holding in her arms was Chaos, which possessed the extreme speed of time, not to mention just emptying 1/10. Even if she wanted to, it wouldn't take much time to empty them all. This is still Miao Xiaonan afraid that she took too much. When the time comes to Xiao Jin you trigger unnecessary trouble, only to take much less. Immediately after that, Xiao Pingji also came. The 2 guards let them go as usual, and Xiao Pingji left after a little more than half a quarter of an hour, giving a salute to the 2 of them. The duo estimated this time and went to check with a jittery heart to find that they were indeed missing another 1/10. These people are devils, aren't they? Do you need so many resources to cultivate? If there are a few more of them, my heavenly vault Holy Land will be hollowed out. The 2 guards marveled. The faces of all the elders in the void were incomparably dark, but they couldn't say anything. What could they do? Of course it's condoned. The 4th one to come was Li Nanchuan, with little Xuanwu lying on his shoulder, his eyes clueless as he stretched out his head to poke around. Li Nanchuan thief head, just came here when the 2 guards did not block directly released. When he walked in is to see this endless treasures, eyes light, His figure soon appeared in one of the entire resource pools, and he swept out his large hand, placing a large handful of heavenly materials into his Jianquan ring. While taking it, he muttered to himself, "I'll only take a tenth for myself to cultivate. I'm not greedy. Forget it, I'll just take another tenth and give it to Little Turtle as a cultivation resource. I'm not greedy. Oh yeah, Master definitely needs cultivation resources too. I'll only take the last tenth. This one for the sake of Master. Master seems to be still single. Find a Master's wife should cost a lot of money. Buy some flowers for the Master's wife. Resource flowers for the Master's wife should also need quite a lot. And then help the Master to take a tenth of the good." Li Nanquan very thoughtfully took Xiao Jingyu into consideration and directly took as much as 0.4%. Xiao Jingyu, good disciple. Master didn't love you for nothing. Chapter 92, Traveling the Continent. 3 sons become saints. When he left, his hands were full of Jianquan rings, and the resources within each ring were bursting at the seams, with spirit stones piled up into small mountains and pills piled up into a sea. Weapons were like no money at all, laying everywhere on one side. The whole ring was on the verge of bursting. After doing this, Li Nanquan was satisfied. After walking out and realizing that the 2 guards had no expression on their faces, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the 5th mountain range. He had been in there the longest and naturally took the most, and the elders hidden in the shadows had their hearts dripping blood when they saw this scene. At the highest position of the Holy Land, there was a golden hall where 3 vice-holy lords and the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land looked down. All the movements of the 4 were revealed to their eyes. Watching them in this act of banditry, their hearts were dripping with blood. But in order to retain Xiao Jingyu, this sacrifice was nothing. Compared to the future of the Holy Land, the district's resources are just that. Although several people think so, but at this time the expression is not very good. The 4 of them took a lot of resources, especially Li Nanquan, who took the most. Although he said on his lips that he wanted to give Xuanwu some resources, he still gave Xiao Jingyu all the filial piety of 3/10 of the resources taken out within the treasure trove, leaving only 1/10 of the treasure trove for himself. Xiao Tianming, Xiao Pingji and Miao Xiaonan naturally also gave a small portion of their filial piety to Xiao Jingyu. Only Xiao Jingyu didn't accept it, letting them take it to cultivate resources they need more than themselves. In Li Nanquan's case, he had not accepted it as before. But who knew that Li Nanquan had moved out countless resources? Looking at the multiplication of resources is actually 4 times as much as the 3 people in front of him took. Xiao Jingyu, out of love and care for his disciple's mentality, afraid that his disciple could not spend it all, and so reluctantly, he took half of it. Taking the benefits of his disciple, he incidentally also handed over the other formations within that formation ancestral symbol, such as the Zun level Grand Formation and the Emperor level Grand Formation one by one, allowing him to slowly cultivate them during these 3 months. He could naturally also take the resources to cultivate, only that the effect of cultivation was minimal, not as significant as the system directly enacting rewards that is. For 3 months, the entire Middle Kingdom seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. The 2 great divine halls did not move, the 3 great holy places did not move, and the 4 great heavenly palaces were similarly quiet, all for the great competition in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture 3 months later. These days, Xiao Jingyu was not idle and began to travel throughout the Middle Kingdom. From the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, he traveled to the Eastern Prefecture, the Northern Plains, and the Western River, and began to search for Qiluk children like his own children, preparing to take them as disciples. Unfortunately, the main characters of this continent seem to be just a few of them, and the rest seem to be gone. There's a withdrawal here. It's a pity that after the withdrawal there was no ring, no other Dan furnace, no jade pendant, no beads, no awakening, and a humiliating suicide after being withdrawn from the marriage. Dude, tell me what a loser you've gotten yourself into this whole thing. There's a cliff jumper here. It's a pity that there's no trapped old man under the cliff, or a few mysterious big sisters trapped below to help him rise. After jumping, the young man immediately fell to his death. There's a bone-digging pup here. Too bad it bled dry after being dug up and went straight to Ga. There's a sheep herder boy here looking for a missing sheep. It's a pity that it's really just a goat herder, not the inn crow he's looking for. Xiao Jingyu searched all 3 places and couldn't find any satisfactory ones, so he shook his head helplessly. Traveled for 3 months, saw a lot of the continent's customs and traditions, but unfortunately the fart is not useful. Wasted 3 months. Eat, drink and play, but the whole thing is a lot. 3 months of bitter cultivation. Time passed quietly, and Xiao Jingyu came back and helped Miao Xiaonan develop her physique. He held a complete copy of the physique origin in his hand, although Miao Xiaonan hadn't made up his mind about whether or not he wanted to cultivate it yet, and was still in a carefree state. But this body essence Xiao Jingyu first accommodated it for her and added a layer of sealing. When she wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, this seal would be unlocked, and if she didn't want to cultivate, this seal wouldn't be unlocked in the slightest. She was still able to go on with her life as it is today. In the 5th mountain range, in the middle of the Great Hall, Xiao Jinyu was sitting at the top, flanked by Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianming, Li Nansun, and Miao Xiaonan. Not bad. After 3 months of hard cultivation, this strength of yours is getting more and more terrifying. Each and every one of you has actually reached the Saint Realm in terms of battle power. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 4 instead. Xiao Pingji was in possession of the Emperor Bone, and with the large amount of resources piled up, it would be hard not to make a breakthrough. The Emperor Bone in his chest had fully grown out, and the 2 Emperor Bones could explode with endless mighty strength, the strongest among the 4. Next is Xiao Tianmian. He was equipped with a 9-turn war body, and then obtained a technique that could triple his original strength, and broke through the Saint Realm, so his strength was unknown to be horrifying. Li Nanshuan's realm was merely still an earth exalted, and had not broken through to the saintly realm, but his array attainments had taken another step forward, directly reaching the exalted ranked array master, with a battle power that was no different from that of the saintly realm. Finally, there was Miao Xiaonan. Within 3 months, she didn't do anything to cultivate, and every day she just held the pink chaos and did nothing, robbed everywhere, and then ate, drank, and slept, sleep and wake up the next day, continue to repeat, play and play. Her realm broke through the saint realm. Do you think this whole thing is a big deal? The 3 of them, Xiao Tianmeng, looked at that and were envious to the extreme. As to why it was naturally attributed to the credit of the portion of physique essence that Xiao Jinyu had quietly injected into her. It was only that Miao Xiaonan herself didn't know about it. This is thanks to Father Master's cultivation. The 4 of them hurriedly bowed to Xiao Jinyu, with incomparable gratitude in their eyes. If it wasn't for Xiao Jinyu, probably none of the 4 of them would have had such a fate. Well, family doesn't talk. The grand competition of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture is going to open the day after tomorrow. Go up and fight for some better rankings, and there will be light on my father's face. Xiao Jinyu smiled. The 4 of them looked solemn and clasped their fists heavily, and Miao Xiaonan did likewise. Although she was playful, she was able to feel that her own realm was yet to be improved. She then belonged to that kind of comfort school. Seeing her realm rise, she went straight to have fun. If her realm was stuck, then she would first cultivate a bit, cultivating and then going to play afterward. In Miao Xiaonan's conception, cultivation was mainly for playing. The heyday of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom opened, and forces from all sides gathered. Among them, not only did it include this Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, but naturally, it also included the other 4 directions of the entire continent. The 4 parties, each representing a large coalition of forces, came to participate. Apart from the southern wasteland, which was naturally represented by the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty, the other 3 major places were all alliances formed by internal forces. Chapter 93, Continental Event. All parties gather, conspiracies rise, with the Divine Heavenly Hall and the Xian Shao Divine Hall duo acting as the east. 10 void rings were established on top of the largest Sanyemo plains in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, surrounded by 9 square high platforms. The 4-square gauntlet gives the continent a 4-way alliance. Of the remaining 5 parties, the 2 great divine halls each occupied one side, the 3 great holy lands occupied one side, the 4 great heavenly palaces occupied one side, and the 5 great clans occupied one side. The 9 square rings were all very wide, and it was not a problem to stand a few thousand people. There were 3 luxurious brocade seats in front of this high platform where the 3 holy places were located, spreading out in the forefront position, which was the best direction to watch the battle. Behind them were several slightly lesser high chairs as a way of separating the differences in status. The forces of the centrally unified divine prefecture, excluding the 2 major divine halls, all arrived early and stood on top of different high platforms on their side, with the exception of the 2 major pantheons, which were on their own side, demonstrating their unique status and strength. The others were all complexes. Miao Xiaonan looked toward a high platform in the distance. Wasn't that man Miao Yuandao? After greeting Xiao Jinyu, he went straight back to Miao Yuandao's side. Miao Yuandao's old face trembled when he saw Miao Xiaonan flying in, especially with the Saint Realm aura on her. I didn't expect my own daughter's realm to directly catch up with my own now, so it's worthy of having worshipped a good master. The aura on the side of the heavenly vault sacred ground was slightly subtle, and Xiao Jinyu very naturally sat in the center position of one of the 3 handles. He was followed by Xiao Tianmian, Xiao Pingji, and Li Nanshuan, who did not sit down but stood aside. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land and the 3 Deputy Holy Lords' faces changed slightly, and after some thought, they still sighed in a low voice. These don't matter. Master Xiao Pulse can sit as he likes. These are just superficial facades. The district chair is just a chair. Don't sit on it. Anyone who can retain Xiao Jinyu. And they also found out that among Xiao Jinyu's 4 disciples, 3 of them had already become saints. So this time around, his heavenly vault sacred ground would definitely shine. The gazes of the Holy Lord of the Southern Underworld Sacred Land and the Holy Lord of the Green Dragon Sacred Land glanced over Xiao Jinyu's body from time to time, as if they were trying to see where that qilin was. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the two with a cold smile in his heart, naturally understanding what the two meant. Today this event in the Middle Kingdom was not destined to be peaceful. One after another, all the forces have arrived, except for the location of the Southern Wasteland High Platform is still empty. It seems that there is no invitation to come. Exactly why did not come? This is Xiao Jinyu's idea. The Southern Wasteland martial arts were the most backward in the entire continent. The strongest was no more than a saint, and now they couldn't even beat their own children, and they would only be humiliated by the other forces when they came out. In that case, it might as well not come out. When he had brought down this entire continent and the Imperial Dynasty became the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty, no one would dare to say anything at that time. Xiao Jinyu took a cursory glance at the palace masters of the 4 heavenly palaces, the highest of which was only at the Violet Mansion minor achievement realm. Most of the other elders were at the small level of Wheeling Sea, and even the large level was pitifully small. The 5 great clans are even weaker, and the head of one clan is only at the Wheeling Sea realm. Therefore, he subconsciously excluded the 4 great heavenly palaces and the 5 great clans in this one, and it specifically still fell on top of the divine halls and holy lands, especially the Pantheon. The divine hall's depth was extremely strong, and it must have had these few brushes in these years by virtue of the 2 forces involved in the entire Middle-earth divine realm. The divine heavenly hall of gods has arrived. The Xian Shao divine hall has arrived. 2 voices resounded in the sky as the heavenly boat that the teams from the 2 great divine temples rode and slowly descended. All the people on top of the high platform stood up in a hurry and looked over. Most of the divine Shao divine hall side were women. Not many people came today, only 10. Xiao Ruoxue was naturally among them, and the remaining 9 were the 9 candidate divine maidens. Their strength was among the best in the Pantheon, or else they wouldn't have been able to be candidates for the position. With Huangfu Nianci at the head, 10 people followed behind. 11 nymphs slowly fell. A crowd of cultivators are looking out of sight, but soon a crowd of cultivators hastily closed their eyes. Do not dare to look more, not to mention do not dare to have a wrong thought. This was a divine temple, and if one did not get it right, one's power would be uprooted by the divine temple. The people around them would also be implicated because of the sin of them looking at it more than once, and the majesty of the temple of God could not be offended. The Xianshao divine hall side was all men, and there were only a dozen or so people who came, including 3 divine sons. Qi Yuan, whose gaze first swept around, seemingly looking for someone, and finally landed on Xiao Jinyu's body. He was first stunned, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to be standing on top of the high platform of the Holy Land. Then his face turned cold, and there was a cold smile and shade in his eyes. Everything is as ready as it can be, except for the last 3 divine sons to take the crown. The 3rd divine son will then propose to Xiao Ruoxue, and if he succeeds, then he will then go further and propose to Huangfu Nianxue. Today the general trend, the general situation. I do not believe that Xiao Ruoxue and Huangfu Nianxi will refuse. Everything is not up to them. When Xiao Jinyu saw Qi Yuan Xiu looking at him, he simply ignored it and didn't even look at him. He naturally had a purpose for bringing 4 people here today. According to the divine hall's pissy nature, he knew with his ass that Qi Yuan Xiu must have brought along an existence at the level of an elder ancestor. After all, he had almost failed to behead him with a single slash that day, and in order to save his life, he would definitely call a more powerful existence over to kill himself, such as the Emperor Realm. He, Xiao Jinyu, had the ability to directly tear his face off and directly lift the table, slaughtering those who wanted to kill him today, who wanted to take his qilin one by one, but the benefits were not maximized. Now, he still needs to lay something out. For example, letting his 2 sons, his 2 disciples mess with Qi Yuan Hu first, or against the Emperor Realm powerhouses behind Qi Yuan Hu, then one's line on this continent is complete. Through this system directly elevated to the continent's strongest realm, Emperor Realm, so that it is also good to directly ascend to a higher world. The strength also has a further grasp. This is his Xiao Jinyu, sophisticated and well thought out. Huangfu Nianxi had just arrived at this side of the ring, when she saw Xiao Jinyu's playful appearance from afar, her teeth itching with anger, and that day Xiao Jinyu's roguish behavior surfaced in her mind. Xiao Pingji and Xiao Tianmian were the first 2 to charge up into the sky and flew towards where Xiao Ruoxue was, with surprise on their faces. One hadn't seen the other for several years, and the other hadn't seen the other for more than 10 years. And now, when brother and sister are reunited, and sister and brother are reunited, they always have endless things to say. Second sister, big brother, third brother. 3 epithets sounded at the same time, and the complexity of the relationship gave everyone in the arena a dry hump in their CPUs. The Heavenly Vault, Sacred Ground and the Divine Heavenly Temple know each other? Or brother and sister? The crowd wondered. The holy lords of the three great holy lands looked at Xiao Jinyu with doubt in their eyes, and the holy lord of the heavenly vault holy land marveled in his heart. His daughter is actually a divine temple goddess. He also didn't expect that there would be such a layer of relationship. Xiao Jinyu's daughter was actually working as a goddess in the divine hall, and it was also the Ruoxue goddess who had been the most popular recently. Sure enough, it was wise for them to leave Xiao Jinyu behind. Not only was his own strength perverted, but his son was also a demon, and now his daughter even had a connection with the divine temple. Oh, my god! Picked up a treasure. Chapter 94, Daughter-in-Law. Coming? The 3 levels of the General Assembly. The event begins. Yo, daughter-in-law, you're here? Xiao Jinyu looked towards Huangfu Nianzi and stretched her hand, her face full of smiles as she stood up from above her position. Daughter-in-law? Who's your daughter-in-law? Hearing these 2 words, Huangfu Nianzi became furious and hated them. Being shouted at like this in public today, even she had a hint of petulance at this moment. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd at the temple, and in the eyes of all, it was flirting. Xiao Jinyu looked at Huangfu Nianzi's appearance and laughed, taking a step towards the front. In the middle of the Dantian world, the Qilin was resting on top of the long bridge of the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth with its eyes closed when it was called out by Xiao Jinyu. In the next moment, the divine light unicorn came out shining. Xiao Jinyu sat on the back of the Qilin, still wearing a dragon robe today, and slowly walked towards the heaven and earth above. The Qilin striding with a high and proud pace, and soon arrived in front of Huangfu Nianzi. Xiao Jinyu bent down. His speed was extremely fast. One of God's hands, his strong arm wrapped around Huangfu Nianzi's waist and directly carried her behind him. Warmth on the back, soft as a sea of cotton, and do not know where it ends, floating like the soul of God sublimation, feathered and ascended to immortality. Drops, hits with the ball, violates another man's cylinder. 2 penalties. Huangfu Nianzi was still in a daze when she was already riding on the back of the Qilin, and her right hand unknowingly climbed onto Xiao Jinyu's back, and she didn't realize that she was being taken advantage of by Xiao Jinyu. Kirin turned around and looked down on all the people below. Xiao Jinyu had a smile on his face, and behind him rode Huangfu Nianzi, a man and a woman, dragon-robed holy lord, divine hall master, riding the divine light Qilin, so well matched. A group of young disciples are watching the fascination. Today this event in the Middle Kingdom God stayed naturally. There are also countless spectators, standing outside the edge of the field. The number of it's not less than 10 million. This is the Qilin of the divine vision that day. I didn't expect the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land to be a Tao couple with the Divine Hall Master. Big news today. I've never heard of a Divine Hall Master that still has a Taoist couple. The crowd marveled. When the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land heard the crowd address Xiao Jinyu as the Holy Lord, it didn't matter anymore. It is what it is. The Holy Land is really good when it's good. Looking back on today's wise actions, he will always be overcome with emotion when he remembers them in the future. The faces of the other power executives on the other high platforms were slightly unsightly. As for the Eastern State, Northern Plains, and Western Sichuan, the forces they had united with weren't very strong. Most of them were at the Tao Palace realm, and there was only one purple mansion in plain sight. Soming didn't mean to fight for the unicorn. Niao Yuan Daota looked at the Qilin. Xiao Jinyu sat down and his eyes flashed an expression of really so. Xiao Jinyu's origin was really too mysterious. To be able to pull up Miao Xiaonan's realm so fast in such a short period of time, then the attribution of the Qilin was something he couldn't think of a second person other than Xiao Jinyu. Huangfu Nianzi came back to her senses and was just about to do something when Xiao Jinyu's voice came softly. Don't, daughter-in-law. You said it yourself that you're the future Tao couple. Besides, we're not doing anything, are we? Isn't it good to sit on the unicorn and look at the view from the unicorn? Within Xiao Jinyu's body, the 3,000 laws specifically resonated with the Qilin, and the 2 emitted one long ring of laws after another, covering Huangfu Nianzi's circumference. These include the law of heavenly protection, the law of healing, the law of restoration, the law of equalizing wounds, etc., etc. Huangfu Nianzi originally still had resistance, but after feeling that the power of these laws was actually healing the Tao left behind in his body, he gave a complicated look at the playful man in front of him and sank into silence. Rarely did she resist something more. Thanks. A word of thanks like a mosquito. She quietly sat on top of the Qilin's back, only keeping a little distance from Xiao Jinyu. As for what Xiao Jinyu had just said, she hadn't heard anything out of the ordinary, mainly because Chinese culture was just too vast and profound. Hey! Seeing that Huangfu Nianzi didn't do any more resistance, Xiao Jinyu's face was full of smugness, and he provocatively glanced at Qi Yuan Xiu, raising his head nostrils to him. He had this look as if to say, "Don't look, this is my daughter-in-law, you boys go envy." Qi Yuan's face became even more gloomy. His tooth bed was about to be clenched. He snorted coldly, and then stopped looking at it more. If he had looked a few more times, he might have really exploded with anger. Xiao Jinyu had taken what he recognized as his future Dao couple behind his back in front of him, and he had naturally seen the two of them in intimate contact just now, and his face was irritated to the extreme. One more green warmth on the head. Boy, let you be smug for a while. When the time comes, Huangfu Nianzi will still be mine, and that Qilin on you will also be mine. When the time comes, I will definitely use your divine soul to bring and light the heavenly lanterns, in order to eliminate the hatred in my heart. The resentment in Qi Yuanhu's heart reached the extreme. As the two divine halls entered the high platform, Xiao Jinyu stepped onto the high platform of the divine heavenly hall on the Qilin and did not take a seat at the bottom. Isn't riding on the unicorn more impressive than sitting on this high platform? As the southern underworld Holy Land, the Green Dragon Holy Land, the 4 heavenly palaces, and the 5 great clans looked at the Qilin that Xiao Jinyu was riding, the top echelons of all parties had a different look on their faces. Now, Xiao Jinyu seemed to have a relationship with the hallmaster of the divine heavenly hall, and it looked like he was also a Taoist couple, so this was a bit difficult for them to deal with. If the heavenly vault sacred ground and the divine heavenly hall were to join forces, they really might not be able to get this divine light Qilin. Seeing all the gazes of all the cultivators fall on Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi, Qi Yuanxiu made a sound that directly announced the rules of this assembly, allowing the crowd to receive back their attention. Alright, today's 10,000 year Middle-earth Divine Prefecture event represents the start of the great competition for my younger generation. The General Assembly is able to win a louder name for the forces behind each of you, and a louder name for yourselves. And today this great competition has a total of 3 levels. The Great Wave System. The first level is the Misty Jungle. All disciples enter the secret realm for 3 days, and the last 1,000 left behind win. The second level, the Melee. Disciples representing all forces walk up to 10 rings in the void, 100 people in each ring, and the last 10 left win. The third level, Individual Competition Singles. This is whether it's a wheel battle or a break in the middle. The one with the most wins wins. This year's rules are different from those of the past, and can result in injury, disability and death. And all consequences are their own responsibility after participation. As Qi Yuanhu said this, he specifically glanced at Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan in the sky. He had long investigated Xiao Jinyu and knew that Xiao Jinyu had 2 second sons and 2 disciples. Early on, he explained to the inner circle, but whenever he came across Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan, he would waste them in front of Xiao Jinyu's face. He withdrew his gaze after merely glancing at them, and did not discern the depths of the 4 realms. The breath-converting talus. Man was also included in the system draw that Xiao Jinyu had given them that day. From just now, they had restrained their realm, and other than their own people and the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, as well as the 3 deputy Holy Lords who knew their true strength, everyone else was unaware of it. When the time comes, we can catch Qi Yuanxiu off guard. Xiao Jinyu took in Qi Yuanxiu's facial expression and did not say anything, his face calm. His thoughts could only end up in vain today, and today was destined to be another bloody massacre. Alright, the secret realm has opened. All the heavenly prides just go in. With a wave of Qi Yuanxiu's big hand, a huge light curtain opened up at the location of the center ring, the entrance to the secret realm. Countless young disciples leapt down from the top of the high platform, representing the forces competing from all sides, numbering a whole 10,000, and flew in unison. The Middle-earth God's Kingdom event has officially begun since then. Chapter 95, The Youngest Sate Miao Xiaonan. As soon as the entrance to the secret realm was opened, Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanxuan, Miao Xiaonan and Xiao Ruoxua rushed straight in. The 3 divine sons followed closely behind, locking their gazes on the bodies of a few people, and they were followed by a group of people from the Xian Xiao Divine Hall. Their goal was very clear. It was to target the 3 people excluding Xiao Ruoxua. Everyone swarmed into the secret realm in unison. The 9 candidate goddesses of the Divine Xiao Divine Hall naturally helped Xiao Ruoxua, and since Xiao Jinyu appeared out of thin air that day to become Xiao Ruoxua's protector, they no longer had any attachment to the position of goddess. Now I just want to properly develop the Divine Heavenly Hall. It's kind of like winding down, less you and I calculating. After the crowd had all entered the secret realm, a huge curtain of light surfaced above the entire dome of the sky. Hundreds of different images were displayed on the light screen, which contained the things that each disciple's heavenly pride was doing. The first level, the secret trip, was naturally monitored in all directions and without dead ends. There was a flash of light, and all the people who went in were randomly transported to different locations and did not gather together. The crowd began to observe the surrounding terrain and landscape. A huge wooden forest rose up from the ground. The tree crown was up to 100 meters high, densely packed, covering the area with darkness and no light, as if it were night. Everyone had been given a teleportation array card in their hands, and as long as they crushed it, then they would be autonomously recognized as failures. Naturally, death is surely a failure. It seemed that the two of them, Xiao Tianmian and Xiao Pingji, were walking in the dense forest for a while because they had the pull of destiny. And surprisingly, they soon encountered each other. The faces of the two were relaxed and did not take it seriously. Their realm was the Saint realm, and it could be said that they didn't have any rivals amongst the crowd of young disciples. It was important to know that even the three divine sons of the divine hall were merely in the earth-exalted realm, or that their battle power climbed up to that of land saints, and that they did not pose any danger to them. Today, killing is allowed in this election. Xiao Pingji looked towards Xiao Tianmai, his face not knowing what he was thinking. This sentence, surprisingly, carries a point of solemnity, a white hair flowing especially conspicuous. Xiao Tianmian thought for a moment and spoke. Those who kill people are always killed. The two reached an agreement at this moment, the implication being that if the opposite side produced killing intent, then they would kill him. If not, then they would defeat him and let him live. The alliance of the two was definitely the most invincible existence in this mysterious realm, searching for a target towards the front and crushing other people's teleportation array cards. It's so scary. Fortunately, Piggy is here. Miao Xiaonan, who wasn't very tall, hugged Chaos tightly in her arms and looked around timidly. The saint's breath directly emanated from his body. A faint golden light enveloped his body, and a terrifying saint's might slowly shrouded down from above the sky. The group of cultivators within the secret realm, the cultivators around Miao Xiaonan's body would have wanted to lay hands on her, seeing as she was merely a girl. But the next moment, faces changed in unison. Asterisk 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 saints. This little kid is a saint. A horrible saints might cover the pressure in the next. They are not even in the venerable realm, just in the phantom realm, and how can they resist? The feeling of certain death crossed his mind, and without any hesitation, he directly crushed the array cards, and one by one, he was teleported out. Going in was only a matter of 10 or so breaths, and as fast as they went in, they came out and were eliminated. The holy breath fell, crushing all the surrounding Hessian dense forests into annihilating powder. 100 miles around were all turned into a vacuum. 100 miles around all the surrounding cultivators have long crushed the array cards passed out. Well, that's much better. The view is much wider. With a smile on her face and satisfaction in her eyes, Miao Xiaonan walked slowly towards the front. By the way, the master of this competition said that when you run into strange big brothers and sisters, just defeat them. I still have to curb my power a bit or I'll beat them to death. Miao Xiaonan's face had a dazed look on it, as the tiny figure of a person walked slowly towards the distance. Those around them who were still interested in Miao Xiaonan were they dared to have any hesitation and directly ran in the opposite direction of her. A saint realm appeared in the middle of the secret realm, excluding those holy sons of the three holy lands and the two divine halls and the divine sons and divine daughters, who dared to say that their battle power had reached the holy realm. One must know that the saint realm mentioned here was battle power comparable to, not realm attainment. How is that possible? This brat is actually in the saint realm. How old is she? Just under 10 years old. Right, to have reached a saint. Qi Yuan, whose gaze was horrified, and the group of power executives were similarly so dead set on Miao Xiaonan in the light curtain above the sky dome. A 10-year-old saint realm, definitely the youngest saint in the entire continent. This demon's strength is matchless. It's too terrifying. There are still such powerful existences at this banquet. Doesn't that mean the heavenly vault holy land is stable? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and spoke out. And the holy lord of the heavenly vault holy land and the three deputy holy lords had pride on their faces that was not hidden in the slightest. It was as if this grand competition had already become their bag. The crowd could only see that Miao Xiaonan was in the saint realm, but they didn't know that apart from Miao Xiaonan, Xiao Tianmian, Xiao Pingji and the two of them were also in the saint realm. Moreover, it was their heavenly vault holy land side that was represented. Qi Yuan, whose face changed and quickly returned to his normal self. The three divine sons naturally had their powerful excesses as well. Their battle power was straight up against the saint realm, and if they took pills, decapitating the saint realm was definitely not a problem. This is strength combined with substance, and getting high is theoretically permissible. Is this your disciple who is so terrifying? Huang Funianci looked at Miao Xiaonan with shock in her eyes. Xiao Jinyu nodded, her face proud. Looking at Xiao Jinyu with this appearance, Huang Funianci didn't know what to say. The man in front of her is mysterious again in her mind. His strength is an unsolved mystery. His life is an unsolved mystery. The more Huang Funianci tried to understand, the more she would get caught up in the whirlwind of it, which she herself hadn't realized. Today, this first big competition. In fact, it doesn't necessarily have to eliminate how many people, as long as they can meticulously leave 1,000 names at the end. Besides, the rules don't say you can't live to the end. Somewhere in the secret realm, Li Nanchuan's gaze flickered as he locked eyes with the little turtle on his shoulder. For some reason, the little turtle even gave a humanized smile as well. Looking a little loath, the two of them hit it off immediately, and Li Nan searched for an extremely hidden hiding spot, located above the canopy of the countless black sky-dense forests. A large handful of formation talismans appeared in Li Nanchuan's hand, and with a wave of his big hand, spiritual power fell down, activating the formation, connecting the power of heaven and earth, and starting to lay the formation. Li Nanchuan would recite words with every formation he laid down. Soundproof formation, anti-snooping array, the silence formation, silent grand formation, convergence formation, transparent grand formation. After laying down a dozen or so undetectable formations in a row, Li Nanchuan then laid down on the canopy branch at ease. With his hands resting on his head and his legs crossed, he closed his eyes and began to sleep. The corner of Xiao Jinyu's mouth twitched as she watched this scene in the sky dome. He knew well that Li Nanchuan's nature is a batch of metal old six. Did not expect that in this critical occasion he also want to metal down, obviously has the strength to crush everything. Huang Funiansi naturally saw Li Nanchuan pointing at him with uncertainty in his eyes and asked, "This is also your disciple?" The suspicious look on her face seems to be saying, "Why is Miao Xiaonan so strong and so demonic? But this disciple of yours is so greedy and afraid of death." The corner of Xiao Jinyu's mouth tugged, a moment he hated to admit, but he still had no choice but to nod. Chapter 96, Xiao Jinyu's sides cross-push. How lonely is invincible? In the first day, countless battles had been generated within the secret territory, killing and wounding all. Some were directly transported away by crushing the array cards, while some had an iron head and hardened themselves to the last moment, but lost their little lives. This little girl even came to the secret realm all by herself, with no visible breath on her body, and holding a pink piglet? It seems he doesn't know the evils of the heart. Walking up to her and giving her a bully before he beats her to tears and shows her the evils of the heart. A few men hidden in the shadows had fierce faces. Just now they didn't see the scene where Miao Xiaonan's wisp of holy breath pressed down and turned all the square miles into a plain. Thinking that Miao Xiaonan was easy to bully. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass this way, leave your money behind." A few men held long knives in their hands, their faces smiling fiercely, and step by step, they surrounded towards Miao Xiaonan. "I've been robbed?" Miao Xiaonan was stunned. Her face had a naivety. She had never been the only one to rob others. Where had others ever robbed her? Why isn't this brat crying? It's so boring. Why don't we slaughter her pink pig and eat it, just for a toothsome meal? I think so. The two people in charge exchanged glances and walked towards Miao Xiaonan. "What? To rob my piggy?" Miao Xiaonan was shocked, and there was anger on Mariko's face. A terrifying holy breath erupted from within her. Boom! At once, in a straight line position in front of him, with a line of sight of 100 miles, countless dark sky-dense forests were directly leveled to the ground, and a large mountain was hardened and obliterated into annihilation. "Lo, I have removed your mountains, and I have destroyed your trees." Miao Xiaonan blinked, her face innocent and harmless. Karma. A few people were confused, their expressions frozen. Cold sweat broke out above their foreheads, and they subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of snot, their faces stunned. Unconsciously, a breeze blew through, legs vaguely trembled a little. Always felt that the crotch of the pants at this moment seems to be wet. The holy breath that had just crushed down did not target them, but looking behind them at the scenery that had been transformed into a plain, a few people did not dare to have any hesitation and scattered towards the distance. Today, they have run into a tough opponent. This little kid in front of them is actually a saint. "Go, can you walk away? Today even dared to rob to your aunt's head. Quickly hand over all the treasures on your body, in learning 3 barks, or else all die drop." Soon, Miao Xiaonan's devilish appearance was revealed. Previously, having stayed by Xiao Jinyu's side for too long, he had been so well behaved that he hadn't had the chance to exert himself now that the opportunity had come. In front of Xiao Jinyu she was coy, in front of the others, she was straight up heavy-handed. When Miao Yuandao saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. He was clear about Miao Xiaonan's nature, but he didn't expect that nowadays. As his strength became stronger, not only did he not have the slightest convergence, but instead, it became more and more intense. A group of cultivators outside the field watched also cannot help but a burst of speechless, but did not say anything. Who called the strength of others strong? It. Also, these silly chants are a disgrace. They deserve to be robbed and eliminated instead of being robbed. This tells us one thing: don't bully children. Children are not to be messed with either. Look, there are merely 2 people here. Eliminate the 2 of them first. The squad of a few dozen people in the distance bumped into Xiaopingji and Xiao Tianyan, and without much hesitation, they directly killed out, with all sorts of moves and techniques coming out frequently. The 2 of them exchanged glances and directly crushed by virtue of their holy breath. Seriously, the younger generation was still really a bit inadequate in their eyes. A wisp of holy breath was released, like a great mountain of heaven and earth covering and pressing down. Boom! What? How is this possible? This is a saint's aura. Dozens of people were startled. Their faces were horrified, and their bodies were difficult to move. Xiao Tianming and Xiao Pingji seized the tokens in their hands one by one and crushed them, and the team of several dozen people was thus directly teleported out, defeated very quickly. These two are actually at the Saint Realm as well? Qi Yuanhu had just been lightly stroking his beard, looking at the performance of the three divine sons on the light screen with satisfaction. But the next moment, the right hand pulled so hard that it unconsciously tore off a large portion of his black beard, tearing a piece of it and drenching it in blood. Eyes wide open, directly from the original position above the face, shocked, dead staring at Xiao Tianmian and Xiao Pingji duo. Even the disciples of their divine hall hadn't reached the Saint Realm, so how could the person beside him, Xiao Jinyu, have the virtue to climb directly to a saint? Look at their 2 years of age is very small. The largest Xiao Pingji years of age more than 20 some, Xiao Tianmian just 17 or 18 ah. Has the world gone mad? When did the Saint Realm become so cheap that a few little kids had reached it? Qi Yuanhu took a deadly glance at Xiao Jinyu in the distance and realized that he had closed his eyes expressionlessly and started meditating on the back of the Qilin, not caring in the slightest about the first selection. Is this the man you've trained? Although demonic, but so what? As long as they are nipped in the bud. Demons who can't grow up and die aren't worth much. Qi Yuanxiu took a deep look, then withdrew his gaze and said no more. Although Xiao Jinyu had his eyes closed, his divine thoughts were always outside, and when he saw Qi Yuanxiu's expression like he had eaten just now, his heart could not be more pleased. When the time comes, there will still be something for him, Qi Yuanxiu, to suffer. Huang Fu Nianzi was shocked, not expecting Xiao Jinyu's two sons to be so perverted that they had also reached the Saint Realm. Xiao Ruoxue was likewise in the Saint Realm. 4 saints in a family of 4? At the same time, an inexplicable meaning somehow grew in her heart, as if she was thinking about how Xiao Jinyu could have these children. Then where did the mother of these children go? And why was Xiao Jinyu's Taoist not seen? Xiao Ruoxue was in the secret realm. Because of her status as the goddess of the divine Xiao Divine Hall, no one dared to make an enemy of her even if they bumped into her. They were quickly defeated by her, the Saint Realm crushed, and none of them were opponents. This trip to the secret realm quickly became a personal show for Xiao Jinyu's side, with the 4 saints pushing across, eliminating nearly 880,000 people in just 2 days, 30% of which were eliminated by a few of them. As for Li Nanxuan, none of them were eliminated, and Go was asleep in a tree, not to mention beautiful. Boom, boom, the violent fight caused the earth to tremble. The surrounding dense forests were all killed by the fireballs and ice blasts. Li Nanxuan, who was lying on the black tree, was thus shaken awake, rubbed his eyes, and looked towards the bottom, realizing that someone was actually dry humping below, and that they were dry humping in the place where they were hiding. Boom! In the next moment, a fireball blasted directly on top of the trunk of this tree. The entire tree burned to ashes, and Li Nanxuan also fell heavily from above. Boo! Aya! Fight cannot go to a crowded place. In this fight, why who? The 2 people who were dry humping were startled, already not expecting that there were people hiding around. The 2 of them took a wary look at Li Nanxuan and realized that they couldn't even read Li Nanxuan's realm. The 2 of them immediately stopped their hands, looked at each other, and directly killed Li Nanxuan. They thought that Li Nanxuan must have wanted to wait until the 2 of them were seriously injured then reap the benefits. This kind of villain must be eradicated. Holy, you're going to hit me for destroying my shelter? Deception. Li Nanxuan gently snapped his fingers with his right hand, and countless array lights blossomed around them to envelop the 2 of them. The Heaven Great Formation took shape in an instant, and the might of the formation soon overwhelmed them to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Li Nanxuan walked to their side in a very beat-up manner and untied all the Qiankuan bags of the 2 of them as much as he could and tied them to his waist. Then hold the 2 people's array card. Oda beating beckoned, a face of treacherous smile. Bye-bye Yulu. With a firm grip of his right hand, the teleportation array card shattered and the 2 of them were transmitted out. It turned out that in these days, although he meticulously stayed above, he had also laid down quite a few formations around him, just waiting for other enemies to come. In this way, he could catalyze it with a single thought. The biggest deficiency of the formation master was that the pre-swing time was too long and the CD was too long, and now that he had set it up early, this formation flaw could be directly ignored. Time to say no. This is definitely a talent. Chapter 97, Xiao Jinyu representing the Southern Wasteland. You won't let me? My rules are the rules. Soon, the results of the secret line came out. 3 days had passed and the crowd had watched for 3 days, seeing Xiao Pingji and Xiao Tianmian's 2 brothers invincibly pushing across the room, and seeing Miao Xiaonan's adorable appearance with a witch's heart underneath. Having seen Xiao Ruoxu as a goddess's poise, the 3 godchildren's invincible posture, and Go Wan Li Nanxuan. Coincidentally, the 3 gods did not meet with Li Nanxuan Xiao Pingji Xiao Tianmian. It seems that God does not allow them to meet so early, which seems to be the prerogative of the protagonist of the heavenly destiny. The remaining 1,000 people were teleported out and ran randomly distributed on top of the 10 squares of the void ring. Now that the first match has ended, the rest of you managed to smoothly enter the second match. This game remains very simple. Winner stays last, loser loses everything. Above each ring, only the last 10 remain. Chi Yuan-Hu stood up with a loud voice. All of the cultivators nodded and looked at the others in the ring warily with each other. The 3 divine sons had ugly faces. They were thinking of finding Xiaopingji in the secret realm, Xiao Tiannian and others directly slaughtered, but did not think that the luck can be poor to this extent. The large secret realm is hard to see the shadow of a few people. Why don't the people of the southern wilderness come? I don't know. It's too strange that the southern wasteland didn't send a single representative, isn't it? The northern plains, the eastern state, and the western river have all come. Even if they are weak, they have come. Why didn't the southern wasteland come today? The crowd's voices of discussion rose in all directions, and Xiao Jinyu slowly opened his eyes, overlooking the void ring below where the 3 divine sons were, with deep meaning in his eyes, and bad water in his stomach. His own kids are pretty much done fighting. He doesn't want to wait. It's time to call it a day. The 3 divine sons were definitely going to kill their own sons anyway, so the killing intent had risen, and it was time for their own killing intent to arrive in person. Today, I alone represent the entire southern wasteland. Xiao Jinyu opened her eyes and flew out from the Chilin's back, floating above the heaven and earth. Today, he alone is better than 1,000 armies and countless cultivators in the southern wasteland. Xiao Jinyu's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. All the cultivators were blinded. Xiao Jinyu represented the southern wasteland? Is Xiao Jinyu the holy lord of the heavenly vault Holy Land? Why is he representing the southern wasteland? The crowd wondered. It wasn't just the crowd of onlookers. Even the holy lords of the 3 holy lands didn't understand, especially the heavenly vault holy lord, who looked like he had seen a ghost. Xiao Jinyu had indeed joined their heavenly vault sacred ground through the trial, which meant that Xiao Jinyu's age was definitely not more than 40 years old. Then he was definitely qualified to participate in this Divine State event today. The Divine State event clearly stipulates that as long as the age is not more than 3 years old can be categorized as the young generation. So when you think about it, it seems that Xiao Jinyu was also in the ranks of, oh, you're a hallowed lord of a holy land, attending an event for the younger generation. You're shameless, but you're not ashamed. An old guy bullying these little guys. You have a bright face. Chi Yuan-Hu was the first to speak out in mockery. The sneer on his face as he looked at Xiao Jinyu was not hidden in any way. Oh, who said that? Open your old eyes and take a good look. Where is your grandfather, my bone age? Xiao Jinyu directly released his bone age breath. 3 circles of bone wheels, tattooed with 8 lines of age. This meant that Xiao Jinyu was now just 38 years old, completely meeting the age requirements for this Heaven's Pride competition. The crowd was clearly shocked to see Xiao Jinyu's age. I didn't expect the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land to be this young, and his realm is in the Purple Mansion. A 38-year-old Purple Mansion? The whole continent above has never heard of it or seen it, and now this living legend is right in front of them. Unlike you, Little Master is only a mere Purple Mansion even after thousands of years of cultivation. I don't know what these 1,000 years have gone for. Have they all been spent on women's bellies? Some years are really practiced to the dogs. Xiao Jinyu was not accustomed to Qi Yuan show either, and was directly sarcastic, with contempt in her eyes. Father's going to attend too? Master's going to attend too? Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, and Xiao Tianmian were confused. Li Nanshuan, Miao Xiaonan similarly had the same puzzled face. If Xiao Jinyu participates, then what else are they going to compete for? Who can fight with a peer cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm? Vote as early as possible. Put. I don't know who took the lead and laughed out, followed by the crowd who couldn't hold back any longer, and a group of cultivators followed suit. The Purple Mansion aura emanated from Qi Yuan's body, and his face was gloomy to the extreme, so gloomy that water could come out of it. The terrifying aura of the Purple Mansion enveloped the crowd, which shut up, their faces trembling with fear. How could he be so humiliated by Xiao Jinyu today? How dare you insult me? If you don't give me an explanation today, it will be considered that you have openly provoked the majesty of my Xianxia Divine Hall. Do you know the consequences of that? Qi Yuanho's eyes narrowed slightly. His body's Purple Mansion aura catalyzed, and a few more black-robed old men appeared in the void. The realms on them were one deeper than the other above the Purple Mansion, and their strength had reached the Emperor realm. Seeing this, the curtain everyone's face changed, feeling the breath of several black-robed people in God's realm. Inevitably there is a sense of suffocation. The body began to tremble. The Emperor realm was the limit of this continent, and the strongest master of this continent in plain sight. 9 revolutions of the Emperor realm, 1 revolution in one heavy sky. Huangfu Nianzi at this moment ghostly stood up, walked from the back of the Qilin to the side of Xiao Jinyu. She also did not know why she actually subconsciously somewhat worried about this in front of her. Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue's eyes narrowed slightly, their auras catalyzing, especially Xiao Pingji. The two emperor bones in front of his chest flickered with emperor's aura, glistening. Today, if anything happened to his father, he would kill the few people in front of him even if he spelled out this old life. What about the temple? So what if it's the emperor realm? He is in possession of two emperor bones. If he goes crazy and doesn't want to die, he doesn't see that he can't kill the emperor realm, but the consequences are a bit serious. Xiao Ruoxue was likewise thinking the same thing, and like Xiao Pingji and the two of them, the killing intent in their eyes came together. Ding! Congratulations to the host. It was detected that the duo of Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue had created killing intent towards Qi Yuanshu and the group of Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Xianxiao Divine Hall, triggering the Divine Spellbinder system, now unconditionally raising the realm for the host in. Ding! Triggering a mission to exterminate Qi Yuanhu and these Emperor Realm powerhouses. The host will receive 20,000 mission points, a physique minor achievement card, a Divine Beast 10,000 years growth card, and a random supreme physique. Congratulations to the host on the completion of his realm elevation. He has reached the extreme realm of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm 10 Heavens. The system's voice rang out in his head, and his body changed again. Xiao Jinyu's face was happy. He waited for this. He did not expect his good son and daughter to have a killing intent. Wonderful. On the contrary, Xiao Tiannian and Li Nanchu and two people are going to come to the Heartless much. For them, their father is the existence of invincible. Hadn't Xiao Jinyu drawn a great big pie for Xiao Tianmeng before, giving him a blow of how great and powerful he was? After these few trials down the line, Xiao Tianming realized that Xiao Jinyu was indeed as he described. Now, seeing the contempt in the eyes of these several black-robed men, they let loose a mocking voice. Just a few emperor realms in the district. They are simply not enough for my father to beat. There are thousands of fairies in the sky, all wanting to be my stepmother. Ah shucks. No, there are thousands of sword immortals in the sky, but even when they see my father, they need to lower their eyebrows. Xiao Tiannian was full of divine energy and spirit. At the moment, it was as if the invincible person was him. Yeah, a few is nothing. Either that or you have dozens. Either that or you'll have a few hundred. Just a few names in the district. Who are you looking down on? Li Nanchuan still didn't think that the bustle was big enough, and his tone was not dead. Similarly helping Xiao Tianmian, Niao Xiaonan looked at the two big brothers like this. Originally she didn't want to make a sound, but she still followed the example of the duo with a tender voice. Not to mention 100, even if 1,000 or 10,000 come my master won't be afraid. After saying that, very divinely, she twisted her little face to the side and crossed her arms. Xiao Jinyu laughed when he saw the three of them like this. The purpose has been achieved. The strength has reached the top of the continent, and there is no need to do something to cover up. It is time to lift the table. Xiao Jinyu laughed and stared at Qi Yuanxiu as he spoke. What kind of bull ***** divine temple is not a divine temple? Either I'm in or I'll kill you. My rules are the rules, and I'm the one who's in charge today. A dragon robe is overbearing. The corners of his eyes look out of the corner of his eye, and his face is full of flair. Chapter 98, Huang Fu Nianci strikes. Imperial Realm killing chance. All parties take sides. The gazes of the group of Emperor Realm powerhouses behind Qi Yuanhu flickered with chilling coldness. These words from Xiao Tianmeng were more than just provocative. A child's word is a child's word. My few little ancestors. This meal can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. The old faces of the Heavenly Vault Saint Lord and the other three Vice Saint Lords jerked and paled, never imagining that they would say something like this. Although Xiao Jinyu's words today are bold, but they are still within the boundaries, and there is still the Xianxiao Palace Master covering, and can still eat soft rice. After all, the two of them just but the relationship of the Dao couple. Even if there was to be a fight, it would be the two pantheons going to war. What did it have to do with them? Now it was good. With Xiao Jinyu's child saying such words, it undoubtedly pulled the provocation to the extreme, and it would no longer be an explicit slap in the face of the Xianxiao Divine Hall. Instead, a few people and piss on top of the Xianxiao Divine Hall, and then humiliate them face to face, asking if it smells good? How is the taste salty? Now the battle must begin. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji had just been killing with fierce intent, but in the next moment, they were also confused by the words mocked by the three. What was this doing? They were just on the verge of sacrificing their lives to save Xiao Jinyu. Now these three people are good, but also do not mind the big things. Do not mind the small lively. On the sidelines not only stir up the fire, add oil and vinegar, but also directly add countless firewood. Put more than a dozen barrels of gasoline. This is going to spread the smoke and mirrors. Seek death. How dare you insult my divine temple? The killing intent in the eyes of the three divine sons rose greatly, and the battle power in their bodies climbed up and up, eating more than 10 pills in one mouthful, and their realm directly broke through from Earth Venerable to Terrestrial Sage, Heaven and Earth Sage. The target shifted from Xiao Jinyu's body to Xiao Tianming Li Nansen Miao Xiaonan. Unable to beat the old ones, they still couldn't beat the young ones? When the killing move was made, the breath climbed. Seek death. "How dare you hurt my brother?" Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue and the two of them had killing intent on their bodies, and their saintly aura immediately skyrocketed. Xiao Pingyi's body's terrifying strength climbed infinitely, and the battle power revealed on the surface had already reached the Dao Palace realm. The might of the Emperor Bone was as terrifying as it was. A cold light flashed in Xiao Tianming's eyes, and in his heart, he deeply remembered what Xiao Jinyu had said to him. "People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a man commits a crime against me, I will dig up his ancestors' graves." Him, Xiao Tianmian's 9 revolutions sacred body breath was catalyzed, and at this moment, he was already able to reach the level of the 5th revolutions, and his battle power had been raised to an unknown geometric level again. The aura of strength emanating from the surface unexpectedly did not lose out to Xiao Pingji at all, and the two of them directly rose up into the sky, killing the 2 divine sons, and still with absolute crushing. Xiao Ruoxue was not willing to lag behind. She was in the saint realm. The divine temple's gongfu was extremely high, and there were also pills left behind by Xiao Jinyu. These days her realm had once again risen, amazingly breaking through the saints and coming to the Sea of Wheel. The 3 members of the Xiao family brought all sorts of killing moves to kill the 3 divine sons straight away. How can their aura be so strong? Why can't we beat the 3 of them when we're obviously all stoned? There was clearly a hint of panic on the tone of the 3 divine sons, and panic flashed in their eyes. It seemed that as long as they were up against Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Tianmian, Xiao Pingji, under this strike, they would have to shed layers of skin even if they didn't die. Seeing this scene in the distance, Shi Yuan Xiao shouted, "How dare you hurt someone in public, and even more so leave the 3 of you behind." Shi Yuan Xiao didn't care about anything else at this moment. He directly tore his face to the end. The several black-robed emperor realm powerhouses behind him went to kill Xiao Jinyu, while he killed Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianming, except for Xiao Ruoxue. The Purple Mansion aura emanated with the power to crush everything. The power of the Purple Mansion was higher than the battle power emanating from the 2 of them, and the large palms fell from above heaven and earth. A terrifying mighty pressure covered the sky and earth, and the scene was immediately chaotic. 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses struck out, aiming to kill Xiao Jinyu directly. Looking at Qi Yuanhu, who did not target Xiao Ruoxue, Huangfu Nianzi hesitated to make a move. A yin and yang changed on her face, and after gritting her teeth, she still decided to make a move. She didn't know why. It seemed to be because these 2 people were related to Xiao Jinyu. Boom! The vegetal palm pushed horizontally towards the front, heavily clashing with this palm of Qi Yuanhu's. The 2 cancelled each other out. "How dare you stop me?" Qi Yuanhu's face was incredulous. This feeling, difficult to the extreme, resentful to the extreme. Huangfu Nianzi indifferently glanced at Qi Yuanxiu, not wanting to say a word more. Click, click, click. Heartbroken. The heart breaks into crumbs. The crumbs are then crushed into powder and finally raised. On the other side of the world, 7 kinds of Emperor Realm power to kill out, containing the heavenly might, carrying the weight of the earth, the might of the life wheel, the soul of the wheel sea, the pseudo-immortal power of the Violet Mansion, all kinds of power intermingling, the intermingling of the new power Emperor. The heavens and the earth sank in layers, the vault of the sky was darkened, and the sun and the moon were briefly devoid of light. 7 imperial lights, 7 types of imperial killing machines, with a power that was 10,000 times or even 100,000 million times the power of an ordinary purple mansion. Xiao Jinyu glanced at Huangfu Nianzi in the distance and whispered, "Thanks a lot. I'll take note of the favor of making a move." Afterwards, he withdrew his eyes and took in the expressions of all the cultivators on the field on the high platform, especially the 2 great holy lands and the 4 great heavenly palaces. His realm was also the Emperor realm, and his eyes flashed with the light of the laws of time and space, and all the killing moves in front of him slowed down 1,000,000 times. However, the Emperor realm power was still incomparably fast and had already killed in front of them. Boom! 7 killing machines fell heavily on his body. Xiao Jinyu was directly erased and turned into nothingness. That's it? This brat has a lot of power talk, but his strength doesn't look good. The 7 looked at the already dead Xiao Jinyu with contempt. "Stupid, if I die at your hands, this realm of mine will have been cultivated in vain." Xiao Jinyu's voice sounded from afar. Just now, it was only a remnant of the divine pupil underworld 9 shadows. What? How is it possible that he dodged it? The 7 were startled, but quickly regained their composure. The realm aura Xiao Jinyu was emitting on the surface now was still the Purple Mansion. As long as it wasn't the Emperor realm, they would be able to slaughter him. "Kirin, come." Xiao Jinyu drank lowly, and the divine light Kirin landed under Xiao Jinyu. Riding the Kirin, his figure became more and more dazzling. A man and a Qilin, like divine soldiers of heaven and earth, guarding a realm. The reason why Xiao Jinyu did not release the aura of an Emperor realm powerhouse to crush the few people in front of him in the first place was mainly because he wanted others to make a move, such as the other 2 great holy lands, such as the 4 great heavenly palaces. He's so good at catching them all in one fell swoop, and when all of them are out, it's much easier to slaughter all of the ones that are out then, the ones that don't let a life go. As for why, it's going to be about him unifying the continent. A few pricks plucked first to make an example of him. Leave some to the time all to the Xianxiao divine hall tube well. Anyway, he wants to just let the whole continent surnamed Xiao. The whole continent is his Chongqing Emperor dynasty. What to do? Move your hand. The unicorn is on him? Asterisk 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 it. You can still sell his divine temple a favor. Why not? Remove a holy place and we have more resources to allocate. The Holy Lord of the Southern Underworld Sacred Land and the Holy Lord of the Green Dragon Sacred Land glanced at each other, determination flashing in their eyes, and the several elders behind them were all stupidly eager to move. The Saint Master realm was in the Purple Mansion, which was similar to the power that Xiao Jinyu was displaying right now, which was why they dared to make a move. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground sensed that the atmosphere was wrong, and the smoke of battle spread. The aura on the Deputy Saint Lord and the Saint Lord prodded and already had the intention of joining the battle. Although the Lord of the Eight Veins did not like Xiao Jinyu, he still gritted his teeth and would help Xiao Jinyu. Move or not, even if we don't get a share of the Qilin, we'll still be able to get a favor from the Divine Heavenly Hall when the time comes. Looking at this situation, the two Holy Lands are definitely out to help. It's time to take a stand at this point. The faces of the four Heavenly Palaces group of masters were torn, and finally gritted their teeth and decided that riches and wealth were at stake. Although their strongest is no more than the Dao Palace, but there is an Emperor realm in front of them, and it is not their turn to die. This is what they think. Nowadays, the five great clans and the other three continents are the only ones that have not made any movements. Chapter 99, The Heavenly Palace Holy Land Strikes. No longer hiding. 10 heavens of the Emperor realm. The clan masters of the five great clans glanced at each other, but they rarely saw any color of intent, as if they were not interested in this battle. Clan Lord, shall we strike? Still, a family elder asked in a low voice. Take a shot? With what? Take a headshot? It's all a battle between purple mansions. We're not but Wheeling Seas still striking out. Think we're dying slowly? The clan master of the first clan glanced at the elder who had just opened his mouth, and his face seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" The opening elder smiled resentfully and then said no more. The heads of the five clans are all old and sophisticated characters, and none of them have any intention of making a move. Today, the gods are fighting, and mortals are suffering. Besides, where's the good in standing in line? From today's situation, it seems that the Heavenly Vault Holy Land and the Divine Heavenly Temple side is definitely an alliance, with Xiao Jinyu fueling it, and he is also the Taoist spouse of the Divine Heavenly Temple's Hall Master. Even if one were to take on the Xianxiao Divine Hall with the other two Holy Lands and the four Heavenly Palaces, this number of victories and defeats would only be in the range of 30 to 70, not to the point where the other party would be completely wiped out. To take it a step further, today, if they stood in a bad position, those big forces like the Holy Land would suffer a blow, but the underlying strength was still there, and they would still be able to withstand it. It was different for their five great clans. They couldn't compare to the Heavenly Palace. They couldn't compare to the Holy Land. And the one who would exterminate their clan would definitely be themselves. How many people within the family? The family and this cultivation forces are not the same. A countless veins of the same source. As long as they didn't take sides, even if they were finally chastised, they would only be suppressed a bit, a result they could still bear. The other three sides of the continent watched with even less intention to make a move. Their strongest realm was just the Sea of Wheel, and the saints were all pitifully few. To make a move, wouldn't that be crushed to death by the aura Xiao Jinyu exuded? Just be honest and watch from a distance. A terrifying aura was once again catalyzed on the 7 Emperor realm powerhouses of the Xianxiao Divine Hall, as if they were continents sinking thick as they killed Xiao Jinyu. Everyone has a different weapon in their hands. Swords, guns, swords and halberds. All kinds of weapons killed one by one. All sorts of killing moves appeared horizontally in the sky, and all sorts of techniques roamed recklessly in the sky, all of which were blasted out by Emperor realm powerhouses. Space shattered as Xiao Jinyu dodged around above the celestial dome, riding the Qilin, passing through the clumps of 10,000 moves without a single spot touching his body. Not doing it yet? Xiao Jinyu intentionally left a huge hole in his back and handed it over to the people of the 2 great sacred lands and the 4 great heavenly palaces, just waiting for them to make a move. Let's see who has moved against them, so that they can slaughter all of them. In the distance, Huangfu Nianzi and Qi Yuanxiu had already faced each other. Both of them were at the Purple House realm. Different killing moves were frequently made, endless techniques, and heaven and earth visions were exchanged, because he was being held by Huangfu Nianzi. On the other side, the 3 divine sons were already being pounded on the ground by Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian, and Xiao Ruoxue. His body was chattering blood, his breath was weak, and he saw that he was about to be killed by the 3 of them. These 3 people fight is not at all merciful. Xiao Pingyi a white hair, as if that corpse mountain and sea of blood out of the killing god. All kinds of killing moves, ruthless, tricky angle, none of them is not the abolition of the move is to kill the move. Finally, a hand blade chopped down, hardening the head of one of the divine sons. With his terrifying 9-transformation battle body, Xiao Tianmeng became more and more ferocious the more he fought, pressing one of the divine sons to fight. Boom! Soon, a direct punch blasted his flesh. With her crushing aura, Xiao Ruoxue was the fastest of the three to resolve the battle, directly crushing a divine son to death. Qi Yuanhe's face grew more and more ugly when he saw the scene in the distance. When he saw the three divine sons dead and dying, the aura on his body was close to fury, his eyes scarlet red as he stared at Huangfu Nianzi dead in the face. Opening his mouth, he said, "Do you really want to go to war with my Xian Shao Divine Hall today? Do you really want to go through thick and thin with my Xian Shao Divine Hall?" Huangfu Nianzi glanced indifferently at Qi Yuanxiu, not answering him and directly ignoring him. She looked toward Xiao Jinyu in the distance and secretly crushed the formation card, awakening as many of the Emperor Realm's underlying existences within the Divine Heavenly Hall, allowing them to come and clean up the scene. Xiao Jinyu absolutely cannot die today. He is Xiao Ruoxue's father, such as if Xiao Jinyu died, Xiao Ruoxue will definitely be sad. This was her reason for wanting to help Xiao Jinyu, and as for how much she believed in herself, that was definitely something only she knew. Yes, good enough. Qi Yuanxiu saw Huangfu Nianzi in this state, still focusing on Xiao Jinyu. His lungs were almost exploding with anger, and he didn't say anything else. Since he couldn't get the person he couldn't get, then everyone couldn't get it. Only kill. Boy, what a break! Just as Xiao Jinyu surfaced in a corner of the heaven and earth, the holy lords of the two holy lands and a group of deputy holy lord elders moved. The 4 palace masters of the heavenly palace and a group of high-ranking officials all pushed up their auras, preparing to give Xiao Jinyu a backstabbing strike in pursuit of a one-strike kill and beheading Xiao Jinyu. Finally, I knew these people were thieves. I didn't realize that all of them were on it. Xiao Jinyu's afterglow glanced at these people around him, the holy lords of the southern underworld Holy Land and the Green Dragon Holy Land, a group of senior officials who had come today, but all of them had moved to kill. The same is true for the 4 heavenly palaces. It's a bit of a shame that the 5 great clans and the other 3 parties are watching from afar and don't have the intention to make a move. Counting the time, it's almost time. Today this farce then ends thus. Xiao Jinyu murmured, like the judgment of death. In the surroundings, the killing moves of the higher-ups of the 2 great holy lands and the 4 great heavenly palaces were already in front of them, and the 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses had already killed in front of them. The Emperor Realm aura on Xiao Jinyu's body was no longer concealed. Emperor Realm 10 Heavens, Emperor Realm Extreme Realm. Boom, boom. The terrifying Emperor Realm aura clashed heavily with the pressure of the 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses as the 7 united against Xiao Jinyu alone. Before they could even get close to Xiao Jinyu's side, they were lifted out by this terrifying pressure. 10 heavens of pressure, crushing down. Around the attack Xiao Jinyu's people highest but also Zifu. Pressure, heavy bombardment and kill. Wow sound. Zifu Realm all seriously injured, spitting blood. Just by withstanding the Imperial Realm's pressure, they were already seriously injured and spitting out blood as they flew backwards, like kites with broken strings. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were shattered. His chi and blood surged, and his face was pale. As for the Wheel and Sea Realm, there was even less to say about the Dao Palace Realm, which was directly crushed into a bloody mist. There were dozens more demonic blood flowers in the air. Boo, boo, boo. A loud explosion rang out and a blood flower appeared, demonic and beautiful. The people of the 4 heavenly palaces died out in a single breath. The people of the 2 great holy lands, excluding the 2 holy lords and 3 deputy holy lords, were all dead. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. And even when the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land had just wanted to make a move, the battle had already almost come to a close. The side of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land were all confused, staring wide-eyed and full of confusion, and before they knew what had happened, the battle seemed to have ended. Chapter 100, I am the peak of the continent. Once I see Jinyu's life becomes empty, die as much as you can. The terrifying Emperor Realm aura covered the entire dome of the sky, covered the entire field of heaven and earth, and covered the entire world. That was the Emperor Realm Extreme Realm. That was the limit of this continent, the power to dominate everything and everyone. The faces of the 7 black-robed Emperor Realm powerhouses suddenly turned ugly, their faces in shock. What's going on? Why is the information of the Emperor Realm on his body even more powerful than ours? We've already reached the small completion of the Emperor Realm. Could he be the complete completion? I don't know. This son has an oddity in him. A single wisp of pressure can directly blow us away, which means that his strength is definitely above ours. Today, a certain death. Quickly, wake up the old ancestor again, or else you really won't be able to take this thief in front of you. The 7 were scornful in their eyes, knowing that they would not be able to defeat them. They did not strike first, but watched from afar. It was not easy for the Emperor Realm to kill the Emperor Realm. Even if Xiao Jinyu had the battle power to crush them right now, it was impossible to crush the same realm with might, such as to kill on the same realm of a few people, not the 7 of them blow, at least need to spend some effort, nearly half a minute time. Manual comical. Therefore, the 7 did not speak or provoke Xiao Jinyu anymore, but waited for a group of ancestors from the Xian Xiao Divine Hall to arrive and sanction Xiao Jinyu. To provoke now is to rush to your death. The moment Xiao Jinyu's Emperor Realm aura came out, all the battles on the field briefly came to a halt. There was celebration in the eyes of the 5 family heads. They knew that Xiao Jinyu's strength was definitely not as weak as it appeared on the surface. If he only had such weak strength and still dared to head iron to dislike the Hall Master of the Xian Xiao Divine Hall, he was either a brain bubble or a fool. But for this silly chant to be able to become a Taoist couple with the Hall Master of the Divine Heavenly Hall of Gods didn't look like the former in any way, so they decided to take a gamble and stay out of it. Now they gambled right. In the distance, all the onlookers of the cultivators feel the breath. There is no resistance at all. Bang, 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 a full all kneel down, kneeling as a row, incomparably neat. This was still the result of the mighty pressure not targeting them and Xiao Jinyu restraining himself a bit. If they were targeted, I'm afraid that they would be like those in the Wheeling Sea realm, and would be directly crushed into a bloody mist, with their souls not surviving. In the distance, the faces of Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue, who had already finished their battle, were stagnant, not expecting their father to be so strong. Although Xiao Jinyu had previously played a wave of invisible pushes and told them how strong he was, the duo only had some notion of it and had never thought that Xiao Jinyu had already stood at the top of this continent. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan were Xiao Jinyu's most loyal supporters and those who believed in his invincibility, especially Xiao Tianming. The main thing is that Xiao Jinyu's previous lull is really lulled too deep, directly bringing the child to the ditch. They have a matter-of-fact look on their faces, their heads held high, a look that seems to say, how about surprise? Actually, we already knew that. See, still don't believe us? The battle between Qi Yuanhu and Huang Funianzi was affected by this terrifying pressure, and the two of them stopped briefly. The face he looked at Xiao Jinyu had disbelief, and at this moment, his heart completely sank to the bottom. Xiao Jinyu is in the Emperor Realm. How could he be in the Emperor Realm? Why can he be in the Emperor Realm? On what grounds? Today I have calculated everything. Why does the situation today not go the way I want it to go? Why? How unjust God is. Qi Yuanhu's heart grew more and more resentful. For no reason at all, a sense of awe arose, the first time in all his years of monasticism that he had any, and from his own love rival. The shock in Huang Funianzi's heart wasn't much lower than Qi Yuanhu's. Before, Xiao Jinyu was only at the Purple Mansion realm, right? He definitely hadn't searched wrongly, and had used a power higher than that of this side of heaven and earth to do so. But now he even climbed directly to the Emperor Realm 9 heavens, and look at this breath on his body seems to have to come even more horrible. How did he do it? So much improvement in just 3 months? This man in front of her she was more and more unable to see through. Huang Funianzi Ice Complex. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 2 sacred landlords who were already seriously injured, as well as a few deputy sacred lords. The more indifferent his face became, he didn't bring any pity. Those eyes looked at a few people as if they were looking at dead things. No, 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 leave us alone. We were wrong. We shouldn't have struck out at you. Please, my lord, let us off the hook. Leave us alone. Yes, yes, yes. In the future, our holy land will definitely look up to you, my lord, and we only beg you, my lord, to let us live. The crowd panicked, never imagining that Xiao Jinyu had such a powerful strength, completely different from the face that had just struck. A few people's guts and livers cracked, terrified to the extreme, their bodies trembling continuously. Who can remain calm in the face of true life and death? Xiao Jinyu didn't talk nonsense with them and directly stretched out his large palm, fiercely covering the pressure from above heaven and earth. The power of the entire continent seemed to appear as much as it could under this great palm of heaven and earth. Boom! The palm falls, the blood mist rises. Boom! Boo! Boo! The void sank, endless space shattered, and the space dipper erupted from within the shattered spatial cracks with wave after wave of terrifying devouring force. The 2 holy lords of the Holy Land, dead. Now that you know you're scared, what were you doing? Xiao Jinyu's voice was clear and cold. It all happened in just a breath. After doing all this, Xiao Jinyu rode the Qilin step after step towards the front. With every step taken, the hearts of the crowd seemed to beat along with them. Today they were witnessing the lord of the continent ascend to the peak throne. Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, and Xiao Tianmian were not doing anything, and raised their heads to look at Xiao Jinyu's one-track back, looking at Xiao Jinyu's incomparable poise with little stars in their eyes. Minds have exclaimed, "This is the father! This is the father they are proud of!" Qi Yuanhu stared at Xiao Jinyu with a deadly stare, itching to eat his flesh, bite his blood, thwart his bones, and raise his ashes. Never have I hated a person to the extent that I do today. spoiling his big things, spoiling everything. Xiao Jinyu looked at Qi Yuanxiu and spoke faintly. Are there any other last words? Qi Yuanxiu opened his mouth and just wanted to say something threatening to make Xiao Jinyu let him off the hook or something like that. But the next moment, Xiao Jinyu directly exhaled a big mouth out in front of him. The palm of heaven and earth was precisely controlled, the strength controlled, and directly blasted his head into residue, with nothing left, leaving only a headless corpse in its place. Forget it, I don't want to hear it. Saying too much is just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Jinyu spoke faintly, his words playful, killing intent together, until death do us part. The power of Xiao Jinyu's Emperor Realm Extreme Realm emanated, and Qi Yuanxiu's divine soul, which had not yet fled, was directly crushed into pieces. Even the headless body was eroded as much as it could be, and there was no more Qi Yuanxiu as a character under the sky. Lord of Xianxiao died today. The 7 Emperor realms watched from afar, daring to speak out in anger. The crowd below raised their heads and looked at the golden-robed man riding the divine light Qilin above the dome of the sky with disorientation on his face. Such a man, one word in action, all show domineering and wild. The top of the continent, he is the peak. Chapter 101, 4 Ancestors of the Xianxiao. Scarlet Heavenly Sword beheading the Emperor Realm. Daughter-in-law, thank you for your outburst just now. When the time comes, if there's anything straight, I'll do it for you. Xiao Jinyu still didn't forget to raise an eyebrow at Huang Funianzi after killing Qi Yuanxiu, grinning without a proper form. Huang Funianzi looked at Xiao Jinyu in this rare appearance and did not choke him some more words. Her beautiful eyes were colorful and murmured, "Cynical you, domineering like a demon. Which one is your true self?" Xiao Jinyu smiled without answering when he heard what Huang Funianzi said and turned around to target the 7 black-robed powerhouses. Just now, the reason why the 7 were not wiped out in the first place was to give them time to call out. The Xianxiao Divine Hall will definitely be destroyed today, and only one of the 3 holy places will exist, and that is the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. The 4 heavenly palaces, likewise, must be destroyed. Today, you killed my Xianxiao Divine Hall's Hallmaster and 3 of my Xianxiao Divine Hall's Divine Sons. Don't you think it's too much? The 7 black-robed men's faces did not look good. Their old ancestor still needed a dozen or so breaths of time to rush over, so they did not utter a threat. Instead, they stalled for time. For a few people, the death of the Xianxiao Divine Hall's Hall Master was just that. The death of the Divine Son was just that, and they were only indifferent to it. If the Hall Master was gone, he could support another one, and if the Divine Son was gone, he could just cultivate him again at that time. The lives of a bunch of their Emperor Realm powerhouses were the most valuable. What's more important than your own life? Xiao Jinyu saw through the little plans in their hearts with a glance and smiled. Everything is going well. Killing is up to me. 8 short words, showing the majesty of the Lord of a dynasty. The implication is that I am in control of the situation today, and I have absolute power. So how can you fight with me? Whether you live or die is just a matter of my words and thoughts. The 7 people didn't say anything else when they heard what Xiao Jinyu said. The cold sweat on their foreheads continued to pour down, and in their hearts, they prayed for the Divine Hall powerhouses to hurry up and arrive. Any slower, and their little lives would be at stake. It was definitely not difficult for Xiao Jin to kill them, and they could feel that Xiao Jinyu's had the strength to crush them. Even the state of mind of an Emperor Realm powerhouse had slightly collapsed at this moment. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 7 of them in this abject state and didn't rush to strike, waiting for the old ancestor of the Xianxiao Divine Hall to come out. When the old ancestor of the Xianxiao Divine Hall came out, then let them add some fuel to the fire and see what kind of attitude the old ancestor of the Xianxiao Divine Hall had towards himself. Is it surrender or death? The Pantheon will be destroyed anyway. At that time, it would also be the time when the 7 of them would surely die. The 7 of them were naturally bound to die, and their utilization value had ended completely. Hey, now tell the group of elders within the Holy Land, as well as all 8 of your vain masters, to go to the 4 heavenly palaces and retrieve all resources. Order them to dismiss all the disciples and elders of the heavenly palace with immediate effect. Negative resistance. Kill, disobey an order and die. If the opposite side wants to kill you guys just run, and then I'll personally go and exterminate all of them, and exterminate all of his immortal palace. Just as the several people from the Heavenly Vault Holy Land were still in a daze, they were directly shouted awake by Xiao Jinyu's words. The crowd came back to their senses and nodded in a hurry. The 8 vain masters, and the crowd of elders who dared to look dissatisfied, now being called upon by Xiao Jinyu, had turned into an honor. He's in the Emperor Realm. Among the 3 great Holy Lands, each Holy Land had at most one Emperor Realm existence, or an underlying ancestor. Well, Well, we will comply with the decree and will certainly live up to the Holy Lord's high expectations. A few elders directly left the field on Xiao Jinyu's orders and flew towards the direction of the 4 great heavenly palaces to extirpate all the resources. With 8 vain masters and elders at the Dao Palace realm, it was definitely not a problem to deal with some of the elders of the 4 immortal palaces, nor was it a problem to try and collect their underpinnings. Xiao Jinyu looked at the Holy Lord and the 3 deputy Holy Lords of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land and directly made a call. Sacred Lord, Deputy Sacred Lord, you will then go to the 2 great Holy Lands to seize all of their resource treasures. Have them dismiss all unrelated disciples and elders within the fastest time possible, and the 2 Holy Lands will cease to exist from then on. Of course, if they're going to be immortal, wait for me to go over and destroy them. Xiao Jinyu's face had an inexhaustible coldness, revealing a bloody atmosphere in every word. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land and the 3 deputy Holy Lords nodded, and when they heard the word Holy Lord as addressed by Xiao Jinyu, they were flattered, and they hurriedly accompanied them with smiles. Right now, they didn't dare to take pride in their status, and in the future, Xiao Jinyu would be the Holy Lord. A few people followed Xiao Jinyu's order to fly towards the 2 Holy Lands to give an ultimatum. He had already given the innocent a way out. They were in a different position and did not have any grudge against him, so they could be spared from death. It was a short time, enough for them to escape. Of course, if there were loyal people within the power who wanted to live and die with the power, Xiao Jinyu would also fulfill their wishes. It's not about grudges. It's not about right or wrong. It's just about position. There's no other extra reason. The faces of the people of the 3 parties and the crowd of the 5 great clans were filled with celebration as they listened to what Xiao Jinyu said. It was fortunate that they hadn't made an enemy of Xiao Jinyu and hadn't been in a hurry to take sides. Otherwise, they would definitely be the ones whose forces were destroyed today. Miao Yuandao looked at Xiao Jinyu's back from afar with a sigh on his face. A few months ago, a goodbye. At that time, Xiao Jinyu only exposed the strength of the Saint Realm to fight with himself. Now it seems that Xiao Jinyu at that time put the Xia, boom, above the dome of the sky. Several auras landed and appeared beside the 7 black-robed Emperor Realm powerhouses. 4 old men, with white hair, tall and short, fat and thin, each one of them. What's going on? Why are the soul tags of my Xianxiao Divine Hall's Hallmaster and 3 Divine Sons all shattered? The 4 old men's voices were hoarse and their faces were not angry. They looked to the 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses to inquire about this one thing. Next, the 7 men told the 4 men exactly what had happened today. Kid, quite the nerve to mess with my Xianxiao Divine Hall. Do you think that no one can do anything about you just because your realm has reached the limit of this continent? Do you think that the Emperor Realm is invincible in the continent? Killing intent rose in the eyes of the 4 as they looked at Xiao Jinyu. They didn't care about anything else. They only knew that Xiao Jinyu had killed their man, and that the realm was at the Emperor Realm and had not transcended the continent. Then they could kill. Their realms were at the Empyrean Realm perfection, and they didn't lose much to Xiao Jinyu in their opinion. Letting Xiao Jinyu go today? Impossible. Has killed to stop killing. The flames are even more arrogant. It seems you have made your choice. After this, the continent is only divine heaven. The indifference inside Xiao Jinyu's words, heaven and earth transformed into a knife in his hand. In an instant, the blade domain covered the area. An endless blade intent spread across heaven and earth. The heavenly sword covers the world and swallows the world like a tiger. The mountains and rivers, the continents and the world are all transformed into swords in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Xiao Jinyu was expressionless as he held the heavenly sword in his hand and slammed his right hand toward the front. The Emperor Realm Extreme Realm's aura scattered and burst out, killing everyone in the Xianxiao Divine Hall in front of him. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth briefly became clear, and a huge black blade abyss appeared in a straight line in the space in front of his eyes, stretching outward for 10 million miles and cutting across heaven and earth. The pupils of the 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses shrunk violently, and their gazes began to lax. The blade domain was enveloped, and although they had the intention to be able to break it, this blade was a heavenly blade. A blade that had been augmented with the power of the Emperor Realm Extreme Realm was so fast that it was already too late when they came back to their senses. They couldn't catch this blade. The power of this blade crushed everything. The 4 old men, tall, short, fat and thin, also did not expect Xiao Jinyu to dare to kill first, fiercely biting the tip of their tongues, fiercely spitting out a large mouthful of essence blood towards the front, and disappearing 10 million miles away into the distance. In front of the 4 of them, the power of the entire continent was added to their bodies, as if there was a mini-continent blocking in front of them, blocking Xiao Jinyu's knife to death. Unfortunately, they ignored the 7 black-robed powerhouses in front of them. Clang! The heavenly sword fell, and the blade chopped. Its power kills the sky. A blade chopped down, and in just a breath of time, 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses dribbled blood. Their bodies chopped in half as the endless blade Dao killing thoughts shattered the vitality within their bodies. God's soul is shattered. Emperor Realm Powerhouse, pawn. As soon as the blade fell, the setting sun happened to slowly fall towards the distance, forming a strong contrast with this scene between heaven and earth. 7 people were beheaded. Blood spilled on the spot. Corpses flew backwards and bled. Scarlet blood low to the land below. Dozens of corpses on the field. The blood is still hot. The air still remains, a lot of blood mist has not dissipated. The setting sun is eerie, and the blood scarlet stretches into clouds, forming a unique scene. Blood-burning clouds. Chapter 102. Fourth Ancestors Killing Move. Heavenly Thunder Road. Heavenly Thunder Mutiny. Floating blood sword. Kill. The knife was again a different kind of sharpness. A sword cut out. Blood light bloomed greatly. Endless killing, only killing intent. Nothing else. That's a handsome cut. Father. Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Tiannian and Xiao Pingji looked at the style of the blade with little stars twinkling in their eyes. The two of them, Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan, looked expressionless, as if they did not have much of a sense of anticipation for Xiao Jinyu to be able to cut out this blade. In their eyes, Xiao Jinyu would be damned if she couldn't do that. Huan Funianzi looked distantly at the blade abyss in front of him, and then looked at the back of the gold-robed man in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. Xiao Jinyu had chopped out a total of 3 slashes. The first knife, which is also the founding of this heavenly knife. A knife cuts out 30 years of floating life, is Xiao Jinyu's boldness of taking the green sky and bright moon and swallowing mountains and rivers. The second blade, which simply wanted to protect Xiao Ruoxue and cut back or even kill the 3 divine sons and Qi Yuanxiu who had come to invade, contained an additional guardian intent. And the third slash, even more exciting, for the absolute killing slash. There is only killing intent and nothing more. The refinement of blade after blade, the difference in intent of blade after blade, was highlighting the unique blade Dao comprehension of the man in front of him. Such a demon. Is he really from this continent? Huang Funianzi was lost in thought and muttered to himself. That slash just now was too terrifying. It was like a blood-colored world descending. I also have a feeling that if that blade had been directed at us, no, I should say that 1/10,000th of a ray of the blade had been pointed at us, we would have surely died as well. The crowd of cultivators below lost their minds in their eyes and stared blankly. The lords of the 5 great clans, as well as the alliance cultivators from the other 3 sides of the continent, looked at Xiao Jinyu's slash with horror in their eyes. Xiao Jinyu, he said that he alone represented the southern wasteland. When did the southern wasteland have such a strong person? How come they didn't know? After the blade fell, Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly, seeing that the 4 old men, tall, short, fat and thin, were not even dead. There was some doubt on their faces. This power is a completely crushing power, but whoever of them survived seems to have 2 hands. Somewhat. Xiao Jinyu's face was unchanged. Today they deserve to die or have to die. Put. The continental shadow in front of their eyes shattered, and the 4 of them suffered a strong backlash as the 4 old men spat out a large mouthful of blood in unison. This son is too bizarre. He's clearly also at the Emperor realm, yet he's so much stronger than us. Use the forbidden art directly. The 4 old men, tall, short, fat and thin, glanced at each other. One of them shouted, and the remaining 3 nodded their heads immediately after, grabbing a handful of blue talismans from their arms and raising them violently towards the sky above. Wow! Endless blue talismans slowly ascended into the sky, merging with this heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! Black clouds shrouded the heavens and earth, and one dull thunderclap after another rang out deafeningly amidst the dense thunderclouds. In front of these 4 people should be the continent's shadow, and they were able to survive apparently by using the most common means of the Emperor realm, using the continent as a cover, which is why they barely managed to withstand this slash of mine. Now it seems to be invoking heavenly tribulation against me. Xiao Jin could see the undercurrents that the 4 old men were able to follow, and as he looked at the dark clouds that filled the sky above the dome of the heavens, his face suddenly became odd. He has a 10,000 jack god body. The most unafraid of is the thunderbolt. The god body's small success. Control of the thunderbolt. Kid, today you killed so many of my Xian Xiao Divine Hall's powerhouses. Today you must die. The 4 of us will use your soul to light the heavenly lanterns, and we will dissect your corpse into minced meat and throw it to the wet mountains and deserted hills to feed it to the wild dogs. Don't think that just because you have the cultivation of the Emperor realm that you can do whatever you want on top of this continent. What you don't know is that there are even more powerful forces above the Emperor realm, coming from a higher heaven and earth. This convenience is the great Tao, the heavenly thunder Tao. The 4 of them grimly shouted, and the lightning tribulation above the sky dome became more and more violent. Boom! Boom! In the distance, a bucket thick out of pure blue thunderbolt struck down, exploding in the void and erupting with endless thunderbolts. 4 people body crackling ringing blue thunder arc, body more a heavenly thunder avenue breath, seems to resonate with the sky above the dome of the sky thunderbolt. Thunder rolls in the sky. The scorn in the eyes of the crowd below deepened, and there was clearly awe on their faces. Xiao Pingji and the others were indifferent, firmly looking at the golden robe in the sky. In their eyes, only that golden robe remained dazzling, even though the thunderbolt had spread into a sea. It's actually not that hard to kill you guys. The Emperor Realm is nothing but the power of the entire continent that it utilizes. If I chopped the entire continent into pieces, what if I destroyed this continent with a single slash? As long as the power is raised to its limit, the continent can be destroyed, and even I can cut the path of ascension with a single slash. Xiao Jinyu's face was relaxed, and he had immense confidence in his own strength. The Jinpu blood on his body boiled endlessly, and the muscular strength of the heavenly sword held in his right arm rippled like a gnarled dragon. The spine metaphysical heaven and earth, and the sword's breath has rushed to the sky. The aura on the four of them also climbed at the limit, and after reaching a certain point, they violently opened their eyes. A tired point flashed in their eyes, and they shouted in unison, "The momentum of the continent is mine to control. With our true chi, combining the creation of heaven and earth, heavenly thunder, help me." Boom! Above the dome of the sky, an endless sea of thunder spread, and a dozen thunder transformed into beasts, roaring their bodies to kill Xiao Jinyu straight away. The heavenly thunder road carried by both sides already had a hint of the majesty of the heavenly Tao, carrying the power to suppress an entire continent, carrying the power of the great Tao of a higher heaven and earth. Under this party's power, the laws were extinguished, and the power of the purple mansion false immortal was useless. Even those who possessed continental power and wanted to use it as a defense would be crushed by the higher level power of this side. And heavenly thunder helps you. Do you think you're Zhang Jiao? Xiao Jinyu with the corners of his mouth disdainful. The long sword held in his right hand slashed violently towards the sky above. I want to turn my blood into a sharp edge, if I can make it with the sky. Chop! A bloody light cut out, and the world briefly turned red. A remnant moonblade light was 10,000 feet long, and it matched up with the roaring down thunder beast. Phew! After a slash, the thunder beast was turned into two halves, and the thunderons scattered in all directions. The power of the blood-colored blade awnings did not diminish, and the light of the blade emerged as a blood-colored hell world, carrying the power of Xiao Jinyu's small completion of the prison suppressor heavenly body. That unparalleled force of suppression, that unparalleled force of dominance, was even more vast than this heavenly might, and even more terrifying than this higher level of heavenly thunder. The scarlet heaven and earth evolved, wanting to subdue the four. When the four old men saw this scene, their faces still changed, and they violently spat out a mouthful of essence blood, their breath weakening by 1 point, and once again shouted, "Make the thunder of heaven, and walk in the way of heaven. Heavenly thunder, help me again. Thunder dragon, thunder sea, thunder beast, heavenly thunder." The four people's gazes condensed as they drank loudly towards the bottom, and the roiling thunderbolt once again evolved into a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, millions of miles of thunder sea, roaring thunder beasts, pure black exterminating heavenly thunder. The thunder dragon's eyes flashed with a hideous killing intent. The thunder sea spread to cover the horror of extermination, and the thunder beasts roared up to the sky as ferociously as the poor. The world-destroying black thunder even carried a palpitating, forbidden power. Boom! Boom! The thunder in the heavens and earth became more and more violent. The four different killing moves faced Xiao Jinyu's blood-colored hellish blade light and were about to kill down. Xiao Jinyu's eyes flashed with a different kind of light. The aura of the 10,000 tribulation god body was emanating at this moment. His face was majestic, as if he was the god of thunder in the sky. "Don't you guys like to play with thunder? It's a shame I'm the monarch of thunder." His voice was ghostly and resounded through the heavens. Xiao Jinyu himself didn't even realize that at this moment, the 10,000 Thunder's divine physique had quietly taken another step further, moving a little bit towards its grand completion. A shallow vertical eye appeared in the center of his brow, a glance like the heavenly Tao. Ghostly, Xiao Jinyu also somehow blurted out this sentence, "How dare you go against my will?" A pale sound resounded through the continent, seemingly emanating from this very heaven and earth. For kinds of visionary killing moves in the sky above the dome of the sky briefly stalled, and did not fall, humanized with hesitation. How is that possible? Why are our heavenly thunders under his control? The four old men, tall, short, fat, and thin, were horrified, realizing that they had lost contact with the heavenly thunder road at this very moment. A few people's breath burned in their bodies, trying to retake control, but it was already too late. Xiao Jinyu spoke out again. "On my orders, kill." The four thunder and lightning visions reversed to kill the four. The light of the floating blade was already in front of their eyes, and the deed was locked in a deadlock. A certain death, success or failure was at this instant. The battle situation was also being reversed at this moment, or rather the victory had always been at Xiao Jinyu's. It had never changed. His strength was too insurmountable, whether it's the physique or the realm. Most importantly, he's a hung. The pupils of the four men gradually laxed before they died, and the gates of hell had opened, sucking and releasing the remnants of their souls. "No, I don't want to die yet." "Why yes, same Emperor Realm. He's even stronger than us. Why is that? It was only in the last moments before the four died that they had their last words, full of disbelief and resignation. You've lived for so many years, and now you're just going to die? They are the towering Emperor realm, the masters of the continent, the masters of the temple. The blood-colored world is approaching. No matter how unwilling it is, it should always die. Endless evil spirits tore at their bodies, and countless hellish jailers suppressed their souls and sent them to hell to die by torture. Before the physical body dies, the divine soul dies first. It is also more special. In the next moment, the divine soul had just died, and those four lightning killing moves killed. Boom! The sea of thunder extinguished the world. The dome of the sky transformed into an infinite dark void. The sky and the earth were devoid of light, and the flesh was shattered to nothing. The blood-colored blade light completely fell, and as far as the eyes in front of them could see, there was an endless dark scene. No light, no law, no way, no life. There was endless dimness beneath heaven and earth, and the only assault of golden robes above heaven and earth dazzled. When the floating sword falls, a life lived in vain. The sword will kill. Chapter 103, the enemy dies, the momentum is set, and departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 quest points, a physique minor achievement card, a divine beast 10,000 years growth card, and a random supreme physique. The system's voice rang out. Xiao Jin, you didn't go to check it out at first, and said it when the time came. All the dust settled, and all the people in the temple were reduced to flying ash. Regardless of whether it was the Divine Hall's Hall Master or Divine Son, the Divine Hall's old ancestors, all of them died out, and the underlying Emperor Realm existences were extinguished as much as they could be. A Divine Hall with a dozen or so Emperor Realms isn't bad. Xiao Jin, you spoke softly, the long golden blade held above his right hand slowly disappearing, turning around and looking down on all the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth, taking in the expressions of the people below. Huangfu Nianzi was filled with shock, not expecting him to be so powerful, and at Huangfu Nianzi's side, there were likewise nearly 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses, who had just rushed to try to help themselves, but were stopped by their own voice transmissions. 5 kids need no introduction, full of little stars. The void behind Xiao Jinyu was still dim, and at this moment, the sun was just setting completely. The sky and the earth were dark, and the stars were shining brightly, and the starlight shone beside him. Xiao Jinyu secretly transmitted his voice to Huangfu Nianzi. In the future, the entire continent will come under the rule of my imperial dynasty. The resources owned by your divine temple will remain unchanged, and the resources of the Xian Shao divine temple will also belong to you, but the entire Middle-earth divine prefecture will have to fall under my name. At this point, do you think it's feasible? Huangfu Nianzi froze, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to ask about this matter, and that he was so ambitious that he wanted to take the entire continent for himself. Soon, after thinking about it, the resources of one's own divine temple were sufficient. Even if the entire continent was attributed to Xiao Jinyu, there was nothing wrong with it. Who called people with great strength? Besides, today this thing is also all his effort, and has nothing to do with himself, and how to refuse. Shook his head, did not say something. Xiao Jinyu smiled at Huangfu Nianzi's appearance, which was undoubtedly excellent, because just now, Huangfu Nianzi had made the first move and blocked this favor for Xiao Tianmeng and the others from Qi Yuanqiu. He still owed it. Now that the two are allied, greet your allies so that they don't get cold feet. With the allies taken care of, the entire continent is next. Xiao Jinyu swept a glance at the crowd and spoke faintly. From now on, there will only be the divine heavenly temple in the Middle Kingdom. The Xianshao Divine Hall will never exist again. And as for the Holy Land, naturally, there is only the Heavenly Vault. With a single word, Xiao Jinyu decided the general situation of the entire Middle Kingdom. The faces of the 5 great clans' clan heads couldn't help but panic when they heard that Xiao Jinyu hadn't even mentioned them. Could it be that Xiao Jinyu had wiped them all out? When he thought of this, his heart was infinitely nervous, his forehead was constantly sweating, and his back was drenched in sweat. Xiao Jinyu's strength could be said to have been invincible in the entire continent, and wanting to exterminate their 5 great clans was merely a matter of a word and a thought in a sentence. It wasn't even necessary for him to make a move. It was expected that the Holy Land and the Divine Hall would make a move. Xiao Jinyu said this at a lull, seemed to be able to see the concerns of the 5 great clans a smile. The 5 great clans with the original unchanged, still maintain the previous situation. As for the other 3 sides of the continent, I won't interfere too much, but from today onwards, the entire continent is taken over by my southern wasteland everlasting emperor dynasty. Nominally, my eternal life imperial dynasty is the sole ruler of this continent. Xiao Jinyu looked at everyone on the field and smiled, not meaning to discuss with the crowd. His voice was long and spread throughout the entire continent. All the cultivators were able to hear his voice no matter where they were. Eternal life imperial dynasty. What kind of power is this? I don't know, but seeing as its appearance was able to spread throughout the entire continent, I guess it's a new force. What about the shrines in the Middle Kingdom? Don't a bunch of them care? I'm not sure. This event in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture is over, so it's good to ask the higher-ups at that time. Throughout the continent, no matter where they were, some unintelligible cultivators were curiously discussing, waiting for this event to end and a group of senior officials to return to the original place so that they could understand about this matter. Huangfu Nianzi did not take this seriously. The continent was unified. Anyway, they do not have any impact on their temple. The group of Emperor Realm Elders from the Divine Xiao Divine Hall did not say anything as they watched the distribution made by Xiao Jinyu. They had seen Xiao Jin use battle power just now. Even the old ancestor of the Xin Xiao Divine Hall had been beheaded. Even if they wanted to stop the continent from being unified, it would be difficult for them to do so. Just now Xiao Jinyu could have said that he would not interfere too much with other places, and had made a guarantee that there would only be one major divine hall in the entire Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. Then the resources under the control of their divine hall were even more enormous, and they could race to annex the remaining resources of the Xian Xiao Divine Hall, including the land they held. Nan soon, Heaven's Destiny. The three of you go to where the 4 heavenly palaces are and see if there are any resisting. Directly shock and kill them, and collect all the resource treasures. Then, destroy the original address of the 4 heavenly palaces. Xiao Jinyu looked at the two of them and made a deployment. The two nodded. I will not let father down. I will not let master down. After saying that, the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He had watched all of the battle between the several people just now. Xiao Tianming's 9 revolution sacred body combined with the technique that could increase his battle power by 3 times. Leveling the Dao Palace realm was definitely not a problem, and that kind of battle power would be enough to deal with the heavenly palace. Pingji, Ruoxue, you guys go and walk up to the 2 holy places. If there is any problem, remember to crush the teleportation array plate. My father will immediately come. Xiao Jinyu looked at the two of them and explained another matter, mainly because he was still uneasy about the few people from the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. The two nodded and hurried to the other side. All the situation of the whole continent has been completely stabilized up to this point. Xiao Jinyu's potential reaches the peak, and today one person has ascended to the position of the continent's lord. After all this was done, the entire Middle-earth Divine Realm's grand event came to an end. Everyone goes to their own homes and their own mothers. Xiao Jinyu rode on the back of the Divine Light Qilin and walked towards Huangfu Nianzi, extending his right hand, reaching over and smiling. Daughter-in-law, get on the horse. Let's live in red dust and live in style. Huangfu Nianzi's eyes had a brief moment of stagnation, and under the ghost, she really did stretch out her hand, palm to palm. With a gentle tug, Xiao Jinyu pulled Huangfu Nianzi onto the Qilin's back. After today's incident and the previous events, without realizing it, the feelings between the two had really warmed up a bit. Xiao Jinyu rode the Divine Light Qilin with Huangfu Nianzi and gradually disappeared into the distant darkness in an unknown direction. All the remaining cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and after first falling silent for a moment, they briefly erupted into an endless fervor. No one expected such a thing to happen at today's event in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. No one expected that all of the senior members of the Xinxiao Divine Hall would die, that the 2 holy lands would not live up to their names, and that the 4 heavenly palaces would soon be exterminated. Today, the pattern of the Middle-earth Divine Realm was directly altered, and the legend about Xiao Jinyu spread above the entire continent. The golden light divine robe holding the heavenly sword, as if an immortal stepping on the Xianxiao. The divine light of the unicorn shines brightly, smiling and holding the waist with the beauty. Chapter 104, Beauty does not speak, Gentleman does not ask. At this time, the southern wasteland. Hearing what Xiao Jinyu had just said, the crowd in the southern wasteland grand hall was confused, because Xiao Jinyu's departure of the southern wasteland has been silent for a long time. Just a few months very calm, and there is no ministers to split the situation, and honest and incomparable. After all, this was the world of cultivators, not secular, and strength was everything. When he heard the voice coming from above the sky dome, he was stunned. The southern wasteland everlasting imperial dynasty had turned into the everlasting imperial dynasty, and had begun to dominate the entire continent? How do they not know? Your own line of work laying down another win? Only a few short months had passed, and their imperial lord's pace was already so fast that he was directly conquering the entire continent, taking the entire continent under the name of the Xiao family now. This is too terrifying. There was only a brief moment of disorientation, followed by a sea of people going wild. I didn't realize that they were once again laying claim to another win, and that the southern wasteland went to the entire continent. In the future, the martial arts in the southern wasteland will also get better and better, and the resources in the southern wasteland will also get more and more, and everything will be better. Now all that was left was for Xiao Jinyu to return to the southern wasteland and arrange all these things. What? The southern wasteland imperial lord Xiao Jinyu was an emperor realm consummate, and one person decimated a bunch of high-level ancestors from the Xianxiao Divine Hall. What? The entire continent is under the rule of the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty. The continent's tripartite martial arts lagged behind the Middle Kingdom too much. I wonder if this unification is a good thing or a bad thing. If we can promote exchanges between the four sides of the continent and the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, and a more reasonable distribution of resources, it would not be a bad thing. But the whole continent has been loose for so many years, suddenly being given a unified jurisdiction, such as if someone revolts against the bloody storm, it is expected to be less. With mixed feelings, countless cultivators began to worry about the future of the continent, speculating on what Xiao Jinyu would do, whether to unify Tong with martial arts or unify with peace. This news spread throughout the continent like an earthquake. The group of cultivators discussed it for a long time, but no matter what they said, they couldn't change the fact that unification was imminent, and even if they wanted to stop anything, they were powerless to do so. People were at the Emperor realm, and with a single attack of Emperor might looming over them, they might be able to slaughter one side of the continent. At this time, the protagonist of the story was riding the Divine Light Qilin, taking Huangfu Nianzi and the two of them on a tour of the small half of the Middle Kingdom. In front of the flowers and the moon, the divine unicorn is glittering with golden light. The beauty and the beast, ah shucks, the beauty and the gentleman. It's a good time. Since taking over this divine heavenly hall, I have never come to a new stop to cultivate, and now that I am looking at this heaven and earth with Xiao Jinyu, it is considered one of life's great elegance, incredibly quiet and escaping from it all. Huangfu Nianzi thought so, but this elegant thing for Xiao Jinyu to be much worse. Before he did, the four elegant things can be more than enjoy the flowers and the moon to come to the wonderful extreme. Dog's head protects body. Are you from this continent, or is it from the upper world? Xiao Jinyu twisted her head and spoke softly. Huangfu Nianzi didn't expect Xiao Jinyu to ask this, curiosity in her eyes. How do you know I'm not from this continent? It's just a hunch. You have the wound of the great Tao on your body, and the realm fluctuations within your body go far beyond the Violet Mansion. That is to say that your original realm was at least at or above the Emperor realm, and now it is just that your roots were injured by the fluctuation of your realm that you fell down. Xiao Jinyu voiced his speculation, his gaze leveled at the bright moon in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. Feelings for Huangfu Nianzi, now that the two have a deep love? How can that be? They've only known each other long enough to talk about love. Do you like it? There was good sense naturally, love of beauty, and he was no exception. Men are greedy. Love begins at face value, and only when you like it will you be interested in it and get to know it. Secondly, trapped and talented, loyal and human, obsessed and carnal, drunk and deeply in love. In the end, the relationship will work as long as it doesn't fold with materialism and lose with reality. And that's the naked truth. Universal everywhere. Besides, this is a metaphysical world. 3 wives and 4 concubines, male master. 3 kings and 4 favorites, female master. Very reasonable. Here, male love is more direct. Like it, don't like it, everyone is a monk. Rarely you leave me can't live such infatuation species. As for the future matters in the future, although he likes to take advantage, but does not like to force her people do not want. Huangfu Nianzi was silent for a while, slightly turning her head, looking at Xiao Jinyu's knife-like side face. Looking at his calm-like face, her heart inexplicably settled down at this moment. Speaking softly, the upper realm is naturally also known to you as the immortal realm. The world there is more expansive and naturally more brutal. Human life is like grass, the weak have no power. Life and death are not their own, and I am the one who came down from the top, tired of the life of the ergodox except for cultivation. But I didn't expect that after coming to the lower continent, I was accidentally injured, and by chance I became the head of this divine hall, and I wanted to escape, but I had to continue to worry about the recovery of my realm and the matter of power. Huangfu Nianzi smiled bitterly. No matter where you go, regardless of the level of the world is high or low, as long as this side of the world is still there, then everything is easy to cultivate. The 4 words of resources cannot be separated. Do you want to go back, or to remain in the middle of this continent? Xiao Jinyu turned his head and looked at Huangfu Nianzi, their gazes meeting at this moment, the moonlight illuminating half of their mutual faces. Half as bright as the full moon, half as dark as the waning moon, half in the light, half in the dark. Huangfu Nianzi gazed at Xiao Jinyu's pair of pupils that were as deep as the abyss. For some reason, her heart trembled slightly at this moment, pursed her lips and did not answer. Not answering not because she doesn't want to, but she doesn't know how to. She wants to stay here but can't do it. Xiao Jinyu had an answer in his heart when he saw Huangfu Nianzi react like this. Avoidance is the most positive answer. She doesn't want to go back. Next, the two seemed to fall silent with each other because it was the end of the conversation. The two of them didn't talk much, and were extremely taciturn as they viewed the distant mountains and rivers with each other. The heavens and the earth were more silent. The beauty did not speak. The gentleman did not ask. Xiao Ji knew he didn't rush to destroy the Xianxiao Divine Hall. This night gives all the forces time to prepare, whether they want to fight to the death or disband, all as they wish. A night of no words, a night of enjoying the moon. The day dawned and the sunrise climbed into the sky. Somewhere in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, on top of an unknown mountain, the two of them, Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi, stood at the top of the mountain, watching the quiet sunrise. You said that cultivators spend their lives fighting with the heavens and the earth, competing for cultivation resources, and embarking on the path of immortality for the sake of an endless lifespan. But one day people will die on top of the path of competition for resources, and in the end it will be nothing more than a piece of yellow earth. No different from a mundane person, only living a little longer. Does that really make sense? Huangfu Nianzi was the first to break the silence, her voice soft, her face complex, not knowing what she was thinking. If you are a peaceful man in this life, you will be out of the dust in a peaceful life. If I am the Lord of Heaven in this life, I will be in charge of the floating and sinking of thousands of worlds. Fresh rain in the east, candles in the west, rivers and mountains, naturally, not alone, beauty as a companion, children and grandchildren, the world all embrace. Why not be happy? Xiao Jinyu laughed out loud and turned into a swordlight and left. It was his outlook on life. It was either that or live a life of peace and joy, and it was good to be immortal. Either that, or be the lord of the world. Now that he has set foot on this road, naturally there is no reason to turn back. The scenery of the top of the Avenue Mountain, he looked to be looking forward to is the peaceful man who was made in this life, and the peaceful life out of the dust? Huangfu Nianzi was repeatedly chewing on the first sentence Xiao Jinyu said. How simple it was for her to ask for nothing more than a peaceful life, but the world didn't seem to allow her that. P.S. A chapter of ambush. For the next plot, of course, no poison without delay, will not be what kind of heroine ran away, and then the protagonist to chase. This book does not exist this kind. Of course, it's the same spelling as always, with Little Tin Man looking for his mom, and it's still diabolically easy and hilarious. Chapter 105, Everlasting Imperial Dynasty, Heaven's Destiny, a night of flirting, blah 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 blah. No, it was a night of talking. Xiao Jinyu returned to the center of Middle-earth Divine Kingdom and began to deal with the remnants of the forces. Father, the 4 heavenly palaces have already surrendered all their weapons, and the 4 heavenly palaces have ceased to exist since last night. The resources were confiscated as much as possible and fell into our hands. Xiao Tianming opened his mouth, and there were dozens of Qian Kuan pouches attached to his waist, and within the Qian Kuan pouches there were dozens of Qian Kuan rings. Each in the ring had countless pills, formations, techniques, spirit stones, talisman seals. The list was endless. Master, among the treasure trove resources, even the materials of the building brick by brick, rare weapons, even the medicinal garden spirit soil, I tried my best to give a little bit of annihilation. Li Nanchuan had a bandit smile on his face, as if he had never seen money before. Xiao Jinyu's divine sense probed into it, but found that it was truly as he said, the ruins of the 4 great celestial palaces that were in disrepair. The materials of those countless buildings, he had collected as much of it as he could, and there was not a single bit of it left. Not bad. Knowing that resources are hard to come by and cherishing them all is a good virtue. The locusts are crossing the border, and the geese are pulling out the hair, which is what Li Nanchuan said. On the side of the 2 holy lands, they didn't put up much resistance either, including the 2 Emperor Realm ancestors, and directly left the Holy Land. Overnight, the building tumbled down, and the 2 behemoths that had been established in the Middle Kingdom for millions of years were dissolved. Xiaopingji and Xiao Tiannian reported on the affairs of the Holy Land. Xiao Jinyu nodded. It looks like it's all about as close as it's going to get already. The Xianxiao Divine Hall side, I did not call any of them to go forward, mainly to give them time to leave for a night is almost the same. The continent is time for unification. The few of you will go back to the southern wasteland first to have a look around, especially Ruoxue and Pingji, who haven't been back home for more than 10 years. Go back and tell the people of the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty to prepare to march into the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture and the other continents in the 3 directions. I know, we are sparsely staffed, but in the future, there will be the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground to help take care of it, and there will be the Divine Heaven Sky Shrine to help reign over the 3 directions. Nowadays, we, the people of the Southern Wasteland, can just be the landowners in plain sight, collect resources and cultivate, and still live out our lives in peace. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji had emotions on their faces when they heard the word Southern Wasteland. It's been more than a decade, and now it's time to go back to my hometown to view the old landscapes again and to see my childhood home. More than 10 years have passed. I wonder if the southern wasteland today is the same as it once was. The 4 sects are still behemoths unattainable, and the major dynasties are standing? I think things should be different. The Changsheng dynasty rose to the Changsheng Imperial Dynasty. The entire southern wasteland under the management of the Changsheng Imperial Dynasty. All of them are their imperial dynasty. several people left, and Xiao Jinyu alone traveled to the Xian Xiao Divine Hall, and the Divine Xiao Divine Hall, both of which were not far apart. In the past, the Xian Xiao Divine Hall prospered with 10 million disciples and nearly 100,000 elders. Now because of the Xian Xiao Divine Hall's Hall Master and the 3 divine sons and a group of high-ranking people died, now the entire Xian Xiao Divine Hall has been turned into a place of death and silence, and there is not a single person. And those who fled dispersed, and it was a mess. I thought there was a lot of backbone, but I didn't realize that the huge temple didn't even have anyone who could coexist. Xiao Jinyu shook his head, recalling that in the previous Soul sect, even though those few executives had done something rather assholish, there were still a few old men who had stayed behind to cut themselves down and die. But on the contrary, the Divine Hall resources countless out of the countless disciples, powerful, then on the Soul sect do not know how much, but fell into the present day like this. How ironic. Xiao Jinyu did not say something more. The divine mind to cover the location of the treasury of the Xian Xiao Divine Hall, the hidden scriptures. There are countless traces of destruction outside the main door of the treasury. I think it should be the Divine Hall disciples still want to take away before they leave. Unfortunately, the treasury was under the control of the Hall Master, and no one could open it when the Hall Master died, and now it had fallen into his hands. Xiao Jinyu ingested all of his resources within the Qiankuan bag. When everything was pretty much done, the Emperor Realm pressure appeared above the heaven and earth and fell violently. Boom! The entire Xian Xiao Divine Hall was turned into a piece of annihilating powder. This holy land of martial arts has been destroyed today. After Xiao Jinyu had done all this, he turned around and left directly, returning to the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. Today's Heavenly Vault sacred ground was incomparably lively, and Xiao Jinyu had just arrived when all the elders, vain masters and sacred masters came out in unison to greet him. The crowd of disciples gazed at Xiao Jinyu and honored him like a god. After this battle, without spending a single soldier or even causing many casualties, his Heavenly Vault sacred land directly annexed the 2 great sacred lands, obtaining an unknown amount of resources, and now his strength is on another level. My imperial dynasty covers the entire Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, and the 3 sides of the continent are in your hands, and the spread of martial arts knowledge and the sharing of resources among the 3 sides of the continent. Do you have any comments? Xiao Jinyu scanned the crowd. No comment. How could there be? Whatever you say, Holy Lord. Oh no, Emperor Lord, we do everything according to you, Emperor Lord. The faces of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land's original Holy Lord and the 3 original Deputy Holy Lords were so fawning and nodding. Xiao Jinyu smiled and shook his head. He did not expect that these people Saint Master called so snappy. Anyway, he also had this one meaning, so he did not push back. By the way, especially the category of regulations, the category of rewards and penalties will be perfected. The 3 sides of the continent are under your control, while the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture is under the control of the Divine Heavenly Palace, and all the forces are naturally under my eternal life imperial dynasty. Good, don't worry, Emperor Lord, we will definitely do the whole thing. A few people swore. The southern wasteland was Xiao Jinyu's home base, which would not change, and it was also the first place where he had risen from the slightest of beginnings. A few days later, the entire continent was renamed the Everlasting Emperor Dynasty, with the 3 sides of the continent coming under the control of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Ground, and the location of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture coming under the control of the Divine Hall. The land resources held by the 5 great families had expanded a little bit from their original base, and no one was allowed to dip into the southern wasteland. Although it was said that the land resources were indirectly shared out, it was not much of a loss to Xiao Jinyu, as all of them were under his own control on the surface. And since the Everlasting Emperor Dynasty itself was the sole master, plus the fact that he would be leaving this continent in a few days, it would undoubtedly be best to share out these rights, to facilitate management and to be a handful. On this day, all the forces stood in formation above the earth, looking up at the man above the sky dome. Xiao Jinyu was dressed in a 5-clawed imperial dragon robe, with a golden silk jade crown binding up his ink-colored hair, his hands behind his back, incomparably majestic. Today, he has unified the continent, with heaven and earth as his court, and thousands of continental mountains and rivers as his people. Endless cultivators were witnesses, and the heavens and earth were filled with the image of his ascension to the throne. No matter where in the continent, no matter how high or low the cultivation, all clearly recognize that the continent has a master, is the golden-robed man above the sky and the earth. Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan stood below with indescribable excitement on their faces. The continent was only the first step they had taken, and immediately after that, they had to travel to the upper realm, and to an even wider heaven and earth. The continent has been without a lord for a long time. Today, the continent has a lord, and the fate of heaven is mine. The emperor's name is everlasting, and his people are everlasting. Xiao Jinyu spoke faintly. The continent's heavenly destiny was added to the body, and there was a wave of luck added to the body in the underworld. and a weak trace of the power of faith emanated from all the people and merged into Xiao Jinyu's body. His bloodline had undergone a slight change at this moment, and his power had another breakthrough, and it was an autonomous breakthrough that didn't rely on the system. Huangfu Nianzi raised her head to look at Xiao Jinyu's current posture and whispered, "The lower continent is ultimately too small. The immortal world is where you belong, but the immortal world, that's a much bigger vortex." Chapter 106, The Power of Faith. Observe the ceremony. A sword wants to open the door to the immortal realm. At this time, Xiao Jinyu's realm was extremely different from the Purple Mansion. In the Sea of Consciousness, a huge purple mansion had transformed into a glorious imperial palace, as if it was the place where a king resided. Above the imperial palace, a golden light shone, as if the power of a continent had been added on as much as possible. At the Emperor realm, the power of the entire continent could be driven between a hand and a foot, no longer limited to the power of the earth, the power of the sky and the earth, and the power of the divine soul. The power level has risen another level from what it was. Now Xiao Jinyu is the embodiment of a whole continent, and his power is the power of the whole continent. There were a total of 9 turns in the Emperor realm, and each turn could master 10% of the continent's power. Even the Emperor realm perfection was only 9 turns, and could only master the power of 9 continents. But he was different. He was a 10th turn and could master the complete continent's power. At this time, Xiao Jinyu obviously can feel a heavenly destiny in his body. Originally, this kind of heavenly destiny only the protagonist will have, like his own 3 children, but also Miao Xiaonan and Li Nanchuan, 2 people. Now, at last, it has fallen to you. Oh yes, Huangfu Nianzi was likewise the same, and her chi was even 1 point thicker than Xiao Ruoxue's. I guess she is also the main character of this world. I didn't realize that a small continent has so many. Endless faith exhausted into Xiao Jinyu's Sea of Consciousness world and Dantian world, and the two formed a resonance. Within the Dantian world, on the 3,000 laws long bridge, an altar of faith was slowly formed, with the silhouette of Xiao Jinyu condensed from the power of faith above it. Ding! Power of faith detected. Power of faith, respect, admiration, etc., generated by others for the host can be turned into power. The power of faith is different from other martial arts power. Can completely ignore all the realms? The more the power of faith is huge, the more powerful the outbreak of power. And finally gather the God frame, condense the God body to transform into God. In the case of the imperial dynasty of the continent under the host's control nowadays, the sort of faith that condenses the divine power can cut down heavenly immortals. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The establishment of the imperial dynasty was successful. The entire continent is under the host's name. The system specially sends a congratulatory gift for the host. 30,000 quest points. Faith divine ability. The heavenly sun dragon sword. Dragon sword of the son of heaven. The power of faith is converged into a sword of the dragon, chopping out like a divine dragon roaring, and the human emperor himself is present, which can explode into endless power. The more massive the power of faith the host possesses, the stronger the power of this sword will be. Holy, this system knows too much. Right, it even sends congratulatory gifts. Where can you find a system like this? When Xiao Jinyu saw the sudden prompt from the system, tears almost didn't flow down from the corner of his eyes. It was simply his own brother. Xiao Jinyu read in detail the text described above the system panel in front of him before realizing how terrifying this power of faith was. Ignore the realm. Theoretically, as long as the more one's power of faith was condensed, the stronger the power that could be erupted. Ignoring the realm, then one was an invincible existence. Warm reminder, now that the host has a body of faith, he can visualize a bilocation. When the stronger the power of faith gathered by the host's body will autonomously transform into a faith god body, which can theoretically be divided into countless faith branches. Each doppelganger's power is at 70% of the main body's power, unconscious and controlled by the host's mind. The system voice sounded again. Xiao Jinyu saw the face of a happy. This time it is true with joy. Earlier, he had realized one thing, that is, if Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan were both in distress at the same time, who should he go to save first? Now, with a faith divine body that could be divided into faith bodies through the power of faith, there was no need to worry about this problem. It's time to save or save, and one's realm will still rise with it now. Mama no longer need to worry about too many sons, too many disciples cannot save over it. Now, his goal is clear again. The everlasting emperor dynasty can be transformed to the everlasting immortal dynasty. Today is the day that my eternal life imperial dynasty will unify the continent, and from now on, everything on the continent will depend on all of you. Xiao Jinyu arched his fist and looked down at the countless teams of forces below, at the crowds of the heavenly vault sacred ground and the divine heavenly hall of gods. Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanchuan, and Miao Xiaonan had expectations on their faces. Xiao Jinyu had spoken to them early about what he was going to do today, and had given the crowd some time to say goodbye. What does the Imperial Lord mean by that? Looking at us? shouldn't we be looking at the Imperial Lord? Nowadays, the Imperial Lord is the master of this continent. The crowd of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land was confused, and Huangfu Ruoshua's beautiful eyes stared, as if she had thought of something, her pretty mouth slightly opened. A few days ago when she and Xiao Jinyu were enjoying the moon together, Xiao Jinyu had asked her a question. If she could leave the mainland, would she go? At that point, she didn't answer. Now, looking at Xiao Jinyu's meaning, he was trying to forcefully break through the continental barriers and head directly to the Immortal Road. When she was just about to say something to stop Xiao Jinyu, the terrifying imperial might on Xiao Jinyu's body scattered out in all directions, and her voice rolled out, as vast as the might of the heavens. The dragon robe was drummed by the endless might and rattled poorly. Today, I invite the people of the everlasting Emperor dynasty to observe the ceremony. Today, I wish to break the Immortal Road and step into the Immortal Realm. In the future, the Eternal Life Imperial Dynasty will become an Immortal Dynasty, and the name of Eternal Life will resound through the heavens. Xiao Jinyu's voice rolled. His face looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, at this moment finally no longer hiding his purpose, showing his greatness, transforming the dragon's guts, and his blood was higher than the sky. Although his current realm was at the Emperor Realm perfection, and he had yet to reach the Immortal Realm, he already had the ability and battle prowess to be able to break through this realm. A gentleman wields a sword, a hero a sword. Today, as an emperor of a dynasty, he will gather the faith of the continent and use the dragon sword of divine power to break the barriers of this heaven and earth, open the path of immortality, and set foot on the immortal realm. Above his right hand, he held the great emperor's sword given by the system earlier, the nameless blood sword. Clang, clang, a body sword Dao realm was being activated as much as it could at this moment. Heavenly sword unity, sword domain. The heavens and earth were all the sword he held in his hand. The continental power was all the power of his sword Dao. The sword emitted a burst of clanging names, and the terrifying great emperor's pressure was deeper than the emperor realm. Just a mere trace of it pressured the endless void to sink. A faint blood intent emanated from the blood sword, and a strand of blood chi transformed into a dragon wrapped around it. Xiao Jinyu's entire body was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed, and the dragon spirit and phoenix spirit rushed out from the Dantian world within his body, transforming into two red and blue lights that surrounded Xiao Jinyu's body. Above the altar of faith, Xiao Jinyu's silhouette was also holding a bloody sword, moving exactly like him. The faith of the continent was added as much as it could be and gathered above the long sword held in his right hand. At a certain moment, with a gaze in their eyes, the dragon and phoenix let out a roar in unison, seemingly resonating with Xiao Jinyu's feelings. They were excited, they were cheering, they were leaping for joy at being able to leave this side of the world. The Son of Heaven shepherds the dragon and opens the immortals with a single sword. The long sword held by Xiao Jinyu slammed towards the sky above, and a bloody light blasted out, carrying all the power of the realm in his body and the power of the great emperor's sword. The dragon spirit and the phoenix spirit transformed into red and blue light, following this blood sword as it blasted out in front, towards heaven and earth. Clang, roar, fresh, the sound of a sword, the sound of a dragon roaring, and the sound of a phoenix were all mixed together. The blood sword fell, and all the emptiness in front of him shattered. With the power of the sword, all the cultivators in the arena retreated hundreds of thousands of miles into the distance for fear of being affected by the sword. Boom! A bloody sword light transformed into a bloody dragon roared out. Heaven and earth at this moment hard to be blasted out of a boundless and huge black hole. The entire heaven and earth fell into the eternal darkness. Boom! Within the black hole connects to the upper world. A faint colored light spreads from it. A little bit of immortal chi floats and sinks down, and the world gets a few more strands of color. Immortal color. Chapter 107, No Enemy in Heaven. Enemy from Heaven. As strand after strand of colorful immortal light overflowed from the huge black hole in the sky, immediately after, the amount of immortal light became more and more numerous. The immortal chi became denser and denser, and in just 10 or so breaths of time, it had already filled up this dark sky dome. Endless light shone in the sky. All kinds of colors emerged. Immortal light filled the sky, and immortal chi spread across the dome of the sky. Immortal power from a higher level of the world. Just absorb into the body. That has not had a breakthrough in the realm at this moment. There is a hint of loosening. If you inhale all of this immortal energy, there is a high chance that you will be able to break through. This is the power of heaven and earth at a higher level. The cultivators of the entire continent raised their heads and looked at the vision in the sky. Seeing this scene, Miao Yuandao looked to Miao Xiaonan at the side, his face sincerely wishing her well. Miao Xiaonan and Miao Yuandao were dependent on each other as father and daughter, and her mother came from the upper realm. Or Miao Xiaonan's identity wasn't simple, and she might be from the immortal realm as well. This side of the story is again more routine dog blood, and Xiao Jinyu Flub Xiao Tian fate story is almost the same. I'm afraid that is the fairy down to earth. Miao Yuandao. and then the two accidentally combined birthed Miao Xiaonan. In the end the fairy left the father and daughter alone here. This is Xiao Jinyu's guess. These days Miao Yuandao and Miao Xiaonan, two people, also went to do the farewell. Miao Xiaonan did not cry and did not fight. Good behavior is incomparable. This is the chi of the immortal realm. This is immortal power. It's ruined. The immortal road has been opened, and my aura will emanate along it. Those people will definitely rise up then. Huang Funianxi's face was slightly ugly. Originally she wanted to stay in this continent for decades, not wanting to leave. It was good to be the lord of the temple and escape from reality, but now I'm afraid that her aura has emanated along the immortal path. Those in the immortal world would also follow the scent of her physique, and those at home would be the ones they found through the scent of their soul tags. Xiao Jinyu was unintentionally making a tricky situation worse, causing her to be unable to stay in this area as well. Maybe this is my destiny. I can escape for a while, but I can't escape for the rest of my life. Huang Funianxi's face had a bitter smile, a self-deprecating smile, and a soft sigh. The injuries of the great Tao were still present on her body, and the power of the various healing laws that Xiao Jinyu had exuded that day had only recovered 10%. The remaining 90% would never be recovered in the lower realm, and unless she returned to the upper realm, her realm could only be restored to its original state. Is this the path to immortality? Is this the upper world? Now that the path to immortality has opened, it's time to leave this world. Xiao Jinyu looked at the immortal cave in front of him with a look of anticipation in his eyes. The time that the immortal road was open should never be short, and when it was about to be closed, he would leave with a few people. Now give them some time to say goodbye, like Miao Xiaonan needs to say goodbye to her father, Miao Yuandao, and Xiao Ruoxue needs to say goodbye to Huang Funianxi. Thinking of Huang Funianxi, Xiao Jinyu didn't know what to say. People's will is to want to stay in the continent. He did not force Huang Funianxi to go with himself. Anyway, go to the immortal world for a number of years, decades, hundreds of years or 1,000 years. He will return to the continent once again. The exact year will depend on how much trouble he gets into with these kids. As for Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan, the three of them don't have any friends, and the three of them are the blood brothers. Already standing behind Xiao Jinyu, the three shared the same look of anticipation as he did, itching to enter the immortal realm earlier and stir up the immortal realm's winds and clouds. Miao Xiaonan and the others had already begun to make their goodbyes. Xiao Ruoxue returned to Huang Funianxi's side with an extremely sincere expression. Her face had an unwillingness to let go. Her eyes were slightly red, and her nose was slightly sore. During these 10 years it was the master who was his companion, and now he was leaving. Master, are you really not going to go forward with us to see the higher worlds? Xiao Ruoxue was still unwilling and wanted to bring Huang Funianxi up as well. She tried her best to facilitate the duo of Xiao Jinyu and Huang Funianxi, but who would have thought that Huang Funianxi didn't want to leave this side of the world, so she had no choice but to give up. Huang Funianxi glanced at Xiao Ruoxue in a complicated manner and sighed in a low voice. Originally, I was able to not have to leave, but now I guess I have to go back. Glancing at Xiao Jinyu, she didn't mean to blame him. Her feelings for Xiao Jinyu were a little subtle, with a good feeling and a little liking. Originally, as Xiao Jinyu traveled to the immortal world, she was in the middle of the lower continent. Wait until the two meet again. May have long been immortal and mortal difference. Perhaps Xiao Jinyu in the sky cultivation 1,000 years, 10,000 years or even 100,000 years, has become a party master. By then the wives and concubines will have forgotten her. As for her, at the Purple Mansion realm, she would turn into a pile of skeletons after living for 10,000 years, and the intersection between the two would end as a result. If there is a destiny, there will be a share. If there is no destiny, there is naturally no share. This was what she thought, and she thought that one of the biggest possibilities was that once Xiao Jinyu went to the immortal world, he would never come back, but it seems fate doesn't allow it now. Xiao Ruoxue was confused, not understanding what Huang Funianxi meant by going back. Huang Funianxi's gaze was dead fixed on the huge multicolored immortal movement above, waiting for something. Coming. Huang Funianxi sighed lowly. Coming? What's coming? Xiao Ruoxue looked at her master teacher with a question of puzzlement. Boom! From within the colorful immortal cave opened up by Xiao Jinyu, several immortal shadows slowly emerged from within. They were dressed in various colors of immortal robes, with a strand of fresh clothes floating, and all the colorful light above their hair. A few people's breath was immensely deep and thick, and as far as one could see now, they were much stronger than Xiao Jinyu. The immortal power carried by all of them was vastly different from the power of heaven and earth in this side, and a single strand of immortal power could crush the power of heaven and earth in an unknown number of lower continents in this side. How can someone come from within the immortal road? Is it possible that things have changed? Xiao Jinyu's gaze sank as he looked at the several people without making a sound first to see if they were coming from an enemy or a friend. Niancy, do you know how hard it has made us search all these years? I didn't expect you to be in the middle of this lower continent. 20 years have passed. Enough playing and fooling around. It's time to go back with us, right? My Lin family and the Huangfu family have been close for generations, and the second son of Lin is of equal age and in equal realm as you. So why do you think you're doing this? Now the Huangfu family is at war with my Lin family because of your rebellious escape. Our two families aren't on too good terms nowadays. 3 men and 4 women. The middle-aged man at the head opened his mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of threatening intent. Holy, such a doggone plot again. The proud daughter of heaven in the upper world rebels against her marriage and flees directly to the lower continent against her family's wishes. Should the routines of this world be so similar? This man in front of me doesn't look like a good person. Xiao Jinyu slandered infinitely in his heart. He had guessed the origins of Huangfu Nianzi before, and now in terms of this stance alone, it was exactly the same as what he himself had guessed. Today, you've all come, so do I have any other choice but to go back with you? There was helplessness on Huangfu Nianzi's face, and in her heart, she sighed once again. It seems like this is my destiny. The man in charge had a smile on his face when he saw Huangfu Nianzi compromise. That's right. With a wave of his large hand towards the front, a wave of immortal power fell onto Huangfu Nianzi's body, slowly dragging her body up into the sky. Huangfu Nianzi closed his eyes, already resigned to his fate. Ghostly, Xiao Jinyu moved. His entire body stood above this side of the celestial dome, blocking the path that Huangfu Nianzi was about to fly to. The blood-colored longsword slashed forward, a sword light flashed, and boom! This immortal force was directly severed by Xiao Jinyu. The man looked suspiciously at Xiao Jinyu, his face slightly unkind. They were taking Huangfu Nianzi away. What did this native in front of them want? Intercept? A terrifying immortal might on his body originated from the upper world, far exceeding the power of a continent directly crushing down, wanting to crush Xiao Jinyu into a mist of blood. Huangfu Nianzi opened her eyes suspiciously and saw that Xiao Jinyu was actually blocking her face, her eyes slightly lost in thought. Just answer me 2 questions. 1, who are they, and 2, are they relatives? Xiao Jinyu's words were very concise. Huangfu Nianzi opened her mouth to say something, but then met Xiao Jinyu's determined eyes, shook her head, and softly said, neither. They are from the Lin family, and they have nothing to do with my Huangfu family. Well, that will be enough. Xiao Jinyu smiled and took a big step towards the front. If it's not family, then it's the enemy. Loved ones can be abolished and enemies can be killed. Today, he, Xiao Jinyu, will kill the immortals. The world is invincible, and the enemy comes from the sky. Get out! Xiao Jinyu bellowed, his robes hunting. The great emperor blood sword held in his hand slashed horizontally towards the front, the sword light shining in the world and the emperor's might covering the sky. Chapter 108, Desire to Chop Immortals. The stronger the sword became, the stronger the sword's feelings became. A sword slammed toward the front, and the immortal power was like tofu, directly broken by Xiao Jinyu. Don't forget that the nameless blood sword he held in his hand originated from a great emperor. Although he didn't know what level a great emperor was, he thought that it should be above the emperor realm. Clang! The blood-colored sword light chopped through the immortal might, and with unabated speed, it directly faced the man who had just struck out. Where did this aborigine get such a treasure? To be able to chop up my immortal might. Looks like there's some more to gain from going back today. The man had a smile on his face as he calmly looked at this bloody light that was killing towards him. Behind them, the 3 men and 3 women moved, their hands enveloped with immortal power, and they fiercely blasted towards the front. The 6 paths immortal fist formed a circle, shattering the void with immense immortal power. Boo! As the 2 came up against each other, this sword light and the 6-path immortal fist cancelled each other out, creating a huge explosion in the void. Huangfu Nianzi saw Xiao Jinyu looking like this, and when she saw the man who was blocking her way, she was even more lost in her eyes. Why did he help herself like this? Actually, you don't have to help me. It's my destiny. Huangfu Nianzi said softly. It was false to say that he was not touched, and there was also a touch of worry. These people in front of him were from the Lin family, and their realms were all much higher than Xiao Jinyu. Although Xiao Jinyu was invincible on this continent, he was facing an immortal, and his life would be in danger if he didn't get it right. It was more important to preserve Xiao Jinyu's life rather than letting herself suffer a bit. Xiao Jinyu slightly sidestepped her head and looked to the side at Huangfu Nianzi and lightly laughed. You helped Ruoxue out before. I said that if you had a favor to do, I would definitely step in. Right now it looks like a great opportunity in one place. Xiao Jinyu turned his head, completely blocking in front of Huangfu Nianzi, and another voice broke from his mouth. Earlier, I asked you if you wanted to leave, and you didn't have an answer. I know it's because you don't want to, and now, no one can force you to do what you don't want to. Don't worry, I'm here today. The domineering words made Huangfu Nianzi's heart tremble even more. It wasn't that Xiao Jinyu was having a motherly heart attack, but he did owe a favor before. Now to return this favor, and a good feeling in his heart for Huangfu Nianzi. Right, when Huangfu Nianzi saw Xiao Jinyu's appearance, for no reason at all, Her heart trembled fiercely, and her eyes immediately turned red. If before to Xiao Jinyu was only some good feeling like, and now is like an earthquake like, such as that wild storm surge like love. Damn it, Huangfu Nianzi is even having an affair with this brat. Go on, slaughter him, otherwise, when the news reaches second young Master Lin's ears, I'm afraid that a few of us won't have a good ending. The face of the man in the lead instantly became gloomy, his gaze constantly sizing up the bodies of the two of them, Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi. A pig in this situation could see that the duo must have these watsits. When the 3 men and 3 women behind them heard what the man at the head said, their eyes glowed with viciousness, and each of them gripped an immortal sword in their hands, killing towards Xiao Jinyu. 6 immortal lights trailing immortal auras carried 6 different immortal Dao sword lights. The sword light was like a waterfall, and the immortal chi was like a tide. In a short moment, it had already killed in front of Xiao Jinyu, and its power was even more terrifying. The man in the lead was not prepared to give Xiao Jinyu any way to live. As these immortal swords cut off Xiao Jinyu's front path, his hand's immortal technique appeared, and he fiercely blasted towards the bottom. A 7-foot immortal spear came leaping through the void, killing Xiao Jinyu's back directly, with a murderous intent on it and a colorful multicolored immortal light on it. The Son of Heaven is in charge. The dragon sword beheads the enemy. So today, we will behead the enemy coming from the sky. Xiao Jinyu shouted, and his entire body killed out as well. The subdued divine body was activated, and the subdued prison blood boiled. The muscles of the arm holding the nameless blood sword in his right hand rippled like a gnarled dragon, carrying a sea of corpses and blood behind him and a world of hell. The Empyrean Dao Extreme Realm was fully activated, not leaving a single minute of his hand behind as he fiercely chopped towards the front. This sword killed the colorful immortal spear blasted out by the man directly. As for the 6 sword lights killed by the 6 people in front of them, Xiao Jinyu had no intention of resisting them, and was going to receive them with his physical body. Don't forget about him, but his sword-ruined Tai Yi body is a small success. All sword power is ineffective against him as long as it doesn't exceed too much. Even if it fell onto his body, it would only become nothing more than nourishment for the growth of his sword Dao, and the power of the sword Dao was the sword-ruined body's best replenishing nutrient. But Xiao Jinyu herself knew this. Huangfu Nianzi didn't. When she saw Xiao Jinyu resisting the back move that the man blasted but not the front one, she thought that Xiao Jinyu could not catch it and did not care about the injuries of the great Dao on her body, forcing herself to endure the pain on her body. Blood spilled slightly from the corner of her mouth as her realm climbed rapidly, breaking through the Violet Mansion and reaching the Emperor Realm. Break through the Emperor Realm and come to the Immortal Realm. A 7-colored immortal sword was similarly held on top of his right hand, violently cutting out a 7-colored remnant moon sword light, directly facing the 6 immortal lights in front of him. Boom! Boom! Both parties exploded at the same time. The blood-colored hell world and the 5-colored immortal spear blasted out by the man were evenly matched, and finally turned into an explosion. The 7-colored remnant moon sword light and the 6 immortal lights cancelled and cut each other, flying off into the distance and exploding from the void. One move for the other. Neither one of them had bargained for any favors. Xiao Jinyu was stunned, originally thinking that by absorbing these 6 sword lights maybe his sword Dao power would be able to make a breakthrough, but he didn't expect that he would be stirred up by Huangfu Nianzi. Looking at Huangfu Nianzi, who had walked to his side, he was furious and amused at the look of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The tiger in front of me is really a stupid woman. He couldn't have let the trick bombard him head on. What was she thinking? What was in her head? She must have a backhand. Now she disregarded the Dao injuries and revived the realm, injuring herself on top of the original foundation. Hey, Xiao Jinyu helplessly sighed. Also not good to say something, after all, people are good intentions. Huangfu Nianzi saw that Xiao Jinyu was in danger. Without thinking about this, directly rushed up. Mainly, care is chaos. What's going on? Why is the Imperial Lord fighting with the immortals in the sky? I don't know. It seems as if it seems to be because of the Imperial Palace Master. The Imperial Palace Master has a connection with these people. The Imperial Palace Master actually comes from the Immortal Realm. A group of cultivators at the side of the melon, to the distance, and once again stormed back 1,000,000 miles. Afraid of their own time, melon eat a little life is gone. The meaning of what Master Shi just said turned out to be this. Master Shi is actually from the Immortal Realm, or she escaped down here. Xiao Ruoxue immediately figured out the reason for this and raised her head to look at Xiao Jinyu worriedly. This is an immortal. Can he handle it, father? Equally worried was Xiao Pingji. The two were a bit powerless in their hearts, but they decided to help. The power of a mole cricket is still small, gathered together but still capable of shaking the sky. Xiao Pingji secretly pushed up the emperor bone in his chest, and Xiao Ruoblood catalyzed and pushed the power of his physique, so the two of them were ready to cut these people down, daring to take a shot at his own father. He said that he would help Xiao Jinyu cut them down to size. Sensing the duo's killing intent, it's time for the system to step in. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan looked at the unusual situation in front of them, and there was a slight suspicion in their eyes, unsure if Xiao Jinyu could win the fight. Xiao Tianmeng thought about what his father had said before, that he had fought his way from the lower world to the upper world, and the upper world should be the immortal world. Assuming that Xiao Jinyu he had already been there, then dealing with these few minions coming down from the immortal realm shouldn't be a problem. Thought it wasn't much of a problem. Xiao Tianming guessed and was instantly relieved. Li Nanchuan turned his head to look at Xiao Tianmai being so calm, and the wisp of uneasiness in his heart slowly calmed down. Big brother definitely knows master better. Since big brother is relieved, then I'm also relieved. Miao Xiaonan looked at Li Nanchuan being so calm, and looked at Xiao Tianming being so calm, and her heart didn't panic anymore. Master, he will win. That's it. 2 real filial sons over there, and a little cutie over here. With little cutie. 3 big and small cuties. Chapter 109, Xiao Jinyu ascending to immortality. Immortals support the top and break longevity with only their hands. Ding! Detected that the eldest son, Xiao Pingji, and the second daughter, Xiao Ruoxue, have generated a killing intent towards the enemy, triggering the Divine Spellbinder System mission to unconditionally upgrade the realm for the host in. Warmly informing the host of the next immortal realm, immortal, mortal immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, heavenly immortal, Dala golden immortal, 9 heavenly immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor, enemies A, B, C, D, E, H, disciples of the Lin family, all 7 of them in the mortal immortal realm, enemy Lin Kaiwa, elder of the Lin family line, earth immortal, sword Dao realm is human sword, ding, raise the realm for the host, unconditionally reaching the heavenly immortal extreme realm. Fearing that the host is still too weak, the system is kindly funding one more step to reach the golden immortal extreme realm. Raise the sword Dao realm for the host to ghost sword, immortal sword realm, above the reverted source mortal sword, human sword, ghost sword, earth sword, heavenly sword, sword immortal, great sword immortal, transcendent sword immortal, sword mind self-realization, sword monarch, sword king, sword lord. Each sword Dao realm corresponds to an immortal Dao realm, including other Daos as well, such as swords and spears, etc. Asterisk 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 can still do that. System, to think that you would still dislike me for being too weak and promote me in extra realm. Xiao Jinyu was confused when she saw the system's prompt. Next, the heart raced. Yes, that's right. He himself was indeed too weak. The system should have raised himself a few more realms, so that it would all save his rebellious sons from going out to fight for their fathers. Doesn't that smell good? This smells too good. Xiao Jinyu's body changed again, and his strength was qualitatively sublimated. The Dantian world and the Sea of Consciousness world changed in a strange way, and the 2 golden halls that echoed each other were surrounded by immortal rivers flowing by, and immortal mountains sitting on top of each other. The Xiao Jinyu silhouette on the human emperor's altar was dressed in an immortal robe with a clear face. The Dantian world, at this moment, was just like a miniature image of the immortal world. The 3,000 laws long bridge bloomed with the light of the 3,000 immortal paths. The Danxia obscured the sun, and the rainbow hung down to the sky. 5-colored immortal light shone, and 7-colored immortal paths dazzled. Xiao Jinyu's entire strength had increased by an unknown amount from its original base. Mortal immortals, shedding their mortal bodies and initially using immortal power. Earth immortals and heaven immortals begin to contain immortal chi to quench their bodies, transforming into Hotian immortal bodies and mastering immortal power. The golden immortal is the real, authentic immortal cultivator. When the last word immortal, master the immortal law, and saints are almost the same. However, the difference between ordinary laws and immortal Dao laws lies in the word immortal, and the difference in their power is earth-shattering. Huangfu Nianzi glanced at Xiao Jinyu suspiciously. For some reason, she always had an illusion that the realm on Xiao Jinyu seemed to be even more terrifying. The power in his body was endless, and his lifespan first increased by 20,000 years on top of the original base, followed by a surge of 500,000 years. Immortal light emanated from his body in a steady stream, carrying behind him one colorful cloud after another. Colored clouds covered the sky, and 7 immortal lights became a haze. The aura on Xiao Jinyu's body changed so quickly and transformed so swiftly that the crowd did not react. I thought how strong you and the others were, but it turns out that they are just mere mortal immortals and earth immortals, and they still presume to kill me? You all have such big dog guts. Today I will let you know what a true immortal is. Killing intent flickered in Xiao Jinyu's eyes, and the heavenly sword held in his hand disappeared as much as it could at this moment. The endless immortal Dao power rolled out from his body, and the might of the golden immortal, without the slightest concealment, covered the entire continent. covering the bodies of the several people in front of him. The 3 men and 3 women's bodies were immediately blasted out by the power of the immortal rules, spitting blood from the corners of their mouths. They were incomparably shocked as they sensed the appearance of an even more terrifying ancestral Tao power than theirs. How? His realm power, this aura, is actually above the heavenly immortals. He's actually much stronger than us to come? Isn't he a native of one continent? Why is it possible to cultivate the way of immortality? The 6 people were extremely puzzled, and the same Lin Kaiwa was also filled with fog. When he felt the terrifying golden immortal aura from Xiao Jinyu, his legs immediately softened and he directly knelt down from the void. The quickness of the change in attitude and the quickness of the change in color of his face was not expected by the crowd. We have offended Senior today. Please let us go. We have the eyes not to recognize that we have offended the golden immortal seniors. We know we are wrong this time. As long as Senior Golden Immortal spares us, my Lin family will absolutely treat Senior as if he were a sitting guest. Lin Kaiwa started begging for mercy straight away, much more flexible than anyone else. The first time he felt the aura of a golden immortal, without any hesitation, he directly admitted defeat, knowing that he was merely an earth immortal. One finger of a golden immortal would be enough to crush him. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to make amends to the golden immortal seniors? Do you 6 want to die? The 6 people behind Lin Kaiwa's sword were still in a daze, so he hurriedly scolded them. Where did the 6 dare to have any hesitation? They directly stabilized themselves in the void and flopped down on their knees, their faces shocked, their expressions fearful, and their bodies trembling. Well, don't worry. Since you're all like this, how come I won't let you off the hook? Xiao Jinyu smiled. The killing intent on his body was converged as much as possible. His expression was harmless, and he smiled in a very sunny way, extending his hand without any immortal Tao fluctuations. Lightly, a light palm fell from above the heavens and earth. The light of the immortal Tao scattered. The immortal rules transformed into a palm, and in an instant it blasted downwards. The power of the immortal Tao laws was on top of the immortal power, on top of the immortal Qi, and the 7 didn't have any resistance at all, and were directly crushed into nothingness. Even the flesh was not being turned into blood mist, it was being directly erased. The divine soul didn't have time to escape either, and was similarly hardened and erased, even to their deaths. The 7 did not understand why Xiao Jinyu would not let them go even after they had begged for mercy like this. Obviously Lin Kaiwa he had moved out that he was a member of the Lin family behind him. Xiao Jinyu had no intention of letting him go. Did he not know that the Lin family also had golden immortals? Isn't Xiao Jinyu afraid of the Lin family's retaliation for killing them today? Coincidentally, the guy doesn't really know. He recognized only one thing: when he moved to kill, he would kill. Immortals help you to the top. Only your hand breaks the long life. Xiao Jinyu smiled carelessly as the enemies in front of him were resolved as much as possible, turning his head to look at Huangfu Nianzi, who was still in a daze. He watched her still in a daze and arched his elbow over her waist before snapping back to his senses. You're in the golden immortal realm. Huangfu Nianzi shocked out, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. Xiao Jinyu was surprisingly hidden so deeply. From the original purple mansion to the emperor realm to the current golden immortal, she hadn't even checked it out at all. This guy in front of me is the master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. In fact, what she didn't know was that Xiao Jinyu wasn't even pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he was indeed only in those realms. Only with the system hangs outside. All the way can help him to raise up just. This point is wronged. Chapter 110, after the matter is over. The target is the immortal realm. See, I told you the father was invincible and put your heart in your crotch. Don't panic when traveling to the immortal world with father. Father has said before, bump into who see him upset go up and scold some. Messed with the small to come to the old, do not be afraid. Directly even the old with scolding, and then call the father to come on the line. With his hands attached behind his back and an old-fashioned look on his face, Xiao Tiannian looked at Li Nanxuan and taught him assiduously. Size cute. Fooling around with 2 small cuties. Li Nanxian listened to what Xiao Tiannian said and nodded in ignorance, the seed of the old 6th sprouting once again in his heart. Before he was still go. I'm afraid he will only be more unscrupulous in the future. Miao Xiaonan secretly listened to the words spoken by the 2 of them, and made another note in her mind, her crafty eyes turning straight up, not knowing what she was thinking. 3 little lovelies, open assembly. Father, is he really that strong? No wonder he said that our mother's life was not simple and that we should go to the immortal realm to find her. Now it seems to be true. Xiao Pingji shook out his voice. Xiao Ruoxuan nodded, and when she heard the word mother, she suddenly froze, suddenly realizing that since she was born, the word mother was very vague, so much so, that he had directly drawn a line between his father and his master, subconsciously forgetting about his mother. Their mother left the 2 very early. Even then the 2 were still in infancy and Xiao Pingji was a bit older, just learning to walk. After that the mother of the 2 disappeared completely, without a trace, and even in retrospect, the impression was so thin that they could hardly remember what she looked like. The two didn't say anything else, and there was silence. The group of children did not object to Huang Funianxi's affair with Xiao Jinyu. Immortals die like that? Directly slapped to death by the Emperor Lord? Didn't they say that immortals are strong? Is it still not as strong as an Emperor Lord? Stupid. The Emperor Lord is stronger than an immortal. So that means the Emperor Lord is an immortal. A crowd of cultivators were discussing heatedly below, and one by one, admiration flickered within their gazes towards Xiao Jinyu. An Imperial Lord is an immortal. So how strong must Xiao Jinyu be? Did that mean that what Xiao Jinyu had said before would most likely come true? And that their eternal life imperial dynasty would one day become an eternal life immortal dynasty? And as the people of the eternal life immortal dynasty will one day be granted eternal life? The crowd's eyes flashed with anticipation as they thought of this. Cultivation for what? Naturally, for a long life, in order to live forever. But throughout the ages, and how many people to do? Well, you know that the enemies have all been resolved for you, and at that time I can block off the breath of this continent through golden immortal means, and they won't be able to detect your head anymore. Xiao Jinyu looked toward Huang Funianxi and smiled easily. Huang Funianxi shook her head, and at this moment, the thoughts were clear. Before, the love for Xiao Jinyu hadn't been so strong to such an extent, but now it had winded up. It wasn't difficult for the Imperial Father's immortal family to find me. Today this bottleneck has been broken. I'd better return to the Imperial Father's family. In the immortal realm, if there are any circumstances, you can come to the Huangfu family to find me, or the Huangfu family can briefly serve as a landing point for you. Huang Funianxi looked at Xiao Jinyu with a burning gaze, like the blazing sun on a spring day, blazing and direct. This tiger transformed so quickly? This flicker of meaning in her eyes, could it be that she's looking directly at me? Xiao Jinyu froze, another unintentional botch up. Seriously, just now that he really just didn't want Huang Funianxi to do things she didn't like. I didn't expect this to come to directly to the two of them to facilitate. Xiao Jinyu didn't agree or refuse, still with that smile. Somehow, before this smile fell into the eyes of Huang Funianxi, incomparably owed, incomparably cheap. Now it's also still a little beat up and a little, but with a hint of playfulness and cuteness. This face is even more handsome. Didn't the man just say that the Lin family and the Huangfu family have reached some conflict? Aren't you afraid that something will happen when you return to the family? Xiao Jinyu asked again. Things? What can go wrong? It's not like his Lin family is as strong as my Huangfu family came to be. My Huangfu family just pinned down and fell silent all these years. If we really get pissed off, we can move out a few immortals from heaven. When the time comes, ask a few old ancestors to instruct you, and you take all the resources of my Huangfu family and use them. Just say that I said so. Well, you don't have to rush to reject it first. Go to my Huangfu family first. The resources are all yours. And in the future, the Huangfu family is all yours. Huang Funianxi changed her previous appearance. This time she was bold instead, and her right hand took the initiative to wrap around Xiao Jinyu's shoulder. This is the rhythm of letting me eat soft food. Xiao Jinyu listened to what Huang Funianxi said. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he did not refuse. In his previous life, when he was still writing novels, the doctor detected that his teeth and intestines were not very good. The meal had to eat some soft. Then when we go to the immortal world, we will briefly have to rely on you. Xiao Jinyu joked. The morning and the evening go with the years, and walk with you until the light of day. Huang Funianxi nodded seriously, her words sincere. This statement is undoubtedly a direct indication of his heart. Xiao Jinyu laughed and took it seriously in his heart. Feeling a jade arm on her shoulder, Xiao Jinyu didn't care and looked towards Xiao Tianming's 5 people and softly said, "Let's go. It's time to set off for the immortal realm. Today the enemy from heaven has been cut off. Set out for the immortal realm and see the vastness of the immortal realm." The 5 of them nodded excitedly and followed Xiao Jinyu as she flew up into the celestial dome, slowly walking towards the huge immortal cave in front of them, blending in. "Oh mandate of heaven, what do you think about the matter of love affairs? Do you want to cultivate invincibility first, or are you preparing to have a meaning in that regard?" Before the few people left, Xiao Jinyu asked a marginal question for no reason, mainly about Xiao Tianming. A few people do not understand. Xiao Jinyu, why to ask Xiao Tianming? These several children to ask should also be asked. Xiaopingji is right. His years are the largest. Xiao Tianmian thought about it, but still replied seriously, "Right now, it's important to focus on the great Tao. After all, there are still things left to accomplish." Xiao Jinyu didn't say anything upon hearing this, and the group dissipated into the sky. Finally, the huge colorful immortal cave slowly closed, and the sky dome returned to its original state, not much different from before, and the continent briefly fell silent. Among the crowd, a woman raised her head and looked at the departing 7, with hopes above her brows and a sigh in her heart. "The immortal realm, the difference between us is only getting bigger. I wonder where you've gone by the time I reach the immortal realm that day." The crowd watched a few people leave and stood still for a long time before slowly dispersing. The woman remained standing on the field after everyone had left. Wasn't she the senior sister from the Southern Wasteland Sword Sect before? Now that he had followed Xiao Tianmai's footsteps to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, it was not easy to reach the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, only to find that Xiao Tianmai had left. She was the only one left in the entire field, looking up at the sky, not knowing what she was thinking about, with a growing disorientation in her eyes. Well, I asked for you. That kid is still thinking about cultivation now. This kid is not a log. As long as you stick with it, you will catch up with him one day, only the path may be difficult. A soft laugh rang out. The woman was startled and turned around in a hurry, looking at the man who opened his mouth for a moment. Who could this man be if he wasn't Xiao Jinyu? Chapter 111 Immortal Ascension Platform. Immortal Official Registration. Golden Immortal Mighty Pressure. Elder, this is you. Didn't you go to the Immortal Realm? The woman was shocked. Just now she clearly saw Xiao Jinyu leave with her own eyes. Xiao Jinyu smiled. This was just a faith detachment of his, condensing a trace of faith, and when the power of faith disappeared, it would disperse on its own. He had just noticed the woman among the crowd, and thought she was a lover, so he was ready to help out. What if it really worked out with his own son? It's also a beautiful story. There are some techniques here, and quite a few cultivation resources, so take them first, and the power that remains in this split body of mine is capable of opening up the immortal path once more. And at that time, if you have the ability to be able to travel to the immortal realm, you can simply call out to me directly. Xiao Jinyu pointed out a stream of light that fell into the woman's hands, which had the merit law given by the lottery system that he had drawn a few times before, which seemed to be called something like the 9 Heavenly Xian Beautiful Emperor Scripture. He hadn't looked at the exact ratings, only that they were impressive. Among them there are some of the Shenshao Divine Hall of a little bit of resources, can help all help. As for the two cannot achieve, look at the woman in front of the creation. After doing all of this fifth split of Xiao Jinyu slowly disappeared in place. The woman was lost in her eyes, seeing Xiao Jinyu helping herself so much, and with the entirety of that one gongfu in her mind, her eyes immediately became firm. I will live up to my uncle's high hopes. Look at this ideology, even the name calling has changed. This faith detachment of Xiao Jinyu watched the woman do so from the celestial dome, his gaze taking on a bit more depth. It would be best if it could, but if not, consider it a chance for the woman. The world is crawling with love words all over the city, a few tales of sincerity and a few tales of honesty. Xiao Jinyu sighed and transformed into a stream of light heading to the rest of the continent, traveling the entire southern wasteland continent. This doppelganger was controlled by Xiao Jinyu's main body's mind, and was itself unconscious. Handing over one's everlasting empire dynasty to someone else just like that was not as good as handing it over to oneself, leaving behind a faith split, whose power was also at the top above this continent. Moreover, the everlasting empire dynasty would build up their own statues after their departure, and every area would be built up as a way to collect the power of faith to ensure that this bilocation would not be dispersed. As the 7 of them walked towards the front of the immortal road, Xiao Jinyu's face had an extremely deep smile on it. The manipulation of his own wisp of intention was completed, and he had buried some chance for the woman, and now it depended on whether this love fruit could bear fruit, and whether this prairie fire of love could burn to Xiao Tianming's body. Son, you're old man, I've worked my ass off for your happiness, and I don't know when I'll have grandchildren. Haika's mood right now is completely monastic, and he has no intention of caring about his children's love. Heaven's destiny again. I guess it's a bit hard to hold grandchildren. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. As for letting Xiao Ruoxue marry out, he did not think so, such as if someone to propose marriage is possible. See that the male head iron, can carry their own a few knife, picked out. No more pretending. He Xiao Jinyu is a daughter slave. The time and space around the immortal cave slowly changed. The original position where the 7 people stood completely changed. The scene changed. Endless immortal light dazzled the eyes, making it difficult to see the path ahead. By the time a few people came back to their senses, the scene in front of them was completely clear. In front of it was a huge immortal platform, on which were written 3 more big words: Immortal Ascension Platform. The 8 sides of the Immortal Ascension Platform have huge 8 immortal pillars, carved beams and painted pillars, straight to the sky. A glance cannot be seen at the end. Magnificent, domineering, ancient. In the 4 directions, the famous immortal officials recorded the names, ages, years, etc., of a group of cultivators who wanted to ascend to the immortal world. On the side of a lot of distant cultivators, and they are the same, are from the lower world ascension. To reach this place of attraction will be able to go to the upper world. The location of Xiao Jinyu and the 7 of them was a small immortal terrace, with 99 small new immortal terraces encircling it in a circle in the distance, and each of the small new immortal terraces was filled with people. The crowd walked towards the front in an orderly manner, lining up one by one, registering with the 8 immortal officials where they were, and then stepping onto the immortal ascension platform. hands placed on top of the 8 immortal pillars. Swoosh, a stream of light flashed. They also turned into an immortal light to the immortal world to fly. A familiar place. I'm finally coming back again. Originally thought that returning to the immortal world would take at least a few hundred years, but I didn't expect it to be just less than a year. Seniors are indeed seniors. In the middle of Xiao Tianmai's ring, Pill Heaven sighed and looked at this world with a complex expression, with a color of remembrance and memories on his face. The realm that Senior is displaying right now is that of a golden immortal, but I know that Senior's strength must be far more than that. Previously, Senior had revealed several different realms, from Venerable to Sage to Violet Mansion to Emperor Realm to the current Golden Immortal. Every time I see Senior, I release a slightly stronger hint of strength to defeat my opponents, causing others to mistakenly think that this is as far as Senior's strength goes. However, only I know that the predecessor has great concealment, in order not to affect the growth of his children, not wanting them to rely solely on themselves. The predecessor has good intentions. Pill Heaven hid in the ring, the sigh of exclamation on his face deepened, and his admiration for Xiao Jinyu was as continuous as a torrential river. Only, this speculation of his could not be said to be irrelevant to Xiao Jinyu's specifics, it could only be said to be the complete opposite. A mold. Let's go register as well and then ascend to the immortal realm. Xiao Jinyu was faint, walking towards the front. Huanfu Nianxi's jade arm did not know when it had hitched onto Xiao Jinyu's left arm, and the two of them were so affectionate. The 5 children behind them followed, and Miao Xiaonan held chaos in her arms, little stars twinkling in her eyes as she glanced around curiously. The other 4 did the same. After all, it was the first time they had come to such a world and seen the big picture. Name, years, cultivation, report all. The immortal official raised his eyelids to look at Xiao Jinyu, and then did not want to look at him a second time. Unintentionally glancing at Huanfu Nianxi, he was astonished. The woman in front of him was actually able to be graceful to such an extent. That temperament, this appearance, even in the immortal world was extremely rare. The man's eyes changed to something else. No surprises, accidents are about to happen. Xiao Jinyu saw the scene and his eyes flashed with dangerous intentions. At this time, the 2 raw rice is just short of the final cooked rice. Clear-eyed people can see that the relationship between the two is not simple. Xiao Jinyu exuded a hint of golden immortal aura, and a terrifying golden immortal pressure enveloped the entire immortal terrace. All the immortal officials' faces changed and they immediately stood up. The man in front of him did the same. His forehead bristled with cold sweat, and he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, saying in horror, I didn't know that Lord Golden Immortal was here. I have just offended Lord Golden Immortal and Lady Golden Immortal. I am here to make amends, and I implore you to please let me off the hook. The other 7 phase officials likewise did the same, hastily kneeling down towards Xiao Jinyu with a face of incomparable respect. In the immortal world, strength is everything. They are only mortal immortals, the bottom of the immortal world. Xiao Jinyu nodded indifferently. Don't think what you shouldn't think, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at, or else your little life will be in jeopardy next time, Xiao Jinyu coldly said, not even leaving his name and cultivation why, directly leading Huangfu Nianxi's 6 people straight to the front of the Immortal Ascension platform. Just now he was trying to watch and observe some rules, but looking at the glint of greed and blaze in this immortal official's eyes just now, it seemed that in all likelihood, given his metaphysical old novelist's eyes, something else had to come out of this place. To avoid all this chicken scratch, it saves a lot of trouble to just release the pressure. The terrifying golden immortal pressure was still present, and all of them were pressed down to their knees, unable to move. The faces of the cultivators ascending up from other continents were incomparably dumbfounded. How is it that immortal cultivation nowadays has rolled up to this extent? Do you have to become an immortal to ascend? And still ascending into the golden immortal? Are they crazy or is the world crazy? Why don't we go back to the original continent and cultivate until we become immortal and ascend? Crowd begins to wonder about life. Chapter 112, Second Generation Immortal? Give a slap and tell him who is the second generation of immortals. When Huangfu Nianxi saw Xiao Jinyu in this state, the delight in her heart increased and she tightened her grip on Xiao Jinyu's right arm. Drops, bumps with the ball, drawing fouls, 2 free throws. Among them, without realizing it, Xiao Jinyu experienced different feelings. That damn softness simply almost didn't kill Xiao Jinyu. During these years, ever since Xiao Tianming and Xiao Ruoxua's mother left, he had directly tightened up. Now, Huangfu Nianxi directly take this to test the old cadres. The old cadres also have some tapa. Just as the 7 people's hands were about to be placed on the 8 immortal pillars, a soft laughing voice resounded on the heaven and earth of immortal ascension. Oh, which golden immortal is here? Why don't I know? When did the natives of the lower realms actually cultivate directly to the golden immortal realm? Before the silhouette arrived, the voice arrived first. A man in brocade clothing shook a folding fan, very tawdry from heaven and earth slowly out of the above. Under the feet riding a huge colorful immortal clams, the whole body reveals the treasure light. He looked down from above the celestial dome with an arrogant face and swept around placing his gaze on Xiao Jinyu's body. frowning slightly. Ha, don't recognize, it seems to be really a lower realm native. I also don't know what kind of chance you got to be able to step into the midst of the golden immortals. It's better this way, give you a chance to serve me, guarantee that you will have great honor and wealth in the future, and you can accompany this young man across the East China immortal realm. The man glanced at Huang Funianzi beside Xiao Jinyu again and was stunned. How had he ever seen such a beauty? The lasciviousness on his face was not hidden at all, a piggy look that made Xiao Jinyu's eyes narrow slightly and had already moved to kill. The brocade-robed man didn't even give Xiao Jinyu a chance to agree, and spoke again. Just offer the beauty beside you as a gift to me. The brocade-robed man had a high breath and an extremely low realm on his body, not like someone from the immortal realm at all, only the sage realm. But when he came to this side of the immortal ascension platform, those immortal officials actually had fear on their faces, as if they were afraid of something, not of him, but of the person behind him. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji and other people's faces are angry. View the surrounding people so scornful. They are not little cute. Naturally able to guess in front of the eyes of this stupid hat can be so arrogant and domineering in front of the crowd is certainly a reason. This guy must have an extremely strong background, otherwise he wouldn't have come out to be so deadly. They were new to the immortal world and were not yet familiar with it, although one's father was very strong. But a mountain is always higher than a mountain, and the water in the immortal realm is much deeper. It's better to wait for one's father to make a decision now. Xiao Tianming naturally also noticed the difference in his surroundings, but he did not feel that his father would not be able to defeat him, and a color of dissension flashed in his eyes. Disciple, don't be afraid. Didn't the master tell you? Just go ahead and just go on. There are seniors to back you up again. After arriving in the immortal world, I will call you young lord, you will address as master, and we will talk about each other. See that arrogant, bossy man up there? Go up there and give him a couple of big smacks and tell him who your father is? Isn't this kid relying on the fact that he's an immortal second generation? Seniors that strong must be more than just golden immortals. Then you must be an immortal second generation as well. In the middle of Xiao Tianmai's ring, Pill Heaven transmitted a voice to Xiao Tianmai. If one can tolerate it, one can't tolerate it. Seeing that the two of them, Huang Funianzi and Xiao Jinyu, were being insulted so much by this stupid kid in front of him, he couldn't even look at it anymore. Xiao Tianming's face flickered with a color of dissent. Having long wanted to do this, hearing Pill Heaven's snub, he didn't even think much about it. And this move was like that ignited powder keg that directly exploded. The man in front of him was not in a high realm, only in the saintly realm, and he was able to take it easily. Activating the 9 revolutions saint body, he flew from his original position to the sky above in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the man. The right hand swung round toward the void toward the front and slammed. Snap! I'll you up! An extremely crisp slap sounded, accompanied by Xiao Tianmai's loud curses. This kid is tired of living if he dares to insult his father and stepmother like that. You grandma bear! Your mouth ate feces and your speech stinks so bad? Pop! Another big mouth huffed over, and the man's mouthful of teeth was directly huffed out by as much as half, flying in the air and tracing a beautiful arc. Pop! Snap! Several slaps in a row. The final fleshly strength was immense, directly jerking the man away, his head half crooked. Ah! A scream rang out. The man's face swelled into a pig's head. The killing intent on his face was not in the least bit hidden, blushing red with indignation. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? You're dead. Not only are you dead, but all the people you're related to are dead. I'm going to put your 9 clans to death, and I'm going to kill everyone related to you. The man's face tended to be insane. When had he ever suffered such humiliation as an immortal second generation? He was arrogant and domineering wherever he was, and how could he endure such insults when he had wanted to take a golden immortal as a junior today? Who cares who your father is? Do you know who my father is? What is your father before my father? Little even threatened me. It seems I gave you face. Xiao Tianming's eyes flashed with killing intent as another big mouth greeted him. In Xiao Tianmian's cognition, since Xiao Jinyu said that he had once fought with the invincible family in the upper world, that invincible family is less said to be at the level of immortal king. Right, then his own father should also be at this level. Pop! The man was jerked away by him again, and this time the force was so great that it directly smashed half of his face into a bloody mess. Golden Immortal Senior. Golden Immortal Senior can't fight. Huang Xiao, his father is Huang Xianxian, the first general under Immortal Emperor Donghua. Huang Xiao grew up with a weak constitution, a premature baby with an incredibly weak body. It was Huang Xianxian who spent a great deal of effort to bring him back, and then countless more to nurture him to such a state. Huang Xianxian is his only heir, doting on him beyond measure. If something happens to Huang Xiao, when the time comes, Huang Xianxian will blame it on something big. The 8 immortal officials who were prostrate on the ground on the side hurriedly spoke out to advise, their bodies trembling even more, and even their voices were trembling. It's useless. This little dares to beat me. Wait until my father comes. No, I will call on my father now. You will die for sure. I'm going to pull out your divine soul and light the lanterns of heaven, and everyone related to you must die. Ha 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 ha. The brocade-robed man who was addressed as Huang Xiao's face grew more and more hideous and resentful. Half of his face blurred, already unable to hear what he said. Whimpering, through divine soul transmission. This allowed the crowd to hear and understand what he was saying. Huangfu Nianxi's face changed greatly. Her Huangfu family's underlying ancestor was only a Luo heavenly immortal. This man in front of her was actually the son of a 9 heavenly immortal? She was just about to say something, but Xiao Jinyu's countenance remained calm beyond compare, and there was no intention for Xiao Tianming to stop. Today, not to mention Xian immortals, even if an immortal monarch came, he would still let Xiao Tianming continue. Since Xiao Tianmian had already started to cause trouble, he would continue to do so. It's best to lure out this bull ******* Huang Xian immortal. At that time Xiao Tianming dislikes it again. The system will give himself some more upgrades, and he will be at the immortal monarch. He also hated his own several children earlier. This trouble, in front of the eyes of Xiao Tianmian, surprisingly enlightened, for the father is very comforting. The divine order continues. No need to stop. I'll cover for you if anything goes wrong. Xiao Jinyu's face was expressionless. Today, even if Xiao Tianming did not make a move, he would still slaughter this person in front of him. Stinky mouth also has to be divided into who you messed with. Have a background to cause trouble naturally, no problem. If your background is not as hard as my background to come, then you will die. Hey, oh Kaler, copy that. Xiao Tianming laughed, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes as he exhaled another big mouth. The east is not bright. What kind of you? What a way to give you face and threaten up. Your old man is nothing in front of my old man. Besides, don't you like a bad mouth? I'll whip your mouth for you. Xiao Tianming was vicious. His hands opened up in unison and he slapped them in a chain. The man was jerked into a gyroscope, spinning in place. Chapter 113, Hegemonic Ancestral Body. Heavenly Son of Hell. The 9 heavenly immortals arrived. Although Xiao Jinyu looked calm and collected, he was also doing some backstabbing. He was afraid that the difference in realms was too great now, and at that time, if this 9 heavenly immortal released a wisp of pressure down, maybe Xiao Tianmai would die, which was not what he wanted to see. The condition for the system quest to be triggered was that one's children disliked a strong person, and the dislike here was to dislike someone to their face or to say that they had a murderous intent towards someone else in person, which counted. Now that there was still some time before the arrival of the 9 heavenly Shanxian immortals, it was a good idea to hurry up and improve yourself some more. With a difference of 3 large realms in strength, Xiao Jinyu's heart was also slightly bottomless. System, use the Physique Great Achievement card, and the Divine Beast 10,000 Years Growth card. Ding! Randomized Physique Mastery card in use for the host. Successful use. Congratulations to the host for reaching the grand completion of the Jingui Hegemony Heavenly Body. The last step is still missing before it can be perfected. Awaken the Hegemonic Heavenly Body Ancestral Body. Bastard Heavenly Body Ancestral Body. There are 3 Bastard Heavenly Body Ancestral Bodies, fully awakened at the time of consummation. At this time for the host to randomly awaken the Hell Heavenly Son Ancestral Body. Heavenly Son of Hell, strength unknown, invincibly strong, control of the 8 ghosts, 9 underworlds, and 10 hells, can call the hell world to himself with a single thought, and can order the evil ghosts of the 9 hells and 10 hells, jailers, and hells to fight for the host. Restrictions, can only last for 100 breaths. The host's Shinjin blood will then briefly subside and suffer a backlash, needing to be conditioned for a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host Divine Beast Qilin for getting 10,000 years of growth, breaking through the 10,000 feet shackle to reach 100,000 feet in size, breaking through the juvenile body and reaching the growth stage. Its full strength can be compared to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Xiao Jinyu's body heated up, only to feel countless amounts of power pouring in, and the blood of hell boiled once again. Originally, his blood was scarlet in color, but now it was bright red, a bright red to the extreme. A single drop of blood was able to silence a side of heaven and earth, which carried not the power of an immortal, but the power of the 9 hells. Hegemonic ancestral body? And it's the Heavenly Son of Hell? Sounds like a name. I think killing a 9th heavenly Shanxian immortal shouldn't be a problem. And the Kirin's battle power nowadays has also reached the great Luo Golden Immortal, which is just 1 rank weaker than the 9th heavenly Shanxian immortal, so there's absolutely no problem in saving his life. Kirin, who fell asleep in the body, only felt a burst of changes in the body, before he noticed the difference in himself, the difference in the body, even the mastery of the law. In this instant all turned into immortal rules. The moment he awakened, Xiao Jinyu's strength would climb for another period of time, and these 3,000 immortal rules would also be shared to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu's aura suddenly became even more ethereal and inexplicably 3 times colder. Huang Funianzi keenly sensed the change in the deed and looked at Xiao Jinyu worriedly. Xianxian immortals can be stronger than her family. The Huangfu family is located in the North Recruitment Immortal Realm, bordering the East China Immortal Realm. Seeing how calm Xiao Jinyu was, she couldn't say anything else and could only choose to believe Xiao Jinyu. Bold, how dare you hit my son? Kid, you seek death. Just when Xiao Tianmai was having a good time with his fan and was on his way up, a majestic and deep male voice rang out from above heaven and earth. The terrifying immortal Dao pressure crushed down, killing Xiao Tianmai directly, without any softness at all, only wanting to do it so that he would be crushed into a bloody mist with a single thought. A terrifying Xian immortal pressure erupted with killing intent. This killing power came from the 9 heavenly immortals, carrying the momentum of extinction. Xiao Jinyu's face changed when he just felt this horrible killing opportunity. His body was even slightly trembling. The difference in realms was still too big. The terrifying aura spanned 3 great realms, and it was still the immortal Dao. The immortal Dao realm was different from the martial Dao of the lower continent, and the difference of even one order was heavenly and incomparably huge. Xiao Jinyu's one thought directly catalyzed the 4 physiques on his body. The 10,000 tribulation divine body palm thunder. The chi of Tai rolled out, splitting this endless immortal might into immortal power, directly weakening its power by as much as 30%. The world contained in the heavenly border sacred body was no longer a continental world at this moment, but a mini-immortal realm within the Dantian body. The power of the immortal Dao world was added to the body, and the mini-immortal realm's shadow emerged. The Xingui hegemony heavenly body grasped the power of the blood prison, a blood domain world floating behind it, and the entire body of Xingui blood boiling. The terrifying strength of his fleshly body gripped the nameless blood sword and slashed fiercely towards the front. This move could be described as Xiao Jinyu's various moves coming out in unison. Boom! The great completions physique, with the blood sea float and the 9 specters of hell, was completely unmatched by the might of the man in front of him. The blood-colored sword light roared out with the shadow of hell and the thunder of 10,000 tribulations, killing the 9 heavenly immortal who had just appeared as well as the pressure he carried. Boo! The mighty pressure was chopped off, and the death-defying opportunity that had enveloped Xiao Tianmeng completely disappeared, and the 9 heavenly immortals were chopped back by 3 points just as they appeared. 9 heavenly immortals wrapped their big hands around the brocade-robed man and directly grabbed him to their side. Looking at their own son turned into this pig-like appearance now, their faces were unabated with killing intent, and they indignantly looked at Xiao Tianmai and Xiao Jinyu who had just made a move. Who, just now, in that instant, Xiao Tianming also only felt that he had half a foot in the Yellow Springs hell, and exhaled heavily, with a palpitating look on his face. Hey, you don't say, it's really exciting. Seeing that it was his own father who had struck out and had repelled this 9 heavenly Xianxian immortal in front of him in a single strike, the look of determination in Xiao Tianming's heart deepened. Sure enough, his own father was even more strengthened, and his guesses were at the immortal king level to say the least. As such, he became even bolder and more ferocious. Hidden in the ring, Pilheaven saw that Xiao Jinyu had just made a move, and a look that it was true flashed across his face as he muttered to himself, I knew it. Seniors are at the immortal king level to say the least, and the district Xianxian immortal is just a flick of the finger that can be annihilated. Senior didn't destroy this man with a single move. I'm afraid that it was to train Heaven's destiny's guts, so that he could survive better in the immortal realm. Senior is indeed a senior. Well thought out. Yakuten began to brainstorm himself again. The old man even bullied the young master with the big one. Where's your dog face? You've lived so long, you've lived to be a dog, haven't you? Only bullying the little ones? If I were you, I'd have run over you. Look at what you've given birth to. You're so crooked. You're still living in the immortal realm, and that's all you've got? Xiao Tianmian crossed his arms and his tone was undying, directly cursing. Not only scolded the brocade-robed man, even the 9 heavenly immortals he also scolded together. Just now he was going to kill himself, but also cannot give him any good face? Simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. Ding. Detected that the host's son dislikes the 9 heavenly Xianxian immortals. Unconditional realm enhancement in progress for the host. Enemy number 1, Huang Shan. The 9 heavenly immortals, the first general of the East China immortal world. Enemy number 2, Huang Feng, Saint, son of Huang Shan, East China immortal world dude. Now, unconditionally for the host to raise the condition in. Ding. Upgrading is complete. Upgrading the host to the immortal monarch extreme realm. Chapter 114, Promoting to immortal monarch. Destroying immortal laws with a sigh. The aura on Xiao Jinyu's body changed once again, and the Sea of Consciousness world and the Dantian world, were connected as one, becoming the 2 poles of the Taiji diagram. There were 2 different kinds of breath circulating within Xiao Jinyu's body. The extreme yin force flowing in the Sea of Consciousness immortal realm world, and the extreme yang force flowing within the Dantian immortal realm. The immortal Dao laws mastered above the golden immortals, transforming the immortal Dao laws into their own power. The 9 heavenly immortals fused all of these laws. A golden immortal only masters one immortal path law, and waits until he breaks through to reach the 9 heavenly immortal to clarify what kind of immortal path he will follow in the future. And an immortal monarch is one who has formally established the Tao, the immortal path that he or she will follow. Breaking through to the immortal monarch realm, Xiao Jinyu's 2 worlds had completely transformed into 2 different miniature immortal realms. The mountains and rivers are beautiful. The yin and yang taijutsu. The full moon rises in the sky and the sea. The sea rises to the great sun. The chaos plants the green lotus, and so on. The 10 different heaven and earth visions that Xiao Jinyu had once obtained were all transformed into the heaven and earth visions of the 2 worlds. Mountains and rivers were transformed into immortal mountains and immortal rivers. The yin and yang taiji had countless more immortal qi. The heavenly sea was transformed into an immortal sea, and the full moon was transformed into an immortal moon. The sea rises on the immortal day. The chaos grows immortal lotus. All kinds of power sublimation. And the original Xiao Jinyu with the power of the continent or the power of heaven and earth, all have a qualitative improvement. The source of this power came from the immortal world, from the entire immortal world. The world within his body expanded endlessly, from the original 10 million or so zhang to hundreds of millions of zhang after breaking through to immortal monarch, tens of billions of zhang, hundreds of billions of zhang, to the point where it was already a miniature immortal world continent. The 2 mini immortal worlds were compressed compared to the outside world, and when they came to Xiao Jinyu's body, the body would be compressed to a certain ratio on its own. Otherwise such a large world placed inside Xiao Jinyu's body would have burst him long ago. The Kirin opened its dazed eyes and froze, confusion on its face, because he realized that he had slept surprisingly just like he had hyper-evolved. His bloodline had improved, his physical realm had broken through, and even the 3,000 laws he had mastered had become inexplicably transformed into 3,000 immortal rules. Although the power bloodline than the originator Qilin, but their own mastery of the 3,000 immortal rules seems to be more than their own originator some Katala. Kirin Patriarch category they mastered the immortal rules will not be as much as before. With dozens, hundreds have topped the sky. Endless doubts appeared in the Qilin's great eyes, as if it still didn't understand when it had become so strong and when it had mastered the 3,000 laws. How does he not know that himself? In this way, as Xiao Jinyu ascended to the level of immortal monarch, and as one man gained power, the Qilin followed suit and gained countless benefits. His 3,000 laws evolved directly for autonomy into 3,000 immortal laws. Immortal monarchs master the immortal Tao. And what I possess within my body are the 3,000 immortal rules, and it is the 3,000 immortal paths that I have mastered. Xiao Jinyu had a strong ambition in his eyes, and his expression became more and more flamboyant. Before reaching the immortal realm, the realm was already that of an immortal monarch. Kid looking for death, how dare you insult me? The killing intent on Huang Shan's face coalesced into substance, his face incomparably gloomy. Not only did Xiao Tianming very much owe himself and his own son a scolding, the most crucial thing was that he also beat his own precious son into this bearish state. He himself is not even willing to fight. How dare this little kid in front of him? And how dare they? When the 9 heavenly immortals are angry, they ambush millions of corpses. Immortal technique, 10,000 general sky killing. The 9th heavenly Shen Xian drank loudly. He knew that Xiao Jin was comparable to such strength. Even if he didn't know where his realm was right now, he was definitely almost as bad as himself. The only way to wipe out these people in front of him was to use their true strength. A killing light flashed above the large hand. An immortal law fell. It was like thousands of Jingo, immortal soldiers and immortal generals stepping on the mountains and rivers, carrying countless killing machines. Its momentum rushed to the sky, and the killing machines were already immortal. A killing blow from tens of thousands of immortals. Asterisk 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 again. If you have the ability, don't bully me. Bully my old man to go just will beat me this small what ability. Xiao Tianming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned into a stream of light and ran behind Xiao Jinyu, poking out his head. The thief looked at Xiao Jinyu again, and hemmed and hawed. Popsy's going to bully me. You beat him up. Beat him up. Xiao Tianming's finger pointed at Huang Shan, his face incomparably beaten. Huang Funianci, Xiaopingji Xiao Ruoxue and the rest of the group saw Xiao Tianmian like this, the corners of his mouth pulled slightly. How could such a character as Xiao Jinyu with such character and decency give birth to such a son? He's a thief, but he's good at playing tricks. Like Xiaopingji and Xiao Ruoxue, 2 people are very normal. The eldest son of the top of the sky, killing and resolute, excellent heart. The second daughter, Xiao Ruoxue, did not lose much to her eldest son, Xiao Pingji, and even her physique was very mysterious. The only thing is that Xiao Tianmian's physique is still given by Xiao Jinyu, and his heart is not much higher, and the biggest difference is that he has this external ring old grandpa. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Xiao Tianming is like this. Xiao Jinyu, needless to say, must be too. Xiao Jinyu slowly shook his head and sighed softly. A sigh resounded throughout the immortal world. A life of sighing as long as the ages. As the heavenly emperor of the immortal world sighs, an extremely terrifying force erupted in the void, and the void shook out layers of ripples. Thousands of jingoists and immortal soldiers and generals, all of which had yet to come close to Xiao Jinyu's eyes, or even kill him, turned into nothingness under this sigh, and were obliterated by an even more terrifying force that was hardened. How? A sigh erases my immortal technique. How is that possible? At what level is his realm? Huang Shan stared at Xiao Jinyu with a deadpan expression. His face sank as he realized that this time his son seemed to have landed on an iron plate, because Xiao Jinyu's realm was higher than Huang Shan's, and he had deliberately restrained himself and didn't give off the aura of an immortal monarch. Huang Shan couldn't detect it. Father, kill him off, father. And that kid, just now they but insulted me, also insulted you, off, father. Must let them die. Seeing that his father was not going to make a move, Huang Feng hurriedly shouted, his face resentful, pointing his finger at Xiao Tianmai, itching to kill him 1,000 times over. Huang Shan's face became more and more ugly as he listened to what Huang Feng said. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill. Often in this situation he would have killed his enemies 1,000 times over. Plus, he had the Donghua immortal realm at his back and was the #1 immortal general under the immortal monarch. Who would dare treat him like this? The 8 immortal officials who were prostrate on the ground saw this scene as if they had seen a ghost. The #1 immortal general of the Eastern China immortal realm couldn't even get away with it in front of Xiao Jinyu? Having used immortal technique but having it dissolved by Xiao Jinyu with a sigh. Then how strong was Xiao Jinyu? Was he really ascending from the lower realm and not an immortal lord from the upper realm? The 8 immortal officials were all guessing where Xiao Jinyu had come from, and placed themselves in a lower posture, prostrated themselves more deeply, and put their faces to the ground. Chapter 115, Jingo Immortal Dao Transforms Killing. 2 people die. Huang Fu Nianzi was shocked. She was actually a little worried when she just heard about Xian Tianxian, but now, she suddenly realized that Xiao Jinyu was even stronger than she had imagined, and that her realm was completely impenetrable to herself. Even more fatal was the fact that earlier, she seemed to have said that she would allow Xiao Jinyu to travel to their Huangfu family as a brief stopover, but the strongest of their Huangfu immortal family was only the Luo heavenly immortal, much weaker than even Xiao Jinyu. Thinking of this, Huang Fu Nianzi's face was a little blushing, and her face was slightly untenable. I wanted Xiao Jinyu to have a soft meal, but I didn't expect that. Instead, it was someone else who was ridiculously strong. 9 heavenly Shenxian immortals only, and you dare to be so unbridled. This immortal realm is so big and vast. Have you ever looked at the end of it? Xiao Jinyu's body slowly surfaced to the sky above, and a terrifying immortal monarch's might emanated out without concealment. The biggest difference between immortal monarchs and 9 heavenly immortals lies in the fact that one person is in charge of the Dharma, while the other masters the Tao. The process of Dharma to Tao was a qualitative breakthrough, a qualitative solidification, and Xiao Jinyu was even more different, as he was at the immortal monarch extreme realm. When others mastered one immortal rule during the Xian immortal period, he had long since perfectly mastered 3,000 immortal rules. When an immortal monarch mastered one immortal Tao, he had completely mastered 3,000 immortal Daos. The 3,000 here is a quantifier, and certainly refers to more than 3,000. The golden dragon emperor robe on his body had been transformed into an immortal dragon emperor robe at some point, and the 9 golden emperor dragons tattooed on the surface of the immortal robe had more than a hint of immortal movement in their eyes, more than a hint of spirituality, and a faint colored light surfaced on the surface of their bodies. 100,000 black hair like a god and devil fluttering, hands behind the back. There has been on the top of the road, invincible in the world, lonely as the snow of the world of the high man's sense of vision. Subtext, stand down. I'm going to play hard to get. The breath. How is it possible? Surprisingly, it's an immortal monarch, and it's even stronger than the upper Tianqian immortal monarch. Huang Shan's pupils shrunk violently, and at this moment, he was completely and totally flustered inside. I had thought that Xiao Jinyu was at most a Xianxian like myself today, but I didn't expect that he would be an immortal monarch. Ah, the immortal monarch. He worked for immortal monarch Tianqian, but he got himself into trouble with an immortal monarch, and it was hard to know whether he would live or die this time. An immortal monarch Tianqian had a high probability that he wouldn't cross paths with an immortal monarch for himself. This senior. This time it is my eyes that are clumsy. It is my canine son's dog's eyes that do not recognize MT. Taishan, offending your son and you. Please, senior, can let our father and son have a way out. We will certainly be grateful. I also ask that you, senior, can let the 2 of us off the hook for the sake of immortal Lord Tianqian. Although Huang Shan was arrogant and gave birth to a son who was incomparably stupid, he still had eyesight. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this realm and mix to this position. Punt sound, kneeling down in the void, emanating a mighty pressure and forcibly pressed Huang Feng. Also let him kneel down to Xiao Jinyu. The meat on the faces of the 2 people constantly trembled, their bodies prostrated, and the cold sweat behind them drenched their clothes, and this moment he was truly bottomless. What? Immortal ruler? When the 8 immortal officials heard the word immortal monarch, their pupils shrunk violently and they froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. No one had expected Xiao Jinyu to be this strong, especially the 8 immortal officials. An immortal monarch has ascended from the lower realms? Are they dreaming today? If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it? If a son doesn't teach his father, when the killing intent comes together, he naturally has to die. Xiao Jinyu shook his head. His words were indifferent, and as soon as the words fell, it was already the death judge who had dropped the clap. The immortal Dao fell from above the heavenly dome, and aside of the Jingu heavenly band roared with endless soldiers and horses, carrying battlefield fights and the killing of millions of immortal soldiers. Immortal horses are in front of them to flatly tread the 4 directions, and immortal soldiers are on top to sweep away everything. This is the Jingo immortal way, the way of the battle immortals. The law that Huangshan cultivated was the Jingu immortal rule, and he utilized the more powerful Jingu immortal Dao to crush him to death. The immortal horse stepped down, carrying the momentum of locking down everything, and in an instant, the immortal horse stepped on the bodies of their father and son, and their flesh was hardened and made into bloody mud. The immortal soldier held his immortal lance and swept forward, piercing through 2 immortal souls and being chopped into countless pieces. In the end, the Jingo de Dao transformed into a party of immortal worlds crushing it into nothingness, not a single piece of it left. The 9 heavenly immortals have died since then. Huang Feng dies, the immortal dude dies, and father and son go on the road together. It is not desirable to spoil Yodo, spoiling does not help him, but harms him. Xiao Jinyu spoke softly, his heart feeling nothing. As for sparing the 2, that was impossible. Before Huang Feng's remarks, Xiao Jinyu had already moved to kill, and Huang Shan had made a killing move against Xiao Tianming, so how could he let the 2 go? Unless he's out of his mind. After doing all this, Xiao Jinyu withdrew his gaze, slowly returned to the original location. The reason why in order to do such a show, naturally, is to pretend to be. The favorites really let him pretend. I knew that Senior must still have something to hide. Now that he has reached the immortal monarch realm, then it won't be long before my great revenge can actually be avenged. We'll have to discuss this matter with Senior sometime. Pill Heaven was inside the ring, his face was excited, thinking that his hatred could be avenged. He was more excited than anyone else. Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan's 4 mouths were slightly open, not realizing that Xiao Jinyu was so strong and had such a perverted strength. Immortal monarch, the sovereign existence of a party of immortals. I thought that my father would be invincible in the lower realms, but I didn't expect that he would be so invincible in the immortal realm as well. Whose father is this that is so brave? Hey, it's mine. The excitement on Xiao Tianming's face deepened when he saw this scene. He seems to have been able to see in front of him there is a spell father of the road to prosperity, towards their own paved and fled. He is about to become the strongest immortal 2nd generation in the immortal world. You're so strong, but you're still hiding it. When Huangfu Nianzi saw Xiao Jinyu come back, her face was vicious, her cheeks bulged, and she stretched out her hand and fiercely pinched Xiao Jinyu's waist. Her face was annoyed. What he had just said himself meant to let Xiao Jinyu have a soft meal and adopt Xiao Jinyu. But Xiao Jinyu was good. Where did he need to rely on now that he was so strong? It's good enough that she doesn't need to be covered by Xiao Jinyu, and she's still helping him? Wasn't that teasing her and embarrassing her? At that time, if everyone did not know Xiao Jinyu's realm and then directly brought him into the Huangfu immortal family and found that what was brought back was an immortal monarch, guess what? Boom! The Huangfu immortal family directly exploded, their ancestors' grave smoking, letting the immortal monarch eat soft food? Crazy? If you didn't know, you'd think that the Huangfu immortal family was an immortal emperor's power. Hiss! The flesh around his waist was pinched viciously. Xiao Jinyu sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. His face changed, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. It was just an accident was an accident. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jinyu smiled sardonically. God forbid he really wanted to be bagged before. But who knows? Upgrades come so fast like a tornado. He could not say with Huangfu Nianzi that in fact he had just really only had the golden immortal realm, only that the next moment this son of his was too powerful, and finally knew how to spell out how to get into trouble. Then his own realm swooshed and immediately jumped up. Chapter 116, 4 Directions Immortal World. Northern Recruitment Immortal World. Lin Xian City. Xiao Tianming's eyes rolled as he watched the 2 of them, Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi, jostling and playing around like this. One's old man was an immortal monarch, and one's stepmother was also a big immortal, so it shouldn't be too much to ask for a red packet from one's stepmother. It wouldn't be too much to ask your old man to wrap up some red envelopes for you, would it? The only one who dared to think this way was Xiao Tianming. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji were too shocked to speak for a moment. Alright, let's go. Head to the immortal realm. Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly. The people then came back to their senses and nodded in confusion. One hand was placed on top of the 8 immortal pillars one after another, and 8 different immortal lights shrouded down from the immortal realm, guiding the bodies of the 8 people upwards. With a swoosh, the 8 of them disappeared, finally officially arriving in the immortal realm. When Xiao Jinyu left, the immortal monarch's might on his body also disappeared as much as it could, and it was only then that the crowd on the field felt a force of the immortal realm that had enveloped them completely dissipate. There were still incomparable palpitations on their faces, especially the 8 immortal officials, who had never expected to see the fall of a 9 heavenly immortal today, and also an immortal monarch, with their status in the immortal world. Where can they see such an adult awe? But today they have seen some. Even if they die, it is worth it. Just which immortal lord is this lord? Why has he ascended up from the lower continent? Why don't you just tear through the immortal realm barrier and head into the middle of the immortal realm? I don't know. Your Excellency naturally has your Excellency's deepest intentions, this time letting us see the might of the immortal monarch. Even if we die, we have no regrets. Yeah, 8 immortal officials at the same time sigh, face with the color of yearning. They are only a small mortal immortal, can reach the sky immortal. This life has been satisfied. The immortal realm is even more cruel and more focused on resources and talent. If the resources are not in place, even if the cultivation time is longer, I am afraid that it will be difficult to break through a realm. In the end, the great, many people will be born old and live to the end of their lives, just like mortals. The immortal realm, extremely vast and boundless, because the immortal realm was so large, it was divided into 4 realms: the North Recruitment Immortal Realm, the East China Immortal Realm, the South Xian Immortal Realm, and the West Chu Immortal Realm. The middle part is the Boundary Sea, the Cave Heaven Treasure Land Fairy Island situated. Countless opportunities, but which also has a certain degree of danger. Every year I do not know how many immortals rushed to it, and I do not know how many immortals died on it. The 4 different immortal realms were basically in a state of old age and death, with no one looking at anyone, and everyone wanting to expand one more frontier. The 4 immortal realms' dominant forces were intricate and complex. Like the Donghua Immortal Realm was unified by a party of immortal dynasties, which were the masters of the Donghua Immortal Realm with immortal dignitaries sitting at the helm. There are 12 immortal kings and 36 immortal monarchs under his seat, commanding countless immortal lands, except for the Donghua Immortal Realm, which was unified by the Donghua Immortal Dynasty. The other 3 immortal realms were divided and fragmented by major powers such as the Immortal Sect, the named Immortal Clan, and the Immortal City. As for immortal emperors, they were almost invisible on the surface, unless they were the existence of a bottom-level ancestor, or a true master in the dark. It had been tens of millions of years since an immortal emperor had stepped forward in the entire immortal world. Is this the immortal world? Miao Xiaonan, Li Nanshuan, and the rest of the crowd were shocked beyond belief when they saw the scene before them, only to see, before his eyes, an immortal crane was flying in the sky, carrying an unknown number of immortal clouds floating around. 7-colored immortal light filled the sky, and the surrounding immortal plants, immortal medicines, immortal trees, and immortal objects could be seen everywhere, even above the immortal world continent where they stepped on. This immortal earth was something that the lower realm was far from having. The immortal Tao power contained within it. Even if a pig was allowed to eat a few mouthfuls of earth, I'm afraid that his bloodline would evolve as a result. An immortal city was not situated on the ground, but on top of the dome of the sky, floating above the 9 heavens, and what they stood on was the immortal continent littered with opportunities. Simply by sniffing a few mouthfuls of immortal chi and picking some heavenly materials, their realms were all on the verge of breaking through. The difference between immortals and mortals is truly enormous, and one does not know the vastness of immortality until one reaches the immortal realm. Xiao Jinyu looked at the scenery around him, and there was the same amazement in the bottom of his eyes, but in order to preserve his face as a worldly superior and a supreme powerhouse, he quickly suppressed it, his face expressionless. In fact, inwardly, he was also like a bumpkin. His divine sense kept dispersing outwards, looking around and being curious. The immortal realm deserves to be called the immortal realm. This heavenly materials and treasures all start at 1,000 years. That strain of spiritual grass, spiritual tree, spiritual medicine, and spiritual wood, letting people in the lower realms take a bite. It is estimated that all of them will be able to prolong their lives for 100 years, and their realms will unconditionally break through to the first rank. And just this kind of stuff is still readily available on the side of the road. Gosh, luxury. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No, I'm an immortal monarch now. My focus shouldn't be here. I should be looking for something with a higher year. Like 100,000 years, a million years, 10 million years, that's what I'm aiming for. The landscape has to be enlarged and the vision has to be long-term. Xiao Jinyu instantly thought of something and stopped paying attention to the flowers and plants on the edge of this immortal realm. Niancy, which immortal realm is this? Why don't we go to your royal family's house first and take a look around? Being new to the immortal world and unfamiliar with it, Xiao Jinyu decided that it would be better to head to the Huangfu family first to find out what the distribution of these forces were before making specific plans. Then, get yourself a bunch of kids out on the wave so you can upgrade, or just hit someone else's house. Not a bad idea. When Huangfu Niancy heard Xiao Jinyu address herself in such an intimate and ambiguous manner, her face turned even redder, like a reddish peach, delicate and tender. She looked at this world with a happy face. This is the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm. I didn't expect to be directly transported here. Not good. A narrow road between enemies. That huge immortal city above is the Lin Immortal City occupied by the Lin family. Ha, no, I don't need to panic, come on. You're already an immortal monarch. Huangfu Niancy's face changed and changed. There was scorn on his face, but in the next moment he slowed down. He was still too god-suspicious right now that he had forgotten that Xiao Jinyu was an immortal monarch. Such a realm would have no problem walking sideways in Lin Xian City, and it could even destroy Lin Xian City. Forest Fairy City? Then there's the test. I'll go up and check it out first. You guys wait here for me. Xiao Jinyu looked at a few people and explained, pulling Huangfu Niancy's hand, tearing through space and appearing above Lin Xian City. Xiao Jinyu's face carried a deep meaning. Huangfu Niancy's relationship with himself was already a nail in the coffin. He would now go and inform the Lin family to break this heart. Otherwise, what the consequences of it would be hard to say. As for why they didn't let a few people follow them, especially Miao Xiaonan, of course there was Xiao Jinyu's business. If this line of talk is not good, Lin family dare to move to kill intent. It is not good to die people, and to die on a lot of people. Maybe a few hundred, maybe a family, maybe a city. As for how much, it's up to them. A few people nodded their heads when they saw the duo leave, incomparably well behaved, and looked around at these immortal grasses and flowers in unison, their eyes blossoming with light. To the mortal immortals the benefits were no longer great, and to Xiao Jinyu Lao said that it was of little use, but to them who were not even in the purple mansion, endless opportunities. The two emperor bones in front of Xiaopingji's chest shone brightly, devouring them at a surprisingly fast speed, and the immortal plants in a radius of several dozens of miles were all transformed into pure immortal energy to be contained in his body. Xiao Ruoxuwei is not willing to show weakness. Her physique Xiao Jinyu did not take the liberty of checking it out. Surprisingly, it also flickers with immortal light, and the devouring speed is not much slower than Xiaopingji's coming. Holy, big brother and second sister are so fast. Xiao Tianming looked startled and hurriedly called out the big black dog, the heaven-swallowing beast, to join himself in quenching the immortal plants for the immortal power nascent. Miao Xiaonan in chaos moved. Li Nanchuan called out the little turtle. The two are not willing to show weakness. A storm unfolded. Chapter 117 Lin Family Feud. Xiao Jinyu's strength. The figures of Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Niancy had just surfaced above the heavens and earth, and there were already quite a few people who had checked out Huangfu Niancy's aura and had come out from within the Lin family. A dozen or so Lin family elders and a young Lin family disciple. He was the second son of the Lin family, Lin Yunting. Miss Huangfu, can you tell me if the inexplicable deaths of several elders and disciples dispatched by my Lin family were done by you? Lin Yunting's face had a look of regret on it as he looked towards Huangfu Niancy, wanting to seek an answer. For Xiao Jinyu beside Huangfu Niancy, his face had an incomparable complexity. Looking at the movement of the two arm in arm, needless to say, he knew that it was estimated to be Huangfu Niancy's sweetheart. His face did not reveal any intent of hatred or regicide, and he just stared at Huangfu Niancy with a deadly stare, waiting for her to open her mouth. Not bad, I killed the people. They wanted to force me to marry from the Huangfu family to the Lin family, and I was unwilling to do so. My Huangfu family hasn't even agreed to this matter. So what makes you, the Lin family, so unauthorized? My marriage I make free. Huangfu Niancy had a determined face and wrapped her arms tightly around Xiao Jinyu. Well, that's a shame. Lin Yunting's face was expressionless as he beckoned and waved his hand toward the front. Behind them, a dozen or so elders received Lin Yunting's decree. Killing intent appeared on their faces, and they all transformed into streams of light, killing out towards the front, killing Xiao Jinyu, with the earthly immortal realm uncovered. From just now until now, Xiao Jinyu hadn't said a single word. He wanted to play the role of a spectator and see what the Lin family chose, but now it turns out that the Lin family didn't make a good choice. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying immortal Dao power crushed down, directly crushing the dozen or so elders who had killed out into nothingness, their flesh and souls wiped clean, not moving at all. How is that possible? Lin Yunting's face changed at this moment, staring dead on at Xiao Jinyu, wanting to view a trace of realm power from the body he had just struck, but it turns out that it simply can't be done. Then this also meant that Xiao Jinyu's realm was above his own, and Xiao Jinyu's realm was definitely above that of an Earth Immortal. Those who could easily crush Earth Immortals were definitely more than Heaven Immortals, and were at the level of Golden Immortals to say the least. Phew, Lin Yunting sighed deeply and recovered, his face unperturbed. Is it bad to marry into my Lin family? The Lin family has been friends with the Wangfu family for generations. Do you want us to break the relationship in our generation? Now, as long as you break off your relationship with him, our two families can go back to the way they were, and this one thing can be treated as if it never happened. If not, I'm afraid that the relationship between my two families can only go so far, and today, it will be difficult for him to walk out of my Lin family. Now what Lin Yunting said was still aimed at Xiao Jinyu, not Huangfu Nianzi, and the implication was that as long as Huangfu Nianzi changed her mind, Xiao Jinyu would be spared to death today. With a thought, he called up a few of the resident elders within the Lin family, each at the Golden Immortal realm, and floated above the heavens and earth. They looked at Xiao Jinyu, thinking that they were in the same realm as Xiao Jinyu and were definitely able to cut him down. In fact, this could not be blamed on them. The main thing was that this guy Xiao Jinyu was really too well hidden. The realm on his body did not reveal any trace of it, and on the surface it looked just like an ordinary person. Even the strikes did not have the fluctuations of an immortal monarch's realm. Several golden immortal lodgers flew out, aiming to kill Xiao Jinyu directly. Huangfu Nianzi saw that Lin Yunting was still unforgiving, and seeing that several elders were so already didn't want to look at them much longer. He turned his gaze to the side. She knew that today's result had been predetermined, and the Lin family would surely decline after that. Xiao Jinyun's face was expressionless as the immortal Dao's great palm fell once again. What was carried above that large square palm was immortal Dao power, different from immortal rules, different from immortal power, different from immortal mansions, crushing everything, even if the 5 golden immortal lodgers had just flown out. In the next moment, they were once again slapped into flying dust by Xiao Jinyu, with not even a remnant left. How is that possible? Not a golden immortal. Could it be that it's not a heavenly immortal? Lin Yunting's face finally changed drastically, and at this moment, he was a bit flustered. The death of a few golden immortal lodgers in the family is an indelible damage to the Lin family. This is the existence of the bottom of his Lin family. Now that a few of the lodgers had died, then his Lin family's status in the neighborhood would definitely drop a bit again. If today's deed were to spread out, I'm afraid that all the other clans would join together to suppress his Lin family to the point of swallowing it up. Lin Yunting's face changed as he took a deep look at Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi, who were standing above the sky dome. In the end, it ended with a resigned sigh. If he still couldn't see the reality of this, he didn't deserve to be the second youngest member of the Lin family, and he didn't deserve to have cultivated immortality to this point. From just now when the two of them took the initiative to come to his Lin family, Xiao Jinyu was emboldened, and so was Huangfu Nianzi. Either his Huangfu family was ready to go to war with his Lin family and completely tear the relationship apart, or Xiao Jinyu was extremely strong. The latter now seems 99% likely. Xiao Jinyu struck out twice, and each time he struck out with a momentum of absolute crushing, which meant that his strength was definitely at the very least in the Luo Heavenly Immortal, or above the Luo Heavenly Immortal. Thinking about it further had made him a little afraid to think about it. Lin Yunting closed and took a deep breath. His eyes stared at Xiao Jinyu with total fear. His voice was loud and clear. Today, Lin Yunting knows that he has offended Senior, and deserves to die for his sins. Earlier, that elder Lin and the Lin family disciples were dispatched by me alone, trying to find the traces of Miss Huangfu, to the point of causing today's result. Just now, the dozen or so elders were following my orders, so they killed the seniors, and what was done today was done by me alone, and had nothing to do with the Lin family. One person does what one person does. Please spare my Lin family's life. Lin Yunting hereby thanks. Lin Yunting made a deep bow towards Xiao Jinyu. The next moment, boom, an explosion rang out as Lin Yunting blew himself up, shattering his flesh and soul, cutting himself down and dying. He knew that if he didn't die today, the Lin family would be destroyed, and if he died, maybe Xiao Jinyu might still be able to spare his Lin family. After all, he had taken all the blame on himself, and the rest of his Lin family had not stepped forward. As for whether Xiao Jinyu would spare his Lin family, he didn't know, and could only gamble so for the time being. From Lin Yunting's death until now, from the beginning to the end, the Lin family had not had anyone come forward, and even quite a few elders were hiding within Lin Xian City, trembling in fear that Xiao Jinyu would wipe out the entire Lin Xian City. They were afraid that Xiao Jinyu would transfer the guilt of this implication onto them. Overlooking the entire Lin Xian city, there were old and young, men and women. Xiao Jinyu looked at it not knowing what to think. In the next moment, a dozen of Lin family elders emerged in the void, the leader of which was the Lin family head, and behind him were a dozen of Lin family's senior elders. Their gazes toward Xiao Jinyu were tinged with terror, their faces trembling as they made a deep bow to Xiao Jinyu. Please still be generous with your hand, Senior. Today, my Lin family absolutely has no dares to make an enemy out of Senior. We can make a great oath of the immortal Tao that if we make an enemy of Senior, the entirety of my Lin immortal family will be destroyed. Xiao Jinyu saw that a dozen people had said so. Anyway, today Lin Yunting had already died, so the others were even. Indifferently nodding, he took Wang Funianxi's waist and floated towards the sky. This grudge to this end. It is not in the kill some innocent, and they cannot afford to turn any wind and waves. Want to destroy for him is the release of the matter of pressure. In fact, he could have killed all of them today. Perhaps one day, when he ascended to the top of the immortal realm, wanting to destroy a party of worlds would only be a matter of a thought. But Xiao Jinyu himself believes that he is not a person who kills and kills. You do not mess with me, we are at peace with each other. You move with murderous intent, then I'm sorry, you'll die for sure. As for killing or not killing, it was only a matter of his thought. A thought for God could be netted. After all, there was no direct grudge, just like the Soul sect before, the Sword sect, and the Lin family today. When a thought is a demon, then sorry, Xiao Jinyu crazy up their own fear. Just now have not done it just, not as crazy as the devil to destroy all. Chapter 118 Immortal Realm Bandit Corps. Wherever they pass, not an inch of grass grows. The feud between the Lin family and your Huangfu family has been resolved, so you can visit your Huangfu family at that time. Xiao Jinyu looked at Huangfu Nianzi with great meaning, a bad smile on his face. Huangfu Nianzi looked at Xiao Jinyu's appearance, and with a swish, her face became even redder. Thinking about that day when her body was all seen by Xiao Jinyu, it was only then that she realized that since that time, the two of them had already started this beautiful destiny. I guess it won't be long before we take another step forward. Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi returned to the immortal world continent where they were originally located, and when they returned to the top of the continent they suddenly froze, their faces confused, blinking, looking down at the baleful land below them, and thinking back to how they had been just before they had arrived here. There was a stark contrast, a huge contrast. Previously when they came, this side of the land was blooming with immortal light, all kinds of immortal plants it's blooming. It was called a beautiful, immortal atmosphere. And now, there is only bald land, not to mention a single immortal grass, immortal flowers above, even an immortal hair cannot be seen, barren as black earth. Nothing, as bare as the bald bird with no hair on its ass. If this was only a small area that was like this, Xiao Jinyu would not have made such an expression. The main thing is that this immortal continent is as such for 10,000 miles around. The grass has been gripped by these people. It is simply the transit of robbers. Nothing is spared. Below, one could only see Xiao Ruoxue riding on an incomparably handsome and gigantic green bird, whose appearance was 3 times similar to that of a phoenix, and whose might crossed the heavens. Xiao Tianmeng rode on a huge and hideous heaven-swallowing beast, his entire body covered in black scale armor, as mighty as that demon race general. His lofty head raised, he looked off into the distance, 10,000 miles away, drooling from his mouth. Li Nanchuan rode on a Xian turtle, which had a black tang snake wrapped around both sides of its body, and the two constituted the Xuanwu sacred beast, whose appearance was incomparably majestic and carried a sense of subduing the world. The solemn white tiger that Xiaopingji rode on was snow white in color, with a powerful tiger's tail swaying wildly in the void and a tiger's head that showed all its majesty. The tiger's claws were strong and stood on top of this continent, and the land was visible as a deep scar that was torn into pieces by the sharp golden chi that the holy beast white tiger brought with it around its body. Miao Xiaonan was left holding chaos in her arms, ruing the soft pink flesh of chaos body, her eyes slightly narrowed in great enjoyment. I didn't expect that all 4 of these divine beasts would have grown up, and looking at the aura on their bodies, they've now climbed directly to the Emperor realm level, although I haven't broken through to mortal immortality yet, thinking that with such resources in the immortal realm, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to mortal immortality. Xiao Jinyu's face was satisfied. All 5 of them had broken through in their realms, so it was thought that the 5 of them should have just experienced a very violent fight for resources, so much so that all that could be seen in this square mile, but everything that could be seen, was transformed by them into their own purest power. Those 2 emperor bones in Xiaopingji's body glittered, and his realm was just like a hang-up. Miso, he broke through the emperor realm, and did not bring with him any color of lethargy. It seemed to be a perfect breakthrough. Xiao Ruoxue is slightly worse, but also came to the Purple House realm. Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan 2 people only to the Palace of the Tao. But the progress is also very fast. Miao Xiaonan's realm wasn't very high, merely breaking through to the Sea of Wheel realm, which was probably related to her personality. As for why they had broken through, one could think with their asses and know that it must have something to do with this great plunder. Xiao Jinyu sighed. It's true, it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. They're the only ones who can plunder the square miles so cleanly. When the 5 people saw Xiao Jinyu looking at them, they immediately looked away, eyes on the nose, ears on the ears, and whistled carelessly. The look on that face seemed to indicate that they didn't do it all. Huangfu Nianzi saw the scene, shook his head and lost his smile. For a few people so behavior he did not feel somewhat. Anyway, this immortal world continent of these immortal plants are all natural growth. It only takes 1,000 years to grow back, or even 100 years if the immortal principle prevails. The immortal world is so vast, and the immortal world continent is so big, it is just a small matter of 10,000 square miles. Just now, Xiao Jinyu said that she was heading to her Huangfu immortal family, and it just so happened that her Huangfu immortal family had quite a lot of resources that she could take out as much as she could and give to these children to cultivate. Anyway, letting it go is also letting it go. Why don't we buy the hearts and minds of a few children first? After all, Xiao Ruoxuez seems to have 2 other missing moms. Thinking of this, for some reason, Huangfu Nianzi always felt a sense of guilt. Her current status and Xiao Jinyu's feelings are like a cat that steals fish. Very strange. Although it was normal for the world of cultivators to have a lot of Dao couples, she always felt something strange, especially being a yellow girl. What Huangfu Nianzi was thinking right now, Xiao Jinyu naturally didn't know. And even if she did, she would still tell her to relax. During the previous time in the mundane continent, he and the 2 missing daughters-in-law were actually both unknown to each other at first as well, because it is a dynasty. So in order to consolidate their position of power, marriage will be inevitable. Married to Prime Minister's daughter. At first it was uneventful, then it was day-long love. And in the end, as the days passed, the feelings were slowly cultivated. Day before day after day, the little 3 don't live together so harmoniously and happily? There's no more gleaning in this area. Why don't we glean in another area? Xiao Jinyu looked at the 5 people and smiled as his bandit nature was exposed. Although he was now at the noble immortal monarch realm, his greatest pleasure would naturally be to bring a few children along with him to become a bandit. That would be the best. Beautifully named to enhance the bond between father and son, father and daughter, master and disciple. Several people nodded excitedly when they heard what Xiao Jinyu said, and golden light bloomed on their eyes. Just now they gleaned there are convergence. After all, will expand the scope of this too big is not a good thing? When the time to out of something they are also difficult to self-protection. Now that Xiao Jinyu was at the side, it was much more reassuring. A few people looked at each other, and in a flash, they headed towards the distant continent. As a few people passed by, the entire immortal continent, but whatever could be gripped, was gripped away, turning into the purest immortal Dao power for the growth of their realm, as well as the growth of a few divine beasts, coupled with the faint hint of immortal monarch aura on Xiao Jinyu's body. Even if someone saw it, they would only hide and watch from afar and would not say anything. No one would want to mess with an immortal monarch powerhouse. Chapter 119, The Immortal World's Great Luminary. The crowd's breakthrough. Wherever a line of 7 people passed, not an inch of grass was left, not a single piece of armor was left behind, and it was even more terrifying than the transit of locusts. Originally this landform was still good. Immortal light glittering, immortal plant glowing. The next moment will be 5 people gripped the essence of the light. Its speed that is called a fast. The blink of an eye time will be transformed into a bare land. Immortal materials, immortal trees, immortal flowers, and immortal grasses were all devoured by the heaven-swallowing beast, and with one big mouth, it devoured them all into its body. It was called a brutality. The 5 people's realms were also rising rapidly. Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi rode the Qilin behind them to press for them. The line of this line was incomparably extravagant, with the heaven-swallowing beast opening the way in the front row, Xuanwu, Qinghuan escorting on both sides, and the white tiger and chaos both transforming into their own bodies and devouring in the middle. Divine beast combination. This is the sacred beast white tiger. This is the divine beast Qinghuan. This is actually the heaven-swallowing beast and the Qilin. What is the origin view of this line of several people? The realm of those few brats is only at the emperor realm, and they aren't even mortal immortals. Put away those thoughts in your eyes. Don't you see the immortal monarch on the man behind you? This is an immortal monarch lord. If this thought of yours is known by an immortal monarch lord, I'm afraid you won't even know how you'll die. The crowd above the immortal city in the distance looked down, something else flickering in their gazes, when the next moment, it was choked back by immortal. The crowd immediately as felt a pot of cold water poured down, immediately sobered up, perceiving the immortal ruler's breath emanating from Xiao Jinyu's body. The body shivered for no reason. Just now, they had the audacity to try to rob a teen with an immortal monarch. Just like that, the group of several people pushed westward across 1,000,000 miles above the new Earth continent below the northern recruitment immortal realm. This 1,000,000 miles of immortal soil continent naturally also have been gripped bald. Lasted 2 days, 5 people's realm directly pulled up to the mortal-immortal realm, which I do not know how much grass, I do not know how much flowers, and even nibbled on the tree. Each and every one of them was as mad as a madman in order to elevate their realms. Of course, the immortal flowers and grasses and other immortal attribute species mentioned here are, in their essence, pure sun and moon essence immortal power, which only needs to be completely condensed and quenched into pure immortal power to be absorbed into the body. It's not like you have to get too hung up on the whole nibbling flowers, eating grass, chewing bark thing. Senior Immortal Monarch, please, 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 today, Senior Immortal Monarch has come to visit us, making my Earth Immortal City aunt be happy. An Immortal City Lord greeted Xiao Jinyu and the others inside. That was flattering and his face was flattering and respectful. The City Lord of Earth Immortal City was no more than an Earth Immortal, so it was inevitable that he would be even more excited to see an Immortal Monarch now. Next, Xiao Jinyu and the 5 people in the Earth Immortal City cheated and cheated. Oh no! It was a big meal and a big drink, and played painfully for a long time. There were no more coils on them, and the City Lord's mansion offered immortal stones for them to cultivate. Feeling that the food was no longer enjoyable, the City Lord's mansion then wrapped up all the items in the entire Immortal City and sent them to a few people's rooms. This time, Xiao Jinyu and the others finally experienced the joy that strength brought. After a few days, several people had gained a deeper understanding of the immortal realm, especially the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm. The common cultivation resource in the immortal world is the Immortal Stone, which contains rich immortal power and can replenish the lack of immortal Tao power camped in the body, functioning in exactly the same way as a spirit stone. Even rarer than immortal stones were immortal veins, and a single immortal vein could be mined for 10 million immortal stones. In the immortal realm, there were naturally different professions, such as Immortal Formation Master, Immortal Dan Master, Immortal Weapon Master, Immortal Rune Master, and so on. The Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm was ruled by 3 great clans and 2 great immortal sects: the Eternal Life Wine Clan, the Eternal Life Su Clan, and the Eternal Life Chu Clan. There was no lack of Xiantianzun level powerhouses existing within the 3 great clans. The 2 great immortal gates are hidden from the world, and the disciples within them are scarce, so not many people know the exact depth of their strength. Stayed here for half a month and got a lot out of it, taking other people's immortal stones, in order to enhance the strength of Xiao Tianmai, Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue and the others. After the strength reached the human immortal perfection realm, Xiao Jinyu was satisfied. This period of time is still mainly for them to take a step up in their original base strength, or else they will be too weak to mess with someone who is too strong. Before leaving, Xiao Jinyu pointed out a trace of the immortal Daola's breath and handed it over to the City Lord of Earth Immortal City, which could be considered a gift for his hospitality these days. As for how much he could realize from this immortal Daola's and whether or not he could break through to the heavenly immortal realm, it all depended on his destiny. Welcome to the arrival of the Immortal Monarch. Look, I've got a couple of kids here. Ahem, all juniors, if you know what I mean. Yes, I understand. A few gentlemen have a talented appearance. This is my small token of appreciation. No honor, please accept it. Dozens of small red packets were stuffed into Xiao Jinyu's arms. Next, Xiao Jinyu led the 5 people to wave all over the major immortal cities, received an unknown number of red envelopes. By virtue of his identity as an immortal ruler, wherever he went, he was admired by an unknown number of immortals. The way can be the way, but it is not the way. The name can be the name, but it is not the name. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, named, the mother of all things. This is today's sermon by the Immortal Monarch. If you still want to continue listening, please pay 50,000 immortal stones. Xiao Jinyu took the initiative to exude the aura of an immortal monarch and conducted one immortal Dao insight sharing assembly after another, speaking countless of his own immortal Dao techniques, which the crowd listened to like a dream. I feel that there is something in my heart that I want to catch, and it is clear that a breakthrough is imminent, but I always feel that there is a barrier in front of me, and it is difficult to step into it. Those who had listened to the Immortal Way lecture given by Xiao Jinyu all said it was good, but none of those who left had a smile on their faces. It was because a group of immortals realized that they had listened and had some epiphanies, but they just couldn't break the realm. An immortal stone is handed over wave after wave. The first, 50, 000. The second, 100, 000. The third, 200, 000. Small half of the life savings are all handed over, but also did not see to be able to break through. Always stuck outside, obviously know how to break through, but just cannot break through, which tickles them. Over the past 10 days, Xiao Jinyu and the others had already turned their pots full, with tens of millions of immortal stones on their bodies. With this huge stream of cultivation resources, the 5 children's realms had once again risen several times, from human immortal to earth immortal level. Huang Fu Nianxi's realm was also restored to its original immediate combat power, heavenly immortal, and all was well. With all the people's basic realms of strength raised as much as they could. With the identity of the immortal monarch, Xiao Jinyu bought a mansion in a certain immortal city, and a few people sat around within the center garden of the mansion, drinking immortal tea and eating immortal fruits in a pleasant manner. Huang Fu Nianxi lay beside Xiao Jinyu and turned sideways to look at this face of Xiao Jinyu, somewhat infatuated. For some reason, this man in front of him was clearly already an immortal monarch, and wherever he went, he would be admired by millions of people, and even if he just echoed down, there would definitely be quite a number of people who would send him resources, but he didn't do it. Instead, he led the crowd to fool an unknown number of people, and took away a number of resources above the immortal Earth continent, and he was happy to do so. The man in front of me always acted so cynical, but there was something else about being serious. Xiao Jinyu didn't know about Huang Fu Nianxi's question, or else he could have answered it. Huang Fu Nianxi didn't realize that the bond between him and the several children had grown stronger. Having not been in contact with Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue for more than 10 years, it was inevitable that there would be a hidden sense of rustiness. Within this short period of 10 days or so, through these trivial little things, fooling others into paying immortal stones or cheating them out of food and drink, the feelings of the few people quickly warmed up and returned to the same appearance as before. Now, this rustiness was erased as much as possible by Xiao Jinyu. That was his purpose, and why he had gone out of his way to do some drop-deads to keep a couple of kids happy. These days he was playing madly with Xiao Pingji and Xiao Ruoxue together, and the three of them no longer had any distance. Little Nui, Nansen also treated him like a father. Chapter 120 Old Taoist Niu Bizi, Abducting Xiao Pingji? Xiao Jinyu turned around and came face to face with Huang Fu Nianxi, as if he could see the doubt in Huang Fu Nianxi's eyes. This is the age of innocence and romance. Why should we focus on matters of cultivation? Although their realm is rapidly rising these days, haven't you noticed that their state of mind is also being upgraded? Huang Fu Nianxi listened to what Xiao Jinyu said and found that it was really something like that. A few people's state of mind, although they still love to play, but when they play they are able to move like a rabbit, and be as quiet as a virgin. As for the heart is not much to say. In addition to Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji, the other three are Go Wang backstabbing old six, a black belly bandit, a man little boy. At this moment, Huang Fu Nianxi's heart quieted down. What she pursued was not a single-minded cultivation. This was a point where Xiao Jinyu's values were perfectly in line with hers. And they are my children. No one can hurt them under my protection. They just need to be happy. Xiao Jinyu gave a gentle smile, and hidden underneath that smile was an endless sharpness. Although usually like to pit children pit disciples, but love is also true love. Pit is also true pit. It took nearly half a month to settle down in this immortal city, allowing a few people's realms to settle down a bit, removing the sense of difference brought about by taking a direct step from a saint to an earth immortal. Of course, these days Xiao Jinyu also did not idle, although thinking about the pot to eat in the bowl, but still looked for some traces about their two missing daughter-in-law. After searching through a dozen or so immortal cities, 1% of the Northern Recruitment Immortal Dynasty, but just couldn't see any of their footprints. The immortal realm is so big, trying to find someone is really something incomparably difficult. Open the system mall panel. 70,000 mission points? Xiao Jinyu didn't even think about using all of them as the drapes of the heavens. Nowadays, although several people's realm strength had already reached Earth Immortal, they still lacked some heavenly treasures to directly allow their realm to get climbed. At the very least, it was only when they reached Heavenly Immortal that Xiao Jinyu would feel comfortable letting them go out and go on their own waves. Waiting until you can't beat them before calling yourself a sparring partner was Xiao Jinyu's intention, especially Li Nanshuan. In the lower realm formation clan obtained in the formation ancestor symbols have long been studied. If there is no more advanced formation, his immortal formation avenue is expected to stop at the original place. It is difficult to go further. Xiao Jinyu's hands appeared with a whole 14 of the heavenly fishing rods, and the scene in front of him changed for a while, transforming into a golden pool of qi, and began to fish for the things of the various worlds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Beast 10,000 Years Growth card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Complete Inheritance of the Immortal Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining a 10,000-year-old immortal pill. Eat it to break 1 realm x 7-inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a step in the complete immortal level avatar. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining an immortal monarch level weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a physique great achievement card. 14 fishing trips in a row yielded quite a few items. Xiao Jinyu herself only left behind the Physique Grand Completion card and the Divine Beast Growth card, and gave the rest to her 5 children, and also gave Huang Fu Nianxi a copy of the Immortal Pill, so that her realm could also be broken through. Take what you want. It just so happens that this one can go to Nanxique. Xiao Jinyu's face was overjoyed. Little brother, I see that your bones are amazing. Your face has the face of an emperor. You are a dragon and phoenix among men. Little brother, you have the qualifications of an immortal emperor. Nubizi Old Tao looked at Xiaopingji, who was as if he had nothing to do with the world, from the side of the street corner, and hurriedly walked up to be mysterious. Skeletal surprise? Indeed, the bones are amazing. Can you not be surprised by 2 extra bones in your chest? Xiaopingji glanced at the old Nubizi Taoist and was shocked in his eyes as he suddenly realized that he could not see through the strength of this old Nubizi Taoist in front of him. And in front of the real Nubizi Old Taoist brought himself an extremely powerful sense of oppression, a feeling that was only felt in his own father. Xiao Jinyu, little brother, if old me guessed correctly, these 2 emperor bones on your chest, one is the Dome Immortal Emperor bone and one is the Xianxiao Emperor bone. Both of these emperor bones can take you to the top of the immortal realm. The old Nubizi Taoist is inscrutable. Oh, Xiaopingji nodded. Old Taoist Ox Skin had wanted to see when Xiaopingji's reaction, but realized that Xiaopingji merely nodded indifferently without any next words. His eyes widened in wonderment. Just 1-0? Good. Worthy of being the possessor of 2 emperor bones, with such an unusual state of mind. I'm definitely going to take this disciple, even if it's a lull. I'm going to lull him into my power. Even if it's an abduction, I'm going to abduct him. Xiaopingji did not care much about what old Taoist Nubizi said. The main thing was that Xiao Jinyu was already an immortal monarch. Even if old Taoist Nubizi was stronger than his own father, wouldn't he be? How about this? You return to the middle of the Dao Immortal sect with the old Taoist me, and within a few years, you'll be guaranteed that your realm will quack up and you'll be able to utilize the maximum power of these 2 emperor bones. Old Taoist Nubizi directly stated his intention. Xiaopingji shook his head faintly as he listened. Seeing this, old Taoist Nubizi was not in a hurry and spoke again. Do you know what kind of power my Daoxian sect is? Great Luo Golden Immortals no. Just elders. Luo Heavenly Immortals no. Also just elders. There is no lack of immortal monarchs existing within the clan Ah. Oh, Xiaopingji nodded once more and turned to leave. Originally thought that this Dao Immortal sect was so bullish, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Only Great Luo Golden Immortal. Luo Heavenly Immortal? Xiao Jinyu had just slaughtered a 9th Heavenly Xian. And as for the immortal monarch he was talking about, his own father was it. Holy, this doesn't even move your heart. What's this brat in front of you? Could it be that they are outsiders and don't know about the Daoxian sect? Old Taoist Nubizi couldn't help but get anxious when he realized that Xiaopingji was leaving. Hastily grabbing Xiaopingji's arm, he once again spoke. There are still many great powers existing in my Dao Immortal sect. As long as you head to one of them, I'm able to guarantee that I'll be able to have them personally head to teach you how. It's not necessary. Xiaopingji shook his head, not interested at all, and left straight away, ignoring old Taoist Nubizi. Old Taoist Nubizi froze in place, not reacting for a moment. Their Dao Immortal sect was one of the 2 great immortal sects in this northern recruitment immortal realm, and his identity was naturally equally prominent. But he couldn't hold a little kid today? Hey, I don't believe it. I'd like to see which power you're from and who the strongest person within the power has. Surprisingly, I can't even look at immortal monarchs. Old Taoist Nubizi could have directly emanated the realm of his body to take away Xiaopingji. However, the Daoxian sect is practiced by a disparity of skills. There will be a special period of time when the realm is unharmed with the mortal immortals, and the cultivation is blocked and has to be restored after a period of time. Now he is such a state. Otherwise he would have released his original realm strength and forcefully captured Xiaopingji. And now his battle power is not even as strong as Xiaopingji. The turtle breath immortal technique was executed, converging his body's aura, quietly following Xiaopingji, arriving at the place where Xiao Jinyu's mansion that they had purchased was located, hidden in the void. Chapter 121 Extreme Heavenly Demon Body, 10,000 Tribulation Divine Body Great Achievement. In these few days, Huangfu Nianzi briefly returned to the middle of the Huangfu family to visit her father. After all, she had rebelled and run away for more than 20 years, and now she should go back to say hello to her family. Followed by talking about her and Xiao Jinyu. Is father still practicing within his room? It's better to leave father alone. Xiaopingji returned to the middle of the mansion, took a glance at the center of the mansion from afar and then withdrew his gaze, pondering something else in his mind. These days under my father's shelter, although I have grown very fast, but in the end, it is not my intention to grow under my father's remaining shade. If you want to be invincible for a lifetime, if you want to be on your own, you still have to go out on your own. If you really can't beat them before you call your father, well, I know that all these times father has actually been searching for traces of mother, but in the way of the imperial mother being there, so he didn't explicitly find out. I can just about leave to look for signs of my mother. so I can share some of my father's burden as well. Xiao Pingji then quickly made up his mind and had already figured out where he was going. If this thought of his was known to Xiao Jinyu would only feel relieved that the child had finally grown up and knew to share the burden for his old father. Xiao Jinyu is looking forward to the main or let Xiao Pingji and others go out to cause trouble. After all, like this protagonist were to go, certainly less supporting villain attacks, by then their own realm and have to improve. He is the person of this mansion. It doesn't seem to be anything remarkable. It's all in the heavenly immortal realm. Old Taoist Nubizi very covertly and roughly swept a glance at the several people within this mansion. From Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, Xiao Ruoshu as several people one by one. What? It's amazing how young they are. In the next moment, old Taoist Nubizi was dumbfounded, and without looking, he was shocked. The bone age of each of these people was younger than the other, and excessively so, especially Miao Xiaonan, who had unexpectedly reached Earth immortality at only 10 years old. What kind of cultivation speed is this? You can't even practice this fast in your mother's womb. There's something mysterious about these people's origins. Why don't we bring them all back to the immortal sect? Old Taoist Nubizi's eyes rolled straight up as he began to think about how to lure all of these people into the Tao immortal sect. At this moment, inside the house, Xiao Jinyu's hand took out 3 entire divine cards given by the system. One was a random physique great achievement card, one was a random supreme physique card that he had previously obtained, and one was a divine beast 10,000 years growth card. These days as much as accompany a group of children to go crazy. So that did not first look at this random physique as what kind of. In fact, in terms of my current strength, the Deshang body's physique is incomparably strong, and I don't know exactly what kind of enemies I'm able to fight against for the time being, but it's definitely more than just immortal monarchs. The great completion of the prison buster heavenly body, as well as this pair of demonic pupils of mine. Find an immortal exalted, immortal king to touch on someday, and see just how strong one's battle power is. Xiao Jinyu muttered to himself, and this moment came to mean something. Already an immortal monarch, he was only a bunch of bears away from the other 2 realms to go out and fight a little bit more for his father and rebel for a while. Xiao Jinyu had a deep meaning in his eyes. The higher the realm, then the wider the coverage of one's immortal thoughts would be, and the chances of finding the missing 2 daughters-in-law would be much greater. And he had already made plans. It wasn't a good idea for the several children to stay by his side all the time. One by one, their realms had already reached heavenly immortal. It was time to go out and make waves. It's good for them to find their mother. Xiao Tianmi inside himself still needed to prepare some words when the time came. After all, he had initially snubbed his mother for being the last heavenly pride daughter, while the reality wasn't like that. As for how to say it, then it would depend on Xiao Jinyu's acting ability as the king of acting. System, use the physique cards, all 3 together. Ding, in use for the host. Congratulations to the host for successful use. Obtaining the Supreme Physique Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Body. Extreme Tao Heavenly Demon Body, the body of an extraterrestrial heavenly demon originator. Specific utility unknown. Specific ability unknown. Can be used in conjunction with the Zhou Yue Heavenly Demon Pupil. The system warmly reminds us that there is a difference between immortals and mortals. And there is a difference between immortals and devils. Immortals and devils have had a hostile relationship since ancient times, and the host can cultivate the devil's way and become a devil immortal. But he cannot be completely transformed into a heavenly devil. Heavenly devils and devilish immortals are 2 concepts. One still belongs to the category of the human race, while the other is an extraterritorial devil race, a different kind of race. Is there such a distinction? It seems about this physique will have to be used carefully next time, and with his exact abilities unknown. This is the first time we've encountered this, Xiao Jinyu murmured as he listened to the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the random body achievement card, and the 10,000 searches divine body has reached achievement. Since Xiao Jinyu's origin place, a sea of thunder filled within the 2 different mini-immortal Tao worlds, and a roiling sea of purple resided in the corner of heaven and earth. Purple thunderbolt, black thunderbolt, and blood-colored thunderbolt all appeared, and all kinds of thunder power carried unparalleled dominance and destruction, without any trace of vitality. In the middle of the thunder sea, there was a thunder pool. Within the thunder pool, it was filled with white thunder, but anyone who got a hint of it would go up in smoke. The great completion of the 10,000 Tribulation God body physique meant that today's Xiao Jinyu was already that monarch of the tribulation, and could master the power of the tribulation and could control all the thunder origin of this immortal realm. Boom! Boom! As Xiao Jinyu's physique broke through to greatness, an extremely terrifying aura rose up to the sky, spreading above the immortal city from the location of this mansion. A thunderous sound rang out, and several thunderbolts intertwined to turn into a whole sea of thunder. The immortal realm thunder was again different from the mortal thunder of the lower realm. The immortal realm thunder carried the immortal Tao's killing power and the power to destroy everything, while the lower realm's thunder did not. The sea of purple thunder in the sky covered the world, the thunder clouds expanding into the distance, thunder ons overflowing, thunder arcs erupting and crackling. The dome of the sky was all filled with this power of thunder and lightning, and when the crowd of immortals felt a vast power of the immortal heaven, they unconsciously softened their legs and knelt down in unison. At this moment, no matter if it was a mortal immortal, a human immortal or an earth immortal, all of them could not resist this terrifying heavenly might, and raised their heads in horror to look at the strange situation above the sky. Not just this immortal city, the other neighboring immortal cities were likewise like this, with countless powerful auras checking outwards, wanting to see where the source of this vision above the dome of the sky was. Old Taoist Nubizi was just about to follow Xiaopingji's gaze to the center of the mansion, trying to see who the owner of this mansion was, when in the next moment, he was also startled by this horrifying thunder might. From within the mansion, a silhouette flew directly up into the sky, floating above the heavens and the earth, with thousands of thunders behind it. A thunder dragon made a sound that shook the sky and the earth. The 10,000 calamities divine body has come to fruition. The power of many thunderbolts is at my disposal. And there's also the message of the calamities, which allows me to manipulate other people's chi. This I like very much. Xiao Jinyu felt his own endless power and looked down at the crowd below as the Eye of Chi was activated to be used in conjunction with the 10,000 tribulation god body. Chapter 122, The 9 Dragons Embracing the Lord. Old Taoist Nubizi's jealousy. Regarding the Eye of Chi fortune, it involved the great Tao of fate, but it was nothing more than peering into other people's destinies, not changing them. Now it was different. The 10,000 trials divine body had reached its great completion, and was able to confer and impose the chi of the trials on others, where the trials, in turn, included the 5 declines of the celestials, in turn, included the chi of decay, and so on. Xiao Jin, you can rely on the chi of the calamity, so that others are constantly struck by lightning. Practice, go off the deep end and die. Drink cold water and choke to death. Bad activities, sudden death. This is to change their fate in disguise. The 10,000 thunders divine body also had the effect of plundering other people's chi and forcibly granting them chi. For example, if one happened to run into a person, one could plunder all of his chi and give it to oneself before he died. Then in the future, one's future chances or fortune would be stronger, and perhaps there would be a lost girl throwing herself at one's feet while walking. Ahem. Wrongly, it's the destined protagonist who takes the initiative to worship himself, take the initiative to get into trouble, or the opportunity to take the initiative to fly in his face. Of course, during Xiao Jinyu's period of sainthood, didn't he master the law of eternal life and the law of creation? Now when combined with the golden eye of Qi and the great completion of the 10,000 tribulations divine body, Xiao Jinyu was still able to deliver the opportunity directly to others, which had a claim to it. Later on, the rewards he drew in the middle of the mall were airdropped directly in front of the eyes of several children. Xiao Jinyu leaped forward and looked at the group of immortals below, but after thinking about it, he still wasn't going to test it on them. Originally, these people's chi was not thick. Even when they reached the immortal realm, they were barely only ruddy, cannon fodder ether-like rolls. Their lives were sad enough as it was. It was better not to exacerbate it, and retracted their gaze. Roar! Behind them, the 9 thunderbolts formed a thunder dragon, floating continuously around Xiao Jinyu, in an arching cluster, embracing Xiao Jinyu as the main one. With this, Xiao Jinyu is their master, the monarch of the thunder and lightning, and today the 9 thunder god dragons have embraced Xiao Jinyu as the king of the thunder of 10,000 thunders. The bodies of the 9 thunder dragons all grew to 1,000,000 feet, and a heavenly thunder throne emerged from the center of the thunder sea, falling behind Xiao Jinyu, who very naturally sat on it. Anyway, today's vision of the divine body's great success is out all out. The scene of this side of the world is estimated to be seen by others. Might as well pretend to pretend in the end. Xiao Jinyu sat on his butt, and the faces of the 9 thunder dragons unexpectedly had a humanized excitement. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded, swaying their bodies as they flew above the dome of the sky. What kind of situation is this? Is this the meaning of the thunder dragon embracing its master and the immortal thunder recognizing its master? How is it possible? Isn't the immortal thunder of the immortal realm a masterless thing? An evolution of the immortal realm's consciousness, an extension of the immortal realm's intent. Why would the thunder dragon take on such a likeness? Could it be that this person is a heavenly Tao doppelganger? How is that possible? Look at the aura on his body. It's an immortal monarch having the entity realm, which means he's not a heaven's path doppelganger, but a cultivator like us. The unusual noise from Xiao Jinyu's side spread over a small half of the northern recruitment immortal realm, so much so that the immortal monarch powerhouses from the 3 great clans were also secretly checking it out. The immortals from the other immortal cities looked this way curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Immortal thunder having a master means that I can actually control a small portion of the heavenly Tao's intent through immortal thunder. Cultivators need to cross the tribulation, and immortals are naturally no exception, especially breaking through the golden immortal. Every time you break through a realm you will meet a thunderbolt. In the future, see who is not happy, in the capacity of the master of the heavenly Tao's thunder, make it more difficult for them, and directly cleave them to death. Xiao Jinyu's eyes rolled straight up, and there was bad water in the middle of his stomach again. As in, if heaven's destiny breaks through, can I make it harder for them as well? How about letting them dislike the heavenly Tao of the immortal world? I don't know how strong the heavenly Tao is, but if I'm stronger than the heavenly Tao, this side of the immortal realm walks sideways. Xiao Jinyu's heart had a very bold idea at this moment. Pit son to the end. Father's love is like a mountain. Xiao Tianmian, actually, you don't have to be the first to think of me. The owner of this mansion, the strength of the realm he's displaying right now is that of an immortal monarch. But judging by the aura of battle power that has erupted from him nowadays, he is definitely far more than an immortal monarch, and can be directly comparable to an immortal king. Who the hell is this guy? Sure enough, it's not for nothing that there are so many gifted children within his mansion. It seems like I have to observe it properly. Old Taoist Nubizi was naturally no exception, half kneeling his body. The main thing is that there is nothing realm in his body now. Barely with the original have the immortal king micropressure in the dead resistance. Otherwise by the time both legs are kneeling, the immortal king kneeling immortal king, as the face of the immortal king are gone. Old Taoist Nubizi had just finished saying this sentence, and in the next moment his eyes almost didn't bulge out, having just witnessed the image of Xiao Jinyu being surrounded by 9 immortal dragons. He's sitting on the immortal way throne? How is it possible that the immortal thunder has recognized its master? Isn't immortal lightning held by the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm? Why would it voluntarily recognize its master? And who exactly is this person? Even the several Tao ancestors of my Tao immortal sect, they can merely only drive the immortal lightning for their own use, far from being able to master it. Old Taoist Nubizi was truly shocked at the moment, staring at Xiao Jinyu with a deadly stare, trying to see a reason. This time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Xiao Jinyu had such a mysterious strength and immortal monarch's battle power, all of which showed that Xiao Jinyu was extraordinary. If he tapped Xiao Pingji away from the wall in front of Xiao Jinyu, he might provoke a great power to make an enemy out of them. The Tao Immortals. That's right, at this moment, the old man with the bull nose had already treated Xiao Jinyu as a mysterious powerhouse, an existence that was not inferior to an immortal king, and even came to be stronger than an immortal king. Sure enough, Senior's strength is as deep as the ocean. Look at this aura, definitely stronger than an immortal monarch to come, at least at the immortal king level. Pill Heaven sighed in the middle of the ring, his face filled with hope. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, Miao Xiaonan, Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji's 5 saw the vision, and there was a sigh of relief on their faces. Their father was too mysterious, his strength a mystery, never knowing where Xiao Jinyu's strength ended. One moment, it was possible that he was merely only at the Emperor realm, and the next moment he directly became an immortal, and then the next moment he directly became an immortal monarch. Now has become the master of the immortal Tao Thunder. The whole out of this a number of visions. The 5 of them attributed the vision Xiao Jinyu had induced to Xiao Jinyu's strength, and didn't think on the side of Xiao Jinyu being able to master the thunder aspect. After all, they had ascended to the upper realm from the lower realm, and there was still a cognitive deficit in some knowledge about the immortal realm. For some time to come, by the time they understood this moment, they had long since been pitched many times by Xiao Jinyu, and had even been struck by lightning an unknown number of times. Among them, Xiao Tianmian felt the most deeply, feeling the old father's strong favoritism. Chapter 123, 2 Great Immortal Sects, Taoism and Buddhism. Xiao Ping's outside appearance. The scene of Xiao Jinyu being surrounded by 9 thunder dragons was only seen by the immortals who were approaching and rushed to the scene, and those who knew that he had mastered immortal lightning were only in a small portion. Huangfu Nianci, who was far away from the Huangfu family, raised her head and looked at the vision above the sky. For some reason, for no reason at all, she felt that it was caused by Xiao Jinyu. This was because the heavenly Tao immortal thunder was a product of the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, and had not been controlled by any of the cultivators. So there was no immortal king, no immortal exalt capable of being strong enough to control the 4 directions of the immortal realm. So the powerhouses of the other 3 major immortal realms didn't notice anything unusual about the immortal thunder. With a wave of Xiao Jinyu's big hand, he wiped out all the visions on the sky dome, and the sky dome of the northern recruitment immortal realm returned to its original appearance. This old Taoist seems to be somewhat uncomplicated. The qi in his body isn't as strong as the protagonists, but it's only second to the golden color. Xiao Jinyu noticed the half-kneeling Nubizi old Taoist below, with deep meaning in his eyes, and checked up on his realm again, and once he did, he found that he was actually a Zun Xianwang. Somewhat. Xiao Jinyu's eyes again came to a different meaning. His own children go out to practice outside, will certainly encounter danger. Snubbing an immortal king to protect their path would allow them to mess with the enemy while keeping them safe. Xiao Jinyu's body slowly stepped down from the sky above, a smile on his face as he faced old Taoist Nubizi directly. Ha, is this him noticing me? How is it possible? My turtle immortal breath convergence technique is difficult to detect even for an immortal exalt, but he actually saw me? There was doubt in old Taoist Nubizi's eyes. Soon Xiao Jin arrived in front of old Taoist Nubizi and opened his mouth with a smile. What is this Taoist friend doing? Why do you perform such a great honor? Please rise. Xiao Jinyu reached out his hand and hastily helped old Taoist Nubizi up. Old Taoist Nubizi's face blushed slightly. I thought that today this half-kneeling action Xiao Jinyu could not see. I did not expect that people not only saw and bumped right into, but also friendly to help him up. At this moment, it's really a disgrace. The immortal king kneeling down for the immortal monarch, and it's also discovered by the immortal monarch. Where did you come from? Xiao Jinyu's tone, incomparably amiable. The heavenly visions dispersed, and the crowd returned to their original state, and there were palpitations on the faces of the immortals, who didn't dare to check out Xiao Jinyu's side for fear of offending the majesty of the immortal monarch. Xiaopingji, Xiao Tiannian and the others came to Xiao Jinyu's side. Xiaopingji glanced at old Taoist Nubizi suspiciously. Why haven't you left yet? Ha, recognize? Seeing Xiaopingji's reaction, Xiao Jinyu's face became even more curious as he once again inquired. Pingji, can't you know this Taoist friend? Xiao Pingji nodded. This senior just appeared on the outskirts of the city. He detected the aura of the two types of emperor bones in my body, and wanted me to join among his forces, only that I didn't agree to reject it. Oh, Xiao Jinyu drifted off and nodded his head looking towards old Taoist Nubizi not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing the look in Xiao Jinyu's eyes, old Taoist Nubizi thought he was going to make a move on himself, so he quickly spoke. Fellow Taoist, this is a misunderstanding. I just happen to have a few immortal emperor laws among the Tao immortal sect that are very suitable for this little brother, and will definitely be able to develop his emperor bone to its full potential. His physical potential has yet to be fully realized, and I have no other intention of trying to persecute this little brother. The Nubizi old Taoist opened his mouth. He was really afraid that Xiao Jinyu would misunderstand something indirectly with him at that time regardless of the occasion. Now he is more than the mortal immortal to come to the weak. Simply cannot beat Xiao Jinyu. Directly pounced all. The immortal emperor law that can make the emperor bone in my body grow? Is it true that there is such an immortal law among the forces that senior is in? Xiaopingji doubtfully glanced at Nubizi Lao Dao. Just now when he blew his power, how did he not talk about this? If he talked about this, maybe they still have a talk. Xiao Jinyu's gaze surveyed the two, and seeing a hint of movement on Xiaopingji's face, he transmitted a voice. What do you think, Pingji? It's up to you if you want to go out and make a name for yourself, or stay by my father's side. This old Taoist in front of me doesn't look like a bad person, so if there really is such a gong method, it's possible to go forward. If he wants to persecute you or otherwise, just pinch and send the teleportation array card, and my father will definitely be able to come to your side at the first opportunity. Xiaopingji had thoughts in his gaze. He was going to leave anyway. If he could make his strength rise one step further and develop the emperor's bones, it would be two birds with one stone. Xiaopingji nodded and looked at the old Nubizi Taoist and spoke. Senior, I agree. Old Taoist Nubizi was delighted. So he agreed? Although he still didn't know what was going on with this back and forth. As long as Xiaopingji agreed, it was good, so that he had another immortal seedling in the immortal Tao sect. He was confident that under the cultivation of the immortal Tao sect, Xiaopingji would definitely be able to rise to power within a very short period of time, especially since his two emperor bones had endless effects. Talking it over straight away, all monks, there wasn't much hesitation. 2 days later, Xiaopingji followed old Taoist Nubizi and left. Xiao Jinyu incidentally took a copy of the rewards from the angling up to Xiaopingji, who had risen another level in his realm. After Xiaopingji and Xiao Jinyu exchanged greetings, the two of them and old Taoist Nubizi rode a yellow crane into the distance. The power that old Taoist Nubizi belonged to was the immortal Tao sect, one of the two great immortal sects in the northern recruitment immortal realm, the other being the Buddhist Tao sect. Father, are you really relieved that big brother he's leaving straight away? Xiao Ruoxue made a sound and looked at the two of them as they walked further and further away. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Tianmian were clear about what Xiaopingji wanted, which was nothing more than wanting to break out on their own, and they naturally felt the same way. Xiao Ruoxue wanted to see her father and her master succeed in their matchmaking before she would leave to venture out on her own. Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanxuan, as well as Miao Xiaonan, also wanted to leave, but instead thought of going to other parts of the immortal realm to have a look up. After all, the immortal world is so vast, and by the way, if you want to cause more trouble, you can let your own father wipe his ass if nothing else. Don't worry, if I still had 30% of my concerns before, now only 10% is left for elimination. The yellow crane carries only the thick man. The human immortals who cultivate the Dharma follow the way of the heart, they don't do things that go against their hearts. There was deep meaning in Xiao Jinyu's eyes as he looked at old Taoist Nubizi's departure. The two sects of Buddhism and Taoism. He would have to go and see for himself sometime. Xiao Jinyu came to have some interest in these two. He wanted to see if there were any virtuous monks who were as great as the world before he crossed over said they were, cutting their flesh to feed the eagle and floating in the sea of bitterness, and he wanted to see if the old Taoist would really carry his sword to save the living, about which he was immensely curious. Chapter 124, Three Families Event. Vast expanse immortal city goes to banquet. Xiao Pingji's departure ignited the hearts of the three curious babies, Xiao Tianmeng, Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan. The three of them also left with peace of mind after obtaining Xiao Jinyu's permission and making sure that they had enough of the 100 teleportation array talismans in their hands. To do what? It's natural to see how vast the world is. They left the Northern Recruitment Immortal Dynasty and traveled to the middle of the East China Immortal Realm to train. East China Immortal World is also what Xiao Jinyu thought. His own strength today wants to improve, not cultivate 100,000 years is estimated to see the head, so it is still the system to improve to fast. Then this must have a corresponding contradiction occurred, where the point of contradiction, naturally, in the East China Immortal World. Xiao Jinyu was happy to see this scene. It was best for his own children to spread out and go out to practice, and the enemies they ran into were more comprehensive. It would have been good if the career had been covered more extensively. Besides, the news could be better informed, couldn't it? The chances of finding his two daughters-in-law, and the chances of inquiring about his missing daughter-in-law are even greater. Xiao Ruoxue stayed in the side of Xiao Jinyu temporarily, did not have the intention of leaving, presumably want to go with Xiao Jinyu to the Huangfu family to see their own master and Xiao Jinyu into the matter. The three great clans have started a banquet for the Immortal Realm's heavenly pride, and a bunch of the young generation of the Northern Recruitment Fresh Dynasty will pick up the meeting and go there, all discussing about the matter of the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm's secret realm. My Huangfu Immortal family will also be arriving, in the Northern Immortal Sky, Vast Ocean Immortal City. If you are interested, you can come to see and meet more people. It will be more helpful for you to ask for information. Huangfu Nianci transmitted her voice to Xiao Jinyu, and the last sentence contained another meaning. Xiao Jinyu smiled sarcastically, having been discovered, but still brought Xiao Ruoxue to rush to Hanhai Immortal City to meet his old husband. East China Immortal World. I didn't realize that Huang Shan had messed with an immortal monarch, and what's odd is that this immortal monarch had even ascended from the lower realms. I don't know if this matter has ended here, and then I have to go and make amends again. In case I set up another enemy, it will not be favorable to my position. Above the Great Hall, Immortal Emperor Tianqian sighed leisurely. At this time, the Donghua Immortal World was in a special period, and there would be a big change every million years. 36 sealed Immortal Monarch position will change, such as if the latter Immortal Monarch is even stronger. Through a number of fights and power comparison, the able to the top, Huang Shan's death also coincided with this period of time, losing an immortal general of the 9 heavenly Shenxian immortals for nothing. Where should I go to recruit another candidate to replace him? The sealing of the general is imminent. The immortal fight is just a few months away. Not long afterward, Xiao Tianming and the others traveled all the way and just happened to arrive at the Donghua Immortal Realm. Today's vast expanse immortal city was extraordinarily lively, and this immortal city was 100 times more massive than any other immortal city. Above the streets countless immortals wanted to walk in the air, and 3 remarkable tall buildings rose up into the sky. 3 high buildings are connected to each other. A large platform on the first floor. A lot of people coming and going, thousands of people, which covers an area of 1,000 square feet. The center of the position has a fairy dancing. Musicians play music. The delicate dance makes people linger. The moving fairy music refreshes the heart. The green veil mantle. The maid carries the immortal fruit plate, and the immortal wine is delivered to the front of the crowd. The elegant rooms on the second floor and the small private rooms on the third floor all look down to the first floor. There were already quite a few young immortals arriving here, gossiping and befriending each other, talking and laughing. An elegant table, many heavenly prides sat in unison. Zhang Shicheng of the Yanhe Zhang clan has arrived. Earth Immortal Realm, please also invite Mr. Zhang to sit on the third elegant table on the first floor. Tiancheng Qin family Qin Guisheng arrives. Heavenly Immortal Realm, please also ask Mr. Qin to sit on the second floor in the heavenly elegant room. Bufan Yu family Yumuan has arrived. Heavenly Immortal Realm, please also ask Miss Yu to sit on the second floor in the heavenly elegant room. Outside the door there was an immortal official of the Master of Ceremonies who specialized in receiving a group of young and handsome people. This banquet didn't need an invitation. It only needed to be able to show proof of the relevant power behind oneself and release the pressure on oneself to come in. And it was particularly friendly to casual cultivators. Quite a number of young people's circles entered in droves, and it was only after the people had come about that the 3 hosts of this banquet would appear. At this time, the young and handsome disciples of the 3 families are talking, laughing and chatting with the heavenly pride of similar status and identity strength on the third floor above the elegant room. there were an unknown number of powerful existences hidden in the shadows, many of which had immortal monarch-level elders to maintain the safety of this banquet. On the second-floor location, because Huangfu Nianzi her realm had returned to her original heavenly immortal, she was leaning against the side of the fence, looking expectantly towards the entrance location, waiting for Xiao Jinyu's arrival. During this period many young men see Huangfu Nianzi this appearance have wanted to go up to talk. Huangfu Nianzi just a polite smile, even did not say on how many words. Eyes have been placed in the door position. Those who wanted to talk could only leave helplessly when they saw this. The group of young talents of the Huangfu family who came with her before were very confused as to what the daughter of the clan master was doing, but due to the disparity in status, they were not in a position to say much. But there's still a lot of chewing on ears behind the scenes. You said that Nianzi disappeared for more than 20 years, and now she is back again. And I heard that she even mentioned her marriage to the clan lord. Could it be that she has found a man of her choice in the outer side? Who knows? Disappearing for more than 20 years, gambling and leaving home, making the clan master worry and worry about who knows how much. Now and then suddenly come back and bring this news. The clan master does not know what to think. With or without consent is not known, or have to wait and see. A few disciples of the Huangfu family were secretly talking about the matter of Huangfu Nianzi. Huangfu Nianzi has yet to tell her father about Xiao Jinyu, merely talking about the fact that her heart belongs to her, and that the Lin family side of things has been resolved to the best of her ability. I wonder when Jinyu he will come. Huangfu Nianzi, one hand resting her cheeks, leaning against the edge of the fence, her face with anticipation. Today's banquet is over. Can be to bring Xiao Jinyu home to see his father. This should be the place. Xiao Jinyu looked at the plaques erected above the three tall buildings, the three immortal buildings. Xiao Ruoxue followed behind the two as they walked to the door. The two master of ceremonies immortal officials saw that the two had unfamiliar faces, but still smiled politely. Sir, please also show me your bone age. Realm and information about the power behind what you represent. If you are a casual cultivator, you only need to show your realm and bone age. The two did this. Looking at the bone age was to ensure that Xiao Jinyu and the others were of the younger generation, such as if the bone age was more than 10 eons in the immortal realm and would not be defined to the level of the younger generation. The realm, on the other hand, was the basis for determining which table Xiao Jinyu could sit at. Chapter 125, which table is immortal sovereign sitting at? Xiao Jinyu's face turned odd as he listened to what the two said, taking the age realm to the table. Is this serious? His own age had not even reached the age of an armor, and this realm of his was a bit too high. Xiao Ruoxue was the first to release her bone age breath and her realm. Her breath was 20 years old and she had a heavenly immortal cultivation. A 20-year-old heavenly immortal. The pupils of the two master of ceremonies immortal officials shrunk violently, looking at Xiao Ruoxue's face with astonishment. This should be the youngest heavenly immortal in their immortal realm. Which person became a heavenly immortal at such a young age? Although the group of immortals in the immortal realm had a high starting point, most of them were mortal immortals. So how could there be such a thing as a heavenly immortal? The two immortal officials knew that Xiao Ruoxue only released her bone age and cultivation must be a casual cultivator, but they were still shocked and voiced out. This girl inside, please, heavenly immortal, you can sit in the third floor's heavenly character elegant room. Xiao Ruoxue nodded and didn't walk in at the first opportunity, but instead turned her gaze towards Xiao Jinyu, waiting for Xiao Jinyu to release her cultivation together. The voices of the two immortal officials quickly caught the attention of the people within the first floor hall, and they all turned their gazes towards the entrance. To only have the cultivation of a celestial immortal yet be able to travel to the third floor elegant room, then it only meant that this person's age was incomparably young and his potential was higher than everyone else. Even like the Yu family and the Zhang family's people, their cultivation has the heavenly immortal, but only the second floor elegant room did not have the qualification to step on the third floor. The third floor had the leading few of the younger generation of the three great clans and the leading disciples of the other great clans. Huangfu Nianzi looked towards the entrance and finally saw the person she was hoping for. Xiao Jinyu today wearing a plain white robe, waist with jade face green crown. Face has an inexhaustible majesty, obviously is a Confucian model. The look is still so open. Xiao Jinyu released the bone age first, nearly 39 years. The two immortal officials nodded. The years were still excessively young, knowing that almost all of the people who had come to the banquet today were more than 5 eons old, at the age of around 300 years old. In the next moment, Xiao Jinyu released his immortal monarch aura, and that terrifying abyss-like immortal monarch aura shrouded down, covering the entire vast ocean immortal city. Boom! The void had slightly sunk since then, and the entire vast expanse immortal city floated above the heavens and earth, and as a result, it was pressed downwards by this terrifying immortal monarch's mighty pressure, and almost didn't fall directly above the immortal earth continent. One must know that this was still the result of Xiao Jinyu's intentional convergence, otherwise the mighty pressure might have overflowed, and the entire vast expanse immortal city would have to be crushed to death by this cultivation pressure. The two immortal officials were naturally no exception, and even though Xiao Jinyu had controlled it well, converging it to the extreme and emitting only 1/1,000,000th of it, it was still not something that the two ordinary immortals in front of them could resist. Puffing, legs soft, no resistance, the crow directly kneeled down. His body trembled, his face was greatly shocked, his mouth kept shivering, and his voice trembled. Immortal, 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 immortal monarch, but an immortal monarch of the first armor. We pay our respects to Lord Immortal Sovereign. The moment Xiao Jinyu's breath was released, all the young prides of the three immortal buildings couldn't resist the pressure of this immortal monarch, and fluttered in a row, all kneeling down very neatly. Above the forehead cold sweat brush will flow down. A thought of death arose. Immortal ruler pressure and their realm today is too much difference, whether it is earth immortal or heavenly immortal. The difference is 3 or 4 big realms, and the difference of this one big realm is the sky and the earth. The crowd on the first floor hall knelt, and the crowd on the second floor did likewise, except for Huang Funianci who did not. Xiao Jinyu felt Huang Funianci's presence at the first moment, and purposely avoided all of the pressure, not allowing his pressure to affect her in any way. In the elegant room on the third floor, the micro-pressure of the three immortal monarchs was jointly released, counteracting this trace of Xiao Jinyu's pressure and preventing the people on the third floor from developing embarrassment. After all, they were the people of the three great families, and it was not good for their face to have this matter of kneeling down to someone else spread out. When Xiao Jinyu saw this scene, his face had an expression that it was really like that. He knew that if he released the pressure of an immortal monarch, even if he controlled it extremely well, everyone would definitely kneel. This banquet today, the younger generation participated, and he was also a member of the younger generation, except that this cultivation of his far exceeded that of the younger generation. Which table is the immortal sitting at? Xiao Jinyu looked at the two master of ceremonies immortal officials and smiled playfully. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu was somewhat fluttering. This feeling of pretending to be a bully was simply too good to be true. Since you are an immortal monarch, you can sit at whichever table you want. Fellow Taoist at such a young age with such strength, to have already become an immortal monarch in less than a katana of years, a promising future. Let me and others see the self-face shema. Several crisp voices rang out, and from above the third floor elegant room, 3 middle-aged men slowly walked out, representing the Wang family, Su family, and Chu family respectively. The three of them walked over to Xiao Jinyu's side as he withdrew his pressure, a very deep flash of amazement and astonishment hidden in the bottom of their eyes. They had never imagined that the banquet jointly organized by the three families today would have the participation of an immortal monarch, and that it would be of the younger generation as well. He was much younger than all of the younger generation that came from the upper 3 immortal buildings. Fellow Taoist, please come in quickly so that we can do our duty as landlords. The three of them laughed and invited Xiao Jinyu in, with Xiao Ruoxue following behind, walking directly into the hall on the first floor. As the 5 people walked in, the 2 immortal officials then stood up trembling, and in the future they would never forget which table the man in front of them said the immortal monarch was sitting at. The people in the hall on the first floor hurriedly stood up, and all of them gazed at Xiao Jinyu with curiosity and respect. This man in front of him was an immortal monarch, and from a level belonging to the younger generation. The most crucial thing was that he was a casual cultivator without any power. So did that also mean that they were able to rope in an immortal monarch to bring into their own family's power? When the crowd thought of this, their minds became active, and the elders of the 3 great clans likewise thought the same. What the young male disciples revealed within their gazes as they looked at Xiao Jinyu was more respect and admiration, and the gazes of the female disciples that were somewhat different. Finding an immortal monarch as a Tao couple would be enough to walk sideways in this small half of the immortal world in the future. The most critical thing is that the man in front of me is also handsome. How to think is not a loss. Huang Funianci saw the star-studded Xiao Jinyu below. Her face had an unavoidable pride. For her, Xiao Jinyu's identity had always been a mystery, and his strength would always be a mystery. She could not even guess it herself. The moment Xiao Jinyu walked in, he looked at Huang Funianci and waved. "Yo, daughter-in-law, I'm here. Karma, a daughter-in-law." The crowd was shocked. Huang Funianci saw that Xiao Jinyu again did not have a proper form, being called daughter-in-law among him. Her face brushed and reddened again, and there was a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes, as if she was saying that it was not good to say this sentence in public. Xiao Jin met Huang Funianci's dainty appearance and laughed out loud. His face was full of pleasure, and he disappeared in an instant and appeared at Huang Funianci's side. With a wave of his large hand, he took it in his arms. Chapter 126, Recruitment from the 3 Great Clans. Northern Recruitment's Secret Realm. The crowd on the hall saw this scene and had their hearts broken in more ways than they knew. Huangfu Nianzi had the most outstanding beauty among the three immortal buildings, and many male disciples treated her as a dream girl, a goddess-like existence. But now it was taken away by Xiao Jinyu, by another man across the board. What are they supposed to do as men? Is it an angry counterattack, a show of manliness to take it back? What can they do? He was an immortal monarch, so he couldn't fight or scold him. Maybe a curse. By the time Xiao Jinyu a trace of micropressure crushed down, their bang will be turned into a blood mist, not to mention the heart is broken. By the time the whole person has to be shattered, the sky is the limit. So why be in love with a single flower? A group of young men were so comforted in their hearts that they could do nothing about bumping into an immortal monarch-level love rival. A group of women saw the scene and their hearts broke. I wanted to let Xiao Jinyu become their Dao couple. Now it's good. People already have a family, already have a Dao couple. They can't be a little for it. It's not really a no-no. The male disciples wailed and the female disciples were heartbroken. The scene of the two embracing each other. I don't know how many people were envied. The moment the disciples of the Wangfu family first saw Xiao Jinyu, they were astonished. Now that he saw that he had actually formed a Dao couple with the daughter of his own clan lord, the shock in his heart was harder than anyone else's to be intense. They never thought that what Huangfu Nianzi said about finding a Dao couple was actually finding an immortal monarch, and his years weren't an old man instead he was young and terrifying. Huangfu Nianzi was wrapped in Xiao Jinyu's arms. The blush on her face deepened, directly burying her head into Xiao Jinyu's chest, the scarlet color spreading to the roots of her ears and reddening to her neck stalk. Xiao Jinyu secretly laughed when she saw Huangfu Nianzi in this state. It didn't make sense that she should be the one burying herself into her chest, but rather herself, and there was a lot to be said for that. Anyway, there's plenty of opportunity for that later. There's no rush now. The three immortal monarchs very much had the eyesight not to disturb the two of them, waiting until they had finished catching up before they came together above the highest part of the fourth floor, overlooking the crowd below. Xiao Jinyu with his status as an immortal monarch had long been on par with them and did not need to bull ***** with these youngsters down below. Huangfu Nianzi and Xiao Ruoxue were likewise the same, dipping into Xiao Jinyu's light and just watching them discuss things directly below. There were three family leaders of the younger generation of the three great families who came today. Wang Lofeng, a golden immortal at a small level, and Su Zhou, a golden immortal at a small level. Chu Fengyang, golden immortal minor achievement. The three had a lot of prestige in the family, especially in the age range within the 10 katas. The years are outside of the 10 chats and within the 30 chats, which is another interval with a new leader. The crowd had already begun discussing about the Northern Dynasty Immortal Realm's secret realm. This is a time and space secret realm. Inside the time and space dislocation, countless opportunities. Millions of years from the immortal materials, do not know how many. Every year to enter the immortal, in which less than a breakthrough in a large realm. But the chance to have the same danger still exists. Its age also has a limit, just as under the 10A. So a few people wanted to hold a banquet for the younger generation, pulling together a bunch of young children under the Northern Recruitment 1 armor to go together, so that the dangers would be a lot less. This Northern Dynasty secret realm, not only did it have an entrance in the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm, it also had one in the Eastern China Immortal Realm, and there would be the young generation of the Eastern China Immortal Realm that would come at that time. Fellow Daoist, will you be traveling to this Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm secret realm matter? With your strength in the secret realm, you will definitely be able to walk horizontally, and countless opportunities will be in your hands. The Wang Clan Immortal Monarch looked at Xiao Jinyu with an inquiring look on his face as the four of them sat on top of the fourth tallest building, talking and laughing. Whether I go or not will be discussed at that time. This belongs to the younger generation. Why should I follow and blindly get involved? Xiao Jinyu shook his head. His face had an old and mysterious look. The corners of the three immortal monarchs' mouths twitched at the sight of Xiao Jinyu's appearance. What do you mean by the younger generation? Make it sound like you're not the younger generation, and you're coming in much younger than all of them. Of course, this sentence was said in the mind. Just think about it, absolutely not to say it. After all, they still had to pull in Xiao Jinyu. Then since you are a loose cultivator, have you thought about joining a party? With Daoyu Immortal Monarch's cultivation, no matter where you are, you can make a good living. Oh no! You can all level the playing field and rise to the top in one step. How about this? How about fellow Daoist coming to my Wang clan as a seed elder? Not subject to the rules of my Wang clan. The Wang clan needs you to make a move. You make a move to defuse a crisis and then you'll be fine. And with your monthly salary, my Wang clan will definitely not treat you poorly. The Wang clan Immortal Monarch directly stated his intentions and looked at Xiao Jinyu. Holy, the old thief even beat me to it. The gazes of the Su family Immortal Monarch and the Chu family Immortal Monarch stared in unison, and both of them opened their mouths as well. My Chu family gives the same conditions, definitely no worse than that Wang family. The salary that my Su family pays to Daoyu is twice that of their two families. 2 words, the 3 people stared at each other unkindly. The atmosphere suddenly more a smoke and gunpowder flavor. It seems that the 3 people will start a fight at the drop of a hat. They were only competing for Xiao Jinyu to become one of their family's seat elders. You know, this is an immortal monarch. How few immortal monarchs there were, and how strong their abilities were. Even if a family had some extra immortal monarchs in their underpinnings, then the strength on the surface would definitely be able to open up a not-so-small gap. Seeing a few people like this, Xiao Jinyu opened his mouth and said, I've always been lazy, and have no intention of joining other forces, so I appreciate your kindness. Wait until when the time comes again when you want to join another power with you all in detail. Xiao Jinyu politely rejected the 3. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu had said so, the 3 immortal monarchs couldn't say anything more, and could only wait for the day when Xiao Jinyu would change her mind. This banquet was supposed to be a feast for the younger generation, but with the arrival of Xiao Jinyu, and with the outbreak of his immortal monarch aura, a group of young disciples were distracted, thinking that Xiao Jinyu was in the same generation as them, but his realm was so much higher. He always felt that he had lived in vain. Cultivated these hundreds of years, really cultivated to the dog. How to think, how difficult, how then how angry. One by one, they didn't even want to speak anymore, and the atmosphere was slightly dull and weird. At the end of the day, this banquet ended hastily, and after the leading 3 of the 3 great clans had explained some of it, 1 hour later, they would bring the crowd together to enter the northern recruitment mysterious realm. This banquet Xiao Jinyu said on the surface that he would not go, but in fact he was going to go for sure. The chances inside are all he Xiao Jinyu wants, and has bad water in his stomach again. The concentration of qi on Chu Fengyang, Su Shouxing, and Wang Lefeng is only cyan. Now, leave a trace of the qi of decay and the qi of fortune on everyone's body. When the time comes, I can lock onto all of them through these 2 strands of qi, and then snatch all of the chances they've gotten. The 2 of them, Heaven's Destiny and Nansun, seem to have traveled to the East China Immortal Realm, and there are young disciples from the East China Immortal Realm coming from this secret realm. I'm afraid they're not growing fast enough, so it's not too much to ask to grab them some opportunities in their name so they can grow faster, right? I'm such a good father. Fatherly love. Chapter 127 Entering the Secret Realm, 100 Immortal Mountains, Desolate Ancient Mountain. He himself is now in possession of the great completion of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Body, and while being able to grant others the Qi of Decay, he is naturally able to add some good luck to others, allowing them to better obtain their chances in the secret realm. Once the crowd had gotten their chance, it was time for Xiao Jinyu to step in. High-end hunters tend to show up last. Xiao Jinyu has thought of everything, and now it's just a matter of pretending to be Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun. Ruoxue, Niancy, this secret realm line go in together. When the time comes I will leave a faith split outside to make the crowd think that I didn't follow in it, and you guys go in to look for opportunities inside as well. Xiao Jinyu secretly transmitted his voice, and the 2 of them nodded without moving. An hour later, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 immortal buildings arrived in a valley on the immortal Earth continent below vast expanse immortal city. On top of the ancient walls, there was an unknown text engraved, and above it, there were all sorts of illustrations. Brush, the aperture flickered, and a vortex of light appeared from above the ancient stone arm, constantly rotating, which was the entrance to the northern recruitment mystic realm. Xiao Jinyu quietly coalesced a faith split from within his body to intermingle with his own body, and the split floated right above heaven and earth, and his body has put on the face robe, cloaked in a mask, a line of work all enveloped in a black coat, immortal thoughts covered in the top, to avoid others to pry. Huangfu Niancy and Xiao Ruoxue followed beside him, and the 3 of them stood at the back of the line, stepping into it in an orderly fashion. Above the celestial dome Xiao Jinyu's doppelganger stood together with 3 immortal monarchs to press for the crowd. After all of them had gone in, the 3 immortal monarchs still had doubts on their faces and looked at Xiao Jinyu's doppelganger in disbelief, inquiring, "Fellow Daoist, do you really not intend to go in and take a look? In case the people from the East China Immortal Dynasty come at that time, my disciples from the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm will have your shelter, and will be able to reduce their losses even more." The 3 immortal monarchs actually wanted Xiao Jinyu to go in inside. Xiao Jinyu shook his head. His face had a lofty meaning. "Since my generation of cultivators have cultivated the great Tao, then just go forward. Killing or not, chances or not, all are what they should have on the road. Even if they are flying, even if they are heavenly chances, there is a fixed destiny in the underworld. It's all the more reason why we shouldn't interfere with them. Is not the sun still setting? The sun has its own day to rise. This is destiny." Xiao Jinyu's face became more and more mysterious as he narrated. When the 3 immortal monarchs heard what Xiao Jinyu said, respect immediately rose on their faces. Having thought that Xiao Jinyu was young and not deep in heart, I didn't realize that he had such a thorough understanding of destiny. It's us who have been abrupt. I didn't expect that you, fellow Daoist, would have such a deep dabbling in fatalism? We are ashamed to be inferior. Xiao Jinyu politely talked to a few more people, and each floated away to press the formation in another heaven and earth. When the entrance to the secret realm was completely closed, Xiao Jinyu was inwardly ecstatic, and all that he had just said was naturally bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What heavenly fortune! What heavenly chance, heavenly fortune! Chance there is, that's what he gave his children. There are fly-by-nights, and that's someone else's. This is Xiao Jinyu's own selfishness, and man is not for himself. This faith split of Xiao Jinyu's three immortal monarchs didn't detect any abnormalities and assumed that it was him personally. Stepping into the curtain of light, a force of teleportation transported everyone to the northern recruitment mystic realm, spreading them out from each other. The vision in front of him darkened briefly and cleared up quickly. The two beside them, Huangfu Nianzi and Xiao Luoxue, did not know where they had been teleported to. I'll take all the other people's fortune chi in Ruoxue and Nianzi's body, and add it on top of the two of them's chi, and in this line, I guess the perils will be a lot less. With the blessing of chi, it automatically avoids evil dangers and actively finds opportunities. And Wang Lufeng, Su Zhou Xing, Xu Feng Yang, these few people I also added some of the chi on them, so that they can find quite a few treasures, so that I can rob them when the time comes. The first time Xiao Jinyu entered the secret realm, he first checked up on the location of the crowd and waited until it was confirmed that there was no mistake before looking to the far side of the secret realm. Xiao Jinyu's plan was to seize a share of the greatest chance for himself first, and then have those who entered the secret realm fight to be able to have them take all the chance. When the secret realm was going to end for a period of time, the immortal monarch's detachment was sent out to snatch all the chances of everyone's attainment, and then leave behind the name of Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan. Of course, Xiao Pingji is naturally less, and in order to be fair, the curses are evenly distributed. Naturally, Xiao Jinyu himself does not want to obtain these karma, and at that time, he will airdrop 70% of the karma to Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Xiao Nan, so that they can grow up quickly. After all, when the time comes, the ones chasing them will not only be the young generation of the North Recruitment Immortal World, but also the people of the East China Immortal Dynasty. Is this the Northern Recruitment Secret Realm? Xiao Jinyu raised her head and looked at the surrounding appearance. 100 or so immortal mountains rose from their original position and broke through the clouds. Above each immortal mountain there is a huge palace. What is in the palace? It is unknown. It may be a chance. It may be dangerous. Everything depends on fate. Xiao Jinyu's golden eyes of chi activated. All the things around him, the number of techniques changed, and different colors emerged outside the palaces on top of 100 or so large mountains, which were the colors of chi. Some are only teal, some are gray, and most are blue. There's even a purple gold-colored chi there, which means this should be the place with the greatest chance within the entire secret realm. Xiao Jinyu locked his gaze somewhere. It was one of the most remote great mountains, which was located in a corner, and was a bit darker in color than the other few immortal mountains, and that great hall was also much more dilapidated. Go and see, and if it's good and useful to me stay. If it doesn't do anything for me, just airdrop it to Celestial Destiny. This period of time Celestial Destiny, Nansun may have a somewhat bitter time, but it's not a big problem. These two old sixes will be the first to find me. Xiao Jinyu hemmed and hawed. At this moment not at all like the appearance of a loving father, but more old and cunning. The immortal monarch's aura was extremely well restrained as he floated towards the target immortal mountain. The large hand tore through the secret space, body into the deep space, found a space node and stepped in. In 7 breaths of time, spanning 1,000,000 miles away, he came to the far corner by this barren immortal mountain. Go straight up and see. An immortal monarch's realm should be able to walk sideways in this secret realm. Xiao Jinyu had an idea in his eyes, and with one flat step, he flew 1,000,000 feet and came directly in front of this shattered hall. The 2 ancient bronze pillars in front of the bronze hall were broken in half, and moss crawled on the surface of the hall. The gate was half open, revealing a hint of coldness, and countless dust fell above it, as if no one had come here for a long time. The gate was more than 10 feet high, and above it was engraved with weird demonic beasts, 9 heads, 9 wings, lifelike, vaguely revealing a hint of killing. Within the doorway, a cloudy wind whistled out. Through this sliver of a doorway, the eyes looked inside the great hall, which was pitch black. Just by standing outside the door, one would feel a vague chill on his back, making it a bit oozy. Chapter 128, Cold Hall. Belly boy? Xiao Jinyu's gaze penetrated into it, and the eye of Qi was once again activated to ensure that there was that purple gold-colored glowing object within this barren hall. The chance is inside, although there may be danger, but life looks down. If you don't serve, go you. Xiao Jinyu didn't have any hesitation as a wave of immortal might pushed out horizontally. Creak, the bronze gate slowly opened. The material of this bronze door doesn't seem to be simple. Even though I've restrained my immortal might a bit, this hall was able to remain unbroken under the pressure. Somewhat, Xiao Jinyu muttered to himself and walked in. Under the green bricks of the hall, the The moss was rampant, and looking toward the front there was only one road, which seemed to allow Xiao Jinyu to walk all the way to the black. The walls on both sides were blood-colored, and drop after drop of blood gushed down from above like dewdrops, adding to the ooze. Sealed within the wall was a blood-colored torch. The light of the torch was weak, but it took on a bleak blood-red color, adding a third of weirdness to the atmosphere. Xiao Jinyu's face was expressionless when he saw this scene. Immortal Dao power emanated out, and the entire hall, which was pitch black, was instantly illuminated like day. Well, this is more like it. Xiao Jinyu was satisfied. Originally above the main hall, the wind howling and the blood droplets flowing out of the sample was incomparably bizarre. But now that the immortal light was illuminated, everything was better. Xiao Jinyu walked slowly towards the front, walking idly, his face indescribably relaxed and diffident, his hands attached to the back of his head, a look of indifference. For him, the treasures of the secret realm would be obtained if he could, and if not, he would forget about it. It is the character of his life that he must have what he desires, but not what he does not desire. The deeper forward, this greenstone brick paved channel will be more and more narrow, the darker the front. The ground is faintly visible, a set of white bone corpses laid on. By the end of the day, the greenstone tiles disappeared and were replaced by a white bone road. Xiao Jinyu's face was not happy. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and the immortal monarch's mighty pressure violently emanated out, crushing all these white bones into smoke and powder, smearing them into nothingness, not a single trace of them left. Comfortable, Xiao Jinyu continued to walk forward. The narrow passageway was just enough to allow only one person to pass through, and there was a faint brightness in front of him. Why is it faint? The main reason was that Xiao Jinyu's immortal Dao light was shining too brightly now, and all the terrifying atmosphere had long since disappeared, so much so that the original amount of light that was supposed to be the amount of life-giving light that entered the congregation of this ancient hall now appeared weak, like a candle flame in the middle of a waxing moon. Taking a step inside, the scenery around him was as different as possible from that inside the temple. Before this hall within all the eerie horror, and now here where there is what eerie horror, is a grassy hill, the dome of the sky above, a touch of the sun hanging standing, a few butterflies flying in the distance, a 3-year-old boy wearing a bib chasing butterflies in the grass, his face full of naivety and romance. The little white and red face was round, and the eyes were as clear as round pearls like precious stones. Well, what's going on? Where's the chance? Where's the treasure? How come it's just a little kid? Xiao Jinyu was confused, his face puzzled, the eye of Qi in his eyes once again activated, looking left and right, sizing everything up in his eyes, and finally his gaze fell on the body of that little brat in the distance. He realized that it wasn't the purple and gold light emanating from the treasure, but the light of Qi carried by the little kid in front of him. In other words, this brat's Qi was much thicker than anyone Xiao Jinyu had seen so far. This Qi of his is so thick and in such a place, so fishy. Xiao Jinyu watched from the sidelines and did not walk towards the front. The bib boy chasing the butterfly seemed to have sensed Xiao Jinyu's arrival, stopping the movements in his hands and turning to look at him. Meeting Xiao Jinyu's gaze, the boy's face was all childlike, but a hint of playfulness was hidden under his eyes. He stretched out his finger toward Xiao Jinyu and said in a tender voice, "Who are you? Ha, what's the meaning of this expression in this brat's eyes? This brat is not simple." Xiao Jinyu clearly captured the playful color hidden in the bottom of the belly band boy's eyes. Xiao Jinyu thought for a moment, his face very serious. "I'm your father, Karma." The bib boy was stunned, as if he did not expect Xiao Jinyu to say this, his jewel-like eyes blinking and blinking, as if he could not believe it and did not react for a while. Subconsciously, he asked once again, "Who are you?" Xiao Jinyu was still in the same tone as just now, his look more serious and full of sincerity. "I am your father." "Aha! Asterisk 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 asterisk, take advantage of old ancestor me as soon as you come. You're an ass, you are. I'm your father." The boy was enraged. His face swelled red with anger. His finger pointed at Xiao Jinyu and he began to curse. The trace of innocence on his face just now, the color of childlike innocence disappeared, replaced by endless anger. He, the evergreen old ancestor, had lived for an unknown number of years, but today, he had been taken advantage of by a little kid. The boy's body emitted a terrifying luo heavenly immortal aura that killed Xiao Jinyu straight away. His figure moved, disappearing into place and burrowing into the ground at a surprisingly fast speed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xiao Jinyu. A pig-killing knife was somehow above his small hand. "Time to fight. Watch the move. Open the heavenly eye." The angle of this move was incomparably tricky. Appearing behind Xiao Jinyu, a knife cut from the bottom to the top, and really wanted to use a kitchen knife to stab the buttocks and open the eyes. The teasing color on Xiao Jinyu's face became even more intense. Just now he had noticed the difference. Such an odd atmosphere within this hall, whether it was the blood beads flowing horizontally or the white bones paving the way. It was not something that an ordinary person could do. But the end of this great hall was only a 3-year-old kid here. Who would believe it? It's long been guarded against you. Hey, little, the good ones don't learn to specialize in the bad ones. A terrifying immortal monarch pressure was directly released, like a great mountain suppressing down. Before the belly-bandaged boy could even get the slightest bit close to Xiao Jinyu's side, he was heavily suppressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure. Boom! In an instant, he was smashed into the grassy ground 100 feet deep. His breath was still strong and he didn't see any injuries. His hands and feet were constantly fluttering, wanting to break free, but it was difficult to do so, and he was suppressed by the immortal monarch's mighty pressure to death. Xiao Jinyu half squatted down and looked at the belly boy in the pit and spoke. Speak, who are you and where is the chance here? Bah! What kind of skill is it for you, an immortal monarch, to bully a child like me? If you have the ability to wait until old ancestor my cultivation is restored, lie me a battle, even if I die. I won't tell you where the chance is here. The bibbed boy's face was indignant. His face was firm, and he would rather die than give in. Xiao Jinyu nodded when he saw how determined the boy was. He had plenty of means to deal with bear children. With a large hand, he ingested the boy's body into his hand and carried him by the neck with his left hand, like carrying a chicken, right up and down. Snap! Quickly it hit the boy's ass. As soon as the sound of pain resounded, the boy's face reddened even deeper, leaving a slap mark on his pink-ass cheeks. Chapter 129, Supreme Dharma Treasure. Ow! Ouch! Asterisk. Even dare to bully the old ancestor me so. You give the old ancestor me to wait. Wait until the old ancestor me cultivation recovery that day fixed to beat the hell out of you. Beat your ass open. The belly boy who was carried by Xiao Jinyu's big hand shouted and fluttered for life and death, wanting to break free from the grip of the big hand. Xiao Jinyu, but found out how he couldn't do it. Xiao Jinyu's big hand was like that big mountain, deadening his body, and the terrifying strength of his fleshly body was as if it was suppressing his lifeblood. Even if he made a lot of noise, it wouldn't help if he gave off the pressure of a golden immortal. Xiao Jinyu was an immortal monarch and he was a golden immortal. The realm was ultimately too different. Oh ho, still trying to hit me? Some fun. Xiao Jinyu heard this little kid said there is no handsoft. Big palm open. A set of 18. Ass red. Asterisk. Soon, Xiao Jinyu's left hand issued a miserable scream like killing a pig, and the bib boy shouted, his face staring, "Why are you here? What kind of place is this? Where is the real chance? How about saying that you can suffer less skin and flesh, and that I will guarantee your life and not harm you?" Xiao Jinyu grinned and picked up the belly boy, grabbing him in front of himself and facing him. Such a look, incomparably gentle, but how to look like a strange uncle who abducts others. He had this expression before when he fooled Miao Xiaonan, and he still had it now. Impossible. Today, even if I, Wang Xiaozu, jump down from here and die at your hands, there's no way I'll give in to you. I'm not a man if I frown, the bib boy shouted, his face incomparably determined, pointing his finger at the 100-foot deep ground that had just been subdued, and twisted his head to the side. He stopped thinking about Xiao Jinyu's beaten face, not letting go for a second. Xiao Jinyu's mouth twitched when he saw Wang Xiaozu looking like this. Wang Xiaozu said this speech seems to be very similar to a certain law in his previous life. Even the last name is right. Those who know the time are the best. Since you don't want to know the time, then you can only eat firewood. Look at the magic treasure. Xiao Jinyu carried Wang Xiaozu in his left hand. His right hand slightly gripped from the void, and the greenwood immortal Dao transformed into a single bamboo strip, which was connected together as much as possible, transforming into a thin and soft bamboo branch. These are wooden bamboo strips with some of the leaves on top. This is the supreme deadly magic weapon against bear children. Bamboo shoots fried rice noodles, or alias cane ruler. Pop! A cane fell Xiao Xianji's but immediately appeared a cane red mark that was tens of centimeters long. The red marks were faintly emitting heat above them, carrying not only physical damage, but also spell damage and real damage, and the buttocks were immediately red and swollen. As soon as the blow went down, Wang Xiaozu's face changed drastically. Her small mouth opened wide, and a continuous miserable scream resounded through the sky, more miserable than killing a pig. Wang Xiaozu's face was indignant as he looked towards the wooden bar held in Xiao Jinyu's hand, a look of fear on his face. Not knowing what kind of divine weapon this was, hitting on top of the flesh would actually hurt to such an extent. I thought you said there wouldn't be a scream or a frown, and to say that if you let out a sound you are not a man, which you look like nowadays is not. The smirk on Xiao Jinyu's face increased. He had 100,000 ways to deal with this brat in front of him. Wang Xiaozu was instantly embarrassed, mixed with pain, mixed with shame and indignation, and muttered, "I'm merely a little kid now, so of course I'm not considered a man." Xiao Jinyu seems to be in order to verify. Grabbed him over, flipped forward. Nothing grows. Nodding affirmatively, it really wasn't. Wang Xiaozu looked at the playfulness on Xiao Jinyu's face and became even more indignant. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Come back if you can, and I'll be your son if you scream again. Wang Xiaozu gritted his teeth and prepared to resist to the death, his eyes darting around, looking for the surrounding terrain to prepare for his escape. Otherwise, if he let Xiao Jinyu really keep fighting like this, he would definitely die of pain at Xiao Jinyu's hands. That's what you said. The wooden soft bamboo strip held in Xiao Jinyu's right hand changed once again. The spiked immortal Dao, the thorn immortal Dao, the green wood immortal Dao, the thorny blood immortal Dao, and the poison hook immortal Dao had all transformed into a single red thorn. A single thorn, and by the way, reinforce this vine with another whole lot of them. If this handful landed on Wang Xiaozu's butt, TSK, blood and flesh. Wang Xiaozu's eyes widened as he looked at the large wooden and bamboo strips with thorns held above Xiao Jinyu's right hand, his lips drying up as he secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. For no reason at all, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes flinched and dodged. He had a feeling that if this one landed on his ass, he was in for a treat. Good, a real man. I appreciate your temperament. You must never surrender. Never give a single shout. Xiao Jinyu's words were yin and yang, and he raised his hand high in the air, ready to knock this big one down. The buildup of momentum coupled with verbal coercion and intimidation in his heart gave Wang Xiaozu a half-dead scare. The moment Wang Xiaozu saw the bamboo strips, his body trembled once again. This weapon fell into his eyes. This was the god's sanction. He absolutely could not top it. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu's right hand was about to fall, Wang Xiaozu's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Wrong, wrong. I'm wrong. Please senior, let me live." What senior wants to say, I'll tell you as much as I can without hiding anymore. Oh, didn't you just say that you wouldn't beg for mercy even if you jumped from here and died at my hands? Why have you changed your mind now? And I don't want to claim you as my son for nothing. The playfulness on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened, full of teasing, and the bamboo strips did not fall after all. He wanted to see what kind of place this was, and what kind of origin this little brat in front of him had, that he actually possessed purple golden chi, which was much denser than his group of children. I know the time. I still ask senior to be lenient and let me live. Wang Xiaozu begged bitterly. He was truly afraid of this fiend Xiao Jinyu. He had a good time chasing butterflies and sunbathing in the middle of this green meadow. A nice little life. But one day Xiao Jinyu, the bogeyman, rushed in and broke his comfort. Tell me, where did you come from? Where is this place? And where is this greatest opportunity? Xiao Jinyu spoke directly, asking what he wanted to know most. Wang Xiaozu's face had a hesitant look, slightly squirming. Xiao Jinyu saw this scene. His eyes slightly narrowed. The bamboo held above his right hand looked like it was about to fall again. Wang Xiaozu's scared little face turned white. His soul almost disappeared, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Elder, first, before you promised that you would let me live, and would not harm me, our Lord's words have to count for something." This was Wang Xiaozu's last condition. Xiao Jinyu looked at Wang Xiaozu and smiled like this. The bamboo held in his hand disappeared and nodded. A man's word is his bond. Chapter 130, Unshakable Billion. Wang Xiaozu, recognizing a thief as his father. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu had already made such a promise, Wang Xiaozu nodded, his face no longer hesitating as he spoke. This is the legacy sacred realm. This is a land left behind beyond the heavens, an independent small world, in which the 100 or so holy mountains you see once represented the 100 veins of this left-behind holy realm. Only nowadays, because of something, the change in the great Tao of the times, a bunch of holy races within the legacy sacred territory perished, and I'm the only one left. Wang Xiaozu said this, his face put away the playful smile. There is a trace of despondency and loneliness. Think he is trapped in this secret realm has been a long time. Xiao Jinyu listened quietly, thinking about the dead bones outside the Great Hall, presumably all the bones of outsiders. If he guessed correctly, these people either wanted to enter this holy hall to seize the opportunity and were killed by Wang Xiaozu, or they were killed by the forbidden formations hidden within this barren hall. As for the treasures of opportunity here, a bunch of resources were mostly devoured by me to be used for cultivation, so all the valuable items within this great hall are all gone. He. When Wang Xiaozu said the second half of his sentence, his face was a bit embarrassed and he scratched his head. Xiao Jinyu's face darkened upon hearing this. Wouldn't that mean that all the valuable things in this great hall were already gone? But oh, the most valuable thing in this whole hall, no, I should say in the whole holy realm, is of course me. Wang Xiaozu raised his head, his face incomparably proud, and crossed his arms, a very bizarre posture, as he was being carried in the air by Xiao Jinyu. You? Xiao Jinyu's face had a fox's doubt. What was so valuable about this brat in front of him? You can't use it to make soup. How about a rice casserole? Wang Xiaozu nodded confidently. Not bad, it's old ancestor me. I'm a rare genius amongst the sacred race for millions of years. Not only do I innately have an excellent affinity for elemental forces, I'm also able to completely control them. Moreover, the Immortal Spirit Clan and I are close friends. My sacred clan and the Immortal Spirit Clan have been on good terms for generations, so any chance you are able to see, I will be able to find it within the fastest time possible, or even directly take it away. When Wang Xiaozu said this, the pride on his face became even more old-fashioned. Ding! The presence of the Holy Spirit race has been detected, informing the host of specific information. The Holy Spirit Clan, a favorite of heaven and earth, born and bred by heaven and earth, born as a saint, innately grasping the 5 elements and a host of other elemental forces, with an incomparably strong chi. Where the world's opportunities lie, they are able to communicate with the earth spirits, heavenly spirits, immortal spirits, and a host of other spirits, finding the fastest way to gain everything. Feeding on the elements, the stronger the elemental power, the faster it grows. The strength of the growing Holy Spirit Clan is even more terrifying, and the upper limit of the complete body is unknown, depending on which elements this Holy Spirit has mastered. And the more elements it has mastered, the more affinity it has with heaven and earth. It's still a treasure. Xiao Jinyu's mind was once again alive again. Taking this silly boy as a disciple or a righteous son is excellent. The main thing is that there is no upper limit to his growth. Plus this kid is acting so uncouth nowadays. His ability to go out and cause trouble is definitely top-notch. Purple and gold-colored chi, it's not worth it to not collect it. Xiao Jinyu had an idea, and the expression on his face changed as he looked at Wang Xiaozu, and once again a gentle color appeared. Kid, you just said that if you cry out in pain, you'll recognize me as your father. A promise is a promise. Tell you what, I'll take a loss and reluctantly accept you as my godson. Xiao Jinyu's right hand touched Wang Xiaozu's bare head and was filled with a sinister smile. Gentleman? What was that? I'm just a kid, not a gentleman, and what I just said doesn't count. Wang Xiaozu raised his head to look at Xiao Jinyu, his face puzzled, and shook his head, full of innocence. Holy, this brat is really shameless and feckless, talking like a fart, but I like it. Xiao Jinyu slandered in his heart, and the smile on his face deepened. Then according to you, then I am not a great man. I'm a third husband, the husband of 3 daughters-in-law, so what I say doesn't count. Either you come with me or you eat boiled rice today. You choose one. Hey, Xiao Jinyu grinned with very white teeth. If he wanted to compare shamelessness to no bottom, he, Xiao Jinyu, had never lost to anyone. Casserole? He's going to eat me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this guy is really mean. More so than me. I thought I was enough, but I didn't realize this guy was even younger than me. Wang Xiaozu cursed in his heart, and his eyes rolled straight up, thinking about how to break free. A trace of blue dots slowly appeared on his body, and in the next moment, the entire person elementalized into a ray of thunder and scurried out, directly breaking free of Xiao Jinyu's restraints and running off into the distance. Ha ha, asterisk 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 asterisk, didn't think I'd run. Old ancestor, when old ancestor I grow up, I'll be the first one to you. You give old ancestor, I'll wait. I'll remember the revenge of today's spanking, and you want me to call you dad. You're dreaming of your grandmother. Wang Xiaozu transformed into a blue thunderbolt and disappeared extremely fast, scurrying towards the distance. The fact that Wang Xiaozu was able to break free so quickly naturally had something to do with Xiao Jinyu purposely letting the water out, as he wanted to see what kind of elemental power Wang Xiaozu had mastered. If it was the unusual 5 elements, Wang Xiaozu's potential would definitely not be so high, and now it seemed that there was an additional thunder element on top of the 5 elements, like to eat elemental power, and since this kid is mastering the thunder element, then everything will be fine. Xiao Jinyu's 10,000 tribulation godbodies aura slowly emanated out as he gently snapped his fingers, and above the dome of the sky, endless thunderclouds densely covered the sky and the heavens and earth went black. Boom, boom, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a bucket appeared in the sky, floating above the heavens and earth, with tens of thousands of channels throughout. The concentration of thunder element was thick to the extreme. In the heavenly dome thunder sea, there was also a side of the thunder pool, where the essence of the thunder sea was located. Wang Xiaozu had just escaped, and in the next moment, his body violently stalled in the air and turned around, his eyes glowing as he looked at the sea of thunder above the dome of the sky. The whole person was like a hungry tiger pouncing towards the sea of thunder above the dome of the sky, opening his small hands, his face full of greed, wanting to fall headlong into the sea of thunder. Holy, endless chances, endless thunder elements. By swallowing all of these thunderbolts, I'll definitely be able to break through another great realm or even 2. There was excitement on Wang Xiaozu's face, and at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else, regardless of whether Xiao Jinyu was there or not. This growth was the most important thing. Wang Xiaozu was just about to fly above the celestial dome and pounce into the celestial dome's sea of thunder when Xiao Jinyu retracted the aura of the 10,000 tribulation godbody. The roiling thunderbolt disappeared and dissipated in an instant. Coming fast and disappearing fast, Wang Xiaozu pounced. Ha, why is it gone? Could he be the one who messed up? Wang Xiaozu looked at Xiao Jinyu, who had a smile on his face. His eyes rolled straight up and determined that 9 times out of 10, it was definitely Xiao Jinyu who messed it up. In his heart, he began to weigh the pros and cons. If Xiao Jinyu was able to summon such a huge sea of thunder at any time, if he summoned it a dozen times, 100 times, his realm would be able to directly break through to the Luo Heavenly Immortal. Perhaps he would be able to step into a mortal monarch within a very short period of time, and if he wanted to beat up Xiao Jinyu at that time, he would definitely have a chance, and by following Xiao Jinyu's side, he was able to grow faster. As for the dangers involved, he still had his own escape card, and if he wanted to run to save his life, an immortal monarch wouldn't be able to stay. Moreover, the Holy Spirit race was the favorite of heaven and earth, with the shelter of the immortal world. Not to mention killing, the will of the immortal world was the first to disallow it, so he doesn't have to worry about his well-being. Ebony eyes rolled straight up, and his face expression changed instantly as he swooped down and flew towards the bottom. With a flutter, he knelt at Xiao Jinyu's feet. Both hands tightly hugged Xiao Jinyu's thighs, and with fawning on his face, the wolf howled, "Oh father, my own father, my good father." Just now, it was little ancestor who was unintelligent and spoke childishly. "Please forgive father. From now on, wherever father tells little ancestor to go, little ancestor will go. Little ancestor is father's good boy." "Father, you can see that little ancestor's stomach is getting a little hungry, so how about the thunderbolt getting some out?" Wang Xiaozu's face was full of good behavior, not living up to the just model, blinking, looking hopefully at Xiao Jinyu, his face full of simplicity. Chapter 131, Born and Bred Holy Spirit Race, Sharing of Talents. Even Xiao Jinyu was caught off guard by the rapidity of this face change, and he had underestimated the extent of Wang Xiaozu's shamelessness and underhandedness. As for the little things that Wang Xiaozu had in mind, Xiao Jinyu was able to guess them with her, but this little brat probably wanted to follow him around to mingle and grow rapidly, and since it had mastered the thunder element, it could feed on the thunderbolt. The lightning tribulation was the best growth nutrient for him in this immortal realm, allowing him to grow in the shortest amount of time. Regarding him wanting to grow to the same degree as himself to defeat himself, that was definitely a no-brainer. His strength Wang Xiaozu could not match in his lifetime, and besides, with Wang Xiaozu's heart, Xiao Jinyu bet that if the slightest thing happened, he would definitely report his name and go out to cause trouble, which was also the reason why Xiao Jinyu wanted to accept Wang Xiaozu. It's not that you're not afraid to cause trouble, it's that you're not afraid to cause trouble. Good boy, good boy. Xiao Jinyu laughed and stroked Wang Xiaozu's bare head. Not to mention, extraordinarily good disc. Wang Xiaozu nodded fawningly and tilted his head to look at Xiao Jinyu's face with an expectant expression, his eyes glowing as if he was expecting something. Those eyes were signaling Xiao Jinyu to release some thunder and lightning for him to eat. Xiao Jinyu was naturally clear about this will of his, and once again snapped his fingers. Snapped, and a half a day's worth of thunderbolts above the sky dome was in the present. Wang Xiaozu's eyes glowed, and he instantly scattered Xiao Jinyu's legs. His movements were so sharp and fast that he turned around and pounced, merging into the endless sea of thunder. With a single suck of his small mouth, the thunderbolt in the sky was turned into a thread of thunder and was swallowed into his body. His aura at this moment also climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the original golden immortal realm, to the Luo heavenly immortal with a hint of breaking into it now. Hoof, now that old ancestor, I'm briefly a parasite and call you daddy a few times. In time all of this will have to be paid back. When I'm fully grown, I'll definitely beat you up and open up your ass as well, and make you call me daddy a few times too. In the future, I'll go out and use your name exclusively to cause trouble, so that you can wipe your ass behind your back, so that you'll know that it's not so easy to think of old ancestor my father. Wang Xiaozu's eyes hid another hint of old cunning. 20 pounds of body, 21 pounds of backbone. Xiao Jinyu was also able to guess about Wang Xiaozu's thoughts, and Wang Xiaozu's good wishes would eventually fall through. Xiao Jinyu hated the fact that he was going around causing trouble, and was afraid that he wasn't causing trouble fast enough. Xiao Pingji's mentality had become incomparably calm after the matter of the emperor's bones being dug up. Far unlike the younger generation, coupled with the white head of a teenager, the killings had come to be much more decisive than his own. Xiao Tianmian, along with Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan, all three of them are old sixes, so they will probably wait and see for a while before utilizing their names to make a name for themselves. It was just Wang Xiaozu, so maybe when this secret realm came out, he would see whoever he disliked and cursed just to get himself out of the way. The two add up to 180,000 heartbeats. Soon, the sea of thunder above the sky dome was absorbed by Wang Xiaozu as much as it could be, and his realm unexpectedly broke through a great realm directly, stepping into the level of the heavenly immortal in the Luo sky. Wang Xiaozu slowly flew down from above the sky dome, the expression he had just worn no longer. Still well-behaved. His face had a fawning look as he trotted over to Xiao Jinyu's side and hugged his thigh once more, raising his head with hope in his eyes. Father, father, hungry, hungry, Ray, Ray, feed, feed, feed. A childish voice, unbelievably well-behaved. And do you listen? Xiao Jinyu looked at Wang Xiaozuchi and asked. Obey, obey, I thief obey. Quack obey. Wang Xiaozu nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, the look of anticipation on his face deepening, just waiting for Xiao Jinyu to feed him some more lightning. Then, good, do as you're told, let's not eat now. Wang Xiaozu was blindsided. Xiao Jinyu bug? Forget it, I'm satisfied with breaking through a big realm today, and when the time comes, I'll change my mind and ask him for some more thunderbolts to eat. Anyway, he stayed by his side and was his son. He couldn't just leave his son who was so cute out in the open. Xiao Jinyu seemed to understand the thoughts in Wang Xiaozu's eyes, and secretly laughed in his heart without saying anything. Sometimes a father of one, then a father of a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting his righteous son, Wang Xiaozu. The system specially sends the host a care package. 30,000 mission points to unlock a new panel of the system, the Parent-Child Connection panel. This system can also give me quest points? Love it, love it. Xiao Jinyu was overjoyed in his heart and opened the panel, looking at the Parent-Child Association there, with information about his children. The last column was about Wang Xiaozu. Wang Xiaozu, Holy Spirit race, mastering the power of all elements, no upper limit to growth, long lifespan, heavenly immortal realm, years of age, in Holy Ghost years, 5 years, gifted aptitude, not awakened for the time being. Sharing, the host can obtain all the talents of the Holy Spirit race, the same as Wang Xiaozu, but the hosts will not be shared to the child's body. The host is unique. I didn't expect him to have mastered all the elements. His demonic level is even higher than I thought. Xiao Jinyu inadvertently glanced at Wang Xiaozu who was following behind him not knowing what he was thinking. This child's talent was so demonic and terrifying. No wonder he possessed a purple golden chi, simply more than a protagonist. And shared? Doesn't that mean I have the same talent that a few of the other kids have? This whole thing has made me embarrassed. Not only do I have to fight against my son's father, but now I'm also sharing their abilities and talents. He. The smile on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened. His smugness was not hidden, so how could he be embarrassed? The two of them left the desolate ancient hall, and before Wang Xiaozu left, he turned around for the last time and took a deep look at the ancient hall, as if he wanted to reflect the appearance of this ancient hall in his mind, and memorize this place where he had grown up within his mind. Xiao Jinyu didn't say anything and just waited quietly on the side, after which the two of them walked towards the distance in an unknown direction. The entire secret realm would be open for 3 long months, and the chances within it naturally allowed the crowd to fight for them at will. Huan Funiansi and Xiao Ruoxue had an even easier time obtaining their chances because they were blessed with even more intense chi. In almost 2 months' time, he had gone to 2 holy mountain halls, found quite a few inheritances of his own, and his strength had broken through slightly, one after another. They had broken through from heavenly immortal minor to heavenly immortal major. Xu Fengyang, Wang Lefeng, Su Zhouxing and others naturally also harvested a lot. The north recruitment of the new dynasty of people did not have much damage. Everyone has found their own some of the opportunity. There were treasures, pills, formations, immortal weapons, and so on. During the period, naturally, there is no shortage of fights against the young generation of the East China Immortal Dynasty, and there is no shortage of fights, accompanied by killing. The two sides fought, and there were many deaths and injuries on both sides. After Xiao Jinyu stayed by Wang Xiaozu's side and helped Wang Xiaozu take away some of the treasures and inheritances that belonged uniquely to his Holy Spirit clan, the time was nearing the end. It's almost time to count the minutes, so it's time for me to make my move. Xiao Jinyu stood on top of a holy mountain, looking out over the entire secret realm of the holy mountain, all the sights in his eyes, with deep meaning in his eyes. Wang Xiaozu raised his head and looked at Xiao Jinyu's appearance. His heart was in the right place. He felt that Xiao Jinyu was definitely going to do something, and it seemed to be related to planting evidence of a kind. These days, he had still changed his opinion of Xiao Jinyu a lot. He's still not bad. He's helped me take many chances in more than 2 months, and he surprisingly didn't take a single one. In the future, when I'm stronger than him, I'll just spank him a little lighter when I spank him, so he'll call me daddy a couple of times less. Wang Xiaozu murmured in his mind. Chapter 132 Pitfalls, Frames. Fatherly love is like a landslide. From Xiao Jinyu's body, a whole 9 faith bilocations were separated, and the faces of the faith bilocations gradually changed, and their bodies changed, transforming into the likenesses of Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianming, and Li Nansun. Regardless of the likeness or height of appearance, the similarity is nearly 88%. Xiao Jinyu's gaze had a deep meaning as he looked out over the mountains and rivers from afar, overlooking the crowd below. With 1 mind and 10 uses, the 9 faith splitters were controlled by Xiao Jinyu's mind and flew towards 9 places. The strength of each of the doppelgangers was at the golden immortal level, and with this trace of immortal monarch pressure on himself, it should be no problem to crush them. It was quickly collected into the fish, but to the point that the split then appeared everywhere in the secret realm. Everywhere. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money to buy the road. Xiao Tianmian looked at a small group in front of him playfully, the aura of a golden immortal crushing out from his body. A squad of a dozen or so people. Most of their realms were at the earth immortal level, with the leading 3 at the heavenly immortal level, but against the upturned golden immortals, they still weren't enough. The opportunity that several people had painstakingly obtained within 2 months was thus easily taken away by Xiao Tianming alone. The golden immortals' pressure crushed down, and several people became even more powerless. Even though they wanted to fight to the death, they realized that Xiao Tianmai's battle strength was much more terrifying than theirs. With a single slap, all of them were lifted off the ground, their qi and blood churning, and they lost all their battle power. Just when a few people thought that Xiao Tianmian was going to lay a deadly hand on them, they realized that he turned around very tartly, attached his hands behind his back, and opened his mouth, robbing money and not killing people. This is my Xiao Tianmian's usual style. You guys are really too weak. You can't even make me raise the thought of killing. I'm already invincible in the same advancement generation. No one can stop me. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky, disappearing into the source ground. A few people's faces were indignant. How had they ever been so humiliated? It's worse than killing them to say they're too weak. Coupled with his tawdry words, even exposing his name to them, the crowd's eyes took on a different meaning. Aren't you invincible in the same realm? When the time comes, I'll find you some enemies, some younger generation who are stronger than you, and designate them to you to death. If he found Xiao Tianmai elsewhere, he would definitely call up countless young people of his generation and beat him to death even in a group beating. Immortal World also has an unwritten rule, that is, the fight between juniors and juniors, the older generation is not allowed to participate in, such as if the shot is immortal relationship. Below the holy mountain, a group of a dozen female disciples walked towards the distance, where Li Nanchuan had long been waiting for a long time. Leave your profanity for a chance of survival, and your panties for a way out. Ah shucks, wrong word, it's robbing money not sex. Li Nanchuan indifferently looked at a dozen people. The golden immortal micropressure crushed down. A word, all the battle power to release. A big fist to the front of a blast, the void layer collapse. There is no mercy. A dozen people even before they reacted. Was Li Nanchuan a punch to blow away? Ah, more than a dozen screams sounded. Li Nanchuan's speed is very fast. 3 times and will be their waist to get the Qiankuan bag. Hand with the Qiankuan ring as much as possible picked down. Finally, after some more coercion and determination that there was no chance on his body, he left with peace of mind. Still the same tawdry words before leaving. Your postures are just too unusual, mundane and mortal fat. Even if I wanted to rob you, I wouldn't be able to look at you. I wouldn't even know where to start. In the younger generation, who can be worthy of me? Li Nansun? Pathetic and lonely as snow. After sitting through all of this, Li Nanchuan transformed into a stream of light, rushed up to the sky and disappeared, leaving a dozen or so women alone with their faces sad and red. That one sentence was worse than killing them. What do women focus on most? Naturally, it was their own looks, whether they were cultivators or mortals. And now they were actually humiliated in front of this asshole in front of them, saying that they were ugly. Uncle can tolerate it, but grandma can't. His name is Li Namsik, pouring out the strength of all of us, but also letting the senior sister beat the dead one, grabbing to give him a group beating, tearing his mouth. His mouth is really too stinky. Some of the teams in front of us are just small appetizers. The real thing is still on the side of Xiaopingji, because Xiaopingji faced Su Zhouxing, Xu Fengyang, Wang Lefeng and other disciples of the 3 great families. All 3 of them were at the golden immortal realm, so Xiao Jinyu had specially raised the strength of this faith split. The battle power displayed on the surface had already come to the Luo heavenly immortals, even approaching the great Luo golden immortals. A sword flatly chopped out towards the front, his face looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, his look domineering, Before the three of them could even react to what was happening, they were sneak attacked from behind by Xiaopingji. With a miserable scream, the three of them were directly chopped away, an extremely deep blood scar on their backs penetrating into the white bones. Xiaopingji slowly descended from the sky, his fist turned downward and violently blasted the three into the ground 1,000 feet deep. Even a kind of family disciple that followed the three were not spared, and were all defeated by him alone. It is not a good idea to seek money. Don't be too drifty. Beware of being stabbed in the back. Take the chance, not all of it. Remember to take it completely to me. The white-haired long sword is cold. I am Xiaopingji, you remember. Xiaopingji's face was indifferent as he looked down. The crowd was already seriously injured, and now they were enveloped by the micro-pressure of the 9 heavenly immortals, without any power of resistance. All the chances were taken away by one of the chipping people. Just like that, in several directions of the secret realm, 3 Xiaopingji, 3 Xiao Tianmian, and 3 Li Nanchuan opened the path of robbery, and every big robbery finished a sentence, must leave their own name, but also in the humiliation of the crowd. Whether it is the North Move the Immortal World or the East China Immortal Dynasty of a group of disciples, are so encountered. All of the opportunities that they had obtained after a lot of hard work had been taken away by these 3 people, with nothing left. Even the cultivation materials within his original Qiankuan bag were all taken away. I don't share the same fate as Xiao Tianmian. Xiaopingji, how dare you engage in a sneak attack? Don't let me catch you. Li Nanchuan, the revenge for taking the chance today will be avenged tenfold in the future. Throughout the entire secret realm, I don't know how many roaring voices rang out, resentful towards the 3 people. All of this fell under Xiao Jinyu's eyes. As Wang Xiaozu watched this scene, he naturally knew that this was done by Xiao Jinyu, and there was curiosity in his eyes. What exactly was the relationship between these 3 people and Xiao Jinyu? And what kind of hatred did they have that caused Xiao Jinyu to go so far as to get 9 doppelgangers to frame them? Similarly, a different light flickered in his eyes. Xiao Jinyu could victimize others like this. So could he himself go out and victimize Xiao Jinyu like this? Chapter 133, Secret Realm of Opportunity? Large-scale robbery. As the entire secret realm looked around, countless people had all been robbed by Xiao Jinyu, and all the opportunities they had obtained had fallen into Xiao Jinyu's hands. Originally, it was a few families rejoicing and a few families worrying. Some people got the inheritance and naturally some people lost it. But this time it was different from all the past. One family rejoiced and the others were all worried. Other than Huangfu Nianzi Xiao Ruoxue, who hadn't been robbed by Xiao Jinyu, everyone else had been robbed of everything by the doppelganger that Xiao Jinyu had coalesced with absolute power. A few days later, the secret world ended. The teleportation force enveloped everyone who was in the secret realm, and with a flash of strong light, all the people who had entered the legacy sacred realm were teleported out. Before leaving, Wang Xiaozu turned his head and took a deep look at this forsaken sacred realm, with a complexity in his gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. When the light completely dissipated, he had also officially left the forsaken sacred realm, the place where he had grown up. The moment Xiao Jinyu had just been teleported out, his immortal monarch aura was extremely well concealed as he quickly transformed into a point of light and disappeared while the crowd was being teleported out, taking advantage of the crowd to hide in the shadows. By the way, he also let the Huangfu Nianzi and Xiao Ruoxue duo make some false pretenses and hang some colors on their bodies. After all, he had robbed everyone in the secret realm, and no one had escaped his hand. If the 2 of them go out unharmed, it will inevitably attract the attention of others. So to be on the safe side, in order not to cause some unnecessary trouble for the 2 of them, or primping on some coming out, I wonder what they will gain from this secret line. In previous years, this North Dynasty secret realm heavenly treasures countless inheritance, do not know how much. Get the inheritance, go back to say less can break through a small realm or big realm. Do not know how this year. The Wang clan immortal monarch stood above the celestial dome. His gaze held anticipation. The Su family immortal monarch and the Chu family immortal monarch didn't say anything more. Their faces showed dissension, and it was obvious that they meant the same thing. Xiao Jinyun, who was on the side, had a slightly odd expression. The 3 of them didn't know what was happening in the secret realm, but he did, and he was still the main person behind this. When the crowd was teleported out, the Wang clan immortal monarch, Su clan immortal monarch and Chu clan immortal monarch immediately greeted them. A smile had begun to bloom on his face before he even looked at the 3 leaders of his family. When they arrived at the several people's sides, they were stunned, only to see that the several people were gray and had an extremely deep blood scar on their backs. His clothes were broken, his hair was disheveled, and his face was outraged. This appearance, where is the self, just went in the spirited pride of heaven. This is not a beggar? The 3 froze, almost not recognizing them at first. The 3 seemed to have disbelief, rubbing their eyes and looking at the crowd behind them. The number of people who died in this year's line of the secret realm came to be much less than in previous years, but this number of people who were seriously injured was too much. Looking at thousands of people, no one is intact. Out of more or less have injuries. What's going on? Why are you all so badly injured? This line, could it be that the people of the Eastern China Immortal Dynasty are not fighting against you? The Chu family immortal monarch asked suspiciously. They thought that this was the only possibility. After all, the four great immortal realms were a situation where no one looked at anyone and bumped into each other in a big fight. And everyone here is injured. It's not like one of our own is beating up one of our own, is it? So that was the first thing they thought of. Wang Lofeng, Chu Fengyang, and Su Zhouxing's faces were indignant to the extreme, gritting their teeth. Not them. The East China Immortal Dynasty has naturally come today, only that after they arrived, they were similarly robbed. Everyone who entered into the secret realm this year was all robbed by three people, one called Xiao Pingji, and two others were Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan. Not only did they beat us to the point of serious injury, but they also took all of the inheritance and took away the resources we had worked so hard to obtain for 2 months. The trio's teeth were all about to be clenched, and the indignation on their faces was furious to the extreme. This is not even the most aggravating resource. It's okay to be taken. It's okay to be beaten up. It's not as strong as someone else. There's nothing to say. But these three were a mockery, and it was a venomous one. The taunts were either something about being weak as a dog or ugly, and to the men it was either something about being tinkly and small or having weak kidneys. Even the women are not spared, drawing the wrath of God. We are all young disciples, so how can we put up with this kind of birdishness? There was determination in everyone's gaze. Returning to the family will surely allow the previous generation's heavenly pride to avenge them. The younger generation and the younger generation of things the older generation is not to participate in. That is, the protector of the road generation. But more than 100 or so years more than a few a cultivator is equally able to be called the younger generation, as long as the years aren't too far apart. Oh, who are these three? Why have you never heard of it? The three immortal monarchs had doubts on their faces, in their impression. As far as the northern recruitment immortal realm was concerned, there didn't seem to be many cultivator families surnamed Xiao. Huang Funianzi and Xiao Ruoxue had just heard these three names, and a touch of shock hid in the bottom of their eyes. When did the three of them also arrive in the secret realm, and robbing the crowd of their chance? How did they not know? Isn't Big Brother heading to the middle of the Dao Immortal sect? And didn't Little Brother and Nansun and the others head to the East China Immortal Dynasty? How could you come to the secret realm and do such a thing, when it's really weird? Xiao Ruoxue was puzzled and did not speculate this one thing towards Xiao Jinyu. To a normal person's mind, no one could have imagined that it was their dear beloved old father who victimized his three children. And by the way, put the blame on all three of them. Not only was Xiao Ruoxue puzzled, Huang Funianzi was likewise incomparably puzzled. She had left earlier, but she hadn't seen the three talents before entering the secret realm. Xiao Jinyu's main body brought Wang Xiaozu to hide in the dark and collected his breath, and when he saw the crowd looking like this, he snickered in his heart. What he wants is this effect. See the crowd gnashing their teeth. This face of anger is not reduced. He is relieved. Pit. He's serious. If I may say so, this Taoist friend seems to be surnamed Xiao, and this Taoist friend's daughter is also surnamed Xiao. Could it be that there is a connection with them? When the Su family immortal monarch had a guess, he glanced at Xiao Jinyu at the side and found that his expression was just like theirs, also with puzzlement and curiosity. When Xiao Jinyu saw that Xiao Ruoxue was injured, her face was equally indignant, and her caring intentions were not at all hidden. He did not even try to hide his caring intent, and almost didn't write the word heartache on his face. Hiddenly, a faint killing intent spread across his body, as if he wanted to kill the person who had injured Huang Funianzi and Xiao Ruoxue. The Su clan immortal monarch's gaze swept over Xiao Ruoxue, Huang Funianzi, who were in the middle of the crowd, and found that their bodies were also hung with colors, and their breath was weak. Seeing this scene, the three immortal monarchs became even more suspicious, ruling out the possibility that it was Xiao Jinyu. Just like this, a trip to the North Recruitment Secret Realm, which was originally a matter of people entering the secret realm to look for treasures, had now turned into a large-scale robbery. In the end, do not make a mess of the unhappy part, each back to their own homes, each looking for their own mother to cry to go. Chapter 134, Opportunities that Came Down from the Heavens. The three immortal monarchs exchanged some pleasantries with Xiao Jinyu, roughly saying that if Xiao Jinyu was interested in joining a force, he could first consider their three great clans. The salary they gave Xiao Jinyu would definitely not be less. And then the three immortal monarchs left with their own disciples. After Xiao Jinyu's bilocation saw that everyone had left, the main body appeared from the darkness, and the faith bilocation transformed into a Dao of faith chi that merged into Xiao Jinyu's body. Huang Funianzi and Xiao Ruoxue both came to Xiao Jinyu's side and glanced doubtfully at the bald boy wearing a red pantsuit tied with a red bib on the side of Xiao Jinyu. The boy is? Xiao Jinyu smiled. This is a newly adopted righteous son of mine, who has been living alone in the secret realm for an unknown amount of time without any relatives. I saw that he was also strangely pitiful on his own, and it was not good to leave such a small child outside to fend for himself. I saw that I felt sorry for him, so I brought him out. Xiao Jinyu's face had a benevolent color and endless eyes, a look as if he had done something so great. Holy, this guy is shameless. You obviously forced me to do it. It seems that I was still too soft-hearted before. When I break through to the immortal monarch realm, I will definitely beat him up, and he'll have to call me daddy a few hundred times. I was going to give him less, but now absolutely not. Not a peep less. Wang Xiaozu was furious when he saw Xiao Jinyu's appearance, but due to the obscene authority of immortal monarch Xiao Jinyu, he could not fight himself yet, so he could only hold back for a while. When he became stronger at some point, he would definitely beat up Xiao Jinyu. As the saying goes, a boy who doesn't want to be an old man is not a good son. This was the oath Wang Xiaozu made in his heart. Xiao Ruoxue looked on with a touched face, worthy of being a father. Huang Funianci always felt something strange when she looked at Xiao Jinyu in this manner, with scrutiny and suspicion on her face. Then father, did big brother and third brother really come to the secret realm? Why would you do such a thing and mug everyone all over? Xiao Ruoxue's heart had a hint of suspicion. She hadn't even seen the three of them in the secret realm. She always felt that there was something strange about this matter, but she didn't associate it with Xiao Jinyu. They came, yes. Only they came and left so fast they didn't say hello to you. It won't be a big problem when the time comes, and we'll naturally meet again then. Xiao Jinyu didn't have the intention to talk about it in detail and casually said a few sentences to muddle through, in front of their own daughter. Cannot admit that they do it. Their own image of this great and tall father cannot collapse the room. Let's go. Go to your master's home and see what the imperial fairy house looks like. Ask the old father-in-law if he agrees with my father and your master. The marriage will be settled beforehand. And as for when the marriage will take place, we will talk about it after some time. Xiao Jinyu smiled. Xiao Ruoxue heard without doing too much skepticism and nodded, still looking forward to this matter. Huang Funianci saw Xiao Jinyu in this state, and when she heard the word marriage, her eyes flashed with a different light. Xiao Jinyu looked at Huang Funianci. Nianci, do you think that old father-in-law will agree to the two of us when he sees me like this? What if I don't agree? Xiao Jinyu's face was still devoid of a proper, playful smile. The corners of Huang Funianci's mouth twitched. Her own marriage was of course her own decision, and besides, he couldn't be happier that he had led an immortal monarch Dao couple home. How could he possibly say a word of no? With such an aunt, his Huangfu family could be said to have really just blown up their ancestral graves. Moreover, Xiao Jinyu was an immortal monarch. With this status of his, to exaggerate a bit, riding on her father's head to eat would be no problem. Huang Funianci scraped him without a good mood. I'm in charge of my marriage. Alright, let's go. Ha ha. Xiao Jinyu saw Huang Funianci in such a posture and laughed freely. A beauty's glance. A different kind of flavor. The three of them rushed towards the Huangfu family. During the rush, Xiao Jinyu unknowingly activated the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Body. The creation immortal Dao in his body operated, and the eye of Qi Luck flickered with luster. Within his Dantian world, there was a large pile of treasures there. Countless Qinkuan bags piled up like mountains, and countless Qinkuan rings accumulated into several small mountains. These were the resources he had snatched in the secret realm, which contained pills formations, immortal weapons, immortal techniques, and avatars in an unknown number, especially immortal stones, which had been made in immortal veins. The first time I go to my old husband, it's still necessary for my family to bring some gifts to my old husband. As for the other disciples of the Huangfu family, that's none of my business. By the way, take some immortal weapons. There is no lack of them that have the level of a great Luo golden immortal. It should be enough. Xiao Jinyu thought so in his heart, and with a thought, he moved 1/10 of the resources aside, and these were the gifts. As for the remaining 9 out of 10, 3 portions were given to Xiao Tianmeng and the others, 1 to Pingji, 1 to Ruoxue, 1 to Nianci, and the rest was kept for himself. Oh, by the way, my lovely children, your old man, I've come to bring you warmth. Xiao Jinyu laughed wickedly in his heart, but his face did not move. The 10,000 Thunder's divine body activated, airdropping all of these resources as accurately as possible to the 4 people, Xiao Pingji, Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan, who were far away in the sky. At this time, Xiao Pingji was meditating within his cultivation residence. The next moment, from the sky and earth above unexpectedly fell a line after a line of immortal veins, and immortal pills formations, talisman seals with no money like clattering like rain fell down. Soon, it piles itself up. Well, What's going on? Xiao Tianming opened his eyes suspiciously and looked at the 100 or so immortal veins beside him, as well as these countless cultivation resources among resources raining from the sky? So weird. The words were so, but Xiao Pingji still honestly put it all away, taking it for future cultivation. Xiao Tianmeng, Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan were resting under a deserted immortal mountain, and they were still 2 days away from the Donghua immortal dynasty, so they would be able to arrive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look, it's raining immortal stones in the sky. No, that's an immortal vein. Holy! Xiao Tianmeng was the first to perceive the abnormality and opened his mouth in a shocked voice. That's immortal Dan and immortal pills, as well as countless immortal symbols and immortal plate formations. Li Nanchuan raised his head fiercely. Looking at these formations, his eyes were glowing. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed up to the sky, and with a wave of his big hand, he included all of them into his Qiankuan bag. Asterisk 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 despicable. Xiao Tianming cursed and immediately also rushed up to the sky, putting a bunch of immortal veins inside his Qiankuan ring and Qiankuan bag. Seeing the duo do so, Miao Xiaonan had chaos carry her at a speed faster than the duos, appearing at a corner of the sky to collect a large portion of all the resources. Having a bargain is, these days with the two closer and closer. This heart also more and more close to the old 6 character. Close to vermilion is red, close to ink is black. Soon, in just a few blinks of an eye, the roaming immortal veins and countless resource inheritances disappeared into thin air. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and with their hearts in their mouths, they darted toward the distance, fleeing the scene of the crime. Quickly run, this must be which accidentally lost the resources, and now that it falls into our hands, it is our chance. Xiao Tiannian was overjoyed and was pleased as he ran. There is even such a will lose the resources under this sky. Really laugh me to death. Ha ha, the joy on Li Nanchuan's face couldn't be put away, and the 2 of them immediately ran away with incomparable speed. Miao Xiaonan was chasing behind him, her little face red with excitement. Obviously this kind of heaven-sent chance was the first time she had seen it. Worthy of the immortal realm, it still rains immortal veins from the sky. Chapter 135, Huangfu Xinjia, Welcome Auntie Home. The people of the Huangfu immortal family also owned an independent immortal city for the Huangfu immortal city. It was about the same as Lin Xian City, and its strength was a bit stronger than that of Shanglin Xian City, with 5 heavenly immortals within the clan. Xiao Jinyu, Xiao Ruoxue, and Huangfu Nianzi had just arrived at Huangpu Immortal City's realm, only to see that a middle-aged man had already been waiting outside for a long time. Behind him were a dozen or so elders from the Huangfu family, and a red carpet was spread out from above the void, seemingly to greet Xiao Jinyu's arrival. All 3 of them were confused when they saw this scene, especially Huangfu Nianzi. She obviously hadn't told her own father that Xiao Jinyu was an immortal monarch, nor had she told him that they would be back today. So why would the Huangfu family put up such a big show today? Huangfu Nianzi glanced suspiciously at the crowd in the distance, and after seeing the envious eyes of the few young disciples within the Huangfu immortal family, it dawned on him. These disciples of the Huangfu family had gone with her to the banquet among the 3 immortal buildings that day, and naturally, they had also seen the way Xiao Jinyu had come, as well as his immortal monarch's cultivation. Now that he had returned a step earlier to the middle of the Huangfu immortal family and mentioned this matter with his own father, the people hurried out to greet him. Auntie, you're finally here, making Uncle Me wait so hard. The head of the Huangfu clan, the moment he saw Xiao Jinyu, immediately had a warm smile on his face, ignoring Huangfu Nianzi, and flew straight to Xiao Jinyu's face. He very naturally put his hand on Xiao Jinyu's shoulder, and the 2 of them looked just like brothers. The corners of Huangfu Nianzi's mouth twitched as she watched the scene. At that time, he could clearly remember when she spoke with her own father about her finding a Taoist partner in the lower realms. Although Huangfu Xiong did not directly oppose it, he vaguely revealed that he wanted to treat Xiao Jinyu well. Even, all of them took out the golden crystal treasure sword that they had treasured for many years. After all, every daughter is the jewel of her father's heart, and no one wants to run into a yellow-haired man who will marry his precious daughter away. Can you imagine? A yellow hair came in front of your house, then shouted, "Lao Dang, I'm marrying away your daughter." Oh, if that was the case, the 100-meter greatsword directly called out and slashed him to death. Huangfu Xiong did not object to this marriage at first, anyway, as long as his daughter is happy on the line, but it's hard to think about it anyway. Thinking about your daughter marrying someone else, so you decide to consider it first, but that all seems to have changed now. Where's the promised consideration? It all disappeared and instead was as enthusiastic as anything. With that look, where did he want to give Xiao Jinyu's body a few cuts? How can this change of face be so fast nowadays? The aunt is calling on this? You haven't even agreed if it's going to work or not." Then she had taken the lead in agreeing to it. And looking at Huang Fu Xiong's enthusiastic look seemed to be even more anxious than marrying himself off. It was as if Huang Fu Xiong himself was getting married. The two of them, Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Ruoxue, were also startled by Huang Fu Xiong's enthusiastic appearance. Without any bravado, Xiao Jinyu took out a Qian Kuan ring from within the Dantian world and quietly put it on top of Huang Fu Xiong's finger. Huang Fu Xiong inadvertently glanced at it. His divine sense gently probed into it. Within this Qian Kuan ring were countless immortal treasures, and amongst these countless immortal materials and treasures, there were many Qian Kuan pouches and Qian Kuan rings, which contained countless more immortal stones. Counting down, there were more than 2,000 entire immortal veins, which was 100 years' worth of income for their Huangfu immortal family. "Oh, my dear son-in-law, tell me about this whole thing. What's this for? Go, 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 we brothers must go and have a drink." The enthusiasm on Huang Fu Xiong's face overflowed even more, and the gaze he looked at Xiao Jinyu was one of admiration. "Niancy, quick, 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 go and bring out the hidden dragon wine that my father has buried for more than 5,000 years. Today I must drink one with my virtuous son-in-law without getting drunk." Huang Fu Niancy saw his father this appearance. The heart also cannot help but a burst of speechless. Even the name has changed. Before or aunt, now directly into a virtuous son-in-law. Huang Fu Niancy and Xiao Ruoxue glanced at each other helplessly, and brought Wang Xiaozu with them as they jointly entered the imperial household immortal. Huang Fu Xiong was enthusiastic to the extreme, and with Xiao Jinyu's shoulder in his grasp, he walked towards the front, and the two of them stepped onto the red carpet. "Welcome home, Your Highness, welcome home, Your Highness." The moment Xiao Jinyu stepped onto the red carpet, a dozen or so elders around him spoke in unison, their tones incomparably neat and respectful. When Huang Fu Niancy, who was flying in the distance, heard these words, her body grinned and almost didn't fall from the sky, her face darkening even more. She knew that with Xiao Jinyu's status as an immortal monarch coming amongst the Huangfu immortal family, her own father and the people of the Huangfu family would surely put up a great show. "But I didn't expect this look. Obviously they have not married out, but the family seems to have all acquiesced well. Directly marry themselves to Xiao Jinyu." Amidst the gazes of the crowd of Huangfu family elders, the two of them walked towards Huangfu Immortal City and arrived at the Huangfu family hall. At this moment, this place had long been set up with thousands of plates of immortal products. Among them, there were countless immortal fruits, specific demonic beast meat, special pastries, good wine, and so on, were all placed on top of an extremely long immortal table, with all the colors, and flavors. The two of them went to the table, and 3 altars of 5,000-year-old hidden dragon wine were placed on the immortal table, and when the altar was opened, a strong fragrance of alcohol spread throughout the Huangfu Immortal City. One whiff alone and the color of the gods would flutter 3 times. "Sage son-in-law, come, everything is off the table. All feelings are in the wine." Huang Fu Xiong boldly held up a large altar of wine. The appearance seemed to be that he wanted to drink a glass of wine with Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu watched and also hugged up a cup of wine. "Don't be a wimp, is dry." The two looked at each other and smiled, holding up the wine altar in the air and gently touching it, and then they took a big mouthful and poured it down. Hidden Dragon, as the name suggests, is a mellow and evocative wine with a slight bitterness. When the wine continued to enter the throat, a strong feeling burst out in the body, as if the body had a dragon flame constantly burning. The appearance of this wine seems to be mediocre, but when you really swallow it, it is really like the hidden submerged dragon, and after swallowing it, you will soar to the sky with endless enthusiasm. After just one sip, the feeling of drunkenness climbed right up to his face. A mouthful was smothered, and half the altar was in the belly. Both of them didn't use their immortal power to disperse the alcohol, and they drank it all. If Xiao Jinyu had the intention to dispel this alcohol, 99% of the alcohol in the immortal world would not be able to intoxicate him, but he did not do so. Today he got up to have a good time, and naturally, it is to enhance the relationship with his old husband. Only, he seemed to have somewhat overestimated his drinking capacity, and when he had poured down half an altar, he was already floating a bit. When Huang Fu Xiong saw the scene, there was dark amusement in his eyes. He was naturally an old hand at drinking. These wines were naturally nothing to him, but still, he raised the wine altar once more, ready to drink it all with Xiao Jinyu. Of course Xiao Jinyu wouldn't be afraid, and he directly smothered it in one gulp. Huang Fu Niancy saw the two drunkards like this, opened his mouth to see that he just wanted to say something out loud, but was stopped by Huang Fu Xiong's voice transmission. "Oh daughter, I know your heart is set on your lover. He possesses the cultivation of an immortal monarch, and has walked amongst this immortal realm to the point where there is absolutely no shortage of women by his side. So today, he will take advantage of this opportunity to spit out the truth after drinking, so that my father can see how his affection for you is. My father knows that you don't care, but after all, You are my father's palm of my heart. If he really loves you, then my father can rest assured that he will entrust you to him. After Huangfu Xiong finished transmitting his voice, he drank with Xiao Jinyu again. Huangfu Nianzi and Xiao Ruoxua had no choice but to leave. The two of them carried several jars of wine and left. Huangfu Nianzi brought Xiao Ruoxua to visit the Huangfu Immortal City. In the Great Hall, only two people were left still mangling their drinks. The two of them drank for several whole hours, and after drying 10 altars of hidden dragon wine, both of them collapsed on the ground, huffing and puffing, drunkenly unconscious. Chapter 136, the two become Dao couples. Xiao Ruoxua leaves. Wang Xiaozu wore a red pants pockets, and a small bald head as he walked on top of Huangfu Immortal City, hands behind his back, old-fashioned. Many of the cultivators coming and going naturally recognized him as the child brought by the aunt of Huangfu Immortal City just now, and each and every one of them were extremely respectful, and responded to his requests. Wang Xiaozu realized the feeling of having someone behind him, and within a few hours, eating, drinking, playing, and having what you want, there is nothing happier than this. Gee, I can't. Everyone in this town knows I have his back. I can't even get into trouble if I want to. It looks like we'll have to go to another city, or go somewhere else. His cultivation realm has an immortal monarch, so an ordinary immortal city definitely wouldn't dare to mess with him. So who's a good person to mess with? Wang Xiaozu's eyes rolled straight up and looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. All he wanted was to make trouble for Xiao Jinyu, to cause some trouble, to let him know that it wasn't so easy to be his father. Xiao Ruoxua and Huangfu Nianzi were both strolling through Huangfu Immortal City at the moment. Originally they wanted to bring Wang Xiaozu along, but realized that this child seemed to have his own ideas. With bare feet, he directly wandered above Huangfu Immortal City, shaking his head and losing his smile. He still let Wang Xiaozu leave. Anyway, no one dared to touch him in this imperial immortal city, and no danger would arise. Moreover, there was one more thing, and that was that they realized that Wang Xiaozu's age was extremely young, but this strength was even stronger than theirs, having already come to the Luo Heavenly Immortal. You have to know that they are only a mere heavenly immortal. After the two of them wandered around for a few hours, they spent the night in Huangfu Immortal City. There was no talk all night. The next day, Xiao Jinyu rubbed his temples in a daze, always feeling that his head was incomparably heavy, and when he woke up he realized that he was lying on top of a large bed. I drank myself out of it yesterday and forgot what happened. It seems that the old man asked a few questions, and I've forgotten how I answered them. Xiao Jinyu shook off his heavy head and used his immortal power to dispel all the alcohol from his body, restoring his original state. Xiao Jinyu opened the system panel and looked at the 30,000 mission points that were still above him, thinking about whether or not to engage in some draws. Looking at the associated column, he was shocked to see that Xiao Pingji's realm was about to break through the Golden Immortal. Heiji broke through so quickly. It's only been a couple months. There's also Heaven's Destiny. Nan soon. They're close to Golden Immortal as well. Look no further. Since they were about to break through to the Golden Immortal, it meant that they might have to cross the tribulation. So this was a place where they could maneuver themselves. At this moment, somewhere in the Huangfu family's side hall, Huangfu Xiong couldn't stop the smile on his face. Daughter, you can rest assured that the virtuous son-in-law he has true feelings for you and that the man is trustworthy. Yesterday I took advantage of the wine and his drunkenness to ask many questions in a row, and he answered them all to my immense satisfaction. So you can rest assured. But there is one thing you need to know. He already had 2 daughters-in-law during his time on the lower continent. Only it seems that the 2 of them disappeared and ascended to the immortal world. So he came to the middle of the immortal realm to find the 2 of them. And secondly, to couple with you, which is something you don't have to worry too much about. To be able to fly up from the lower realm to the upper realm to look for the 2 of them is enough to show that he's a person who values love and justice. Huangfu Xiong said that he was still afraid that Huangfu Nianzi was worried about something, and he comforted her at the same time. In his subconscious, I should say in the subconscious of all cultivators throughout the immortal world, polygamy was allowed to exist. Going a little deeper, this has some validity if the difference in power between the two is too great. After all, the strength gap is big. It represents the physical strength gap is big. Physical strength gap has been big. In the future, one-on-one killing words certainly will be a bit strenuous. We'll certainly need to take turns on the battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. Huangfu Nianzi nodded. With a smile on her face, she knew these things naturally, only she didn't care about it. There are times when being attracted to someone, in the midst of the world, doesn't require knowing too much about their past, and obsessing over them as a person is fine. He had feelings for me and I had feelings for her, and that was the best outcome and the easiest thing to do. Men and women love each other. You love each other. Very simple things. There are women who will remain married for life because they met men in their youth who stunned them for years. Some men will pursue the great Tao because of the death of a woman, and go in search of reincarnation to resurrect their beloved women, which is the world of the immortal way. A phrase to borrow, The avenue should not be so small. The dogs should not be so few. As far as I'm concerned, the cool article, there should not be any love but cannot be. What trials and tribulations and hardships block everything, across the heavy obstacles, and finally together on the good, regret-filled, comfortable to read, comfortable to write. Xiao Jinyu stayed in the Wangfu family for nearly half a month more, and the relationship with the Wangfu family up and down also became more and more cordial, and the emotion with the Wangfu Nianzi duo slowly warmed up. However, he grasped it well and never took the most crucial step. Two people in the name of the official couple. As for when to get married will need to be pushed back a bit. Now he still has some things not yet done. When everything is settled, get married on the spot. The news of Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi becoming a Dao couple swept through a small half of the northern recruitment immortal realm. After all, this concerned an immortal monarch. It was a big deal. Xiao Ruoxue was the happiest when she got this news for the first time. After all, she had her push. A few days later, she also left the Huangfu Xian family and went out on her own. After all, she needed to find her missing mother too. Though her disguised facilitation of this one thing might have had some effect on her unimpressed mother, she decided that it was the right thing to do. Wang Xiaozu had traveled around the surrounding immortal cities within this half a month's time, and had also learned about the several major forces in the northern recruitment immortal realm. Recently, after getting into trouble, it was Xiao Jinyu's name that was reported outside. It's kind of a small note up to this point. There will be some fights next, then other professions, etc. Still going the pretend route. Chapter 137 Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm, two people being pursued. Desperate escape. Is this the East China Immortal Dynasty? Worthy of being a whole immortal dynasty. Its system is almost as bad as a dynasty, divided into a main city and other sub-cities. Xiao Tianming arrived at a certain small city on the border of the Northern Recruitment Immortal Dynasty and looked at the luxurious scene above the streets and could not help but sigh. Above the corner of the street, the family store opened. There are selling pills. There are selling formations. There are refining weapons. A glance at the whole dozen chamber of commerce set up in this, coming and going quite a few cultivators doing transactions. The street appearance is incomparably prosperous. Even if the people are all cultivators of the immortal realm, they are all immortals, but they are still not less than that of the mortal world. Li Nanchuan also looked at the TSK. 36 immortal monarchs ruled over an unknown number of territories. Each immortal monarch is in charge of countless immortal city. They had come to one of the small edge cities, and coincidentally, this immortal city was under the control of immortal Lord Tianchen. Miao Xiaonan looked at such a busy street and felt such a strong flavor of terroir. Her little face flushed with curiosity. The style of the Donghua immortal realm was more inclined to that management system of the mundane dynasties of the lower continents, and every city was situated on top of the immortal Earth continent. Unlike the northern recruitment immortal realm, where the cities were all controlled by different forces and stood on top of the immortal path continent, this instead still had a hint more of a sense of rusticity to it, but it was also the most like a place for immortals to cultivate. If they really wanted the three to talk, it was still the Donghua immortal dynasty that suited them better. Holy, it's those two son thieves. I didn't expect these two grandsons to dare to strut above the streets, treading through iron shoes and finding no place. It takes no effort to get there. Quick, secretly ask someone to keep an eye on them, then shake out all the younger generation disciples of the family, and beat these two people half to death for me. Above the street there were a dozen young disciples who recognized the duo of Xiao Tianmai and Li Nanchuan, and there was a look of indignation on their faces. But thinking of the duo's so terrifying strength that day, he forcefully suppressed the urge to get the two killed, and immediately spread the word within the family to call for someone. One by one, 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 one by one. All of the people who had been punched by the faith doppelganger that Xiao Jinyu had condensed that day began to shake the people, ready to catch the duo in one breath. At this moment, the two of them still didn't know what they were facing next, curiously walking towards the front, looking east and west, curious about this immortal city. After a little more than half a quarter of an hour, this street had already gathered as many as 1,000 people, and this number was still increasing. Xiao Tianmeng, Li Nanchuan and the two of them did not notice any abnormality, and as they watched these countless young people observing the aura on their bodies, they could not help but sigh. It's worthy of being an immortal city. There's just so much fresh blood in the younger generation, and everyone's level of strength is surprisingly no less than yours and mine. Li Nanchuan nodded with great approval. Miao Xiaonan blinked. For some reason, she always felt that the way these people looked at the two of them, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanchuan, didn't seem quite right. There seems to be a bit of hatred in the eyes. Is everyone here? almost all have arrived. All that can be called have been called. All the disciples from the several surrounding immortal cities have been called, and they are even already calling on the people from those several main cities. In the shadows, a few eyes flickered. Just before the crowd was about to kill out, Pill Heaven in the ring sensed a hint of unusualness in the atmosphere. He clearly caught the gazes of these heavenly prides falling all the way to Xiao Tiannian, Li Nanquan and the two of them, with an extremely deep hint of indignation hidden in their eyes. Destiny! Run! Xiao Tianming froze when he heard Pill Heaven's voice and thought nothing of the fact that Pill Elder had helped him a lot in his path of growth. Although it hadn't been a long time, after all, Xiao Jinyu had his cover, but listening to him would be right. Run! These people are coming from a bad place. He hurriedly secretly transmitted his voice to Li Nanquan, Miao Xiaonan, and turned around to run. Li Nanquan and Miao Xiaonan's people received Xiao Tiannian's instructions, and without much hesitation, they prepared to leave with their front feet. Very well, there are those of us, not a few of whom have the presence of golden immortal level big brothers. Guys, go! Him! Street corner, dark street corner, aside the immortal city sky dome above, a group of young sons and daughters more than 5,000 people whole. Black pressure group, the body exudes a terrifying immortal might. The realm on each of them was no weaker than an earth immortal. There are thousands of heavenly immortals and hundreds of golden immortals. All kinds of killing moves came out. Immortal techniques were frequent, and there were countless visions, more than 5,000 kinds of killing moves, more than 5,000 kinds of techniques, manifesting all kinds of different immortal realm powers to kill Xiao Tianmai and Li Nanquan. It was also at this moment that the two of them happened to turn into a stream of light, rushing up into the sky and directly escaping the immortal city. Countless immortal laws fell short. These two sun thieves have actually run away. Brothers, after them, go after him up, charge, kill, avenge the humiliation of that day, and them both. Seeing that their immortal laws had actually struck a blank, not landing on the two at all, the crowd quickly adjusted their state and killed the fleeing duo in the distance. Asterisk, what's going on? Why are they trying to kill us? Li Nanquan and Xiao Tiannian fled in the same direction. Li Nanquan's soul was almost scared out of his mind. So many people killed themselves in the first place, shouting as they fled, very puzzled. I don't know. There are many of them. The wind is tight and tugging. A little life is important. Run! Xiao Tiannian's cold sweat came down, and the two of them fled even faster, scampering towards the distance. No way. If this is the stance, we definitely won't be able to run away from them. The golden immortal is so much faster than us. Xiao Tianming shouted with an ugly face, and in the next moment, he called out the heaven-swallowing beast from within his body and rode on the body of the huge black heaven-swallowing beast, and his speed was once again increased by several times. Divine beasts were divine beasts, running definitely faster than they could come. Li Nanquan saw Xiao Tiannian so also immediately did not do much hesitation. The small turtle on his shoulder expanded in an instant and manifested the appearance of his own body. Li Nanquan rode on top of Xuanwu's body and escaped far away towards the distance. His speed was surprisingly much faster than Xiao Tiannian. This time, the gap between the crowd quickly widened. The people chasing behind them saw that the gap between them and Li Nanquan and Xiao Tiannian was getting wider and wider, and their faces were incomparably ugly. What's going on? One rides a black dog and the other rides a big wang. Why are they able to run so fast? What the hell? What kind of demonic beast is that big black dog? And what kind of demonic beast is that big wangba? Isn't it said that the king's ass is slow to hit the thief? What kind of bastard is this? The crowd chasing behind them did not understand, but still had no intention of giving up, and chased after the two in the direction they had fled. Do you think it's possible that those chances were dropped by these people some days ago, and now these people are ready to ask for them back? Li Nanseeking sought to pull away for a while and raised his doubts. He rode on Xuanwu's body to transform into a clear light, running incomparably fast. I think it's possible. Otherwise, what are they chasing us for? It must be to retrieve the resources, but this resource has already fallen into our pockets, so naturally there is no reason to return it. Xiao Tianming nodded affirmatively, his face serious. More than 5,000 people went after Xiao Tianmai and Li Nanquan in the black, leaving Miao Xiaonan alone standing above the street corner blinking, his face confused. She had thought that the men would have hit her along with them as well, but realized that seemed not to be the case, and had simply gone after her two brothers. That's a good feeling. I can still keep my share of resources to myself. He. Miao Xiaonan smiled wryly and continued to stroll around the street corner. As for worrying about the safety of the duo, she will not feel the two out of what happened. But the fight directly called Xiao Jinyu not on the line. Chapter 138, Invoking Heavenly Pillage to Kill? Xiao Jinyu. Holy, this function of the system is a bit perverted. Remote monitoring, real-time monitoring, and it will also automatically sound the alarm. And when heaven's fate, Ruashu's few people are in danger, the system will also directly alert itself. I like this feature. I can just go and help save these silly boys later even when they try to carry it off on their own. Xiao Jinyu looked at the picture on the huge golden panel in front of him, and there was a sense of delight on his face. This is naturally the associated module that the system was expanded upon before this. This huge and incomparable golden screen was divided into 6 small screens, 3 of which had the recent footprints of Xiao Tianmai, Li Nanxuan, and Miao Xiaonan, and even the images of them being chased down and killed, all of which fell on top of this large screen. Xiao Jinyu couldn't stop the smile on his face as he watched Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan fleeing around on top of the screen. In just half a month, during which the two were hunted down hundreds of times, every time they found a place of peace and wanted to escape. These people, like a follower, will soon find them again. Then there was some more chasing and some more running away. Ruoxue is still safe nowadays. She's traveling to the Shitsu immortal realm according to this direction. Ping Ji has been cultivating day and night in the immortal Dao sect, and his realm is actually on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal, and it's only a small step away from the last. Xiao Jinyu turned her gaze to the 2 images on the golden screen about Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Pingji, especially Xiao Pingji. With that terrifying cultivation talent coupled with the cultivation of the Emperor's Bone and the immortal Dao sect's resources, it would be hard not to make a breakthrough. Miao Xiaonan had strolled around the 3 immortal cities during this half-month period, and had countless resources on her, which she didn't spend all of in a moment, so she was very well behaved and played everywhere she went. My father is Xiao Jinyu, and he has the money to owe on these accounts for a while, until he comes to pay. Isn't it just to eat some of the million-year-old herbs you raise? Stingy, I'll have my father pay you back when the time comes. My father is Xiao Jinyu. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, his immortal monarch might crush us down, and your entire family will have to die. The other image, it's a little different. Xiao Jinyu looked at the countless images of Wang Xiaozu's death-defying behavior above the screen, and the corner of his mouth tugged. This rebellious son of Wang Xiaozu was different, causing trouble for himself everywhere during this short half-month period, and hugging his own name after every trouble. When this little comes back, he must be beaten again. Although he had gone out to cause trouble and trouble, the people he had caused trouble with were not strong. Merely only some golden immortals Luo Tianxian. There was no point in striking out on his own at all, but instead, there were many more troubles that required him to step in. This caused Xiao Jinyu's head to ache slightly. Forget it, let's just ignore him for now and take a look at Heaven's Destiny and South Seeker. I guess it won't be long before the 2 of them call me over. Xiao Jinyu no longer cared about Wang Xiaozu, and looked his gaze above the 2 images at the head of the group. During this short half-a-month period, the more the crowd hunted and killed, the harder, the more rebellious the duo became. The duo thought that these people were chasing them in order to obtain the chance that had fallen from the sky some days ago, so on their way to escape, they desperately cultivated and absorbed the countless immortal veins into their bodies. Even if they couldn't absorb it themselves, they gave it to their own divine beasts to absorb it together, and both of them grew. Soon, under the double pressure of running for their lives on this side and cultivating at the same time, the 2 of them were miraculously going to break through and were able to step even further from the heavenly immortals and step into the golden immortals. Run? Why don't you guys run? Asterisk 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 asterisk. With the same as growing 10 feet, let us chase for a whole month. Now caught by us. Right, son thief. Weren't you screaming and mocking cheerfully in the secret realm? Now you guys taunt one more for me to see? Still dare to rob us of our chance. Today, you must spit it all out. More than 5,000 people chased the 2 men to an uninhabited immortal mountain a million miles away. The crowd surrounded Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan in layers, and in this situation alone, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to escape with their wings. The 2 listened to what the crowd was saying. Clouded. What taunting in the middle of the secret world? What took their chance? How did the 2 of them not know? To talk about chance, the 2 of them again attributed this to the matter of the chance of falling from heaven on that day. The 2 of them, Li Nanxuan and Xiao Tianmian, didn't run away this time, mainly because they also came to be angry, being hunted down for a month long, with their hearts trembling every day. Now that they were finally going to break through, how could they let these people off so easily? They would definitely have to beat them up severely. The 2 looked at each other with inscrutable meanings on their faces and a hint of a sinister smile at the corners of their mouths. It's still the same old saying that those who are close to vermilion are black. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan had heard of Xiao Jinyu's killing the Soul Sect's elders angrily by virtue of the heavenly tribulation during the southern wasteland period, so today they would follow Xiao Jinyu's example and also utilize the heavenly tribulation to victimize these people here. As to whether or not they could survive this heavenly calamity, it was up to the people's destiny. The 2 of them released all of their auras, their heavenly immortal perfection auras not hidden in the slightest. Boom, boom, on the dome of the sky, there were suddenly several more dull sounds of thunder, and countless thunderclouds densely covered the dome of the sky, surfacing towards the side. In a few blinks of an eye, the heavens and earth went black, and the thunderbolt became more and more violent. Why is this move so familiar? The duo is using the thunderbolt to deal with these people. Won't you let yourself be helped? Xiao Jinyu stared at the screen in front of him from far away from the Wangfu family, watching what Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun were doing with a look of satisfaction on his face. If it was said that Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan were surrounded by the crowd and called out to themselves, they would definitely be able to take care of these people for them. But instead of killing, they would beat up all of these people and then draw the public anger of more than 5,000 people to make their older protector of the Dao appear. In doing so, it would then allow Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanxuan and the two of them to dislike the Dao protectors behind them. In this way, Xiao Jinyu's realm would be able to rise some more, and this was Xiao Jinyu's previous calculation. But now that the duo was going to utilize the heavenly calamity, then Xiao Jinyu would be even happier. The thunderbolts were under his control. So what if these thunderbolts chopped Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan at the same time as chopping more than 5,000 people? And make this thunderbolt more fierce than ever, so that the two dislike this side of heaven. Thinking of this, Xiao Jinyu's face became even more excited, and he was no longer prepared to treat Xiao Tianming and Li Nansun as human beings, and first chopped him 100 ways and 1,000 ways. Jia. Ah, heaven's destiny. Ah, Nansun, you have to realize that I'm doing this for your own good. You're old man, I'm strong, you can only slowly spell father. In the immortal world can also be invincible. First suffer some suffering aggrieved. To be noble in front of people, you must suffer after them, and a father's love is like a mountain. And here it is. Chapter 139, Xiao Jinyu strikes. Heavenly tribulation targets. Struck by lightning. What do these two dogson thieves want? They actually invoked the heavenly tribulation? Not good. They want to use a heavenly tribulation against us. This is the Lei Jia thunder tribulation of a heavenly immortal breaking through to a golden immortal. If we step into its range rashly, this heavenly tribulation will split us indiscriminately. I knew that these two dogs' bellies were not filled with good water. Not only did they insult us in the secret realm, but now they are trying to victimize us with a heavenly calamity. They really deserve to die. When the countless young sons saw this scene, they were furious, and the color of indignation on their faces became even more intense as they hurriedly ran towards the distance, not wanting to be caught up in the scope of this heavenly calamity. Run? Can you run away? It's about time the roles were switched after all this time of chasing and killing. Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan saw the crowd vanish towards the distance and their eyes were livid. This month, they had been subjected to the bird's anger for such a long time, and now, all of their grievances exploded at this moment. The two of them flew in two separate directions, and the sphere of influence of this heavenly calamity thus became even more vast as the two of them flew away. Endless thunderbolts, black clouds stretched towards the distance, rushing towards the direction that the crowd was far away from, because the speed of the duo was even faster than the speed of the crowd's distant escape. In an instant, the terrifying and volatile heavenly might locked the breath of everyone on the field, including these more than 5,000 young sons and daughters. Boom! The thunderclap rattled even more. Damn it, these dogson thieves are harming us again. Before, he robbed us of our chance, and now he's causing us to cross the threshold together. Countless people cursed loudly, and this time, everyone's faces sank. Sensing this terrifying aura of heavenly tribulation falling, the thunder tribulation above the dome of the sky became more and more violent, and in an instant, thousands of blue thunderbolts as thick as buckets split down from the sky. It carried a trace of the immortal realm's will, a trace of the power of the immortal Dao, and killed everyone indiscriminately, including Xiao Tianmian, including Li Nanxuan. Boom! Thousands of people were directly sent flying as the lightning slashed at their bodies. The power of the lightning tribulation was changed according to the power of the realm they were now displaying on their bodies, and its strength was all above their realm. Xiao Tianmai activated the 9 revolutions sacred body, as well as the gong methods that he had obtained since the lower world continent. With the 5th turn of the saint body, the gong method had tripled in battle power at this 5th turn, and with his physical body, he hardened himself to carry down a thunderbolt and took a few steps backward. Several formation talismans appeared in Li Nanxuan's hand, and with a fling towards the sky, the formation talismans swam like tadpoles, densely packed, and built out towards the front. A large defensive formation was formed. The thunderbolt slashed down, heavily bombarding the grand formation. Boom! The big formation shattered, and Li Nanxuan hid inside the formation, unharmed. Under one move of the thunderbolt, everyone's battle power, strength, and highs and lows were immediately determined. This lightning tribulation is really good. Just a single thunderbolt sent the crowd flying. Now it's best to let this thunder tribulation come a bit more violently, splitting these grandchildren to death, and then our realm can still be elevated. The smile on Li Nanxuan's face deepened as he glanced at the crowd that had been cleaved out, his face filled with smugness. Xiao Tianmian glanced at the crowd provocatively, with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on you guys, come closer to me. Weren't you chasing after me before? Now give the little master another chase to see." At this time everyone was overwhelmed and could not care about anything else, although their faces were not willing to be resentful, but they could only bear it for the time being. first pass the heavenly tribulation, or else their little lives would be hard to protect. A crowd of people raised their heads, their gazes dead set on the lightning tribulation above the sky dome, ready to carry all of it hard. Xiao Jinyu and Li Nansun's faces grew more and more complacent, feeling the intensity of the first wave of heavenly tribulation splitting down. They were confident that it was definitely not difficult to get through. Xiao Jinyu, who was far away from the Wangfu family, looked at the screen displayed above the system screen, his eyes flickering with a fine light, not knowing what he was thinking. How can Heaven's Destiny and South Seeker underestimate the heavenly tribulation so much? Really, it's not good to disrespect the apocalypse. You have to be in awe. Looks like we'll have to give them a boost to make it work. Xiao Jingyu gently sighed. His face was compassionate, and he beautifully said that for their own good. They can only grow up by experiencing more trials and tribulations. The aura of the 10,000 tribulation god body catalyzed, and the heavenly tribulation on the Donghua immortal realm, which was clearly hundreds of millions of miles away, was affected by Xiao Jinyu's influence. Boom! Boom! The heavenly tribulation was even more violent. The original tribulation thunder merely appeared blue, but now the color deepened and shifted towards purple. There was a hint of pitch black on top of the purple surface, and countless thunderbolts intertwined and entwined with each other, and in a short moment, they actually formed one thunder dragon after another. Damn it, how could this happen? The heavenly tribulation has gotten stronger at this moment. The calamity lightning has taken shape and risen a notch. It's the kind of calamity lightning that only happens when a golden immortal breaks through to an immortal in the Luo heavenly palace. The faces of the 100 golden immortals saw this scene became even more unsightly, so gloomy that they were able to wring out water. Everyone was poised, accumulating the strength of several bodies, ready to resist the weather of this one to the death. Thousands of purple tribulation thunder dragons stood roaring in the sky dome, with humanized targets on their heads, and all of them directed their gazes towards Xiao Tianmai and Li Nanshuan. The two raised their heads and met these several gazes, and for no reason, their hearts panicked. Roar! The two thunder dragons roared down with an aura of destroying everything, and the battle power emanating from them far exceeded that of a heavenly immortal, reaching the level of a golden immortal. Thousands of thunder dragons only roared out too, and the targets of these two were no longer other people, but instead targeted Li Nanshuan and Xiao Tiannian. The thunder dragon roared and soared its body, carrying endless thunder awnings. Careless, the two's faces changed, and they hastily urged up all their strength to resist to the death. Xiao Tiannian's 9 revolution saint body was once again activated, and Li Nanshuan threw out several more immortal Dao formation talismans. The thunder dragon was different from the invisible thunderbolt, faster and more powerful, directly bombarding their bodies and sending the two flying. Ah! The two yelled, barely able to stabilize themselves in the void. Just when the duo thought that they would be able to get a short respite, the next moment, thousands of transformed thunder dragons in the sky dome roared out once again, killing down as many as 100 of them in their entirety. Their target was still the two of them, Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanshuan, and the power of the calamity it emanated was 10 times that of the first two just now. Get targeted. What's going on? The heavenly calamity is out of order? Hit them? Why just hit us? They've stepped into the range of the heavenly tribulation as well. Xiao Tianmian. Li Nan sought out this scene and hurriedly shouted, looking at the crowd on the sidelines that hadn't even suffered from targeting. The hundreds of thunder dragons were all targeting the two of them. Their faces were incomparably puzzled. It was fine just now. How come it's only hitting them now? Complaining on his lips, he still unleashed a full force of battle power. The 9 revolutions sacred body was activated to the 6th revolutions, and his battle power climbed. His breath surpassed that of a heavenly immortal, reaching a golden immortal, and even vaguely approaching a Luo heavenly immortal. Handful after handful of formation talismans appeared on Li Nanshuan's body. A large handful of immortal talismans were thrown forward, and countless immortal Dao formation tiles were activated. In front of him, he conjured up a great formation and resisted it to the death. Boom! 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 The brutal thunder dragon bombarded the two of them as much as it could, and the two of them resisted to the death under the thunder dragon's roar, falling backward step by step above the sky dome, their faces growing more and more unsightly. What's going on? How is it that the heavenly tribulation has targeted the two of them, but we are safe and sound instead? I don't know. Wouldn't it be better if we were at peace with each other? It must be that the things these two have done are so unethical that even the old heavens can't stand it anymore, knowing that the two of them are really too cheap. So the heavens move to clean up. Quickly, take advantage of this moment to escape from the range of the heavenly calamity first. We'll watch from the sidelines and watch these two dog grandchildren get chopped. The rest of the crowd hurriedly fled out of the range of the heavenly tribulation and watched from afar, their faces teasing. As expected, good was rewarded with good and evil with evil, and those who had robbed them of their chances were now being punished by the heavens. Chapter 140, Successful Transition. Demonic Xiaopingji, plan failed. Ah. What's going on? Why does this heavenly calamity only strike me? Something's not right, Xiao Tianliang shouted as he was being chopped. His entire body's skin was green and black, and a layer of white smoke had risen above his appearance. This thunder dragon after thunder dragon continuously bombarded his body. The terrifying voltage, impact and immortal Tao killing power bombarded and killed his body. His bones were about to fall apart, by virtue of his fleshly body hard carrying down one lightning tribulation after another. Xiao Tianlian was almost numb. Looking up above the audience, there is still 1,000 came to the thunder dragon, legs slightly trembling. Li Nanxuan's face was equally ugly. The formation talismans on his body had already been used up almost as much. If he had to take them out again, they would be his own Xiantao talismans in the bottom of his suitcase. There's one less of these to use. Pill Elder, is it possible to analyze why these heavenly tribulations are targeting us instead of going to target those people in the distance? Xiao Tianmian's face became more and more unsightly as he stiffly carried down one thunder dragon after another in death above heaven and earth, inquiring in his heart, "This bizarre anomaly of yours is something I have not seen before either. This square thunder dragon is like it has a will, and it seems to be mainly targeting the two of you. Looking at this appearance of his, it is estimated that he needs to wear out all of these thousands of thunder dragons before this tribulation will end as a result. There's no way, we can only tough it out, using the power of these lightning tribulations to quench and temper the flesh. Although it might be a bit more painful, the rewards are there." Pill Heaven was in the middle of the ring and spoke helplessly. When Xiao Tianmeng heard that Pill Elder had said so, he could only continue to mang with Li Nanxuan and the two of them. Ha ha ha, the thunderbolt splits well splits dead, these two is the best. The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. The crowd around them watching the show was in immense pain. Similarly, Xiao Jinyu gazed at the system panel in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking, on his face, secretly anxious. After all this targeting of them, how dare they have no complaints about this thunderbolt? Don't even know how to curse and dislike? Two silly kids. I was thinking of letting the two dislike the heavenly Tao directly because they were struck by lightning, but who knows that these two didn't seem to have half a complaint, and they were struck by the lightning, but they also carried it down hard. Soon, the two of them, with their overwhelming means, directly hardened themselves against the attacks of thousands of thunder dragons, and this time, the heavenly immortal to golden immortal lightning tribulation also slowly dissipated. The realm of the two reached the golden immortal from the heavenly immortal. Transition through the thunder tribulation, their body's breath does not reduce, but more and more strong. Strength, combat power in the original basis on top of the enhancement of more than 100 times. The surrounding crowd looked at the two people who just looked like gods of war in the middle of the sea of thunder. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. It was as if these two people were like insulators, especially Xiao Tianmian, who carried down the remaining 1,000 thunder dragons by virtue of his physical body, and Li Nanxuan, who also resisted a lot of them by virtue of his countless formations. The duo's realm of all strength climbed straight up to golden immortal, much more powerful than most of them had come to be. The crowd could do nothing to stop it, and if they entered the range of the thunderbolt might target them again. After the duo's strength broke through to the golden immortal, Xiao Tiannian and Li Nanxuan both had different expressions on their faces. Before, their strength was no more than a heavenly immortal, and they could barely draw against a Luo heavenly immortal. Nowadays, the battle power up to golden immortal to defeat Luo Tianxian was not a problem, and could even cross another small realm. These people were only golden immortal at the highest, and they had absolutely no problem fighting. The two revealed a ruthless color in their eyes, releasing a fine light. The two did not have any hesitation at all, thinking that they would use the heavenly tribulation to split them, and if the heavenly tribulation failed, then they would personally take action themselves. Although the crowd saw the aura of the duo climb, they didn't panic. After all, they were outnumbered. Soon, a 2 for 5,000 melee ensued. Xiao Jinyu watched the situation go sideways the entire time as Xiao Tianming brought the heaven-swallowing beast with him to crush everything in battle, and Li Nansen set up thousands of different immortal formations to trap the thousands of people as much as possible. There was no need to think about the next battle to know that it would definitely be the Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanxuan duo who would be victorious. 5,000 people would surely be beaten up hard by the two men and robbed of everything they had on them. Xiao Jinyu shook her head and withdrew her eyes, no longer looking at it more, muttering, "It's really strange. Could it be that I'm not targeted enough? Or is the heavenly tribulation too weak? Next time when they break through from golden immortal to Luo heavenly immortal, I'll try again, okay?" That's right, Xiao Jinyu was not dead set on trying a few more times. If it doesn't work once, try twice. If it doesn't work twice, try 3 times. If it doesn't work 3 times, keep trying. Heiji is about to break through as well? Try it on Hayuki too. He. Xiao Jinyu noticed another image on the golden panel in front of him. At this moment, Xiao Pingji was standing above the sky dome, the sky and the earth were dark. Endless thunderclouds filled the air, in which that one thunderbolt after another directly condensed 10 thunder beasts. On the single view of this heavenly robbery breakthrough in terms of the battle, Xiaopingji's to be stronger than the two to come, the potential to be greater than some, it is estimated to be the reason for the Emperor's bones. This Emperor bone doesn't say what level of bone it is. It could be an Emperor realm, impossible. It could be an immortal Emperor. It could be higher. Ah, Pingji, isn't this thunderbolt a small case for you? Let's make it more fun and challenging for your father. Better to just curse this side of the world, ha. Xiao Jinyu's face had a bad smile on it again as the aura of the 10,000 Tribulation God Emperor catalyzed and manipulated the intensity of the heavenly thunder that Xiao Pingji was crossing. Originally, there were only 10 thunder beasts above the sky dome, but in the next moment, the 10 thunder beasts merged with each other and transformed into a whole huge thunder dragon. This thunder dragon was again different from the one that Xiao Tianmai and Li Nanchuan had encountered. His body was even more massive, at the level of tens of thousands of feet. The scales and armor on his body were distinct, and the dragon's might was overwhelming. What's going on? How come the intensity of the robbing thunder has suddenly become greater? Xiao Pingji's face was again marked with doubt. Soon, Xiao Pingji regained his composure, holding a green-colored longsword in his hand, turning into a green light and rushing up to the sky, with a great momentum of chopping the thunder dragon with a sword. The two emperor bones in front of his chest flickered with light, and a terrifying emperor's might covered across, much more terrifying even than the dragon's might of this thunder dragon. A sword slammed towards the front. The green-colored sword light was as instantaneous as a flow of years. Its speed was difficult to capture by virtue of the naked eye, and it directly chopped out. The sword light chopped down, the dragon's head fell to the ground, and the thunder dragon shattered. This heavenly tribulation was thus easily cut through by Xiaoping one person one piece. The group of elders hidden in the shadows by the Dao immortals, as well as a few Dao ancestors had satisfied faces and looked at Xiaopingji with different gazes. Whether it's his heart or his strength, this child is superior, and may have the hope to become the Dao son of the Dao immortal sect of this term, leading their Dao immortal sect to move forward. Holy, there's something scary about this strength of Haika's. Just now, that sword's power is close to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. If he uses some more cards, he might even be able to fight with the 9 heavenly Xianxian immortals. Xiao Jinyu sucked in a breath of cool air, realizing that he had still underestimated the extent of Xiao Pingji's demonic nature. So much so that he had not counted on Xiao Pingji's battle strength, and a sword had allowed him to directly cut through this thunder dragon. No, next time when the children break through the Luo Heavenly Immortal, it seems that we have to step up our efforts. We must make them dislike the heavenly Dao of this side. Xiao Jinyu's eyes quickly became firm again, sprouting many ideas. Chapter 141, Good Things Gone Bad. Wang Xiaozu causes trouble. Soon, a month's time passed. Xiao Jinyu still stayed at Huangfu's house and didn't go anywhere, every day just holding a system panel screen to watch the movements of several children. Ever since Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan had finished beating up and robbing those 5,000 people, they had left to continue exploring the other cities of the Donghua Immortal Dynasty, getting separated from Miao Xiaonan. More than 5,000 people were incomparably unwilling to be beaten up just like that. So after being beaten up, they set up a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Tianmeng, Li Nanchuan and the two of them. That would be a war of just the younger generation, not letting the older generation get their hands dirty, not involving maiming and crippling, just fighting. Miao Xiaonan came to a few other main cities to play and walk around while practicing. At first it was still fine. When the cultivation resources were all over, the nature of the witch was exposed. It's back to the old job of mugging. Xiao Ruoxue came to the territory of the North Chu Immortal Realm is still watching, and did not join which among the forces, and there is no one who seeks to provoke for no reason. Everything is slowly developing. This period of time, Xiao Jinyu and the Huangfu family every day in addition to flirting with Huangfu Nianzi further. Ah no, the development of feelings. It is to deal with the trouble he has caused for Wang Xiaozu. This little man, Wang Xiaozu, was not an oil-saving lamp. At first he was incomparably astringent, merely causing some minor trouble and improving his strength. When he later found out that Xiao Jinyu would wipe his ass for him, he became more and more unscrupulous, and now he was starting to mess with the 9 heavenly immortals. Naturally, Xiao Jinyu also all but acquiesced, because those children of his are too well behaved, especially Xiao Ruoxue. With Xiaopingji too, the heart is incomparably calm. Want them to let people actively cause trouble is unrealistic, unless the trouble initiator door, the 3 pricks, Li Nanchuan, Xiao Tianmian, and Miao Xiaonan, might be causing trouble, but they've still been quiet for a while recently, so I guess they'll be on for a while. Right now, he was all but placing his hopes of upgrading on Wang Xiaozu, so no matter what kind of things he caused, Xiao Jinyu would help him out. Huangfu Nianzi these days naturally did not leave the cultivation behind. With countless resources, as well as Xiao Jinyu's guidance on the side, the realm soon broke through the level of Golden Immortal. Even the heavenly tribulation had been adjusted to the weakest difficulty by Xiao Jinyu, with only a finger-thin lightning arc touching the end of the tribulation. Today, Huangfu Nianzi didn't cultivate. Xiao Jinyu didn't go to see what a few more children were doing, and the two of them stood on top of an immortal mountain in Huangfu Immortal City. They looked out over the distant landscape, and Huangfu Nianzi snuggled up against his side, leaning into his arms. The view from the sky is absolutely beautiful, and the beauty is 3 times better. Such an atmosphere, such a view, could not help but stir up the two of them. Huangfu Nianji implied affection, Xiao Jinyu mouth corner holding a smile, lying talent and female appearance, flowers before the moon, the two people close to each other. Huangfu Nianzi shyly closed her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, in showing her shyness. After all these times, Xiao Jinyu surprisingly didn't even kiss on the mouth. Disgraceful. The two of them could vaguely detect each other's nostrils, and the difference between their lips and lips was 1 inch. Oh Big Daddy, my good Big Daddy, help! This old man across the street is going to capture me back to the Beichu Hulu Medicine Valley. Just as their lips were about to meet on each other, a voice broke their beautiful silence. Wang Xiaozu's voice came from the teleportation array plate, and a light flashed, directly enveloping Xiao Jinyu's body. In the next moment, Xiao Jinyu's entire body was teleported away and disappeared. Huangfu Nianzi still held this position, opened her eyes and blinked. Before she could react, Xiao Jinyu had already disappeared. Xiao Jinyu was similarly blinded, his face as black as charcoal. Just now he was about to go through this step and do something good further. Come to a wonderful ground for the bed and the sky for the bed. Now it is spoiled by this little. I would like to see the raging mountains, to see the tides that ripple after a calm, to cultivate the flowers of the world, to kiss and rub the green grass. But you're just like a monk. You haven't done anything for more than 10 years. Xiao Jinyu had a black face the entire time, and was teleported to somewhere in the northern recruitment Immortal City, only to see that Wang Xiaozu was being carried by an old man by the neck, and his limbs were constantly flailing in the air. But it was difficult to break free from the old man's shackles because the aura of the old man was surprisingly that of an immortal monarch as well. Old man, didn't I just eat some of your flowers and plants and some fruit? Why are you so angry? Let's be proper and make money. Have a talk. My father will be here soon. Wang Xiaozu shouted as he flailed his body, his face extremely unwilling. The old man carrying Wang Xiaozu had a slightly hunched back, a head full of silver hair, and a white beard and eyebrows. Little, you have the nerve to say that you have eaten a whole 13 of the million-year-old immortal pills cultivated by the old man. That immortal monarch level 9 withered stone immortal flower was the effort of an old man who spent nearly 300,000 years cultivating it. It just so happens that the old man is short of a medicine boy by his side. So it's you. Follow the old man for 300,000 years, and after 300,000 years, release you to leave in free form. The old man's face swelled red and his beard flew up in anger. Didn't I pay you some? Wang Xiaozu muttered. It was fine if he didn't mention this matter, but the anger on the old man's face increased when he did. The big hand heavily slapped on top of Wang Xiaozu's butt, directly giving Wang Xiaozu's butt a reddish color. Wang Xiaozu let out a miserable cry, and his little fart valley was once again red, rising and bubbling. Compensation. Is that compensation for you? You want to resist by picking some random 1,000-year-old wildflowers and weeds on the side of the road? Good thinking. The old man's voice deepened in anger. His eyebrows locked together as he turned around and prepared to grab Wang Xiaozu away. Xiao Jinyu's body had just teleported here when Wang Xiaozu's eyes flashed with a golden light, as if he had found a lifesaver, and he hurriedly shouted, Father, Father, I'm here, help me, help me. This old man is going to take me away from your sweet, well-behaved, smart and clever baby boy. Wang Xiaozu saw Xiao Jinyu come and hurriedly shouted and called for his life. And that father called was a pro. Called was a kind, smooth. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the way Wang Xiaozu was being carried. The dark color on his face deepened. He was furious, and now he was in a rage. When the white-browed old man saw Xiao Jinyu come, his gaze condensed as he realized that Xiao Jinyu was actually an immortal monarch as well, and his strength was on par with his. If that was the case, it might be a little difficult to take Wang Xiaozu away today, and maybe Xiao Jinyu would be able to afford to pay for it, so it wouldn't be impossible to let this matter go today. Seeing that the white-browed old man didn't harm Wang Xiaozu, Xiao Jinyu's face was gentle as he softly said, Fellow Daoist, Xiaozu, what did he commit? The white-browed old man's face softened when he heard what Xiao Jinyu said. It was good that this immortal monarch in front of him was not an unreasonable person. This child he swallowed all of the million-year-old level immortal grasses that I cultivated, as well as an immortal monarch level immortal flower. All that's needed is for you, Dao friend, to pay this back to me. After the old man finished speaking, his gaze went to Xiao Jinyu, paying attention to his micro-expression. Chapter 142 Breaking Through Immortal King. 4th grade Dan Master, Dan Ratio? A million-year-old immortal flower, immortal grass, an immortal pill at the immortal monarch level? I can afford to lose the immortal herb in front of me, but this immortal pill is too precious. Even selling Wang Xiaozu wouldn't be worth this price. The corners of Xiao Jinyu's mouth twitched straight up, and his heart cast infinite aspersions. Wang Xiaozu's gaze went back and forth between the white-browed old man and Xiao Jinyu, taking advantage of the white-browed old man's inattention. His body catalyzed the thunder element, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light, just as he had done some days ago when he had broken free from Xiao Jinyu's restraints on him, and scurried straight out. He quickly came to Xiao Jinyu's side and hid behind Xiao Jinyu's back, revealing a thieving head, and reached out his hand, pulling his right eyelid down a little bit slightly, making a ghostly face. Slightly. Stinky old man, still want to take me as a child? Dream on, my father is here. The white-browed old man was slightly surprised in his heart. Just now he had used the pressure of an immortal monarch to suppress Wang Xiaozu, but he didn't expect to let him escape. When Xiao Jinyu heard what Wang Xiaozu said, and this appearance of Wang Xiaozu, he made up his mind that he would definitely beat him up 2 or 3 times when he returned. I wanted to beat up before. I just badgered myself to beat up, so skinny to beat up again. Stinky old man, my dad is so powerful that he can do anything in heaven and on earth. Don't you count on those elixirs to refine pills? My father can do everything, so if you have the ability to cross him, you know how to bully my little 5-year-old comrade. Wang Xiaozu opened his dislike directly behind him, and it was also at this moment that the system's voice rang out in Xiao Jinyu's heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sun Wang Xiao disliked against the Hulu Medicine Valley's immortal monarch. For the host's realm enhancement in. For the host's Dan Master realm enhancement in progress. Muwuda, realm immortal monarch small completion. Dan Master, tentatively ranked as a 5th grade immortal Dan Master. The realm of an immortal potion master in the immortal realm was even simpler, ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade. Above the 1st grade was the Dan Master, and among the 4 directions of the immortal realm only the Northern Chu immortal realm had 2 Dan Masters, the only ones in the immortal realm. The immortal pills that they had refined, even if an immortal exalt ate them, could unconditionally break through a realm to reach an immortal emperor. But I am afraid that the amount of effort that needs to be spent on it, how long it needs to be refined, and how much material needs to be consumed is an astronomical figure. Dan Master, Ware Master, Array Master. These 3 professions in the immortal world is also extremely popular. After all, the essence of the immortal is still a cultivator. Only then the upper and lower realms of mundane cultivators to come to the strong hundreds of millions of some just. They had a demand for weapons, a demand for pills, and naturally a demand for formations. Cultivators of these 3 professions could be less powerful, but they must have real skills and would be honored by the crowd wherever they went. 9th grade Dan Masters were plentiful in the immortal realm, but not common. 8th grade Dan Masters were already somewhat rare, and 7th grade were few and far between. Dan Master, all realm elixirs can be made. Grade 1 to grade 3, below the immortal emperor level, above the immortal king. Grade 4 to grade 6, below the immortal monarch, above the immortal in the heavenly palace of the Luo dynasty. Grade 7 to grade 9, below the golden immortal. Ding! Has unconditionally upgraded the host to the Immortal King Extreme Realm. The Dan Master realm unconditionally raises the host to the level of a 4th grade Immortal Dan Master. The system's voice rang out, and Xiao Jinyu felt a change in his body, his origin slightly warmed, and the 2 worlds have changed since then. Originally, the 3,000 origin immortal paths became a rainbow, and now these 3,000 immortal paths together transformed into a party of light points that merged into the 2 immortal realm worlds, constituting the different avenues of this world. It is believed that in the near future, spirits may evolve within this world as a result. Mountains, rivers, lakes and oceans can all become spirits. There are heavenly spirits in the sky and earthly spirits on the ground, and the first spirits of these 2 worlds are about to be born. Immortal kings were close to the immortal realm and were already tied to the power of the entire immortal realm, and could borrow the power of the immortal realm. The strength of an immortal king and an immortal monarch had a skyrocketing change, and his battle power had once again increased by 100,000 times or more on top of his original base. A wisp of the immortal kings might press down on half of the immortal realm. Yes, good boy, worthy of his father. Originally, I was going to beat you 3 times, but since my realm has risen and I'm in a good mood today, I'll only beat you 2 times. Xiao Jinyu looked at Wang Xiaozu behind himself and instantly became obedient again, gently patting his shiny bald head. He looked at the white-browed old man and spoke. Fellow Daoist, it's impossible to compensate today. There's no such thing as that kind of money. The white-browed old man heard the first half of what the message said, and his eyebrows jerked up. Looking at him, this situation is to be nasty to renege on the dead. Xiao Jinyu's immortal king's aura was still unstable because he had just made a breakthrough, and the immortal king's aura was slightly revealed. The white-browed old man just wanted to lash out, but the next moment he felt this aura, He rigidly held back all his anger. Opposite him was an immortal king. Trying to get him killed was like crushing a small chicken. Although the gourd pill valley that had the northern Chu immortal realm at its back was also a dominant force, with immortal dignitaries sitting within the force, it would not offend an immortal king for no reason. One must know that even in the East China immortal dynasty, there were only 12 whole immortal kings. Among the other tripartite immortal realms, the natural number was not large. I didn't expect to run into an immortal king directly here today, which caused Mu Wuda to be astonished, not knowing what to say for a moment. Combined with what Xiao Jinyu had just said, he sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had no choice but to eat this one dumb loss by himself. Xiao Jinyu's words were only half spoken, and half remained unfinished. Continuing to speak, "How about this, fellow Daoist? You are a Dan Master and I am also a Dan Master. So let's compete in alchemy. If this is the case and I win, then what little ancestor has done today is over. If you win, I will not only compensate you for all the medicinal herbs that little ancestor has eaten, but I will also owe you a favor and go out for you once for free. How about that?" Xiao Jinyu slowly spoke, not because his realm breakthrough could crush the old man, nor because you can have the absolute strength to snatch all the things on his body. You can have the strength to beat him up. You can kill and take away all, just do. Xiao Jinyu had an absolute chance of winning. He already knew that the old man in front of him was only at the 5th rank realm, while he himself was at the 4th rank, and the level at which he was able to concoct pills was definitely higher than his. On the surface, Xiao Jinyu looked incomparably thick, but in fact, his heart was darker than anyone else's. Silently listening to Xiao Jinyu's proposal, he was stunned, not expecting this Taoist friend in front of him to be so preoccupied. The strength was stronger than his own, and instead of bullying people based on his strength, he wanted to compete with himself. He was a 5th grade Dan Master, and he was well known in the northern region immortal world, so if he had run into an opponent today, then what was the harm in having a go at it? Even if he lost, he could increase some affection with the immortal king. Good, as you say, fellow Daoist. Mu Wuda smiled. Wang Xiaozu stood behind Xiao Jinyu and blinked, raising his head to look at Xiao Jinyu in great confusion. When did his own father know how to make pills, and how did he not know anything about it? Chapter 143, The Earth as the Dan Body. Heaven and Earth as the Dan cover. The void becomes the Dan. But then, on second thought, if Xiao Jinyu could make pills, that would be a good feeling. The thing of pills was the most precious thing in cultivation. If Xiao Jinyu's realm was high, he begged Xiao Jinyu every day to refine some pills for him to eat. If you eat a lot of pills every day, are you still afraid that the realm won't pile up? Wang Xiaozu thought so. His eyes already fantasized about the future scene of eating pills as sugar beans. The future is promising. How do you want to compare? Whether it's by the grade of alchemy or the speed of alchemy or the fight, it's all up to you. Dao friend, Wood 5 Virtues was very bold. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden furnace appeared in the void, which was used exclusively by him. Xiao Jinyu thought for a moment and spoke. It's better to compare the grade of alchemy. After all, his own Dan Master level steadily pressed him head to head, and the elixir he refined, if there were no accidents or surprises, would certainly also press him to refine the elixir head to head. The old man had only managed to refine a 9 heavenly Shenxian level immortal pill, while he himself was able to refine an immortal monarch level pill, so Xiao Jinyu had a 10% certainty. Oh, right, can you borrow some medicinal herbs? I went out today in a hurry to go outside, some materials forgot to bring. Xiao Jinyu smiled awkwardly. In fact, it was still his first time alchemizing pills, and he had bad water in his stomach again, wanting to whore out a bit of the old man's herbs for nothing. Since the old man was able to take out a million-year-old immortal grass with immortal monarch level immortal materials, did that mean that he actually had more in his possession? And could he not squeeze a little out himself as well? Mu Wuda was dumbfounded. Was the opposite side really a Dan Master? You don't even carry the herbs you use to make pills? Mu Wuda glanced suspiciously at Xiao Jinyu, who read the meaning of Mu Wuda's glance and smiled sardonically. Today, if the furnace is blown up, if these herbs are destroyed, you can rest assured that I will definitely return it to you, using my immortal king's personality as a guarantee. If I win today, then this fellow Taoist will also gift these herbs to me as well. And if I lose, how about I owe fellow Taoist 2 favors? Xiao Jinyu once again increased the stakes and directly stated his intentions. The old man thought about this time, in his heart some vigilance. Xiao Jinyu dared to be so confident. Maybe he really can become. It's a big loss if you lose. Originally only lost a dozen or so plants, millions of years of medicinal herbs, and then lent out some. All gone. If their own blood money, nothing. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if I could take a look at your Dan furnace. Fellow Taoist? Makotaku was the one who asked guardedly. If Xiao Jinyu's Dan furnace was of a higher level than Mu Wuda, then he would simply admit defeat in this bet. If it's lower than him, there might be a play. He didn't believe that Xiao Jinyu could see through how many grades he was, even if his realm was higher than his own. The immortal Dao was not the same as the Dan Dao. Speaking of the Dan furnace, Xiao Jinyu became even more embarrassed and scratched his head. I don't have a Dan furnace, but it shouldn't be difficult to refine pills. No furnace? It's good to not have a Danmaku. The pills he had made were one grade lower at least, and this battle was steady. Would 5 Germany in a flash of golden light? The heart of the great joy. Face or not moving. Meat from the Chinkuan bag took out 5 million years level of immortal grass, a 1.5 million years of immortal flowers. Right now he could only take out so much. If he took any more he would run out of herbs to refine himself. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Let's the two of us start straight away. Xiao Jinyu was not polite, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all 6 of these million-year-old grade medicinal herbs in his hand. Mu Wuda nodded and skillfully elicited a dozen or so immortal materials from his ring, and with a wave of his hand, he struck them into the Dan furnace. Immortal power control on the top, quenching out a trace of immortal medicine essence, hit the Dan fire, the spirit of the wooden 5 virtues of total concentration, dead staring at the Dan furnace within, watching the immortal pill separate from the immortal yuan little by little. The countless immortal liquids slowly coalesced and took shape, being scorched by the immortal fire, quenching into chi, gathering chi into a body, continuously solidifying and condensing, changing into a round immortal Dan. His speed of alchemy is very fast, and he looks like an old hand at alchemy, incomparably skilled. The elixir already had a single embryo prototype, and it was only a matter of completely separating the essence of these immortal medicines and continuously filling it in, and the elixir would be ready. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 6 immortal herbs in his hand and whispered, lifeless grass, 9 secrets flower, extremely deadly leaf, hanging 3-inch grass, 100 poisonous immortal flower, and white bone orchid, all of which are extremely deadly immortal medicines. Think about what Dan formula there is in conjunction with some of the immortal medicines you have. To refine which immortal Dan at the immortal monarch level, there was thought in Xiao Jinyu's eyes, and he quickly made the decision to refine these medicines into immortal monarch level 9 live soul transformation pills. This was an elixir that replenished the immortal soul. Even if an immortal monarch ate it, his divine soul would have a qualitative breakthrough. Even those whose longevity spirit is about to die will return to the light before they die, and living again for thousands of years is not a problem. The end of death is life, i.e., the opposite of death is extreme life, which just so happens to be able to utilize the properties of these 6 immortal herbs. Xiao Jinyu had an idea, and without even thinking about it, he once again took out 24 medicinal herbs from within his inner world that were only about 300,000 years old. This front was looted from those unlucky ones the other day. With a wave of Xiao Jinyu's large hand, the heavenly flame immortal Dao, the great sun immortal Dao, and the earth vein immortal flame Dao coalesced one by one, and the power of the tree species immortal Dao transformed into several types of immortal flames of varying colors, which floated in front of Xiao Jinyu. With a casual toss, he threw these herbs directly into the void, and with a slight flick of his finger, 3 types of immortal fire surrounded the herbs. Soon, the aroma of medicine came out. A strange scene appeared. It was clear that Xiao Jinyu did not use a Dan furnace, yet he was able to refine pills in the void. How is it possible? What kind of tactic is this? To form a Dan in the void? Even a 3rd-grade Dan master can't do this, right? Mu Wuda glanced at what Xiao Jinyu had done with his afterimage and was taken aback. And when he saw the 36 or so immortal pills used by Xiao Jinyu, the name of an elixir formula, 9 live soul transformation elixir, quickly came to his mind. This was an immortal monarch level elixir, and the elixir he had refined was only at the level of a 9th heavenly Shenxian immortal. So if he really let Xiao Jinyu refine it, he would definitely lose this match, and it would also have to compensate for the 6 million year old grade prior additions that he had given to Xiao Jinyu. No way. Is there really such a demon capable of cultivating in both the martial Dao and the Dan Dao together? The reason why Mu Wuda dared to agree so quickly was because he could tell that Xiao Jinyu's martial realm was high, so he concluded that Xiao Jinyun's Dan Dao realm was not high. The amount of time and experience spent trying to cultivate both Dao was unimaginable to normal people, especially the category of Dan Dao, in which he had been immersed for a full 7 million years. When one breaks through the Luo heavenly immortal, one's lifespan will break through 1 million years. With a qualitative breakthrough, immortal monarchs even have a lifespan of 10 million years. Xiao Jinyu ignored Mu Wuda's shock and formed a Dan in the void with an extremely subtle technique. The earth is the body of the Dan furnace, and heaven and earth are the top of the furnace. Xiao Jinyu's hand speed was not simple. The Dan fire continuously quenched. The essence of the medicinal herbs was allocated out by Xiao Jinyu, condensing the liquid into yuan, gathering yuan into qi, gathering chi into Dan. The speed of his Dan condensation was even much faster than that of Mu Wuda's. Wang Xiaozu had long since stepped aside from behind Xiao Jinyu and watched the golden light blossom in Xiao Jinyu's eyes as he watched what he was doing, and he also saw what kind of elixir Xiao Jinyu was trying to refine. Chapter 144, The victory and defeat have been decided. Like father, like son, the Holy Spirit race was a very peculiar race. Because of their innate proximity to the 5 elemental elements, they were also inherently close to the Dan Dao category. What was even more terrifying was that it was clear that they didn't have a reserve of knowledge about elixirs, but at a glance, they were able to recognize the names of the elixirs, and were even able to make up for the crippled elixir formulas. Perhaps Mu Wuda was the one who saw the difference in Wang Xiaozu, and that was why he wanted to pull him back to become a pill boy. The corners of Wang Xiaozu's mouth were already drooling a little, and his eyes were flashing with golden light as he wanted to swallow the elixir that Xiao Jinyu had refined in one gulp. The Holy Spirit race was suitable for alchemy, but he, Wang Xiaozu, was too lazy and didn't want to fix that. In his opinion, alchemy was not as fast as cultivating immortality. Cultivation strength is strong. Grab a few Dan masters to come over and make pills for themselves. They practice while they eat. Doesn't that smell good? You still need to spend your own energy on alchemy. Cootie, that's why you did it. Xiao Jinyu slowed down a lot on his hands and quietly waited for the 9 live soul transformation pill to be refined. Mu Wuda's speed similarly slowed down a lot. He looked at Xiao Jin use one of the god's hands here. His eyes were astonished beyond measure. Void alchemy, ah. How high was Xiao Jin's attainment in alchemy to be able to make it this far? Things had already come to this. The results of this written test had already come out, and there was no need to even go to the final conjugation session. Unsurprisingly, the immortal pill practiced by Xiao Jinyu would definitely be able to succeed, and although he himself would be able to succeed as well, he would have already lost out by a large margin in terms of grade. The final winner of this contest has been decided. After thinking that not only did he have to have a dozen or so medicinal herbs eaten by this little bastard Wang Xiaozu for no reason, he also surrendered 6 medicinal herbs. I must have forgotten to check the calendar today. How could it be so bad? Little more than half a quarter of an hour had passed, and the pills that the two of them had concocted had come to fruition, with 3 precious pills taking shape within Mu Wuda's furnace. The 2 pills of the Powdan took shape in front of Xiao Jinyu, and the 5 pills slowly floated from the void, landing in the center of the heaven and earth, with the fragrance of the pills overflowing. The colored light around the precious pills rose in all directions. An endless immortal Dao aura was absorbed into the 5 precious pills. Above the 2 immortal pills refined by Xiao Jinyu, several immortal clouds were faintly visible, which in turn represented immortal pills of the immaculate grade. Is medicine 3 times poisonous? The same, but to the same elixir is also so. With immortal cloud means that this elixir contained within the toxicity of nearly 0. This is Dan Yun. Mu Wuda stared dead on at the 2 precious pills in front of Xiao Jinyu. The 3 precious pills he had refined didn't even have a trace of Dan lines, let alone Dan clouds. The attainments needed to refine Dan lines or Dan clouds were extremely high, at least 3 grades or more. Wang Xiaozu thievishly approached Xiao Jinyu's side, his gaze falling all the way to the 2 precious pills he had refined in the void, where they were 2 immortal monarch-level pills. If he ate it, his own immortal soul would be able to ascend a large level. Even his current Luo heavenly immortal soul might be able to break through to the great Luo golden immortal soul as a result. The realm had not yet broken through, but the immortal soul broke through first. Wang Xiaozu secretly urged the power of the thunder element, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes releasing a golden light as he prepared to swallow the 2 precious dawn condensed by Xiao Jinyu in one gulp. Fellow Taoist, you've lost, so this feud is over today. Xiao Jinyu smiled, his afterglow naturally noticing what Wang Xiaozu had done. Clear of Wang Xiaozu's motives, with a direct wave of his hand, he directly grabbed 2 precious pills, and in the next moment, very smoothly threw them into his mouth, and one to keep and bring to Huangfu Nianci when the time came. Crunchy with some sweetness, just like eating candy. The immortal soul power rose a bit. No, my potion. Wang Xiaozu was just about to move and stopped hard in place, his small hand frozen in the air, his gaze frozen as he watched one of his precious pills being swallowed by Xiao Jin just like that. However, it was good that one still existed in Xiao Jinyu's hand, and when the time came, he himself would softly and firmly ask for this treasure-preserving pill from Xiao Jinyu's hand. Farewell, fellow Taoist. Xiao Jinyu glanced at Wang Xiaozu, who was on the side. His big hand grabbed his collar and rushed up into the sky, disappearing in the same place, leaving Mu Wuda alone standing in the same place lost in thought. Today, he had lost a lot of money and had stumbled upon a Dan Dao master. Originally, he wanted to call out to Xiao Jinyu to discuss and explore the Dan Dao with him, but who knew that the person left really fast and didn't even give him a chance to greet him. When Mu Wuda slowed down, he looked at the empty space in front of him and froze, because he realized that his 3 precious pills had also disappeared. That big hand of Xiao Jinyu's just now seemed to have grabbed his along with it. Like father, Like sun. The corners of Mu Wuta's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but be very speechless. All immortal kings still do this kind of thing. It's no wonder he has such a son. Being grasped in Xiao Jinyu's hands, Wang Xiaozu didn't care and blinked, revealing a face god that he thought was very well behaved and cute. With an open eye, she gazed at Xiao Jinyu, revealing a look of wisdom, opened her mouth, pointed her finger at her stomach, and let out an A. Father, father, belly, hungry, dandan, eat. Xiao Jin met Wang Xiaozu's well-behaved appearance and smiled, dotingly patted his shiny bald head and said with great meaning, when we get back home, there will be food. Don't worry, there's no shortage. Wang Xiaozu nodded excitedly, his heart relieved. Sure enough, father still spoils me, nowadays. Wang Xiaozu called this father more and more smoothly, but he didn't know what would greet him next when he returned to the Huangfu family. Ouch! A pig-killing scream resounded through the Huangfu family, and Wang Xiaozu was grabbed on top of a chair and tied up 5 times. Xiao Jinyu's big palm snapped down on his buttocks. The 2 pieces of buttocks were red and radiating heat, and there was one long wooden and bamboo strip mark after another on them. Xiao Jinyu did not go back on his word. He did invite Wang Xiaozu to eat, only that what he ate was not the elixir, but fried rice noodles with dried bamboo shoots and braised pork in vermicelli. Huangfu Nianzi looked at this scene from the side. There was pity in her eyes, thinking about whether Xiao Jinyu's beating would be too hard. After all, she was still just a child. Xiao Jinyu secretly transmitted voice. What I hit doesn't hurt at all. These bamboos are just mortal bamboos. Even hitting on top of his immortal body doesn't feel at all. It's all about this kid screaming and howling. Since he likes to pretend, let's give him something real. Xiao Jinyu's hand instantly gained a bit more immortal Dao power. Green bamboo immortal Dao snapped, a bamboo strip fell, and the ass got even redder. A wolf howl that shocked the heavens and earth resounded endlessly above the immortal city, more mournful than killing a pig, because this really hurts. Chapter 145, South Shan Immortal World, Blood Immortal Valley, Devil Dao Immortal. Pain, pain, pain. Wang Xiaozu covered her butt, but as soon as her small hand touched the top of that pink butt, she let out a miserable scream. On that day, Xiao Jinyu did not hold back and directly came with a lightning triple whip. The bamboo strips popped 3 times, the buttocks red and swollen and has not yet recovered. Every time he lay in bed trying to sleep, his ass just landed on the bed, and it was so sore and so exciting. Wang Xiaozu's eyes rolled straight up, not knowing what he was thinking about, and he ghostly said, since he spanked this ancestor's ass like this, I must retaliate back. Now, good man, but not before. Hold back a hand for now. I'm not as strong as he is. When I'm as strong as he is, I'll be sure to beat his ass with a cane as well. Wang Xiaozu's gaze was indignant as he aimlessly wandered around a certain immortal city in the northern recruitment immortal realm. These days, he has learned his lesson quite a lot. Every time the person is before will look at the strength of the other side of the strength of the intensity. If the strength was much stronger than his own, then he wouldn't mess with it. If the strength was just that much stronger than his own, moving out Xiao Jinyu's name was still very useful. In just half a month's time, his strength had already come to the Luo Heavenly Immortal Great Completion, and as long as he had enough resources, he could step into the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal at any time. The Holy Spirits are like that. Upgrading is as easy as drinking water, as long as there are enough resources. However, what Wang Xiaozu didn't realize was that a group in the dark had several red gazes that landed on Wang Xiaozu's body from time to time, seemingly wanting to take Wang Xiaozu away from this realm, when they wanted to do something to abduct Wang Xiaozu away, but every now and then, they didn't have this opportunity. Xiao Jinyu would always very coincidentally come to Wang Xiaozu's side to smooth out the trouble he had caused, and then it was not good for them to abduct Wang Xiaozu openly. This is the role of Qigong. With Xiao Jinyu's immortal king cultivation, he was naturally able to find out about these eyes, but he didn't do anything at first. Instead, he watched in secret. These people are either coming from a bad place or a good place. What he expected had better be the former. Otherwise a trip to the immortal realm would be too boring without enemies for him to pretend to face and little monsters for him to level up. After Wang Xiaozu returned to Huangfu Shenjia, Xiao Jinyu once again left 2 portraits. As for who the portraits were, Huangfu Nianzi heartily did not ask. It was also that since the good deed Xiao Jinyu had done that day was broken by Wang Xiaozu, Xiao Jinyu had never found a good opportunity to go further. So much so that it is still stepping above the original level. Holding hands and mooching, Pingji and Nianzi stayed in the Northern Dynasty Immortal Realm. I have already disseminated information about their faces. As long as there is the first time there will be an eye to notify me. Ruoxue traveled to the Shitsu Immortal Realm. Pingji Nanchuan and the 3 of Nui Nui traveled to the Donghua Immortal Realm, and they should be searching for traces of their duo as well, leaving only the Nanxian Immortal Realm with no one to go forward. Never mind, it's time to go and do some business. The children are out. Then it's time to search for the 2 of them themselves. Xiao Jinyu muttered to himself in his mind. he came to the immortal world. One is due to the strength enhancement, the second is to look for his two missing daughter-in-law. After all, day after day, feelings are still very strong. The body is really soft. Ahem. Off topic. After making a short farewell with Huang Funianci, he took Wang Xiaozu and left the northern recruitment immortal realm, heading to the southern Xian immortal realm to inquire about the news. There were only 4 dominant forces in the south Xian immortal realm, controlling the 4 directions of the south Sikh immortal realm: the northern Blood Immortal Valley, the southern Being Immortal Formation sect, the western Xian Dao sect, and the eastern Beiji Blade Immortal Land. Rumor has it that the immortal path cultivated by the Blood Immortal Valley is the bloodthirsty immortal path. The path is as its name suggests, with the blood path in order to grow. Bathing in blood and devouring blood, their strength can only increase. Compared to the other 3 dominant forces in the southern Xian immortal world, the Blood Immortal Valley's reputation outside was much more infamous, and the number of disciples of the Blood Immortal Valley was incomparably small. This was the dominant force represented by a party race whose name was the Blood Immortals. Within a clan, there were only 1 million or so clansmen, but without exception, they all grew by blood. What was even more noteworthy was that Blood Immortal Valley, their Dao was not the Immortal Dao, but the Devil Dao, also known as the Devil Dao Immortal, an alternative type of immortal. Somewhat, the dozen pairs of eyes that were hidden amongst the shadows during the Northern Recruitment Immortal Dynasty before were surprisingly so similar to the aura of the Northern Blood Immortal Valley, and even the avenues were identical. The Devil's Way? I would like to see to what extent this demonic path is demonic. I have a demonic pupil and a demonic body, but the system reminds me that the demonic body should not be used indiscriminately, and the demonic pupil casually. I wonder if there is some involvement with this demonic path. It's okay to go and look up. Xiao Jin, you discovered something interesting, and his gaze glanced towards the location of the Blood Immortal Valley as interest flashed in his eyes. Coincidentally, the realm where the 2 of them were located happened to be the northern part of the southern Xian immortal realm, which was under the control of the Blood Immortal Valley. The aura of the great Dao displayed by the group of cultivators below is the opposite of the immortal Dao, cold and withered. This is the Holy Ghost clan? It seems like it. It's been a long time since we've seen the Holy Spirit race. It seems like it's been more than 10 million years. It's all faded away, and we haven't seen it in the entire immortal realm. But one appeared today. In the dark, 2 voices exchanged, and 2 more blood-colored pupils landed on Wang Xiaozu's body, their faces flickering with the color of intense interest. When they wanted to do something, checking the aura on Xiao Jinyu's body was the Immortal King's body violently trembled, withdrawing the meaning in their eyes and glancing at each other, disappearing into the shadows. It's these 2 pairs of blood pupils again. Could it be that the Blood Immortal Valley is somehow involved with Little Ancestor? Xiao Jinyu's heart had a guess. Wang Xiaozu didn't find any abnormality in it. His face was full of curiosity, looking left and right in this surroundings, his eyes turning straight, not knowing what he was thinking about. This should be the southern Xian immortal realm, right? I've heard that the Nanxian immortal realm is rich in immortal fruits, the most prestigious of which is the Nanxian peach immortal fruit, which blossoms in 1,000,000 years and bears fruit in 1,000,000 years. If one were to eat one, its effects would be much better than the effects of the elixir that Shang Father had made some days ago. And Father's realm is that of an immortal king, so with his immortal king's face, it shouldn't be too hard for him to want to eat 1 or 2 of them. Wang Xiaozu placed his own little thoughts on top of the Nanxian peach immortal fruit and was still imagining things in his mind. Father doesn't think he can eat much. He's already at the immortal king realm. Eating some immortal fruit won't benefit his realm much, so why not just give it to me? When the time comes, I will head directly to the west among the Xian Dao sect to ask for 2 fruits to eat. This time I will definitely be the first to do so, and eat them first and then call out to my father, or else there will definitely be no portion for me. After spending nearly 2 months with Xiao Jinyu, he discovered that Xiao Jinyu was a complete foodie and was keen on pitting himself. So, he's going to do the same thing to his people and pit Xiao Jinyu. Anyway, with Xiao Jinyu, an immortal king cultivator, nothing would happen. Chapter 146, Hongmen Banquet? Want to buy Wang Xiaozu? Where is this Taoist friend from? How about coming to my Blood Immortal Valley to have a seat? In the void, 3 blood-robed old men appeared, smiling and opening their mouths with amiable faces. However, Xiao Jinyu was able to notice that the trio's gazes seemed to have been landing on Wang Xiaozu's body, with an inexplicable glint in their eyes. Wang Xiaozu sniffed and raised his head to look at the 3 old men, feeling the aura emanating from them, and for some reason, there were palpitations in his eyes and an innate sense of disgust. Just simply don't like the word in them. Oh, Xiao Jinyu glanced faintly at the 3 old men who had suddenly appeared before him, a different light flickering in his eyes. These 3 men were not simple. 3 immortal monarchs inviting themselves to the Blood Immortal Valley. How could an unusual power create such a battle? And, besides, one was an immortal king, and inviting an immortal king to one's power for no reason. There would be something to consider. There is no such thing as a temple. Plus this blood immortal valley's reputation outside is not very good. Kill and bleed. There was a rare trace of fear in Wang Xiaozu's eyes, and he unexpectedly returned to Xiao Jinyu's side, looking unkindly at the three blood-robed old men in front of him. Xiao Jinyu smiled. Blood Immortal Valley and Wang Xiaozu had some involvement. He wanted to see what was going on. Yes, lead the way ahead. Let's go. Xiao Jinyu made a gesture of invitation. When the three blood-robed old men saw Xiao Jinyu being so good at talking, the smiles on their faces deepened, and they all stretched out their hands and made an invitation gesture as well. Xiao Jinyu followed the three of them as they flew off into the distance, and Wang Xiaozu followed Xiao Jinyu's lead with a deadpan, rarely saying a single word. Blood Immortal Valley, the ground as its name, located in a boundless and endless blood-colored valley. I do not know whether it is the cause of soaked in blood, even in the air. The edge of the nose can smell a faint smell of blood. The rivers flowing above an endless mountain of blood were surprisingly completely drenched in the color of blood as well. Looking down, a blood-colored hall was constructed within the valley. Not to say it was spectacular, but eerie it certainly was. Hundreds of bloodied corpses were visible within the rolling blood-colored valleys, and hundreds of thousands of blood cultivators could be seen cultivating within the valleys, cultivating with the blood flowing from the blood mountains. Today, this model invited Xiao Jinyu to arrive at his Blood Immortal Valley. To put it nicely is to visit. To put it bluntly, this is not to come to a ghost place to smell the stench of blood. Xiao Jinyu's brows were slightly wrinkled as a terrifying immortal king's might violently emanated out, crushing all the bloody aura around him into nothingness. When he was surrounded by 10,000 meters, any blood chi was turned into ashes. The three immortal monarchs who took the lead didn't say anything when they saw this scene, and felt Xiao Jinyu's terrifying immortal king's mighty pressure, and cold sweats flowed down on their foreheads. A difference of one order turns the sky upside down. Now that they felt Xiao Jinyu's immortal king pressure in such close proximity, their hearts were shocked beyond measure. The Blood Immortal Valley as a major dominant force in the South Xian immortal world naturally also had an immortal king in existence, but this immortal king's might on Xiao Jinyu's body seemed to be much stronger than the pressure of their Blood Immortal Valley's immortal king, and it was horrifyingly much stronger. Senior Immortal King, please come inside. A few of my immortal kings from the Blood Immortal Valley have already set up a banquet here. Today, it's rare to have an immortal king from an alien immortal realm here, so let us do our best as landlords. The three immortal monarchs led Xiao Jinyu to the huge blood hall in the center. Xiao Jinyu led Wang Xiaozu and the two of them inside. Entrance, a long golden table. 3 golden thrones directly above the long table had long been sitting on 3 blood-robed men. 2 middle-aged look, a youth look. As they watched Xiao Jinyu come, they immediately rose to their feet with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Fellow Daoist must be an alien immortal king. I haven't heard of your name. It just so happens that we can discuss the Dao together. The three of them invited Xiao Jinyu to a seat, and Wang Xiaozu sat beside Xiao Jinyu, the displeasure on his face deepening. When he came into this big blood-colored hall, he always felt uneasy, especially when he felt the aura from the 3 people in front of him. It seemed as if the sliver after sliver of blood chi was just like a thorn sticking on top of his skin, incomparably uncomfortable. The dishes on the table were somewhat normal: immortal brew, immortal fruits, and also immortal cakes made from special materials. The 3 immortal monarchs who had brought Xiao Jinyu here did not enter the hall and stood guard outside of it, and there were only Xiao Jinyu, Wang Xiaozu, and these 3 immortal kings within the entire Scarlet Hall. As for whether there is a secret immortal king existence monitoring, then only a few people know themselves. You all invited me to come here today, so let's get straight to the point. I believe that you all must have something to ask of me as well, otherwise you wouldn't have invited me to come to the middle of the Blood Immortal Valley. Xiao Jinyu smiled faintly and picked up the immortal wine in front of her, gently taking a sip. As for whether they would poison the wine theory, that is impossible. All immortal king, what immortal poison cannot be solved, even if there is also very few? The divine body is invulnerable to all enemies, and if they really dare to do something fancy, he will overturn his Blood Immortal Valley today. Ouch! Since fellow Taoist has said so, then we'll get straight to the point. I think this little friend should be someone from the Holy Spirit clan. My Blood Immortal clan happens to have some affinity with the Holy Spirit clan, so as long as you make a price to sell this little guy to us, we can come up with enough benefits that can make your heart flutter. And how about being able to obtain a favor from my Blood Immortal Valley? The youngest man in the center opened his mouth, and his gaze kept falling on Wang Xiaozu's body, that blood pupil flickering with a sense of playfulness. Wang Xiaozu's face changed drastically when he heard this sentence, showing his teeth, full of ferocity. When the other 2 men saw this scene of Wang Xiaozu, they merely smiled as a faint immortal monarch pressure radiated out. At once, a feeling like a heavenly collapse erupted. Wang Xiaozu's face changed drastically, and Xiao Jinyu also exuded a trace of immortal king's might to resist it. Xiao Jinyu's countenance remained unchanged, shook his head when he heard what the three said, and spoke. This may be a bit different from what you think. Little ancestor is already my child. And where is the reasoning behind selling it to someone else? The three of them looked at each other when they heard what Xiao Jinyu said and laughed, continuing to speak. Fellow Taoist may be thinking that we are joking today. The conditions we can open up with this request today are tremendous. So you, Taoist friend, can discuss it. Immortal pills at the immortal monarch level. Immortal king level. Immortal laws at the immortal monarch level. Immortal laws at the immortal king level. And immortal weapons are all available. As long as you agree, you can also gain a friendship from my blood immortal valley. Why not? The young man who was doing it in the center seemed to be full of vigor and looked at Xiao Jinyu with a face full of confidence. If Xiao Jinyu did not have the realm of the immortal king, and they will be a little difficult to do other than tearing their faces off, or else they would have already robbed Wang Xiaozu over. But also, where would they care about Xiao Jinyu's face? And give him terms? What a face for him. Chapter 147, Blood of the Holy Spirit. Death of the Holy Spirit. Wang Xiaozu was furious. If this matter today is about trading little ancestors, there is no need to mention it again. Xiao Jinyu's face was cold, and the aura of an immortal king had completely emanated from his body. Originally, he wanted to see the geometry of this blood immortal valley's intentions, but he didn't expect it to be related to Wang Xiaozu. Although it was said that Wang Xiaozu was making a lot of mischief these days and didn't have much of a blood relationship, but he recognized Wang Xiaozu as his own child. Then he had a responsibility to protect him. And besides, with Wang Xiaozu by his side, he had also leveled up, which was not bad at all. The three of them were stunned, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to flip out when she said she would. The young man in the center stood up, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying immortal king pressure emanated from the three of them, although it was weaker than Xiao Jinyu's. But after all, the three of them were here, and it was the Blood Immortal Valley's main field, with immortal Zun ancestors guarding it, and even immortal emperors existing. There was no need to fear Xiao Jinyu much at all. No matter what Xiao Jinyu said, Wang Xiaozu and the others were set on leaving him behind. This is not up to you today. The Holy Spirit race is basically difficult to see in this immortal realm, and with only this one left, we will not let it go. The pressure of the immortal king on the three of them grew stronger, and the three immortal monarchs guarding the outside of the blood-colored hall had already called for good people, and the entire 10 immortal monarchs were protecting the outside of the hall. In the dark, another immortal king surfaced in the air. For immortal kings and 10 immortal monarchs, Wang Xiaozu saw that the atmosphere around him had actually scorched, and as he looked at these blood-robed people, the look of disgust on his face deepened. I'm curious, why must you leave this Holy Spirit clan behind? Could it be that the Holy Spirit clan has any grudges against you? Xiao Jinyu asked very abruptly, activating the immortal king's pressure on his body and not making the first move. The three of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Xiao Jinyu's appearance. As long as Xiao Jinyu didn't make the first move, then it meant that there might still be a need to negotiate on this matter. They thought that Xiao Jinyu must have seen that there was still an immortal king in the dark, and with 4 immortal kings and 10 immortal monarchs here, he had some fear in his heart. So he began to inquire about the reason for this, preparing to pave the way back. The Holy Spirit race is the favorite of heaven and earth in this immortal realm, but the Holy Spirit blood in his body is of great use to us in our cultivation. Furthermore, the blood of the Holy Spirit in this little brat's body is most likely to be ancestor blood, which will allow us to take another step forward in our realm of strength and break through to immortal exaltation. This little brat didn't say anything about his blood to you, either, did he? A man stared at Wang Xiaozu with a smile on his face. In their view, nothing in the world is impossible if there is enough profit, and even though they are father and son, they can certainly turn against each other. Besides, the aura on their view of Xiao Jinyu was not of the Holy Spirit race, which meant that they were not really father and son at all, and were probably just picked up from somewhere. Then it would be easier to turn Xiao Jinyu. With the temptation of the great Tao in front of him, could Xiao Jinyu not be moved? Hearing this, Wang Xiaozu's face suddenly turned white and bloodless. Unexpectedly, the deepest secret of their Holy Spirit clan was still known, and the most valuable thing of the Holy Spirit clan was the Holy Spirit blood in his body. A single drop of Holy Spirit blood could prolong the life of an ordinary immortal by as much as 1,000 years. If it was said that this blood of the Holy Spirit would be taken to devour and cultivate with the evil demon law, it would even be possible to refine the Holy Spirit ancestor into a humanoid treasure medicine, and breaking through a great realm might not even be a problem. This was also the reason why the Holy Spirit race was so rare in the immortal world. Immortals were glamorous and incomparable on the surface, but behind their backs, who knew what tactics they would use in order to break through a realm? Perhaps although these people from the Immortal Valley in front of him were of the Devil's Way, those who claimed to be of the Immortal Sect's righteousness had massacred the Holy Spirit clan not a few times. There was a trace of fear on Wang Xiaozu's face. At this moment he was truly afraid, not of these people, but of Shao Jinyu giving up on him. He wanted to try and escape from this heaven and earth, his body's aura catalyzed to the extreme, and he was about to find a moment. However, the three immortal kings had long anticipated that Wang Xiaozu would do this, and their terrifying auras kept suppressing the entire hall. Without their permissive consent, not even a fly, let alone a human being, can't get out. Shao Jinyu was puzzled in his heart, not expecting there to be such a thing. The number of Holy Spirit race is incomparably small. Could it be that the disappearance of the Holy Spirit race within the Northern Recruitment Secret Territory has something to do with you? Shao Jinyu made a bold guess. During the last time he went to the Northern Recruitment Secret Realm, only Wang Xiaozu was left of the Holy Spirit clan within that secret realm. Did it mean that the Holy Spirit clan was actually captured and disappeared by others? The Holy Spirit clan is the favorite of heaven and earth. It cannot be killed directly, but it can be bled dry to death. Thinking of this, Shao Jinyu's face changed again and again, his heart setting off 10,000 waves. As for this one, I can't talk to you, Dao friend, so how about you consider it? Cooperating with us? Maybe even if you're stuck at the Immortal King realm you'll be able to step into the Immortal Exalt realm with us. The three Immortal Kings followed the advice, but in their hearts, they were laughing coldly. As long as Shao Jinyu handed over Wang Xiaozu, it was first assumed that Shao Jinyu would be stabilized, and after they quenched all of Wang Xiaozu's Holy Spirit blood, it would be impossible for them to share a single point with Shao Jinyu at that time. When the three of them broke through to Immortal Exaltation, the first person they would kill would be Shao Jinyu, and this one thing should definitely not be leaked. After all, the Immortal Spirit Clan, the Celestial Spirit Clan was also a large race that was friendly with the Holy Spirit Clan, and now that the Holy Spirit Clan was almost extinct, only Wang Xiaozu was left. Shao Jinyu heard the rebuffs of several people and became clear about the reason for it, and turned cold inside. Today, this death in his hands is estimated to be quite a lot of people. On the single Wang Xiaozu is his son's this identity, Blood Immortal Valley, must be flat. When Wang Xiaozu heard this, how could he not understand that these people in front of him had taken the blood of the Holy Spirit of his fellow clan members for cultivation purposes? In other words, they had definitely secretly hunted down an unknown number of Holy Spirit races over the years to the point of near extinction, with only his one Holy Spirit race existing in the world. Right now, these are all enemies. The killing intent on Wang Xiaozu's body grew heavier and heavier. His eyes were scarlet red. Endless lightning flashed. The five elements transformed into power. Time slowly changed, and space turned like a vortex. A gust of wind strangely appeared present. Come to die. Several different kinds of elemental forces were running away in Wang Xiaozu's body, and in an instant, he disappeared in place with incomparable speed, drilling into space and reappearing already in front of the trio. The time was the same as before, the time consumption almost infinitely close to nothing. The gazes of the three immortal kings froze. By the time Wang Xiaozu arrived in front of them, they just happened to react, and with a wave of their big hands, the terrifying might of the Immortal King directly lifted Wang Xiaozu out. Wang Xiaozu was strong, and the perversion of elemental power was perverse, but the gap in strength was too great. It was a heavenly rift. Ding! Detected that Wang Xiaozu has created killing intent towards the three Immortal Kings, triggering the Divine Spellbinder system, unconditionally in the process of upgrading for the host. Chapter 148, Helping You Take Revenge. The Blood Immortal Valley Immortal Exalted appeared and killed the Immortal King Immortal Monarch with a single move. In his mind, a system voice rang out and Shao Jinyu froze. Enemy, 3 Immortal Kings and 10 Immortal Monarchs of the Valley of the Blood Immortals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest. The host will receive 50,000 quest points for killing the 3 Immortal Kings and the 10 Immortal Monarchs. A random physique minor achievement card, and unlocking a new system panel. Ding! For the host's cultivation to the Immortal Zune Extreme Realm, just one last step away from being able to reach Immortal Emperor. The aura on Shao Jinyu's body changed again, directly breaking through from the original Immortal King Extreme Realm to the Immortal Zune Extreme Realm. Even Shao Jin hadn't used much of his Immortal King's power yet, and just like that, he had directly plucked upwards, and this unusual situation today had caught him off guard for a bit as well. Inside an Immortal Dignitary was a complete Immortal Dao world that could borrow the power of the Immortal Realm. Of course, Shao Jinyu was in the Southern Xian Immortal Realm, so he could borrow the power of the Southern Xian Immortal Realm, and his words represented the will of the Immortal Realm. The scarlet redness in Wang Xiaozu's eyes increased, and there was endless resentment in his heart. His Holy Spirit clan had an unknown number of clansmen, and now he was the only one left. growing up alone in the North Recruitment mysterious realm. This lonely heart has always been buried deep in his heart, now unexpectedly learned that these people in front of him are his Holy Spirit clan's enemies, with his Holy Spirit clan's blood used to cultivate. How can he not be angry? Griffin shakes the sky. It's just a joke. The three immortal kings disdainfully glanced at Wang Xiaozu, the teasing color on their faces deepening, seeing him in this outburst of rage with several more strands of playfulness, condescending, their immortal king aura once again covered and pressed down, making it difficult for him to move. The young man in the center looked on in wonder. Time, space, thunder element, 5 elements, wind element, it's worthy of being a Holy Spirit clan. Their control of elemental power is so perverse, and the Holy Spirit bloodline in you is close to ancestor blood. By draining your blood and refining you, we will definitely be able to break through another realm. Want to know how all your kind died? Without the blood of the Holy Spirit, the origin dried up and finally turned into a dry corpse. The two immortal kings didn't think it was a big enough deal, so they made up for it once again. A low roar like that of a wild beast rang out, and the scarlet intent emanating from Wang Xiaozu's body deepened. Endless killing intent. When Wang Xiaozu was urging and moving his body to break free from the immortal king's suppression to kill the three straight away, Xiao Jinyu's hand gently landed on his shoulder and pressed him down. Wang Xiaozu's face was filled with killing intent as he prepared to break through Xiao Jinyu's suppression, and in the next moment, Xiao Jinyu slapped him on top of his neck with a terrifying strength that directly knocked him out. Wang Xiaozu's eyes went white, his consciousness fainted, and he collapsed by Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu looked at the unconscious Wang Xiaozu and muttered to herself in her heart, "A grudge in your heart is a devil. Today you will faint for a while. When you wake up your enemies will be dead. Though you and I do not have the blood of a father and son, there is a father and son. I'll help you avenge your hatred. I'll help you quell your grudges. I'll help you fill your hatred. And today, Blood Immortal Valley will help you eradicate it." Fellow Daoist is trying to understand? The three of them had a smirk on their faces when they saw Xiao Jinyu like this, thinking that Xiao Jinyu was preparing to knock Wang Xiaozu unconscious to make a deal with them. Xiao Jinyu took Wang Xiaozu into his inner world. This immortal Dao world could already accommodate living things, so in order to avoid Wang Xiaozu being taken away, it was safer to put him within his own immortal Dao world. When the three of them saw Xiao Jinyu do this, they were suddenly blinded, not knowing where Xiao Jinyu had taken Wang Xiaozu. Boom! At once, Xiao Jinyu moved. A terrifying immortal emperor pressure represented the will of this heavenly realm and crushed down. Boom! The endless might of the immortal exalted, without hiding it in the slightest. Boom! The entire hall was blasted into annihilation, and the blood-colored mountain with a radius of 10,000 miles was flattened under the pressure of the immortal exalted. 10 immortal monarchs, 3 immortal kings, and 1 immortal king hidden in the dark turned pale, sensing a killing chance of certain death, and hastily retreated 1,000,000 miles toward the distance. However, it was still affected by the pressure released by Xiao Jinyu. 10 immortal monarchs were directly lifted out by the pressure, their body bones and cervical vertebrae, and even if they called upon the bleeding immortal Dao to protect them in front of their own eyes, the great Dao collapsed with a crash as a result, while spit out a large mouth of black blood, internal organs broken, spit out an unknown number of broken pieces, face pale, breath weak. The faces of the 4 immortal kings had horror on them, and they made a defense the first moment they felt the immortal exalted mighty pressure emanating from Xiao Jinyu's body. However, they were still lifted off by as much as 1,000,000 miles, their bodies greatly injured, and each of them stared at Xiao Jinyu in death. Xiao Jinyu was actually an immortal exalted. When the 4 saw Xiao Jinyu do so without saying anything else, their faces sank, and making a move meant tearing their faces apart. Xiao Jinyu's purpose was clear. What shocked them was that they had thought that Xiao Jinyu's realm was only immortal king, but they didn't expect to be at immortal dignity. Even amongst any immortal realm, they were all master-level existences, including in their blood immortal valley. The 4 of them were definitely not Xiao Jinyu's opponents, and there was even a high possibility that they would die at Xiao Jinyu's hands, but they were unwilling to give up on Wang Xiaozu just like that. That was a Holy Spirit race that had returned to its ancestral blood, the blood of the Holy Spirit clan. Not to mention allowing immortal kings to break through to the first level. Allowing immortal emperors to break through to the first level is also possible. Immortal emperor? The true master of the immortal world. In front of the huge benefits, what does Xiao Jinyu alone forget? Kill it. The 4 people's faces were filled with murderous rage, and a sighing voice rang out from the sky above the snow immortal valley. Fellow Daoist, this is a waste of time. Originally I wanted to discuss the Dao in a friendly and peaceful manner with Daoist, but now it seems impossible. A withered, blood-robed old man slowly walked down from above the void, and every time he took a step, the immortal realm trembled as a result. The aura emanating from his body was just like that of an immortal exalt, and he carried the world will of a side of the scarlet immortal realm behind him. Xiao Jinyu did not spoil this old man. The moment he appeared, Xiao Jinyu disappeared in place, and with a wave of his hand, a great palm of the immortal realm fell. A palm covered the sky and carried a piece of the immortal realm's 3,000 immortal paths. The immortal path of extinction carries a killing machine. The immortal path of heavenly fire burns everything, and the immortal path of heavenly water drowns all. All sorts of immortal visions came out frequently on the large palm. In less than half a breath, the large palm fell. The 10 immortal monarchs did not have any power to fight back. They were already on the verge of death, and now they were completely returned to the west. The 4 immortal kings sensed the strange situation, and the old man, sensing Xiao Jin use sudden cold arrow, also hastily activated the power of the immortal Tao on his body. A blood-colored immortal path like a long bridge protected the 4. However, they had still underestimated Xiao Jin Yu's terrifying strength. He was in the extreme realm and had the power to crush the people in front of him. A palm fell completely, and carried above it was the 3,000 immortal paths. Boom! The long bridge of the Scarlet Avenue was crushed, and the 4 immortal kings struggled to resist under this palm, and were directly slapped into a bloody mist. The immortal king's divine soul was crushed into nothingness. A palm on a move to destroy immortal monarchs and immortal kings. Chapter 149, Prison Town Blood. Immortal Aspiration. Defeating the enemy with one punch. The Blood Immortal Valley's old man's face was incomparably gloomy when he saw that Xiao Jinyu had killed 4 of his Blood Immortal Valley's immortal kings and 10 immortal monarchs with a wave of his palm. In the past, they were the ones who killed others in the Blood Immortal Valley. How could anyone else kill them? If Xiao Jinyu did not die today and could not obtain Wang Xiaozu, this loss would be incomparably heavy. Do you realize today what a mistake you have made? I, Blood Immortal Valley, spoke kindly, wanting you to take another step with us, to go further with the blood of the Holy Spirit, but you killed my Blood Immortal Valley's people. You'd better stay here today, and not only you, but those who are related to you must also die. The royal family? A second-rate small family in the northern recruitment immortal realm? After you die today, their entire clan will die because of you. The old man's face was grim to the extreme. Wrinkle after wrinkle screwed up like a tattered chrysanthemum, and his face was filled with hideous killing intent. His gaze toward Xiao Jinyu held endless hatred. In an instant, endless might erupted from his body. Endless blood-red chi erupted from his body, transforming into one blood-colored chain after another, killing towards Xiao Jinyu. The blood-colored chain represents as his native immortal way. Blood Immortal Avenue toward the front, suppression down. The whole piece of emptiness therefore a red. Seems to have a corpse mountain sea of blood sinking. Endless sea of blood vision iterative. Xiao Jinyu looked at everything in front of him with a flat face. Even when faced with the terrifying immortal dignity aura of the old man's body, he was still unafraid. Regarding what the old man had just said, this time Xiao Jinyu moved a trace of true anger. The old man was also the first person who dared to say such words to Xiao Jinyu. Even in the middle of the heavenly wasteland continent, the enemy he faced said nothing more than killing him as well, which implicated others. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu's thoughts made a slight change on top of his original viewpoint. There are times when being strong can indeed deter others, but if you are too nice and not ruthless enough, you won't be able to gain a foothold in this immortal realm. It's time to change some today and take him to the Blood Immortal Valley. The immortal monarch holds the Tao. The immortal king transforms the Tao. The immortal dignitary carries the will, and the immortal emperor is the realm. The 4 different immortal Tao realms represented the means of the 4 immortal Tao master realms. Immortal monarchs mastered the immortal Tao, and immortal kings transformed their bodies into the immortal Tao, and were able to explode the limits of the immortal Tao to the greatest extent possible. Immortal Emperor Qingji is the will of this immortal realm, and immortal emperor is the realm, and his power is the power of one side of the immortal realm. The former is borrowing, the latter is mobilizing, and this is the essential difference. What the old man was using now was the will that represented the small half of the immortal realm in the northern Blood Immortal Valley, which was why this feeling of suppression was so strong. Let's see if your mountain of corpses and sea of blood is stronger or my hell pontoon. Xiao Jinyu's words were languid, as if he had walked out of the 9 hells, and the Great Completion's prison suppressor heavenly body was being utilized at this moment. The Jin Gue blood boiled, and a rumbling sound erupted from his body, rushing like a great river. Xiao Jinyu clenched his palm into a fist and fiercely blasted towards the void in front of him, with 9 colors of blood light floating above his fist, 10 blood colors, and long lines of ripples constantly rotating. The Jin Gue Jin, the hegemony heavenly force, was added on, and the 2 terrifying divine physique moves were used together, coupled with the Jin Jail blood. The punch carried an unparalleled dominance. The immortal Zun extreme realm power appeared, and what it represented was likewise a side of world will, and the world will represented by Xiao Jinyu was even stronger. If the immortal realm that the old man had borrowed had been only 1/4 of the will of the northern Blood Immortal Valley, then what Xiao Jinyu had utilized was the remaining 3/4 of the immortal realm's will. That was the power of the extreme realm. Boom! A terrifying fist slammed out in front of him, and all the space in front of him shattered into pieces. falling downwards from above. The instant the countless blood Dao chains touched the immortal Dao Great Fist, it was a collision of two wills. Boom! After only a stalemate of less than 3 breaths, the blood fist that Xiao Jinyu had blasted out had already crushed the divine ability technique that the blood immortal Valley Old Man had unleashed. Ka-ching! Boo! The chains shattered as much as they could, and the scarlet heaven and earth collapsed as a result. This large fist landed straight onto the blood immortal Valley Old Man's body, smashing right in the middle of his chest. A bloody hole appeared in his chest as a fist came out, and Xiao Jinyu's fist directly smashed a huge hole in the old man's body, running his entire arm through. There was stagnation on the old man's face, and he had not even reacted to the fact that he had just been heavily injured by Xiao Jinyu's move. He dully lowered his head and looked at this huge bloody hole in his chest. Immediately, the old man's face changed drastically, suddenly realizing that he was at the same immortal Zun realm, but his strength was much weaker than Xiao Jinyu. As a representative of the same party's world will, the power he was able to borrow was surprisingly much weaker than Xiao Jinyu, which was why he had the situation where that move had just been broken. Don't you love to implicate others? Good. What you do today will come to you in full. Just watch. Xiao Jinyu's words were incomparably eerie and cold. A hint of black flame burned in his pupils, which was a flicker of devilish light. The old man raised his head, and this pair of dead silence like the ancient black night pupils against the body did not have a reason to tremble. It seems that their own eyes in front of this is the real big devil. It wasn't true that they were devil Dao cultivators, but this was a monstrously ferocious demon in front of them. Xiao Jinyu pulled his right fist out violently, his left hand slightly gripped from the void, and countless immortal Dao power transformed into a long blade that cut horizontally towards the old man's body. Boo! The lower half of the old man's body was directly chopped in half by Xiao Jinyu, and his upper half flew backwards as a result. His face went white once again and he spat out large mouthfuls of fishy blood, his face frozen in fear. Right after Xiao Jinyu slashed this blade, all of a sudden, Xiao Jinyu only felt a killing chance of certain death locking onto him. A blood-colored spear broke through the air. The blood-colored spear above with the will of this blood immortal valley seems to also carry a trace of a different kind of devilish atmosphere. This 10-meter-long blood spear directly penetrated Xiao Jinyu's body in a single pass. His upper body exploded into nothingness as a result. Boom! Flesh shattered. You say you're a fool too. I told you a long time ago, just take it by force of arms. Now that we have created such a situation, not only did my blood immortal valley lose 4 immortal kings and 10 immortal monarchs for nothing, but now you're also branded as having your physical body destroyed. 2 soft laughing voices resounded above the blood immortal valley as 2 blood-robed old men slowly walked out from above. They shared the same 90% resemblance in their faces as this severely injured blood-robed old man, and seemed to be triplets. However, the gaze as they looked at the old man had a teasing look, and they were happy to see the old man in this miserable state today. After saying that, they turned their eyes to the place where Xiao Jinyu's flesh had been blown up, their gazes suspicious. Ha! The physical body is shattered, but why is his immortal soul missing? Chapter 150, An Immortal's Attack? The heavenly son of hell appeared, and the will of the immortal realm trembled. You, blood immortal valley Dao are so great, 10 immortal monarchs, 4 immortal kings, and 3 immortal exalts? Why don't you call your immortal emperor out to have some fun too? Just as the 2 old men were searching for Xiao Jinyu's broken divine soul, a teasing voice echoed from the sky in the distance. Just now, he had detected 2 immortal exalted auras hiding in the shadows, and they had been searching for an opportunity, waiting for a break, or maybe they wanted to see how strong they were, and if his strength the old man in front of him could deal with it, they would not step in. If the old man couldn't deal with it, they would then step in to give Xiao Jinyu a fatal blow. But it was a pity that Xiao Jinyu had taken all of this in, and had just deliberately revealed a break to them, using the divine ability Underworld 9 Shadows in the process. How is that possible? Just now it was actually just a split bubble? After only a minute of surprise, the 2 old men's gazes narrowed and they quickly disappeared in place, taking advantage of Xiao Jinyu's speech to directly take his life. Truly a master's duel is just that. Where is the time for nonsense? The duo's hands once again condensed a blood spear once more and blasted towards Xiao Jinyu. The blood immortal avenue instantly transformed heaven and earth, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The endless mountain of white bone corpses seemed to have come to life, surprisingly standing up in unison. Tens of millions of white bones killing Xiao Jinyu. Since that sea of blood, one blood python after another opened its bloody mouth, its fangs flashing with a cold light, no different from a real python. The 2 paths of heaven and earth fought each other back and forth, and the 2 of them encircled from the left and right. The first thing that comes is a killing move. Their determination to obtain Wang Xiaozu was exceptionally resolute. This was the chance that would allow them to break through from Immortal Exalt to Immortal Emperor. The 2 Immortal Exalted moved the will of the worlds of the 2 sides. In other words, even if Xiao Jinyu wanted to fight against the duo now, the power he could borrow was only half of what was left of the Nanshan Immortal Realm. coupled with the fact that under the 2-for-1 first strike, they expected that Xiao Jinyu would definitely not be able to do well in their hands. An immortal dignitary holds the will of one of the 4 immortal realms. For example, an immortal dignitary of the South Xian Immortal Realm holds the will of the South Xian Immortal Realm, and an immortal dignitary of the North Recruitment Immortal Realm holds the will of the North Recruitment. Each immortal realm immortal exalt masters at most a quarter of this region. Xiao Jinyu as the extreme realm can master all of it, but this half of the will was first borrowed by the duo, so Xiao Jinyu only has half of his power left to borrow. A little explanation here, in case you can't read it. The immortal Zun extreme realm had a crushing power, but it was in a one-on-one situation. Just like when he had just dealt with that old man. Now that the two had taken the lead in occupying 50% of the world's will, then Xiao Jinyu's backhand and then strike again could battle level the two or force them back. But it was definitely difficult to kill them with a single move. But they expected wrongly. Xiao Jinyu was unrivaled in battle power. Even if he didn't use the power of his realm, he still had a way to chop the two of them. Stupid. Xiao Jinyu's face was indifferent as he closed his eyes, and in an instant, he activated the divine ability of the Jingui Hegemony Heavenly Body, the Hegemony Heavenly Ancestral Body. Xiao Jinyu's body became incomparably ethereal and cold in an instant, and countless more swaying blood-colored red patterns were added to his white robe. The Flower of Hell, the Scarlet Manjashha, behind the back, a black giant wheel pattern engraved on the top, seems to be the pupil of hell, seems to be the eye of the 9 ghosts, Avatar Ancestral Body, Heavenly Son of Hell. Xiao Jinyu's black hair turned into blood hair more demonic, and the corners of her eyes had a few more drops of blood red. His aura was even more terrifying in this instant, and on top of the original foundation, he had somehow raised it by as much as 10,000 times, or even stronger. When the 4 directions of the immortal realm sensed this hellish aura of Xiao Jinyu, an immortal Dao Xian gate appeared in the underworld, suppressing the power in Xiao Jinyu's body. It seemed that this emergency force was not allowed to appear in the immortal realm, and the aura on his body was weakened several times as a result. Xiao Jinyu's pupils had 6 more different blood red light spots, and this appearance was undoubtedly even more demonic. Heavenly Son of Hell, Ancestral Body Enhancement. Since Xiao Jinyu's mind had some more memory fragments about this hell heavenly princes, there were also some things about the 9 hells and 10 lands. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu no longer seemed to be Xiao Jinyu, but was Xiao Jinyu again, incomparably contradictory. 1 body and 2 thoughts. Is the immortal realm origin self-preserving? Afraid that the aura from my body will collapse this immortal realm? Xiao Jinyu let out a light laugh. There were countless flashes of ghostly light in the left eye, and clarity in the right eye. Half of it was controlled by Xiao Jinyu's turbid ideology, and half of it was controlled by Xiao Jinyu's completely clear state of consciousness at this time. Contradictory to the extreme, but he was also terrifying to the extreme in all his strength. Xiao Jinyu had never felt so strong. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood killing ahead, he couldn't help but let out a snort. This level can even be considered a sea of corpses and blood, but it's just a side of a river. A general is nothing but a child's trick. How many people are there in 10,000 bones? Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly, the black light in his eyes lingering, his body's aura suddenly changing. Wind gusts whistled past, and the majesty of the great region was added to the body again. Only for a moment, only this region of the Son of Heaven breath once appeared. All the white bone soldiers in front of the spirit-like have fear. Boom, 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 boom. One was so scared that he blew himself up. The blood sea python behind him did likewise, immediately blowing itself up. Not daring to come any closer to Xiao Jinyu, the ghastly wind whistled past. Countless white bones turned into nothingness, and the sea of blood became nothingness. The bodies of the 2 blood-robed old men immediately trembled. The power of the world that they had just borrowed was unexpectedly stripped away from them on their own, as if they were fearing Xiao Jinyu, fearing the aura that Xiao Jinyu carried. The silhouettes of the 2 were also directly lifted out by this breath, flying backwards for as much as 1,000,000 miles. Xiao Jinyu waved his large hand towards the front, and a hellish shadow surfaced in the sky. The shadow of hell spread throughout the entire South Xian Immortal Realm and covered the entire 4 directions above the Immortal Realm. All the cultivators raised their heads in unison at this one. All of them could see this horrifying and gloomy vision of hell above. Countless cultivators with a low realm had their eyes go white and couldn't withstand the hellish breath and directly fainted to the ground. Immortal Monarch below the cultivators do not have any resistance. Immortal Monarch above the heart of the powerful existences. Face are palpitating incomparably, leading to countless powerful existences have awakened. There is no shortage of immortal dignitaries, no shortage of immortal emperors. The will carried by this piece of hell heaven did not come from the immortal realm, but from the 9 hells and 10 earths. The will of this immortal realm could not be suppressed, nor did it dare to. What is a real mountain of corpses? Have you ever experienced it? It's really boring to deal with these 2 mole crickets today after a rare descent of the will. It's better to directly crush the 2 of you to death. Let's show you what a mountain of corpses is and what absolute power is. Xiao Jinyu smiled wryly as billions of white bone generals blasted down from the roiling hellish sky. Chapter 151, Killing an Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor appears. The prison suppressor backfired and the ancestral body dissipated. The face of the blood-robed old man who had half of his body chopped up by Xiao Jinyu in the distance was filled with countless fears. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this man's strength seemed to be no better than that of an immortal emperor. The aura of his body enveloped the four directions of the immortal realm. So terrifying. What exactly was this man in front of him? He could clearly feel that the will of the world in his body being directly stripped away. In fear of Xiao Jinyu. In fear of this hell heaven that Xiao Jinyu had summoned. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. All of the cultivators in the entire Blood Immortal Valley fainted to death from this terrifying aura of suppression. The immortal monarch warriors in the Blood Immortal Valley were all dead. The immortal kings were all dead, and only 3 of their immortal Zuns were left, as well as 2 of their old ancestors. The will of hell and earth suppressed, and there seemed to be 2 powerful breaths within the Blood Immortal Valley that were awakening. But awakening was awakening, and it was time to kill or kill. The will of hell's heaven and earth, the weight of hell's heaven and earth, was much more terrifying than even this immortal realm. So how could the 2 of them resist it? The blood of the 2's entire body solidified. Their minds and bodies trembled tremendously, and their hearts trembled with fear. At this moment, the 2 of them felt a thought of certain death, and under the absolute power of endless despair, and could not even produce the slightest bit of resistance. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. Pure and simple. The disparity in power was so great that it was impossible to resist. If we want to draw an analogy, it would be an ant crushing through a Boeing 747 facing a moving car in front of it. Run away? Where can I run to? Immediately after, from the hell of heaven and earth, hundreds of millions of white bones leap down, densely packed, such as locusts crossing the border. Each white bone's hands are carrying a weapon. After that, the bloodier scene emerged. Billions of white bones, in just 3 breaths, directly cut the 2 of them alive, and their flesh became slag. Their immortal souls had just escaped from their physical bodies, and were again shattered into nothingness by this hellish heaven and earth. 2 immortal dignitaries fell. Xiao Jinyu hadn't even made the slightest move. Merely beckoning and conjuring up a side of hell heaven and earth crushed the 2 men to death. Xiao Jinyu was incomparably calm in his right eye, looking at this scene without saying anything. This party's power was dominated by him but not by him, but the order was given by him, and it was beyond odd. After doing so, the endless white bones aimed at the blood-robed old man who only had half of his body left. His face was instantly terrified to the extreme, and he urged up the remaining breath in his body to fly away towards the distance. At this moment, he only hated that his mom didn't give him hundreds of extra legs, and he only hated that he ran too slowly. Come back you! Xiao Jinyu's large hand took a snap from the void. Immortal power transformed into a palm, directly grabbing him in the palm like a small chicken and throwing him back. Just as Xiao Jinyu was about to do something, Xiao Jinyu's face as well as his aura quickly weakened, and the Jinjia blood quickly fell silent, his face changing slightly. This world is still too weak. My will it can't afford to carry. Originally it should be able to stay for 100 breaths again. Now it can only stay here for 11 or 12 breaths. Xiao Jinyu murmured to himself, seemingly speaking with his will. Never mind, there will be another chance to reproduce it anyway. Xiao Jinyu's last words. Several blood-colored light points in his left pupil disappeared, and the eye of hell above his robe also disappeared, and everything was restored as it was just now. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu was like a deflated ball. The hellish visions on heaven and earth dissipated, and his appearance returned to normal. But instead, the breath weakened by another 3 points, falling into a period of revulsion, and the Jinjail blood dimmed. The aura of the 2 immortal emperors within the Blood Immortal Valley was not concealed and appeared directly above this heaven and earth. They were the founders of the Blood Immortal race, the old ancestors of the Blood Immortal Valley. In the past, they were all asleep, but now they are awakened by the breath of this party. Not only them, but the other 3 regions of the southern Shen Immortal Realm all had immortal emperors raising their heads and looking towards the Blood Immortal Valley. In the Northern Dynasty Immortal Realm, the Western Chu Immortal Realm, and the Eastern Hua Immortal Dynasty, an unknown number of immortal emperors were about to look over. Each one of them had a puzzled face, trying to find the source of the scent. What kind of aura is this? It's even more powerful than ours. And just now that heaven and earth shadow enveloped the 4 directions of the immortal realm, which means that this person's strength is even stronger than the upper limit of the immortal realm. Just now we could clearly feel the will of the immortal realm actually trembling and fearing again. Several immortal emperors came to such a conclusion in horror. The 2 immortal emperors of the Blood Immortal Valley came at a very opportune time, directly catching a timing. Their gazes continuously surveyed Xiao Jinyu's body, and when they were certain that the terrifying aura on Xiao Jinyu's body had completely dissipated and there was not a trace of it, their hearts secretly let out a sigh of relief. If Xiao Jinyu was still as terrifying as that party's battle power just now, they would have directly surrendered and not even fought. But the fact that he didn't, and that his breath had fallen into weakness, said a lot about this being a one-time undercurrent. If Xiao Jinyu's scripture was used, that meant that Xiao Jinyu's scripture didn't have much battle power. Today, he came to their blood immortal valley to kill people, and he has formed a bond with their blood immortal valley. And with this terrifying underhandedness and potential of his, it is even more impossible to keep him. Must kill. 2 terrifying immortal Dao killing chances were deadlocked on Xiao Jinyu, representing the entire southern Xian immortal realm. Boom! The entire immortal realm sank, and all the power of the southern Xian immortal realm was placed on Xiao Jinyu's body. 2 immortal emperors, a young man and an aged crone. Xiao Jinyu's body sank, the qi and blood in his body surged, his face unchanged, his breath unchanged, and he stood in the sky. The difference in realms between immortal emperors and immortal dignitaries was again huge. I should have known better than to knock out little Joe so early. If little ancestor is here, let him directly dislike these 2 immortal emperors. My realm is even higher than an immortal emperor, and I will directly reach the limit of the immortal realm and take off. That's something I missed. Xiao Jinyu thought of this point in his heart infinite regret, and at this time, he could not wait to splash Wang Xiaozu with 18 buckets of cold water to wake him up. Ha! Worthy of being the one who was able to summon such a terrifying heaven and earth, even when the gravity of the immortal realm covered and pressed up. Surprisingly, his face was still able to remain unchanged. The young immortal emperor laughed lightly, and the crone's gaze saw through that Xiao Jinyu was not in a good state at this time, but was just holding on for dear life. There is still an extremely strong force of revulsion in you, plus your breath is still weakening, so this farce will end here today. Although it is said that there are many deaths and injuries, the Holy Spirit ancestral blood might be able to allow the 2 of us to go one step further as well. The young immortal emperor smiled, and the old crone did likewise. There was a smirk in each other's eyes as they prepared to directly kill Xiao Jinyu. Kill me? Joke. Xiao Jinyu's gaze deepened. Before it was a hellish yen red like blood, now it was the darkness of the ancient great demon like the abyss of the ages. The breath changed once again, and the white robe turned into a black one. Forbidden pupil. 9 Spectre's heavenly demon pupil. Xiao Jinyu's body came with its own demonic body, but the system had warned him not to use it randomly, and he had listened. Well then, don't use your magic body, use your magic pupil. Chapter 152 Immortal Emperor Submission. Extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil? Kill all of the blood immortals millions of valleys. Don't you call yourselves the immortals of the devil's way? Today, I will show you what a true devil is, what a true great devil is. Xiao Jinyu's words were long and leisurely, and he was similarly moved to kill the 2 immortal emperors. And today, God blocked the way to kill God, Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha, and devil blocked the way to kill devil. Xiao Jinyu's pupils were endlessly dark, even the whites of the eyes were dyed black, and within the double frame was all black, without any luster, without any light, only endless dead silence and killing opportunities. Boom! Endless demonic chi emanated continuously from within the twin pupils, flickering with bizarre black aura and swaying with black light. As soon as this devilish aura appeared, the bodies of the 2 immortal emperors stiffened, as if they had detected some unimaginable aura, and surprisingly spoke out in shock at the same time. This is the aura of the extraterrestrial devil, your Lord Extraterrestrial Heavenly Demon, not an immortal realm cultivator. We didn't know that your excellency had descended and offended you. Please forgive us. The moment the 2 felt the pure demonic intent emanating from Xiao Jinyu's body, the blood Tao in their bodies autonomously submitted, and the power of the immortal realm that they carried immediately dissipated into thin air. The body slumped right down, trembling endlessly. Just how godly. At this time there is how wretched. The 2 cannot even give birth to a trace of resistance. Well, what's going on? Xiao Jinyu's hand was just about to pinch a big move to release it to slaughter the duo, but now the duo directly kneeled down and submitted. What is this for? To play? The puzzled look on Xiao Jinyu's face deepened. Not only him, but the crippled immortal Exalt fighting in the distance was likewise like this, looking at the fact that the 2 old ancestors of his own family were actually kneeling down to Xiao Jinyu, kneeling down in disbelief to their enemy. It wasn't like he had that terrifying aura on him just now. What was old ancestor doing? The face was endlessly foggy. Extraterrestrial heavenly devil. What is the meaning of this? Could it be talking about the devilish aura on me? Xiao Jinyu had a thoughtful look in his eyes as he stepped forward, overlooking the 2, and said indifferently, Extraterrestrial heavenly demon? When Xiao Jinyu approached, the innate blood Tao on the duo's bodies even autonomously exuded a hint of submissiveness, as if it was pleasing Xiao Jinyu, and the 2 of them had a bloodline above their foreheads that quickly spread to cover half of their faces. The bloodlines on this half of the face were twisted and turned, but more like the word slave. The blood immortal valley seems to have an even bigger secret, and it concerns beyond the immortal realm. Xiao Jinyu's heart will be this thing, guess 7 or 8 openings of the road. Will you know the things as much as possible to tell me? The duo's heads didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Xiao Jinyu, and their hearts were puzzled. Why doesn't the heavenly devil know about them? Is Xiao Jinyu not an extraterrestrial heavenly devil? But that pure silk of demonic might on Xiao Jinyu's body absolutely could not be faked, and it was even much stronger than any of the heavenly demons they had communicated with. All of them were much more pure, just like imperial blood. The two hesitated, but decided to speak up. Back to my lord. We have corresponded with my lord's kinsman in the midst of the blood abyss altar. It's all been discussed for a group of heavenly demon lords to open the immortal realm barrier and come together to this world to develop the devil's way. And we have been favored by Lord Heavenly Demon, and our strength has broken through from the original immortal monarch to the current immortal emperor. We are the most loyal slaves of Lord Sky Demon. Xiao Jinyu was shocked in his heart when he heard what the two said, not expecting that his mere arrival in the Blood Immortal Valley today had triggered so many series of events. Now it seems to be involved in some great secrets. Xiao Jinyu took a deep look at the bloodlines on the duo's faces, as well as the Blood Immortal Dao on their bodies, and spoke out once more. That is to say, but all cultivators who cultivate the Blood Immortal Dao are slaves of the demon race. Back to your lordship it is. The two's bodies prostrated even lower, with a respectful look on their faces. When the old man in the distance heard this sentence, he only felt that his worldview collapsed. They were the most unique Devil Dao cultivators in the southern Xian immortal world, and their most respected ancestor was actually the most loyal slave of some so-called heavenly demon? In other words, those who practiced the Blood Immortal Way were all slaves of this so-called heavenly demon, including him as well. So what are they? Slaves for life? This huge difference was a little too much for him to take in. Xiao Jinyu got the information he wanted. Looking at the two trembling bodies, two life and death robbing lights shot out from his demonic pupils that were as dark as an abyss without any light. The two black and white rays of light fell onto the two men's bodies, and their bodies immediately turned into flying ash. Even their immortal souls died incredibly weird and incredibly fast. Even before the two of them reacted, they had already said bye-bye to the world. Today the idea of killing has moved. The only way to stop killing is to kill. Xiao Jinyu looked towards the distant old man and took in his expression, guessing that he hadn't expected the origin of their Blood Immortal Valley to be related to the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. But all of this has nothing to do with him, whether the devil pupil he carries or the devil body, whether it is the heavenly devil clan or not has nothing to do with him. Today he only wants to destroy this side of the Blood Immortal Valley. Didn't you say you wanted to exterminate those who are related to me? Those who are related to you today will also be exterminated because of this sentence of yours. Xiao Jinyu spoke indifferently, glancing at the blood-robed old man who only had half of his body left to be suppressed to death. The aura of the immortal supreme realm on his body was not concealed in the slightest, and the will of the entire southern Xian immortal realm fell upon him. The will of the heavenly realm is vast, and it falls at last. Boom! In a matter of moments, the entire Blood Immortal Valley, where the forces of the valley were located, was crushed into nothingness in a radius of 80 million miles. Originally, it was one blood-colored valley after another that stretched on, but now all that was left was a huge sunken deep pit. The destruction of the Blood Immortal Valley naturally included the countless disciples of the Blood Immortal Valley who had fainted to death within the Blood Immortal Valley. It all happened in a mere flash of lightning. When the old man saw this, his face was stagnant, and his face was endlessly complicated. Resentment, spite, regret, and grief are all present. But now that the matter has been settled and the boat is in the water, nothing can be changed. Xiao Jinyu was an immortal exalted, while he was merely a crippled immortal king, and he couldn't run away even though the Blood Immortal had been destroyed today. Well, everyone's dead, and it's time for you to be on your way. Xiao Jinyu smiled, a deathly smile that the old man could have seen in his lifetime. A soft snap of the fingers. Snap. The immortal emperor's pressure crushed down. The immortal worlds will fell, and the old man was also directly wiped away by this terrifying world's will, hardening into nothingness. The dominant force that had stood for an unknown number of years in the southern Xian immortal realm, the behemoth Blood Immortal Valley, was now destroyed by Xiao Jinyu alone. This huge disturbance on this side had naturally attracted the attention of the other three major sovereign forces of southern Xian, and there were even several immortal emperors already rushing towards this side. Xiao Jinyu stood atop this side of the celestial dome, his head lowered as he looked down at the masterpiece he had made, the 80,000,000 mile deep pit, his eyes still as demonic as the underworld, his pupils still pitch black, maybe influenced by a trace of the will of the heavenly son of hell, maybe influenced by the influence of the devil pupil. Maybe this is the original appearance of Xiao Jinyu. A man has a soft spot, but no ferocious power. Threatened today. There was more than a hint of self-deprecation at the corner of Xiao Jinyu's mouth. Today, he has a reason for killing these people. For one thing, The old man's threat moved him to real anger, which was secondary. The second was that the Tao they cultivated, the blood immortal Tao, slaughtered the entire Holy Spirit clan, and their bodies were more or less stained with the blood of the Holy Spirit clan, and avenging Wang Xiaozu's death was the main thing. Some may say that they are no different from the people of the Blood Immortal Valley if they kill all of them. Maybe there is or maybe there isn't, but there is a bit of nakedness. It's a kind of revenge. It's a world where strength is honored. The remaining millions of Blood Immortal Valley disciples died, innocent or not, but their bodies were stained with the blood of the Holy Spirit race. Whether it's a sin of thoughtlessness or unawareness, but it's a sin to be tainted. Xiao Jinyu's killing intent was hidden in his eyes, and his 100,000 ebony hair fluttered in the wind, and at this moment, he looked like a great devil in the abyss. Quietly, night fell. Xiao Jinyu raised his head and glanced at the darkness. His figure seemed to merge with the endless darkness. Karma kills and sins float? What is sin? What is not guilty? In this world, weakness is the original sin. The night is as dark as water and I am as a harsh ghost. I know I have no regrets in my heart. Chapter 153, The Respect of the Immortal Emperors. Wang Xiaozu's inner changes. Wang Xiaozu was carried out by Xiao Jinyu, who was still unconscious at this point. Xiao Jinyu floated above the celestial dome, carrying Wang Xiaozu in his left hand and looking down at a certain blood-colored round altar below, which had been turned into annihilation under the will of his own immortal realm, with not a single bit of flying ash left. Only a prototype of an altar is visible at this point. The Blood Immortal Valley has collusion with the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil, and this extraterrestrial domain should be the new power or a higher world. My footsteps are just too fast. Now that I've stepped into Immortal Exalt, if I break through again I'll be able to reach Immortal Emperor. At that time, the entire Immortal Realm will after all be under my control. Invoking the will of the Immortal Realm, the power of the Great Tao to imbue a few children with cultivation, so that they can break through to a higher realm unconditionally. Xiao Jinyu had an idea in her eyes and was already conceptualizing what to do in the future. With regards to the term extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil, Xiao Jinyu didn't care. God blocked the way to kill God. Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha. Even if a more powerful cultivator existed, as long as he let his children explore ahead first and mess with some strong people, then naturally his realm would follow suit. Several streams of light surfaced from a distance of 10 million miles away, looking towards the entire Blood Immortal Valley. When they saw the boundless and endless Blood Immortal Valley being razed to the ground for a moment, there was disbelief in their eyes, and one by one, they subconsciously rubbed their eyes. But after realizing that the endless snowy mountain and snowy valley had really been raised into a huge pit, his mouth slightly opened. How is that possible? Blood Immortal Valley was destroyed in this one night, and the disciples among them are nearly dead. Even the two immortal emperors within the Blood Immortal Valley are dead? That was an immortal emperor. Was it all done by the senior? An immortal emperor turned his gaze this way, above the entire Blood Immortal Valley. Xiao Jinyu was alone. However, the aura on his body was only that of an immortal. It's unlikely for an immortal exalt to kill an immortal emperor, and it's even more bizarre to exterminate the entire Blood Immortal ancient land. The faces of the crowd were filled with thoughts and curiosity, but thinking about it could only be attributed to the fact that Xiao Jinyu's realm of strength was somewhat hidden. At the very least, it must be in existence on the same level as them. Otherwise, how could it be able to exterminate a party? Oh, right, was the terrifying aura of that square region of heaven and earth just now emanated by the senior? The will of that heaven and earth is higher than the immortal realm, and the immortal realm has been trembling all along. If we say that the Blood Immortal Ancient is the work of this senior, then everything is still really possible. An immortal emperor spoke out in horror. Several other immortal emperors nodded very approvingly, clearly recognizing this statement. Several immortal emperors watched from afar, not daring to approach Xiao Jinyu in the slightest for fear of disturbing Xiao Jinyu and causing him to be enraged and kill them along with the forces behind them. A few people's faces instantly became terrified. With endless respect on their faces, they memorized Xiao Jinyu's face deeply, and this time, when they went back, they immediately made all the disciples within the clan open their eyes wide and engrave the appearance of this lord in their hearts. By then it is afraid of the family's ungrateful disciples, due to cause anything, in case of a feud with this adult, the family elimination. Fear not. Fear not. This was the level of caution of the immortal emperors. Xiao Jinyu stood in the same place for I don't know how many hours and waited. The dark night was still as deep as ever. Wang Xiaozu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, already showing a hint of awakening, mainly because Xiao Jinyu had just hit him too hard with that hand, directly knocking his consciousness into a complete stupor. To his Holy Spirit clan's physique is only slowly recovering at this moment. If unusual people, unusual ethnic groups, not comatose a few months cannot wake up, an hour passed, the sky dawned, and the sunrise in the distance was as as white as a fish's belly showing. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Wang Xiaozu opened his eyes in a daze, and immediately felt an endless pain in the back of his head, and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He opened his eyes and blinked, realizing that he was still being carried in Xiao Jinyu's familiar stance. The next moment recalled all that had preceded it. Originally, he had come to the Blood Immortal Valley with Xiao Jinyu, and later knew that the Blood Immortal Valley was the enemy that killed his Holy Spirit Valley, and now he wanted to take revenge. Opened his eyes, Wang Xiaozu's face is full of murderous intent again, towards the bottom to look down, and suddenly a blindfold, face puzzled, had blinked again. He realized that this territory seemed somewhat similar to the Blood Immortal Valley. But why was that famous endless blood-colored mountain and the blood-colored hall all gone? And all those scents that annoyed him were gone at the moment, and all that was left was a huge crater? About these Wang Xiaozu did not understand. Awake? I've already helped you get rid of all your enemies, and no one in the Blood Immortal Valley has escaped, including this area that I've destroyed. Now you can rest easy, and your dead kinsman can be relieved again. Xiao Jinyu's voice slowly sounded, his gaze gazing into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking, his words leisurely. Xiao Jinyu's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the immortal emperors in the distance. With their ears, eyesight and its wide range, they naturally hear it. Having received Xiao Jinyu's personal acknowledgement, the crowd's eyes held the implication that it was really so, and they knew for sure that it was Xiao Jinyu who had done it. The crowd of immortal emperors were aghast in their eyes, and still didn't hastily go up to disturb Xiao Jinyu's tranquility. It seemed to them that Xiao Jinyu should be thinking about things at this time. If you disturb it hastily, you might die a little. Wang Xiaozu opened his mouth, wanting to say something to thank him, but realized that it was as difficult to say as if it was stuck in his throat. He wasn't supposed to be the one to say something meaty. It was all in the words. Wang Xiaozu raised his head, a rare lack of playfulness. Nothing else, not even any expression in sight. Just one deep glance at Xiao Jinyu's side face, looking at the man in front of her who she had called his father for 2 months. Over the past 2 months, he kept getting into trouble. Xiao Jinyu kept being tolerant, and his requests were basically met by Xiao Jinyu. And now, even in that previous situation, Xiao Jin did not hand himself over, and even flattened the entire Blood Immortal Valley for him, destroying the entirety of the people of the Blood Immortal Valley. Does Xiao Jinyu have a grudge against Blood Immortal Valley? There wasn't, probably only when the immortal father of the Blood Immortal Valley uttered words of threat, but that was only a grudge that arose with these higher-ups. But Xiao Jinyu killed all the rest for him. How many disciples are there in the Valley of the Blood Immortals? Millions, or even more. He didn't know, but what he did know was that all of these killings that Xiao Jinyu had created were all for him. All for him? Wang Xiaozu's eyes quietly reddened, the tip of his nose was sore, and bean-sized teardrops fell down like no money, little by little. Originally for Xiao Jinyu he still has a little bit of mustard in his heart, now a trace of mustard are gone, but only endless gratitude. At this moment, he truly regarded Xiao Jinyu as his father, and even regarded Xiao Jinyu as more important than his own life. Chapter 154, Nanxian seeks a daughter-in-law. Indifferent without a trace. There are some people, some things, that in their lifetime will far exceed the meaning of their life, as the things they want to protect, the people they want to protect. In Wang Xiaozu's young heart, Xiao Jinyu was the person he wanted to protect, the father he wanted to protect. As for this huge difference in strength, we'll talk about it then. It'll grow on us someday. A child's mind is still stubborn, but not ungrateful. A child is still young at heart, but not ungrateful. Xiao Jinyu noticed Wang Xiaozu's strange behavior and loosened his hand. He floated to his side and stood by his side. Wang Xiaozu's height nearly reached just a little more than above Xiao Jinyu's knees. A large and a small group floated up in the sky like this, their gazes gazing out at the rising sun in the distance, neither of them opening their mouths again, neither of them saying another word. Wang Xiaozu kept everything in his mind, and Xiao Jinyu is not that twisted person. To let him hang meaty love words on his lips may not do much to. It's okay to talk smack, but the easiest and most direct way is to pay it forward. A father for life. It was true for Xiao Jinyu, it was true for Wang Xiaozu, and it was likewise true for Xiao Jinyu's other children. Of course, all encounters are not without reason, and all meetings are destined by fate, but that's an afterthought. We'll mention it later. After the two of them watched the early sunrise here, Xiao Jinyu left the spot with Wang Xiaozu and walked slowly towards the distant sky dome. The two of them gazed farther and farther away, their shadows lengthening in the presence of several late emperors. A few days later, Xiao Jinyu was doing his business in the South Xian Immortal Realm. Today, he came to the South Xian Immortal Realm to look for his daughter-in-law. not to kill someone here. The immortal thoughts of the immortal Zun extreme realm were endless, and in a short moment, personifying the will of the immortal realm, his prior thoughts covered up the entire immortal dynasty, sweeping over the bodies of every cultivator in the southern Xian immortal realm, trying to find the person he was remembering in his mind. After that incident a few days ago, Wang Xiaozu was incomparably well behaved half a month ago, didn't cause any trouble and didn't get into any trouble, and was incomparably obedient by Xiao Jinyu's side. However, after half a month, the nature was once again exposed and immediately did the right thing again. I wonder at what exact level Pop's realm is, but since it was able to exterminate one of the dominant forces of the southern Xian immortal realm, it's definitely stronger than an immortal emperor. That means the South Xian immortal realm. Oh no! I should say the four directions immortal realm I can walk sideways. There was a smirk on Wang Xiaozu's face, his eyes rolling straight up as he strutted above the street, taking a six-parent step. All the immortal emperors raised their heads in unison at this moment as they felt a majestic immortal realm will sweep over their bodies. Someone is spying on us with the will of the immortal realm. Bold! Who is it that dares to spy on us? Truly living out of patience. Several immortal emperors had a morose killing intent on their faces. In the immortal realm, venturing out to spy on others was a great taboo for immortals, and now that they had the audacity to spy on them, this could be viewed as a provocation. Several of the first emperors radiated their immortal intent out, their auras raging with killing intent. When they searched for the source of this will to be Xiao Jinyu, their original temper was immediately doused, and what had just been a ferocious tiger was now a wilted cat. So it's Senior. Just now we said some nonsense. I still hope that Senior didn't hear it as well. Yes, I just hope that Senior is not a big deal. We didn't know it was Senior just now. If I know it, I will definitely let go of my mind and let Senior slowly check it out. The faces of the several immortal emperors directly changed, their attitudes making a 360-degree turn, bowing and apologizing in Xiao Jinyu's direction. Their expressions that were so respectful. It wasn't that they were spineless, it was that Xiao Jinyu's strength was simply too terrifying. That day that side of the world will be able to crush them. Plus some days ago the ferocious power is still there. One person to destroy a side of the master force. Even they themselves alone did not dare to say that they could do so, but Xiao Jinyu did. Xiao Jinyu naturally noticed the unusual situation over here, merely glancing at it and not saying anything. For them, as long as they didn't affect his own interests, as long as they didn't provoke himself with murderous thoughts, then he wouldn't do anything else. A little more than half a quarter of an hour passed, and Xiao Jinyu withdrew her divine thoughts, her face somewhat unsightly. He took in all the cultivators in the entire Nanshan immortal realm. Some were cultivating, some were eating, some were taking baths, some were killing and fighting, some were doing sports, and some were double cultivating in the forest. But, without exception, he never found the person he wanted to see. Even the secret realm within the South Xian immortal world or small worlds were all viewed once, did not find the person they wanted to look for. In other words, his two missing daughters-in-law were not in the South Xian immortal realm. If it's not in the Southern Xian immortal realm, could it be among the other three immortal realms? Xiao Jinyu muttered to herself. Now that I become an immortal dignitary in the South Xian immortal realm, the four directions of the immortal realm have invisible four directions barriers as a means of distinguishing between the four directions of the immortal realms, heaven and earth, and the center. Forget it, I'll check it out again when I'm heading to the other immortal realms. Xiao Jinyu withdrew his will, and there was a sigh on his face. Let's just hope the two of them are in the immortal realm. Previously did not know that outside the immortal world, there is also the extraterritorial, this said. Now know, when the region is again boundless and endless vastness, starry sky vastness, finding them is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. And how long will it take to find them? All of the immortal emperors were in their respective forces looking towards where Xiao Jinyu was, not daring to breathe, curious as to what this senior was doing. At this moment, a sneaky silhouette slipped into their forces, hugged away a divine beast, and turned his head to run. Old ancestor, it's bad. The clan's divine beast treasure-seeking mouse was stolen by a child. What? The treasure hunter mouse was stolen? The Xian Dao sect immortal emperor's face changed drastically as his immortal thoughts covered out and immediately locked onto a sneaky silhouette. Red pants, tied with a red bib, shiny bald head, and a purple and gold mouse bigger than his head in his arms. The Xian Dao sect's immortal emperor was just about to chase out, when his body hardened and stalled in the void in the next moment. If it was someone else who dared to steal his Xian Dao sect's Shinzong divine beast, he would have suppressed him for millions of years if he said anything. But it just so happened that this person was Wang Xiaozua. This is Xiao Jinyu's son. Do they dare say a word? At that time, maybe Xiao Jinyu will destroy their clan in a fit of rage. The tragic situation of the blood immortal valley that day is still fresh in their minds. Now, it is just a loss of a Shinzong divine beast, the heart dripping blood on the blood, Bite the teeth, give also give. Chapter 155, Abducting the Treasure-Hunting Mouse. Taking away the golden light pixie, Wang Xiaozu spells father. Not only that, after Wang Xiaozu tasted the sweetness of this one thing, he realized that these people were even jealous of his father, and there was cunning in his eyes. He gently stroked the purple gold treasure-hunting mouse in his arms, which squinted slightly. Its appearance was a little bit similar to a chinchilla, more like one of the big hamsters. Because the Holy Spirit race was a natural-born and bred favorite of heaven and earth, they had a great affinity for the spirit race and the demon beast race. This was also the reason why the violet gold treasure-hunting mouse would leave the Xian Dao sect with Wang Xiaozu. Wang Xiaozu just said a few words. People are dead set on following Wang Xiaozu. Xiao Jinyu naturally saw this scene. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was just about to say something to transmit his voice to Wang Xiaozu, asking him to put this purple gold treasure-hunting mouse back. Wang Xiaozu seemed to be sensing Xiao Jinyu's gaze from 10,000 miles away and secretly transmitted his voice. Father, don't underestimate this purple gold treasure-seeking mouse. It is capable of searching for all the places of opportunity and treasure in the heavens and earth, and its abilities are beyond terrifying. This is still a juvenile body. If it grows up completely, although it is said that his battle power is not good, but that treasure-seeking function is something that other divine beasts will find it hard to match. After Wang Xiaozu finished this sentence, Xiao Jinyu fell silent and did not say anything else, nor did he ask Wang Xiaozu to return it again. He was definitely not doing this behavior for himself. Definitely not so he could get more opportunities. Definitely not. Purple and gold treasure-hunting mouse, a spiritual beast of heaven and earth, not belonging to any category of demonic beasts, similar to the spirit race, but with differences. They are able to use their keen sense of smell and innate bloodline to search for opportunities that are beneficial to the host, and can even help the host find a son of Qi. Specific information about the purple gold treasure-hunting mouse soon appeared on the system panel, and Xiao Jinyu stopped saying anything when he looked at the fact that he was able to help himself search for the sons of Qi. That's a good sentiment. Save yourself the search. Next, Xiao Jinyu mostly turned a blind eye to what Wang Xiaozu did. Wang Xiaozu got endless benefits. Endless benefits. He was cool, but some people were going to have a hard time. Xiao Jinyu shook off his head that was full of thoughts. The Nanxian immortal realm could not find the person he wanted to find, so he would see if there was the existence of a son of Qi in the middle of the Nanxian immortal realm. If it was good to have taken some as disciples, it would be considered good to establish a party of one's own in the future and let one's own group of disciples join. The immortal land of the bastard sword. Wang Xiaozu also didn't know what kind of means he used to directly sneak into the place where the forbidden land was, and came to the front of a divine beast in a godly manner. Looking at the divine beast's appearance, with a hint of an innocent smile on his face, a stream of thoughts traveled out. Go, go! The divine beast nodded in a direct humanized manner and followed behind Wang Xiaozu. With that, the one man and one divine beast strutted into the bastard blade immortal emperor's land, and his gaze looked towards a certain spot in the sky dome, where two immortal emperors were staring at him with deadly eyes. Their hearts were dripping blood when they saw that the divine beasts within their immortal lands were actually going to run with towards the little ancestor. They had naturally heard about Wang Xiaozu abducting the Daoxian sect's formation sect divine beast, the violet gold treasure-seeking mouse, the other day, and they hadn't expected that it would be their turn so soon. They also made it a point to hide the sect divine beast very well, and even spoke many good words and offered countless conditions for the sect divine beast. As long as he was willing to stay in the sect, they would definitely eat and drink well, and offer up the sect's divine beast. Besides, the resources of the sect divine beasts were not bad on weekdays, so why would they follow Wang Xiaozu so quickly today? They didn't understand and hadn't seen through Wang Xiaozu's Holy Spirit clan aura. The blood immortal race was able to tell because they cultivated with the blood of the Holy Spirit race, and they were more than familiar with the aura. This golden beast is like a tiger and leopard, head and tail like a dragon. Its color is also gold and jade. Its shoulders have a pair of wings but cannot be spread, and the head has a horn and tilted back. Isn't this likeness the divine beast pixie? As for why he went with Wang Xiaozu, it was very simple. Wang Xiaozu's father was Xiao Jinyu, a supreme power, following behind a great power. The future was definitely bright, and he would be able to grow better in the future. Plus, Wang Xiaozu was of the Holy Spirit race, and had a natural affinity with their kind of divine beast clan, so he was directly abducted. Wang Xiaozu seemed to be able to see the dissatisfaction on their faces and spread a smile. Lifting his head, his face was incomparably innocent. My father is Xiao Jinyuo. You can't beat me up, Uncle Dan. After saying two words, Wang Xiaozu's eyes blinked and blinked. What kind of bad thoughts could he have as a little kid? When the two immortal emperors heard the three words that Wang Xiaozu's father was Xiao Jinyu, they then squeezed out a smile worse than tears on their faces and hurriedly said, "How could that be? Little ancestor, hurry up and go. The sect divine beasts will go with you if they want to." Aha! Thanks marshmallows. Wang Xiaozu nodded and continued to bring the golden braves with him as he walked towards the door of the Bastard Blade Immortal Land. Immortal Formation Sect, as it was a formation sect, did not have a divine beast protecting the sect. When Wang Xiaozu came here, he didn't find anything worthwhile even after looking left and right, and directly left after casually stealing a few thousand Immortal Dao Formation ancestral symbols and grabbing a large handful of Immortal Monarch level formation discs. Before leaving, he skimmed his lips. This sect is really shabby. It doesn't even have divine beasts. It's too poor. The most this guy hangs, directly from the gate into the gate out. The words also do not cover. A crowd of Immortal Array sect disciples hear this. The eyes of the angry fire. Fists unconsciously clenched, really wanting to knock dozens of bags hard on top of the bald head of this little brat in front of him, bullying him and making him cry out. Wang Xiaozu seemed to clearly sense the anger in the eyes of the crowd of Immortal Formation sect disciples, revealing a row of large white teeth as he smiled sunnily. My father is Xiao Jinyu. When the disciples of the Immortal Array sect heard the three words Xiao Jinyu, the anger in their eyes immediately dissipated and disappeared, like a pot of cold water being poured down. Their faces were filled with respect and silence. They had heard the legend of this lord, which was why they let Wang Xiaozu be like this. The two immortal emperors hidden in the shadows shook their heads and laughed when they heard this, and there was gratitude in their hearts. Luckily, they don't have any clan protection divine beasts in their clan, or else it would definitely be hard to escape Wang Xiaozu's clutches today, and its loss would not only be these immortal monarch formation discs, it would only be even greater for them. Golden Light Brave, bring around the host can increase the host's luck. With the convergence of the 8 sides of the luck in a body, the ability to attract wealth and treasure, over time, the host's luck will be more than any of the son of the luck of the rich. Opportunities fall from the sky as you walk. You run into a calling girl in the water. A little fairy falls from the sky. Endless riches, endless favors, lots of money, lots of gold. Above the system panel quickly displayed information about the Golden Light Brave. Xiao Jinyu looked at the 3 lines of words above. Somehow always feel that their system seems to be not too serious. Inviting wealth and boosting one's own chi? That's good. Xiao Jinyu watched and nodded in satisfaction, and was immensely pleased with what Wang Xiaozu had done. Wang Xiaozu's is his or his, these two beasts. Hey, own hold away. Chapter 156, Returning to the Northern Recruitment. The Northern Recruitment without her. Wang Xiaozu's astonishing words, because Xiao Jinyu had finished killing people. The system reward was delivered, 50,000 quest points, and a physique minor achievement card. The new panel, which was associated with people who were related to him or her, such as the Dao couple, had specific information about Huangfu Nianzi on it, as well as 2 columns of grayed out information panels, probably his own 2 missing daughters-in-law. After staying in the southern Xian Immortal Realm for a whole half a month, Xiao Jinyu had gained quite a lot of benefits through the Immortal Dignity's realm ability to directly use the Immortal Realms while in several of the southern Xian Immortal Realm's secret realms. Among them, there were as many as 500,000 immortal veins, and all kinds of million-year-old immortal medicines had a whole 32 plants, each of which could be used for alchemy. As for some immortal artifacts, Xiao Jinyu didn't take away too much. After all, he had a nameless blood sword on his own body, which would be completely enough for him, although the rank of the nameless blood sword was that of an imperial soldier. You never knew what words could be added to the front of this imperial soldier. Is it an ordinary emperor realm soldier? Or is it an immortal emperor soldier? Or is it a higher level of some god emperor, chaos emperor? No one knows. These should be enough to take to the heavenly destiny. With these cultivation resources, it is estimated that there should be no need to worry within this year. With Immortal Elder pops around, it's miserably easy to want to ascend in realm. Xiao Jinyu's face had a smile on it as he opened the golden screen on the system panel. He had taken in the movements of several people over the past few days. Xiao Pingji's cultivation in the Taoist Immortal sect was getting stronger and stronger, and it was only a month or so since his last breakthrough, and now his realm had loosened up again. From the Golden Immortal Minor Achievement had reached the Golden Immortal Perfection, and the 2 Emperor bones in his body grew more and more radiant. Not bad, the cultivation talent just follows me, surprisingly relying on my own potential to go this far. Xiao Jinyu looked and nodded frequently. His face inevitably had pride. This was his eldest son. He turned his gaze to Xiao Ruoxue again. In this month's time, she joined a party of forces in the Shitsu Immortal Realm, and with that mysterious physique, she quickly rose within a party of cave immortal lands, and her status climbed rapidly. The strength was not as fast as Xiao Pingji's growth, but it was also progressing gradually. These 2 children are still more at ease with themselves. The only more disturbing is Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Shaonan, 3 people. The 3 of them had even become city lords of a party in the middle of the South China Immortal Realm in this month or so, commanding several small immortal cities. It was worth mentioning that the 3 of them had become a party of immortal generals in unison and, even more coincidentally, were under the seat of Immortal Emperor Tianshan. This is going to be somewhat interesting. I don't know if something will come out of this when the time comes. If it will, I'll just go and help out. Xiao Jinyu couldn't stop the smile on his face. Nothing satisfied him more than seeing his child grow up. Ping Ji's physique, Heaven's Mandate's physique, and Ruoshua's physique all seemed to be somewhat uncomplicated. At that time, I was merely a waste physique, and to want to give birth to such a terrifying physique means that the physiques of my 2 missing daughters-in-law were not simple. Plus they have awakened their memories, and according to the trope in my fictional writing, they're usually some kind of heavenly destined empress or reincarnated great power. Nowadays, my strength has reached immortal exaltation, but it may still be a bit short of those mighty reincarnated female emperors I've written about. After realizing that there are still worlds outside the domain, I'm afraid that their strength will only get stronger. Nanshan couldn't find their footprints, and the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm and Western Chu Immortal Realm are likewise not moving much. Nowadays, the worst plan and the greatest possibility is that they are not in this immortal realm. Xiao Jinyu had deep thoughts in his eyes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. If it was really what he suspected, wanting to find the two would be a bit of a problem. Of course, the simplest and crudest method was to directly raise one's realm to the top of the outworld. With a sweep of his divine mind, he brought everything, all of the 9 heavens, under his nose, so that he could look for people a little better. A few days later, Xiao Jinyu left the southern Xian immortal realm with a pot full of Wang Xiaozu. This place no longer had much significance to him. The same was true for Wang Xiaozu, who had robbed all that he should have robbed, leaving none of the benefits to be gained, and had received countless benefits. Returning to the North Recruitment region, Xiao Jinyu dispersed his immortal thoughts at the first opportunity, and his will was the will of the entire North Recruitment immortal realm. It enveloped all regions, including the 3 great clans, including the 2 hidden sects, the Taoist immortal sect and the Buddhist sect. His immortal thoughts swept over countless people one by one, including the secret realm, including other small worlds. When Xiao Jinyu viewed it like this, the group of immortal emperors naturally felt it. They were just about to do something when they were scared back by a hint of hellish aura emanating from Xiao Jinyu's body. The crowd immediately realized that Xiao Jinyu was the powerful existence of the hell heaven that was summoned that day, which meant that Xiao Jinyu's battle power today was definitely stronger than theirs. This is a great power. They can't afford to mess with it. The visions that Xiao Jinyu had triggered out that day were qualified to investigate Xiao Jinyu's true identity, and those who were at least in the immortal dignity realm. In other words, immortal monarchs and immortal kings were not qualified to pry into the events of that day, and it was even difficult to pry into the source of this hell heaven, not only in the Northern Recruitment immortal realm, but likewise in the Shitsu, Donghua, the 2 major immortal realms. This search disappointed Xiao Jinyu, because he realized that there was no one here that he was looking for. If there were no traces at all here, then the other possibility was what Xiao Jinyu had guessed before, that the 2 of them had left the immortal world, or were in a wider world outside the immortal world. Wang Xiaozu followed beside Xiao Jinyu, raised his head, looked at the disappointment on his father's face. His eyes rolled straight up, and his luscious heart quickly guessed why Xiao Jinyu was sad. It could be the psychology that comes from not being able to find your 2 mothers. Wang Xiaozu pulled Xiao Jinyu's robe and spoke softly. Father, you can actually not be discouraged. With father's strength and so on after leaving this world, he will definitely be able to find his missing mother. And there are advantages and disadvantages to everything, aren't there? Oh, what's the downside and what's the upside? Xiao Jinyu was confused, not expecting Wang Xiaozu to say such a thing, and couldn't help but ask. Wang group he smile, figure floating to Xiao Jinyu's shoulder, close to Xiao Jinyu's ear, quietly said, "This mother cannot be found, is not conducive to the father you and Huangfu mother's matter first into it. After this side of the matter is finished, Huangfu mother won't say anything, and then when you go to the other mother, the matter has been accomplished." Hey, Wang Xiaozu's thieving head. After saying these words, Xiao Jinyu's eyes widened in surprise as she turned her head to look at Wang Xiaozu's man-child-like appearance. Xiao Jinyu's gaze went down and back over him, as if recognizing Wang Xiaozu for the first time. "Good guy," he exclaimed outright. I didn't realize that Wang Xiaozu's thoughts were so advanced. Thinking about it this way, he realized that Wang Xiaozu was right. If he couldn't find the 2 of them in the immortal world, it would be good for him to Huangfu Nianzi, and wouldn't this be a direct result for the 2 of them? As for the missing 2 daughters-in-law, they will take their time to find them when the time comes. It's not like they won't find them themselves. Besides, the duo should be sympathetic. After all, they've been missing for so many years. I'm not a slag. I just want to give her a home. Chapter 157, Dunking the Old Man, Love is Companionship. Xiao Jinyu rode the Qilin and brought Wang Xiaozu back into the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm in a very drawn-out manner. During this period, Xiao Jinyu also confiscated all the formation talisman seals and immortal monarch formation discs that Wang Xiaozu had obtained from within the immortal formation sect, euphemistically saying that he was helping Wang Xiaozu keep them. Of course he was going to take some of these to Li Nanxuan. In his hands they would be more useful than Wang Xiaozu. He was a formation cultivator, and he himself was likewise, only neither had any powerful enemies for him to dislike, resulting in his profession being a bit stronger in the way of the sword nowadays. These days, the Golden Light Pixie's terrifying ability to absorb qi refreshed Xiao Jinyu's knowledge. Originally, his qi was merely golden in color, but now it was actually transforming towards a purple-gold color at an incomparably fast speed. It was estimated that it would only take half a year for his qi to turn the color of purple and gold. I don't know if it was under the auspices of qi, but on the way back, Xiao Jinyu found some heavenly pride with golden qi, with a realm around Luo heavenly immortal. Unfortunately, they were all old men who were several 100,000 years old, and even their faces were fixed in old age, which made Xiao Jinyu not take them in for a while. After all, he was so young. What was the point of accepting a few old men as disciples? Plus, he had Wang Xiaozu making waves at his side recently, so there was no longer a shortage of such troublemaking characters. The righteous son will not be accepted for the time being, and the disciple will follow his own fate to see if there is a suitable candidate in the future. Now he is not in a hurry. A day later, Xiao Jinyu returned to Huang Fu Xian's house, and the Wang group didn't know where to go to make waves, presumably again with their status to make trouble outside. Oh wise son-in-law, you're back so soon? When Huang Fu Xiong saw his precious son-in-law come back within such a short period of time, his face was incomparably enthusiastic, and he immediately brought Xiao Jinyu inside, taking Xiao Jinyu to eat and drink some more. The two drank for 3 days. This time was different from before. Xiao Jinyu, because his realm was elevated to immortal dignity, so his durability or his ability to drink directly followed the elevation of his realm in a straight line. So much so that the two of them drank for 3 days and 3 nights, and he directly poured his old husband, Huang Fu Xiong, to the ground, and he fell into a dizzy, unconscious sleep. This old man of mine is really addicted to human food. Xiao Jinyu shook her head. Last time, he was dunked once by Huang Fu Xiong. This second battle his battle power soared straight up. It is impossible to be dunked again by Huang Fu Xiong. Now the wind and water are turning. Although it is said that my durability has increased, this hidden dragon wine is still strong. After drinking the entire 30 altars, my consciousness is slightly drowsy even now. Time to find my daughter-in-law and go to bed. Hey, Xiao Jinyu seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes rolled straight up and she couldn't stop the smile on her face. 3 times, the figure ghostly, left probe, right probe, look around, no one after, quietly sneaked into the Huang Fu Nianxi's room. There's an old saying that alcohol is a bad idea. Huang Fu Nianxi was sitting alone in the cultivation room. The breath on his body was rising steadily. The realm from Golden Immortal was also lifting up a little bit, and the distance to Golden Immortal perfection was fast approaching, because Huang Fu Nianxi's qi was nearly purple golden color. Her fortune or talent was superior. Huang Fu Nianxi opened her eyes with feeling. In the next moment, a pair of large, warm and powerful hands directly wrapped around her waist, and when Huang Fu Nianxi reacted, she realized that she had long been held horizontally. In less than a breath, he suddenly appeared on top of a large bed. Xiao Jinyu felt the warm pillow and soft jade in his arms, and the divine dragon wanted to raise its head. Mother, it's getting late. We should rest. Xiao Jinyu smiled badly. This recent half-month might not work, because my realm has reached the most critical period. Just one last step away from reaching golden immortal perfection. If you break your body at this time, the Tai-in will scatter and your cultivation will fall. Huang Fu Nian here listened to what Xiao Jinyu said, and immediately blushed scarlet, red to the next stem, red to the root of the ear. She also didn't expect Xiao Jinyu to be ready to go further so soon, although she said that her mind had already been somewhat prepared, but today she was still caught off guard. Xiao Jinyu had just gotten a little excited, but now it was like being splashed down with a pot of cold water. A light sigh. Would have liked to do something good, but now cannot do. No way. Can only wait. Anyway, just half a month. Although it was said that one's immortal monarch realm was able to use other means for the enlightenment of other people's realms to pull up, it was still better to follow Huang Fu Nianxi's decision. It's fine to follow her will if she wants to cultivate slowly. Previously, she had such means during the immortal monarch's time, and had once asked Huang Fu Nianxi if she needed him to give her a hand. However, Huang Fu Nianxi shook her head, stating that her own path needed to be walked on her own. Perhaps this was why she possessed an almost purple golden aura. Whether it is Huang Fu Nianxi or not, or Xiao Pingji, Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Tiannian and so on, their avenues are being explored little by little through their own efforts, and his road well. Originally the knight really can explore road, now is not. Mother, if it doesn't work in half a month, doesn't that mean it will work in half a month? The bad smile on Xiao Jinyu's face increased. Xiao Jinyu was very skillful in lightly exhaling hot air in Huang Fu Nianxi's ear, blowing it to the root of the ear with more burning breath, like a feather lightly scratching. This time, tickled Huang Fu Nianxi's heart a bit, unconsciously curled up a trace of her body. A reply as thin as a mosquito's voice made Xiao Jin use heart blossom as Huang Fu Nianzi agreed. That is to say, in a few days his little brother can go to explore the cave in Blessed Land. Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but hug Huang Fu Nianzi tightly when he heard this. Closing his eyes, his heart was at peace, his breathing was steady, and he slowly fell asleep. After a little more than half a moment, the abnormality in Huang Fu Nianzi's body subsided a bit, and he realized that Xiao Jinyu didn't seem to be moving anymore. Gently turning around, she looked at Xiao Jinyu, who had already closed her eyes, and looking at this face, for some reason her heart quieted down. The man in front of her had a charm that was uniquely his, and sometimes she was thinking of finding a deserted place with Xiao Jinyu and living a casual life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. However, it was found to be impossible to do so, because Xiao Jinyu's pace was so fast that she could only look up behind her. It wasn't just her. Her own disciple Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Jinyu's group of children were likewise the same, so she had to follow Xiao Jinyu's lead and start cultivating as well. She didn't want to become a red-pink skeleton herself for realm reasons and longevity reasons while Xiao Jinyu was still in his prime. Love is companionship. Love is intercession. And this is what she wants with her word. Chapter 158 Immortal Monarch Ranking Battle. Calling Father to help? Recently this Immortal Monarch Ranking Battle is coming up. Do you think the three of us with this amount of combat power can really save the Immortal Monarch's position for Immortal Monarch Tianqian? Xiao Tianmeng was slightly worried and looked towards the duo of Li Nanchuan and Miao Xiaonan on the side. At this time, the three of them were mixing well in the East China immortal world, and were heavily utilized by Immortal Emperor Tianqian. But of course it all started a month ago, after Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan made a gentleman's agreement with those young disciples of the Donghua Immortal Dynasty. The two of them were ready to head towards the main city of the Donghua Immortal Realm to take a look. It was also at this time that Miao Xiaonan transmitted her voice to the duo, and after she became the lord of a city and also became a party of immortal generals at the youngest age, the duo had the idea to go and find Miao Xiaonan. Immortal Monarch Tianqian was incomparably shocked because he had seen Miao Xiaonan at such a young age, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, in a chance encounter. When he inquired that Miao Xiaonan didn't have the slightest background in the East China immortal realm, he directly pulled her into his camp. Miao Xiaonan agreed with surprisingly good talk, and showed a notable fighting ability in the army. Of course, the ability to command an army is not at all, but her battle strength perverted body with Xiao Jinyu for her quietly arranged a body quality. These days even independent awakening, combined with the golden immortal's battle power, crossing a realm wasn't a problem, which meant that she alone topped a Luo heavenly immortal. Next, Miao Xiaonan recruited Xiao Tianmeng and Li Nanchuan, which made Immortal Emperor Tianqian even more satisfied. Li Nanchuan was an immortal formation master, and nowadays it was not a problem to lay down some trapped formations, and killing formations at his level, and this allowed him to be reused in the camp. Xiao Tianming was able to directly cross two realms to reach the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal by virtue of his perverted battle power, which again filled in some of his lack of battle power. The most crucial thing is that the age of the two is also extremely small. There is no other camp background. Pulling together to their side is excellent. He believes that with their age, the degree of this demon, in a short time the strength can be close again. The recent Tianqian Immortal Monarch was simply winning numbness. Immortal Monarch Ranking Battle. If we are going to be really unable to beat them, then isn't there still a master? Call the master here. There's no such thing as a fight over a fight, is there? Li Nanchuan seemed to have thought of something and directly moved out Xiao Jinyu with an incomparable cocky face. Miao Xiaonan's clueless face heard Xiao Jinyu. All of a sudden, her eyes released a golden light, and her little face nodded fiercely. Obviously she was also in favor of Li Nansun's statement. When things are not decided, you can ask Spring Breeze, and if Spring Breeze is not decided, you can spell backstage. Xiao Tianmeng had some hesitation on his face and hesitated. Is this really good? The Immortal Monarch Ranking Battle concerns the name of Immortal Monarch Tianqian. It seems that external forces cannot be used. Seems? It's not always possible. Our master is so strong. What are you afraid of? When that time comes, Master will come, and with his super strength, he will directly suppress all 36 immortal monarchs for him. At that time, maybe it's not impossible for us to directly jump ship and directly take over the positions of a few of these immortal monarchs. Li Nanchuan raised an eyebrow at Xiao Tianmeng, his face mysterious. Holy, yeah, you're still the smart one, kid. Xiao Tianming reacted fiercely and looked at Li Nansun with great appreciation, not realizing that this kid's degree of slipperiness and chicken thievery was even higher than his own. With Pops around, what immortal monarch couldn't be defeated by his terrifying strength? When the time comes to tell Pops to come, not to mention immortal monarchs, Immortal kings will have to kneel down and sing their conquests. The two's eyes locked in the air in agreement. Miao Xiaonan just listened quietly from the side and suddenly spoke. Would it not be good for us to keep calling master like this? It seems like he's the one who sets everything right for us. Xiao Tiannian and Li Nanquan both heard what Miao Xiaonan said and fell silent in a rare moment, as if there was some truth in what Miao Xiaonan said. Oh mandate of heaven, it seems to me that this is not a dependence on your predecessors, but rather a way for you to walk a wider path in the future. You didn't realize? Elder's strength has always been a mystery. If he had the intention to shelter you all the time, he would just directly move his name out to resound throughout the immortal realm. Where would he need to let you all go out to practice? The purpose of what seniors do is probable is to let you experience and at the same time ensure your own safety. After all, you are the children of seniors. Seniors' good intentions. The father's love is like a mountain awe. Pale heaven, who was in the ring, transmitted his voice to Xiao Tianmai and said, out of his own thoughts, he had infinite feelings in his heart. How come he didn't have such a good father? Yes, hearts are made of flesh. What father is relieved that his child is practicing outside? And if it's assured, it won't give them 1,000 or so teleportation runes. When Xiao Tiannian thought of this, his mindset shifted once again and he looked towards Miao Xiaonan and Li Nanquan and spoke. No, this isn't us relying on father all the time, but rather, we're quickly resolving the difficulties ahead. Then we'll rise quickly along with the benefits we get from solving our difficulties, and that will be good for our growth as well. We can only help father when we are more rapidly powerful. Can we not? We are weak at the moment, but we will be strong someday. One cannot be weak all the time, only infinitely strong. It seems so. Miao Xiaonan felt justified and nodded. Li Nanquan thought about this one thing and also felt that it was this reasoning. Master has been so good to us. No, I must repay Master. In the future, while solving the problems for Master, we must also find dozens of Master's maids for Master. Li Nanquan muttered. This square space was not big, and Li Nanquan's voice Xiao Tiannian also heard it, and immediately his pupils opened wide and stared at Li Nanquan. What does Li Nanquan mean by this? Isn't that getting him dozens of stepmothers? Dozens of them? Will your own old man be able to handle it? Li Nanquan saw Xiao Tiannian glaring at him. He smiled sarcastically, thinking that Xiao Tiannian did not agree. After all, finding a master's wife for his own master was also related to Xiao Tiannian having a few moms. Therefore, just as he was about to take this mind back, the next moment Xiao Tiannian's tone was undying. No, dozens are too many. I think a dozen is enough. Miao Xiaonan, Li Nanquan and the two of them also stared blankly as they listened to what Xiao Tianmeng said. Nice guy, they call out good guys straight away. This kid is a filial son. Why don't we see how many times we've called on Master's help in the future, and we'll help him find a couple of mistresses? Miao Xiaonan made a suggestion, and the two of them immediately nodded in agreement. Soon after, when Xiao Tianming met his own mother, he knew that this idea of his was still too naive. He can have the ability to calculate others. With a dark character, most of them are inherited from her mother. The father kind son filial piety, the mother mercy son sad. And when these two little ones met their master's wife, they knew how dangerous this idea of theirs was, for the true Shura was seen within the Shura. Chapter 159, Too Old to Be Robbed. Wang Xiaozu is robbed. Western Quarter Holy Sword Palace. Hey, kiddo, are you the little kid who keeps robbing people lately? Wang Xiaozu was currently continuing his robbery in the city near the outside of Huangfu Immortal City. After the matter of Xiao Jinyu being the daughter's Taoist partner of the Huangfu Xian family spread, Wang Xiaozu's identity was naturally known by everyone. So these days Wang Xiaozu did some robbing within a few cities to get some oil and water, and most of the people turned a blind eye. Anyway, it's just a little bit of cultivation resources. As long as it doesn't jeopardize one's own life, it's fine to give it. After these days of savage plundering, the huge amount of resources on Wang Xiaozu's body would make even an immortal monarch's eyes red when they saw it, and an immortal king would be able to take it and cultivate it for a period of time when he saw the Tao. Wang Xiaozu heard the voice and turned his head to look suspiciously at the white-robed young man in front of him. The man in front of him had an untamed gaze, his eyes resting on his own body constantly flickering, and he was carrying a green-colored long sword behind his back, seemingly a sword cultivator. Wang Xiaozu nodded with pride on his face and crossed his arms. That's right, it's Little Master. Very well, you've gained quite a few resources recently, haven't you? How about lending me some? The white-robed sword cultivator exuded a hint of immortal monarch aura, pressing down on Wang Xiaozu, the implication of which seemed to be that he wanted to rob him explicitly. Wang Xiaozu blinked. For a moment he had not yet reacted. Usually it was he who robbed others, where others robbed him. Now it seemed as if he had been robbed. My father is Xiao Jinyu. How dare you rob me? Wang Xiaozu looked at the man as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like, these days, in the Four Directions Immortal Realm, all those whose cultivation level was greater than or equal to that of an immortal dignitary knew that Xiao Jinyu's strength, Xiao Jinyu, was the cultivator who summoned the will of the immortal realm that was higher than that of the immortal realm. But this stupid bird in front of me doesn't know any better. What Wang Xiaozu didn't know was that his realm was only immortal monarch, and he didn't have that qualification to investigate. Coupled with the closed mouths of the immortal dignity immortal emperor hierarchy, not many knew about this one thing. If the South Xian immortal realm's crowd of cultivators, regardless of their realms, were aware of Xiao Jinyu's ferocious power, after all, the day of the incident was in their southern Xian immortal realm, and there were countless immortals who utilized shadow-retaining stones to record the situation of the Blood Immortal Valley's destruction. The incident happened only a month's time. The North Recruitment Immortal Realm and the South Xian Immortal Realm are in an antagonistic relationship. Want to spread to this side at least a few months. Xiao Jinyu, a casual cultivator with no power. I know. Huangfu Nianxi's Dao couple, just a mere immortal monarch. Even if he comes today, what can he do? Dare to deal with my sacred sword palace? The man was disdainful. The one behind him was the holy sword palace of the Shitsu immortal realm, a dominant level power, of which there were an unknown number of immortal kings and immortal dignitaries. Because he had been traveling in the northern recruitment immortal realm, he had not returned to his own forces for several years, so he did not know that the matter about Xiao Jinyu had now moved directly to the head of the Tai Sui master. Wang Xiaozu listened to what the white-robed man in front of her, her small mouth slightly opened, and for a moment she shouldn't say anything. The heart concluded that the person in front of him must not be a local person, must be an outsider. Even if you are looking for death, you can't look for it like this. Robbing yourself is just a matter of course, and now even your own father is also scolded. The gods can't save O. Quietly, Wang Xiaozu's hand had an additional teleportation array plate, and with a forceful pinch, he directly crushed it. Wang Xiaozu's small movements naturally fell under the man's eyes as much as possible, only that he had no intention of waiting for Xiao Jinyu to arrive. His realm was at Immortal Monarch, but his sword realm battle power could approach Immortal King, so this was the base for him to be able to see no one. However, it would still take some effort to really fight with an Immortal Monarch, and now it would save some effort by directly snatching Wang Xiaozu and running away. He had all these resources on him that he was eyeing. After robbing and running, even if Xiao Jinyu wanted to catch up with him, he would have long since run back into the Western Quarter Sacred Sword Palace. He didn't believe that Xiao Jinyu had the guts to be able to come. Even if he came to the Sacred Sword Palace, when the time came, he himself would call for some more helpers and definitely give Xiao Jinyu a beating of his ass. As the man thought of this, he had already drawn the long sword behind him and took a step closer to Wang Xiaozu, killing intent moving in his eyes. If Wang Xiaozu didn't cooperate, slaughtering the little brat in front of him wouldn't be a problem. This is the immortal world, a much more brutal world, where resources are fought over. Where is there any mutual benefit or concession? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The immortal world was a much more brutal world, much more realistic than the lower world. These days, Xiao Jinyu's children were able to grow up so peacefully because of Xiao Jinyu's shelter. The shelter of Xiao Jinyu's immortal monarch's name, the immortal dignitary's name, coupled with the fact that all of the resources Xiao Jinyu had obtained had been given to his own group of children. They didn't have to worry about cultivation resources either. Cultivation talent, each and every one of them was golden chi, with an unmatched physique. Where would they have the troubles of an unusual immortal? Holy, this person in front of me is ready to come hard. A good man is not a good man, so I'll give it first, and my father should get it back from me when the time comes anyway. Without any hesitation, Wang Xiaozu took out all the resources he had grabbed and threw them towards the distance, and he himself turned into a thunder arc and fled towards the distance. When the white-robed man saw Wang Xiaozu throw out a large amount of resources, his eyes flickered and he received all of these with a big hand. The moment he saw these resources, he also sucked in a breath of cold air, and there were nearly 400,000 resource immortal veins among them. There were countless various kinds of genius earth treasures, immortal weapons, and immortal laws. Count on you to run fast, you little brat. The white-robed man couldn't stop the smile on his face as he crushed the teleportation array card and returned to the Western Quarter Sacred Sword Palace. What he didn't know was that when he returned to the Sacred Sword Palace to say what he had done today, the hairs of the top management of the Sacred Sword Palace exploded. What? You said you were mugged? Xiao Jinyu looked at Wang Xiaozu suspiciously and came to Wang Xiaozu's side. The man had just left in one moment, and the next moment Xiao Jinyu rushed to him. According to his fierce reputation, no one should dare to rob him. Yeah. Not only did he want to rob me, but he was also going to kill me. His face moved with murderous intent, an immortal monarch to boot. Wang Xiaozu's face was filled with fear, dread, and just short of tears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Wang Xiaozu, for triggering the Spellfather system. Enemy, horse armor. Immortal monarch, great success. Sword Heart self-contained, unconditionally raised the Sword Dao realm for the host in Chapter 160, the Western Quarter Row, Sacred Sword Palace, ding, upgrading to the Sword Monarch realm for the host. The system's voice rang out, and Xiao Jinyu only felt that his Sword Dao had been refined again, and that it had improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, his Sword Dao realm had only reached the Heavenly Sword, a sword that carried the might of a party of immortal heaven. Now that he had transformed into a Sword Monarch, his control over the Dao of the sword, the power of the immortal realm, became more and more at ease, as if the sword held in his hand was his arm. His thoughts could then be transformed into endless sword thoughts, and the sword thoughts thus transformed into others, all depending on his control. Sword Monarch, the monarch of the sword, a sword out, 100 swords to submit, at all times can be 10,000 swords to return to the clan. Call the immortal sword 10,000 thousands of immortal swords to help. Jian Jun well. There's something interesting. Xiao Jinyu's heart came to have some interest. If it was said that he could make his Sword Dao realm rise a bit more through this trip, it would also be good. Xiao Jinyu saw these expressions of Wang Xiaozu, naturally able to tell that he was pretending. Who is he, Xiao Jinyu, but the acting emperor of this world? As far as Wang Xiaozu was concerned, this acting was still poor, but Wang Xiaozu wasn't so bad that he lied to him. Plus, the system had really triggered the quest, so what Wang Xiaozu said about the man having murderous intentions towards Wang Xiaozu was in all probability true. Then this is all well and good. In order to kill to stop killing, moving to kill should be clear about the consequences of this. Today, and have to die some people. Of course, whether one person or some died depended on the attitude of the Western Quarter Holy Sword Palace. If their choice was to take refuge, if they were to gather the strength of the entire clan to deal with him, Xiao Jinyu, then this would all be interesting, and he wouldn't mind expanding his ferocious might one step further. Little ancestor, is there any mistake in what you just heard him say about being a member of the Western Quintessence Sacred Sword Palace? Xiao Jinyu lowered her head to look at Wang Xiaozu and opened her mouth to inquire. Wang Xiaozu nodded fiercely, his face incomparably furious. That's right, I definitely didn't hear it wrong. And he also scolded you, father, saying that you are nothing, that you are just a casual cultivator with no background. Here Wang Xiaozu didn't fan the flames to add fuel to the fire, and indeed said everything that Ma Jia said one by one. On the surface, it's a little different in the mind. Hey, even dare to rob your old ancestor my head. When the time comes, don't let my father teach you to be a man. Don't look at my backstage hardness before grabbing it. Am I the old ancestor you can grab just because you want to? When you come out, you have to have a background and power. There was anticipation in Wang Xiaozu's heart, just short of Xiao Jinyu beating up Ma Jia violently and making him return all of his resources to his eyes. Xiao Jinyu took Wang Xiaozu and tore through the immortal realm barrier space and disappeared into place, heading into the middle of the Shitsu immortal realm. There were only 3 dominant forces in the West Chu immortal realm, being the Sacred Sword Palace, the Myriad Sound Valley, and the Heartless House. One of them, Heartless House, is a killer organization whose sphere of influence penetrates into the other 3 sides of the immortal realm, and most of the people in it are outlaws who don't want to die for money. As long as you can afford to pay enough money, then they will be paid a commission to kill the person they want to remove for their employer through a wanted notice issued by their employer. Inside an underground tavern, several black-robed immortal emperors had their faces covered, and no one could see their faces or know who they were. There was an image on their table, an image of Xiao Jinyu destroying the Blood Immortal Valley with a single thought that day. This senior's strength definitely exceeds that of an immortal emperor, which means it's even stronger than us, reaching the end of this immortal realm. But what lies beyond the immortal realm, and whether there is a path to the outside, we ourselves do not know. I'll be smart and have those assassins in the building keep a close eye on anyone intimately related to this one, but anyone who is related to him, hurry up and help protect him up, and see if this can get a hint of favor from this senior. It's also good for us to follow behind this senior, or perhaps we can hopefully leave this immortal realm to go outside the realm. The gazes of several black-robed immortal emperors flickered, and a hint of helplessness crossed their faces at the mention of this realm beyond. The Holy Sword Palace and the Myriad Sound Valley were both behemoths on one side, even slightly stronger than the one side of the South Chu immortal realm. After all, one is controlled by the 4 powers and one is controlled by the 3 powers. The Shitsu immortal realm was adjacent to the Southern Xian immortal realm, so a group of executives had gotten the news about Xiao Jinyu exterminating the entire Blood Immortal Valley. No matter who it is, let all the disciples and elders within their own forces, even if it's each and every senior, put their eyes a little bit bright, and never mess with this bogeyman, and this bogeyman's kid. If you mess with the fixed chopping will not be spared, and will be expelled from the power, and their power has no relationship. Holy Sword Palace. Horse Armor has just returned to the Holy Sword Palace through the teleportation talisman, looking at his departure for several years without much change in the Holy Heavenly Palace with emotion on his face. Taking a deep breath of immortal air, his face was intoxicated and in an excellent mood. It's true that it's still fresh from the immortal energy of this place that belongs to me. Today is really a good day. This is Senior Ma. I didn't expect Senior Ma to return so soon now after all these years of traveling outside in the clouds. Just after Ma Jia returned to the Holy Sword Palace, there were quite a few disciples who recognized him and greeted Ma Jia. The vest was very much used to the adoring eyes of the crowd, and couldn't stop the smile on his face as he nodded and prepared to return to his quarters. Well, how come the clan is going to have a general meeting just after I came back? Oddly enough, forget it, it's been out for a few years, so now it's time to go and have a look. Before the vest even arrived at his place, he received a transmission from the higher-ups. Today, the clan, all the immortal monarchs and immortal kings and immortal dignitaries were going to go forward for a meeting, which seemed to be about the great events that had occurred in the southern Xian immortal realm. The entire 15 immortal monarchs of the first palace, the 4 bright immortal king, and the 2 immortal Zuns had all surfaced in the void. Today, I'm sure that you and the others are aware of the great events that have taken place in the southern Xian immortal realm. The content of the general meeting held today is incomparably simple. Don't mess with Xiao Jin, you don't mess with his child, Wang Xiaozu. Those who mess with it have nothing to do with the clan, and the clan will step in to clean up the door. I hope that you will watch over the disciples you sit down with, and never do such stupid things. The 2 immortal dignitaries above the void majestically swept a glance at everyone with warnings in their eyes. Karma. When Ma Jia heard the 6 words Xiao Jinyu and Wang Xiaozu, at once the whole person was like being splashed with cold water. His hands and feet were cold, and his hands were slightly trembling. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. How come I don't know what great things have happened in the southern Xian immortal realm? And what is the number of people in the immortal world? Countless. The renamed must be countless. Surely it's not what I had in mind. After all, they are still in the northern recruitment immortal realm these days, nor have they heard of him. Xiao Jinyu, traveling to some southern Xian immortal realm. Self-regulation in the vest's mind. Constant suggestion. Constant reassurance. Chapter 161 Vest's Fear. Holy Sword Palace higher-ups angry. Clearing the doorway. The vest raised his head and looked at the 2 immortal dignitaries at the head of the group and respectfully said, "Dare I ask your excellency, what has this Xiao Jinyu done in the South Xian immortal realm? I have just recently returned from an outward journey in the clouds, and I do not yet know the specifics of this matter, so please inform me in detail." Your excellency, an immortal Zun glanced at Ma Jia, and was also clear about Ma Jia going out on a cloud tour. Within the Sword Palace, a group of elders going out on a tour would report to the palace. The immortal sovereign above glanced at the immortal sovereign who was close to Ma Jia, a glance that meant for this immortal sovereign to say something about Xiao Jinyu to Ma Jia. Since he's not sure, then let him know in detail and re-emphasize it in passing. Brother Ma, you don't know, but this senior Xiao is a powerful person with unfathomable strength. Even the palace sect ancestor was scornful of this senior. That day in the southern Xian blood immortal valley, he wore a white robe like an earthly god of the ages. One thought of the world collapsing, one thought of the blood immortal valley being leveled. All 7 million or so blood immortal valley disciples died in his hands, and 2 of the blood immortal valley's old ancestors, all of the top echelons, died in his hands. We can't afford to mess with that terrifying battle power. The approaching immortal monarch spoke with a look of fear and respect on his face. What? So strong? When Ma Jia heard what this immortal monarch said, his heart was shocked. Is there really such a strong cultivator? Even stronger than an immortal emperor? In the immortal realm, the known immortal emperor was the strongest existence, and even now it was the level of some of the old ancestors who had not been around for millions or even billions of years. They set out to make breakthroughs within a party's power in order to seek a higher realm, but just like that, he was still killed by Xiao Jinyu. And the most crucial thing was that one person had destroyed a party of sovereign forces. Being able to level Blood Immortal Valley would naturally be able to level their Holy Sword Palace. And thinking of this, Ma Jia's heart was slightly calmed. This person definitely couldn't be Xiao Jinyu. If Xiao Jinyu was really that strong, in the North Recruitment Immortal Realm in the previous few months he would have been ferociously famous. Where else would he have only exposed the Immortal Monarch Realm? The Vest was already 99% certain about this matter in his heart. It couldn't be Xiao Jinyu, but in order to get some more evidence, he still opened his mouth again, arching his hand at the approaching Immortal Monarch. Brother Tai, I wonder if there could be a shadow retaining stone for me to admire the senior's appearance. Naturally, I've saved dozens of copies, and every time I watched my predecessor make a move, it made me sigh with awe. The immortal monarch with the surname Tai took out a shadow retaining stone and injected immortal power into it, and the image imprinted within the stone began to play, reflecting in the entire void. It was a rolling, blood-colored valley, and above it a young man floated above. His white robe fluttered, his 100,000 ebony hair flared, and a devouring black aura flickered within his dragon pupil. It's really him. When the horse armor saw this scene, his pupils shrunk violently. his body trembled, and he only felt that the blood in his entire body stiffened up at this moment. His hands and feet became even more cold, and a cold sweat broke out behind him in an instant. There was absolutely no way he could be wrong about the man's appearance, only to see that the man's mind moved, and the entire Blood Immortal Valley was turned into flying ash. The image was very fast, only 3 breaths of time, but it was also these 3 breaths that the entire rolling Blood Immortal Valley changed into a land of giant pits. What? It's really him. Majia's face became more and more ugly, no longer seeing any blood color, full of fear. He originally did not believe in this, and in his heart there was a great hope that it was not Xiao Jinyu, but seeing the picture, who knew the result would be that most unlikely of points? It was really Xiao Jinyu of the Northern Recruitment Immortal World, now that he had also robbed Xiao Jinyu's child's resources. Thinking of this, his legs softened and he couldn't help but kneel down powerlessly. Brother Mama, what are you doing? I know Senior is strong, but it's not like he's scared like this. Ha ha ha. The immortal monarch with the surname of Tai saw Ma Jia in such a state and helped him up, and the other dozen or so immortal monarchs couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the scene. They were also incomparably shocked when they saw the scene, but they hadn't been scared to the point where they couldn't stand up on their legs like Ma Jia. Brother Ma, you're looking a bit pale. Did something happen? Another immortal monarch could not help but speak out when he saw such a face on Ma Jia, inquiring with relief on his face. I seem to be in trouble. You guys need to help me. The Vest's face was filled with fear. His voice trembled and his body trembled wildly. This was the crushing of absolute strength. He simply couldn't afford to produce any trace of resistance. The 2 immortal elders saw that something was wrong with Ma Jia. From just now when Ma Jia started to ask about Xiao Jinyu, looking at this shadow-retaining stone, to now this vision, there was a slight difference in it. The duo's gaze was majestic. What happened to the Vest? Could it be that you don't have any involvement with the seniors ahead? The duo's words were like knives, piercing straight to the heart of Ma Jia. Horse armor voice trembling deeper. The color of fear on the face is deeper. Vaguely see, under the legs emitted a stench. Seems to be scared to pee. The surrounding dozen or so immortal monarchs frowned slightly when they saw the scene. They didn't expect that he, a sword immortal, would be scared into such a state. What kind of behavior is that? However, the 2 immortal dignitaries could see that it was unusual and that there must be something fishy about it. An immortal dignitary's face was gentle. His words were mild, and he said softly, "You don't have to be afraid. Feel free to say what you have. The palace sect, will take care of it for you. Don't worry about it and say it's okay." The fear on Ma Jia's face did not diminish after hearing this sentence, and after some hesitation, he spoke. "I robbed the resources of Senior Zhao's child." What? A dozen or so cries of alarm sounded at the same time, and the great hall was plunged into dead silence. There was surprise, hesitation, disbelief, and more than anything else, shock. How dare his Vest? Even if he borrowed tens of thousands of guts, he wouldn't dare to rob Xiao Jinyu, and they wouldn't even dare to throw a look at Xiao Jinyu. But the horse armor is so doggedly bold that it went so far as to rob the resources of Xiao Jinyu's children. Is it living idly and impatiently? The faces of the 2 immortal dignitaries immediately sank, and the faces of all the immortal monarchs and immortal kings on the field were hard to see, and the 2 immortal monarchs closest to Ma Jia directly stepped aside, not wanting to stay with him for a long time. In the next moment, an immortal Zune-level flying sword flashed, directly decapitating Ma Jia's head, along with his divine soul, in a single move, seconding Ma Jia. Before death, the Vest has a sense. The pupils are staring, and there is still fear and disbelief in the eyes. Why did the 2 immortal dignitaries clearly say that they would protect him? How did they just chop off the next moment? Changing their faces became so fast. What should we do about this matter? Palace Master? This fool has even gotten on that senior. If that senior were to take his anger down, perhaps my entire sacred sword palace would be unprotected. Yeah. What should the Palace Master do? The 2 immortal kings looked worriedly at the immortal Exalt who had just struck. What to do? What else can we do? Bring the corpse of this fool with us, as well as searching all the resources he looted from his body. Then bring along half of the resources within my sacred Emperor Palace's treasure trove and put them all in, as a way to earn Senior's forgiveness. Otherwise, today my Holy Sword Palace is in great trouble. The 2 immortal dignitaries opened their mouths at the same time, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Looking at Ma Jia's corpse, the more they looked at it, the more angry they became, and in their hearts, they cursed all of Ma Jia's ancestors. This dumbass has nothing better to do than to mess with Xiao Jinyu. Now for the clan to bring such a big disaster. If something really happened to the clan, Ma Jia is the eternal sinner of his Holy Sword Palace. If there is another world, if they all die today, say what to meet in hell they want to kill the horse armor 100,000 times, only to eliminate the hatred of the heart. Chapter 162 Holy Sword Palace Reparation Gift, Confiscation of Resources. Xiao Jinyu rode the divine light Qilin and slowly stepped down step after step from above the heavenly dome in an incomparably majestic manner. Wang Xiaozu plopped down on the purple gold treasure hunting mouse. a large and small one, and thus appeared in the sky dome of the entire Sacred Sword Palace. When Xiao Jinyu appeared in less than an instant, all of the top brass who had just met appeared out of thin air immediately, and they came to the door of the Sacred Sword Palace, first saluting Xiao Jinyu with incomparable respect. 2 immortal emperors, a man and a woman, walked out of the void. The 2 of them took in everything that had just happened and hurriedly spoke. We didn't know that seniors had come to lose a distant welcome. Please forgive us. Xiao Jinyu nodded indifferently. These should be the top echelons of the Sacred Sword Palace. A dozen or so immortal monarchs, 2 or 3 immortal kings and immortal emperors. If they didn't give an account of themselves today, something might have to happen to this Holy Sword Palace. You should know what I have come for today? Xiao Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of danger had already emanated from his body. Of course, if Wang Xiaozu could be allowed to take the lead in disliking a few immortal emperors, allowing his realm to grow some more, it would certainly be even better. Before, it was because Wang Xiaozu disliked an immortal king before he didn't fall unconscious that he broke through to immortal exalt, and he didn't dislike immortal emperors after he fell unconscious to the point that he didn't raise his own realm. Now seems to be the opportunity. We naturally know that this vest of the clan went so far as to rob the resources of Senior's child. We drove him out of the clan long ago and, as a token of apology, have already beheaded him here. Seniors, take a look. The 2 immortal monarchs at the bottom brought out a headless body along with a head. And wasn't this the vest that had just died? Even the bodies are hot. The 2 immortal emperors saluted Xiao Jinyu again. Their faces were terrified. They were really afraid that Xiao Jinyu would do something. Clan elimination. This is not a joke. The palace master of the Sacred Sword Palace handed up a whole handful of Qiankuan rings with both hands and delivered them to Xiao Jinyu. This is the treasure that Ma Jia robbed Senior's child of, so please ask Senior to point it over. The Holy Sword Palace's palace master's face was filled with fear. After all, this senior in front of him carried not only prestige, but also ferocity. A single thought destroys a party's power without batting an eyelid. Xiao Jinyu nodded and expressionlessly put it away, and when his divine thoughts covered it, he was instantly shocked. Has Wang Xiaozu robbed so many things lately? Nearly 10 million immortal veins, in which the immortal material immortal medicine are 10 million years to start. The whole has 100 or so. With these, even if one ate a single immortal pill, a pig would be able to soar in place, and a dog would be able to cultivate into the heavenly immortal realm. Soon, Xiao Jinyu realized that this must be an extra added by these people. Wang Xiaozu could not have obtained so much even if he had robbed the 3 great families, even if he had robbed them. Unless one destroys the 3 great clans, one may still be able to gain a lot of benefits. Xiao Jinyu very consciously put it away. Wang Xiaozu looked at the side of the teeth itchy. This is obviously all his own things. He worked hard to rob half a month. Now even all fell into the pocket of Xiao Jinyu. Now he couldn't say anything about it, but could only retrieve some more by softening it up when the time came. Ding! Congratulations to the host. By virtue of the host's ferocious might, letting others help the host to behead the horse armor to complete the task, unlocking the achievement, Fierce Fame of the 8 Directions, presenting an additional reward, a classless Fierce God Ancestral Body. Fierce God Ancestral Body, source unknown, stronger than an immortal emperor, same as the Hell Heavenly Sun Ancestral Body, but does not have any consciousness. The host can instill the idea into it and control the Fierce God Ancestral Body. It can be reborn if there is blood, and is virtually indestructible. Before Xiao Jinyu could do anything, the system's voice rang out and unexpectedly obtained a Fierce God Ancestral Body. Xiao Jinyu looked at the system's prompts above this golden panel in front of him, and there was emotion on his face. This system is too good. Right, although there is no release of the task, but unlock the achievements to give back the reward. Love, love, love. This is crossing the necessary conscience system. Xiao Jinyu watched the vest die and had a sigh of regret on his face. Originally, he still wanted to make something happen today. Now, they are like this. He can't still really exterminate the whole clan. To get the resources back, the matter will have to be left alone. Alright, let's end this matter here. Since the person is already dead, then the grudge of this matter is of course over, and it won't have anything to do with your Sacred Sword Palace. Gentlemen, take it easy. Xiao Jinyu smiled, patted the Qilins back, turned around and disappeared above the Sacred Sword Palace with Wang Xiaozu. He was prepared to go forward to other parts of the Shitsu Immortal Realm to take a look, and when he came to the Shitsu Immortal Realm, he could also use his immortal thoughts to see if there was someone he was looking for here. The group of Sacred Sword Palace executives breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiao Jinyu leave. The 2 immortal emperors looked at Xiao Jinyu just now with a hint of regret flickering on their faces as the corners of their mouths pulled. This senior seems to be very sorry about this matter. It seems to want them to take action. Unfortunately, they did not do so. Otherwise, the Holy Sword Palace is in danger. Xiao Jinyu emanated his immortal thoughts for an instant, representing the entire Shitsu Immortal Realm with his own will. He covered all the cultivators of the Shitsu Immortal Realm, checking up to see if there was someone he wanted to find here, but the lap eventually let him down. There was no movement even in the three-party immortal realm, not even a single hair was seen. Now one could only place their last hope within the East China immortal realm, and if the East China immortal realm didn't have it either, then they would probably have to travel outside the realm to look for it. Wang Xiaozu was lying on top of the purple gold treasure mouse, looking at Xiao Jinyu, who was riding the divine light Qilin on the side. His face was thinking of wording, thinking of how to get his looted treasures back. After all, it's the result of your own hard work. That, father, I was robbed of my resources. See if you. Wang Xiaozu rubbed his hands together and had a look of anticipation on his face. Xiao Jinyu glanced at Wang Xiaozu at the sound of his voice and feigned anger. How could I take your things for myself? I'm your father. What do you think I am? Yes, I was wrong in my thinking. Father is certainly not such a man. Wang Xiaozu hurriedly nodded his head, deeply repentant. The color of anticipation on his face deepened, and his hand was outstretched. Wrong? It's good to know it's wrong. Really, this time even if punishment you resources confiscated. Next time not allowed to think like this for father me. Xiao Jinyu specially bent down and gently patted Wang Xiaozu's shiny head, with a kind smile on his face. Wang Xiaozu's face turned green when he heard what Xiao Jinyu said. No? What's wrong with him? What happened to the resources? Wouldn't that still be swallowing the resources you've robbed? I have been working hard for half a month, and now it's all gone, so I can't cry. Chapter 163, Demon Body Small Achievement. Xiao Ruoshue's physique. Innate unsullied body. Opening the system panel showed details about his physique. Host, Xiao Jinyu. Realm, Immortal Zune Extreme Realm. Infinitely approaching Immortal Emperor. Battle power unknown. Occupation, Sword Immortal, Sword Monarch. Blade Master, Blade Domain. Formation Master, Heavenly. Immortal Elixir Master, 4th grade. Physique, Heavenly Border Sacred Body. Tai Sword Ruin Body, Small Completion. 10,000 Searches Divine Body. Jinjian Hegemony Heavenly Body, Large Completion. Extreme Heavenly Devil Body, Not Yet to Small Completion. Immortal Path, 3,000 Immortal Paths. Spirit Pet, Divine Light Kirin. Fierce Beast Chaos. Mission Points, 8,000. The Blade Dao Realm and the Formation Realm were not elevated when they were on the lower continent. When I arrived in the immortal world, a few kids didn't mess with any decent enemies, causing me to fail to raise these two professions up even now. But it's not a big problem, and one day they're definitely going to mess with the enemy. Xiao Jinyu looked at the system panel about his other two professions and quickly withdrew his eyes. When I completed the quest earlier, I obtained a physique minor achievement card, which is just right for the extreme heavenly demon body, and these quest points can be saved up for now, and when the time comes, we'll see what they're still lacking, just so we can make up for the shortfall in their realm. Xiao Jinyu had worried a lot for his group of children to grow up quickly. Sure enough, I'm the one good father in a million. Xiao Jinyu had a sigh on his face. It's really just a matter of striving for their children to improve faster, to be able to quickly spell out their father, and then make him more self-reliant in his strength. System, put the cozy eye card to use. Xiao Jinyu called out in his heart, congratulating the host for successfully using the system minor completion card. The extreme heavenly demon body has reached minor completion. Unlocking the extreme demon ancestor blood. Extreme Dao devil ancestor blood. A thought turns into a devil. The blood is the blood of a devil ancestor, and in the body of a devil ancestor, the strength can be unconditionally raised by one realm on top of the original, and there will be a period of weakness after the devil blood is burned. Another one that can increase my battle power. This extreme Dao demon blood is even more perverse, able to raise a realm for me. Like the hell ancestral body, it also has a backlash period, but if the two are used in combination, both are extremely powerful existences. Xiao Jinyu was happy. With all the physical qualities, coupled with his strength today, life is as lonely as snow. Having come to the immortal realm for only half a year, at this point, he was already invincible in this realm, more so than the son of heaven's destiny, the Valley of the Myriad Voices. Xiao Jinyu checked that Xiao Ruoshue was in the Myriad Sound Valley and came directly here to meet with Xiao Ruoshue. After a month's absence, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. The matter of Xiao Jinyu being a daughter slave had long been no secret. Father, Xiao Ruoshue said in surprise, who was that white-robed man in front of the door if not Xiao Jinyu? Xiao Ruoshue still didn't have any hesitation and ran all the way to jump into Xiao Jinyu's arms. The two of them were still as close as they were when they were young. In this month, I didn't expect you to join the Myriad Immortal Valley. This Shitsu Immortal Realm has already been checked by my father, and there is no trace of your mother, so you can also cultivate while here. If you lack something, just tell your father, and if someone bullies you, just call out to me. Xiao Jinyu had a gentle smile on his face, and a whole pack of Qiankuan bags appeared in his hand. There were many more Qiankuan rings within the Qiankuan bag, which contained nearly more than 1,000,000 immortal veins, as well as some cultivation resources. Wang Xiaozu followed behind to see those Qiankuan bags that Xiao Jinyu took out in her hands. The corners of her mouth tugged, her eyes slightly red, and her heart dripping blood. This is his own robbery to get. How father all take to Xiao Ruoxua. Damn it, people are more angry than people. Aren't they not his own? Why do you treat me so differently? Wang Xiaozu was indignant in his heart. Of course this was just a joke. He was still very grateful to Xiao Jinyu, and was not repulsed by the identity of Xiao Jinyu's father. These days he can also see that Xiao Jinyu is a daughter slave, so there is no other than some inner indignation. Before Xiao Ruoxua could react, countless resources fell into her hands. She did not check them and chatted with Xiao Jinyu. Regarding Xiao Ruoxua's physique, Xiao Jinyu quietly checked it out. For the innate unsullied body, which had an extremely high affinity for the Great Tao, and as long as there were enough resources to cultivate, there was hardly any bottleneck. Only Xiao Ruoxua herself does not seem to know. Xiao Jinyu also did not say anything more meaning. Let the daughter to keep the first heart. Now this state will be fine. There were any enemies with him carrying them in the front, and if his own cultivation realm was not enough, he let Wang Xiaozu, Xiao Tianmian, and they caused trouble in the front, and his own strength followed. Xiao Jinyu brought Wang Xiaozu to talk with Xiao Ruoxua for a small half-day, and after reliving half a day, Xiao Ruoxua watched Xiao Jin leave. Xiao Tianmai called out and seemed to need help, so he took Wang Xiaozu to the Donghua Immortal Dynasty. What Ruoxua? You said that Senior Xiao is your father? Above the Golden Hall, the three female immortal emperors' eyes widened in shock as they looked at Xiao Ruoxua in death. There were still several immortal exalts and immortal kings above the main hall, and everyone was looking forward to Xiao Ruoxua's answer. Xiao Ruoxua had joined them in the Myriad Immortal Valley a month ago, and with her own talent, as well as her mysterious physique, she immediately gained the attention of the Myriad Immortal Valley. But now, the two immortal emperors had accidentally noticed Xiao Jinyu had come among Xiao Ruoxua's residence and seemed to have talked about something with her. But since Xiao Jinyu was there, they didn't dare to pry more, and vaguely heard Xiao Ruoxua address Xiao Jinyu as her father. Now waiting until Xiao Jinyu had left, each one rushed over, eager to seek confirmation. If Xiao Jinyu was Xiao Ruoxua's father, then wouldn't their Myriad Sound Valley be covered by Xiao Jinyu, a powerful cultivator that surpassed immortal emperors? Thinking about this, even with the state of mind of the three immortal emperors, it was hard to avoid getting excited. Yeah, dare I ask the Valley Master if something happened? Xiao Ruoxua nodded and looked at the crowd in the Great Hall in confusion, not understanding why they were so excited. Had his own father done something to draw such a reaction from the crowd? Xiao Ruoxua didn't yet know how big the commotion of the things Xiao Jinyu had created was. After all, her realm wasn't qualified to understand that aspect of things. If Xiao Jinyu hadn't come along to visit Xiao Ruoxua today, perhaps the Myriad Heart Valley's group of executives wouldn't have associated the two together. Ruoxua, could it be that you really don't know that Senior Xiao is a supreme power? He's much stronger than all of us, destroying the southern Xian sovereign power Blood Immortal Valley with a single thought. The female immortal emperor Sanming's gaze rested on Xiao Ruoxua's body with hesitation and shock on her face. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruoxua knew it or not, today Xiao Ruoxua had joined them among their forces, and their Myriad Immortal Valley had really picked up a treasure. No, it should be said that the treasure was actively coming towards their Myriad Immortal Valley. This kind of chance might not be obtained even if the ancestral tomb was blown up. I don't know. Xiao Ruoxua shook her head in confusion. With that, the three immortal emperors released the images from that day, and Xiao Ruoxua's beautiful eyes coalesced in shock, realizing that her father was strong to such an extent. Chapter 164 Immortal Monarch Ranking Battle, 8-Side Siege, Calling Out. For a moment, Xiao Ruoxua fell silent for a few moments, digesting the shock about what Xiao Jinyu had brought. Originally thought that his father's strength should be around Immortal Zun or Immortal Emperor, but did not expect to flatten a party of dominant forces with a single thought. To be able to be strong to such an extent meant that he was actually able to walk sideways in the immortal realm by virtue of her own father's identity. She was also able to walk sideways. As for why Xiao Jinyu wanted to destroy the Blood Immortal Valley, as well as kill so many people, she didn't feel anything. She trusted her father and knew what kind of person he was, and it's to whatever her father did, for sure they were right, so just support it. Xiao Jinyu, worthy of being my father's sweet little coat. When Xiao Ruoxua's identity was exposed, the entire Myriad Immortal Valley's center of gravity all shifted to Xiao Ruoxua. Moreover, all the higher-ups valued her identity and status more than themselves, and in just a few days' time, her status rose again and again, second only to the three immortal emperor ancestors. In the next few days, she will not only be able to walk horizontally in the middle of the Myriad Immortal Valley, but when the other two forces inquired about Xiao Ruoxua's identity, she walked horizontally throughout the entire Opera Immortal Realm as well. Father actually brought so many cultivation resources. Xiao Ruoxua returned to her residence and was shocked when she opened the Qianquan bag Xiao Jinyu had given her. There were actually 1,000,000 immortal veins inside. enough for her realm to soar all the way. She discovered her own special thing. As long as she had enough resources, her cultivation realm was just as crunchy and fast as if there was no bottleneck. My father has been building us up and has been protecting us up front, and I can't let him down. One day my father will have days of old age when it can be my turn to protect him. Xiao Ruoshue's face had determination in it, and immediately began her seclusion, digesting this huge resource. And when she finished her seclusion, her strength was another sail of change. This world of cultivation is cruel, but a father's love is warm. But is there really a day when Xiao Jinyu is weak? As long as the system is there, it's basically impossible. What to do? We can't beat them at all. The opposite side's strength and numbers are a bit too much, aren't they? Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanquan and Miao Xiaonan's three faces were incomparably ugly. The three were clad in immortal helmets and immortal armor, and they really looked so much like one thing, especially Xiao Tianmian and Li Nanquan. At a small age, their faces were already full of blood and perseverance. Miao Xiaonan was only a little more than 10 years old, wearing a fairy helmet, slightly petite. On one side of the large ring in the void, a whole 300,000 immortal soldiers and immortal generals were commanded by the three of them, representing the camp of immortal sovereign Tianqian, guarding a city behind them. Behind them, the city held nearly 700,000 troops, led by several other generals. The huge void ring presented 72 cities, representing 72 immortal monarchs. Among them, there are sealed immortal monarchs naturally have not been sealed immortal monarchs. This is a new and old immortal monarchs alternation. Not only test the immortal monarchs that is the strength of the battle, but also test the immortal monarchs under the command of the generals of the battle. But today, a group of immortal generals seem to have negotiated as if they were in agreement, approaching the two sides of the immortal city that immortal monarch Tianqian was guarding. An entire 10 immortal cities turned on them. That was exactly why. The 300,000 troops were surrounded by 3 million immortal soldiers, of which the immortal generals in command were at a higher realm than the three, all at the level of the great Luo golden immortals. If we were to say that we were going to have a battle, there was absolutely no problem. Xiao Tianmeng had no problem killing several people with his own heaven-defying battle strength, but he didn't want to expose his battle power too early. After all, there were still dozens of cities here, in which the first immortal general under each immortal monarch's seat could be at the level of 9 heavenly Xianxian immortal battle power. On his own side, the 9 heavenly immortal was slaughtered by his own father, missing such a powerful combatant, causing the Tianqian immortal monarch's side to be weak, and being targeted by others early on. What to do? If you can't beat them, of course you'll call someone. Ask Spring Breeze when you're undecided. And if you hesitate, call your old man. Xiao Tianmeng did not even think about it and was very smooth, secretly crushing a teleportation array talisman and calling for Xiao Jinyu to come. The worst thing we can do today is to fight to the death. If he dies, he may have to face a dozen or more 9 heavenly Xianxian immortals surrounding him, and his small body may not be able to withstand it, so a direct call is undoubtedly best. In the void ring, higher up in the immortal sky, 12 elegant pavilions stood, with an immortal king seated within each pavilion. The 36 immortal monarchs were commanded by the 12 immortal kings, who in turn listened to and looked up to the immortal lord of the Eastern China immortal realm. The gazes of the 12 immortal kings glanced back and forth over the bodies of the people under the field, wanting to see which immortal monarch would be able to kill their way out of the siege, and they would be enough to transfer that immortal monarch to their own command, and they could make a grab for them. Each immortal king was pondering, having long thought about which immortal monarch would be able to enter under their banner, having done much investigation long ago. After all, this was a party of immortal dynasties that operated as if they were dynasties in the lower continent, pulling people together and dividing camps. Immortal Emperor Tianqian stood on top of the wall, his face hard to see. He looked down below at Xiao Tianmai's trio being besieged by the combined armies of the 10 directions and glanced indignantly at the several city lords corresponding to the 10 immortal cities. They are determined to work against themselves, to make themselves the first to go out. Tianqian, you don't need to struggle anymore. You don't even have a single 9 heavenly Xianxian in your camp. You're bound to lose this battle, so you might as well retire early. This year's immortal monarch seal is not going to be with you. Die of this heart. A few immortal monarchs in the distance had teasing faces, and the other immortal monarchs likewise had the same expression. Immortal monarch Tianqian's gaze was contemplative, unable to find any way, or even any other way to crack the problem, his face unwilling. Is this really the end of the road for today? After 30 million years on the throne, is it really going to stop here now? The faces of the group of armies that surrounded Xiao Tianming and the others were similarly teasing and incomparable. In their view, this 300,000 army against their 3 million army was a turtle in a jar. Don't make it too easy to win them. Surrender, little brats. This immortal monarch ranking battle today no longer has anything to do with you guys. Surrender early and save yourself some physical pain. Fine skin. I don't know if I can withstand a shot from my little master. Only golden immortal realm, and heavenly immortal, can be the main general of a party? Is there no one in your camp? Ha 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 ha. Countless mocking voices rang out, and the 10 generals at the head were mostly in the realm of the great Luo golden immortals, their faces contemptuous. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Shaonan were disdainful, and in their opinion, what was the point of letting 3 little kids come out to fight? Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan's faces remained unchanged and ignored them. In the next second, the faces of the 3 of them lifted in unison as they felt Xiao Jin use familiar aura from afar and drank low. Coming. Xiao Jin, you had already rushed this way and would arrive in a few seconds. Asterisk just taunted. You'll be crying later. The 3 of them had big smiles on their faces, already able to think of the results afterward. With Xiao Tianmian at the head, he swept the entire field in a circle and shouted to everyone, "We want unconditional surrender." Chapter 165, Xiao Jin Yu's arrival. Immortal Emperor's salute. Making rules. Surrendered? That's a drop. A few taunts and you can't top it? Ha ha ha. It's true that it's a kid's heart. A kid is a kid. It's hard to be of great use. Still a general. Go back to your mother's womb and remodel early. When the crowd of generals as well as the immortal soldiers heard what Xiao Tianmeng said, the mockery on their faces increased. When 3 armies face each other, the one who surrenders will only be looked down upon, even if you lose the battle, even if you fight with a bang. But surrender is frowned upon by all. Not only them, but the several other immortal camps that were still fighting heard the word surrender and stopped their hands in unison, looking towards Xiao Tianmai's side with pity on their faces. The 71 immortal monarchs mockingly looked at the Tianqian immortal monarch's look, as if to say that the immortal soldiers of your camp are good, having produced a wimp. It's been years since anyone surrendered, and now it's really happening with you. The 12 immortal kings shook their heads in disappointment and did not say anything. Tianqian immortal monarch froze, somewhat doubting what he heard. His side surrendered? Pulling out his ears? He seemed to want to listen to what Xiao Tianming said about surrendering. He was an immortal monarch. He was the main force. He didn't even surrender. Xiao Tianming surrendered instead. Asshole. Had he recruited a fake general to come in? An undercover agent, specifically to lose face? At this time, Tianqian immortal monarch was a bit skeptical of life. Not only him, all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals within the entire immortal city were blinded, their faces reddened with incomparable disgrace. Everyone opened their mouths at this moment and were just about to curse something when a terrifying aura appeared above the sky dome. The immortal exalted might that he carried was like the will of this immortal realm coming in person, like the heavens crashing down, pressing down on all of them. The entire void ring sank as a result, and the entire 71-party immortal city, excluding where immortal monarch Tianqian was located, was turned into smoke and powder. Boom, boo, boo. Countless immortal soldiers and immortal generals hadn't yet reacted to what had happened. Their homes were gone, and the immortal city had blown up, just ready to come with a verbal output. The crowd was hardened by the aura and held back. Their legs softened and they directly kneeled on the ground. It wasn't just them, it was all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals on the field, and the 72 immortal monarchs were still able to withstand some, only to see. The man's white robe was flowing, like the Psy crane in the wind, the flower without its spirit, the jade without its charm. When he walks, he is accompanied by the Confucian wind, and when he laughs and speaks, spring is born. His posture and voice are like God's, his dominance is like a devil, and his dragon pupil is as majestic as he can be. So who says that there is no perfect king in the world? The unconditional surrender I'm talking about is that you don't give me conditions. Surrender immediately or I'll shake people to you up. Xiao Tianmai grinned, looking at everyone on the field with a sunny, smug face. Xiao Jinyu floated above the heaven and earth, and he took in the situation just now, especially appearing 2 or 3 breaths late, because the 3 were in no danger, simply letting themselves out to back them up. Backing up is backing up, and I don't know how to dislike some people, so I just let myself come out flat, and I didn't get anything out of it. Xiao Jinyu skimmed his mouth and darkened his heart. Immortal monarch Tianqian was confused. Before he could react, the rest of the hostile immortal cities were all gone. Wouldn't that mean that all of their old homes had blown up, and now he alone was victorious? After all, the rules were written that as long as the immortal city was retained, then it would be a direct victory, and it seemed that there was only one immortal city on the field. Him here. The terrifying immortal emperor way that pressed on him was still there, but at this moment, the excitement was even greater than the fear in his heart. The other 71 immortal monarchs and the remaining immortal soldiers and generals now hadn't reacted yet, and each of them stared wide-eyed. They raised their heads and looked at Xiao Jinyu above the celestial dome when they were just about to say some words, but in the next moment, they were pressed back by a terrifying immortal emperor's might. So it's Senior Xiao who has come. We have missed our welcome. I wonder if Senior Xiao is also interested in the immortal monarch ranking battle of my Donghua immortal dynasty today? 5 immortal emperors appeared from the void, their faces respectful as they bowed to Xiao Jinyu. Several immortal dignitaries immediately reflected, and the moment they saw Xiao Jinyu's face and felt the other auras, they gave a 90-degree salute to Xiao Jinyu, with incomparable respect on their faces. The 12 immortal kings immediately reacted to the situation and similarly bowed to Xiao Jinyu. Even the old ancestor of the Donghua immortal dynasty and a group of immortal dignitaries had done so to the man in front of them. They definitely had to do the same. Xiao Jinyu nodded. I came today merely to help support my children, and have no other thoughts. Props, elder's child? The 5 immortal emperors had a mist on their faces, then their gazes swept below and landed on Xiao Tianmai, who bore a 5-point resemblance to Xiao Jinyu, before the similarity of more, but with Xiao Jin in a variety of physique billion more a variety of temperament breath, coupled with the elevation of the realm. Naturally, it is also handsome a lot of. What? Elder's child actually participated in this immortal monarch ranking battle as well. The 12 immortal kings were greatly shocked, and the shock in the hearts of several immortal exalts was not much less than theirs. This battle today doesn't say you can't call for help, but it's never good to call for help. But calling for help is an art. If you call it too weak, it definitely won't work. Call strong, can line up, can win. Called too strong, then he makes all the rules. Xiao Jinyu belonged to the third type. Now that all these other immortal monarch immortal cities have been exterminated, there's only Tianchen left. There's no need for me to say more about who loses and who wins in this immortal monarch ranking battle. Xiao Jinyu's gaze was deep, looking at the 12 immortal kings. Of course, this is natural. Immortal monarch Tianchen Tiancheng is the superior. The 12 immortal kings hurriedly opened their mouths and directly declared immortal monarch Tianchen victorious. Well, that's not bad, but do I think that the Donghua immortal dynasty could be on 3 more immortal kingships or immortal dignitaries? Xiao Jinyu played with the jade trigger in his hand and mentioned it mindlessly. The implication of this sentence is, my children have come to your East China immortal realm, so don't you get them a few big officials? Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan had wanted to let their own fathers take care of everything, but now, from the looks of this situation, Xiao Jinyu seems to be ridiculously strong. Even the immortal emperors have to give him a third of their face. When the 3 heard this sentence, their eyes shone brightly. It was still good to be an official, and they nodded excitedly. Although they are not very strong, who let them have a good father? Naturally, if senior's child can stay in my Donghua immortal dynasty, do whatever it takes. How about this? My immortal dynasty just happens to be short of any position lately, so as long as senior squeals, any position can be set aside for the 3 gentlemen. The 2 immortal dignitaries were incomparably fawning. Well, it can be. It's good. Xiao Jinyu nodded in satisfaction and thought for a moment. Just make up 3 immortal kingships for the 3, and commanding a few dozen immortal monarchs should be sufficient. Xiao Jinyu smiled. Yes. What senior said, and yes, we've long seen that this system is wrong. Now that half of all the immortal monarchs have been placed under the banner of these 3 gentlemen, what do you think? The 2 masters of the Donghua immortal dynasty didn't dare to have any objections and spoke in a hurry. Chapter 166, 3 men as officials, commanding the immortal monarchs. Donghua seeks her. The immortal realm is without her. I think it's okay. Heaven's mandate. Nan Soon, Nui, is it feasible for one of you to lead the 12 immortal monarchs? Xiao Jinyu lowered his head and looked at the 3, with a gentle smile on his face, and directly booked a big official for the 3, with his own identity covering him. Even if they wanted to be the master of this Donghua immortal dynasty, Xiao Jinyu would be able to do it. The 3 froze and nodded excitedly as they slowed down. It's okay. No, it's too good. Turning around and changing once again. From the immortal generals directly rising for an unknown number of official positions, reaching the same level with the immortal king, and also can lead a party of immortal monarchs. Before, they were under the immortal monarch's banner, working for him, and now they've turned around and become their masters. And look at this whole thing. Immortal monarch Tianchen and the other immortal monarchs were stunned, listening to what the East China immortal dynasty's lord said. It seemed like they had incomparable respect for Xiao Jinyu. This meant that Xiao Jinyu's identity and strength came to be much stronger than even their old ancestor. And whatever he said was what he said, and he was the one who made the rules. The people were also very discerning and did not dare to say anything more. The remaining immortal soldiers and immortal generals were crushed to their knees in death by the pressure of Xiao Jinyu's body, and the 1,000 or so immortal soldiers and immortal generals had horrified gazes. Just now, they were still mocking Xiao Tianmai, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan, but at this moment, this face-slapping came too fast like a tornado, and their palms hurt. The faces of a group of immortal monarchs were incomparably complicated. Just now they were still participating in this immortal monarch sealing battle. Now they directly became someone else's henchmen, and they were still 3 little brats. This was not an insult to their immortal monarch's character, so the congregation decided, joyfully, to accept. Insults were insults. Having an old man who was stronger than an immortal emperor meant that they had this senior to cover them as well. Even the crowd of immortal monarchs didn't have any resistance mentality, and inside they were happier than anyone else, wanting to come to the trio's banner of their own accord. This could be a boundless future, a terrifying existence stronger than an immortal emperor that could lead them farther. If Xiao Jinyu asked them today who was ready to jump ship, they would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Of the 72 immortal monarchs on the field, 71 of them had a look of dissent on their faces, all wanting to belong to Xiao Tianming's side. Tianshan immortal monarch's face was complicated to the extreme. He was not expecting that the 3 people under his command had such a heaven-defying background, and his heart screamed in agony. With such a powerful background, why did you come under my command? Aren't you playing with me to make my life too long? Now shakes the body to change. Well, they work for Xiao Tianmian and others. This huge contrast makes Tianshan immortal monarch only feel like a ing dream. Senior Xiao, do you find this arrangement satisfactory? If there are any other requirements, let's talk about it in detail then. The 5 immortal emperors made another salute to Xiao Jinyu. Their faces were so respectful that even looking at their old man didn't come to be so respectful. After all, this person in front of him was an existence that surpassed the immortal emperor. Perhaps he knew the way out of the immortal realm and how to lead to a higher level of heaven and earth. Nice and thoughtful. Xiao Jinyu nodded with satisfaction. Although he knew what the group of immortal emperors were thinking, he had no intention of leaving right now. He was going to prepare to first see if there was anyone in this East China immortal realm that he had his heart set on, and if there was, then he could have a family reunion. If not, it's fine. Go to the northern recruitment immortal world and tie that kiss first. Xiao Jinyu looked towards Xiao Tianming, Li Nansun, Miao Xiaonan. The 3 of them. Can there be any more requests? If there are, though, follow a few uncles and they will fulfill you. Aha! The 3 of them nodded their heads desperately, like chickens pecking at rice, this time once again refreshing the level of power of their father, their master. Finally, that phrase is clear. My father is not just an ordinary cultivator. He is the master of the entire immortal world. Welcome to the new chapter of the new map of my immortal world, Master Father. I am the strongest immortal 2nd generation. Xiao Jinyu smiled. If there are any matters, paging me will be fine. Now I have a few things to take care of. Oh yeah, this is Zhu, a little younger than you guys. Treat him right, haha. Xiao Jinyu directly left Wang Xiaozu in the East China immortal realm. When 4 old 6s gather in a litter, it may make a bigger mess. What if he messed with a hidden powerful existence? Maybe there were still existences in this immortal world that were stronger than immortal emperors. Then he could upgrade himself again. Early ascension to immortal emperor must be tremendously good. If he can improve in a short time, he also has a way to make them dislike the heavenly Tao of this immortal realm. And if he can't, he'll just wait for them to take the thunder to strike them when they have their tribulation, so as to enhance the difficulty of their tribulation a little bit. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and Miao Xiaonan waved their hands very enthusiastically, without any lingering color. Their faces flickered with excitement, and they were already impatient for what was to come. Wang Xiaozu flew down from the dome of the sky, his gaze constantly sizing up the 3. The 3 of them were also sizing up Wang Xiaozu, a little kid who looked to be merely 3 or 4 years old, tying a red belly band, wearing red pants, and a shiny bald head just like the treasure delivery boy. This East China immortal world extravaganza was hastily accomplished under Xiao Jinyu's interference. The other 36 immortal monarchs, including immortal monarch Tianshan, became subordinates to the 3. As for Wang Xiaozu, he also obtained an immortal king official position, and he commanded 12 immortal monarchs, while the rest were divided among those 12 immortal kings. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the center of gravity of the East China immortal world had changed, no longer falling on the sovereign, but instead shifting all the focus to the 4. Simply because their father was Xiao Jinyu. Not here either? There's no trace of them in the East China immortal realm. It seems that the immortal realm is still too small, and the extraterrestrial stars are estimated to be even more vast. They have a great probability of being there. Xiao Jinyu checked some, did not check any traces, cannot help but a sigh. Incomparable sentimental. With that, his face changed and he turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the middle of the northern recruitment immortal realm, not wanting to wait a moment. I've looked for them myself, but they're not there, since my daughter-in-law is out of town. Hey, Anyo has been suffering for so long with himself, it's time to take him out to explore new horizons. In the Jianghu, there are long-lost master skills, dragon head-raising, dragon exploring the heavenly abyss, and angry dragon out of the pool, the vastness of the stars. Is this the realm that can be occupied by my sky demon clan? Not bad. A number of blood slaves have already been buried here some time ago, but somehow the blood slaves were actually exterminated. It should be that the people of this lower realm have pried into our ideas. The strongest they can be is only a so-called immortal emperor. holding up a battle power with our demon marshal. Good then. These days speed up the pace to occupy it as the vassal power of my demon race. These days the starry sky is going to be in great chaos. The great power is about to open. Countless sons of great emperors and grandsons of ancient ancestors have awakened. So we only need to continue expanding our territory at the Devil's Son's command. Thousands or so of celestial devils clad in demonic helmets and demonic armor floated outside the dark starry sky, looking down in a certain direction towards the lower realm. There was the shadow of the immortal realm, which from afar looked like a huge parallel disk, with the rivers and mountains of the immortal realm floating on the disk. Chapter 167 Immortal Monarch Tianchen asks for forgiveness and helps Pill Heaven take revenge. It's a good day. A good day. Xiao Jinyu was in a good mood, humming a song. His front foot had just arrived at the northern recruitment immortal realm, and in the next moment, another familiar voice came from Xiao Listening Life's side. Father, come back. There are some things. Xiao Tianming's voice was transmitted to Xiao Jinyu's side through a sound transmission. Xiao Jinyu's face darkened with a grumble. Why is it that every time you have to do something good someone always stops you? Before it was Little Ancestor, and now it's Heaven's mandate. However, when he heard Xiao Tianming's voice transmission, he still tore the space with his big hand and directly stepped into the deep space of the immortal realm, and in 3 clicks, he returned to the East Xian immortal dynasty once again in a dozen breaths. When immortal monarch Tianchen learned that Xiao Jinyu was the unknown being who had killed Huangshi Huangfeng's father and son, cold sweat brushed down his face. Fearing that Xiao Jinyu would seek him out, he hurriedly found Xiao Tianming and the others and said many things, which allowed Xiao Tianming and the others to call Xiao Jinyu back one more time. Immortal monarch Tianchen was really afraid that Xiao Jinyu would slaughter him because of this one incident. To know that Huangshi father and son duo what they did really had nothing to do with themselves, but not afraid of 10,000. Just in case, afraid of Xiao Jinyu will be this anger implicated in him. You won't even know how you're going to die by then. The Tianchen Immortal City was named after the Tianchen Immortal Monarch. What had previously belonged to Immortal Monarch Tiancheng now belonged to Xiao Tianmeng and the others as much as possible. Don't worry about it, Immortal Monarch. My old man has long forgotten about this matter. Xiao Tianming smiled as he looked at the worried look on the face of the Heavenly Star Monarch. After all, it's not like you ordered it, and it doesn't have anything to do with you. Xiao Tianming patted Immortal Monarch Tianchen's shoulder, signaling him to relax. If one were to take a closer look, the Heavenly Star Sovereign's hands were still trembling, endlessly fearful, endlessly terrified. Xiao Jinyu had just arrived in this space, and the Tianchen Immortal Monarch was the first to notice it, and immediately, with a flutter, he knelt down, his head knocking heavily on the ground. Bang! 3/4 of a mile deep into the stonework of the Great Hall. Respectfully, he said, Senior Xiao, I really don't know that Huangshi's father and son had ever done anything to provoke Senior. If I had known, I would have beheaded Huangshi's father and son a long time ago, and would not have offended your immortal might. Senior, I still ask Senior Xiao to forgive me. Bang bang bang. 3 kowtows in a row. Immortal Monarch Tianchen kowtowed 3 more times, the fear on his face deepening. Ever since the Immortal Monarch sealing battle of the Donghua Immortal Dynasty ended that day, all the Immortal Monarchs were dragged by the 5 Immortal Emperors to a meeting. In the meeting, a scene of what Xiao Jinyu had done in the Blood Immortal Valley was shown, and that ferocious might made the Tianchen Immortal Monarch remember it until his death. That's why he rushed to find Xiao Tiannian, Li Nanchuan and the others. 7 begged and 8 begged, and finally they summoned Xiao Jinyu once again, and today he got up mainly to make amends. Xiao Jinyu was stunned. Today called him over and spoiled his big event just for this? It wasn't like Tianchen Immortal Monarch had instructed him before, and Xiao Jinyu wasn't in the habit of implicating others, so this matter had long since been put behind him. I didn't expect to be called by this thing again today. Xiao Jinyu waved her hand. I've long forgotten about this matter. It has nothing to do with you. Okay, get up. When Immortal Monarch Tianchen saw Xiao Jinyu speak in such a manner, his heart heaved a sigh of relief and he apologized with a deadpan nod. Many thanks to Senior. Many thanks to Senior. After saying that, Immortal Monarch Tianchen quickly left, and without realizing it, his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. You have called me here today for this one thing? Xiao Jinyu suspiciously looked at the 4 of them. Xiao Tianming, Li Nansun, Niao Xiaonan and Wang Xiaozu. These days, the 4 people seem to be because of the high position, get a lot of benefits, even grew fat, face or more fat. Naturally it is not this one thing. Father, when I was in the next continent, I have always had a secret buried in my heart, and now that the time is almost up, I would like to ask for Father's help. Xiao Tianmai had seriousness on his face, and the other 3 looked at Xiao Tianmai doubtfully, not knowing about this one thing. They thought that Xiao Tianming had called Xiao Jinyu up today just for this one thing. It seems that there is still something to hide. The continent thing? Xiao Jinyu was puzzled. Yes, Pill Elder come out, now that my father is here. If he knows that you've been helping me so much, he'll definitely avenge you. he'll definitely remake your physical body for you. Xiao Tianmian rubbed the gold ring he wore on his hand, and a lime green soul body emerged from the gold ring. The old man's figure was stooped and his face was slightly white. Yes, young lord. Pill Heaven respectfully replied to Xiao Tianming and called him young lord. The moment Pill Heaven saw Xiao Jinyu, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Jinyu, his face respectful. My name is Pill Heaven. I have met Senior. Today originally I wanted to wait for Heaven's destiny to grow up and let him avenge me, but today I still implore Senior to help. There was a hint of hesitation and hope on Pill Heaven's face, hoping that Xiao Jinyu would be able to help himself. Oh, when Xiao Jinyu saw that Pill Heaven had actually autonomously flown out from the ring, he knew with his but that he must be helping his enemy. Pill Heaven these days without credit also have hard work in the ring to accompany the growth of Xiao Tianmai. Now they help a small help. The problem is not very big. Tell me, which enemy is it? I'll just help you destroy it directly. Who to kill, where his house is, point me in the right direction. Xiao Jinyu directly opened the door. Pill Heaven froze, not expecting Xiao Jinyu to be so good at talking and so decisive. Without any hesitation, endless resentment and anger flickered on his face, and his anger climbed up to his heart and coalesced into substance. An invisible killing intent burst out from him, forming sheets of blood clouds. Back to Senior. It's the Green Refinement Immortal King, killing my family and destroying 100,000 of my medicine clan. That day, that blood feud, I still dare not forget. How many people were in that Green Refined family, and were they all involved in the massacre that night? When Xiao Tianmeng saw his master teacher looking like this, he could not help but have anger on his face as well. Originally, he was the one who wanted to avenge his master's father's death, and during the period of the lower continent, he was still a loser, and by a fluke he was able to obtain the mysterious old grandpa's golden ring in order to have the possibility to go further. But it is also at this point in the accident, Xiao Jinyu suddenly opened up. Life hangs, so that this mysterious old grandfather help is to help, but not much help. Most of them are blocked by Xiao Jinyu in the front, but after all, he made a promise. When he is invincible, he will help him to solve the hatred. Nowadays his own strength is really not up to reach, but the power of the heavens can definitely be reached. Yes, the Green Refinement Immortal King is a villain, a complete villain. He is a person who is cold-blooded and heartless by nature, and he doesn't have any family members. Only 12 immortal monarchs followed, and that night the 12 immortal monarchs did their best, and my immortal king cultivation was abolished by him, so I had no choice but to fall into the lower continent. The hatred on Pill Heaven's face reached the extreme, and even though he was clearly a soul body, his pupils could be seen to be scarlet. Chapter 168. Holding hands and going to the heavenly light together, become Tao couples. So that's all there is to it. Green Refinement Immortal King, and 12 immortal monarchs? Good to know. Xiao Jinyu turned around, his gaze spanning over 10 million miles, 10 billion miles. His will was the will of the entire Donghua immortal dynasty. With a single thought, he quickly found the Green Refinement Immortal King with 12 immortal monarchs among them. The idea of killing rose, the will of the immortal world fell, and the heavenly immortals collapsed. Boom! There was an extremely powerful force from the East Xian immortal realm, from the other 3 immortal realms, suppressing the 13 people together. Before the 13 people could even react to what was happening, they were crushed into a bloody mist by this terrifying power of the immortal realm's will, the immortal realm's gravity. 13 demonic blood flowers grew out of thin air in their place, playing the music of death. The 13 divine souls escaped from their physical bodies, and in the next moment, a hellish wind gusted, and countless soldiers appeared, transforming into roaming hellish jailers and setting up a hellish sentence. The 18 tortures of hell, all tasted one by one. In the end, die as much as you can. Just like that one immortal king and 12 immortal monarch pawns. After doing so and withdrawing her gaze, Xiao Jinyu nodded at Pill Heaven. Since you are my son's master, it is partly because of you that he is able to become enlightened. I've already avenged this hatred of yours. All 13 of them are dead. No souls left, tasted the 18 tortures, and will not enter reincarnation. If the soul body of yours wants to remake its flesh, it won't be able to do it without a few million years. So I'll help you. Xiao Jinyu's hand pointed out an immortal light. The immortal Tao of extreme life. The immortal Tao of yin and yang. The immortal Tao of remodeling. The immortal Tao of nirvana. And so on. The immortal Tao related to rebirth were poured into medicine heaven as much as they could be. The heavens and earth produced a strange change as endless immortal realm immortal chi transformed into liquid form and poured in towards Pill Heaven's body. Seeing that the speed was too slow, Xiao Jinyu also took out thousands of immortal veins from his body and placed them all around, flexing his fingers and quenching the immortal energy in them, pouring it into Medicine Sky's body. His divine soul power rapidly filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine soul was colored. Flesh was born on the surface, and the remodeling of a complete body was completed, with its realm resting at the Luo heavenly immortal. In the end, Pill Heaven's divine soul fit into it completely. This miracle-like operation took just under 5 breaths of time, all in one go. The crowd looked at this divine handiwork with a start. Xiao Jinyu looked at the mouths of the group of children slightly open and the shocked looks on their faces, and there was a smug smile in his heart. Pointing out several Qiankuan pouches, they landed in front of several people, which contained quite a few cultivation resources that could allow them to cultivate further. Earlier, he wanted to check if there was anyone he wanted to find in the East China Immortal Realm, and in his haste to leave after it became clear that there wasn't, he forgot to leave it behind. Now that you've made the trip back, it's good to leave them a little more. Pill Heaven felt the entity in his body. His face was thrilled beyond measure, and he was ready to kneel down at Xiao Jinyu to thank him for his kindness. Xiao Jinyu hurriedly pointed out several strands of immortal energy and dragged him up. According to seniority, he was Xiao Tiannian's master. At least in Xiao Tiannian's growth process, there was a lot of help, such as if he was allowed to kneel down. This did not mess up the seniority? Xiao Jinyu smiled. After this revenge has been taken over, you guys have a good time catching up. If a few people from the East China Immortal Realm ask, just say that I did it. Xiao Jinyu explained something to Xiao Tianming, and after that, he disappeared into a stream of light and returned to the Northern Recruitment Immortal Dynasty to do his business. In fact, this matter could be done by Xiao Tianming himself. However, when Pill Heaven thought of Xiao Tianmai's true battle power, it was at most at the level of 9 heavenly Shinxian Immortal, and there was still a long way to go before Immortal King. Plus, Xiao Tianming had just become an official in the Donghua Immortal Dynasty, so if he killed another Immortal King of the same rank, it might not affect him too well. Pill Heaven didn't want to pit his disciple against him, didn't want his disciple to take this risk, so he begged Xiao Tianming to let Xiao Jinyu help. After all, Xiao Jinyu is so strong. Killing someone is just a matter of winking and spilling water. What followed was a cozy doggone rehash in the Great Hall. Among them, endless gratitude and endless warmth all happened to the two of them, Xiao Jinyu and Pill Heaven. Seeing this, Li Nanchuan and the others very sensibly withdrew from the hall, leaving the cozy scene to the two of them. Finally back, no one should be bad now. Xiao Jinyu returned to the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm with a relaxed sigh. In the following days, Xiao Jinyu didn't make any movements at first. Instead, he brought Huangfu Nianzi to travel the 4 directions of the immortal world. During this period, it took a whole half a year, and the two of them continued to intensify and deepen their feelings as a result. Xiao Jinyu wasn't prepared to do something so abruptly. He wanted to wait until the time was just right. The two of them have seen the sunrise and sunset, and traveled to the cloudy mountains and the immortal sea, climbed the immortal mountain as mortals do, and, as promised, looked down on the great scenery of the immortal world. They have seen fairy whales bobbing in the deep, and have moored ferry boats with oceans looking at the moon. Lonely ocean, small boat, 2 people in a Taoist couple. It is also on this night that the love is getting stronger and the intention has climbed up to the heart. Huangfu Nianzi and Xiao Jinyu were standing on top of the immortal boat, and the moonlight poured down like a curtain, bringing a slight haze to the entire ocean. The two of them glanced at each other. Huangfu Nianzi's face climbed up to an endless blush. Warm lips and warm lips, a kiss in the sky. If time could stand still, in this moment it would be eternity. If the avenue is boundless, then the sweetheart in front of you is the end of the avenue. For a long time, the lips parted, both could see the blaze in each other's eyes, and finally, the most sincere vows were made under the two of them tonight. Heaven and earth as a covenant, each other as a covenant. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. The clouds had risen at some point and seemed to be shading the duo. The sky and the earth are shy, the canoe is swaying, the evening breeze follows gently, and all is quiet. The immortal boat dropped red plums, and together they reached the light of day. I was the adventurous brat who blundered into a cloud of fibers, plucked the blushing 2 ruffles, and forgot to weave in and out of a silent heavenly realm. Her eyes are her permission, and her flushed cheeks are the passage of love. Like a musician, I play a symphony of spring, male and female. In this foggy night ocean, I have infinitely enough hot pillows to find my way into unmarked paths, to pick up the beauty of spring, and to share her heartfelt feelings. She whispers the words to the chant, sometimes singing, sometimes uttering, which was my bad idea. The 2 peaks towering at the top of the mountain lapped against me as the world does against me, and I hugged and kissed and sang with the world. Time is long and eternal. Several hours, all the adventure of roaming. I am unruly, uninhibited, like a horse out of control, giving birth to the last white space. Through the rickety springs, the water is like a rainbow, tracing the sky with a thin trickle and a gurgling wave. The overturning sea of stars stirs up the majesty of the mountains of heaven and earth. Alpine white, cloud fiber evening lotus hidden countless life elves. At the end of the song, the sky was slightly bright. Half a month later, Xiao Jinyu and Huangfu Nianzi returned to the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm. The two of them had completely formed a Dao couple and had appeared together on all their recent trips. One of the things worth mentioning was that I don't know if it was because of what happened that day, But Huang Fu Nianzi had directly climbed 2 great realms, directly breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal without any bottlenecks. This made both of them very curious. Could it be that doing this kind of thing could also enhance their cultivation? Xiao Jinyu's face has a bad smile. Huang Fu Nianzi see his meaning of this, the next, and the adventurer's story. Chapter 169, Crowd Breakthrough. Heavenly Devil Attacks, Immortal World to Darkness. Finally, the two came to a conclusion. Seems to be really because of the shy reason. And then, again, a dozen times happy adventure. Beautifully called for Huang Fu Nianzi to enhance the realm to improve. A month later, Huang Fu Nianzi made a breakthrough and reached the 9th Heavenly Shenxian Immortal. As for why this is the case, the two do not know. But anyway, there is no bad thing for the two, but also can pull each other into a deeper level of distance. Why not? In this way, Xiao Jinyu passed another 2 months without measure. The beauty of it is too great to be told. Most likely, it should have something to do with my physique. There are several different physiques in my body, and one of them, the Heavenly Border Saint body, even contains the power of a complete world on one side, while the 10,000 tribulation divine body contains tribulation. It naturally carries with it 1 point of the power of creation. And apparently this trace of the power of creation was directly injected into Nianzi's body through contact. Xiao Jinyu had speculations in his heart, and after thinking about this matter for a while, he sank back into silence, and the pattern of the entire immortal world has since been finalized. North Recruitment Immortal Dynasty. Xiao Pingji's realm of strength had once again soared within this nearly 1 year or so, breaking through 2 realms in a row. With enough resources, he directly came to the Xian Heavenly Immortal level, because the news that he was Xiao Jinyu's son had spread throughout the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm. The 3 great clans of the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm held him in the highest regard. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Pingji walked horizontally in the Northern Recruitment Immortal Realm. Although Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, Wang Xiaozu and Miao Xiaonan's 4 realms did not ascend as fast as Xiao Pingji's, they had also reached the great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, there were countless resources added to the body, while the immortal veins consumed every day were astronomical. A few people who were big officials in the Donghua Immortal Dynasty were likewise walking sideways. Xiao Ruoxue was even more needless to say in the Shitsu Immortal Realm. Her realm was the same as Xiao Pingji's, reaching the Xian Heavenly Immortal, just 1 step short of being able to step into the Immortal Monarch Realm. Pill Heaven had restored his true body to mingle around Xiao Tianmai, and his resources were not much less than Xiao Tianmai's. However, because the gap between the two's talent and destiny was too great, Medicine Heaven's realm did not advance by leaps and bounds like Xiao Tianmeng and his gang of perverts had come to do, and remained at the level of the Luo Heavenly Immortal. The two are also teachers and friends. Within this half a year, Xiao Jinyu wasn't doing anything, except for the occasional puddle of children and playing with thunderbolts. He was indulging in tenderness every day. It is said, is it not a pleasure to have a child who has been practicing from afar, and who has been pitted? A chain of pits after a pit is not a kind father? One drum, then the pit, then the pit, then the pit, all the way to the pit. Beautiful. Xiao Tianmian, Li Nanshuan, and the others because they had Xiao Jinyu behind them, the entire immortal world, so no one dared to mess with them. Even if they constantly caused trouble, no one would dare to say anything. Instead they would clap their hands and hate to be associated with them. That way there might be a chance to be able to meet Xiao Jinyu. In this way, a very odd phenomenon was formed in the entire immortal world. Almost every dominant force in the 4 directions immortal realm, in terms of cultivation level, regardless of whether they were immortal emperors or immortal elders, had begun to flatter Xiao Jinyu's group of children. He even went straight to flatter Huang Fu Xiong, wanting to straighten out some benefits about Xiao Jinyu from this old husband of his. At first, Huang Fu Xiong was also confused. He didn't know that his son-in-law was so strong, already invincible in the immortal world. By the time it became clear to him, the duo had long since gone on their honeymoon. God forbid. Born in trouble, die in peace. There aren't even any enemies left in the immortal realm, and there seems to be none stronger than the immortal emperor. Only the heavenly Tao of this immortal realm is left for them to dislike. My realm has been stuck at immortal dignity for a long time without a breakthrough. Xiao Jinyu stood on top of the immortal mountain, his hands attached behind his back, the harbor wind blowing his robes, grinning, overlooking the great mountains and rivers of the immortal world with a sigh. The second half of the sentence was said mentally. When Huang Fu Nianzi saw Xiao Jinyu's appearance, the corner of her mouth twitched. What was born in sorrow and died in peace? He's invincible in the immortal world. Where would he get enemies? And these days he also discovered Xiao Jinyu's pleasure in controlling thunderbolts and splitting Xiao Tianming and the others. Excluding Xiao Ruoxue, Miao Xiaonan hadn't been struck by a thunderbolt when he broke through the realm, and he had even reduced the level of the thunderbolt directly to the lowest possible level. Just a hint of a thunder arc, and when Xiao Pingji, Li Nanshuan, Wang Xiaozu, Xiao Tianmian and the others broke through the realm, the thunder tribulation was so fierce and violent. Thunder rolled in the sky, and that scene of black clouds and destruction of the city dominated a demise. But because of a few people's strength is too perverse, although suffered a little bit of small injuries and bones, still unharmed through. Strangely enough, Xiao Tianming cursed a few times, but the system didn't display any information and only gave a sentence. There is no heavenly Tao in the immortal realm. That is to say, Xiao Jinyu's desire to be stronger than the heavenly Tao is gone, at least in the immortal world, and a few people are naturally getting chopped for nothing. Boom! At the northwest entrance of the immortal realm, a huge black devil boat broke through the immortal realm barrier and came. At the front end of the magic boat was a hideous tiger's head, and on top of the magic boat, there was 100 or so foreigners in magic armor standing. Immediately after that, magic boats appeared at the same time in the three locations of the immortal sword realms east, south and north, like the northwest mouth. The nearly 1,000 or so foreigners on the devil boat had black demonic light flickering in their eyes, teasingly looking down, their faces flickering with satisfaction. Not bad. The resources of this continent are much richer than what we were looking for before, more than 100 times that of the previous few lower realms. The strength of the natives in this area is no more than a demon martial at the strongest, which is not bad, but it's a pity that we are too strong and want to take it down easily. Ha 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 ha. This time, we are led by 91 demon commanders, and there is also a demon king pressing the battlefield, so we want to attack handily. More than 1,000 demons broke into the immortal realm, and the four directions were at war, rising, and the devils might washed over the sky. The four directions of heaven and earth and the immortal realm were darkened to this point, rendered by the demonic aura. Speak of the devil. Speak of the enemy arrives. Is this a race from the extraterrestrial space? Invade into the immortal realm? Nice intrusion. Wonderful. Xiao Jinyu had just been lamenting that he was worried about not having a place to upgrade, but now that an enemy had been sent to his door, his face was overjoyed. What kind of power and what kind of race is this? And why is the aura on them so much stronger than ours? Huang Fu Nianzi raised her head and looked at the group of demons in the sky dome, her face grave. Regardless of what kind of race he is, this is a bad arrival. Let's wait and see and let Heaven's Destiny and the others make their move. After all, it's been too long since they've been comfortable in this immortal realm. It's about time for them to make their move. If it's really bad, I'll step in. Xiao Jinyu laughed lightly, his face full of relief. Of course, it was only when Xiao Tianming and the others disliked these demonic powerhouses that his realm would follow suit. Now that he didn't know the strength of the enemy didn't move and I didn't move, so that Xiao Tianming and the others could move on first. Chapter 170, Requesting Elder to Open the Immortal Gate Again. Since Xiao Jinyu came to the immortal world for more than a year, of which more than half a year was spent traveling the mountains, more than half a year was spent cultivating and fooling around, and more than half a year was spent in the love of a beautiful woman, the lower continent had undergone a slight change. 1 month in heaven, 1 year in the lower world, 20 years had passed, and the four directions of the continent still hadn't changed much, still dominated by the eternal life imperial dynasty. The surface of this faith detachment of Xiao Jinyu became more and more condensed, and its entire battle power increased with the power of faith. The instantaneous power of the main body was not transmitted over this faith bilocation. This girl child is quite something. In just 20 years' time she has actually reached Earth realm perfection. I think she should be about to break into the immortal realm as well. Xiao Jinyu looked towards a certain part of the continent. This person was Xiao Tianming's eldest senior sister in the sword sect, and she had already started to prepare for her departure. I implore Senior to step in and open up a side of the path to the immortal realm once again. And Qingyan transmitted her voice to Xiao Jinyu. 20 years, with that unknown gongfu I gave you, and only having not very strong chi luck, being able to come this far is already very uncomplicated. As for whether or not things will work out for you too, it still depends on the future's destiny. The moment Xiao Jinyu received the voice transmission, his figure slowly disappeared in place and appeared beside Qingyan. You're here, Elder? Now that I have reached the limit of this side of the Emperor realm with all my strength, I would like to ask Senior to open the immortal road and the immortal gate once more. And Qingyan bowed deeply to Xiao Jinyu, her face respectful. If it wasn't for this gongfu given to her by Xiao Jinyu, it would definitely be impossible for her to rise rapidly in such a short period of time. The lower continent has a lack of resources, but to be able to break through the Emperor realm in 20 years, in a group of people who have not opened up inside, excluding the protagonist, is definitely the upper class. It's also good. I'll open the heavenly gate one more time, and my faith split here will be dissipated as a result. So it's time to return to my main body. Heaven's destiny follows me. His footsteps, his future, are not destined to be confined to one side of the immortal realm. He walks fast. When you reach the immortal realm, He will probably leave the immortal realm and go to the extraterrestrial starry sky. Today when you fly up and see him he will probably be long gone. Can you repent? Xiao Jinyu looked at Xingyan for a word, wanting to see Xingyan's reaction, but unexpectedly, Xingyan's face was incomparably resolute as she nodded. There's no harm, I'll follow him wherever he goes. He had saved half my life under the beast's mouth. Then I shall give my love to him, not in return, but in motion, and this thought is without regret or complaint. Seeing this young girl in front of her like this, Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Young is good, and worthy of being the protagonist. It is true that all will have the heroine to his heart, or familiar with the old-fashioned plot, the hero to save the beauty, to the body to the promise. However, he valued this friendship and this heart of Xingyan more. Who says that if you are not the protagonist and don't possess the protagonist's chi, you can't become more powerful and become a giant of a party? He saw endless potential in Xingyan's body. Well then, today I will spread out the power of this alter ego for you for the sake of this friendship, and open the immortal gate for you once. Xiao Jinyu's words were long and leisurely, his robes were windless and automatic, and with a large hand toward the void, faith became a rainbow and the heavenly sword became a dragon. This sword, the son of heaven shepherds the dragon. All of Xiao Jinyu's power of faith was gathered on top of this sword, and it fiercely chopped towards the dome of the sky. A golden light flashed, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. Roar, only to see, the golden light transformed into a dragon, and a golden five-clawed golden dragon roared its body and roared up. The dragon's claws tore down, opening up the entire dome of the sky with a huge mouth, with bits of immortal chi emanating from within the endless vortex. Boom! The strange situation above the sky dome once again drew the attention of everyone on the continent once more. The heavenly vault Holy Land, the divine heavens divine hall, and a host of other elders and hall masters gazed at the abnormalities above the heavenly vault. One by one, their gazes flickered. This is the entrance to the immortal realm. I didn't expect the immortal realm entrance to open again. It's been more than 20 years since the Emperor Lord left, and the door to the immortal realm has opened once again. Could this be our chance to step into the immortal realm? Go to the immortal realm to have a look. Our realms are already at the limit in this continent, and only by reaching the middle of the immortal realm will we be able to go further. A dozen or so of the Empyrean realm powerhouses all shot up into the sky and flew into the immortal realm vortex. The power of the realm of intent was not enough to open the immortal gate, and now with Xiao Jinyu's help, they were able to follow the light and enter the immortal gate. A good wind will send you to the green clouds. The immortal gate is open. Let's go. The immortal world is slightly turbulent at this time, but because of the differences in space and time, it is possible that when you go up, the turbulence will already be over, and we will have already left. It all depends on your choice. Xiao Jinyu raised his head and looked at the immortal gate above the dome of the sky did not before looking at Xingyan and whispered in a low voice. And Xingyan bowed once again to Xiao Jinyu and gave a deep salute. Many thanks for senior's help. Such kindness, and Xingyan keeps it in her heart. After doing so, she activated the Emperor Realm power in her body to charge up into the sky, similarly stepping within the immortal realm gate and disappearing without a trace. The immortal world vortex lasted for a dozen or so breaths before it finally slowly disappeared and everything returned to its original state. Xiao Jinyu let out a low sigh. What you can't get at a young age will eventually trap you for the rest of your life. I hope this won't affect you. Keep the heart of the naked forever, and you may have a wider path ahead of you. Xiao Jinyu's figure grew dimmer and dimmer. The power of this lifetime's faith expelled and finally dissipated after chopping out the heavenly sun dragon sword. But it was also at this moment that Xiao Jinyu's heart had some more ideas. Regardless of whether the two of them could make it or not, he would accept Xingyan as his disciple. Only, this time, the acceptance of disciples was different from the previously Nanshuan and the others. He was moved to cherish talent. After arriving at the immortal realm, when he had finished resolving all the matters, he would once again leave behind a faith detachment to give Xingyan some help. If she could break out of the immortal world and come to the starry sky with her own strength within a few days, then Xiao Jinyu dared to conclude that her and Xingyan's future, or her future, was definitely much stronger than any other person. First out of the ordeal, from the end of the rise, no hang-ups, to protect the original heart. The road of the road is not far from her. Perhaps Xingyan would be a star empress-level existence in the future. If it was said that she had really met Xiao Jinyu's expectations, it would really be a cheap shot for Xiao Tianming. But if it was said that nothing had happened between her and Xiao Tianming, Xiao Jinyu wouldn't say anything else and would still accept her as a disciple, simply valuing this heart of hers. Who said that without innate luck, without invincible physique, without bloodline and so on innate help will not go far? She, and Xingyan, is this example today? It's all up to her to make it work. The storm clouds of the immortal world rolled on, the heavenly devil approached, and when everything was resolved to the best of its ability, and Xingyan had just arrived on the day of the crowd's departure. Perhaps this is the coincidence of fate, the coincidence of his life with Xiao Tianmu. There is 1 and 2 misses, but never 3.